Dear family, the most hardcore scene of 2025 has arrived. A celestial dragon's corpse was kicked away, its head forcefully lodged into a naval cannon. Just a few hours prior, I was bound to an auction platform, when suddenly the system activated, granting me an invincible buff from Whitebeard, allowing me to rage against the celestial dragons. What happened next? Stay tuned. I must say, I will never forget that moment the body of a celestial dragon, resembling a tattered sack, was unceremoniously kicked out of the auction hall. With a resounding duong, its head crashing directly into the barrel of a naval cannon. Can anyone comprehend that scene? It was nothing short of the most hardcore performance art of 2025. But let me take you back to a few hours ago. At that time, I was far from audacious. I was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. My name is Shun Luo, an unfortunate soul who has traversed into the world of pirates for 15 years. Lacking a system or any enhancements, my parents were tragically taken by the celestial dragons. I had been eking out a meager existence in a small shop on Sabaody archipelago for 3 years. However, today I inadvertently offended a human trafficker and found myself collared and bound to an auction platform. Let me tell you, it was a sensation beyond human endurance. A collar capable of turning my head into fireworks encircled my neck, my hands and feet shackled, while a crowd of gluttonous nobles and pirates looked on, including 2 heavyweight celestial dragons. Those 2 appeared as if they were jesting, with the male sporting a runny nose and the female, not much better off, insisting on wearing a fishbowl atop her head, lest anyone doubt the fluidity of her thoughts. The female celestial dragon was particularly close to me, and I overheard her clearly as she spoke to her brother. This lowly child is quite handsome. It would make for an excellent toy. The one we had yesterday was just ruined. I was seething with anger. How dare she refer to me as a toy? But what could I do? A mere movement could cost me my life. I could only watch helplessly as the auctioneer, resembling a pyramid scheme leader, began to shout bids with spittle flying. Starting bid at 1 million berries. A crowd of wealthy women frantically raised the stakes, and the price skyrocketed to 6 million. Just as the hefty woman bidding 6 million believed she had secured me, the female celestial dragon casually interjected, 30 million berries. An immediate hush fell over the crowd. Who would dare compete with a celestial dragon for anything? Were they seeking death? Sold. With a decisive thud of the gavel, my fate was sealed. In that moment, despair consumed me. Falling into the hands of the celestial dragons felt worse than death itself. As I contemplated whether to bite my tongue and preserve the last vestiges of my dignity, an unexpected ding echoed in my mind. Request to bind the superdimensional warrior investment system. Would you like to bind? I was momentarily stunned, thinking I was hallucinating. A system? After 15 years of traversing, this enhancement understands the meaning of tardiness. It chimed 3 times before I finally reacted, urgently commanding with my thoughts. Bind. Immediately. Now. Ding. Binding successful. Newbie benefit. You may conduct 1 cost-free investment. Would you like to inspect the investment target? At this moment, I had already been dragged off the stage and into the backstage, awaiting my new master to claim me. However, a cold smile began to form within me. Just wait. Soon you shall reap the consequences of your actions. Detection. I declared without hesitation. Ding. Detection successful. Available investment options. Peak version Whitebeard. Peak version Iron Fist Garp. Was there even a choice? Let me tell you, this was a no-brainer. Old Garp is a top-tier warrior of pure physical prowess. But who is Whitebeard? He wields a devastating power that can level worlds. The Tremor Fritto, you grasp the significance of a power that can shatter the world with a single punch? I choose Whitebeard. Ding. Investment in peak version Whitebeard completed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired adult Whitebeard's physique. Advanced Conqueror's Hockey. Fully developed Tremor Fruit. Let me tell you, the sensation was instantly transformative. The frailty that once plagued me vanished, replaced by an inexhaustible vigor. When I clenched my fist, I felt as if I could crush the very air itself. Activating my observation hockey, I could sense every detail in the auction house, even the slightest movements of an ant. Not to mention the formidable armament hockey and the awe-inspiring Conqueror's Hockey. This incredible advantage had finally arrived. Most importantly, the Tremor Fruit. I discreetly focused my will on my fist, and a transparent orb of energy enveloped my hand, radiating a cataclysmic power that astonished even me. At that moment, the slaver who was watching over me continued to rant and rave, oblivious to the fact that the meek lamb he perceived had transformed into a prehistoric beast. Without uttering a word, I sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. He flew backward like a shrimp, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, lifeless as he slid down. I stepped forward and delivered a kick, driving his head into the ground. System, can this chain be unlocked? Affirmative. As the words left its interface, all the shackles on my body fell to the ground with a clatter. Very well, let the game begin. I recalled my parents, slain by the celestial dragons, and the scum who auctioned me off, as if I were cattle. The frustrations of 15 long years surged within me, and my gaze turned as cold as ice. To kill the celestial dragons? I understood that this would mean making enemies of the entire world, with the marine admirals soon hot on my trail. But what of it? If I eliminate all my foes, who would dare pursue me? I drew a knife from the lifeless slaver's waist, swept aside the backstage curtain, and re-emerged onto the auction stage. The crowd gasped in shock. How had this slave escaped? Were the shackles? The auctioneer was still presenting the next item when I approached him, driving the knife into his back, the blade protruding from his chest. He turned around in bewilderment, and I grinned menacingly at him, withdrawing the knife, and, in one swift motion, severed his head, which rolled away like a soccer ball. The auction house erupted into chaos. Screams filled the air. A few staff members attempted to rush toward me, but I glared fiercely, unleashing my conqueror's haki, causing them to roll their eyes back and collapse, foaming at the mouth. The two celestial dragons in the audience were utterly astonished, and I fixed them with a gaze akin to that reserved for refuse. The woman, regaining her composure, shrieked for the guards to apprehend me. 6 armored guards rushed forward, yet to my perception, their movements appeared as though played in slow motion. In less than 30 seconds, with a blade in hand, I precisely severed their necks, leaving 6 heads neatly resting upon the ground. At this point, the two celestial dragons were thoroughly panicked. The man, trembling, fumbled for a phone bug, shouting into it, "Admiral, come protect us. A lowly commoner is attempting to kill us. Hurry and eliminate him." Summoning reinforcements? Too late. In a swift leap, I positioned myself before them, gripping the fish tanks atop their heads, and with a decisive crunch, I shattered them. Breathe in some fresh air, vermin. The entire assembly erupted into chaos, with attendees frantically fleeing to avoid the wrath of the admiral. Soon, only I remained in the grand hall, accompanied by the two celestial dragons who were howling in agony on the floor. The woman attempted to draw a firearm, but with a single stomp, I reduced her hand to a mere powder. I tormented them for a full 5 minutes before the sounds of the Navy's encirclement reached my ears. "Criminal within, you are surrounded." I let out a cold laugh, seizing the corpse of the female celestial dragon and hurling it towards the entrance. Like a cannonball, her body smashed through the door, leading to the shocking scene that unfolded. Her head lodged firmly within the Navy's cannon. The soldiers outside were rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground in horror. Annoyed by their clamor, I followed suit and threw the male celestial dragon's body out as well. The celestial dragons are dead. I stepped through the doorway, surveying the terrified Navy personnel and the frenzied reporters capturing the moment. I unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki indiscriminately. The world fell silent in an instant. The admiral was approaching, and my current strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation. It was time to make my escape. However, before I departed, there was one final act to perform. I turned to face the wicked auction house. Mimicking Whitebeard's iconic pose, my right fist clenched, and I struck the air with a powerful punch. Crack! Let me tell you, it wasn't merely the walls that shattered. It felt as if the very fabric of space had torn apart. Spiderweb-like fissures spread rapidly, and within 30 seconds, the massive structure trembled violently before collapsing into ruins. The exhilaration was unparalleled. Next, I intended to obliterate every auction house on this island, exterminating all human traffickers. The admiral could come and collect the bodies if he wished. With my formidable declaration made, chaos erupted across the Sabaody archipelago. For the following hour, I unleashed my fury, traversing the lawless zones from No. 1 to No. 29. Every human trafficking den, every slave auctioned one by one, I dismantled them all, liberating the captives within. Each trafficker met their fate, joining the celestial dragons in death. I shall revel in my audacity. World government, are you not merely turning a blind eye? Very well, then I shall take matters into my own hands. I do not consider myself a savior. I am simply irked by your officially sanctioned scum. Once I obliterate the last of these dark hideouts, I shall contemplate my escape. After all, the admiral is on the verge of arrival, and it remains uncertain whether I can withstand him with this newly acquired sklash tremor fruit. Just as I was preparing to flee, an elderly man unexpectedly emerged from the heights. With white hair and beard, donning spectacles, and clutching a small flask, he leisurely observed me. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Could it be the legendary Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Pirate King? He shouted at me, "Little brother, the Navy is coming." I looked up at him and replied, "I know, it's the Navy Admiral." In my mind, I was calculating. This was quite a significant ally. I immediately asked, Ming Wang Lei Li, would you be interested in helping me fend off Kizaru? Lei Li was taken aback, exclaiming, oh, I never expected this old man still has someone who recognizes him. What truly astonished him wasn't the fact that I had killed a celestial dragon or that I had overturned this island, but rather the technique I was employing. He had fought countless battles against the white-beard pirates and was well acquainted with the powers of the Gura no Mi. He must have been pondering. Whitebeard is still alive. Where did this kid get the Gura no Mi? He probed me. I feel like I've seen this ability somewhere before. I clenched my right fist before him, and a white aura erupted forth. I asked, is this what you mean? Lei Li's eyes widened in disbelief. I didn't acknowledge it, merely replying, I don't know, as I sensed a sinister yet powerful presence approaching. In the next moment, a mocking voice drifted over. Have you ever been kicked to the speed of light? I thought to myself, no, but you're about to be shattered by my punch. Without turning around, I retaliated with a punch. A crack echoed as the air split. Kizaru's shining leg was instantly shattered. Kizaru was dumbfounded, reforming into human shape with an incredulous expression. Is your ability the Gura no Mi? I retorted, you should take care of yourself. As I thrust my fist forward, the ground beneath him collapsed in an instant, and he shattered into a myriad of light particles. In the distance, Lei Li was astonished, likely thinking, if this kid can survive, he will undoubtedly become a monster in the future. Kizaru, that sly old fox, reassembled, wearing a mockingly fearful expression, and inquired again, your ability? Is it the Gura no Mi? Could I be honest with you? Whitebeard is still alive, and I'd become a living target. I boldly proclaimed, this is the Paramecia type, Baku no Mi. Believe it or not. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, gathering light at his fingertips. Baku no Mi? It's truly terrifying that you possess such power at your age. As soon as he finished speaking, a laser beam shot forth. I easily dodged it, and he complimented, your observation haki is quite impressive. He then intensified his assault, moving at such speed that he nearly became a lightning afterimage in my observation haki. I could hardly anticipate his next move. His attacks were utterly spontaneous, relying on muscle memory. Speed is power. As he swept a leg towards me, I countered with a punch, my hand numb from the impact. This old man was definitely not using his full strength. What monster? Kizaru remarked, while his actions didn't cease, kicking out a light projectile that grazed my face. I could hardly close the distance. I was far too passive. Just as I was distracted for a moment, Kizaru suddenly appeared above me. His towering 3-meter frame descended with a kick. A thunderous boom. I was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several thick red trees before finally coming to a halt. So powerful. Leaning against a tree, my body ached all over. I realized he was merely toying with me. His physical prowess was remarkable. Kizaru flashed over again, delivering another descending kick. This time, I activated my Busoshoku haki. My fist turned pitch black, and I took his leg head-on. Busoshoku haki? Kizaru was even more astonished. At your age, you've mastered all 3 types of haki? Little brother, you cannot be allowed to live. I was enraged. I am Shinluo. Kizaru, remember that. Shinluo. I must exert myself a little. Just as he was about to strike me down, a figure suddenly appeared, swiftly kicking Kizaru away. My friends, do you understand? It was Lei Li. Lei Li had intervened. He shouted to me, I have a ship in my coated shipyard. Hurry and leave. Thank you. I will remember this favor. I expressed my gratitude and turned to flee. I was acutely aware that confronting an admiral head-on would mean certain death. I had to escape first. Kizaru attempted to pursue me with his Yada no Kagami, but was stopped by Lei Li's sword. Ming Wang Lei Li, are you protecting a criminal? Lei Li laughed heartily, drawing his sword. This era needs fresh blood like him. This seedling cannot be snuffed out. Kizaru also drew his sword, Tenryabito, and the two engaged and battled directly. Meanwhile, I was fleeing when I encountered a squad of Navy soldiers, led by a colonel who intended to capture me. I glared, unleashing my Conqueror's haki. With a roar, crimson lightning erupted, and 100 or so soldiers collapsed, unable to withstand even a second. In the distance, Kizaru and Lei Li were both stunned. Kizaru must have been in shock. What? He can use all three types of hockey. Layli, are you truly going to protect such a monster? Layli declared emphatically, today, I will protect this person. I had no time to watch their celestial battle. I sprinted to the harbor, jumped onto a pirate ship, raised the anchor, set sail, and fled at light speed. Chambered, when I return, it will be a different scene. I owe Layli a significant favor, and I shall remember this debt. Just as I began my escape, let me tell you, the entire world erupted because of me. The next day, my bounty notice spread across the globe like snowflakes. 700 million. On my first voyage, I had a bounty of 700 million. It was inscribed, Shunluo. 15 years old, Paramecia type, Baku Baku no Mi. Possessing all three types of hockey. Capture alive. Good heavens, I was instantly famous. The world's bigwigs were in an uproar. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, wanted to recruit me. Empress Hancock, upon seeing the newspaper, was dumbfounded, likely recalling the shadows of her past as a slave. Doflamingo was laughing madly, nearly celebrating the misfortunes of the celestial dragons with champagne. The red-hair pirates were having a bonfire party, while Whitebeard was laughing heartily on the Moby Dick, shouting to open the wine. Fire Fist Ace was clamoring to fight me. Of course, at that moment, I was unaware of all this. I drifted at sea for 3 days, navigating toward Water 7 with the permanent pointer left by my parents. While studying how to utilize the Gura, know me guess what? I discovered that I could learn to create vibrations like Whitebeard, generating massive waves to propel the ship forward. Good heavens, this was like having a human-powered, turbocharged engine. I was both traveling and training, a perfect 2-for-1. After another 2 days, my control over this power grew increasingly proficient. The weather was splendid today, warm and sunny. I was enjoying the sea breeze when, lo and behold, what did I see? I was sailing my little rickety boat, and suddenly, 5 Navy warships appeared on the horizon. I recognized their flag at a glance. It belonged to the fleet transporting celestial dragons' treasures. Wasn't this a moving ATM? My friends, do you understand? This was not merely treasure. It was essentially my first bucket of gold delivered to me. I couldn't help but laugh. It was like they were delivering a package. The lead Navy brigadier was peering through a telescope, likely wondering, who is this reckless youth daring to sail a pirate ship alone? He surely didn't know that Doflamingo had built his fortune on seizing such goods. He thought no one would dare touch this shipment in the first half of the Grand Line, but today, he had crossed paths with me. I deliberately slowed my ship, staring directly at them. They were equally tense, with the Navy soldiers on board aiming their guns at me. The brigadier was comforting himself, saying, "There's only one person on that ship. He can't be formidable." Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed at me, screaming, his face turning pale. "It's Shunluo, the one who killed a celestial dragon. The bounty of 700 million Shunluo." Good heavens, that shout rendered the 5 ships silent in an instant. One could hear a pin drop. The brigadier's face turned ashen in an instant. He must be regretting his choices. Realizing that his first escort of the heavenly gold coincided with my formidable presence. Summoning his courage, he shouted at me, claiming that this was property of the celestial dragons and urging me to step aside, not to interfere with the Navy's operations. I was too indifferent to engage in conversation. I unleashed my conqueror's hockey. In an instant, the entire surface of the sea trembled thrice. In that fleeting moment, apart from the brigadier general, who remained on one knee gasping for breath, the other 80 or so individuals collapsed flat, slumbering deeply. The brigadier general, paralyzed with fear, tremblingly retrieved a small transponder snail and dialed the admiral's office at the Navy headquarters, pleading for assistance. I swiftly leaped over and snatched the transponder from his grasp. The aged Sengoku was still on the line, inquiring who was there. I boldly spoke into the receiver. "Admiral Sengoku, are you surprised?" Sengoku erupted, questioning my intentions and whether I aimed to provoke the Navy headquarters. I replied, "Indeed, you are correct. I intend to provoke you." He attempted to threaten me, but I retorted, "Is there anything more severe than harming a celestial dragon?" I informed him of my plans to raid the royal family in Alabasta, advising them to handle the situation as they saw fit. I cautioned him not to send that old man Kizaru, as he was too lackadaisical. Instead, dispatch Akainu, As I was eager to test my skills, I added one final note. By the way, I will be taking this batch of heavenly gold. Kindly inform those pests in Mariewa. Furthermore, I will collect their protection fee each time I encounter them. After hanging up, I imagined Sengoku's fury could lead to an aneurysm. Of course, my intentions to raid Alabasta were merely a ruse. My true goal was Water 7. After incapacitating the Navy, I inspected the spoils aboard each ship. To my astonishment, there were a total of 60 large chests filled with gold and silver treasures. Furthermore, I discovered 4 devil fruits concealed within. This was a significant boon, propelling my economic growth. I was concerned that my small vessel could not accommodate all these treasures, but the system promptly indicated that I could store them in the system's warehouse. Perfect. I gathered everything and sailed away on my small boat. When the Navy awakened and discovered their empty holds, they would surely weep in despair. On board, the system also unlocked a new feature for me. It turned out that for future investments, I would need to use devil fruits as premium currency. The investment duration could be expedited using either devil fruits or berries. I examined the 4 fruits in my possession and decided to wait until I reached Water 7 to make any decisions. After deceiving Sengoku, I activated the small vibration motor at the stern of my ship, letting the waves carry me forward. 2 days later, the magnificent Water 7 emerged before my eyes. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku indeed smashed a table in his fury and dispatched Admiral Akainu to Alabasta to apprehend me. Carp and the elderly Tsuru were nearby, analyzing the situation, suggesting that I might be bluffing. Unfortunately, Akainu was already en route in a furious state, destined to return empty-handed. Upon my arrival at Water 7, I donned a mask to maintain a low profile. After all, a bounty of 700 million was quite conspicuous. My sole purpose for being there was to seek out Mayor Iceberg, requesting that he construct for me a vessel of unparalleled caliber, crafted from the strongest atom wood. I proceeded directly to dock one of the galley law company and immediately recognized several familiar faces. The bespectacled blonde Secretary Khalifa, along with the stoic Rob Lucci cradling a pigeon. These CP9 agents have been lurking here for 4 years, all for the blueprints of Pluton, demonstrating remarkable perseverance. As I sat atop a pile of timber, observing the scene, Khalifa approached, accusing me of being rude and leering at her. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a kick toward my face. In my eyes, her movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, revealing countless openings. I remained seated, effortlessly deflecting all her attacks while taunting her. Your strength is feeble, lacking any power. Her face turned a shade of green with anger as she unleashed her techniques upon me. Yet, I remained undisturbed, effortlessly countering her efforts. The surrounding shipwrights watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. Ultimately, I casually sent her flying with a palm strike, and only then did she relent. I stood up and walked toward her, politely stating, "Miss Secretary, I wish to meet Mr. Iceberg. Please lead the way." Though she was infuriated, she was unable to contend with me, begrudgingly leading the way in her high heels. Upon entering Iceberg's office, I wasted no time and directly stated my desire to have a ship constructed comparable to the Oro Jackson, using atom wood as the material. Iceberg immediately intended to refuse, asserting that I, as a pirate, was unworthy. I smiled, delivering a crushing blow. "Iceberg, I am aware that you possess the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton." His expression shifted instantly, his breath becoming erratic. I continued, "Moreover, to safeguard the blueprints, you have entrusted them to your disciple Frankie." He appeared utterly dumbfounded, stammering that I was speaking nonsense. I decided to bluff him, claiming to possess the powers of the mind-reading fruit, asserting that I knew his every thought. This revelation shattered his composure. In a fit of rage, he drew a gun from his desk, attempting to shoot me while my guard was down. Bang! The gunshot rang out. He believed he had succeeded, only to realize that I had effortlessly pinched the bullet between my fingers. His expression was one of sheer disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, muttering "monster." I crushed the bullet to dust and told him, "Save your efforts. I have no interest in Pluton. Instead, I propose a trade. I will help you eliminate the CP9 agents that have infiltrated your ranks for 4 years, and in return, you will construct my ship." He appeared bewildered, inquiring about which agents. I pointed outside, saying, "Your precious Secretary Khalifa is one of them. She has been by your side for 4 years, and you still consider her a trusted ally." The shock on his face was palpable. It seemed as though his entire worldview had collapsed. How could it not? I had just directly exposed his most trusted confidants, revealing that his capable Secretary Khalifa and his most competent foreman Rob Lucci were both CP9 moles. His expression was akin to that of a farmer witnessing his prize cabbage being devoured by a pig. I laid out my terms. "My friend, you will construct a ship for me, utilizing the finest atom wood, and I will take care of these traitors for you, ensuring that you remain oblivious to the entire affair." Initially hesitant, he questioned whether I was truly a pirate. I replied, "Indeed, just a few days ago, I casually dispatched 2 celestial dragons in Sabaody. The newspapers have made it quite clear." His eyes widened in shock. I took the opportunity to remove my mask, and upon seeing my face, he gasped, instantly recognizing me. His demeanor shifted dramatically, and he readily agreed, declaring that the ship would be provided free of charge. He promised to use only the best materials to construct my dream vessel that would sail through the stars and seas. He even commended me for my actions against the celestial dragons, expressing his long-standing disdain for those scoundrels. Thus, the deal was struck. He allocated 6 days for the construction of the ship, instructing me to keep it a secret and await my signal, while Iceberg tirelessly sketched designs. The 2 CP9 agents were not idle either. That very night, Rob Lucci met with Khalifa in a secluded alley. Khalifa remarked that Iceberg's gaze toward her had been peculiar that day, as if he was wary of her. Lucci, being quite perceptive, immediately suspected that they might have been exposed. Khalifa, however, remained defiant, insisting that it was impossible, claiming she would investigate him that night to discover what lay beneath her mask. Lucci warned her, sensing that my strength was extraordinary, potentially rivaling his own, and advised her to exercise caution. Little did she know, at that moment, I was in my room unboxing a surprise. This week's lottery opportunity yielded 2 heavyweight characters. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the Captain Commander Yamamoto. Family, who understands? Captain Yamamoto's flowing blade, epitomizes the romance of manhood. It must be acquired. I wagered 4 devil fruits as offerings and poured in all the celestial gold I had seized, propelling my investment progress by 50 years. Now, I await a grand revelation. Just as I settled everything, I sensed a movement in my ear. Ah, speak of the devil. And he appears. As I activated my Kenbunchika haki, I was taken aback to find Khalifa like a curious kitten at my doorstep. With a click, the door unlocked, and a shadow slipped inside. "Sister, have you come to deliver me results?" I feigned slumber, regulating my breathing to a steady rhythm. She leaned in, illuminated by the moonlight, and upon seeing my face, her hand flew to her mouth, her eyes nearly popping out. Likely, her mind was already calculating how to capture me, ascend the ranks, and reach the pinnacle of her career. While she was engrossed in her fantasy, I made my move. I offered her no chance to react, springing from my bed and landing a punch right into her abdomen. She doubled over in pain, curling into a shrimp-like form. I chuckled. "Save your effort. I've already informed the Iceberg about your CP9 secrets. Your plans are in ruins." She stood frozen, retreating step by step until she hit the wall. I mentioned that my ship was in need of a cook, yet she was reluctant. Deciding to cement this memory, I delivered 2 more punches, rendering her unconscious. I secured her with ropes and sealed her mouth with tape. Perfect. For days swiftly passed, and Rob Lucci's side was in a frenzy, like ants on a hot skillet. Khalifa, a living person, had vanished without a trace, while Iceberg remained as composed as ever, knowing well that something was amiss. That night, I confronted the now-recruited Khalifa in my room, presenting her with 2 choices: join my ship as a cook or be sent to the underworld. Besides, with your mission failed, the world government would not spare you. Just as we were speaking, I sensed a powerful presence. I leaped from the window and, with a few agile movements, landed on the rooftop, awaiting him. Upon seeing me, Rob Lucci froze for a moment, taken aback by my unmasked visage. Instantly recognizing me, his eyes sharpened like daggers. Rob Lucci, I began. His expression turned frigid. I didn't expect it to be you. Is Khalifa with you? Indeed. She has already been swayed to my side, I teased. His fists clenched, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. A dangerous individual like you must be eliminated. Before I could finish my sentence, he unleashed a powerful move. The Six Kings gun. The momentum was akin to the explosive effects of a 2025 cybernetic wrath. Yet, I stood unfazed, delivering a simple punch in return, resulting in him stumbling back 5 or 6 steps without me moving an inch. Unwilling to concede, he attempted another strike with a finger gun, his fingers firing like a Gatling gun. I activated my Busashoka Haki and deflected all his attacks. Now it's my turn, I declared, delivering a kick infused with tremors to his waist, sending shockwaves through the air. He sailed through the sky like a kite with severed strings, finding the space too constrained. I pursued him and landed another punch, propelling him from a residential area into an open field. Enraged, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall leopard man, muscles bulging. His presence indeed terrifying. He attempted to engage me in a speed contest, using Soru to ambush me. How amusing. With my precognitive Kinbunchika Haki, I anticipated his every move. I casually struck where he would appear, sending him flying once more. This time, he was utterly incensed, pouring every ounce of strength into a maximum Six Kings gun, the shockwave resembling a drill aimed at me. The result? Merely a tickle. To me, it felt like a simple massage, and I didn't budge an inch. He stood bewildered, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, I landed a punch imbued with tremors squarely into his abdomen. The ground beneath him erupted, creating a 5-meter-deep crater, enveloped in dust and debris. I stepped into the haze, ready to send him off for the final time. Truth be told, sending him off was somewhat unnecessary. As the dust settled, it revealed that my punch had launched him over 100 meters, crashing through several buildings until he became embedded in a wall. Unable to be removed, I strolled over, observing his labored breaths, resembling a deflated sack, his eyes glazed over. I thought it fitting to exchange a few words before departing. My friend, weren't you always proclaiming that the weak deserve death? How does it feel now to be the sinner yourself? Isn't it quite the bitter irony? To my surprise, he stubbornly retorted, coughing up blood. Indeed, the weak have no right to live. I couldn't help but chuckle. Well, you have conviction. Your theory of dark justice sounds grating to my ears. It's far too extreme. You, a genius skilled in the 6 styles, chose to become a spy. Doesn't that hinder your leveling up? Encountering me was your misfortune. He struggled to inquire, why are you targeting us? I crouched down, sincerely explaining. First, someone paid for it. Secondly, I simply dislike the world government. Moreover, let me tell you, your group operates with such inefficiency. Why not just bind Iceberg and torture him? What else with the subterfuge? Have you watched too many spy dramas? Having said that, I grew weary of the chatter and landed a punch squarely to his forehead. The white shockwave flashed, and his head exploded in an instant, the wall behind him collapsing like a row of dominoes, creating a ruckus akin to a demolition site. Task completed. The following morning, I whistled my way back to the hotel, a white dove in hand, the very one belonging to Rob Lucci. Upon seeing the dove, Khalifa turned pale, her lips trembling as she asked, "What happened to Rob Lucci?" I effortlessly untied her, stating, "Indeed, he is dead. The cause? Consider it a vendetta. Your CP9 has committed such acts before, haven't you?" The moment the word vendetta escaped my lips, she trembled like a leaf. Her expression was one of shattered worldview. In her mind, Rob Lucci was synonymous with invincibility, yet now, just like that, he was gone. I patted her shoulder. "From now on, congratulations, you are free." She appeared bewildered. "Free?" I smiled. "Of course, it's a limited freedom. To put it simply, my rules dictate your freedom. Listen to me, and you will live well. Understood?" This clever girl comprehended swiftly, nodding enthusiastically within 20 seconds. "I understand." Naturally, she had no choice but to understand. She couldn't even defeat Rob Lucci, while I could obliterate him in an instant. This question was akin to an open book exam, the answers written plainly on her face. I approached the window, releasing the dove, casually remarking, "All right, prepare yourself. Our next destination is Judicial Island. Your colleagues should also be on their way." Khalifa was instantly struck dumb. Are you planning to eliminate them all? I turned back to her, offering an analogy. Flies buzz incessantly in front of you, irritating. If you don't swat them all at once, more will come to join. I despise trouble. Family, who understands? A slight tremor for the world government. It's all about uprooting the source. We exchange with Iceberg and receive my new ship. What a magnificent vessel it is. 60 meters long, crafted from the wood of the legendary Atom Tree, with a power system modified by Frankie, fueled by cola. Simply astounding. Iceberg glanced at Khalifa behind me, still harboring doubts. I reassured him, rest assured, CP9 has been wiped out. No one will trouble you henceforth. Having bid farewell to the Iceberg, I did not hasten to board the ship. Instead, accompanied by Khalifa, I directly boarded the maritime train bound for Justice Island. Half an hour later, we stood at the entrance of Justice Island. Khalifa, visibly anxious, had sweaty palms and exclaimed, "Are you really going to force your way in? This is the stronghold of the world government." I paid her no heed and strode forward. As the guards at the entrance approached to question me, I could hardly be bothered to lift my eyelids. Unleashing my conqueror's haki, a wave of overwhelming power surged forth. In an instant, they collapsed like wheat being harvested, and the world fell silent. Khalifa, witnessing the spectacle behind me, was left agape, likely having never encountered such a display in her life. Her gaze shifted from fear to awe, and I suspected her earlier doubts had been utterly extinguished. With my observation haki, I scanned the surroundings and noted that there were still a few individuals present. The remaining CP9 members, Gabra and Bruno, were in a room drinking with their inept superior, Spandam. I casually strolled to the entrance and instructed Khalifa that one named Spandam is yours, the other two are mine. Khalifa hesitated, mentioning that Spandam's father was a high-ranking official. I retorted, "What do you think I'm keeping you around for? To be a mere ornament?" She instantly grasped my intent, gritted her teeth, and declared, "I will kill him." As we entered, the trio was engrossed in boastful chatter. Spandam, particularly arrogant, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What are you afraid of? Does he dare come to Justice Island? This is my territory. He'd need more than courage." Just as he finished speaking, his gaze fell upon me. I greeted them with a smile. "Hello, everyone. I heard you were discussing me. No need to rush. I'm here to escort you on your journey." The expressions on Gabra and Bruno's faces turned pale with fear, rendering them speechless. Only Spandam, the fool, responded with laughter, pointing at me. "Ha ha ha, so you're the one known as Shenluo? You tread where angels fear to tread. Kneel and bow before me, and I may grant you a swift death." Gabra and Bruno looked at him as if he were a brainless fool. I had no desire to waste words on him and directly issued a command to Khalifa. "Leave no corpse intact." Khalifa swiftly charged forward, executing a powerful kick that struck Spandam squarely on the temple. His head crumpled like a rotten watermelon, his eyes nearly bulging out as he crashed against the wall, unconscious. Gabra and Bruno stood in shock. I wasted no time. In a flash, I appear before them. "What are you staring at? Your opponent is me." With a double fist strike, I delivered one blow to each of their abdomens, the force shaking their insides into a pulp. Mission accomplished. Khalifa efficiently dealt with Spandam, ensuring no trace remained. Before leaving, I waved at the surveillance nail on the wall, smiling as if to greet the world government. Khalifa was nearly frantic, exclaiming that I was provoking them recklessly, and once the Marine admirals arrived, we would be doomed. I was utterly unconcerned. I led her across the bridge connecting to the Gate of Justice, advising her to stand back. Then, I focused my energy and unleashed a punch towards the Gate of Justice. In that moment, the air itself seemed to shatter, creating a web of cracks akin to broken glass. Subsequently, the bridge beneath us, stretching over 100 meters, began to tremble violently before collapsing into the sea with a thunderous roar. Towering waves surged up to dozens of meters, resembling a tsunami. Khalifa trembled in fear, stammering the word monster. I retracted my fist and turned to leave, feeling invigorated. Upon returning to Water 7, we procured a vast array of supplies and set sail 3 hours later. As expected, my audacious actions had infuriated the elders of Mariewa. The 5 elders convened daily, cursing me, while Spandam's father wept and howled for my suffering. The Navy was in an uproar as well. Akainu was enraged after a failed mission in Alabasta, erupting in magma across the sea, reportedly boiling the waters. Meanwhile, on the third day after leaving Water 7, a new bounty was issued, 750 million berries. Khalifa benefited from my notoriety, becoming a trader with a bounty of 30 million. That night, Khalifa stood at the bow, feeling the sea breeze when suddenly, her eyes widened in terror as she pointed towards the distant sea. Having just finished the dinner she prepared, I was about to retire for the night when she burst into the cabin in a frenzy, her voice pitched higher with panic. "It's bad. Captain, there's someone riding a bicycle on the sea." I was taken aback. Riding a bicycle on the sea? As we rushed to the deck, we beheld an astonishing sight. Under the moonlight, a tall, slender figure wearing an eye patch leisurely pedaled a bicycle, leaving a long trail of ice on the water, heading directly towards our ship. Khalifa's face turned ashen, her teeth chattering. "It's the Marine Admiral Akiji. I tell you, this fellow was casually riding a bicycle as if strolling on the sea." Khalifa was beside herself with fear, while I, the protagonist Shunluo, was preparing to rest when I learned Akiji was approaching. I sat up, unfazed, even finding it slightly amusing. He understood the stakes. My previous encounter with Kizuru had been a learning experience, but now, times had changed. After flattening Justice Island and enduring rigorous training, my combat experience had surged, and I felt confident, especially in this sea, where Akiji could freeze it. I boasted that my Gura no Mi could turn the sea into a washboard. Khalifa was frantic. "Brother, do you not realize the gravity of the situation? This is an admiral. If we are captured, we will end up and impelled down." Shunluo waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested she was thinking too small. "Go back to sleep. Don't hinder my operations. Trust in your captain, understand?" With that, he leapt off the ship with extraordinary grace. The new ship was precious, and he was cautious not to damage it. He stood suspended in midair, as if pedaling on two wheels of fire, and 100 meters away, Akiji finally noticed him, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Likely thinking, "I just came out for a stroll. How did I stumble upon the jackpot?" They exchanged words across the distance, Akiji's languid tone remarking, Well, what a coincidence to run into you here. It seems I've struck gold." Shunluo replied with equal bravado, "I didn't expect this either. I suppose I have no choice but to spar with you." He even pointed to his new ship. "Remember this vessel. It's called the King's ship. Report back to your admiral." The verbal sparring concluded swiftly, as Shunluo wasted no time. No sooner had he finished speaking than he struck the air with a punch. With a crack. Those who understand know, he literally shattered the atmosphere, creating glass-like fissures. Akiji exclaimed in surprise, but before he could react, the sea beneath him erupted. A 30-meter-high tidal wave surged forth, akin to a moving skyscraper, crashing down upon Akiji. Akiji's expression transitioned from astonishment to shock and ultimately to grave seriousness. He understood that this young man before him was no ordinary opponent. He was a youthful version of Whitebeard, not to be underestimated. In a moment of crisis, he extended his right hand, sending forth a shard of ice that instantly froze the towering wave into a glistening ice mountain. Not only that, the cold spread rapidly, transforming the surrounding sea into an ice rink in the blink of an eye. Shunluo, witnessing this, was delighted and directed another punch at the ice wall. The wall shattered. With another punch, ice shards flew through the air like bullets aimed at Akiji. The individual surged forward, his fist halting just 30 centimeters before Qingji. The force of his punch tousling Qingji's hair. Are the youth of today truly this fierce? No sooner had Qingji finished his thought than a resounding crack echoed, and his very being shattered. Indeed, you heard correctly. His icy form was directly obliterated. He was sent flying by a single punch, skidding across the ice for 20 to 30 meters before coming to a stop. Remarkably, being elemental allowed him to reassemble. In an instant, Qingji coalesced into his form and, with a swift motion, unleashed a devastating attack known as Bao Jize, summoning a colossal ice bird that charged forth with ferocity. Yet what was the outcome? Shunluo, disinterested, delivered another light punch, reducing the iceberg to mere shards scattered across the sky. Unfazed, Qingji opted for close combat with 2 ice spears. 4 ice spears materialized from thin air, thrusting directly towards Xinluo's face. The result was the same. Upon contact, they shattered. Qingji felt numb, perceiving not a mere 15-year-old boy before him, but a seasoned elder with a white beard. His speed was unparalleled, mastering the 6 styles, shave, yet Xinluo's Kenbunchiko Haki seemed to operate on another level, effortlessly predicting and countering his every attack. I can also use 6 styles, shave, Xinluo declared unexpectedly, his figure flashing as he appeared before Qingji, his fist enveloped in haki, dark and gleaming, aimed squarely at Qingji's chest. In a hurry, Qingji fortified himself with haki, their fists colliding with a resounding boom, creating a massive crater in the ice beneath them, akin to a missile strike. Qingji's fists tingled, his mind racing with thoughts. What material is this fist made of? Is Vice Admiral Karp perhaps your relative? Without granting him a moment's respite, Xinluo unleashed a barrage of punches, each one landing with force. Qingji was forced to retreat repeatedly, his chest tightening as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you some kind of monster?" Xinluo retorted while striking, "If I am stronger at 15 than you are, then indeed I am." With that, he delivered a heavy punch followed by a kick imbued with haki, striking Qingji's waist with resounding force. Qingji was sent spinning like a top, but the onslaught did not cease. Xinluo pursued, his fist not only imbued with haki, but also secretly enhanced by the powers of the Jinjin fruit, compressing that force into the surface of his fist. This punch landed squarely in Qingji's abdomen. Qingji's haki defense faltered for mere milliseconds, and those milliseconds proved fatal. He felt as though his internal organs were being crushed, his body reduced to that of a cooked shrimp, instantly losing all combat capability, and he was sent flying once more. Now, Qingji was genuinely alarmed. He realized that conventional tactics would not suffice against this monster. Rising to his feet without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move, Ice Ball. A wave of frigid energy enveloped Xinluo, encasing him within a massive ice sphere. Yet, his unease lingered. This boy was undeniably peculiar. Thus, Qingji frantically gestured, layering ice upon ice as if crafting dumplings, employing the ice time capsule. Freezing time, Ice Age. He unleashed his most potent techniques without a second thought. Ultimately, a colossal ice sphere, nearly 20 meters in diameter and harder than steel, was born. At last, Qingji exhaled in relief, plopping down onto the ice surface, pulling out a Denmushi to call for reinforcements. "Hello, Admiral Sengoku? I've captured the target. He's inside the ice ball. It's a bit cumbersome, but the task is complete." On the other end, Sengoku leapt from his chair, and even Akainu's eternally stoic face revealed a flicker of emotion. Finally, they had ensnared this troublesome youth. On board the ship, Khalifa, witnessing this scene through a telescope, collapsed onto the ground, realizing they were truly headed for Impel Down. But do you think this was the end? Let me tell you, Xinluo possessed an advantage. Just as the biting cold within the ice sphere threatened to freeze him solid, he quietly murmured within his heart, "System, terminate investment, tally returns." The next instant, a mechanical voice echoed, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained Yamamoto Genryu Sai, Shigekuni's swordsmanship level. Acquire the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka." Inside the ice sphere, a seemingly ordinary katana materialized in Xinluo's hand. Gripping the blade, his demeanor shifted dramatically as he softly chanted, "Shinra Bansho, all is ash, Ryujin Jaka." A thunderous eruption of flames burst forth from the blade. The searing heat caused the specially crafted thick ice surrounding him to begin melting and shattering, as if it were summer ice cream. Hearing the commotion, Qingji turned, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He beheld the interior of the massive ice sphere glowing with blinding red light, the entire sphere emitting white smoke. Resembling a pressure cooker. Fire? How could this be possible? In that moment of shock, the ice sphere exploded with a deafening bang. Amidst the towering flames, Xinluo emerged, brandishing the blazing katana as if he were the deity of fire himself. stepping forth with purpose. He pointed the sword at the astonished Qingji, calmly proclaiming, "Qingji, your ice is of no use to me." Qingji stood in disbelief, utterly stunned. "Aren't you the one with the baku fruit? Isn't the mara fruit with ace?" Shenluo, with a mischievous grin, casually replied, "Oh, this sword has consumed the flame fruit. I intended to say, your deception is merely abstract." Seizing the moment while Qingji's mind was in disarray, Shenluo struck. A punch imbued with overwhelming force struck Qingji's chest, sending him flying 300 to 400 meters, crashing into the sea and dispersing into a flurry of ice shards. As Qingji reassembled on the distant sea surface, barely steadying himself, he witnessed Shenluo, katana in hand, casually deliver a horizontal slash toward him. Fun Chunghua. In the next heartbeat, an enormous wall of flames erupted from the ground, forming a colossal fiery cage that ensnared Qingji. The temperature was such that Qingji felt it was hotter than Akainu's magma. As soon as his ice appeared, it was instantly vaporized, leaving him feeling as if he were in an air fryer. Desperately, he summoned ice birds to break free, yet upon contact with the firewall, they vanished without a trace. Shenluo was not finished. He reinforced the firewall with 2 additional layers, then contentedly sheathed his sword and leaped back onto the ship, humbly concealing his achievements. "Let us depart," he stated to the already bewildered Khalifa. Trembling, she inquired, Did you kill Qingji? Kill him? Not quite. A Marine admiral is not so easily dispatched. However, he has certainly been severely injured. 5 days later, at Marine headquarters, Qingji was rescued by a warship. His body covered in severe burns, half of his hair scorched, still in a state of unconsciousness. Sengoku, Karp, and others surrounded the hospital bed, perplexed, unanimously concluding that a mysterious fire expert must have rescued him, never suspecting that it was all the work of that singular 15-year-old boy. Meanwhile, Shenluo sat aboard his ship, contemplating his next destination to the Sky Island, hoping to acquire Enel's rumble fruit. This endeavor, I assure you, is not solely for my own gain. I am merely considering obtaining the rumble fruit to benefit Khalifa. Otherwise, when I venture into the new world, her strength may lag behind, becoming a mere hindrance. Currently, this little secretary handles everything: cooking, cleaning, battle navigation, and providing quips. She is a versatile caretaker. Moreover, she is quite pleasing to the eye, much preferable to being surrounded by a group of rough men. Hence, it is only reasonable to elevate her abilities. As for me, I have yet to fully master the Jinjin fruit, so I am not greedy for more. Besides, dealing with Enel would also serve the greater good, as he has been tyrannizing the residents of Sky Island, who likely prayed daily for his demise. Upon hearing that I intend to procure the rumble fruit for her, Khalifa was so moved she nearly burst into tears, suddenly treating me as an adult and herself as a little maid. The next day, we arrived beneath the Sky Island. I must tell you, if one wishes to ascend to the heavens, one must rely on a phenomenon known as the ascending current. This occurrence graces us with its presence 5 times a month. To put it plainly, it involves a colossal cavern beneath the sea, where water rushes in, heated by magma, resulting in a tremendous explosion of steam that propels a super water column soaring thousands of meters into the sky. The following day, we seized the opportunity as Khalifa navigated our vessel towards the ominous whirlpool that seemed capable of devouring everything. Her face paled as she exclaimed her fear of being consumed. Remaining calm, I reassured her, "Steer into it. I am here with you." To our astonishment, as soon as our ship plunged into the vortex's center, the tumultuous waters became eerily still, and the whirlpool vanished in an instant. Khalifa was momentarily bewildered, but in the next moment, the sea beneath us bulged like a balloon, followed by a resounding boom. A colossal, transparent water column lifted our ship upwards with astounding velocity. The spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. It felt as if we were careening upward like an out-of-control roller coaster. Khalifa, terrified, cried out, prompting me to urge her to unfurl the sails, harnessing the upward gusts to stabilize our vessel. Finally, she grasped the situation and, in a flurry, raised the sails, successfully steadying the ship. suspended above the water column. Resembling a reverse voyage, we burst through the thick clouds of the accumulation of the emperors of the sky. A brilliant vista unfolded before us, illuminated by the sun, revealing a vast expanse of white cloud seas and floating islands. Upon arrival, we encountered a few reckless knights of the sky who attempted to cause trouble. I, with minimal effort, drew but a fraction of my blade, its gleams slicing through the clouds, leaving behind traces of crimson and restoring tranquility. The deity of the floating islands, Inaru, had already sensed our presence using his observation hockey. However, this individual was so consumed by arrogance that he thought, mere insect from Shanghai, how amusing. I shall rest for now and entertain you later. This was a blatant invitation to disaster. We charged directly towards his stronghold, pausing only to procure a basket of fruits, an essential tool for our endeavor. Upon reaching the island of the gods, Inaru's 4 priests emerged to obstruct our path. I thought to myself that I could not be the sole source of offense, so I swiftly dispatched the 2 strongest among them, leaving the remaining pair for Catastrophe to hone her skills. I must say, this woman is fierce. The 2 priests unleashed a flurry of attacks, forcing her into a precarious position, nearly leading to her demise several times. Yet, gritting her teeth, she dislocated her right arm, audibly resetting it with a snap, concealing her pain from me, and ultimately managed to turn the tide, defeating both priests. Inaru, awakened abruptly from his throne in the temple, could hardly fathom the loss of his subordinates. Impossible, he raged, just as we breached the door. His fury ignited upon seeing us, and with his golden staff crackling with electricity, he proclaimed, "Prepare to experience the might of a god." Catastrophe, witnessing this, was understandably alarmed. After all, that was the Rumble Fruit's power. However, I granted him no opportunity to boast. Before he could strike a pose, I materialized before him, my hockey fully charged, delivering a single, forceful blow to his forehead. The impact resounded like thunder, indenting his face as he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the temple wall, creating a gaping hole. Emerging through the breach, I found him sprawled upon the ground, his teeth shattered, eyes glazed over, muttering, "How could I have been struck? Tell me, did you believe that being a Logia type made you invincible? Clearly, you have never encountered hockey," I retorted. Struggling to rise, he wasted no time, unleashing a torrent of electricity. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. 60 million volts, Thunderdragon. 3 crackling entities surged towards me. I effortlessly evaded them, then swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick, imbued with advanced hockey, squarely into his abdomen. His body curled into a shrimp-like position as he spiraled into the depths of the forest, carving a trench over 100 meters long. He was left speechless, and I descended upon him with a decisive strike. The force of my punch reverberated through the forest, creating a massive crater in the ground. 2 minutes later, I emerged, dragging Inaru's lifeless body from the pit, a gaping hole in his chest, utterly defeated. Catastrophe waited outside, holding the basket of fruits. I discarded the corpse and instructed her to spill the fruits beside it. Within a minute, one of the pineapples transformed, its color brightening, adorned with spiral patterns and enlarging significantly. Success. I expended 10 million berries to eliminate the side effects of the Rumble fruit and handed it to Catastrophe. "Eat up." It is said that its taste resembles that of excrement. Yet Catastrophe, displaying remarkable courage, grimaced and devoured every bite, ultimately collapsing to the ground, retching and paling. However, the next moment, as she beheld the arcs of electricity dancing from her hands, her excitement nearly drove her to madness. Once she composed herself, I brushed off the dust and declared, "All done, let us depart." We lingered on the floating island for another month. I focused on mastering the Tremor fruit while simultaneously extracting a significant amount of gold from the land of gold, Shandora, enabling several more projections. Under my guidance, Catastrophe developed her mastery of the Rumble fruit, exploring concepts such as electromagnetic force and repulsion, far surpassing Inaru's abilities, crucially retaining her ability to swim, unafraid of sea stone. Just as we prepared to leave, chaos erupted in the Grand Line. At the Marine headquarters, Aokiji awakened, informing Sengoku of my ability to knock him back with a single punch and my possession of a flame-wielding sword. The upper echelons of the Navy deliberated, their concern mounting over my alarming potential. Consequently, a new bounty was issued, proclaiming the Flame Sword God with a staggering reward of 1,500,000,000. One moniker and some. It was evident they intended to attract the likes of Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, to challenge me. A cunning stratagem indeed. The pirate world erupted in disbelief. How could an unknown youth warrant such a bounty? Countless individuals clamored to claim my head. Far across the seas, Mihawk, paddling his coffin-like vessel, caught sight of my bounty, a flicker of interest crossing his gaze. Of course, I was blissfully unaware of these developments at the time. After departing the floating island, we sailed for 7 to 8 days, heading towards Sabaody archipelago, intending to pay our respects to Rayleigh. That afternoon, I took a brief nap in the cabin while Khalifa diligently trained on the deck, pouring sweat as she pushed herself, determined not to become a burden. Suddenly, she halted, her attention captured by a massive red ship, drawn by 2 enormous sea serpents, approaching us directly. The 9 snake pirates. And there she was, the world's most beautiful woman, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Those who understand know the gravity of this moment. Khalifa's heart raced. It wasn't fear of defeat that troubled her, but rather the dread of me being enchanted by the empress. After all, that woman could make even men feel inferior, let alone other women. Khalifa's gaze toward me shifted, likely indicating her newfound affection, as her protective instincts flared up, wary of any other women encroaching upon our world. Seeing Hancock's ship approaching, Khalifa perceived it as a direct threat to our sanctuary. She was determined to maintain our solitude, refusing to allow any other woman to intrude. While I remained asleep, Khalifa unleashed bursts of electricity from her hands, her eyes crackling with determination as she glared at the 9-snake ship, declaring, "Boa Hancock, leave at once. If you do not, you shall perish." My partner is still sleeping. Simultaneously, aboard the 9-snake ship, one of the female warriors spotted us. "Lady Hancock, a large ship has been sighted ahead." "Wow, that vessel appears incredibly magnificent. It must be quite valuable. Lady Hancock, should we attack it?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the most striking woman aboard, the 9-snake Empress Boa Hancock, lazily lifted her eyelids, exuding an aura of both lethargy and dominance. "A ship? Pirates?" Her voice barely rose above a whisper. Her subordinate quickly responded, reporting to Lady Hancock, "It does not display a pirate flag. We cannot discern its origins. I must convey to you that the Josha pirates are no mere underlings. They are recognized as the Shichibukai, officially sanctioned to engage in acts of piracy. So long as they do not overstep their bounds, the Navy tends to turn a blind eye. One cannot merely speak of robbery. Even if Hancock were to slap the Navy in the face, they would still praise her prowess. For what is her charm? Her beauty. Such allure grants her the liberty to act as she pleases." Thus, the order to attack was given, yet the Empress displayed no spirit, merely waving her hand, indicating that she would return the following day, deeming the matter trivial and expressing her fatigue. Her 2 sisters quickly stepped forward to pledge their loyalty. "Rest easy, dear sister. We shall handle everything." With that, the Empress uttered a single word, closed her eyes, and succumbed to slumber. Those who understand realize that true supreme beings are remarkably unpretentious. Mere minnows do not warrant her attention. The warriors of Josha, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, prepared to charge forth. Their vessels, drawn by 2 colossal sea kings, possessed pure, untainted power and remarkable speed. Each member aspired to make a name for themselves in the presence of the Empress, as it was their dream to associate with the world's most beautiful woman. Such an association brought honor to their name. However, unbeknownst to them, our aloof Empress was troubled within. She was not truly fatigued. Rather, her thoughts were consumed by a man. I must tell you, this lady has recently succumbed to the whims of love. In her heart resides a figure she has only glimpsed in newspapers, a man named Shenluo, the very one bold enough to slay a celestial dragon. This revelation struck a chord deep within Hancock, who once endured the shackles of the celestial dragons. Now, With someone vanquishing her most loathed enemies, the emotional impact was profound. Consequently, she found herself daydreaming over the bounty notice of Shenluo, captivated by his otherworldly visage, effectively ensnaring her own heart. Remarkably, even without having met him, she envisioned names for their future offspring. For a month, with no news of Shenluo, her worries for his safety persisted. Meanwhile, as the Empress indulged in her romantic fantasies, Khalifa was far from idle. The confrontation was imminent. Observing the fierce ship approaching, she smirked at the audacity of the Shichibukai. To her, they were mere pirates, emboldened by the privileges bestowed upon them by the world government. Today, they would taste the might of Khalifa. Bursting with electricity, she declared her intent to silence any who dared disturb her master's peace, threatening to send them to the depths of the sea as fish food. Behold my 30 million volts of lightning. I, Khalifa, shall become the sole queen of lightning for my master. In an instant, she thrust her hands forward, and lo, a colossal phoenix, crafted entirely of pure lightning, surged forth with a deafening shriek. Its wings spanned 10 meters, embodying an apocalyptic force, barreling towards the Josha pirates. The crew aboard the opposing vessel was momentarily befuddled. What was that? A bluebird? No, it seemed illusory, yet undeniably real. Charged with electricity, it hurtled towards them. Prepare for battle. Engage. The Josha crew descended into chaos. The Empress's second sister, Boa Sandasonia, confident in her prowess, brandished her weapon to confront the oncoming threat. Yet, did she ponder whether that was indeed a mere bird? It was lightning. As her weapon penetrated the body of the lightning phoenix, the spectacle was astounding. The 30 million volts coursed through her, and the phoenix disregarded her feeble weapon, passing straight through her. Sandasonia shrieked in agony, her body convulsing uncontrollably for several seconds, her hair standing on end, smoke emanating from her mouth, before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Lady Sandasonia, her comrades were thrown into panic. This commotion finally roused our slumbering empress. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld her sister sprawled on the ground, smoke rising from her body as if she had emerged from a microwave. Who did this? A terrifying aura erupted from the empress. Above all else, she cherished her two sisters, and witnessing her second sister harmed ignited her fury. With a swift motion, she rushed to check on Sandasonia, relieved to find her merely fainted. Raising her gaze, her eyes glimmered with murderous intent as she glared at the opposing ship. Who is responsible? A crew member named Marguerite quickly reported. It was her. They sent forth a lightning bird, and Lady Sandasonia went to confront it then. I shall not let you escape. The Empress was utterly enraged, commanding the two sea kings to accelerate furiously. The distance between their ships closed to a mere 30 meters. At this moment, she finally discerned the golden-haired woman on the enemy deck, Khalifa. Khalifa, upon noticing her, felt a jolt of apprehension. The reality was even more breathtaking than the photographs. Jealousy mingled with anxiety as she feared that Shenluo might awaken and, upon seeing the world's most beautiful woman, lose his heart. To whom would she turn for solace? No, she could not allow this woman near her master. Today, she must defeat her through her own strength. Khalifa steeled her resolve, raising her hands skyward. 30 million volts of thunder. Above the Josha pirates, an immense cloud, darker than ink, swiftly gathered, enveloping their entire ship. Countless serpents of lightning writhed within the clouds, creating an atmosphere akin to a trial by tribulation. I shall strike you down. Do you truly believe yourselves invincible? Khalifa sneered. The Empress sensed something amiss, glancing upward in shock. How had the storm clouds gathered so closely? It was that woman. The Empress's gaze locked onto Khalifa. You have successfully enraged me. With a powerful push against the ship's railing, she propelled herself like a cannonball, soaring across the 30 meters, landing firmly upon Shenluo's vessel. Khalifa was taken aback, her ultimate attack still charging. How had she traversed the distance so rapidly? Just in time. Boa Hancock, today you shall beg for mercy. Khalifa did not hesitate, executing a swift kick in retaliation. You wish for me to plead? You vile woman, you have yet to witness my true strength. The Empress scoffed, sidestepping effortlessly while delivering a kick of her own. Fragrant leg. If this kick connected, the struck area would instantly petrify and crumble. Yet, who was Khalifa? A user of the rumble fruit. A Logia type. The Empress had not activated her haki. How could she land a blow? The Empress's leg passed directly through Khalifa, who watched in disbelief as the impacted area transformed into a flickering mass of lightning. You possess the powers of a Logia? The Empress's expression shifted. And what of it? Khalifa's thoughts raced, desperately urging her to leave. I advise you to depart quickly. Do not awaken my master. Arrogant. The Empress mocked. Do not think your Logia gives you an advantage before me. In the next moment, the Empress's demeanor transformed entirely. Her form was enveloped in an invisible layer of haki. Her strikes were as swift as lightning, delivering a relentless flurry of 5 kicks, each imbued with devastating force. Khalifa found herself in dire straits. She had only recently acquired the rumble fruit and was no match for a top-tier powerhouse like Hancock. With a series of brutal impacts, she was violently kicked in the waist, launching her like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily against the main mast. Who dares harm my sister? You wretched woman. The Empress advanced, seizing Khalifa by the collar, her right hand raised high, poised to deliver a strike to her face. Dazed and disoriented, Khalifa sought to retaliate, but suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared with uncanny swiftness. It was the shave technique. Shenluo had arrived. With a resounding crack, a sharp and echoing sound filled the air. Yet, the one to be sent flying was not Khalifa, but the world's most beautiful woman, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. She was forcefully swept away by an irresistible force. And then Shenluo followed up with a kick that sent her crashing against the ship's railing on the opposite side. Had he not feared damaging his new vessel, that kick could have easily plunged her into the sea. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Regardless of your title as the Pirate Empress or the world's most beautiful woman, I shall not relent. I must tell you, Shenluo cherished his midday nap with unwavering consistency, and today he was rudely awakened to find his crew member being attacked, which immediately ignited his fury. My lord, upon seeing Shenluo, Khalifa's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by both emotion and excitement. Who among the family truly understands? This is the Pirate Empress. Which man could possibly remain unfazed? Yet, for the sake of his lord, she dared to strike such an unparalleled beauty. What does this signify? It signifies that his heart belongs solely to her. Is there a problem? Shenluo's tone was nonchalant, yet to Khalifa, it resonated as the most tender concern in the world. Indeed, there is a problem. I was kicked several times. Khalifa wasted no time pointing an accusing finger at Hancock, secretly reveling in her malice. That vile woman, how she must irk my lord. She hastily exaggerated. The Kuja pirates attempted to seize our ship, and I merely retaliated. She assaulted me first. As a Shichibukai, how impressive. Shenluo approached the dazed Hancock, crouching down to meet her gaze. This woman was undeniably beautiful. But what of it? In this ruthless world, strength is paramount. He unsheathed his blade, Lurin Rohuo, and with a swift motion, embedded it beside Hancock's ear, the blade mere millimeters from her face, severing several strands of hair. At that moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Lord Shenluo. Hancock looked up, her expression shifting from shock and fury to one of bashfulness, admiration, and infatuation, as if she longed to leap into his embrace. Shenluo was momentarily taken aback. My lord, what is happening? Yet his mind quickly grasped the situation. It was likely his prior act of slaying the celestial dragons that had endeared him to this former slave. In light of this, he resolved to capitalize on the opportunity. I am Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress, she declared, her cheeks flushed, pondering whether this was fate. He was indeed unlike any other man. His gaze held no disgusting desires. He was truly special. Shenluo dismissed her flattery, addressing the matter directly. You struck my crew member. How shall we resolve this? The woman behind me is of great importance to me. I shall apologize to her, Hancock declared without hesitation. Khalifa stood in astonishment, baffled by this woman's sudden change. Shenluo chuckled. Is an apology sufficient? What shall we do then? Do you possess a devil fruit? Yes. I acquired a paramecia-type fruit just yesterday. Shen Luo pressed on. Having committed such a grave error today, attempting to seize my ship and assaulting my crew, do you wish for my forgiveness? I do. I wish to earn Lord Shen Luo's forgiveness. Very well. Relinquish your devil fruit to me and assist in gathering more in the future, and I shall pardon you. I shall obey Lord Shen Luo. What a foolish, love-struck mind. Acting without contemplation. Shen Luo nodded in satisfaction. Obedient tools are the best kind. Subsequently, the Empress genuinely apologized to Khalifa, then hurried back to her ship, presenting the devil fruit as if it were a treasure, vowing to endeavor to procure more for Lord Shen Luo. The crew of the Kuja pirates were left in disbelief. Where was their haughty, disdainful Empress who regarded men as worthless? Who was this bashful woman, concealing her face in infatuation before man? Khalifa glared at the distant Hancock, who was fervently waving goodbye, gritting her teeth in frustration. This would surely provide the woman with an excuse to frequently visit Lord Shen Luo. Shen Luo patted her shoulder. Khalifa, I am hungry. Yes, I shall prepare food for you right away. By nightfall, the ship's meat had been entirely consumed by Shen Luo. He boldly leaped into the sea to catch some sea kings. You heard correctly, a power user diving into the sea, such audacity. He navigated the depths like one would stroll through their own garden, utilizing Kinbunchikahaki to swiftly locate a colossal creature resembling a dinosaur. With a display of Haoshiku, he rendered it unconscious, delivering a single powerful blow to its head, simple and brutal. Just as he was about to drag his spoils back, the system chimed, detecting special fluctuations. A devil fruit? Shen Luo's interest was piqued. Guided by the system, he discovered a sunken ship in the deep sea. Inside, treasures of gold and jewels were piled high. Shen Luo accepted them without hesitation, allowing the system to scan them. Astonishingly, these riches would suffice to accelerate his training for nearly 40 years. A tremendous profit. Among the treasures, he unearthed a golden box. Ding! Special fluctuations detected. Devil fruit. Indeed. 15 minutes later, Shen Luo returned to the ship with the Sea King's carcass and the golden box. He meticulously processed the Sea King, tossing delectable chunks of meat onto the deck. After a refreshing bath, he sat on the deck and effortlessly shattered the golden lock with the power of the Gura Nomi. The box opened to reveal a perfectly sealed interior. Not a drop of water had infiltrated. Inside lay a paramecia-type devil fruit, quietly resting beneath an old, dusty notebook. Curious, Khalifa leaned closer. My lord, what is this? Shen Luo opened the notebook, realizing he could not decipher a single character. It was written in an ancient script. He spent a staggering 1 million berries to have the system translate its contents. It turned out to be the diary of a noble from the West Sea, written over 1,000 years ago. He set sail in search of the legendary life fruit to cure his wife of a terminal illness, only to succumb to a storm and sink. The life fruit? Khalifa exclaimed. Shen Luo closed the diary, his gaze becoming profound. According to the legend inscribed within, the capabilities of this fruit were truly extraordinary. It could grant immortality, preserve youth indefinitely, eradicate any disease, and even resurrect the deceased. I must tell you, this ability is even more broken than the Op Nomi. Shen Luo pondered the significance of this life fruit, contemplating whether to acquire another. The power over life itself. Who wouldn't desire such an ability? Yet, a dilemma arose. Merely obtaining this fruit felt insufficient. He sought one that transcended the limits of this world, a truly formidable life fruit. An idea struck him, and he directly asked the system, is it possible to invest in this fruit to upgrade its abilities, surpassing the confines of the One Piece world? The system's mechanical voice promptly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Insufficient permissions. Level 1 system lacks such authority. A Level 1 system? Clearly there are ranks. He hastily inquired further, and the system explained that to upgrade to Level 2, he must invest in 3-dimensional characters, each exceeding a century in age. After calculating, he realized he had only invested in Yamamoto and Whitebeard, amounting to 90 years, 10 years, and 1 character short. It appeared he would have to wait until tomorrow. as dimensional character detection refreshed on Mondays. At that moment, Khalifa chimed in, "My lord, what do you intend to do with so many devil fruits?" He thought, "Can I reveal this to you?" He casually replied, "I might keep them. Perhaps they could fetch a high price at Sabaody archipelago." In truth, he envisioned collecting them all to summon the dragon. No, upgrade the system, and then invest in the life fruit. Oh, the possibilities. The following day, Khalifa eagerly engaged with the fruits, her past as a CP9 member having been driven by strength. This woman was truly dedicated to becoming stronger. As the clock struck midnight, Khalifa stealthily approached to cover me with a blanket, playfully tapping my forehead. I thought to myself, this woman is truly one of a kind. Once she departed, I quickly summoned the system, detecting dimensional characters. Ding! The detection was complete, revealing two-dimensional figures, Saitama from the world of One Punch Man and Isdeath from the world of Akame Ga Kill. Saitama? Isdeath? I promptly dismissed Isdeath, silently thinking, it must be Saitama-sensei. One punch from him can split a planet in half. Such power is simply unparalleled. System, I wish to vote for Saitama. Do you confirm the vote for Saitama from One Punch Man? Confirmed. However, the system delivered a thunderous announcement. Voting for Saitama requires 9 devil fruits. Please make the payment. I was utterly bewildered. Last time I voted for Yamamoto, it only required 4 fruits. Why is Saitama suddenly double the cost? The system explained that Saitama possesses boundless potential. Hence the starting price is 9 fruits, with future price increases expected. I fell into silence, contemplating for a minute. Indeed, Saitama is like a bug, comparable to a god. There are no limits to his power. It seems I shall have to let this opportunity slip away. But then I realized if I vote for another character, I could upgrade the system and unlock more privileges. At that point, wouldn't the life fruit be within my grasp? I had no choice but to vote for Isdeath. Do you confirm the vote for the Ice General Isdeath? Confirmed. Voting for Isdeath requires 2 devil fruits. Please make the payment. 2 fruits? This I can manage. I retrieved 2 devil fruits from under my bed, acquired during my time on Sky Island, and confirmed the vote. Ding! Voting for the Ice General Isdeath is in progress. I'm amused that voting for Isdeath is also a fine choice. Her Ice Imperial tool is akin to Akiji's freezing ability, yet feels even more formidable, capable of freezing time and space. System, accelerate by 30 years. In the original work, Isdeath was the strongest in the Empire by her early 20s. 30 years would be ample time for her to reach her zenith. Ding! Acceleration successful. Do you wish to continue voting? No need. Let's tally the rewards. Ding! Voting for the Ice General Isdeath is complete. Tallying rewards. Ding! Acquire the Ice Imperial tool. Demon manifestation of ice. Ding! Acquired the character Sovereign Isdeath. Sovereign? What on earth is this? I hurriedly inquired with the system, only to learn that a complete vote, meaning the voting period exceeds the character's lifespan, grants a chance to summon the character from the real world. So, it means that the Isdeath I voted for will be summoned from the world of Akame Ga Kill. The system explained that since I voted for her entire life, the summoned version would be the Sovereign Isdeath, a more iron-fisted and cold-blooded variant than the original, having overthrown the Empire to become queen. I had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Isdeath is a ruthless character capable of holding her own against marine admirals, and my ship is in need of crew. The Ice Imperial tool rewards have been released. Please confirm whether to summon the real character. The system's voice rang out once more, and I could feel a powerful force of ice manipulation surging within me. For now, I shall hold off on the summoning. I pondered that this Isdeath diverged from the original plot by directly becoming an empress. Her power must be even more terrifying. To ensure her complete submission might prove challenging. Should I find a place to release her and then give her a thorough beating to shatter her will? Just as I was contemplating this, the system chimed in again, ding. Achievement unlocked. 3-dimensional characters voted, with a voting period exceeding 100 years. The system is upgrading. Countdown to completion. Hours. The system is set to upgrade. How exciting. The next morning, I stood on the railing, facing the direction of the King's ship, and with a wave of my right hand, unleashed a formidable freezing power, transforming a vast expanse of ocean into a frozen plain. Khalifa was taken aback, questioning how I had acquired yet another freezing ability. I thought to myself, there are many secrets to share, but for now, I shall reveal them gradually. With such power, failing to venture into the new world to compete against those monsters would be a tremendous waste. I decided to first visit Sabaody Archipelago to make my mark, and then storm into the new world. Khalifa, we are preparing to head to Sabaody Archipelago. Oh, I see. Let me tell you, my brother Shenluo is all about keeping his promises. After a hearty meal, he promptly pushed Khalifa into the shop, instructing her not to come out as she would hinder his performance. With that, he disappeared. Where was he off to? To confront a marine admiral. He intended to seize the opportunity presented by the Sabaody Archipelago, where the celestial dragons had just perished and all marine commanders had gathered, to make a name for himself with a single battle and break into the new world. Meanwhile, the entire Sabaody Archipelago was in chaos. Akainu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and with Vice Admirals Fujitora and Tsuru, they scoured the area like a mine detector, turning the world upside down. The 2,000 Marines almost uprooted the entire island, capturing pirates who had intended to enter the new world, causing them to wail and lament, cursing the ancestors of the one who killed the celestial dragons. Akainu declared fiercely, all pirates must be eradicated. That fellow clenched a cigarette in his palm, incinerating it to ash with magma. His temper was truly explosive. And what happened next? Shenluo had no intention of hiding. He confidently stepped forward, directly encountering Colonel Tina and her team. Those little Marines, upon seeing him, had their eyes gleam with excitement, as if they had spotted a walking billion KPI. And they surrounded him, shouting slogans. Fire Sword Shenluo, surrender. You are already surrounded. My brother found it amusing. Fire Sword? That nickname is rather lame. I assenti it. The Marine's taste is truly disheartening. The next second, I tell you, without even a preliminary move, bang, with a manifestation of Conqueror's Hockey. The world fell silent in an instant, and the 50 or so Marines around him collapsed in unison, like a row of dominoes. Colonel Tina rushed over in a panic, and upon seeing her subordinates sprawled on the ground, she was struck dumb. How infuriating! Is this Conqueror's Hockey? My brother, being particularly cheeky, popped up from behind her, grinning. Beautiful Colonel of the Marines, looking for me? The Conqueror's Hockey surged once more, causing the last few standing beside Tina to drop as well. This lady was no ordinary character. Although her legs trembled slightly, she forced herself to remain composed and retaliated with a feathered barrier. In an instant, a multitude of black iron bars extended from her arm, binding my brother tightly. She was quite pleased. Tina has succeeded. My heart tightened at that moment. But upon glancing at Shenluo, he was grinning brightly, embodying an enviable demeanor. The ensuing dialogue was quite the spectacle, as Shenluo began to lecture her on ethics. You want to capture me? Let me tell you, I wouldn't survive and impelled down. I would merely be tortured to death by those celestial dragons. Capturing me merely pushes me into the fire pit. Tina, still stubborn, retorted, impossible. They have no right to treat prisoners arbitrarily. Shenluo laid his cards on the table. My parents were killed because they knelt too slowly. Do you think they reasoned? Tina was clearly wavering. Yet she gritted her teeth and replied, Tina was almost deceived by you. Tina is angry. Shenluo dropped the act, laughing. I find you quite amusing. No sooner had he spoken than, with a crack, the iron cage was shattered as if made of paper, exploded by his sheer strength. In the next instant, he was behind Tina, swiftly pinning the beautiful colonel to the ground with a boastful declaration. What do you want to do? I have decided. You are now my private possession. To flaunt his strength, he slammed his fist into the ground. I tell you, the entire District 29 shook with a resounding boom, fracturing the ground like a spider web. This commotion drew Vice Admiral Tsuru, who without a second thought, drew his sword. What happened next? My brother activated his Busashoka Hockey, and he received Tsuru's strike with his arm, the blade nearly shattering. The mole men were utterly bewildered. With a swift motion, they unleashed 5 slashes towards us. But my brother countered with a powerful shockwave. The impact resonated like shattering glass, obliterating them entirely. In an instant, he closed the distance, delivering a fierce punch to the mole's abdomen, instantly reducing it to a mere shrimp, causing it to spew blood and fly backward for dozens of meters. Just then, Gue Jiju arrived, catching his comrade, and the two prepared to engage in a 2-on-1 battle. I must say, this maneuver was of the highest caliber. Shen Luo drew his blade. When a flowing blade of fire appeared, the heat was palpable even from a distance, making me feel as though my eyebrows might singe. Upon unleashing his initial form, Gue Jiju's sword cleaved through it effortlessly, splitting it in two. The sheer shock left him momentarily dazed. In that fleeting moment of confusion, the mole, attempting a sneak attack from behind, was met with another shockwave from my brother, sending it crashing back once more. Gue Jiju, undeterred, switched blades and charged forward again. Shen Luo, however, was disinterested in playing along. He drew back the flames and, with a swift motion, unleashed a pure golden sword aura. Gue Jiju attempted to withstand it, but with a resounding crack, he was sent flying. A gaping wound opened on his abdomen, knocking him unconscious on the spot. In a frenzy, the mole charged at my brother, leaving itself wide open, only to be dodged and struck with a powerful punch that caved in its chest, sending it flying over 100 meters, incapacitated. This stirred up quite a hornet's nest. Just before losing consciousness, the mole managed to call Akainu. Upon hearing that 2 elite vice admirals were lost, his fury erupted. At that moment, my brother casually strolled into his presence, greeting him with utmost politeness. "Mr. Akainu, it's a pleasure to meet you." Akainu's eyes turned bloodshot. "Did you kill the celestial dragons?" "Indeed, I cleaved them in two without a blink." It was as if he had charged straight into the barrel of a gun. Akainu exploded with rage, summoning a colossal magma dog head with his technique, May Go. My brother, effortlessly countering, mocked him. "Oh, your techniques even have dog in their name. How much do you long to be a dog for the celestial dragons?" Following this, he delivered a punch that obliterated the dog head, shattering the ground beneath. Akainu, now fuming, conjured a larger attack. The May Go, a magma fist larger than a truck, descended with an intensity that seemed capable of melting the entire island. In that moment, I thought it was all over. Yet, Shen Luo, with a nonchalant demeanor, met the attack with a punch of his own. The ensuing explosion silenced the massive magma fist, bursting it like a punctured balloon and showering the area in a rain of molten rock, leaving no trace behind. The magma rain cascaded down, creating a gaping hole over 6 meters wide in a tree thicker than a house, nearly dismantling it entirely. I caught a glimpse of the old man, Rayleigh, seated on a high ground several dozen meters away, his glasses nearly falling off as he muttered, "Are today's youth truly this outrageous?" Akainu was left dumbfounded, staring at his shattered magma arm, the shockwave nearly toppling him. His gaze, a mix of astonishment and fury, locked onto my brother, clearly conveying his intent. "You must die today." Before he could finish his thought, a new magma arm sprouted from his shoulder, and with a swift move, he teleported right in front of my brother. A towering figure, over 3 meters tall, with a magma fist engulfed in smoke, swung down toward my brother's head. What happened next was astonishing. My brother's body transformed into a solid ice sculpture, but hollow within. When Akainu's fist struck, it shattered into countless ice shards, leaving no trace of him. Akainu stood there bewildered, exclaiming, "Ice? How is that possible? Isn't that Akiji's ability?" His expression mirrored that of someone who had just discovered their phone had been swapped, filled with shock and disbelief. At that moment, my brother's voice resonated from in front of him, cheerfully saying, "Mr. Akainu, are you surprised?" He bent down and slapped the ground, causing numerous gigantic ice spikes to erupt from the earth. Akainu, caught off guard, was impaled by one of the spikes, his body severed in two. From a distance, Rayleigh, holding his bottle, froze mid-motion, watching as Akainu's severed body dangled from the ice spike, his expression one of utter shock. I had underestimated him. As Akainu's upper half fell to the ground, he roared in fury, transforming entirely into magma, flooding the area and then reconstituting himself into human form. A head emerged from the magma, and he bellowed at my brother, "Inu Shurshur Kurin." To my astonishment, a magma hound larger than a sea king surged from the molten mass, resembling a hellish, three-headed beast, its maw wide open to strike. My brother quipped, "Mr. Akainu, I truly cannot comprehend your fixation with dogs." With that, two massive ice columns appear beside him, crashing into the magma dog with tremendous force. After the thunderous impact, the enormous dog was sent flying, along with Akainu, who was also knocked back over 30 meters, rolling several times on the ground, ultimately pinned beneath the molten mass. Akainu had reached his breaking point. Terrifying magma erupted skyward, instantly scorching the surrounding foliage. He glared at my brother from a distance, preparing another grand attack. Depen Hua. Another magma fist, the size of a truck, hurtled towards him. However, my brother had anticipated this. 5 colossal ice pillars surged forward, colliding with the magma fist, causing an explosion that scattered lava everywhere, painting the sky red. Akainu attempted to advance, but my brother, slyly leveraging the power of the Jinjin fruit, stomped the ground with force. The earth beneath Akainu crumbled, causing him to stagger, disrupting his attack. Seizing the moment, my brother thrust the ice pillars forward, forcing Akainu to be pushed back by his own attack, creating a scene of utter chaos. My brother wasted no time, leaping into the air, his fists converging in a stance reminiscent of Luffy's Six-King gun, descending with force. Ergu, the ground erupted, forming a crater over 200 meters wide and 20 meters deep. Trees fell in droves, dust billowing, obscuring everything. Rayleigh, initially seated, found his position obliterated. Forced back by the shockwave, he gazed at the apocalyptic scene, murmuring, "This power is no different from Whitebeard's. And this boy is not even 16. Within the dust cloud, my brother used Kin Bunshiko Haki, detecting Akainu buried beneath tons of earth and rock, his body utterly wrecked. But then, a deafening roar resonated from below. Liuxing Huishan. Akainu was unleashing his ultimate move. My brother sensed him beneath the surface, raising his arms, launching countless massive magma fists like fireworks into the sky, which then rained down like a meteor shower. The entire area transformed into a sea of fire, warping the very air. How terrifying, my brother mused, effortlessly swatting away a magma fist that was about to strike him. At that moment, a figure emerged from the inferno, a hellish apparition cloaked in magma. Akainu, bloodshot eyes fixed on my brother. He looked as if he would devour him whole. "You have angered me," he roared, moving faster than before, closing the distance with a swift dash and throwing a punch. My brother met him with a punch of his own, their hockey-imbued fists colliding with a resounding crash, scattering dust in all directions. Two individuals stood face to face, mere inches apart. My companion even caught a glimpse of the gritted teeth of his opponent, nearly bursting into laughter. Just as the stalemate ensued, my friend resorted to a cunning tactic. Suddenly, 2 ice pillars erupted on either side of Chi Quan, snapping shut with a resounding crack, reducing the upper half of his body to mere fragments. Following this, my friend delivered a swift kick to Chi Quan's abdomen, once again severing his body into 2 distinct parts. "Mr. Chi Quan, I hope you can endure this," my friend taunted, relishing in the torment he was inflicting. With a powerful punch aimed at the trapped upper half, he sent Chi Quan hurtling through the air. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku and Garp were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Garp, aboard a warship en route to the scene, boasted, "I shall see if he possesses a life tougher than that scoundrel Kaido." On the other side, just as Chi Quan reassembled, he conjured 2 molten lava heads, only to be met with an empty shockwave from my friend, annihilating them once more. "You aspire to ride on my coattails to fame? You truly have guts." Chi Quan seethed with rage, their fists clashing once again. My friend stoked the flames of irritation. "Oh, do calm down, you're about to spit out foam." As Chi Quan neared the brink of explosion, my friend stomped the ground with force. For those who understand, an ice spike shot up from below, piercing through Chi Quan in a most sensitive area. Chi Quan emitted a ghastly cry, not from pain, but from the shattering of his dignity. What followed was a sheer humiliation. My friend soared into the air, unleashing a torrential barrage of punches and kicks upon the still reeling Chi Quan. The latter, akin to a rag doll, was uncontrollably propelled through the lawless territory, crashing through countless trees, until, with a resounding thud, my friend sent him flying as if kicking a soccer ball. Those at the Navy base witnessed a shadow dart past them, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be Admiral Chi Quan. Bloodied and battered, he crashed into a massive crater outside the base, struggling to rise when my friend arrived once more, delivering a sweeping kick to his waist, causing him to bend into a C shape and once again fly uncontrollably, this time directly into the sea. As soon as he hit the water, my friend slapped the surface, unleashing a burst of chilling air that froze the entire expanse into a solid ice sheet in less than 3 seconds. Chi Quan, barely emerging from the water, found himself suddenly encased in ice, with only his head exposed. The Navy personnel stood in stunned silence. Ice? ISNT, that Admiral Akiji's ability? My friend teleported before Chi Quan, looking down upon him, and declared, "I must take my leave. This time, I shall merely pummel you. Next time, it may cost you your life." "How unfair," Chi Quan retorted defiantly. My friend chuckled. "You dare discuss fairness with a pirate? The Navy and pirates are irreconcilably opposed, are they not?" With that, a radiant white aura enveloped his right fist, harnessing the full power of the Jinjin fruit. He aimed it at Chi Quan's forehead and unleashed it. "Oh, you little brat, I will kill you." In a thunderous explosion, Chi Quan's head was crushed, the immense ice surface cracking instantaneously before erupting violently. Chi Quan was sent plunging into the depths of the ocean, his fate uncertain. My friend stepped onto the ice remnants and returned to the shore, unleashing a wave of conqueror's haki that left the stunned Navy soldiers unconscious. As Major Mole attempted to charge forward, he was sent flying by an ice pillar that appeared out of nowhere, collapsing in a bloody haze. My friend paid him no mind as he turned to leave. Tina, hiding behind a tree, was so frightened her legs turned to jelly, too terrified to emerge. Before long, my friend found himself back at Xia Qi's bar. Xia Qi gazed at him, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Little brother, you truly defeated an admiral of the Navy?" My friend grabbed a bottle of drink and called for Khalifa. "We must be off if Garp and the others arrive. We will truly be heading to Impel Down for team building. Farewell, young man. May we meet again." Xia Qi responded with a smile. My friend nodded. "Until we meet again, please convey my regards to Rayleigh. I still owe him a significant favor." Having exchanged these words, we parted ways. I, accompanied by Khalifa, headed straight for the port, where Rayleigh was preparing a ship for me. Under the dark, windy night, the road was relatively quiet, but as we approached the port, I was taken aback to find dozens of Navy personnel standing guard. I said, "Wipe out the small fry. Those who understand will understand, with my conqueror's haki unleashed. The world will be instantly cleared. All of you lie down, to spare me the trouble of fighting, for I am one who advocates for peace." Khalifa inquired beside me, "Sir, are we directly charging into the New World?" After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "First stop, let's take a stroll around Fishman Island." Her eyes immediately sparkled. "Fishman Island? I've heard the princess there is as beautiful as Boa Hancock." She cast a sly glance at me, eager to gauge my reaction. What reaction could I possibly have? I simply responded with a nonchalant, "All right. Those who understand will know that a fish holds no allure for me." Moreover, my mind was preoccupied with serious matters, particularly the ancient weapon Poseidon. This artifact is far more practical than the design for Pluton, as it grants control over the army of sea kings, establishing true dominion over the sea. Khalifa continued to chatter. "What do you mean by all right?" "She is incredibly beautiful." I was too lazy to engage her further. I have no interest in fish aboard the ship. What was this girl daydreaming about daily? Besides, Princess Shirahoshi, with her physique, cough cough, was certainly not to my taste. She retorted, "You truly are one of a kind, sir. Of course, now let us set sail." As soon as I unfurled the membrane Rayleigh prepared, I was met with an exhilarating rush as a beam of blinding light shot towards us in the dead of night. Quick as a flash, I coated my right hand with armament haki, deflecting it with a snap. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a warship illuminated like a beacon. 200 meters away, Khalifa hastily retrieved a telescope, her face paling as she exclaimed, "Admiral Kizaru, and the Navy hero Garp. What a formidable lineup. She seemed somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, Kizaru, spotting us, muttered, "Oh dear, how terrifying, I've been discovered." Then, in an astonishing display, he launched a light-speed kick, sending a wave of light hurtling towards my ship. If it struck, the vessel would explode on the spot. Garp, with a serious expression, warned that I must not be allowed to enter the new world, lest I become the new Sea Emperor. I thought to myself, you have quite the discerning eye. Kizaru, for once serious, asserted that I must be detained. The light wave reached me in mere seconds, and I leaped onto the railing, mimicking his stance, and delivered a kick that sent it flying. The sea erupted in a gigantic splash. Kizaru likely sighed in frustration. "Oh dear, blocked again. How troublesome." Finding the distance too great to utilize his abilities effectively, Garp stepped forward and declared, "Allow me to handle this." You won't believe what I saw. He held a gigantic cannonball, 2 meters in diameter, resembling a small house. The surrounding Navy personnel were awestruck, shouting praises for Garp. Kizaru scoffed, claiming the cannonball could not intimidate him. Garp chuckled heartily, swung his arm, and sent the massive projectile hurtling my way in a parabolic arc. I had barely taken to the air before I kicked it into the sea. Without a moment to catch my breath, Garp activated machine gun mode, launching 2 full crates of standard cannonballs at me like tossing pebbles. Those who understand will know, how could anyone withstand such an onslaught? I couldn't possibly return each one, could I? I refused to indulge him any longer. Suspended in midair, I retracted my right fist and struck a pose reminiscent of Whitebeard. As the old man Garp witnessed this stance, he abruptly halted his artillery fire, likely succumbing to the pangs of PTSD. I unleashed a punch into the air, and with a resounding crack, the atmosphere shattered. Immediately, the sea between our 2 vessels convulsed violently, resembling a boiling cauldron, with towering waves surging forth. The cannonballs, suspended in mid-air, plummeted into the ocean like dumplings, detonating with a cacophony. Garp's face turned pale, his thoughts perhaps drifting to the visage of Whitebeard. Naturally, my explosive fruit is akin to the youthful version of the Jun fruit. But I assure you, this was merely the beginning. With a swift motion of my fist, the colossal waves I had summoned transformed into a towering tsunami, surging toward their warship. The spectacle was nothing short of spectacular. The young sailors aboard the enemy vessel were paralyzed with fear, exclaiming about divine powers and monsters, while Kizaru and Garp managed to maintain their footing. Their expressions betrayed their unease. Garp bellowed for his crew to brace themselves, preparing for capsizing. The mere thought made me chuckle. Who said I would capsize you? Just as the monstrous wave was about to flatten them, I pressed my hands downward. Guess what occurred next? The powers of the frozen fruit activated. A terrifying chill erupted instantly, and within 3 seconds, the towering wave, along with the surrounding expanse of the sea, solidified into a massive iceberg. The wave hung suspended above their warship as if someone had pressed the pause button, forming a ceiling of ice. This maneuver was designed to give the illusion that I was about to unleash destruction upon them, while in truth, I was merely constructing a dwelling. Wouldn't you agree it's quite the spectacle? Initially, the vessel across fell into a deathly silence before erupting into chaos. The young sailors mistakenly believed their savior had arrived. It's Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji has come. I couldn't help but find amusement from a distance. Garp swiftly silenced them with a blunt remark. It's not Kazan. Kizaru echoed that it was impossible. They had not received any intelligence indicating that I possessed the ability to manipulate ice in addition to tremors. This left the 2 old men bewildered, spiraling into a frenzy of speculation. Could it be that he possesses a second power? Garp himself dismissed the notion almost immediately. It's impossible. Kizaru speculated whether it was a fruit consumed by Khalifa, but that too seemed implausible. Ultimately, they could not fathom how one individual could wield 2 fruit abilities. They were forced to concede that this individual was certainly not one they could capture today. As for me, I had no interest in their musings. I promptly unfurled the ship's cloaking bubbles and instructed Khalifa, prepare for deep diving. She scurried off to take the helm. Our ship's bow plunged into the depths. Plunging into the 10,000-meter abyss, heading straight for Fishman Island. Farewell. I tell you, just as we submerged, the following day, the world erupted. The Navy likely spent the entire night in disarray. That scoundrel Akainu, after I had thrown him into the sea, was dragged up, bound like a mummy, and reportedly fuming in his hospital room, crushing cups in anger. Upon Karp and Kizaru's return, and their report that not only could I create tremors, but also manipulate ice, it's safe to say the entire naval headquarters was in chaos. In Admiral Sengoku's office, the atmosphere was likely more dismal than the expression of his pet goat. Picture that scene. Sengoku pulling his hair out, Admiral Tsuru sighing, and Akiji sporting a buzz cut courtesy of my flames, bewildered, exclaiming, "How could he possess my abilities?" As they deliberated, they ultimately reached a conclusion. This young man is a monster with dual fruit abilities. Such a phenomenon has never occurred in history. This was a monumental crisis. The next day, newspapers around the globe erupted. The headlines proclaimed my name, Fire Sword God Luo, having defeated Admiral Akainu, with my bounty skyrocketing to 1.5 billion. The papers boldly emphasized dual fruit user, suspected powers of Jun Jun, fruit, and Dong fruit. Accompanied by images of the devastation I wrought upon the Sabaody archipelago and a massive iceberg. I assure you, once this news broke, the world was left in shock. In taverns and on the streets, everyone was abuzz with discussion. Can you believe it? He actually defeated an admiral of the Navy headquarters. The Fire Sword God Luo is truly that formidable? I can hardly believe it. He is not even 16. At 16, I was still playing in the mud. Dual fruits? This challenges the very fabric of our world. This means the paper's claims that he is the most likely candidate to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea in this new world are credible. Some commoners even praised me for dispatching the celestial dragons, calling me an adventurer. I tell you, this wave of trending news is guaranteed to secure the title of the year's top story. Oh gods, may you punish such a terrifying pirate. The world is already mired in hell, and now it has become even more terrifying. Indeed, the world was thrown into chaos due to my actions, with all manner of oddities emerging. I tell you, this maneuver of mine has unwittingly ignited a trend of reckless ambition. There exists a certain Mantis pirate crew in the Grand Line, and their captain, whether struck by a donkey or not, saw my ability to wield 2 powers in the newspaper and believed he could do the same. By heavens! Having just snatched a spider fruit and already possessing a mantis fruit, he insisted on demonstrating his prowess in a bare-handed confrontation with a devil fruit. His crew was nearly terrified to the point of collapse, urging him to reconsider. This could lead to disaster. And do you know what he said? He slammed the table and bellowed louder than anyone. Why can that brat Luo succeed, but I cannot? I too desire dual fruits. I too want to be the pirate king. I want the exquisite women surrounding him. Family, who understands this logic? It's akin to a gym teacher's flawed math, utterly nonsensical. And then, in the horrified gaze of his subordinates, he devoured the spider fruit with a roar. The next second, the scene shifted dramatically. He writhed on the ground, screaming as if slaughtered pigs, asserting that it felt as though hundreds of knives were dancing within him. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, he was reduced to a gruesome mosaic. I tell you, the sight was a nightmarish version of a late-night diner. But even more astonishing events unfolded afterward. Just as his body lay lifeless, the first mate seized the opportunity to usurp command, cackling with delight. Ha ha ha! You foolish idiot finally met your end. I possess the roach fruit, and I have long harbored disdain for you. From this day forth, this ship belongs to me, and it shall be renamed the Roach Pirate Crew. Can you believe the absurdity of this storyline? The mantis captures the cicada, while the roach lurks behind, right? These individuals would risk their lives to grow stronger, only to become fodder for tales of caution. Of course, I paid no mind to the thoughts of these small fry. What truly captivated my interest were the reactions of the bigwigs. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon, holding the newspaper, likely bore an expression that suggested this lad possesses considerable talent, pondering ways to establish rapport with me. Beside him, Sabo wore a curious expression, his face reflecting disbelief. This defies logic. Dragon advised him, Do not apply conventional reasoning to this anomaly. This lad is far too young, alarmingly so. However, the most outrageous reaction came from the Empress of Amazon Lily. She was utterly smitten, having laid out my bounty notice and newspaper across the floor, nearly engaging in prayer. Gazing dreamily at my photograph, Lord Luo remains as handsome as ever. I must strive to find a devil fruit and meet Lord Luo soon. Her two sisters looked on in astonishment, quietly inquiring of their elder, "What is wrong with my sister?" The elder woman, with a look of exasperation, sighed, "What else can it be?" She is smitten, clearly. I tell you, this display left me utterly speechless. "We have only met once, dear lady," the ever-cognizant Mihawk observed from Ghost Island, sipping tea while perusing the newspaper. He showed no concern for my dual abilities, instead fixating on the flaming sword in my image. Murmuring, "That is a fine blade. It can ignite. I wish to learn from him. Truly, the world's greatest swordsman. His focus is refreshingly simple." Then there were the heavyweight contenders in the New World. Over in Dressrosa, Doflamingo, donned in his flamboyant pink coat, had just mused about the imminent downfall of the celestial dragons when suddenly his exclusive snail phone rang, and his expression turned ashen. Upon a glance, what a sight to behold! It is Kadu of the 100 Beasts. The sound of his drunken slurring echoed through, uttering but two words, "Clown, investigate him." At that moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo was drenched in sweat, repeatedly affirming with yes, yes, yes. On the other end, Cato hung up the phone and continued to guzzle down drinks. Speaking to his calamities, I find this lad's physical constitution quite intriguing. If I can comprehend it, my 100 Beasts army will be formidable. Following that, he delved into his daily lamentations. I wonder if this boy can kill me? I yearn for death. Who can bring about my end? The formidable mama from the nations was even more substantial. While savoring her desserts, she laughed heartily, her saliva spilling corrosively onto the ground as she gazed at my photograph with sparkling eyes. This lad is remarkable. If I could arrange a marriage with him, my influence would only amplify. I thank you. Your 80-plus offspring are beyond my reach. The responses from the seasoned emperors, Shanks and Whitebeard, were considerably more subdued. Shanks expressed his astonishment, remarking on the extraordinary emergence of a monster in this new era. Whitebeard, on the other hand, chuckled heartily, cautioning his sons, "Listen closely. He's an exception. Anyone who dares to emulate his consumption of 2 devil fruits will meet an explosive fate." Ace, still shouting, declared, "Father is the strongest." The ship was filled with joyous camaraderie. Yet, the most pivotal moment occurred in the corner where Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, clutched a newspaper, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he muttered, "I too shall succeed as a dual fruit user." Finally, allow me to speak of the true epicenter of the storm. The Holy Land, Mariehua. The 5 old men, known as the Gorosei, convened behind closed doors, their faces darkened with concern as they deliberated over my existence, claiming that I disrupted the world's equilibrium and posed an uncontrollable variable. Amidst their bickering, the real puppet master, Emu, the ruler of the world, made his entrance. He strolled leisurely to the unseatable empty throne, prompting the Gorosei to kneel in unison, not daring to breathe. Emu uttered not a word, but dramatically produced my bounty poster from his sleeve, followed by a short knife that swiftly struck my photograph squarely, nailing it to the floor before them. These illustrious figures certainly excel in theatrics. Yet, honestly, that is a tale for another time. In truth, on the very night I fled from the Sabaody archipelago, we had already submerged into the depths of the ocean. The underwater realm was surreal, teeming with luminous fish and corals, a kaleidoscope of colors akin to a dream. Khalifa, brimming with excitement, pointed out the window to me, exclaiming, "Master, look, those are the roots of the Yarchamang tree." It turned out that the entire Sabaody archipelago was nestled atop these gigantic roots. I glanced briefly, deeming it nothing extraordinary, and remarked that the new world held far more fascinating locales, urging her not to overreact. A man must venture forth. Remaining in one place is not befitting. Khalifa, exhibiting curiosity, inquired, "Master, have you ever been to the New World?" I replied in the negative. Her confusion deepened. "Then how do you know so much?" I casually responded. I read. Her expression clearly conveyed disbelief, yet she dared not press further, leaving her to ponder in silence. I dismissed her with a pointed gesture towards a particularly dark expanse of ocean, instructing her, steer towards that direction. It is the passage to Fishman Island. That area appeared ominous, as if it could absorb all light. Khalifa, gripping the helm, demonstrated a slight tremor. As we descended deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Surrounded by dilapidated shipwrecks, some severed in two, with treasures scattered across the seabed. Yet, who among my companions would dare to retrieve them? Surrounded by the menacing gaze of monstrous sea kings, capable of devouring a child in a single bite, I activated my observation hotkey, and lo and behold, this oceanic domain resembled a deterrent for novices. Of 100 ships that ventured in, merely 20 would emerge alive. Standing at the bow of the ship, I maximized my hotkey, not to guard against mere fish, but to locate the dominant creature of this oceanic realm, a colossal octopus known as the Kraken. The majority of the shipwrecks nearby were its handiwork. Yet to slay it? That would be a trivial endeavor. Wasn't it merely a convenient underwater chauffeur? I would have it transport us to Fishman Island, far more efficient than aimless wandering. I spotted it. A smirk graced my lips as I sensed a massive presence lurking beneath. In the darkness, two eyes, larger than my ship, suddenly opened wide, fixating on us. Without hesitation, I shed my outer garments and informed Khalifa I should be stepping out. She hadn't even registered my words when I had already plunged into the icy waters. Upon seeing this diminutive figure daring to descend, the octopus became enraged, a long tentacle sweeping towards me with overwhelming force. It may have been swift, but I was swifter. I dodged and lunged at its forehead, delivering several punches with sheer physical strength, rendering even the tremor fruit ineffective. The water boiled around us as the beast writhed in agony, stirring chaos. Each time it moved, I retaliated with another punch until it submitted completely. Standing atop its head, I inquired, "Can you comprehend human speech?" The giant octopus blinked its massive eyes, nodding vigorously, clearly intimidated. Such a display of meekness. I continued, "If you're sensible, take me to Fishman Island. You know the way, do you not?" It nodded fervently once more. 2 minutes later, I returned to the ship, and Khalifa appeared utterly stunned. Our vessel was being securely held by the Kraken's tentacles as it began to speed through the depths of the ocean. With this free chauffeur, we swiftly traversed the dark waters, and suddenly, a colossal underwater waterfall materialized before us, the so-called descending current. The Kraken, without hesitation, propelled us into it. After an indeterminate duration, the surroundings brightened as if illuminated by daylight, revealing a fantastical island suspended within a massive bubble. Was this Fishman Island? Khalifa's eyes widened in awe. I gestured to the Kraken, signaling it could depart, and it swiftly released us, vanishing from sight. Fishman Island was indeed breathtaking, surrounded by luminescent flora that illuminated the ocean floor at depths of 10,000 meters as if it were daylight. However, I was not there for leisure. I instructed Khalifa to steer the ship closer, and upon arrival at the entrance, a grotesquely hideous humanoid sea monster emerged, blocking our path. Its immense stature casting a shadow over us. Khalifa, slightly panicked, exclaimed, "Master, what should we do?" I cast a casual glance at the creature and replied, nonchalantly, "Continue sailing." At the same time, I focused my gaze, unleashing a murderous intent that locked onto it. The sea monster, initially arrogant, trembled under my scrutinizing gaze. Did it dare to obstruct our path? I considered it an inconvenience, swiftly appearing before it and delivering a punch to its forehead. A resounding crack echoed, and the creature flew backward like a cannonball. Returning to the ship, I muttered to myself, the flying pirates must be dealt with. That creature was none other than the perverse Vanderdecken 9, who incessantly harassed Princess Shirahoshi. We breached the protective barrier of Fishman Island and landed smoothly. As I steadied myself, I sensed several terrifying presences lurking in the distance, colossal sea kings larger than the island itself. However, they remained inactive, and I had no intention of engaging with them. After completing the entry procedures, we strolled through the streets of Fishman Island. surrounded by enchanting mermaids casting flirtatious glances in my direction. Khalifa and I found a quaint establishment called the Mermaid Cafe to settle down. Upon my entrance, the entire cafe fell into a profound silence. The pirates hailing from the first half of the Grand Line exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly inscribed with the message, "Brother, do not make a move, we are comrades." One audacious individual whispered, "Isn't that the flame sword god, Luo? A monster with a bounty of 1.5 billion. Are you seeking death?" Our meager bounty wouldn't even suffice to fill his teeth. As I sipped my coffee, a strikingly elegant blue mermaid approached, introducing herself as Madame Shaylee, the proprietress of this establishment. She respectfully invited me to a private room within. Once seated, she lavished praise upon me, referring to me as the benefactor of Fishman Island. I promptly interrupted her, stating, "Enough, Madame Shaylee. Let's speak plainly, no need for flattery." She appeared somewhat embarrassed, but eventually broached the subject, seeking my assistance in dealing with the incessant harassment of Princess Shirahoshi by Vanderdecken 9. Khalifa, standing nearby, quipped, "Why should we assist you?" I reclined with one leg crossed, inquiring, what benefits might I receive? Upon hearing my interest, Madame Shaylee's eyes sparkled, and she hastily replied that the Ryugu Kingdom would provide compensation. I directly stated my terms. I have no interest in devil fruits or golden jewels. The agreement was swiftly reached. King Neptune, the ruler of Fishman Island, was overjoyed to learn of my willingness to intervene. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Not only did he agree, but he also mentioned that Fishman Island had 2 devil fruits available, which they could not consume, and he would generously gift them to me. That evening, I soon discovered the whereabouts of Vanderdecken 9. The fellow resembled a rat, walking with a peculiar gait, stealthily approaching the outskirts of Ryugu Palace, poised to continue his intimidation of the princess. I could hardly be bothered to deal with such a petty miscreant myself. I turned to Khalifa and instructed her, "Go, practice your skills. Do not kill him, but sever that gloved claw of his." Upon hearing this, Khalifa's eyes gleamed with excitement, her entire being electrified. In an instant, she transformed into her combat mode and enthusiastically replied, "Yes, my lord." With a flash, she vanished like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Vanderdecken 9 remained blissfully unaware of the Reaper's approach, leering as he produced a throwing knife. Chuckling, "Princess Shirahoshi, I've come to see you." Before his lewd laughter could subside, a golden flash of lightning descended from the heavens. A shadow clad in black stockings, both beautiful and commanding, appeared behind him. It was Khalifa. Without so much as a blink, she unleashed a jolt of lightning, delivering a staggering 10 million volts directly to Vanderdecken 9, causing him to convulse violently. Smoke rising from his body, his hair standing on end, resembling a frog struck by lightning, nearly becoming a charred fishman. Given his feeble constitution, he could hardly withstand such an assault. Observing him incapacitated, Khalifa picked up the knife he had dropped, her expression one of utter disdain. I had informed her that his gloved hand had not been washed in years to maintain the revolting power of his fruitability. Imagine the stench. Khalifa, likely on the verge of regurgitating her last meal, wasted no time. With a swift motion, she severed his filthy hand. Vanderdecken 9 awakened from his stupor, howling in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground, tears and snot marring his face. All remnants of his earlier arrogance vanished. He cried out, "Spare me. I was wrong. We have no enmity." Blood pooled around him when, at that moment, King Neptune arrived, accompanied by a large retinue of guards, along with myself. The old king glared at the architect of his daughter's imprisonment in the hard-shell tower for over a decade, his beard trembling with rage, his eyes devoid of pity. Had it not been for the need for judgment, he might have sought to execute him on the spot. "Vanderdecken, I have treated you generously in the Ryugu Kingdom, and this is how you repay my kindness?" Neptune's voice was as cold as ice. Vanderdecken attempted to plead for mercy, but Neptune waved his hand dismissively. "Take him away. Stop the bleeding. Do not allow him the easy escape of death." With the matter resolved, King Neptune finally exhaled in relief, profusely thanking me. I smiled and remarked, "Your Majesty, why keep such a fly alive for the new year? It will be better to swat it away sooner." Neptune, a man of resolve, clenched his fist and declared, "Rest assured, Mr. Luo, I shall ensure his execution. Anything less would not suffice to quell my wrath." With this, the affair reached a temporary conclusion, and I received 2 devil fruits as my reward, feeling quite pleased. However, just as we resolved one aberrant individual, guess what? In the chaotic Fishman Street of Fishman Island, a bar was the scene of another unfortunate soul losing his composure. A large figure resembling a shark, wielding a red trident, was wreaking havoc. This was Hody Jones, the leader of Fishman Street. "Damn it, that pirate has ruined my grand scheme," Hody bellowed, shattering a table with a single punch. He had witnessed from afar as his ally Vanderdecken was captured, his hands severed, and his rage was palpable. Let me tell you, Hody Jones is no paragon of virtue. His alliance with Vanderdecken stemmed from his knowledge that Princess Shirahoshi was the ancient weapon Poseidon, capable of commanding sea kings. He was terrified yet greedy, seeking to use Vanderdecken to eliminate Shirahoshi and subsequently overthrow Neptune's rule to claim the throne of Fishman Island, even aspiring to become the Pirate King. Truly a case of late-stage delusions of grandeur. Now that my interference had thwarted his plans, how could he not be enraged? He cursed vehemently, "That fool Vanderdecken. Useless. How could I ally with such a wretch?" His underlings trembled in fear, stammering, "Boss, that Luo is the one who defeated Admiral Akainu, with a bounty of 1.5 billion. "Silence," Hody roared, kicking one of the speaking subordinates into the wall, rendering him unconscious. He then pointed at everyone, shouting, "Here, I am the strongest. What Luo, what human pirate? Either submit to me or perish." This man had lived his life consumed by hatred for humans, his psyche thoroughly warped. Years ago, Princess Odoheim had tirelessly advocated for peace between fishmen and humans, only for this very Hody Jones to assassinate her, framing humans and inciting greater enmity between the 2 races. Such a heinous act, executed with both malice and folly. His only hope now lay in the forbidden drug, yes. This substance, a treasure of Ryugu, could grant one the power to fight 100 foes single-handedly. But side effects were dire, hastening aging and draining life force. Yet this madman cared not for the consequences, clutching the drug. His eyes gleamed with insanity as he thought, "Once I consume this, Luo, Admiral, all shall kneel beneath my feet." With that, he vanished into the night, brandishing his trident. Meanwhile, I remained blissfully unaware that I had become the target of a drug-fueled adversary. After resolving these bothersome matters, I found myself restless late at night and decided to take a stroll. Just then, my system chimed, detecting a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from the Yaksu Showa, the great divine tree that provided light and oxygen to all of Fishman Island. My excitement surged. What treasures might it hold? I hastily donned a bubble membrane and dove from Ryugu Palace, heading straight for the roots of the magnificent tree. As I approached, the system's alerts intensified. Placing my hand upon the trunk, a notification appeared. Ding. Life force detected. Would you like to extract? Life force? What is that? The system explained that it was the purest essence of plant life, capable of upgrading my life fruit. What a boon. Essentially a natural experience pack. Just as I considered extracting it all, I hesitated and asked, if I drain it completely, will the tree perish? The system responded, yes. It is unwise to engage in actions that would lead to the extinction of a lineage. After some contemplation, I proposed to extract 55%, allowing for a portion to be reserved for restoration. We are not individuals who deplete resources recklessly. Our focus is on sustainable development. Ding! 550 strands of life essence extracted. Ecstatic. Just as I secured this essence, I turned around to behold the towering figure of a fish-headed man, wielding a crimson trident, standing like a guardian spirit 20 meters before me. "Are you the fallen deity?" he inquired, his voice laden with menace. Before I could recollect who he was, he commenced his self-introduction. "I am Hody Jones, the leader of Fishman Street, the mightiest man of Fishman Island, the future ruler, and the forthcoming Pirate King." I could not help but chuckle at his lengthy introduction, remarking, "My friend, do you fear that others may forget your name?" His expression darkened as he issued a stark ultimatum. "You have 2 choices, submit to me or perish. Choose wisely." I erupted in laughter. This fellow, perhaps having spent too long in the depths of the ocean, seemed to believe he could reign supreme simply by virtue of his aquatic nature. I gestured toward his trident and inquired, "Do you intend to defeat me with that weapon?" "Vile human," he seethed, his fury palpable. "Our kind is of the highest bloodline. Prepare to meet your demise." No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself at me, like an underwater torpedo, the speed of his approach creating a torrent of bubbles. The outcome? With a mere lift of my left hand, a solid ice shield materialized instantaneously, clashing with his formidable trident as if it had struck a steel plate. Halting his advance completely, he was momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of confusion, my right leg, propelled by a fierce gust of water, delivered a devastating kick to his head. With a muffled thud, he was sent hurtling away, spinning like a top into the deeper, darker waters. I propelled myself after him. Regaining his balance in the shadows, he, perhaps dazed from the impact, unleashed a furious shout, "Die!" and aimed a punch upward toward me. I executed a graceful turn, effortlessly evading his attack, and countered with an uppercut that struck his abdomen with resounding force. He bent over like a cooked shrimp, spewing forth a mixture of blood and seawater. I offered him no respite, retracting my fist only to deliver another blow, sending him reeling once more, his complexion paling. At last, he comprehended the gravity of his predicament, retreating into the darkness. I sensed his desperation as he retrieved a vial from his pocket, consuming its contents like a handful of candies. In an instant, a ferocious energy erupted from the shadows. His physique began to swell uncontrollably, muscles inflating like balloons. His skin turning a ghastly white as he chanted, "I am invincible. I am the Pirate King." He had succumbed to the allure of drugs. Transformed, Hody Jones reemerged. His speed and strength multiplied manifold, exuding an air of arrogance as he circled me at high velocity before unleashing a shockwave with a punch. What was the result? Utterly ineffective. I executed a swift maneuver, appearing above him, gazing down at the immense pale figure with pity, so feeble, akin to an ant. With a single punch, empowered by the forces of the Jinjin fruit, I struck downward, causing the entire seabed to erupt. He was driven into the abyss, crashing in the muddy depths hundreds of meters below, creating a vast crater. I followed suit, descending while his mind was still clouded. My fist, imbued with the power of spatial tremors, pressed firmly against his chest. "You should have refrained from seeking me out, Hody Jones." Thereafter, the entire ocean began to convulse violently, clouds of sediment shooting skyward, rendering the underwater realm murky. Half an hour later, I returned to Fishman Island, dragging a nearly lifeless and broken Hody Jones, who appeared to have aged decades in an instant. Killing him would have been too merciful. The repercussions of his actions, particularly the murder of Princess Odoheim and the framing of humanity for it, were matters to be presented to King Neptune, and their true value was immense. Moreover, the weakness of Fishman Island, where such a character nearly ascended to power, indicated a dire need for reformation under my dominion. Upon incarcerating Hody Jones, I finally grasped the source of his animosity towards humanity. It turned out that Fishman Island once had a superhero named Tiger, a formidable warrior who single-handedly scaled the Red Soil continent and liberated countless slaves from the Celestial Dragon's stronghold at Mariewa. Yet, he himself had once been a slave of the Celestial Dragons, harboring a deep-seated hatred for humanity. To what extent? Ultimately, he sustained grave injuries and, rather than accept human blood to save himself, chose to die. Consequently, his followers, including the future warlord Jinbei, fabricated a tale to preserve Tiger's heroic image, claiming that humans had selfishly ignored his plight. This ignited a profound hatred within the entirety of Fishman Island towards humanity. Youngsters like Hody Jones grew up hearing such stories. How could they not become extreme? Now imprisoned, he was likely questioning his existence. After consuming numerous illicit substances, he believed he could become the Fishman King, only to be felled by a single punch. He must be contemplating, are the people outside this formidable? Of course. Did he think the new world resembled a novice village? With his meager combat prowess, he could not even be considered an elite adversary in the new world. Amusingly, I heard that he discovered the side effects of his drug use had manifested, causing wrinkles to form on his hands, aging him by decades. It was simply laughable. Meanwhile, King Neptune was beset by conflicting emotions. Upon learning that his wife, Odoheim, had been murdered by Hody, he trembled with rage. Yet, he also felt a profound sense of humiliation, realizing that a matter so trivial had taken him over a decade to resolve, ultimately requiring the intervention of an outsider to rectify, who among the royal family could comprehend his plight. The burdens of kingship were indeed heavy. Nevertheless, the resolution of the matter was a relief. Neptune expressed immense gratitude towards me, for I had not only eliminated internal threats, but also vanquished a celestial dragon, establishing myself as a newfound idol of Fishman Island. He promptly declared that a grand celebration banquet must be held in my honor. This feast was twofold: to honor me, his benefactor, and to celebrate the liberation of his daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, from her oppressive confinement within the Hardshell Tower. The king issued an edict that all expenses for the day would be covered by him. Instantly, Fishman Island erupted in jubilation. The Dragon Palace was splendidly adorned, festooned with lanterns and decorations. The royal family, already of considerable stature, gathered around tables that resembled small mountains. I found myself seated at the guest of honor's table alongside Khalifa, with Madame Charlie beside us. A row of enchanting mermaids served us drinks. The scene was indeed a feast for the eyes. However, I must admit, the allure of a fish-tailed lower body did not captivate me as much as Khalifa's beauty. Madame Charlie leaned closer, expressing her gratitude profusely, proclaiming me the great benefactor of Fishman Island. I smiled, reflecting that this transaction was indeed lucrative. 2 devil fruits exchanged for mere fish, while simultaneously enhancing my rapport with the island community. I did not shy away from candidly stating, "Your island is exceedingly weak, utterly defenseless. Without strength, survival in this world is impossible. Do you understand?" Charlie could only muster a rueful smile in acknowledgement. As I regarded her, a thought struck me, and I inquired, "I have heard you possess the ability to foresee. Would you prophesy my future?" She shook her head, explaining that she had not brought her crystal ball and could only glimpse unfortunate futures, thus rarely offering readings. Who would wish to witness a tragedy? As our conversation progressed, she reminisced about the chaos during the early days of the Great Pirate Era, describing how Fishman Island had existed in a perpetual nightmare, and had it not been for Whitebeard as protection, it would have been doomed long ago. I shook my head regarding the Whitebeard pirates, contemplating that the Marineford War had transpired merely over a year ago. Casting a glance at Madame Charlie, I suddenly declared, "Should anything happen to Whitebeard, I shall protect Fishman Island." Madame Charlie was momentarily taken aback, and just as she was about to inquire further, an uproar erupted outside. It was Princess Shirahoshi. Goodness, she is stunning. My word, is this truly Princess Shirahoshi? She is breathtakingly beautiful. Following the sound, I beheld a gigantic mermaid princess being escorted through the crowd. Though merely 13 years old, her stature surpassed that of all 3 of her brothers combined. She was indeed lovely, yet timid, glancing around shyly at everyone. The contrast in her demeanor was quite endearing. Neptune eagerly brought her before me, introducing, "Your Excellency Shinluo, this is my daughter, Shirahoshi." He then coaxed Shirahoshi, "Quickly greet Brother Shinluo. He is your great benefactor." In a soft voice, Shirahoshi greeted me, "Brother Shinluo, I am Shirahoshi." I stood and nodded. This little girl was filled with curiosity, her big eyes sparkling as she asked, "Brother Shinluo, I heard from Brother Sharkstar that you are a good person who punishes bad people. Is that true?" "Sort of," I replied with a smile. "May I call you Brother Shinluo?" "As you wish. Are all humans as handsome as you?" "Perhaps." Our exchange brought laughter from those around us. This girl, perhaps due to her long confinement, possessed a childlike innocence. However, I had achieved my goal of establishing a connection with Shirahoshi and the royal family of Fishman Island. After the banquet, Neptune and the others took us on a tour of Fishman Island. The place was indeed beautiful, a true underwater paradise. However, I had no desire to linger. The seas of the New World were my stage. As the evening drew near, Neptune attempted to persuade me to stay. I patted his shoulder and offered a final piece of advice. This world only favors the strong. Fishman Island is too weak. The problem is not the rampant pirates, but your own frailty. Upon hearing this, Neptune was visibly shaken, his gaze toward me transformed. With Neptune and Princess Shirahoshi bidding us farewell, Khalifa and I boarded our ship, officially saying goodbye to Fishman Island. The following dawn, our vessel finally emerged upon the ocean surface. The sunlight cascaded over the New World waters. And as I gazed upon this fresh expanse, brimming with the unknown and challenges, a singular thought crossed my mind. A new journey had begun, and my objective was to become the sole king of this world. It was time, I mused, to unleash my trump card, my queen. I exchanged a brief word with Khalifa, informing her that I would step outside, then soared away from the ship. She called after me, but I did not look back. The forthcoming actions were not for her eyes. I flew to a vast, open sea, 1,000 meters from the ship, taking a deep breath. If Akiji can freeze a section of the sea in over 10 seconds, that is nothing compared to my capabilities. With my Ice Emperor's tool, I waved my hand, and within a second, a colossal ice sheet of 500 meters in diameter formed instantly upon the sea. I landed steadily at the center of the ice, surrounded by an eerie silence. System, utilize summoning opportunity to call forth this death. Summoning confirmed. Please prepare, host. Ding. As I received the system's notification at the other end, the rift of time and space was about to reveal a queen. Isdeath had just conquered an entire empire and claimed her throne. Yet guess what? She found it dull. Indeed, she slumped into her throne, lamenting the solitude of invincibility, while the ministers below chattered incessantly, to which she paid no heed, merely waving her hand, declaring her intent to return to sleep. Who among my comrades understands this pain? It is akin to laboring until one becomes the CEO, only to discover life is devoid of excitement. Just as she returned to her palace, the summoning power surged forth. The force of space tugged at her, and Isdeath, with her fiery temper, was immediately on guard, exclaiming, "What emperor's tool is this? Attempting to abduct me?" Yet, the summoning produced by my system was no ordinary affair. The power intensified, and Isdeath soon realized something was amiss. Her once proud strength felt diminutive in the face of this summoning force. A red magic circle materialized beneath her feet, with countless incomprehensible runes swirling and radiating an overwhelming light, pinning her firmly in place. At this moment, Isdeath truly felt a sense of alarm. How long had it been since she encountered such a predicament? She felt as if her feet were welded to the ground, utterly immobile. However, being Isdeath, her panic was fleeting. In the next instant, excitement surged within her. Through the magic circle, she seemed to perceive me waiting, and her expression shifted from defiance to intrigue. She abandoned her resistance. I must say, her decisiveness was remarkable. With a smile, she remarked, "Interesting. Let me see who you truly are." As she acquiesced, the brilliance of the magic circle erupted, and in the blink of an eye, she stood firmly upon the ice before me. Initially bewildered, she surveyed her surroundings, a realm of ice and snow, and then quickly grasped the situation, her gaze locking onto me. Adjusting her military cap, her regal presence emanated an undeniable pressure. She inquired, "So, you're the one who forcibly brought me here?" With my hands in my pockets, I calmly responded, "Indeed." Her lips curved into a smirk, curiosity piqued. "State your name. You have captured my attention." I revealed my identity straightforwardly. "I am Shenluo, the one you shall pledge your loyalty to in the future." Upon hearing this, Isdeath laughed heartily, a mixture of derision and chill in her tone. "Loyalty? You think you can command me, little boy, having been a queen for so long?" She could hardly entertain the idea of following another. I chose not to engage in idle chatter with her. Against a battle-hungry individual, words were futile. Action was the only solution. I moved swiftly, appearing before her in an instant, like a flash of lightning, and aimed a punch directly at her face. Zulfust. Her pupils constricted, but her instincts were honed from countless battles, allowing her to evade with a swift sidestep. Yet, was my punch an ordinary blow? I summoned the power of the Tremor fruit, unleashing an air shockwave. Crack! The air beside her shattered like glass. The ice beneath us erupted into a storm of ice shards. Though she dodged my fist, the invisible shockwave struck her squarely in the abdomen. The queen's expression turned pale, and she was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram. Regaining her footing, clutching her stomach, her eyes brimmed with astonishment. What emperor's tool is this? How can it shatter the very air? I had no time to explain. I beckoned her with a finger. Submit to me, and I shall reveal it. With that, I charged at her once more. This time, she was incensed, raising a formidable ice wall before her. Her combat intuition was exceptional, enabling her to track my rapid movements. However, it was futile. My fist collided with the ice wall, which crumbled like paper. Damn it! Her brow furrowed as she realized my fist was approaching again. She sidestepped once more, and I pivoted, executing a spinning kick. Thud! A dull sound echoed as she crossed her arms to block. Yet the force of my kick sent her reeling several steps back. Now, she no longer underestimated me, her expression grave. How about this? Become my subordinate, and I can counter all your strengths. I paused, offering her a choice. Counter me? Defeat me? She scoffed. Indeed. So give it a try. As soon as her voice fell, she pressed her right hand against the ice surface, and countless sharp icicles surged upwards, piercing towards me like a frenzy of bamboo shoots. I effortlessly dodged them, for I was already well-versed in such tactics. Seeing her first attempt fail, she waved her right hand towards the sky, and a colossal ice sphere, reminiscent of a meteor, came crashing down. How intriguing! I responded with a right hook to the sky, unleashing a shockwave. This was not an imperial artifact. It was the power from another realm. I smiled and informed her. In her incredulous gaze, the massive ice sphere began to crack from the bottom, and with a thunderous explosion, it shattered into countless icy shards in mid-air. The queen's sister was utterly bewildered. How is this possible? The power from another world? Indeed. I approached her step by step, knowing she had grown weary of being invincible in her own world. Why not follow me and witness a broader expanse of existence? Pledge your loyalty to me? Little demon, don't dream. She still feigned toughness and launched another attack. But the outcome was the same. I had mastered all her techniques and the abilities of the ice imperial artifact. When I employed the exact freezing capabilities as she did, Asta was completely thrown off guard. How is this possible? My ice imperial artifact. You replicated my abilities? Her face was filled with disbelief. Because you are the one I summoned. I possess your powers, and I understand everything about you. I walked up to her, extended my hand, and invited her to join me. This world is far more exciting than your mundane one. Here, the strong abound, and monsters even more powerful than you are everywhere. She gazed at me, then glanced around, lost in thought. Seizing the moment, I drew out the blade, Lurin Rohuo. All things in the universe are but ashes. Lurin Rohuo. I declare, the incantation summoned an electrifying atmosphere. As the blade was unsheathed, the searing flames instantly ignited the surrounding air. Asta, overwhelmed by the terrifying heat, staggered back several steps. Her eyes filled with trepidation. I paid her no mind, raising the blade towards the distant sea, and with a gentle swing, the earth shook. A resounding boom echoed as the distant sea suddenly erupted, and dozens of towering fire pillars shot up from the ocean, piercing the heavens. The entire sky was instantly painted a fiery red. The sea boiled, and countless waters evaporated into white steam, only to be scorched dry by the intense heat. Good heavens! This scene was akin to the descent of hell. Asta stood frozen, completely astonished, beads of sweat streaming down her cheeks, feeling not just shock, but an overwhelming yearning for such world-destroying power. As the flames dissipated, I sheathed the blade back into the ice and smiled at her, asking, "Now, how do you perceive my potential?" She looked at me, her expression incredibly complex, and finally, with a jolt of realization, asked, "What do you intend to do?" "I aspire to become the king of this world, and you shall assist me in reaching the pinnacle." The words World King evidently struck a chord within her. Indeed, she remained silent for a long while, then, with an unprecedented firmness, uttered two words, "I join." When I returned to the ship with Aista, Khalifa had already prepared breakfast and awaited my arrival. She had just witnessed the towering pillars of fire and was still in shock. However, upon turning around and seeing a stunning beauty following me, her expression shifted slightly. I, still blissfully introducing them, said, "Come, meet each other. We shall all be crew members from now on." Aista, Khalifa. Goodness, the moment these two women met, the air crackled with electric sparks, quite literally. Khalifa, with a smile that barely concealed her intentions, extended her hand, her tone nonchalant. "Khalifa, I wield the power of thunder and lightning. I came first." As she spoke, crackling blue lightning coiled around her hand, and with a casual gesture towards a wooden barrel on the deck, it exploded with a resounding bang. Aista chuckled as she took her hand, while with the other hand, carelessly waved towards the sea, causing a massive ice sphere to descend with a thunderous crash into the water, sending waves that drenched the three of us. I, Aista, the battle-hardened general from the Empire, had never tasted defeat. Now, I swear fealty to Lord Shenluo. Her tone was laced with provocation. Khalifa, likely alarmed internally, maintained a perfect smile in my presence, addressing Aista with a respectful "my lord," taking charge of preparing clothing and quarters for her. Just as I stepped into the dining area, I heard Khalifa lower her voice to Aista, saying, "Miss Aista, this ship values order of arrival. Do you understand? From now on, you will wash your own clothes and tidy your own room. I do not serve you." Aista simply smiled with amusement, an interesting woman. Thus, 3 days passed in serene tranquility aboard the ship. The two women, initially adversarial, surprisingly developed a peculiar camaraderie. One day, as Khalifa practiced her abilities on the deck, she stretched out an electric net and called out to the dazed Aista, "Hey, Ice Woman, go fetch me a fish from the kitchen." Aista, having grown bored over the past few days, jumped at the opportunity and quickly retrieved the largest fish, spearing it with her ice blade. "What do you intend to do? Roast the fish with lightning?" "Of course. The Lord mentioned that the Rygene fruit can melt gold. Roasting a fish is nothing," Khalifa said proudly. Minutes later, a delectable aroma wafted through the air as she indeed managed to cook it perfectly. The two stood at the bow of the ship, sharing the roasted fish while chatting. "When do you think we will encounter pirates?" Aista asked, her face full of yearning as the battle-hungry blood within her surged. "I don't know. The new world is vast," Khalifa began, but before she could finish, Aista's eyes lit up, pointing to a small black dot on the distant horizon. "What is that?" "A telescope." Khalifa grabbed the telescope and gasped. "It's a pirate ship. My heavens. It belongs to the Big Mom pirates, the ship of one of the emperors." Upon hearing this, Aista's eyes widened with excitement, akin to a famished wolf spotting a lavish feast. She eagerly confirmed, "Is that the Charlotte Linlin who has dozens of husbands and over 80 children?" "Yes. I can feel my blood boiling. I must tell you." Aista's eyes shone with fervor, her expression one of sheer anticipation. Goodness, directly ahead of us, a ship adorned with a large lip and a pirate hat flag was rapidly approaching us. Khalifa, upon examining through the telescope, gasped, saying, "It's the ship of the Big Mom pirates." I was instantly alert. The Big Mom pirates, the one led by the nearly 9-meter-tall woman who has over 40 husbands and birthed over 80 children, transforming a pirate crew into a family enterprise. My goodness, this was akin to a pig's postpartum care, one after another. Khalifa remarked that the captain was a formidable character named Charlotte Smoothie, one of Big Mom's daughters. A sweet commander with a bounty of 932 million. Her ability, the Sherbois no Mi, could drain the moisture from a person's body. Just hearing it sounded utterly grotesque. Aista inquired, 900 million? Is that a lot? She still lacked a complete understanding of the currency in this world. Khalifa's pride surged as she huffed. Of course, it's a lot, but compared to the Lord, it's still far behind. The Lord has a bounty of 15 billion. At that moment, Khalifa, the clever little fox, suddenly had a brilliant idea. She leaned in and said, "I have a plan. Let us wait for them to make the first move. That way, we will be justified. Then, we can team up and capture Smoothie. Isn't our boss in need of a devil fruit? Smoothie is so significant. Big Mom will surely be willing to trade the fruit for her." Upon hearing this, Asta exclaimed. Kidnapping? Extortion? Torture? Oh, I am well versed in this. Her bloodthirsty smile returned as she decisively declared, let us do it. Family, who understands this? These two women are a force of chaos. They are whispering away, utterly oblivious to the fact that our captain, Shenluo, is still napping in the cabin. Meanwhile, aboard Smajiji's vessel, her minions have spotted our grand and impressive ship, their eyes turning green with envy, urging her on. Lord Smajiji, seize it. That ship looks valuable. Initially, Smajiji maintained a semblance of restraint, but upon hearing this, her interest was piqued. She perceived that our ship was manned by only two women, who audaciously dared to gaze directly at them, truly arrogant, and a lesson was in order. Thus, the two vessels drew closer within mere meters, and the stench emanating from the pirates was palpable. Just as Smajiji was about to make a grandiose inquiry about our identity, I must tell you, Khalifa did not grant them a moment's opportunity to speak. With a swift motion of her right hand, she slammed it down, uttering something I could not catch. And then, boom, a thunderous roar erupted as a bolt of blue lightning, 50 million volts strong, descended from the heavens like it was free. In an instant, their ship transformed into a colossal electric therapy room, with everyone aboard, including Smajiji, convulsing, dancing uncontrollably, and emitting incomprehensible cries of agony. But that was just the beginning. Its death leaped into the air, landing upon the surface of the sea, where the water beneath her feet instantly froze, creating a path. Following this, she struck the ice with her hand, and lo and behold, the entire sea around us, save for the underside of our own ship, solidified. Countless massive ice spikes erupted from the ocean's depths, launching the opposing ship skyward, transforming it into a colossal beehive. Smajiji, momentarily dazed, had just recovered from the electric shock, her body still smoking. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld one wielding lightning and another wielding ice. What a divine combination! Its death executed a flawless leap, landing gracefully upon their battered ship. She gazed up at the towering Smajiji, remarking, there are far too many oddities in your world. Enraged, Smajiji bellowed, drawing her long sword, nearly as tall as herself, and swung it fiercely. Its death, in a swift response, conjured a more than meter-long ice dagger, and the battle commenced. Yet, Smajiji was no match for its death. The latter fought with a fervor that left no room for respite. Ice bullets, ice walls, ice spikes, an unrelenting barrage, akin to a mode of infinite firepower. Smajiji's fruit, the Zaza fruit, required physical contact to be effective, yet she found herself ensnared in its death's relentless assault, unable to close the distance, her face turning a shade of purple from frustration. Its death grew increasingly exhilarated, crafting a massive ice sphere 10 meters in diameter, preparing to crush down upon them. Smajiji, in utter desperation, disregarded her comrades, seizing a half-conscious minion, draining him of life in an instant, transforming into a small giant over 10 meters tall, cleaving the ice sphere in two. Believing herself triumphant, she was met with this death's laughter as she conjured another identical sphere. Just as Smajiji looked skyward, a colossal ice pillar struck her from the side, sending her flying. Following this, the ice sphere crashed down with a thunderous impact, obliterating the ship and likely leaving few survivors. This commotion finally roused our captain from his slumber. Shenluo emerged from the cabin, yawning, and upon witnessing the icy battleground, was left dumbfounded. What are you two doing? Khalifa hurried over, eager to take credit, recounting her ingenious plan in detail. Shenluo's eyes lit up upon hearing it, patting Khalifa on the shoulder. Well done, Khalifa. Your mind is finally working. Excellent job. With that, he soared off to observe the spectacle. By this time, its death was still toying with Smajiji, who had just crawled from the ice debris, bloodied and trembling with rage. Its death, with a tone that could infuriate, teased, "Are you angry? But I am so pleased. The more furious you are, the more openings you reveal." No sooner had she spoken than several ice pillars pummeled Smajiji, causing her to cough up blood, ultimately pinning her to the icy surface with a massive ice column, rendering her immobile. Only then did Shenluo glide over, stating, "All right, that's enough. Just incapacitate her. Don't actually kill her, or the big lady will have a heart attack." Thus, this bounty of 932 million. A formidable member of the Suite 3, the core strength of the Big Mom Pirates, was bound with our specially crafted steel ice, packaged, and tossed onto the deck. Back on our ship, Shenluo rummaged through the wreckage, retrieving a telephone snail resembling Big Mom, adorably hideous. He waved the creature and said to Smajiji, "Come. Let us assure your family of your safety." Smajiji paled, threatening, "You dare? My mother will not spare you." Shenluo paid her no mind, directly seizing the telephone snail and dialing. When the call connected, a composed male voice echoed, "Hello?" Upon hearing that voice, Smajiji was rendered speechless, exclaiming, "Brother Katakuri?" What a twist! Summoning an even greater threat, the pillar of the Charlotte family, the man known never to have been defeated, Katakuri. Shenluo cut to the chase. "Hello, Katakuri. Your sister is in my custody." The other end erupted in denial. "Impossible. Who are you? What do you want?" Katakuri did not believe someone could capture Smajiji. Shenluo smiled, signaling its death, who understood immediately, squatting before Smajiji, grinning like a devil. "Little sister, would you prefer to experience the piercing punishment being buried alive or being doused in wax? Choose one." Smajiji trembled, her lips quivering, resolutely biting her tongue into silence. Only then did Shenluo leisurely introduce himself. "I forgot to mention, my name is Shenluo." The other end fell silent, Katakuri's breath growing heavy. In the new world, who does not know that name? Now he believed, his tone turning icy. "What do you intend to do?" Shenluo replied, "Quite simply, 3 devil fruits in exchange for your sister's release." "Your sister, a member of the Suite 3, is worth that price, wouldn't you agree?" Just as Katakuri was about to retort, Shenluo cut him off with a finality. "We will be waiting for you in Dressrosa with the fruits." With a click, he hung up. I tell you, Katakuri on the other end was utterly stunned. He paced the room, the usually composed mind nearly boiling over. If his mother found out, where would he hide his face? A member of the 4 emperors being held for ransom. This would turn the Big Mom Pirates into a laughingstock of the new world, while simultaneously catapulting Shenluo to fame. Absolutely not. This matter must be resolved discreetly. Thus, Katakuri summoned his most formidable siblings and allies. The star of the Suite 3, Cracker, Owen of the Heat Fruit, Parasparrow of the Candy Fruit, and his sister Brûlée, who could open any door. What a powerhouse team they formed. I tell you, Cracker initially considered informing their mother, but Katakuri swiftly rebuffed him. "Tell mother? Do you wish to compound our shame?" Parasparrow chimed in, asserting that if mother learned of Smajiji's capture, she would make her the first to suffer, treating her like a waste. With this, their internal consensus solidified. The 5 of them would proceed. Their plan centered on a special forces-style raid. Will they bring devil fruits? Absolutely not. Katakuri's eyes were cold as he said, "Just the 2 of them. That woman, Brûlée, could probably handle her with one hand. We 4 can take on Shenluo. Even an admiral would be bewildered. What do we have to fear?" Their strategy revolved around a disparity of information, intending to feign a trade upon arrival, rescue Smajiji, and then, as 5 became 6, they would encircle Shenluo and capture him, teaching him why the flowers bloom so beautifully. As Ka-Ir and his crew hastily set sail under the cover of night towards Dressrosa, we, on the other hand, have already landed with leisure. Smudgy, shackled in sea-stone handcuffs, had casually acquired them from a Navy warship during our journey, showcasing a certain nonchalance. After settling the others in a hotel, Shenluo sauntered out. No sooner had he set foot on land than a woman, Violet, a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, fixated her gaze upon him. She had ventured out for a stroll and immediately recognized Shenluo, her heart racing as she realized he was the #1 target of Doflamingo, the man with a bounty of 5 billion and the ability of 2 devil fruits, a figure of immense repute. Although Violet harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Doflamingo, this matter was too significant to ignore, compelling her to report back without hesitation. Shenluo, puzzled, wondered if someone had been watching him, But after scanning the area and finding nothing, he dismissed it as mere delusion and entered a nearby restaurant. Meanwhile, in the palace, Doflamingo's reaction was nothing short of astonishing. Just moments earlier, he lounged casually on the sofa, contemplating life, when Violet's announcement about Shun Luo's arrival jolted him to his feet, his previously arrogant demeanor evaporating, replaced by shock and seriousness. He promptly instructed Violet to use her Maramara Nomi powers to scan the city, seeking Shun Luo's whereabouts. Learning he was dining in a restaurant at the city center, Doflamingo's signature smirk returned, recognizing this as a monumental opportunity to forge an alliance, not merely a friendship. With a swagger that signified his disregard for all, Doflamingo, clad in his flamboyant pink feather coat, made his way to the restaurant. As Shun Luo exited after his meal, he noticed the crowd parting like the Red Sea, revealing Doflamingo approaching with that infuriating grin. "Hello, Fire Sword, Shun Luo." Doflamingo extended his hand from a distance. Upon hearing his name, the surrounding crowd erupted in hushed whispers, recognizing him as a man of unparalleled power. Shun Luo, irritated by the attention, furrowed his brow, and Doflamingo, ever perceptive, adjusted his demeanor. With a flicker of his ostentatious glasses, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing the onlookers to collapse in a flurry, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. The two proceeded to the palace, where Doflamingo, a straightforward individual, wasted no time in expressing his admiration for Shun Luo's dual devil fruit abilities. Taking a swig of his drink, Shun Luo replied, half in jest, that perhaps his unique physiology was the key, suggesting Doflamingo might seek Vegapunk for enhancements. With a playful flick of his finger on the table, the entire surface began to vibrate violently, sending the fruit bowl clattering and the wine spilling. Doflamingo's eyes widened in alarm, realizing the potential destruction such power could unleash upon his palace. Shun Luo, noting Doflamingo's reaction, inquired about the availability of devil fruits. Without hesitation, Doflamingo ordered a box to be brought forth, offering it as a gesture of friendship. Shun Luo accepted without reservation, recognizing this as a significant investment opportunity. Later that evening, as Shun Luo returned to the hotel, Esteth entered with a speaking snail, its expression icy and reminiscent of Ka-Er. Upon answering, the tension was palpable. "Is Smudgy all right?" Ka-Er inquired, attempting to maintain a stoic facade. "Rest assured, I have no interest in your sister," Shun Luo replied smoothly, setting the meeting for the following noon on the eastern coast, where they could find ample space and fewer witnesses. "Do you have the devil fruit?" "I do." Ka-Er lied, not a flicker of hesitation in his demeanor. Shun Luo, fully aware of the deception, simply smiled and affirmed their appointment. The next day at noon, Ka-Er and his 4 companions stood at the seaside, akin to statues, basking under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat and growing increasingly irritable. Although they had agreed to meet at noon, it was already past 1, and still, no sign of Shun Luo. Frustrated, Ka-Er attempted to call, but the line remained unanswered, leading him to suspect he had been blacklisted. Meanwhile, Shun Luo, accompanied by Esteth, indulged in a lavish meal before leisurely making his way to the rendezvous. Upon arrival, the first to speak was Owen, inquiring about Smudgy. Shun Luo, amused, countered with a question about the whereabouts of their devil fruit. The atmosphere grew tense as they processed the unexpected presence of Esteth, who coldly assessed them before remarking on their unappealing appearances. The insult was palpable, igniting fury among Ka-Er's group. Katakuri, wielding a trident, pointed it menacingly at Shun Luo, declaring that matters would not end amicably. He then cautioned his companions to be wary of Esteth, sensing her formidable strength. Esteth, a woman of few words, acted swiftly. In a single stride, without visible motion, the ground beneath them erupted with towering ice spikes, resembling a trap of nature's fury. The group barely evaded the onslaught, though Owen sustained a gash to his leg, bewildered by the icy assault. "Is this ice? But isn't that Shun Luo's ability?" Perispero paled at the realization, confirming its origin. Esteth's lips curled into a cruel smile as she taunted them, surprised. "Are you?" A pitiful gathering, No sooner had she spoken than a massive block of ice, resembling a small meteor, plummeted from above, sending them into a panic as they scrambled for safety. Isteth's prowess was undeniable, and Katakuri, while having suspected her might, did not anticipate her ice manipulation abilities. With a serious expression, he rallied his comrades, assigning roles for their confrontation. He and Cracker would deal with Shenluo, while Perispero and Owen would confront Isteth. Despite wishing for a one-on-one battle with Shenluo, the priority was to rescue Smooji, necessitating teamwork to swiftly overcome their adversaries. As the most influential member of the Big Mom Pirates after Big Mom herself, Katakuri's leadership was unquestionable, earning him nods of agreement from the others. Isteth turned to Shenluo, requesting a blade, admitting her discomfort without one. "No problem," he replied, reminding her to subdue their foes without giving them an opportunity to breathe, particularly warning her of the grotesque man with the tongue protruding from his mouth, a paramecia-type user capable of creating and manipulating candy, and the one with an unusual head, who could manipulate temperature and counter her ice abilities. Be cautious, he advised, his heat can boil an entire sea. However, he noted that the man wrapped in a scarf posed the greatest threat, possessing overwhelming strength. Isteth, confident in her abilities, retorted, "It seems they will not prevail against me." A glistening ice blade materialized in her hand. The woman, exuding an aura of cold-bloodedness, instilled a sense of dread within me, despite my own capacity for violence. Why did I feel this twinge of fear? Perispero found himself under the piercing gaze of Isteth, whose expression was undeniably bloodthirsty, compelling him to swallow hard. An unfamiliar fear began to grip him. Isteth bent down, her right hand touching the ground, which instantly froze. The true issue lay with Perispero as a sharp, massive shard of ice erupted from the earth with such swiftness that he barely registered it. He was thrust into the air, the icy spear piercing through his abdomen. Agonizing pain surged through his nerves, and he screamed, his complexion paling instantaneously. Though his face was already ashen, the expression of suffering was unmistakable. "Perispero!" cried out Owen and the others. "One must not underestimate this woman. Undoubtedly, she is a formidable presence in the realm of gods." Katakuri shouted a warning, recognizing that Isteth's attack was both sudden and unforeseen, catching him off guard. At that moment, a figure known as Shenluo appeared before him, a long leg already poised to sweep across Katakuri. "I am aware of your observation haki that enables you to foresee the future. Few possess the mastery to wield it to such an extent." Shenluo's leg struck Katakuri's face, sending him hurtling away towards the distant shoreline. Shenluo offered no respite, moving with lightning speed, delivering another downward kick before Katakuri could even touch the ground. A thunderous explosion resonated as the earth erupted, creating a vast crater and sending dust swirling into the air. What transpired? Was there a battle? Could that be the Fire Sword, Shenluo, and the Big Mom Pirates? A significant event was unfolding. The commotion stirred many, particularly since this was one of the ports of Dressrosa. The cacophony began to irritate Shenluo, who unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki, silencing the noise entirely. "Impressive. My body feels numb." Katakuri quickly regained his footing, discarding his trident. He would not resort to weapons against an unarmed opponent. This was a duel between men. Where was Cracker? Was he preoccupied? Katakuri recognized the strength of the woman, aware that his three companions were present, excluding Brûlé, whose combat abilities were negligible, primarily serving as an escape artist with her Moro no Mi. Who was this woman? Such strength should not have gone unnoticed. Gazing up from the depths of the crater, he adjusted his white scarf that concealed his mouth, a hallmark of the Charlotte family, depicting him as the epitome of masculinity. Observing Katakuri's movement, Shenluo had no intention of removing the scarf. "Let us engage one-on-one," declared Katakuri. He unleashed a long kick towards Shenluo, utilizing the unique powers of his Machi no Mi, which allowed him to alter his physical form and manipulate matter freely. His leg elongated and expanded, enveloped in a dark hue of haki, sweeping towards Shenluo like a colossal hammer, stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. Shinluo extended his right hand, summoning an ice wall from the ground that shielded him from Katakuri's leg. However, the force behind Katakuri's strike shattered the wall instantly. Leaping into the air, countless ice projectiles hovered around Shinluo, aimed at Katakuri, while the ground erupted with the explosion of these icy missiles, sending even more dust skyward. Reflecting on this technique, Shinluo concluded it would be ineffective unless Katakuri remained stationary. As the thick yellow dust enveloped the shoreline, obscuring visibility, Katakuri found himself amidst the chaos. At that moment, within the swirling dust, two enormous white rings emerged beside Katakuri, each adorned with massive arms, fully coated in haki. The true strength of Katakuri lay in the awakening of his devil fruit powers, enabling the external manifestation of haki. By merging his Machi no Mi with haki, he reached a level of power that few could attain. The colossal hands clapped toward Shinluo, the force capable of pulverizing an ordinary person, accompanied by a swift rush of wind. Shinluo, sensing the impending threat, opted not to evade. Instead, he clenched his fists, each imbued with the power of the Gura no Mi, encased in translucent orbs. When Katakuri's monstrous hands met his fists, the atmosphere shattered with a crack, not only splitting the air, but also fracturing the giant hands, preventing them from making any contact with Shinluo. Even the hardened hands, fortified with haki, crumbled and fell apart. One extraordinary ability. This power is reminiscent of the Gura no Mi. As a new era of pirate emperors, I am indeed familiar with the other emperors. And Shinluo's might instantly reminded Katakuri of the legendary Whitebeard. No wonder he is regarded as a man comparable to Whitebeard. With the colossal hands shattered, Katakuri vaulted into the air, executing a downward strike aimed at Shinluo's head. From ground to apex, Katakuri completed this maneuver in merely 2 seconds. He was indeed formidable, a true masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Shinluo responded with a sweeping kick, the collision of their legs dispersing the dust that had risen. You cannot prevail in the air. Katakuri, after all, you lack the ability to fly. Shinluo executed a flawless flip, channeling even greater power through his legs as he pressed down. Katakuri, lacking solid footing in midair, was overwhelmed by Shinluo's force, crashing down to the ground like a cannonball, resulting in another explosion upon impact. Meanwhile, the other battle raged fiercely. Initially, it was agreed that Katakuri and Cracker would confront Shinluo, but Cracker had become entangled with his death, facing overwhelming pressure. What a terrifying woman. Cracker wiped the blood from his lips. Yes, he had indeed coughed blood. He had lost track of the last time he had bled, having just been struck by a colossal ice pillar from his death, feeling as though his very organs were about to rupture. Kneeling on one knee, Cracker observed the distant Owen being relentlessly crushed by his death. In truth, Owen was even weaker than Cracker himself. The Sweet Commanders are undeniably the strongest 3 among the Charlotte family, aside from Charlotte Linlin. This is indisputable. Brûlé had already been knocked unconscious with a single punch. Her combat prowess was negligible. Then, Owen was sent flying, receiving a kick to the face from his death, his facial structure caving in as he uncontrollably soared towards Cracker. Owen, Cracker rushed to catch him. Owen violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling in an instant. This woman is utterly terrifying. I have yet to melt the ice she has created, and she has begun to generate a copious amount of ice again. I simply cannot keep pace with her speed. Perispero, he is faltering as well. Owen felt helpless. Isteth is undoubtedly the second most formidable woman he has ever encountered in his life, with the first being his mother. Charlotte Linlin, on Perispero's side, he raised his cane, unleashing a torrent of candies, a peculiar candy fruit ability. Isteth had no desire to behold this individual, who not only resembled a specter, but also extended an elongated tongue, a sight that was utterly repulsive. With a flick of her wrist, Isteth summoned an avalanche of ice, resembling miniature icebergs, relentlessly driving Perispero back. Beneath him lay the sea. He was standing upon its surface. For a devil fruit user, contact with the sea is ill-advised. He had no intention of engaging with it. However, What Perospero did not foresee was the emergence of a colossal ice pillar directly before him, which struck him squarely in the chest and sent him crashing into the sea. Gasp! This was the blood Perospero coughed up just before plunging into the ocean, leaving a crimson stain in the water. Perospero, Correja, and the others were left in shock. Owen, rest here. Correja stood up. Cookie soldiers. Correja unleashed a multitude of cookie soldiers, his ultimate move. He was a paramecia-type cookie fruit user, capable of boundlessly creating cookies, controlling their hardness to rival steel. Thus, at that moment, the cookie soldiers were akin to an army of iron. Even if the cookie soldiers were shattered, they could quickly regenerate. 20 cookie soldiers stood before him, with over a dozen encircling him. He was wary of pain and ambushes. Charlotte Correja was known for his fear of pain. He regarded his death with trepidation, for she could easily freeze all his cookie soldiers and shatter them into dust in an instant, regardless of their strength. Correja found himself at a disadvantage against this woman. Despite his confidence in his powers, he could not maintain it in the face of his death's overwhelming strength. Correja hurled another batch of cookies, forming more cookie soldiers. He called to Owen behind him. Owen, help me melt the ice. Owen's heat could dissolve her ice, while not affecting his cookies, a perfect counter against her. All right. Owen rose. Clenching his fists, he must defeat her. Just as he was about to assist Correja, the voice of Shinra echoed. Owen, I'm right here. Before Owen could turn, a fist struck his abdomen, doubling him over in agony, his eyes widening in pain. His body uncontrollably propelled toward the sea. With a splash, Owen was cast into the ocean. For a devil fruit user, contact with the sea is strictly forbidden. Owen, Correja gasped in horror. Don't lose focus, Correja. Shinra suddenly appeared above him, delivering a powerful punch to his head. The ground erupted beneath them. For Correja, this blow would likely cause little more than discomfort. The people of this world were remarkably resilient. The rapid sound of footsteps approached, the metallic clattering of Katakuri's specialized shoes. Machi. Katakuri's hand transformed into a machi state, enveloped in a dark hue of haki. He clenched his fist and, as he neared Shinra, unleashed a devastating punch capable of shattering a great ship. Shinra reciprocated without hesitation, his own haki-infused fist colliding with Katakuri's. The force generated an invisible shockwave, sending Correja's cookie soldiers flying. Correja, move back a bit, Katakuri shouted. Realizing he had underestimated the situation, he should have informed Mama. He felt confident facing Shinra alone, but this mysterious woman appeared to be of equal caliber. Hearing Katakuri's warning, Correja retreated. He could not impede Katakuri now. His goal was to restrain his death and devise a strategy to overpower her. Katakuri and Shinra clashed, their fists locked, as Shinra conjured a translucent sphere of light, causing Katakuri's expression to change drastically. He retreated just in time as the area before Shinra erupted. Though it seemed merely a light punch, the force behind Shinra's blow was terrifying. Is it the power of the exploding fruit? Katakuri lamented, realizing that for the first time, he might be outmatched by Shinra. Forced to retreat once more, Katakuri found himself overwhelmed by Shinra's strength. Despite being a celebrated figure in the New World and a prominent member of the Big Mom Pirates, facing an adversary of Shinra's caliber left him feeling powerless. No wonder he was called the most likely candidate to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. He was still evolving. Once again, Katakuri surged forward, his right hand transforming into machi, enveloped in haki and exuding intense heat, resembling flames that coiled around his machi arm. Grill machi. This punch collided with Shinra's chest, causing even Shinra to stagger back a couple of steps. Though he remained formidable, his physical resilience unmatched. Shinra chuckled. That was quite a punch, Katakuri. Shinra retaliated with a punch of his own. In that instant, his arm muscles visibly swelled. A strike imbued with catastrophic destructive power, combined with Shinra's speed akin to lightning. Katakuri found himself unable to evade. He enveloped himself in the strongest haki he could muster, but the impending blow from Shinra made him break into a cold sweat. Just as Katakuri seized a critical moment, his paramecia-type abilities allowed him to evade Shinra's punch, creating a gap in his chest at the last second. However, he could not escape the overwhelming impact. A tremendous force bore down upon him. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Katakuri was sent flying, coughing blood mid-air, before tumbling across the sandy shore, rolling for over 10 meters before finally halting. Katakuri! Kureha cried out. At that moment, Isdef launched her assault. An array of ice bullets suspended around her, remaining aloft for merely a heartbeat before all were unleashed. Facing off against Katakuri, although his speed had yet to reach the point where it became imperceptible to the naked eye, the force he wielded was no less formidable than that of a bullet. Alas, Katakuri, caught off guard by Isdef's assault, found himself an easy target in that fleeting moment. A barrage of ice projectiles rained down upon him. Despite his impressive physical defenses, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of these icy missiles. Soon, his body was drenched in blood, and he was violently propelled several meters away by the explosive impact of the ice projectiles. Katakuri, your prowess feels rather unimpressive, at least when compared to my own, Isdef remarked, shaking her head. She had initially held high hopes for Katakuri, but became evident that she was simply too powerful, overwhelmingly so. While the members of the Big Mom Pirates were indeed formidable, they did not match the strength of a Marine Admiral. Isdef's power had reached a level that bordered on surpassing that of an admiral. Crucially, Isdef had yet to unleash her ultimate technique, the freezing of time. This was a feat even Akiji, who possessed the Hai Nomi, could not achieve. Known as the Ice Emperor's Manifest, this ability was akin to that of a demon, capable of freezing time itself. Although Isdef could only employ this power once a day, it sufficed for her purposes. However, at this moment, ice manipulation did not seem necessary. Meanwhile, Shinluo had approached Katakuri, who knelt on one knee, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. After all, you are a man worthy of admiration. Capturing you will allow me to threaten Big Mom and enhance my own reputation. Would you not agree? Katakuri's expression darkened as he responded, You wish to wage war against my mother? Indeed, the battle has already commenced, Shinluo replied with a grin. I hope you can strike me down before I can rise again. With both hands pressed firmly against the ground, Katakuri summoned a wave of movement, causing the earth beneath him to ripple like a turbulent sea, undulating layer upon layer, as if someone were shaking a large quilt. The ground began to upheave. In his awakened form, Katakuri could transform the surrounding terrain and structures into machi. Oh, Shinluo's interest was piqued. He was familiar with several paramecia abilities that allowed the user to assimilate their surroundings into their own substance. For instance, Doflamingo's Ito no Mi could turn the ground and buildings into strings, while the Goro no Mi wielded by the Golden Emperor could transmute them into gold. Each of these individuals had reached an awakened state. The question remained, however, did the Gomu no Mi possess a similar ability? That was beyond Shinluo's concern. The ground beneath Shinluo began to quake, or rather surge. The rising machi surface lifted him, while simultaneously, layers of machi pressed toward him from all directions. Above him, numerous sharp and robust machi bars erupted from the machi ground, encircling him completely. Mirror machi, raining machi, these terrifying techniques were manifestations of Katakuri's awakened state. Trapped. A rare smile graced Katakuri's face. This was preferable to being unable to land hit on him. Shinluo's abilities were indeed troublesome, and his speed was remarkable. At this moment, the machi ground was enveloped in a thick layer of black Busashoka haki, an application of haki that had reached an extraordinary level, rendering it as impenetrable as iron. Few in the New World could match Katakuri's mastery of Busashoka haki combined with his own powers. With his body rapidly encased in a thick layer of ice, Shinluo found himself covered in the hardest ice he could summon, comparable to steel. Katakuri understood that while he could escape such a machi entrapment, he needed to deliver a decisive blow to truly incapacitate his opponent, demonstrating that they were not of the same caliber, at least not by a small margin. Mirror machi serves to contain the opponent, while raining machi is an offensive maneuver. The former acts as a fortress, while the latter possesses a strength surpassing that of bullets. Did it succeed? Katakuri commanded the machi bars to relentlessly assault Shinluo. The cacophony echoed like bullets striking a wall, yet Katakuri heard no cries of pain. Employing Kinbunchika haki, he discerned that Shinluo was encased within a thick layer of ice. Do both of them possess ice manipulation abilities? What is happening? Realizing this, Katakuri halted his assault as the mirror machi swiftly enveloped Shinluo, leaving no gaps, sealing him within a confined space. Within his icy prison, Shinluo retracted a portion of the ice, allowing just enough space to unleash a punch. A single strike, enhanced by a shockwave, can yield terrifying power. In Katakuri's line of sight, the mirror machi, composed of the Mizu no Mi, continued to expand. Damn it! Can I not contain him? With a resounding explosion, the expanding machi suddenly detonated, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave akin to a barrage of explosives, sending Katakuri, steadfast as a rock, flying 10 meters away. Suspended in midair, Shinluo stole a glance at Katakuri to confirm his position before dashing forward with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Katakuri. Instinctively, Katakuri crossed his arms to defend himself, enveloping them in Busashoko haki, for Shinluo's fist was similarly clad in the same haki, embodying a duality of offensive and defensive prowess. With an explosive crack, while Katakuri remained standing, the ground beneath him crumbled under the terrifying force, forming a funnel-shaped crater with Katakuri at its center. Following that punch, Katakuri felt a numbing sensation in his hands. Yet he understood that if his opponent were akin to his mother, he would undoubtedly fall short. In this world, many might share a level with him, but few could stand alongside an emperor of the sea, perhaps only a dozen or 20 at most. This was merely a conjecture. Shinluo brought down another punch, causing the ground to collapse further, with both depth and breadth growing increasingly menacing. Katakuri raised his hands in defense, his entire body trembling, not from fear, but purely due to the overwhelming strength of his adversary. Impressive. Katakuri could not afford to remain passive, striking back. He swung his right leg, transforming it into machi, taking the form of a colossal spiked club, enveloped in a layer of black Busashoka haki, and aimed it upward toward Shinluo. This sequence of actions transpired within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Such mastery was second nature to him. His bounty exceeding 1 billion was not merely due to his position within the Big Mom Pirates, but rather because of his formidable strength and an undefeated reputation forged through countless battles. The undefeated Katakuri had long been an icon of the Charlotte family, yet it was evident he had never faced a truly fearsome opponent until today. Shinluo was destined to shatter his invincible legacy. The Machi Club, massive in scale, descended upon Shinluo, dwarfing him like a mountain. However, Shinluo also swung his fist with lightning speed, delivering a powerful blow without any hesitation. The opposing party's Wolfang Club was effortlessly deflected, and without a moment's pause, Shinluo channeled the force of Kongjin into his right leg, striking down upon Katakuri. In the next instant, the ground cracked extensively, resonating with the tremors of the sea, which also stirred violently. A multitude of fissures spread across the coastline, reaching hundreds of meters, enveloping both Shinluo and Katakuri in a swirling cloud of dust. Amidst the rolling yellow dust, Shinluo once again swept his leg towards Katakuri. Still reeling from the earlier shockwave, was caught off guard. His already unsteady body was sent flying once more, crashing violently against the wall of an abandoned house near the town. Shinluo rapidly closed the distance again. At this moment, his right fist, imbued with the power of Kongjin, struck Katakuri, who was still pinned against the wall. With a resounding crack, it was not the sound of bones shattering, but rather the atmosphere fracturing, followed by a thunderous explosion as a significant portion of the structure behind Katakuri crumbled. This level of force would undoubtedly inflict considerable harm on Katakuri. Yet for a warrior of his caliber, as long as his life remained intact, he would recover in a matter of days, perhaps 2 or 3, as it was not a grievous injury. In this world, battles are fought longer by the stronger individuals, who can endure days without sustenance. fighting relentlessly until exhaustion or a victor emerges. Injuries can heal swiftly, and the mightiest recover the quickest, for their physical constitution is often superior. For those who cultivate physical prowess, the body serves as the vessel for their strength. The greater the physique, the more formidable the powers of the devil fruit. The capacity of most users depends on the size of their vessel. Katakuri was injured, and it appeared to be quite severe. 30 minutes later, he lay helplessly on the ground, devoid of the energy to move. The searing pain coursed through his body, and he could scarcely recall the last time he had endured such agony. Indeed, he had underestimated his opponent. I'm not his match, at least not at this moment. In my desire to protect my family, I let my guard down. He was not a creature to be gauged by common reasoning. And here he stood with a formidable new crewmate, a woman who could face off against the three of them alone. Katakuri gazed weakly at the sky, the blinding light failing to deter him. Ultimately, he had failed. On the other side, Korea had been encased in ice, his body sealed within a thick layer of solid ice, leaving only his head exposed. Isteth brandished a sharp ice blade towards his neck, ready to strike. Korea's eyes were filled with fear, resentment, and helplessness, yet he refused to plead for mercy. He bore the pride of the Charlotte family, and as a member of that lineage, he could not yield, no matter the circumstances. It had been a long time since she had employed torture. Isteth's inner thoughts stirred, recalling the most horrific tortures she had inflicted within the empire, where even the palace torturers bowed to her. This was not the ideal setting for such acts. The best place would be a dark, damp dungeon, where she had employed various torturous methods, including impalement, live burial, stone kneecap punishment, burning, and immersion in boiling liquids. However, Shenluo had instructed her simply to capture them without resorting to such extremes. There were still two individuals in the sea, Charlotte Perispero and Charlotte Oven, who had been submerged for quite some time. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Shenluo and his crew were aboard their ship along the eastern coast, where Don Quixote da Flamingo wore a wicked grin, accompanied by his distinctive laughter. At this moment, all 5 of Katakuri's companions had been apprehended by Shenluo and his crew, while Perispero and Oven had been struggling in the water for over half an hour, appearing thoroughly defeated and humiliated, filled with boundless anger and resentment. Doflamingo's face bore a broad smile, yet his heart was overwhelmed with shock and even fear. He gazed at Katakuri and the others, shackled by sea stone, in disbelief. Doflamingo considered himself formidable, yet he doubted his ability to defeat a monster like Katakuri, whose reputation for strength was well known throughout the New World. He understood the extent of Katakuri's power, but not only Katakuri, for 4 of the 5 individuals bound by sea stone were renowned strongmen of the New World, including the yet-to-be-captured Smoothie. The sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates were all here, captured by Shenluo and his crew, relying solely on 2 individuals. Doflamingo cast a glance at Isteth, the woman clad in a black suit with flowing ice-blue hair. He was intrigued by her, knowing she had single-handedly defeated 3 of the Charlotte brothers, excluding Katakuri. She exuded an aura of terror, a clear warning that she was not to be trifled with. The New World was a realm of monsters, and Shenluo, along with this woman, represented the epitome of such beings, wielding overwhelming power against Katakuri and his comrades. What truly made Doflamingo break into a sweat was Shenluo's intention to use Katakuri and the others as leverage against Big Mom. What a terrifying proposition. It was akin to capturing 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates and bargaining with Kaido. Such madness and horror were unfathomable, even among the emperors of the sea. Such actions were unheard of, capable of igniting a war that could engulf the world. Terrifying, insane. No, he is nothing short of a madman. Shenluo. This was Doflamingo's internal assessment of Shenluo. Was it for the sake of the devil fruit? No, it was not merely for that. If Shenluo were only after the devil fruit, he could easily acquire it through Doflamingo's black market without going to such lengths. Moreover, this approach would undoubtedly provoke a pirate emperor, and that emperor was none other than the most fearsome and insane woman in the world. One so terrifying that she had slain her own children. Even the sight of her face could send shivers down the spines of many, the infamous Charlotte Linlin. Thus, what was Shenluo's true intention? Doflamingo was at a loss. He believed Shenluo was not a fool, unable to discern the consequences of his strength. On the contrary, Doflamingo sensed that Shenluo harbored an even more terrifying objective. Yet what could it be? I like someone like you. Shenluo, I must cultivate a favorable relationship with him. If Shenluo were of the same caliber as Kaido, and Doflamingo had to choose between Shenluo and Kaido as a partner, he would unhesitatingly choose Shenluo. While Kaido was Doflamingo's ally, he was filled with trepidation towards him. Thank you for your sea stone shackles. Shenluo expressed his gratitude, noting that the sea stone shackles were provided by Don Quixote Doflamingo. For someone like Doflamingo, who possesses an extensive network of connections, acquiring sea stone shackles is a trivial matter, as his palace houses numerous such items. With the sea stone shackles in hand, Katakuri and his companions would be at Shenluo's mercy. Doflamingo once again emitted his distinctive, sinister laughter, expressing anticipation for their future collaboration, perhaps even friendship. Shenluo remarked, "Friendship is a relationship built upon mutual interests." Doflamingo smiled. "There is no reason we cannot become friends. Interests can indeed be mutual. Thus, we may look forward to the future." He conveyed a sense of maturity and composure that belied his age and invited Shenluo to reach out whenever needed, providing him with a transponder snail before bidding farewell and departing the ship with an arrogant gait. "Young master, what kind of person do you think he is? Could he become the future pirate king?" inquired the sniveling old man trailing behind Doflamingo. Doflamingo responded, "As for the title of pirate king, I am uncertain, but his potential is undeniably formidable. Maintaining a good rapport with him will surely yield benefits." "What do you think, Torpol?" "The young master is indeed correct." "I have no doubt," Torpol replied. "Yet, I find it curious that Shenluo possesses freezing abilities, as does that unfamiliar woman." On board, Shenluo awaited Califa's arrival with Smoker, having already informed her via transponder snail. Dressrosa was merely a stop to procure supplies, as Shenluo did not intend to linger. After all, they had several captives and could not afford to stay for days. There was little to keep him there anyway. If he had a preference for a destination, it would be the Golden City of Tesalo, the largest entertainment hub in the world, unrivaled in its grandeur, with ships measuring 10 kilometers in length, akin to a colossal city. Following a visit to Whole Cake Island, Shenluo planned to head to the Golden City. Katakuri sat on the ship, his demeanor icy. "Your goal is to broker a deal with our mother, using us as leverage against Big Mom?" "Indeed," Shenluo replied succinctly. "Are you not aware of how terrifying this is? My mother's power is unimaginable. That is precisely why we must test the waters. If we cannot defeat her, we shall flee. Fleeing is hardly an option. We must first destroy the Cake Castle, although if negotiations succeed, that would be another matter." "You may not comprehend the gravity of your actions," interjected Krija. "You are determined," exclaimed Oven. "Mother will be furious, and Whole Cake Island cannot withstand her wrath," added Brule. Esther interrupted them, exasperated. "Defeated foes should be prepared for capture. You have repeated this ad nauseum." Referring to Smoker as the long-legged woman, Shenluo chuckled. "Currently, I have the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates at my disposal. Do you truly believe I fear her?" Indeed, Shenluo had confidence in his abilities, and he was aware of Big Mom's vulnerabilities, such as her cherished photographs of nuns. Shattering them would drive her to madness. "You've gone mad. Dreaming of reaching the pinnacle of the world after less than 3 months at sea," mocked Perispero. However, Esther silenced him with a forceful stomp to his face, delivering 2 additional punishing blows as he cried out in pain. Esther was a sadistic queen, exhibiting a cruel streak towards her enemies. "Stop, you wretched woman. I will kill you," Krija shouted, though he was restrained by the ship's railing. "Krija," Katakuri bellowed, "hold yourself, brother, but—" Krija gritted his teeth against the pain of being trampled, filled with resentment. Their situation was precarious. Silence ensued. Submitting would lessen their suffering. Such was the fate of captives. Were it not for Shenluo's presence, Esther would have resorted to various tortures to break their bodies and spirits, a method she relished. That incessant tongue is the most irritating, Esther complained, referring to Charlotte Perispero, whose long tongue was a source of annoyance. Half an hour later, Khalifa arrived with Smoker. Upon seeing Katakuri and the others shackled by Seastone, Smoker was taken aback, speechless, feeling a wave of sorrow and helplessness. They were truly at the mercy of others. And to think it was members of the Charlotte family. Smoker, it's all right, Khalifa reassured him. I'm so sorry, I failed. It's all my fault for not informing Mother and making such a foolish decision. Subsequently, the 6 of them were gathered. The suite commanders were all present. The sails were raised, and they set course for their next destination, Whole Cake Island. In the afternoon, they departed from the eastern coast of Dressrosa, heading towards Big Mom's territory. The islands surrounding Cake Island, along with vast stretches of ocean, were her dominion. An impressive expanse comprising not merely a single island, but a multitude, encompassing dozens, if not hundreds, of islands. Such territorial control is the hallmark of a pirate emperor. Doflamingo, while possessing his own territory, Dressrosa, a nation albeit modest in size, aspired to the title of pirate emperor, a goal nearly all pirates yearn for, a dream perhaps. However, to become the pirate king is an altogether more elusive ambition, for it entails conquering the entirety of the New World and overcoming every pirate emperor therein. Shin Luo dined in the restaurant, a transponder snail before him, awaiting a connection. He wondered if he could reach the elderly matriarch. Meanwhile, within the Cake Castle of Whole Cake Island, Big Mom sat on the ground in a darkened room, a member of her crew bringing her a dessert from Fishman Island. Having savored it in the past, she was now hopelessly enamored, losing interest in sweets from anywhere else. The desserts from Fishman Island were simply exquisite. Her eyes widened in horror, nearly bulging from their sockets. Her enormous mouth dripped with gastric juices, a sign that the dessert was of unparalleled deliciousness, at least in her estimation. The gastric acid trickled from her mouth, landing on the ground like sulfuric acid, melting the surface and producing white steam. The floor was corroded. One could only imagine how potent her gastric acid was. Would it reduce flesh to bone if it came into contact with a human? The pirate delivering desserts appeared utterly petrified upon encountering the formidable Big Mom, trembling in fear as if he had witnessed the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. All he wished was to escape swiftly, terrified that he might meet his end at her hands. Today, Charlotte Perispero was absent, as he typically handled the deliveries of desserts from Fishman Island. Big Mom's childish voice echoed through the air, reminiscent of a fool, as she suddenly began to devour the delectable Fishman Island treats, shoving handfuls into her mouth and hastily swallowing them after a few bites. Whitebeard, if it weren't for you claiming Fishman Island as your territory, it would belong to me, and its desserts would be mine. Her words became increasingly garbled, tinged with frustration. For Whitebeard's dominance over Fishman Island prevented her from joyfully plundering its sweets, although she had only recently come to appreciate the delightful nature of these desserts. She was acutely aware of the enmity that existed among the 4 emperors, particularly her long-standing feud with Whitebeard. Where are Katakuri and the others? It has been days since I last laid eyes on them, Big Mom mused to herself, her confusion growing as she pondered their sudden disappearance. Soon, she finished her feast, letting out a satisfying burp, her face alight with indulgence. So delicious. I crave more Fishman Island desserts. I demand more. Her gaze darkened with anger as she declared that desserts held more significance to her than her own children, who she often regarded as mere tools. Time passed in darkness until the sound of a dindin mushi interrupted her thoughts. Hello, she answered, still basking in the aftermath of her meal. Big Mom? The voice of Shinsoa halted her eating as the dindin mushi before her took on her likeness, accurately mimicking her expressions with unparalleled precision. Who are you? Big Mom inquired. The audacity of being called Big Mom indicated that this individual was certainly not one of her own. I am Shinsoa. I wonder if you remember me. Shinsoa? I recall you, she responded, her interest piqued, having been preoccupied with thoughts of him recently. Your 6 children, Smokey, Katakuri, Cracker, Brûlé, Oven, and Perispero, are in my possession. You haven't seen them in several days, have you? In your possession? Indeed, I haven't seen them for days, Big Mom exclaimed, rising abruptly her demeanor shifting to one of skepticism laced with a hint of fury. Yes, you think I'm deceiving you? Charlotte Linlin, you can verify my claims. You should trust in my strength. I could easily defeat your children. Is there any doubt? What do you want, little pirate? Her tone was now laced with anger. For as one of the most powerful figures in the New World, she was being threatened by a newcomer to the pirate scene. 5 devil fruits, otherwise. I shall send you their severed heads in a box for your collection. Such brazen words. Are you threatening me, pirate? There's no need for further discussion. We will meet at Cake Island, Big Mom. With that, Shinso ended the call, leaving the Dindin Mushi hanging limply. Discarding the Dindin Mushi like refused Big Mom, now filled with doubt, sent out search parties for Katakuri and the others, her disbelief in Shunsua's words shaken by the truth of his claims. Mom, Katakuri and Cracker left over 3 days ago, a fearful subordinate revealed, prompting Big Mom to erupt in a terrifying fury. Her conqueror's haki surged forth, an overwhelming force that enveloped the surroundings, causing the very sea around Cake Island to tremble. Shinsua, you will pay. Her voice echoed ominously over Cake Island, instilling dread in the hearts of its inhabitants. In the Marine headquarters, Sengoku examined a collection of photographs on his desk, taken covertly by a spy embedded in Dressrosa. In a nation as vast as Dressrosa, the Marines had numerous informants, particularly focused on Doflamingo. However, due to Doflamingo's status, they were unable to take action against him. This time, the informant had observed Doflamingo heading towards the eastern coast and followed him, uncovering a shocking revelation that would prove monumental for the Marine headquarters: information regarding Shinsua and the Big Mom pirates. Their conversation suggested that Shinsua and Isdeth had defeated Katakuri and the others, capturing all 6 members of the Charlotte family, including the Sweet Commanders. This was a grave situation. Shinsua had apprehended several key figures from Big Mom's crew, and Doflamingo seemed to be involved in some clandestine dealings with him. For the Marines, this was a matter of utmost seriousness. The photographs, around 10 in total, were taken from a distance, as the informant dared not risk being discovered by such powerful individuals. Even their dialogue had been deciphered through lip reading. Sengoku stared at these photographs, a headache forming. The gravity of the situation was apparent. As a strategist, he quickly surmised that Shinsua intended to leverage Big Mom. However, this was an obvious conclusion to any rational mind. With Big Mom's children in his grasp, the outcome was clear. Conflict was inevitable. Other possibilities, such as negotiation or persuading Big Mom to submit for the sake of her children, seemed unlikely. Big Mom was not Whitebeard. However, would this lead to turmoil in the New World? It was likely, as Shinsua had struck at the very heart of Big Mom's crew, holding her highest-ranking officers captive, rendering it effortless for him to eliminate them if he so desired. New crew members? Merely 2 individuals had managed to defeat 5 of hers? No, it should be 6, considering Califa's average strength was not a factor. The mysterious woman with blue hair, adorned with a unique military hat and dressed in a black suit, projected an impressive demeanor, yet her true strength remained shrouded in mystery. A sudden appearance of an enigmatic woman, recruiting new crew members upon entering the New World. The ice along the coastline, seemingly fallen from the heavens, has left vast areas of the ground shattered, which can also be interpreted as divine descent. There are no other anomalies discernible, making it difficult to speculate on the capabilities of this woman. However, her power must surely be formidable. Katakuri is widely recognized as powerful in the New World, as is Korea and Smoker as well. It is inconceivable that Shunlua could defeat them single-handedly, a sentiment echoed by Sengoku. Thus, it can be inferred that this woman with blue hair is also exceptionally strong. Although there are only 2 new crew members, the prowess of Califa is beyond question. The intelligence from the world government indicates that their combat prowess is below 700, suggesting that both Shinlua and this woman with blue hair are significant concerns. Attempting to place a bounty on them is futile, given that their origins remain unclear. Once in the New World, Shinlua has completely distanced himself from the reach of the Navy's pawns. While the Navy does maintain branches in the New World, its influence is minimal to the New World. The pirates of the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas are merely children playing make-believe, utterly insignificant. The passage into the new world is inherently a survival of the fittest. Only the strong endure. And even those who slip through the cracks into the new world do not survive long. It is a realm dominated by the powerful, or rather, the monstrous. Thus, once Auctionand entered the new world, the Navy headquarters found themselves utterly helpless against him. The expanse of the new world makes it impossible to ascertain his whereabouts. It is currently certain that he will head to Cake Island, though it remains uncertain what will transpire. His audacity to act in such a manner clearly indicates his intention to confront Big Mom directly, which will undoubtedly lead to a terrifying conflict. A conservative estimate suggests that the outcome will not be favorable, that Madwoman is not easily offended, and Auctionand will likely emerge from this confrontation severely wounded. Perhaps it is due to his recent ventures at sea, coupled with his formidable strength and his successful evasion of Kuzan and Sakazuki, as well as escaping the pursuits of Garp and Borisolino, that he has grown excessively confident and reckless in his actions. After all, he is still quite young. Akiji interjected, pondering whether it is conceivable that he possesses such strength that, in the end, it is Big Mom who suffers the loss. However, this seems improbable. Cake Island is Big Mom's territory, and should he dare approach the Navy headquarters, I could personally ensure he is imprisoned. Another day has passed. As captives, Katakuri and his companions, save for Brûlé, find themselves shackled by sea stone, their limbs restrained, and a third sea stone lock connecting them to the ship's enclosure. In such a state, is escape even possible? There remains a possibility. The efficacy of sea stone shackles diminishes against those of great strength. While their devil fruit abilities are undoubtedly suppressed, their physical stamina remains largely unaffected. Auctionand has considered this and has encased them within a large dome of ice, leaving small apertures for air circulation. This arrangement allows him to rest easy at night. Currently, Katakuri and the others are entirely at the mercy of their captor. Peering through the icy barrier, they gaze at the indistinct ocean beyond, their hearts heavy with sorrow. This experience is unprecedented for them, being captured and used as bargaining chips in Auctionand's trade with their mother. The ramifications of this could be disastrous for their reputations. The once unbreakable myth of Charlotte Katakuri has been shattered, having faced an unimaginable adversary. Among his peers, he maintains a calm demeanor, a stark contrast to the tumultuous expressions of those around him. Yesterday, Auctionand had communicated with Big Mom, and they're all aware of this, though he refrained from disclosing their location. Were he to reveal it, Big Mom would undoubtedly come crashing down upon them like a storm. Her might is unfathomable. Even her children harbor a deep-seated fear of her. Big Mom's temperament is notoriously volatile, unpredictable even towards her own kin, and she seldom invests genuine emotion in them. There are moments when she descends into madness, wreaking havoc and causing untold destruction. It is conceivable that Auctionand will engage in battle with her mother, the pirate Emperor Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. If he manages to escape unscathed, his reputation will once again sweep across the world. As time flows on, another day has passed. What is this 500 strands of life force? Auctionand is not entirely sure. The system merely states that it pertains to the life fruit, a power within the domain of life. As night approaches and he prepares for slumber, he remembers that he has yet to utilize a life fruit. His ambition is to elevate the life fruit to a capability that transcends the rules of this world. The rules of the world, as Auctionand comprehends them, are the limitations imposed upon existence. For instance, no matter how powerful Whitebeard may be, he cannot shatter this world with the Tremor fruit. Is this world a planet? Perhaps. Yet even Whitebeard cannot destroy it. While he possesses the power to annihilate, it remains an exaggerated assertion, not yet reaching that level. The life fruit, according to his notes, can confer longevity, eradicate ailments, and so forth. It does not seem to enhance combat prowess, instead serving as a supportive ability. Utilizing the life fruit means evolving it, amplifying its inherent powers and capabilities. The system states that 500 strands of life force equate to how many devil fruits? The devil fruits designated for use possess equal value. The classification as a zone-type ancient fruit does not elevate its worth. One unit is equivalent to one fruit. An ancient type does not equal two or more of other types. For the manifestation of a devil fruit depends on the individual. A monster wielding a seemingly worthless devil fruit can still unleash terrifying abilities. Shinluo recalls a mud fruit or perhaps a swamp fruit, an ancient type of natural devil fruit that, when in the hands of an inept individual, fails to showcase its true potential, such as controlling soil to create swamps. Where in the world is there not soil? Even the seabed consists of mud. A worthless individual remains worthless. No matter how powerful the ability, it becomes as trivial as its wielder. Perhaps the tremor fruit would not have attained its status as the mightiest paramecia had it not been possessed by Whitebeard, who infused it with its legendary reputation. The system replies, conversion not possible. Devil fruits do not necessarily possess life force. Not necessarily possess? The system clarifies, the life fruit possesses life force. Other devil fruits have not demonstrated this trait. Very well. The system prompts, please confirm whether to utilize the life fruit and determine the life force value to be invested. What is the initial investment? 50 strands. With 50 strands as the starting point, 450 strands remain for acceleration. The remaining life force can be utilized for acceleration. Non-human investments do not require acceleration and can be stacked. Thus, all life force can be used as the initial investment. Indeed, then, all life force shall be invested in the life fruit. Ding! The investment in the life fruit commences. Please wait 10 minutes. 10 minutes passed, each second slipping away as Shinluo awaited with anticipation. The non-human character investment was a feature of the secondary system, yet Shinluo could not invest in every opportunity. Just as the dimensional character assessment occurred weekly, Shinluo did not conduct evaluations every week either. Currently, he had only invested in 3 individuals and had no intention of proceeding to a 4th. Moreover, Shinluo planned to invest in Califa, as her progress with the devil fruit was lagging. Natural abilities do not manifest their full potential immediately. Growth is essential. Even the 3 admirals of the Navy did not achieve their current mastery of the natural devil fruit upon consuming it. It took decades of dedication. The same applied to Fire Fist Ace, who, despite being a supernova, had only mastered the Mera Mera Nomi in a few years. Shinluo needed to expedite Califa's fruit development. The secondary system featured additional character templates, akin to a subsystem, allowing Shinluo to transfer investment returns and enhance her abilities. Currently, the character templates included Shinluo, Califa, and Isaidisu. Investing in Califa was akin to strengthening weapons or items in a game, elevating her Thunder Fruits tier. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Life fruit investment complete, tallying investment returns. Ding! Life fruit successfully invested. It has entered the 2nd tier of the life domain. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 3,000 years of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring disease elimination, lifespan bestowal, life creation, and life stasis. Once the system's voice ceased, Shinluo's mind was filled with text. Disease elimination, used to eradicate any illness, applicable to others. Lifespan bestowal. The host may grant a portion of their lifespan to others at their discretion. Life creation, wherever the host goes. Even the dust of 1,000 miles may revive. Life stasis. According to the host's will, the host or others' life growth may be halted at a specific point in time, akin to eternal youth. Remarkable. Shinluo felt a surge of excitement. The names alone inspired awe. Now that the life fruit had entered the 2nd tier of the life domain, it exceeded its inherent capabilities. The 2nd tier suggested the existence of even higher realms, such as the legendary immortality. What level might that entail? That evening, he sat at his desk, facing the window, with moonlight streaming in, illuminating the epiphytic flowers planted by Isaidisu. A fleeting moment, a beauty under the moonlight. Shinluo extended his palm toward the flowers, which had yet to bloom. In fact, these 3 had only been purchased 2 days prior when they departed from theCelestial and had not yet blossomed. At this moment, a formless, colorless life force emanated from Shinluo's palm, perceptible only to him. This energy enveloped the flowers, causing their leaves to visibly deepen in color at an astonishing pace, indicating a robust vitality. I command you to bloom. Shinluo continued to channel his life force. Life creation, the power to revive all. The flowers blossomed, their petals white with a hint of ethereal blue, slowly unfurling with a unique fragrance. Bathed in moonlight, they appeared even more exquisite, enhanced by the life force. Even a fleeting bloom became all the more enchanting. Is this the essence of life creation? Shenhua glanced down at the floor, which was originally wooden, now sprouting a patch of moss. Even the dust of 1,000 miles may revive. He quickly stepped on the moss to avoid slipping. Another day dawned, bright and sunny, though the summer sun would soon become oppressive. That morning, Shenhua and the others commenced their breakfast. As for Katakuri and his crew outside, they required no sustenance. Individuals in this world, if not ordinary, could manage several days without food. Moreover, as members of the Big Mom Pirates, their pride was unmatched. Even if Shenhua offered them food, they would perceive it as charity fit for beggars or dogs. Such was the situation. There was little more to say. Occasionally, they exhibited arrogance, provoking Aisai Disu's desire to resort to torture, an act she had not engaged in for some time, though Shenhua restrained her. During breakfast, as Shenhua observed Aisai Disu and the others, a thought struck him. The life fruit, at the second tier of the life domain, life stasis, lifespan bestowal. Shenhua now possessed over 3,000 years of lifespan. If the life domain were to upgrade to a higher level, would he not enter the realm of immortality? Once immortality was attained, the concept of lifespan would lose its significance. Character template: Shenhua age, years and months, remaining lifespan, years, under normal circumstances. Without the 3,000 years added by the life fruit, Shenhua would live for several more years. However, in this world, if one's physical condition remains stable, lifespan may continue to extend. Character template: Khalifa age, years, remaining lifespan, years, character template. Aisai Disu age, years, remaining lifespan, years. As Shenhua died, he utilized the lifespan bestowal ability. An invisible force transmitted through the air, perceivable only to him, surrounded Aisai Disu and Khalifa like swirling mist, ultimately absorbed by them, unbeknownst to them. Lifespan bestowal: each shall receive 500 years. Thus, Shenhua's lifespan diminished by 1,000 years, while theirs increased by the same amount. However, the significance of lifespan is often appreciated only by the elderly or those in decline. After augmenting their lifespans, Shenhua continued his endeavors. Additionally, life stasis: the same formless energy was transmitted. As before, it enveloped Aisai Disu, aged, and Khalifa, aged. From now on, life stasis would ensure they remained unchanged. This concept of eternal youth entailed that Shenhua could determine their fixed age, even reversing their growth to youthful days. However, such a notion was not appealing, as he preferred individuals with a more mature demeanor. Shenhua sought to continue his own growth. In a few years, he would embody a more masculine presence. The recent actions he undertook went unnoticed by Aisai Disu and Khalifa. Through formless means, Shenhua transformed them. He treated them well, his companions, and with only 2 crew members, he felt content. The powers of the life domain were indeed extraordinary. Yet presently, the concept of lifespan felt too ephemeral, and disease seemed distant for Shenhua, whose physical condition was so exceptional that he felt impervious to cold even in icy climates. In addition to the realm of life, there are other domains such as time, space, and the soul, though it remains uncertain whether they exist. After completing these matters, Shenhua continued to dine. Khalifa's culinary skills had significantly advanced, and during her time in Dressrosa, she had acquired a cookbook containing numerous renowned dishes from the New World. Now the dining table was abundant with a variety of dishes, and as long as the ingredients were available, Khalifa could provide a different meal for each occasion. During meals, a palpable silence enveloped them, as Shenhua refrained from speaking, and neither did the 2 women. Khalifa harbored resentment towards his death. Although they had been on good terms just days prior, an unpleasant incident had occurred, allowing his death to seize the upper hand. Khalifa felt a sense of agitation, while his death remained entirely indifferent. His death was immensely powerful, far surpassing Khalifa, and even her aura was something Khalifa could only aspire to. An overbearing woman, She exerted an immense pressure on Khalifa, felt even in the most subtle ways. Shen Luo cast a glance at Khalifa, who lowered her head. After all, Shen Luo was the master here. Khalifa, do not disappoint me. Yes. Khalifa offered no further comment. How has the Rumble fruit been developing? It can unleash up to 50 million volts of electricity, capable of manipulating objects and employing repulsion. Not bad, Khalifa. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Khalifa smiled, glancing towards his death, only to find her lost in thought, staring at Shen Luo. That cold-blooded woman, discrepant in her demeanor. Shen Luo believed Khalifa needed to enhance her abilities, as she was still somewhat lacking, particularly in light of the challenges that lay ahead. After all, they were now in a new world, and the foes Shen Luo would face in the future included pirate emperors, the Navy headquarters, the world government, and various other unknown monstrous forces. Although Khalifa was making diligent efforts and exhibited potential, she could not yet be deemed a monster. The passage of time was still insufficient, and it may take several more years for her to attain true strength and terror. Moreover, her approach to the Rumble fruit was not akin to Inaru's simplistic use of electricity. Shen Luo had also enlightened her on the other capabilities of the Rumble fruit, including repulsion, magnetism, object manipulation, and even the ability to ignite fire using electricity. Inaru had also combined electric waves with observation haki, enhancing its application to the extent of perceiving the thoughts of others, akin to telepathy and on a grand scale. Hence, the Rumble fruit is deemed the strongest of a Logia type due to its vast potential. Next, they would head to Cake Island, one of the most perilous locales in the world, a place synonymous with the presence of pirate emperors. The journey thus far had been smooth sailing. Now, it was the 5th day since Shen Luo had departed from Dressrosa. The voyage from Dressrosa to Big Mom's territory, Auctionand, would take 4 to 5 days. Throughout the journey, the seas had been calm and favorable. Naturally, they encountered 3 pirate crews along the way, who attempted to block their path and rob them upon sighting Shen Luo's ship. Without uttering a word, Shen Luo dispatched them to meet their fate. There was nothing to discuss. If there were any good pirates in this world, Shen Luo had yet to encounter them. Most pirates were ruthless marauders, committing heinous acts. As many were castaways of society, inherently malevolent. Although Shen Luo was not a paragon of virtue, he had not sunk so low as to murder innocent civilians. He believed he still maintained a moral boundary. Any pirates they encountered were swiftly dealt with, cast into the sea, and their ships destroyed, leaving them to their own devices in the vast ocean where survival was impossible without a vessel. Every expanse of a new world was rife with lurking sea kings. At long last, they had entered this treacherous domain. Shen Luo stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out over the waters ahead. Auctionand, the kingdom of Big Mom, centered around Cake Island, was surrounded by numerous islands, each governed by members of the Charlotte family, comprising various dessert ministers. The Big Mom territory was a sprawling familial dynasty, with Charlotte Linlin reigning as the queen who ruled over this vast realm. Big Mom, I shall refer to you as Ma for convenience. Shen Luo held a den mushi, ready to communicate with Big Mom for the 2nd time, in the presence of Katakuri and the others. Insanity, madness. Katakuri's expression shifted dramatically. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Oven's body trembled slightly. As a son, did he fear his own mother? Indeed, they did. Charlotte Linlin, their mother, was the most terrifying woman in the world, without exception. My children, are you unharmed? Big Mom's terrifying voice emanated from the den mushi, a sound potent enough to instill fear, akin to a demon from hell, especially during the call. Rest assured, I have ensured they have gone several days without food. Shen Luo, I am Charlotte Linlin. Big Mom laughed, her laughter tinged with both rage and mockery, an assertion of her status as a pirate emperor. To offend her would lead Shen Luo to suffer a fate worse than death. He could not bear such a cost. Big Mom, I shall inevitably reach the same level as you and Kaido. Big Mom derisively retorted, You seem quite arrogant, Shen Luo. How old are you? The atmosphere grew tense. Katakuri and the others fell silent, perceiving Shen Luo as arrogantly defiant, unafraid in the face of that formidable woman. Rather than my age, you should focus on my strength, Big Mom. I'm challenging you now, and I hope you are prepared. Furthermore, I require 5 devil fruits. Not one less, only more. There is no room for negotiation. Maha maha maha. Big Mom laughed, her mocking laughter resonating throughout the ship, reaching every ear present. Shen Luo, if you yield, I can overlook the mistakes you have made. You may choose from my unmarried daughters. Any number will suffice. Maha maha maha. Shen Luo, does that tempt you? To become a formidable asset to the nation of Tato land. With my protection, no one in this world would dare to harm you. Big Mom's words left Katakuri and the others in shock. What was this? Forgiving past grievances? Attempting to recruit Shen Luo into the Charlotte family? To become a member of the Big Mom Pirates? Big Mom sought to consolidate her power through marriage, continually augmenting her strength. This old woman truly had audacious ambitions. A cruel smile emerged on Estef's face, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. She did not even consider what her daughters had become. Estef glanced at Smoothie, the slender woman in her sight. In truth, apart from a few, Big Mom's daughters were relatively unremarkable, as she had once possessed fleeting beauty in her youth. Moreover, her husbands, the 43 former spouses, were chosen for their power rather than their appearances. Once she acquired their strength, she would discard them without a second thought. Dare to oppose me? I will not hesitate to eliminate you. The terror of Big Mom was well known throughout the New World and indeed the entire world. She and Bai Huzi are the most eccentric pair. One is fervently procreating, while the other is on a quest to gather sons. Shen Luo chuckled, "Aunt, you truly hold me in high regard." "Of course, I do. And this is also your fortune. Shen Luo, my daughter, possesses both beauty and strength." "Hee, Aunt, your thoughts are rather unique." "So, Shen Luo, are you intrigued? I will prepare my daughter. You need only choose at your leisure, as I have great faith in you." At this moment, within the Cake Castle, Aunt was seated upon a colossal sofa, her Charlotte family members standing at attention before her. They had actually been there for several days, including Aunt's son-in-law and the sweet 3 generals, all of whom had encountered misfortune. Now, the 5 strongest warriors of the Charlotte family had fallen into the hands of their adversaries. This revelation sent waves of anxiety through them. To capture the sweet 3 generals, particularly the undefeated legend Katakuri, indicated that the enemy had indeed vanquished their formidable Katakuri. How terrifying is such an entity? The fire sword Shen Luo is approaching, presumably bringing Katakuri along, or rather, imprisoning him to negotiate terms with their mother. 5 devil fruits, not a single one can be spared. He speaks to their mother with an authoritative tone. If this were to leak, the world would tremble. And yet, their mother wishes for Shen Luo to be her son-in-law, to overlook past grievances, to allow the adversary to choose from her unmarried daughter. How utterly absurd. Yet, there is no recourse. Aunt's word is law, and what she decrees is absolute. She is the sovereign here, the most terrifying and powerful woman in the world. Chapter: Born Ruler, Charlotte Lingling. Awakening her conqueror's haki at the tender age of 5, she possesses the terrifying strength to easily defeat giants. Subsequently, she sets sail, becoming the youngest pirate with a bounty, thus commencing her sweeping conquest of the seas. Her existence is aptly described as that of a monster. "So you have declined? Shen Luo, I extended an olive branch to you, an invitation coveted by countless souls in the New World." The transponder snail continued to relay words. Shen Luo replied with a smile. "I shall soon set foot on Cake Island. You and your Charlotte family should brace yourselves. Aunt, I hope you do not unleash the weaklings. I fear they may falter even on solid ground." With that, Shen Luo terminated the call and closed the transponder snail. On the other end, Aunt furrowed her brow. To think he dared interrupt the conversation again. Shen Luo, there will not be a second opportunity. Aunt set down the transponder snail. "Haha, so audacious Shen Luo. I shall make you aware that the world you engage with is not as you perceive." In a dimly lit chamber, Aunt's eyes glowed blood red, exuding an aura of terror, akin to orbs submerged in blood, causing many of her offspring to tremble involuntarily. On Cake Island, within the streets of joy, It seemed that the Charlotte family was behaving unusually in recent days. Seated in a lavish candy house, Stussy listened to her subordinates' reports. Once they had finished, she dismissed them. Stussy, a young woman with golden short hair, appeared to be in her 20s, though her true age was significantly greater. She could address Aunt as Lingling and was a favored guest, possessing formidable strength. Undoubtedly powerful, though not as terrifying as Aunt. Among women, she is a force to be reckoned with. In this world, only she, Stussy, and Kaido from the Beast Pirates are permitted to address Aunt as Lingling. Queen Stussy of the streets of Cake Island is also the queen of the underworld in the New World, as well as a CP member of the world government, essentially a spy sent by the world government to Cake Island. This world is evidently divided into the visible world of pirates and navy, and the underworld or the dark realm. Stussy is one of the rulers of this dark world, a woman wielding significant power and a sharp intellect, backed by the world government, and with considerable age to her credit, likely over 60, possibly even older than Aunt. In recent days, Stussy had sensed something amiss with Aunt and her crew, yet she refrained from inquiring directly, knowing that while she could call Aunt Lingling, she was not in a position to casually ask about her secrets, nor could she afford to lose her composure in questioning Aunt. Stussy was curious. Moreover, she had learned that the Sweet Three generals were missing. Had they set sail? It didn't seem likely. Had something occurred? That was a possibility. The day Aunt unleashed her conqueror's haki, everyone on Cake Island was stirred. In such circumstances, no one would assume Aunt unleashed her haki lightly. It was a sign of her fury. What or who had incited Aunt's wrath? This pirate queen's anger could send even the sea kings nearby into retreat out of sheer terror. Could it be that someone had captured Katakuri and the others? Stussy suddenly pondered this, yet promptly dismissed the thought. Such an idea was outlandish. Who would dare harm Aunt's family? If this woman were to lose her mind, the consequences would be unimaginable. Aunt's physical defenses are formidable, only slightly inferior to Kaido's. No one else could rival her strength. According to data held by the world government, Aunt's terrifying physique had been formidable since she first set sail at the tender age of 5 or 6. A living fortress. What could have transpired? Stussy could not fathom it. Her sharp mind was momentarily at a loss. Residing in the streets of Cake Island, as the queen here, on the surface, she was one of the queens of the underworld, but secretly, she was indeed a spy sent by the world government, a CP member. What was her purpose? Who was she? Not even Aunt comprehended it fully. Should she report to her superiors? Meanwhile, in the afternoon, at the coast outside the Temptation Forest on Cake Island, a ship appeared. Shenluo and his company had arrived. Upon sighting the unfamiliar vessel, all the trees in the Temptation Forest became exceedingly alert, as these trees possessed a wisdom akin to that of humans. They were not rooted in place, but could move. Almost all the trees turned to gaze at Shun Luo's arrival. Should we inform Mother? She has been rather irritable lately. If we tell her, could we possibly earn her favor? En favor? Are you certain Mother won't become even angrier? What if she becomes angrier for not informing her? Huh? So would telling her incite her anger, or would withholding the information provoke her ire? I cannot deduce. This is quite the perplexing dilemma, one I have never encountered before. I fear Mother's wrath. Will we be scorched by the sun, Prometheus? I fear so. Perhaps we should consult the Tree King. Only his wisdom can unravel such questions. Indeed, but where is the Tree King? Suddenly, the trees of the Temptation Forest began to bicker. The once serene forest was now filled with a cacophony of unrest, trembling slightly. Upon the ship, Katakuri and the others gazed upon the familiar Temptation Forest, momentarily bewildered. Even the proud and defiant Cracker appeared momentarily lost. What would unfold next? Having been captured by Shenluo, this incident would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the world. There is no doubt that on Cake Island, there are numerous diligent reporters who excel in capturing whispers of gossip. Such world-shattering news is unlikely to elude their keen eyes, unless, of course, Shenluo engages in clandestine negotiations with Big Mom, avoiding any conflict. If not, this matter is bound to be exposed. The Big Mom Pirates and the Charlotte family are destined to face humiliation. However, the reality remains that Big Mom is not one to concede. Even if she extends an olive branch, offering forgiveness to Shenluo and proposing that he marry her daughter. It is evident how much she values him. Yet, Shenluo has declined her offer. Thus, a terrifying conflict between Big Mom and Shenluo is inevitable. On Cake Island, Shenluo arrives accompanied by Katakuri and others, unaware of the tumultuous upheaval they are about to incite. After all, such actions disturb the very foundation of the four emperors and challenge the core of the Big Mom pirates. Cake Island, a dreamlike isle resembling a confectionery masterpiece, is adorned with towering cake-like structures crafted from an array of colorful candy. Ordinary residents dwell around the cake castle, with Big Mom's towering cake castle standing as the most impressive edifice, akin to a skyscraper in its grandeur. Katakuri and his companions, shackled with sea-stone cuffs, follow Shenluo. In this realm, there is no need for escape. It serves no purpose, and escape is simply not an option, as Shenluo would not allow it. They traverse the forest of temptation, where the densely packed trees part to grant them a 5-meter-wide path. They are awestruck. The pinnacle of the Charlotte family, Katakuri, along with 2 other sweet commanders and 2 candy ministers, have become prisoners. Their faces betray their discomfort, especially for the frail Brûlé, who has gone days without sustenance, resembling someone lost and desperate for escape. The trees of the forest of temptation stand in eerie silence, not daring to utter a sound, merely observing Shenluo and his entourage with trepidation, hoping they pass swiftly. After a considerable distance, they finally emerge from the forest into a vast plain. Curiously, Esther's glances back at the trees of the forest of temptation, astonished by their ability to move. Interesting, isn't it? Khalifa inquires. Indeed, Esther's replies. I never expected you to find such fascination, Esther's. Why not? By the way, the night-blooming cereus I purchased has blossomed. Did you see it? I find it quite beautiful. Khalifa raises an eyebrow, a mix of anger and helplessness washing over her, for that flower resides in Shenluo's chamber. At this moment, Shenluo interjects. You two can discuss it later. Understood, Shenluo, Esther's responds, adjusting her specially crafted military hat. She has acquired several new hats in Dressrosa. Watching Shenluo's back, she sees him as the boy she wishes to protect. Esther's believes that above all else, it is crucial to value future possibilities, and Shenluo's potential is immense. His aspiration to become the ruler of this world aligns perfectly with her ambitions. Moreover, there is no doubt regarding Shenluo's audacity. He is set to confront one of the most formidable entities in the world, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. The concept of survival of the fittest has been deeply ingrained in Esther's mind, and she is determined to assist Shenluo in ascending to the pinnacle of this world. Confident in her own strength, she is yet to be defeated. Before long, they enter the town of Cake Island. As the residents witness Katakuri and the others, shackled and trailing behind Shenluo, a wave of panic sweeps through the crowd. Fear is etched on their faces, and they struggle to swallow as their breaths become labored. Silence reigns, and they timidly make way for Shenluo's party, heading toward the grandest cake structure, Big Mom's castle. At this juncture, Stussy happens to catch sight of Shenluo and his entourage, having just strolled from the pleasure district. The sight before her is indeed alarming. Something is amiss. No wonder Linlin has been acting strangely these past few days. I believe I have pieced together some crucial information. As a key member of the world government's CP organization, tasked with protecting the celestial dragons, she is acutely aware of Shenluo, who has evaded capture after slaying 3 celestial dragons. The CP organization has been closely monitoring him, albeit without precise knowledge of his whereabouts, until now, as he appears on Cake Island. Katakuri, along with the Sweet Commanders, have been captured, each holding significant status within the Big Mom Pirates and the Charlotte family. Particularly, Katakuri is regarded as a mythic figure on Cake Island, known for his invincibility. Yet, now he finds himself in chains. Stussy realizes that something monumental is unfolding. Clearly, Shenluo's purpose on Cake Island bodes ill for its inhabitants. Is he preparing for war against Big Mom? Stussy can scarcely fathom the audacity of Shenluo. This is a grave matter that must be reported. With furrowed brows, she acknowledges the seriousness of the situation. Additionally, Who is that woman with the blue hair? A new member? Stussie's attention shifts to Esther's, who exudes an intimidating aura and should not be underestimated. At that moment, Khalifa spots Esther's, her expression revealing recognition. Wait, I've seen that woman before. Yes, a member of the world government's CP organization. She whispers, just loud enough for Esther's to overhear. What do you wish to convey? Esther's queries. Khalifa replies, do you see the woman ahead, adorned with a white hat and dressed in a light pink gown with short golden hair? I have encountered her once during my training. She holds a high position and possesses formidable abilities. And your point? We should exercise caution. The world government is keeping a close watch on our master. That woman should be eliminated without hesitation, preferably without drawing attention. Very well, I concur. Soon, the Grand Cake Castle looms before them. Mother, I am here. The sun, Prometheus, and the thundercloud, Zeus, floated on either side of the formidable figure known as Dama. At this moment, atop the Grand Cake Castle, a vast expanse served as the venue for their usual feasts and gatherings, occupying an area exceeding several thousand square meters. Though constructed from confectionery materials, it proved sturdier than countless traditional building materials. Dama sat at one end of a large table, with a white cloud and a sunflower-like sun hovering above her. Their appearance was irresistibly charming, reminiscent of a fairy tale. Yet this was merely a facade. Prometheus and Zeus, as Dama's trusted allies, were fearsome weapons renowned throughout the New World. Zeus granted Dama the ability to wield terrifying weather, while Prometheus allowed her to control devastating flames. Furthermore, her horn hat, Napoleon, could transform into a colossal sword. She, Charlotte Linlin, a user of the soul fruit, commanded the power to manipulate the realm of souls and harvest the lifespans of others. Previous wielders of the soul fruit had never reached its full potential. But under Dama, it became one of the most terrifying paramecia-type abilities in existence. Additionally, she possessed a physique rivaling that of Kaido, the Beast, and was among the few who mastered the formidable haki. The terror emanating from this woman was unfathomable, capable of instilling fear in countless individuals. This was why she reigned supreme in the latter half of the Grand Line. She was the most powerful woman in the world, without exception. A born ruler. She had the power to annihilate giant village at the mere age of 5, effortlessly slaying the heroes of the giant race. Her strength was monstrous, her talent extraordinarily rare, and she had long been dubbed the Natural Destroyer. Presently, her powers were likely still on the rise, not yet at their peak, while Kaido remained a formidable presence. Ma. Dama chuckled, gazing at the figure across from her, Shenluo. Behind her stood her children and several sons-in-law. Opposite her, Shenluo sat at the table, flanked by Isdeth and Khalifa, while Katakuri and the others remained encased in ice behind him. Dama's smiled at Shenluo, seemingly indifferent to her offspring. Towering nearly 9 meters tall, her corpulent form resembled a small mountain as she faced Shenluo across a circular table with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters, laden with confections and fruits. Was Ma welcoming Shenluo? It seemed so. However, her family members stood ready, prepared for battle at a moment's notice. On the other hand, Shenluo's party was remarkably small. Apart from himself and 2 female crew members, they dared to step into the Cake Castle. Meanwhile, Katakuri and his comrades had become captives. Numbers were inconsequential. What mattered was the strength of the adversary. This old woman is truly repulsive, resembling a witch, and her corpulence is peculiar in this world, Isdeth remarked, observing not only Dama's odd physique, but also the towering figures among her kin and the peculiar sight of a man in a pink suit resembling an egg. The pressure was palpable. It was their first encounter with such a formidable presence. Khalifa's expression soured, yet upon glancing at Shenluo, she found him remarkably composed, seemingly devoid of fear. Little did she know that fear, for Shenluo, was a mere fleeting thought. With strength to rely upon, he remained undaunted by Dama. However, Dama's power was indeed fearsome. Her abilities were troublesome, capable of conjuring thunder and flames, and her sword could cleave the sea. Moreover, she could summon Zeus to soar through the skies. Shenluo regarded Zeus and Prometheus. The former embodied sinister black clouds, while the latter represented malevolent flames. Do you truly wish to oppose me, Shenluo? I recognize your strength, capable of defeating my most formidable children, but do not presume this grants you victory over me. Dama laughed heartily, her witch-like demeanor directed at his death, and Caliphate beside Shenluo. Is this your crew? 3 of you believe you can contend with us? Dama's laughter grew louder, with Zeus and Prometheus joining in, as did the members of the Charlotte family behind her. Indeed, Shenluo's party was vastly outnumbered, and with Dama's presence bolstering their confidence, they had little reason to fear him. Shenluo retorted, "One can stand against thousands, and your companions are mere fodder. Apart from you, none possess the strength to contend with me." Dama's children bristled with anger at Shenluo's condescending words. Yet, his assertion held truth. The most formidable members of Dama's crew were now in his grasp, and it was evident that the rest paled in comparison to Shenluo and his death. As for Katakuri and the others, they remained ensnared in an imposing ice prison. Your tone is quite arrogant, Shenluo. How about I offer you another chance? Dama proposed. A chance? What do you mean? Dama continued, I will allow you to choose one of my daughters. Once again, the unmarried daughters of Dama grew tense, for in her eyes, they were mere tools to amplify her pirate crew's strength and influence. Shenluo chuckled. I am not in need of women. It would be better for your daughters to remain as they are. In terms of appearance, none of Dama's daughters could compare to Isdeth and Caliphate, and they had inherited certain traits from their mother that Shenluo could hardly commend. Then it seems we have no ground left for negotiation. Indeed, Chapter, negotiation is impossible. Moreover, Dama had not prepared any devil fruits. Only a plethora of fruits lay before them. Mama, Dama emite der distinctive lauter, expression taking on a blativsti de minor. At that moment, her head began to move of its own accord, and an overwhelming aura erupted, an aura of Conqueror's Haki, one of the strongest in the world. Blood-red lightning flickered around Dama, filling the space with an overwhelming surge of power, akin to a tempest unleashed. How terrifying! Caliphate felt a slight unsteadiness, and it was Eyeside S who steadied her. Are you truly this feeble? Do you still aspire to become the woman of Shenluo? Eyeside S's tone dripped with subtle mockery. However, to be candid, that power was indeed terrifying. The Conqueror's Haki, a force of this world, embodied the spirit of the strong, the essence of kings, and was referred to as the quality of a ruler. On the other side, many of Big Mom's children had already succumbed, and her weaker subordinates had collapsed the moment she unleashed her Conqueror's Haki. Some of her offspring could barely hold on, swaying unsteadily, supported by others. But their consciousness was somewhat hazy. Under this overwhelming power, it felt as though a vast shockwave was battering against them, forcing them to retreat, while numerous fragile structures crumbled into debris. Big Mom's expression was one of wild madness, a bloodthirsty visage that could instill fear even in daylight. She gazed at Shenluo, who smiled in return. He too possessed the Conqueror's Haki, having acquired it from the Whitebeard, a superior form of Haki. Though it had not reached the pinnacle at that time, as Shenluo grew stronger, so too did his aura, evolving into a manifestation uniquely his own. With an explosive roar, a terrifying momentum erupted from Shenluo, crashing towards Big Mom with overwhelming force. The two Conquerors' Haki were nearly of equal caliber, although Shenluo's domain was slightly smaller. It remained formidable. The violent clash of their auras erupted into a tempest of blood-red lightning, wreaking havoc in the void, causing the ground to shatter and structures to be obliterated. What a formidable power! Is the spirit of this world truly so fierce? Eyeside S pulled Caliphate back. The once not-so-powerful Caliphate now leaned heavily against her. Meanwhile, Big Mom's children fared worse. Apart from those of ministerial rank, most had fallen. And even those still standing were on the brink of collapse, slumped on the ground, their bodies weakened, eyes glazing over, breaths becoming erratic. Thus, to Shenluo, Big Mom's forces were more akin to mere fodder, while the opposing side lay in disarray. The crackling blood-red lightning was fearsome. Both Conquerors' Haki surged to their zenith. wreaking destruction upon their surroundings. Even Katakuri could manage this, but the haki of the four emperors, Big Mom and Shinlaw, was even more terrifying in its destructive capability. The ground was shattered as if by Shinlaw's tremor fruit powers, the upper levels of the cake castle crumbling, the surrounding walls shattered and pushed outward. Those still standing were caught in the tumult of these immense forces, as though buffeted by an inner tempest, their heads spinning, their garments quaking, while those who fell were utterly blown away. What a terrifying force! The inhabitants of Cake Island gazed up at the top of the Cake Castle in shock and fear. That blood-red lightning, the palpable waves of power, and the darkening void filled their hearts with dread. Had Mother become enraged? So terrifying. Is this the Conqueror's haki? Mother's Conqueror's haki. Countless residents stood petrified, trembling in terror. In their minds, they were unaware that above the Cake Castle, two Conqueror's haki clashed, not just Big Mom's. In the Tato Land Kingdom, everyone referred to Big Mom as Mama, a term of profound respect. They dwelled here, under the protection of Pirate Emperor Charlotte Linlin, thriving and reproducing. Periodically, Big Mom would dispatch shadowy figures to collect the souls of the residents, who were obliged to pay a month's worth of souls to her every 6 months in exchange for their safety. In this world ruled by the Pirate Emperor, only under her protection could they find true security. They regarded Big Mom with boundless reverence and fear, calling her Mama. Now, their mother was furious. Was it because of those who had just captured Katakuri? Had they incited her wrath? If Mama was enraged, the people here would endure suffering, perhaps even face a horrific demise. Fear gripped the populace as they attempted to flee, seeking to distance themselves from the Cake Castle. For it was known that Mama could become mad, mercilessly slaughtering, a fact even the children understood. Were they in a standoff? What calamity might arise? Stussy gazed at the waves of Conqueror's haki above, aware that two forces were at play, while those around her believed only Big Mom's haki was present, alongside Shinlaw. That monstrous youth. The disparity between the two haki was minuscule, nearly on par. How terrifying. No wonder the world government could not tolerate him. What would happen if he continued to grow? Stussy's face was etched with shock. Returning to the top of the Cake Castle, Big Mom remarked, "I didn't expect you to be this powerful. I am pleasantly surprised." Her smile, combined with her appearance, was truly terrifying. While her strength was uncertain, the sheer magnitude of this power was indeed staggering. Eyeside S observed Big Mom, while Khalifa was on the verge of fainting in her embrace. "Hey, you are truly weak." Khalifa, utterly useless. Eyeside S could not help but scoff. On Big Mom's side, were there any who could still stand? As a wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth, they managed to endure. However, under the dual impact of another haki of equal caliber, it was more than they could withstand. How terrifying! The Conqueror's haki could rival that of Mama. The imprisoned Katakuri and others were horrified that youth dared to face their mother without a shred of fear. "You are quite strong, Big Mom." Between them, the table remained, but the candy previously laid upon it had long been swept away. Shinlaw grasped the underside of the table and flipped it over. As the table approached a near-vertical position, he kicked it with force. The entire sequence took merely 2 or 3 seconds. The table crashed into Big Mom, and the terrifying force caused it to explode upon impact. The chapter concludes with the table's destruction. Shinlaw unhesitatingly flipped it over, for the collision of Conqueror's haki rendered the first strike inconsequential. Shinlaw had seized the initiative. He stepped forward, and the already cracked ground fissures spread further. He surged toward Dama, closing the mere 6 meters between them in an instant. With the swiftness of divine descent, he raised his right leg, enveloped in the power of the Jun fruit, a transparent shield encompassing his foot, which then struck Dama's abdomen with tremendous force. "Mama!" shouted Sun Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus in unison. Without Dama's control, they were merely cute. White clouds and a golden sun in a child's fairy tale world. Dama looked down at Shunluo, whose foot had already landed on her stomach. Yet her expression bore no sign of pain. The atmosphere fractured, countless fissures spidering outwards as Dama's belly caved in. But Shunluo felt as though he had kicked a rubber ball, not human flesh. Her physical resilience astonished him. The surroundings began to tremble violently. akin to a powerful earthquake that rendered one unsteady. Such a level of physical defense was unprecedented for him. Shenluo's mild atidama, and with a forceful extension of his right leg, her body buckled, and in that moment, she was propelled away, her massive form flying like a heavy cannonball, piercing through several structures as she exited the cake castle. The ground beneath Shenluo also shattered completely, as such buildings could hardly withstand the terrifying shockwave. Mama, her 10 or so children, who had yet to lose consciousness, cried out, staring in silence at the direction Dama had been sent flying. The crumbling ground affected their stance, as the surface beneath their feet seemed on the verge of collapse, riddled with cracks. Shenluo cast a glance at them, but chose to ignore their presence. Eyesides would take action, though they were currently subdued by Shenluo's overwhelming haki, leading them to believe he was a terrifying existence on par with their mother. Indeed, Shenluo's strength had now reached the same level as Dama's. The difference between him and the pirate emperors lay solely in their affiliations. However, he was not particularly interested in such power dynamics. With Khalifa and Eyesides aboard, he felt sufficiently content without needing to add more people to his crew. After Dama was sent flying, Shenluo departed from the cake castle. Casting a glance at Eyesides, would she take action? That remained to be seen. Nonetheless, Dama would be troublesome, even if her children were no match for Shenluo. Facing Dama alone would not be an easy feat. What kind of terror could one expect from a woman who had been a monster since the age of 5? Or rather, since birth. She was a born ruler, a natural destroyer, a monster among monsters. Even when Kaido of the Beasts was still an intern, she was already a key member aboard the Rocks Pirates. Ultimately, Dama was kicked by Shenluo onto the town of Cake Island. The terrifying clash of haki had instilled fear in the residents, leading them to flee. The buildings, all constructed using the devil fruit powers of Dama's children, could be effortlessly rebuilt. Even if the cake castle were to vanish, a new one would appear by the following day. Dama's enormous form descended from the sky, wreaking havoc upon a cluster of candy houses. You dare to strike first, my castle. Dama sat up from the ground, gazing at the distant cake castle, seemingly unscathed, with not a single tear in her clothing, save for a speck of dust. Her physical constitution had always been extraordinary, requiring no training, as if she grew automatically. Shenluo's earlier kick, while powerful, was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Even Katakuri would not fare well against it. Yet for Dama, it merely registered as such. Among the 4 pirate emperors, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks had normal physiques, whereas Dama and Kaido of the Beast clearly surpassed them. Shenluo hovered approximately 6 meters above the ground, while Dama stood nearly 9 meters tall. He was still far from her height. In fact, Khalifa and Eyesides were both around 7 meters. As Dama rose, her head swirled, resembling an old witch glaring at Shenluo. Her haki enveloped her fists. Shenluo, causing a ruckus on my cake island will come at a cost. With that, Dama hurled a terrifying punch toward him. Shenluo wasted no time in countering with his own fist, which, compared to Dama's massive hand, appeared as small as an infant's. However, strength was paramount, and Shenluo was no less formidable. He too coated his fist with haki. Dama's physical strength surpassed that of Whitebeard, closely rivaling that of Kaido, whose body could withstand far more than a mere knife thrust. Even Kazuki Oden likely required significant power to pierce Kaido's belly. Thus, Shenluo understood that his physical strength could not match Dama's, nor were they on the same level. The strength he had inherited from Whitebeard was not at its peak. It was still in a phase of growth. He exerted all his might. When their fists collided, haki and lightning were instantaneously released, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward, obliterating the surrounding structures. You are strong. Should you manage to leave here today, I would recognize you as the 5th pirate emperor. Dama grinned, though her appearance was far from pleasant. Old hag, perhaps you should refrain from smiling. In that moment, their fists were forced apart, causing Dama to retreat 3 steps uncontrollably, while Shenluo staggered back over a meter. This was not a battle akin to that against Katakuri, whom he could previously suppress. Now he faced Dama, Charlotte Linlin, who was leagues stronger than Katakuri. At that moment, Thundercloud Zeus and son Prometheus also approached. Chapter: Son Prometheus. Thundercloud Zeus. They arrived, the former capable of unleashing terrifying flames, the latter wielding formidable lightning. Dama's two primary weapons commanded respect throughout the New World. Shen Luo charged forward once more, delivering a punch imbued with the power of the Zhenjin fruit. Boom! This punch was met by Dama's palm, and as their forces collided, the atmosphere fractured anew. With a cruel smile, Dama stood her ground, her left foot retreating slightly to stabilize herself while the ground behind her crumbled, numerous buildings collapsing. Shen Luo marveled at her resilience. His earlier blow had seemingly left no impact on her. The might of a pirate emperor was indeed extraordinary, and Dama was inherently a master of physical combat. It truly resembles the Zhenjin fruit. I almost mistook you for Whitebeard. Once, the formidable Big Mom had shared a vessel with Whitebeard, and having faced him in battle on numerous occasions, she was exceptionally well acquainted with the abilities of the Zhenjin fruit. The power exhibited by Shen Luo, regardless of perspective, was unmistakably that of the Zhenjin fruit. Had Whitebeard not yet made his appearance, Big Mom would have assumed it to be the Zhenjin fruit itself. In truth, it was indeed the Zhenjin fruit, but Shen Luo's retreat suggested that the fruit's strength was not particularly daunting to Big Mom. The Zhenjin fruit could be accessed at various levels, including advanced stages and its ultimate awakened state. Shen Luo still had a long way to go. Prometheus, the sun. Zeus, the thundercloud. At that moment, Big Mom bellowed mightily, and the thundercloud, Zeus, and the sun, Prometheus, hovering above her, immediately responded. A fluffy white cloud and a radiant golden sun surged toward Big Mom, who grasped Zeus with her left hand. The once innocent visage of Zeus contorted into a malevolent grin as its form rapidly expanded and darkened, ultimately eclipsing Big Mom's own size, revealing a visage of pure evil. Simultaneously, Prometheus transformed into a massive, suspended ball of flames, exuding a similarly wicked expression. "You are finished," thundered Zeus and Prometheus in unison, their wicked expressions inciting distaste. Seizing Zeus with one hand, Big Mom forcefully brought it crashing down, unleashing a torrent of terrifying lightning straight at Shen Luo. The dreadful lightning cascaded down from the heavens. Shen Luo, well prepared, anticipated Big Mom's next move when she summoned Zeus, conjuring an ice shield that floated above him, providing protection just as the lightning struck. For Shen Luo, it was best to avoid contact with lightning altogether, as it would undoubtedly leave him numb, and the destructive potential of lightning rivaled that of sharp blades. "I almost forgot you were a legendary dual fruit user," Big Mom mused, though she was not overly surprised. After all, she commanded terrifying lightning, flames, and souls, along with mastery of swordsmanship. Her abilities were diverse, akin to someone who had ingested multiple devil fruits. With the creation of additional homies, her powers could even become more varied, albeit with added complexity, yet this diversity allowed her to continually grow stronger. The relentless downpour of lightning was thwarted by Shen Luo, as the massive ice shield, 5 meters in diameter, effectively absorbed the onslaught. The ice's formidable hardness meant it could withstand Big Mom's lightning, which could otherwise shatter the earth. Prometheus. As the lightning was repelled, flames erupted. With Prometheus gazing down at Shen Luo, its evil expression reminiscent of a ravenous demon from the depths of hell, unleashing an infinite torrent of fire from above. However, Shen Luo remained unfazed by the flames, for in comparison to the flames of Lurenhua, any fire in the pirate world seemed trivial. In that instant, Shen Luo vanished, employing the Soru technique to move at high speed. There was no way he would passively allow himself to be incinerated. He swiftly appeared before Prometheus, striking it with an armed hockey-imbued fist aimed at its face. "I am unscathed, you foolish human." Prometheus laughed maniacally, confident that even a hockey-infused strike would be ineffective against it. The flames scattered, only to coalesce once more. Although Prometheus possessed a soul akin to that of a human, it was not a living organism, but rather a manifestation of consciousness or spirit. Could armed hockey impact a soul? The answer was clearly no, as Shen Luo's fist descended. Bolstered by the powers of the Zhenjin fruit, Prometheus shattered, yet it continued to mock. Soon, it reformed, its searing flames persisting, the intense heat making Shunluo somewhat uncomfortable, while the mocking laughter of his adversaries fueled his disdain. Zeus joined in the laughter, as did Big Mom. "Do you believe you can escape my grasp?" Shunluo retorted with a smirk, casting a glance at Prometheus hovering before him, feeling a strong aversion to it. "Indeed, you cannot harm me. Only Mama has the power to do so." Prometheus sneered. "Cannot harm you?" Shunluo observed, noting that Big Mom had yet to take action, both of them watching him intently. Raising his right hand to the side, he caused the space around him to ripple. Lurenhua. The temperature of the sun's surface ignited the flames, rendering all other fires insignificant. "All things in the universe shall turn to ash." Lurenhua. A torrent of fierce flames erupted, wrapping around the seemingly ordinary blade. From a distance, Stussy, who was observing the battle between Big Mom and Shunluo, gasped at the sight of the Lurenhua. Her attention was wholly captivated by the flame-emitting sword. When the Lurenhua was unaccompanied by flames, it appeared quite mundane, easily overlooked in any weapon shop. However, when it unleashed its ferocious flames, an aura of terror emerged. Is this pirate truly as formidable as Charlotte Linlin? If so, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Stussy's expression turned grave. As a member of CP, eliminating a celestial dragon was paramount, and they held both the authority and obligation to capture or kill Shunluo. However, this depended on whether they could indeed defeat him. Meanwhile, Shunluo unleashed the Lurenhua. The flames, connected to his soul, would have no effect on him. But Big Mom was already acutely aware of the overwhelming heat wave approaching. Such a high temperature, the terrifying heat could be felt from 10 meters away, enveloping Big Mom in a wave of scorching warmth, stirring her curiosity and surprise, though not to the point of shock. So, this is how the fire sword, Shunluo, manifests? Fire sword? What a silly name the Marines have chosen. Shunluo surged forward, swinging his blade toward Prometheus. In that instant, Big Mom leaped into action, her dark fist intercepting Shunluo's Lurenhua, but only for a fleeting moment, as the heat was too intense even for her. She quickly withdrew her fist, while Prometheus hovered behind her, with Zeus appearing beneath her feet as a platform. "Do not think you can act against my Prometheus right before my eyes," Big Mom declared, clutching her pink-horned hat Napoleon, which transformed into a massive sword in her grasp. "Prometheus!" The elderly lady let out a fierce shout, to which the other party responded, and thus the latter fell upon her. In that moment, her head ignited like a blazing flame, yet this was merely the sun, Prometheus. Although it was fire, it posed no threat to her, for it was her flame. The dark thundercloud, Zeus, loomed beneath her feet. At that instant, a colossal inferno entwined around the giant sword wielded by the lady. Though the flames lacked the intensity of Shunluo's flowing blade, they appeared equally terrifying. The Emperor's sword. The lady gazed down upon Shunluo, brandishing her massive sword and bringing it down with a force that was unfathomable. This was a madwoman. Shunluo, taken aback by her appearance, particularly the flames that danced upon her head, found himself at a loss for words as her sword descended. Without hesitation, he countered with the flowing blade. A tremendous crash resonated as the two weapons collided, unleashing a wave of terrifying power that rippled through the air. The garments of both Shunluo and the lady fluttered violently in the gale-force winds generated by their clash, sending debris flying in all directions and causing several structures to collapse. Such strength! Even Stussy, standing several dozen meters away, felt the ferocity of the encounter, her hat nearly blown off her head, fortunately saved by her timely grasp. Two pirates of equal rank. Such caliber of pirates was rare. Aside from the notorious Kaido of the Beasts, who else would dare challenge the likes of Whitebeard? Battles of this magnitude were infrequent, and it had been nearly a decade since Kaido instigated one. Terrifying. At this moment, Shunluo and the lady engaged in combat, wreaking havoc upon their surroundings, which could not withstand the impact of their powers. Houses were reduced to rubble, and the ground itself was pierced to a depth of 1 meter, leaving the environment in ruins. The lady and Shunluo remained oblivious to the destruction. Anyone witnessing the scene would be left aghast. This was a battle of imperial pirate caliber, and if word spread, it would become a sensational global headline. If Shenluo could emerge unscathed, not necessarily defeating the lady, but merely achieving a stalemate, it would be enough to send shockwaves through the seas. A new pirate emperor. I must report this. Stussy retreated repeatedly, feeling the repercussions of the duel between the two, and after withdrawing an additional 20 meters, she found refuge in a narrow alley. From her bag, she produced an exquisite den mashi, a communication device linked to the highest authority of the world government, the Five Elders. Stussy quickly reported her findings, revealing her covert position on Whole Cake Island, where no one suspected she was actually a high-ranking agent of the world government, a bodyguard for the Celestial Dragons. On Whole Cake Island, she was the queen of the underworld, garnering the lady's favor. Given her advanced age, possibly even surpassing the lady, she had become a favored guest. After detailing her report to the Five Elders, a heavy silence enveloped the line. Who knew what would transpire? Stussy, as of now, I cannot ascertain who possesses greater strength in their battle. Elder Sword. So are their strengths equal? Perhaps, Stussy replied. However, truth be told, reporting to the Five Elders at this juncture would yield little benefit. It was merely a notification. The decisive action would still rest with the Navy headquarters. Five Elders, inform us once the outcome is clear. Stussy, honorable sirs, what should be done in the meantime? No action is required. We are too far away to intervene. Elder Sword, if the opportunity arises, Stussy, take your chance to eliminate Shenluo. Remember, it must be a kill, not a slow death, though you may find that challenging. It must be accomplished swiftly. Do not allow him to escape Whole Cake Island. Elder Short, such a monstrosity should not be allowed to continue growing. Otherwise, the balance we have maintained for years will be irrevocably disrupted. The warlord system cannot contain this creature. In the New World, for emperors suffice, a fifth is unnecessary. Stussy, do you understand what must be done? Your proficiency with the Shurgan is unparalleled. What is the current situation? Stussy, I can kill from a kilometer away using the Shurgan. The Shurgan is an advanced application of the six powers, capable of delivering bullet-like impact forces. Stussy is formidable. Elder Sword. His physical attributes should be robust. Yet there must be vulnerabilities, such as his head. Eliminate him. Do not let him leave Whole Cake Island. Such a disaster cannot be permitted to continue wreaking havoc. If he grows any stronger, it will not bode well for us. The New World does not require a fifth emperor. Furthermore, the corpse must be preserved and sent back to Mariehua. The corpse? Stussy, it is best not to inquire into matters that do not concern you. The voice was cold, akin to the directive of Im, for Shenluo was a flame that Im wished to extinguish. What difference exists between the body of a dual devil fruit user and that of an ordinary person? If Shenluo's corpse reaches Mariehua, Vegapunk may derive significant research insights. As they are currently studying the body of Bartholomew Kuma and the laser technology provided by Kizuru to develop a formidable new weapon for their dominion over the world. Stussy, do not let me down. Very well, I understand. Stussy's demeanor turned serious. The timing must be precise. The highest command had been issued, instructing her to eliminate Shenluo, a command that could not be defied nor needed to be. The Five Elders represented the ultimate will, embodying the intent of Lord Im. Extinguish the flame. Half an hour later, the town of Whole Cake Island lay in ruins, the ground shattered. Neither party showed signs of yielding. The lady and Shenluo remained unfazed, their breath steady. Elbaf Spear, Waigwa. The lady unleashed another colossal sword strike, sending a massive wave of cutting energy that sliced past Shenluo, accompanied by a fierce gale. Upon impact, a terrifying abyss was carved into the earth, dark and unfathomable. As the ground was pierced through, though the lady did not belong to the giant race, she wielded techniques exclusive to them, capable of executing devastating attacks like Waigwa, which could cleave the sea asunder, leaving even the sturdiest terrain vulnerable. A wicked grin spread across her face as she faced Shenluo, her laughter echoing like a monstrous voice from the depths of the abyss, reminiscent of a demon fallen from hell. At that moment, she raised her left hand, releasing a soul that soared swiftly into the clear sky. It was daytime, an afternoon unmarred by clouds. Yet, as the lady's soul ascended, a thunderclap shattered the tranquility, summoning dark clouds that rapidly coalesced into a mass larger than whole Cake Island itself. The sky darkened ominously, obscuring all sunlight and plunging the day into an abyssal night. How vast is whole Cake Island? Its population must number in the tens of thousands. An island of such magnitude cannot be small, yet the lady commanded the weather. The cloud cover was many times larger than the island itself. Soon after, countless bolts of lightning erupted, blue and white arcs illuminating the clouds, as the storm brewed ominously, hinting at an impending thunderstorm. The thunderclouds enveloped the sky above whole Cake Island, casting darkness upon all that could be seen. The wielder of the soul fruit, Big Mom Charlotte Limlin, with the ability to infuse objects with souls, she commands them to obey her will. By harnessing the unique properties of the soul fruit, she has acquired the extraordinary power to manipulate weather and natural phenomena. Indeed, she possesses the capacity to control the elements, a feat akin to stacking multiple natural abilities. This is the essence of Big Mom's terror. It is no surprise. She can cleave the sky with a single stroke, while Whitebeard can summon tsunamis, and the formidable conqueror's Haki of Red can shroud the heavens in darkness. Similarly, Kaido of the Beast can obliterate mountains with a single breath of flame. Each of the emperors of the sea possesses their own monstrous capabilities. Goddess Shenlu gazes at the sky, where the changes transpire in mere moments. The might of the soul fruit is unfathomable. In truth, the previous wielder, a nun, could also manipulate the weather, albeit not to the grotesque extent of Big Mom. The nun's influence was limited to a town, whereas Big Mom's reach extends to an entire nation or even larger. A natural-born monster destined to reign supreme. Rain falls, torrential and fierce, with lightning as thick as barrels crashing from the heavens. The sea churns wildly, and the cacophony of thunder and rain shakes the very ground. The residents of Cake Island, sheltered along the coast, are gripped by panic, while the trees of the Temptation Forest tremble in fear. From an external perspective, Cake Island resembles a scene before the end of the world. Yet this is merely a manifestation of Big Mom's abilities. This old woman is truly a monster. Even the formidable Esther's countenance shifts at the sight of such terrifying power. She cannot fathom its magnitude, and she recalls the imperial tools of the original world. Aside from her ice imperial tool, the others pale in comparison. Is the esteemed adult even a match? As she regains her composure, Caliph's face is etched with concern. Having nearly fainted moments ago, "Do not worry. I sense you will be fine." Even if he cannot defeat this old hag, Shenlu will not be vanquished by her. Esther's reassures, recalling her first encounter with Shenlu when he unleashed the technique of Flowing Blade. Fire, summoning colossal pillars of flame that ignited the sea, creating a boiling inferno. On the other side, Big Mom's children tremble as they witness her might. Katakuri and the others have been freed from their icy prison and now gaze upon their mother, though the sea stone shackles binding them remain unbroken. This spectacle is rare for them as children. Some have never even seen the world's most powerful woman. Although there have been opportunities to witness her power since she ascended to the New World, they have never experienced such sheer terror, primarily due to the lack of opponents on her level. Such a mother is unstoppable. Katakuri and the others are left in awe. Even Stussy, who has concealed herself on Cake Island for many years, has rarely encountered Big Mom in her full glory. A monster. No wonder the world government cannot eradicate them. What an immense cost would be required to subdue such a creature. It is unfathomable. Returning to Shenlu and his companions, the atmosphere is charged for battle. Now we can truly engage. This ambience is ripe for war. Shenlu declares, "Come forth, my flames." Big Mom bellows, her left palm directed toward Shenlu as torrents of fire, akin to molten lava, erupt from her hand, manipulating flames. It resembles the abilities of the Blaze fruit, yet the intensity of her flames far surpasses those of the Blaze. The Fire Fist of Ace is but child's play in comparison. Shenlu is left in awe as Flowing Blade. Fire forms a shield before him to withstand the fiery whip of Big Mom. The flames crashing against him are deflected, creating a shockwave that scorches the ground and the remnants of candy houses, melting them into syrup. Let us see how my flames fare against yours, Big Mom. Shenlu taunts, pushing back against her inferno. Fire rejection. A swirling vortex of flames encircle Shenlu, expanding to repel Big Mom's fire. Torches. Shenlu strikes again, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfs Big Mom, forming a colossal whirlwind of fire that constricts around her, seemingly intent on incinerating her entirely. Yet, Big Mom maintains her trademark grin. Thundercloud, Zeus. She commands, Mother. Thundercloud Zeus ascends above Big Mom, who grasps its dark form and yanks it downward, summoning a colossal lightning bolt that shatters the ground beneath her and disperses Shenlu's wall of flames. Big Mom emerges unscathed. Thundercloud Zeus hovers above her, while the sun Prometheus manifests as her blazing crown. She is a veritable fire demon. Is this all you are capable of, Shenlu? Big Mom cackles, with Prometheus, Zeus, and the Emperor's sword Napoleon all sharing in her mirth. The tempest rages, accompanied by torrential rain, and flames that cannot be extinguished by the deluge. This is the heart of Cake Island, the battleground for two titans. Chapter. The downpour continues, and the lightning strikes with a ferocity surpassing barrels, descending from the sky in bolts that seem to stretch for thousands of meters, threatening to rend the very fabric of the void. Cake Island stands as a solitary isle amidst this storm, dwarfed by the ominous clouds above. While the surrounding seas churn violently, countless residents are engulfed in panic, questioning whether this monster will submerge Cake Island entirely. Their mother has transformed clear skies into a tempest in mere moments, a divine power that is enough to instill profound fear. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Big Mom, a woman capable of wielding terrifying meteorological forces. Is this the extent of your abilities, Shenlu? Big Mom charges at him, raising her colossal fist to strike. Shenlu meets her blow with his own, and as their fists collide, flames and lightning erupt, creating a cataclysmic explosion that sends shockwaves in all directions. This is troublesome. Fighting in this downpour, Shenlu laments, channeling the power of the tremor fruit into his fist, pressing against Big Mom's strike, which forces her back several steps. Planting flowing blade, fire into the ground, an endless torrent of flames courses through the earth. Fiery hell. At this moment, the sea surrounding Cake Island surge, as if something monstrous is awakening, with multiple colossal swells rising as though giant sea kings are about to emerge. What is that? Terrifying. The coastal residents panic at the sight of these upheavals. Is it a tsunami? Mother's powers are about to summon a tidal wave. A tsunami? No, it is fire. With a thunderous roar that reverberates through the heavens, the surging sea erupts. Dozens of massive pillars of flame shoot skyward, each with a diameter exceeding several meters. Such terrifying columns render the onlookers speechless as they pierce the sky, transforming the previously black thunderclouds into a vibrant red hue, while the rain and thunder are swiftly vaporized. The sea boils in this moment of cataclysm. The terrifying temperature forced everyone to retreat, plunging them from panic into an even greater dread. Is this your power? Indeed. Even Ama was taken aback. The Cake Island was bathed in a crimson hue, with dark clouds transforming into a vivid red. The heavens burned and the seas boiled. This is not Ling Ling's ability, but that of Shen Luo. Stussy was stunned. Just moments ago, the five elders had ordered her to kill Shen Luo. Yet now, as she beheld the dozens of towering pillars of fire and the searing heat that enveloped her, she began to tremble. Could I possibly contend with such power? Stussy shook her head, feeling a sense of weakness. This atmosphere is more suited for battle, Dama, but I fear your Cake Island cannot withstand such flames. All the candy and cakes will surely melt. Dama, I am about to take action, leveraging your reputation to make my mark on this world once more. Shen Luo, wielding the flowing blade of fire, extinguished the flames upon his sword. He had yet to employ swordsmanship. He also possessed the techniques of demon arts. A mysterious aura coalesced around Shen Luo as Dama gazed at him intently. Weigua. Dama's eyes widened as she unleashed a terrifying display of destructive power. Meanwhile, Shen Luo began to chant incantations, retreating over 10 meters from Dama. The proud child of heaven, the ironclad walls, the dragon's movement, the lion's roar, the tiger's howl, and the wolf's rush, all severing the heavens and earth before their collapse. Binding path, the 81st, severing the void, as the tremendous sword energy released from Waigwa approached. A colossal defensive wall manifested before Shenluo. Transparent and radiating light, it was a formidable barrier. Dama's Waigwa struck the wall with a flash of lightning. Yet even a sword energy capable of cleaving the sea could not shake this barrier, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Waigwa was rendered ineffective. Dama was astonished, charging forth, her fearsome fist crashing against the barrier, which remained unmoved, with no anticipated cracks forming. Thundercloud Zeus. Seizing Thundercloud Zeus, Dama summoned an even larger lightning bolt. It still could not breach the barrier. How is this possible? What is this thing? Dama was overwhelmed. The white and azure light beneath the crimson void stood out starkly, severing the void, cutting through the emptiness. However, the true essence of demon arts was not merely this. The techniques of the old Master Yamamoto were exceptionally potent. Dama, you must try this. I hope you can withstand it. Through the void-severing barrier, Shenluo was now in close proximity to Dama. Destruction Path, the 96th, a blade of cremation. Shenluo swung his blade, forgoing the incantation, as there were no words to chant. The conditions for employing the 96th Destruction Path were stringent, and the price steep. The old Master Yamamoto lost an arm due to the very technique, sacrificing it to unleash a grand move. Yet Shenluo was unafraid, for he possessed the life fruit, and the second-tier life domain enabled him to regenerate at an astonishing rate. Even if he were to lose an arm, he could restore it, provided he was not utterly obliterated, such as being reduced to mere pulp. Just a single arm, Destruction Path, the 96th, a blade of cremation. A massive flame shaped like a blade towered above any structure on Cake Island. Shenluo moved back 10 meters before unleashing this grand technique, feeling his arm tremble. An overwhelming pain coursing through him, his arm even beginning to crack, the bones on the verge of shattering. Yet at that moment, the power of the life domain surged, mending his arm. Indeed, the second stage of the life domain, accelerated regeneration, was effective. Thus, I need not fear employing those terrifying abilities. Even if I were to be shattered into pieces, I could still recover. Shenluo laughed. At this juncture, flames soared skyward. The colossal blade of fire surged toward Dama, the blinding light almost preventing her from opening her eyes, the searing heat compelling her to retreat. What kind of ability is this? This young man, aware of the immense power surging forth, Dama gripped her sword Napoleon tightly, channeling all her strength. Waigwa, the strongest Waigwa, a more fearsome sword energy surged toward the blade-shaped fire. Though the ground was not directly struck, the terrifying pressure further shattered it. However, in the face of the Destruction Path, the 96th, a blade of cremation, even Dama's most potent Waigwa proved futile. Waigwa was utterly ineffective, crushed by a higher order of power, and the flaming blade bore down upon Dama. Shenluo, Dama roared, as the flames pressed upon her. She felt a long-forgotten fear, a sensation she had never experienced in her life. Indeed, since she first set sail at the tender age of 5 or 6, she had been an unstoppable force, reigning supreme without ever knowing such fear. Yet, the blade-shaped flames made her feel that if she did not retreat swiftly, she might be entirely consumed. Currently, her abdomen bore the marks of horrific burns. A mere instant of contact with the flames had inflicted such pain. Those flames were terrifying. Shenluo charged again, delivering another strike toward Dama, a crescent-shaped massive slash materializing. Dama, wielding Napoleon, responded. In this moment, Dama felt slightly overwhelmed. As the earlier blade of cremation had instilled a sense of trepidation toward Shenluo, sowing seeds of psychological fear. In battles of this caliber, harboring even a hint of fear can be troubling. Dama's eyelids twitched, an ominous premonition washing over her. Manga. Thundercloud Zeus called out, seemingly sensing Dama's change. As Delma countered Shen Luo's third strike, she summoned a bolt of lightning toward him. Yet this time, Shen Luo did not evade. Endowed with the second level of the life domain, the passive skill of accelerated regeneration rendered him nearly invulnerable. At least within the framework of this world's power dynamics, it was unlikely he could be reduced to pulp. It would depend on whether he resisted. Boom! The thunder pillar descended, directly enveloping Shen Luo, yet he remained unfazed. Emerging from the lightning, his upper body bore ghastly wounds. In such a state, his physical prowess struggled to withstand the ferocity of Big Mom's lightning, which was sharper than any blade and struck with unparalleled force. After all, he was no Kaido of the 100 Beasts, and at that moment, Big Mom wielded her most formidable thunder pillar. Your body? Big Mom observed, noting the wounds on Shen Luo, which appeared as though freshly cleaved, only to heal almost instantaneously. The tender flesh bore no traces of injury. For you, one might label such a physique as an invulnerable vessel, Shen Luo remarked with a smile. Once more, a slash swept through the air. It should not be forgotten that Shen Luo's swordsmanship was of the highest caliber, a renowned swordsman, when compared to Dracul Mihawk, who is acknowledged as the strongest swordsman in this world. The truth shall reveal itself in due time. Nevertheless, Shen Luo was uncertain about the old man wielding a sword in Mariehua, who possessed the legendary blade, the first generation of the supreme great blade, Kikuchimanji. This slash imparted a sensation of tearing through the void. Big Mom, wielding her great sword Napoleon, attempted to counter, but her hands trembled from the impact. Shen Luo noticed her hands quivering, indicating a shift within her. Her expression was unmistakable. Anger, exasperation, and confusion all mingled together. Seizing upon this change, Shen Luo grasped the flowing blade, unleashing a fierce slash. Unlike the previous white slash, this one was crimson. Moreover, this strike was not crescent-shaped, but rather a colossal laser. Shen Luo. Big Mom retaliated with a strike of her own, attempting to resist with her power, yet even her might was crushed, failing to halt the laser slash. Ultimately, Big Mom's eyes widened as the attack struck her abdomen. She was sent flying. Even Napoleon slipped from her grasp. Curse it, I was careless. Big Mom's countenance shifted. Shen Luo retracted the flowing blade and charged forward, his fists clasped in a prayer-like position, resembling the stance of the Six Kings spear. He appeared in the direction where Big Mom had been launched, her head facing him. Ergo! Shen Luo's strike landed squarely upon her head. Big Mom let out a pained roar, while Shen Luo pressed down with both fists, delivering a devastating blow. Boom! Cake Island erupted once more. The once grand structures crumbled into ruins, shaken by an unseen force. Debris soaring 30 to 40 meters high. The entire Cake Island trembled violently. Suspended in midair, Shen Luo gazed down, awaiting Big Mom's emergence for another strike. Indeed, 2 minutes later, she crawled out, her attire tattered, hair disheveled, resembling a beggar. Mama, mama, mama. I want dessert. Big Mom began to dance, exultantly leaping amidst the ruins, her voice akin to that of a child yearning for sweets. Had she lost her senses? Shen Luo observed her, realizing that while she was not truly mad, she appeared to have slipped into a state of delirium. The previous blow to her head had not shattered her skull. After all, her cranium was likely harder than gold, yet the immense force had induced a concussion. She had gone mad. Shen Luo felt a sense of ennui. He had no intention of killing Big Mom just yet, having anticipated that the earlier strike would leave her grievously injured. However, it had merely rendered her unstable. Despite her frequent bouts of madness, how long would this episode last? Shen Luo sighed as he watched Big Mom dance and sing below. The elderly woman had succumbed to a state of insanity. Big Mom's children knelt helplessly on the ground, witnessing their mother in a frenzied state. Chapter: Big Mom has gone mad. It remains uncertain whether this madness is temporary or permanent. Regardless, she was indeed in a frenzied state, dancing and squinting her eyes while clamoring for sweets. Her voice echoed throughout Cake Island, reminiscent of an infant's, her demeanor wholly childlike. Big Mom had occasionally displayed such madness before, a fact well known among the island's inhabitants. However, One truth remained clear. She had been defeated. In this state, Shenluo could easily end her life, yet he chose not to do so. She still held value. This point was of great significance. Nevertheless, it was remarkable that even after such a strike, he could not shatter her skull, only induce a concussion. Shenluo remained astounded. Time passed, and half a day later, the sky remained shrouded in gloom, save for the red-tinged clouds above Cake Island, reminiscent of flames. Based on the passage of time, it was now around 8 in the evening. Cake Island lay in ruins, the entire town devastated. Thus, Shenluo had no intention of lingering on Cake Island any longer. The coast of the Seduction Forest, though still somewhat warm, bore traces of the recent turmoil where the waters had boiled. Had that old woman truly gone mad? Isdeath inquired. Indeed, Shenluo replied. Khalifa. So, will she remain this way from now on? No, Big Mom will not remain truly insane. She will likely recover from this episode in due time. A woman of her caliber possesses an astonishing ability to recuperate. A mere concussion will soon mend, and before long, she shall revert to the pirate Emperor Charlotte Linlin. Isdeath, puzzled, asked, why not simply kill her? Even if her flesh is thick, with my assistance, we could surely defeat her. Shenluo countered. Do you think we could take on Mariehua with just a handful of us? Isdeath queried. That place is home to many formidable beings. Indeed, Khalifa affirmed. Shenluo cautioned, do not underestimate the world government. It is likely that many individuals of equal strength to the pirate emperors reside there. Even if they are not on the same level, they are close, possibly even entities that surpass the world itself. Furthermore, they possess secret weapons. It is highly probable that the ancient weapon, Uranus, lies within Mariehua, though few know what Uranus truly is. Khalifa added, 800 years of heritage. It cannot be easily toppled. Isdeath questioned, so, you intend to leverage that old woman's power in the future? Indeed, Big Mom, this madwoman could prove quite useful, Shenluo acknowledged. If I could bring the pirate emperor to my side, it would be a formidable advantage to conquer the new world, a domain teeming with both powerful foes and monstrous beings. Defeating all 4 pirate emperors is essential. They represent the pinnacle of piracy, the closest individuals to becoming the pirate king. As for the title of pirate king, I hold no interest. It is merely a dream for pirates. They're coming. At that moment, Khalifa pointed towards the town of Cake Island. Shenluo and the others turned their gaze in that direction. It was Katakuri and his companions, carrying a large crate. Katakuri and his companions were now consumed by an unsettling anxiety, with some among them gripped by sheer terror. They had arrived bearing the fruits of the devil, a grand chest containing 6 of these mystical orbs, one more than the original request made by Shenluo. This represented their entire wealth. They feared that if Shenluo persisted, their fate would be sealed. The very island of Cake might well submerge. 4 Big Mom had descended into madness. Here are 6 devil fruits. Your Excellency, Shenluo, please accept them. Standing before Shenluo, Katakuri had become the most authoritative figure in the Big Mom Pirates after her descent into insanity. Si David Fruit? Shenluo expressed surprise. Indeed, I hope this brings you joy. Katakuri's tone bore a hint of flattery. This was his concession for the sake of his family, as he was willing to forego his dignity. Very well, Katakuri. Will our mother be all right? She should be fine, right? How could Shenluo ascertain whether she would be unharmed? What if she recovered only to be left with no memory? Thus, uncertainty loomed. Yet it was known that Big Mom was a formidable entity, and Shenluo could not predict her potential recovery. She'll be fine. Katakuri and his cohort were at a loss for words. If circumstances permitted, they would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity, but they lacked the means to do so. They could only convey their fury through their gazes, their hearts brimming with resentment. I shall accept the devil fruits, and I will return. Should Big Mom regain her senses, do remember to contact me, Katakuri. I have high hopes for you, Shenluo remarked with a smile, as Khalifa dutifully moved the chest containing the devil fruits closer. You will return? Contact us. The Charlotte family felt an overwhelming fury bubbling within them, yet they could only suppress it, trapped in their silent indignation. They were left with nothing but despair and rage. However, such emotions were futile. Presently, They were regarded as the vanquished and, less charitably, as a band of miscreants. They remained standing largely due to the mercy of their adversaries. Otherwise, their annihilation would have been certain, especially with their mother defeated and now deranged. Who among them could withstand Shinluo's onslaught? No one, not even the mighty Katakuri. Following this, Katakuri and his companions watched as Shinluo and his crew boarded their ship, their figures receding into the distance. Damn it! Katakuri was driven to the brink of madness, his foot crashing into the ground, shattering it beneath him. We have been bullied beyond measure, yet we can only endure and allow them to run rampant. The Charlotte family seethed with anger, wishing for a great tsunami to obliterate their foes, to see them buried beneath the waves, consumed by the Sea Kings. They, the Charlotte family, one of the strongest pirate crews led by the pirate emperor, had been subjected to such oppression. Katakuri's expression turned grave. He has departed. Let's consider how to rebuild Cake Island. Our residents are now homeless. The towns of Cake Island lay in ruins, shattered and unrecognizable. What? At this moment, Stussy, concealed in the forest of temptation, held a din-din mushy to her ear, engaged in conversation with the five elders. It is difficult for me to articulate precisely, but as a witness to this terrifying battle, the horror was beyond imagination, akin to that of a deity. Stussy's voice betrayed her shock, though some time had passed. The events of that day remained vividly etched in her memory. It was utterly terrifying. I dare say I will never forget it. Her gaze fixated on the distant waters, where a ship had recently departed from Cake Island, now only 100 meters away, having just left by Katakuri and his crew. Was he truly leaving Cake Island? Do not allow him to depart from Cake Island. The voice of the old swordsman echoed. We cannot tolerate such a terrifying being continuing to exist in this world. Indeed, the other elders chimed in unison. Their directive from Lord M was to extinguish the flame that was Shinluo, and now seemed an opportune moment to strike him down. They had great confidence in Stussy's abilities. Not that she could confront Shinluo head-on, but her skills were undoubtedly sufficient for an assassination. With the existence of the four emperors and countless others vying to supplant them, the world government sought to maintain balance. Thus, the five elders would not permit the emergence of a fifth pirate emperor to disrupt this equilibrium, lest the situation spiral beyond their control. Assassination. At the best of times, this was the moment with Stussy present. Now, Stussy was taken aback. If this had been moments ago, she might have felt confident, for she had yet to fully comprehend Shinluo's terrifying power. However, witnessing the battle between Shinluo and Big Mom had instilled a palpable fear within her. Indeed, assassination, none can execute it better than you, Stussy. You can eliminate a target from 1 or 2 kilometers away, even if the attempt fails. There is no need to fear being discovered. We believe you can escape. Correct. However, Stussy, we demand a successful outcome. The swordsman insisted. Moreover, he has only just fought. He should still be at his most vulnerable, without having recovered his strength. This is the perfect moment to strike. Indeed, the elders urged. Stussy, you must seize this opportunity. Their words were laced with authority. They required Stussy to succeed. She must succeed. Yet Stussy felt a sense of helplessness. How could these old men comprehend the difficulties involved? Assassinating a pirate of emperor caliber? Madness. Yet this was the mandate from above. Stussy recognized that Shinluo's existence had unsettled the holy land of Mariewa. They could not allow Shinluo to remain in this world, as he encroached upon the core interests of the five elders, reminiscent of the threat posed by rocks in times past. If Shinluo were to fall, all traces of him would be expunged. Shinluo must be eliminated. Stussy ended the call. The five elders had reiterated the necessity of extinguishing Shinluo. Assassination was a formidable task, one that had eluded many against pirate emperors, yet success was a rarity. Nevertheless, such orders were not to be defied, lest she find herself a target of the bounty hunters. Despite her reluctance, Stussy understood that her position compelled her to obey the five elders and accept their directives. She stowed away the din-din mushy and directed her gaze once more towards Shinluo's vessel. Her expression hardened, growing icy with resolve. She prepared herself, utilizing Jeppo to traverse the skies. As a woman of considerable years, She had honed her mastery of the six styles for an indeterminate time, relying solely on her physical prowess. After decades, even the most unremarkable could become extraordinary. She ascended into the air, surveying Shenluo's ship, now a mere 200 meters away. 100 meters. Though the distance appeared short, in the air, it equated to a height of at least 60 stories. Stussy remained suspended in the air, poised for action. Her eyesight was remarkably sharp, and she gazed at Shenluo with clarity and comfort. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that individuals like you are still quite youthful. However, your journey may be nearing its end. Stussy observed that the woman with the blue hair was kneeling on the deck, while Shenluo rested his head upon her lap. Lying down on the deck, was he asleep? Stussy could not discern whether his eyes were open or closed, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was that Shenluo appeared utterly defenseless. Indeed, utterly defenseless. Stussy's right hand formed the shape of a gun, her index finger extended toward Shenluo. Which part? Certainly not the upper body. Stussy could not guarantee that his physical defenses were not formidable. Thus a single strike might not be lethal and could potentially be countered. The heart? That too fell within the realm of physical defense. If she could not even breach that, there was no hope of reaching the heart. The head. The upper portion of the head should be the most vulnerable to a fatal blow. Naturally, she aimed for the upper part of the head, specifically the brain. Stussy intended to utilize her finger gun technique, confident in its efficacy. Even at a distance of 1,000 meters, she could take a life, and now, at a mere 200 meters, it would be even easier. The finger gun, one of the 6 techniques, had been perfected by Stussy to the point of external manifestation, unleashing a concentrated force akin to a genuine bullet with terrifying power. Hence, this was the source of her confidence. At that moment, her finger was already aimed at Shenluo's forehead. He remained motionless, indeed lacking any defense. A stationary target was a mere formality to strike accurately. However, how could Stussy foresee the events that would transpire next? Stussy took aim, though a flicker of trepidation lingered in her heart. In the ensuing chapter, Stussy remained somewhat apprehensive, having not contemplated the potential dreadful repercussions. For a fleeting moment, she considered that if the assassination failed, she could rely on her moonwalk to escape. Once she reached her desired altitude, it would be akin to possessing the ability to fly, a rare capability in this world. Flight facilitated easy escape. And even in the event of a failed mission, the 5 elders would find it challenging to hold her accountable. This was Stussy's line of thought. Shenluo, go. This ocean shall not allow another pirate emperor to rise. The finger gun was unleashed, a formless yet solidified air stream propelled from Stussy's fingertip, descending swiftly. It moved with immense speed, akin to a true bullet. At that moment, with his eyes closed, Shenluo suddenly opened them. Someone is above. Shenluo sensed the presence, and before Asta could react, an ice shield materialized above them, providing cover. Just as Asta was about to speak, a crisp sound resonated from the ice shield. I understand. Upon hearing the sound, Asta realized that someone was coming to confront them, perhaps merely to confront Shenluo. The Big Mom pirates? This is bad. In the air, Stussy's expression shifted as she witnessed this development, but just as she contemplated retreat, her expression changed again. She was filled with dread. Shenluo had suddenly appeared before her, suspended in midair. How could this be? Stussy was horrified, just as she meant to strike. Shenluo's fist came crashing toward her abdomen. He did not exert excessive force, but Shenluo deemed it sufficient for a woman. A single punch would suffice. Woman? Shenluo held no qualms about sparing her. This woman sought to kill him, and there was no need for further dialogue, even if she were a beauty. In an instant, his fist landed squarely on Stussy's stomach, draining the color from her face. The impact sent her insides churning, a pain she had not endured in many years. Following that blow, Shenluo delivered 5 more punches, and Stussy was rendered completely unconscious. Shenluo then cast her down from the air, landing her squarely on his ship. Khalifa emerged from the kitchen, just in time to see Stussy slumped on the deck, blood trickling from her lips. A crucial member of the world government's CP, Khalifa exclaimed. Asta also recalled, I remember that woman you mentioned this morning. She intended to kill Shenluo. Asta furrowed her brow. The world governments? Shenluo did not recognize this woman. Khalifa nodded. Yes. A high-ranking member of the world government's CP organization. How should we handle her? Eliminate her. Asta replied coldly. Shenluo remained silent, tacitly agreeing. The CP, in essence, were merely the dogs of the celestial dragons, closely associated with them. Killing her was of little consequence. Asta stated, I will take care of this woman. Asta dragged Stussy toward the king's underground chamber, a bloodthirsty smile suddenly gracing her face. It has been a while. I wonder if I have grown rusty in the art of torture? Asta murmured to herself. The ice woman. Khalifa shivered. She had heard Asta speak of her methods for dealing with enemies. She employed various tortures to gradually torment her foes, breaking their bodies and ultimately their spirits. She had never encountered an enemy who had completely collapsed. Asta would not allow her enemies to escape easily, but would instead render them to a state worse than death, even begging for release. My lord, dinner is served. Khalifa refrained from voicing her thoughts. Whatever Shenluo desired, she would support. As night fell, it was time for dinner. Khalifa sat beside Shenluo, occasionally serving him dishes. This scene was undeniably warm. Wearing glasses is not ideal, Khalifa. Shenluo suddenly remarked. However, I have been nearsighted for many years. It is inconvenient without my glasses. Shenluo removed her glasses, the gold-rimmed frames matching the color of her hair. He covered her eyes with one hand, employing the life domain's disease elimination technique, an invisible force manifesting. Just as Khalifa was about to speak, she felt a gentle and peculiar power around her eyes. Half a minute later, Shenluo withdrew his hand. The disease has been eliminated. Nearsightedness is also a form of illness, and thus it has been cured. It is done. My eyes. I can see clearly. At that moment, Khalifa erupted in joyous exclamations. My lord, I am no longer nearsighted. Khalifa exclaimed with delight, bewildered by the power Shenluo had just displayed. Merely covering her eyes had cured her long-standing nearsightedness. Let's eat, Khalifa. Thank you, my lord. After ensuring Khalifa was well fed, Shenluo returned to the deck, where they had already distanced themselves from Cake Island. Shenluo gazed at the celestial dragons, faintly perceiving the stars, obscured by clouds, with the moon hidden from view. Asta, in Shenluo's ears. The frenzied voice of Asta echoed, along with the pained pleas of Stussy. I wonder how long that woman can endure. Shenluo remained indifferent. Should Stussy perish, he would simply toss her into the sea to feed the fish. As the conversation unfolded, the familiar sound of a telephone bug echoed through the air. From the depths of Stussy's handbag, the peculiar sound emerged. Curious, Shenluo pondered the significance of the telephone bug belonging to CP. He retrieved a small telephone bug from the handbag and connected it without uttering a word. The device promptly relayed the voices of several elderly men. Stussy, have you completed your task? Was the assassination successful? Even if it failed, you could at least inflict some harm, couldn't you? This individual must be eliminated. His rapid growth poses a threat to the new world order, and the equilibrium we have maintained for so long will be disrupted. We must deal with him. Shenluo chuckled softly, swiftly realizing the identity of the speakers. The voices, unmistakably those of the 5 elders, resonated in the air. However, he chose to remain silent, gesturing for Khalifa, who was eager to speak, to stay quiet. Holding the telephone bug, he proceeded towards the direction of his death, a playful smile adorning his face. Stussy, why the silence? Is it inconvenient for you? The telephone bug crackled with another voice. Before long, Shenluo arrived at the lower deck of the king's ship. He pushed open the door to a room resembling a warehouse, and Stussy's distressed voice grew louder. Stussy, what happened? How could that be your voice? Questioned the elderly men in succession. Do you not comprehend? She is already in my grasp. You may never see her again. You are indeed the 5 elders, aren't you? Shenluo finally spoke, while his death continued her assault. You are Shenluo. Are you challenging us? You insolent wretch, exclaimed one of the elders, but Shenluo interrupted him directly. Do not threaten me. You are nothing but frightened turtles, hiding in Mary Geos. I doubt you have ventured far from Mary Geos in your lifetimes. You should consider exploring the world outside, lest you find yourselves forever imprisoned in ignorance. Before the elders could respond further, Shenluo terminated the call. Do they truly believe themselves capable of controlling the world? He scoffed, departing from the scene. Upon returning to his chamber, he contemplated his next moves. He had acquired several devil fruits, 6 from Cake Island, 2 from Fishman Island, 1 from Sabaody Archipelago, and another for Doflamingo, 10 in total. Few in this world could boast possession of such an abundance of devil fruits, excluding the celestial dragons, who could freely distribute them to their slaves. Additionally, Kaido of the Beasts likely held a considerable number of devil fruits as well. As for whether Kaido had access to artificial devil fruits, it seemed unlikely. Doflamingo's project might not have commenced yet. What could 10 devil fruits accomplish? Califa's Rygene fruit required some enhancement, which could be expedited by one of the fruits. This particular enhancement could not utilize berry investments and bore no profit for Shenluo, serving solely to benefit Califa. Character template, Califa abilities, Rygene fruit, armament hockey, observation hockey. 6 powers. Rygene fruit voltage, 50 million volts. Directions, heat, temperature, repulsion, magnetism. Investment cost, 1 devil fruit. Profit, select voltage, 200 million volts, current capacity of Rygene fruit bearer. The Rygene fruit has no inherent limit, yet individuals do possess thresholds. The later stages become increasingly challenging, and Shenluo suspected that Akainu and others might not reach the awakening of a Logia type. Please confirm the investment direction. Lightning power. Do you confirm the investment? Confirmed. Ding. The investment duration is set for hours. Should it be accelerated? No need for acceleration. A day's time suffices to witness the outcome. And Califa remains unaware of the process. Moreover, Isteth also requires investment. Isteth's powers are formidable, yet she possesses a vulnerability. Her physical constitution is not robust. Even a common blade could injure her. Unlike Califa, who as a Logia user can elementalize, only sea prism stone weapons and armament hockey can harm her. Isteth's lack of resilience makes her susceptible to injuries, thus necessitating an investment as well. Character template, Isteth abilities, Ice Sovereign, swordsmanship, Ice Sovereign, free creation and manipulation of ice. Moko Batimo, freeze time and space. Ice Storm General, stores energy, generates vast blizzards. Investment cost, 1 devil fruit. In comparison to Akiji's Hi no Mi, Shenluo believes the Ice Sovereign's control over ice surpasses that of the Hi no Mi's death at her youthful age of 20. Still has much potential in mastering her abilities, while Akiji approaches 50. Its death is indeed formidable. Please confirm the investment direction. Ice Sovereign adding elementalization, non-naturally elementalized. Immune to Sea Prism Stone and Armament Hockey. Moko Batimo usage limit. Increase from once per day to 3 times. Do you confirm the investment? Confirmed. Ding. The investment duration is set for hours. Should it be accelerated? No need. Investments for Isteth and Califa are complete. Shenluo then turned his attention to his own remaining 8 devil fruits, contemplating investing in new characters. Currently, he primarily utilizes the Gura no Mi and the Hi no Mi, with the Ice Sovereign seldom employed. It is time to acquire a new skill. System. Initiate dimensional character detection. Ding. Dimensional character detection commencing. Today is Monday, fittingly. Conducting dimensional character detection. Waiting time. Ding. Detection successful. Detected characters. Accelerator from Toru Kageka no Railgun. Gilgamesh from Fate. Please confirm the investment. Accelerator possesses the ability to manipulate vectors, allowing him to control momentum, light, electromagnetic fields, and all vectors in contact with his body, an extraordinarily formidable capability. He can manipulate momentum and electromagnetic energy, as well as light, radiation, and even subsonic waves, and can even reflect all forms of attacks, sustaining no harm from nuclear strikes. He can propel small stones at supersonic speeds, endowing them with devastating destructive power, or manipulate the vectors beneath his feet for rapid movement, even generating tornadoes for flight. The mere touch of a finger can manipulate the flow of blood and bioelectric currents within another, inducing a sudden collapse. By interacting with the atmosphere, one can conjure fierce typhoons, or compress air molecules to forcibly create plasma, even drawing a portion of a planet's inherent energy to unleash formidable destructive power. Shenluo pondered whether gravity falls within the realm of vectors. Could it be reflected to suspend an island, akin to the flying island of Jin Shitsi? Or perhaps manipulated like the gravity wielded by the likes of Tung Hui Xiao? This ability is indeed monstrous, yet is also intricate. Furthermore, Gilgamesh's king's treasure represents the epitome of opulence, connecting to the treasures of the Golden City, projecting the prototypes of its noble artifacts into reality, and even extracting genuine treasures. The king's treasure encompasses all the riches of Gilgamesh's world, embodying an extravagant and noble prowess. The act of casting is limited to a single entity, and both vector manipulation and the king's treasure are coveted by Shenluo, yet he can only choose one character. To cast one way, the cost is 3 demon fruits. For Gilgamesh, it is 4. Shenluo opts to cast Gilgamesh, with the latter requiring an initial expenditure of 4 demon fruits, clearly indicating a higher value. When considered, it appears that compared to the convoluted and extensive capabilities of vector manipulation, the king's treasure is far more pure. It seems to embody the essence of royalty. In addition to the king's treasure, Gilgamesh possesses the Star of Heaven and Earth Divergence, a formidable ability with limitations on its activation conditions. Confirmation of the cast is given, and the chapter proceeds with a notification, ding, initiating the casting of the ancient king Gilgamesh. Would you like to accelerate? The response is affirmative, accelerating by 40 years. This duration should suffice, for Gilgamesh has not lived long, and 40 years is likely adequate for a boost in power, possibly even more. However, Shenluo realizes that when casting characters, some require more than just time to measure their worth. For instance, the subsequent casting of Yamamoto Taicho necessitates additional demon fruits. In comparison to vector manipulation, Shenluo is more inclined towards the king's treasure, even though theoretically, vector manipulation could grow infinitely, wielding boundless strength. Yet, the complexity of such power is not to his liking. Primarily, Shenluo seeks to acquire the king's treasure, which in its normal state possesses immense destructive capability, precise targeting, and extensive range. Moreover, it allows the extraction of various potent, noble artifacts from the Golden City, rendering its combat prowess exceedingly formidable. The king's treasure is the most luxurious skill, housing all noble artifacts possessed by the spirits within the Golden City, truly a veritable treasury. Additionally, the Star of Heaven and Earth Divergence is a pivotal aspect, with the Divergence sword serving as the key to the Babylonian treasury, a weapon of great might that can slice and annihilate worlds. However, the potency of the Divergent sword is contingent upon the strength of the world's rules. As the greater the rules, the more formidable its interpretation and application. Moreover, there exists an omniscient and omnipotent star dedicated to deciphering the world's rules, an ability beyond compare. As the casting commences, after numerous attempts, Shenluo's mindset becomes tranquil, devoid of anxious anticipation. Ding. Acceleration successful. Ding. Casting of the ancient king Gilgamesh complete. Commencing assessment of gains. Ding. Acquired the king's treasure in the Star of Heaven and Earth Divergence. Follow-up casting is suggested. Is the suggestion for follow-up casting due to the omniscient and omnipotent star? Success has been achieved. Acquiring the king's treasure brings Shenluo unexpected joy as he also obtains the Star of Heaven and Earth Divergence. Although this artifact is indeed part of the king's treasure, its significance is profound enough to stand alone. However, utilizing the Star of Heaven and Earth Divergence necessitates the understanding of the world's rules, theoretically implying that the stronger the world's rules, the more potent the Divergent sword's power. Yet with stronger rules, the progress of understanding becomes slower. Absent the omniscient and omnipotent star, using the Divergent sword incurs time constraints. How long will it take to comprehend the rules of the pirate world? The power structure of the pirate world is notably high, and estimating the duration to interpret its rules suggests it will take considerable time. Each use of the Divergence sword requires a fresh understanding of the world's rules, with inherent delays. Without the omniscient and omnipotent star, utilizing the Divergent sword presents challenges. Nevertheless, Possessing the king's treasure and the capability to wield the divergence sword brings Shen Luo great satisfaction. His aspirations are modest, and he may not necessarily need to use the divergent sword. Currently, the system prompts follow-up casting for both Gilgamesh and Yamamoto Taicho. The former likely pertains to the omniscient and omnipotent star and the golden law, while the latter concerns the Bankai of Ryakan Hoka and possibly other abilities. However, Shen Luo is unhurried, estimating that the cost for follow-up casting will be significant. These will also require either demon fruits or other special energies. While demon fruits are relatively accessible, other special energies are not. Thus far, Shen Luo has encountered only the life force of Yang Shu Xiang and nothing else. After Shen Luo utilizes a demon fruit, it will reappear in this world, akin to the abilities of its users, as its power will revert to a certain fruit, restoring the balance. Where is the tree of demon fruits? Shen Luo has contemplated this question, suspecting that the tree may embody some aspect of the world's rules, its existence being the source of the demon fruit powers. The king's treasure, Shen Luo murmured, feeling an increase in his strength and a newfound memory of wielding the king's treasure. At that moment, the room was somewhat dim, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming in through the window. In the shadowy darkness, Shen Luo sensed the connection to the king's treasure, a force linking him to the Golden City. At this moment, two magical circles manifested to his right, the void rippling like waves, although the amplitude was modest. Golden ripples spread outward, emanating from two circles of equal size, adorned with ancient runes and radiant golden light, luxurious and noble. Two weapons emerged from the magical circles, an ancient spear and a sword. Should Shen Luo desire, they would launch forth, their power surpassing that of bullets. The previously dark room was now bathed in golden light. However, Shen Luo quickly retracted the golden circles, deeming it unnecessary to utilize them at this moment. With the king's treasure at his disposal, he realized that in typical confrontations, he would not need to engage directly. He could simply wield weapons from within the Golden City to sweep through adversaries. Of course, this applies to ordinary battles against typical strong foes, against exceptionally agile masters. The weapons summoned from the king's treasure may not keep pace. A notable trait of powerful individuals in the pirate world is their abundant stamina, capable of battling for days on end. It is said that the final confrontation between Steelbone Kong and the Red Count lasted 10 days, with both ultimately exhausted, leading to Carp seizing the opportunity to imprison the Red Count in Impel Down, where he remains on the 6th level. However, if 10 days can lead to such exhaustion, it underscores the extraordinary stamina of top-tier strongmen. Simply tracking weapons may not tire others in the slightest. This is a simple introduction to the use of Wang Ji Kai Bao, which can be launched like a missile. After familiarizing himself with it, Shen Luo lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The next day, the din mushy rang again, the familiar call of Stussy. With the 5 elders on the line. What have you done to Stussy? The old swordsman demanded angrily. Do not cross our bottom line. You will suffer greatly. This world can no longer accommodate pirates like you. While eating, Shen Luo listened to the furious shouts of the 5 elders and observed the expressions simulated by the din mushy anger. What other emotion could there be? The fury in the eyes of the din mushy mirrored that of the 5 elders, 5 old men, their expressions and tones strikingly similar. Kill Shen Luo. He must be eliminated. This seemed to be the singular thought occupying the minds of the 5 elders. Shen Luo, with his mouth full, replied nonchalantly, "Take your time. I'm in the middle of my meal. You, how dare you, Shen Luo? You cannot withstand the wrath of the Holy Land." Stussy, was it? Shen Luo mused. It should be her. She struck first, so my counterattack is only natural, right? You are at fault. You have touched upon forbidden taboos. Shen Luo chuckled thus. I remain in the new world. You can come find me, but I suggest you bring more people. His laughter echoed in the ears of the 5 elders, who could see his disdainful expression. They were infuriated, yet powerless. Shen Luo showed no fear of them. Regardless of their strength, what storm could 5 old men, who only cower in Mariehua, stir? Shen Luo was confident that the 5 elders would not leave Mariehua. So how could they kill him? Send CP agents? Their strength may be formidable, but what would that amount to? If they dared approach, Shen Luo would eradicate them all, obliterating the organization entirely. In reality, the new world is vast. They could never find Shen Luo. The five elders were merely engaging in futile threats. Shen Luo did not deny their potential power. But age brings fear, and they were no Whitebeard. They were merely turtles retreating into their shells. Mariehua is the safest place in the world, the seat of the highest power. The five elders furrowed their brows, deeply angered by Shen Luo's demeanor, yet their ire was ultimately fruitless. The new world is not Mariehua, is not under their control. Not even a fragment of the seas lies within their grasp. Have you undergone the immortal surgery? It is said you have existed for a long time. Shen Luo suddenly inquired. However, the five elders could not answer. It was a secret to them, and they still sought the immortal surgery. Shen Luo continued. Is your lord a male or female? Lord'im? The expressions of the five elders shifted. How could Shen Luo know of Lord'im? Impossible. For the world, the existence of Lord'im is a secret. Only a few are aware that him sits upon the empty throne, which symbolizes equality and democracy. Yet no one is allowed to occupy it. Yet him does. In the eyes of the five elders, a deity naturally occupies the supreme throne. The five elders remained silent. Regarding Lord'im, silence was the safest course. In truth, I know that your Lord'im has repeatedly taken the empty throne, correct? You have concentrated what should be vacant power into one person's hands, leading to the decay of this world. The proliferation of pirates is also your fault. Upon hearing Shen Luo's words, the five elders' faces were filled with disbelief and shock. How could Shen Luo know that Lord'im sits upon the empty throne? What would the 170-member nations of the world government think if this got out? What remnants of dignity would remain for the world government? Furthermore, a series of unimaginable and uncontrollable consequences would ensue. A playful smile crept across Shen Luo's lips. Are you wondering how I know? In Mariehua, I have my informant. An informant? In reality, there was none, but the five elders had to believe there was one. Most likely. Otherwise, how could Shen Luo be aware of such clandestine matters? Throughout the conversation, the five elders remained silent. Sometimes, silence is the best course of action, as it ensures safety. My informant is one of the Tenryubito. You may search slowly. I trust they can hide quite well. After all, you would hesitate to act against them, given how they often ride atop you. A Tenryubito as an informant. The five elders were skeptical, exchanging glances, unable to fathom the implications. The notion of turning a Tenryubito, was that even possible? Yet they had no choice but to believe, at least to some extent. Shen Luo concluded, perhaps the time I can afford you is limited. You should take the time to wander outside. Do you even know how beautiful this world is? With that, Shen Luo ended the call. Though the din mushy rang again, he ignored it. This was likely his final conversation with the five elders. Seated across from him, Caliphus stifled a laugh, while his death, unfamiliar with this world, and even less so with Mariehua, felt little impact from Shen Luo's conversation. Calipha, however, was different. An informant? There was none, but Shen Luo's words would surely sow seeds of doubt in the five elders, prompting them to scour Mariehua for that purported Tenryubito informant. In reality, there was nothing of the sort. Calipha was barely holding back laughter. Just laugh if you want. Glasses girl. Isdeath teased her. However, she noticed that Calipha was not wearing her glasses today. Once, out of curiosity, she had borrowed Calipha's spectacles, only to discover that Calipha could not see clearly without them, needing to feel her way about. She was severely nearsighted, yet today she seemed fine. Suddenly not nearsighted? Upon hearing Isdeath call her glasses girl, Calipha bristled. You're the one who's a glasses girl. Go play with your torture. Continue eating. Just then, Shen Luo spoke again. The two women quieted down at his words. Shen Luo turned to Isdeath and said, if that woman comes up, toss her into the sea. The Sea Kings will surely relish the taste of blood. Even if the offering is small, it is undoubtedly better than what they eat from their own kind. Let Stussy feed the fish. In the holy land of Mariehua, amidst the power struggles, the five elders, having just concluded their call with Shen Luo, were filled with unquenchable fury, unable to vent their frustrations, resorting instead to confiding in one another. Though they were of advanced age, rarely stirred to anger. Shenluo's very existence had incited their ire more than once. How could he? This vile wretch should not exist in this world. He is already transformed into a monster, possessing the formidable strength to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, akin to a few individuals from the New World. Thus, we find ourselves utterly helpless against him. Should we merely sit idly by, allowing him to continue his growth and pose a threat to our very existence? Indeed, we are at a loss. The old man, filled with frustration, finds his words caught in a torrent of rage, yet he cannot unleash such fury. Bottling it up, could this possibly lead to disaster? The old man with the cane muses. Let us not forget one crucial matter. What matter? The old man's gaze is as lethal as a blade. A traitor among the celestial dragons has emerged. Indeed, almost overlooked that. How shall we uncover this traitor? We must first inform Lord M, the old man concedes. The tides of the world are tumultuous, and in the blink of an eye, another day has passed, specifically, the second day since Shenluo departed from Cake Island. The flames of truth cannot be contained. Explosive headlines will inevitably spread across the globe. The most shocking news of the month reverberates through the world once more, marking the third major announcement regarding Shenluo, and this one is unprecedentedly explosive. The first news about Shenluo reported his shocking act of slaying 2 celestial dragons on Sabaody archipelago, an event that shattered the very heavens. And yet Shenluo faced no repercussions, remaining at large despite the bounty on his head. The second instance involved Shenluo's defeat of Admiral Akainu, coupled with rumors of him being a user of dual devil fruits, sending shockwaves throughout the world. This was heralded as the most terrifying news following the ascension of the red-haired Shanks as the 4th Pirate Emperor. However, this third revelation surpasses the second in its world-shaking impact. Due to a lack of specific details, the third news has been sensationalized, leading to reports of Shenluo's confrontation with the Big Mom pirates on Cake Island. Notably, he engaged in an afternoon battle with Big Mom herself, resulting in her defeat and descent into madness, while the Big Mom pirates were utterly routed. Such news spread rapidly across the globe, astonishing everyone and leaving them in disbelief. Yet they were compelled to accept the truth. The most powerful woman in the world had been vanquished. This implies that the flame sword Shenluo possesses strength on par with the pirate emperors. Furthermore, under the instigation of certain individuals, speculations arose that Shenluo aims to defeat all pirate emperors, with the defeat of Big Mom merely the beginning. Who will be next? Whitebeard? Kaido of the Beasts? Shanks? It remains unclear, but one thing is certain. All are potential challengers. Although this is merely speculation, it has been widely accepted as fact. At Marine headquarters, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Bang! Sengoku slammed his palm onto the desk, striking the latest newspaper. A large image of Shenluo emblazoned upon it. If one could slay a real person through an image, Shenluo would have met his end countless times. Sengoku was furious, yet his anger bore no fruit. Shenluo was already within the New World, and they could not mobilize to confront him there. Moreover, they had no knowledge of his whereabouts. Thus, they could only allow Shenluo to continue his ascent, and at this juncture, the Marine headquarters could do nothing to impede him, akin to watching Whitebeard and his monstrous crew dominate the New World. Presently, the only territory the Marines could claim in the New World lies near the Red Line, particularly in the waters surrounding Mariehua, and even that territory is limited. The rest of the New World is a chaotic expanse where the Marines lack the capability to enforce order. The first half of the Grand Line already poses enough challenges. If the number of Marines is 1, then the number of pirates in this world is 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 times greater. And the ranks of pirates continue to swell daily, with countless new ones emerging from the 4 seas into the Grand Line. In contrast, the Marines will forever find themselves outnumbered. This explains why the Marines cannot manage the New World. Their strength is insufficient. It is not merely a matter of having a few powerful individuals to suppress the chaotic era of pirates. Individual strength alone cannot shake the foundations of those terrifying powers. This is the reality. So what shall we do now? This was Karp's inquiry. Suru remarked, all balance will be disrupted, and the world may descend into greater chaos. His youth may lead others to believe that the pirate emperors can be easily defeated, thus emboldening the arrogance of pirates. Of course, this is merely a conjecture. This world has never been short of mindless pirates. Has it? Indeed, there is no shortage of such individuals. They remain oblivious to the fact that several emerging pirates, the supernovas, such as Kid and his companions, view Shenluo as their primary target to defeat. Moreover, each of these supernovas is slightly older than Shenluo. If he can achieve such feats, why cannot they? This represents a microcosm of piracy. Having never encountered higher levels of power, they believe themselves invincible. Yet in truth, they are nothing. At least for now, they are weak. The terrifying scenes on Cake Island were akin to a hellscape. The Marine headquarters once again convened to discuss Shenluo, a topic they had broached countless times. In the New World, Dressrosa Doflamingo was taken aback, while he watched Katakuri and the others being captured. The fact that Shenluo intended to use them as bargaining chips was truly terrifying and astonishing. Doflamingo had witnessed many storms, yet he genuinely harbored fear towards the pirate emperors. Little did he anticipate that merely days later, news would spread that Big Mom had been defeated. Indeed, Cake Island was a stronghold for many reporters, particularly due to Big Mom's unique position as the Queen of Tato Land, a nation she founded with numerous inhabitants. In contrast, Kaido of the Beast ruled over Onigashima and Wano country, and he was perceived as even more fearsome than Big Mom, as far as the world was concerned. Whitebeard's influence stemmed from just a few ships, yet he remains a legendary figure of the bygone era, standing alongside the pirate King Roger, and is regarded as the strongest man in the world. The greatest fear of the world is Whitebeard. As for Shanks, he sails a single ship and is unpredictable. Compared to other pirate emperors, Shanks is perceived as the most temperate. It seems that even as a partner, I may incur some losses. Yet I stand to gain nothing substantial. The era of great pirates has birthed a fifth monster. In Doflamingo's eyes, monsters are individuals like Whitebeard and his ilk. Shifting focus to Wano, in a dimly lit cave, Kaido bellowed in rage upon learning of Lean Lean's defeat, smashing a large barrel in fury. His subordinates trembled. When Kaido is angry, he often unleashes his wrath upon them. Jack the Drought, Queen the Plague, and King the Wildfire all felt immense pressure. As Kaido's subordinates, they have always harbored fear of their captain. If they are monsters, then Kaido is the monster of monsters. The three calamities, each a mythical creature. Two possessing the Ryu no Mi, and one the Zozo no Mi, are even more terrifying than the entire Charlotte family. And Kaido's own abilities are even more formidable. Lingling is the appellation that the beast Kaido uses for the Big Mom, and one wonders what intriguing bond they might have shared. I am displeased. If you could defeat that old hag, then can you kill me? To Kaido, you are merely Shinduo, a pirate emperor obsessed with self-destruction. He is either in the act of committing suicide or on the path leading to it. Yet he has never succeeded. The only time he sustained an injury was when he was struck by Kazuki Oden back in the day, and that instance remains unparalleled. Who can breach his formidable physical defenses? Towering over 10 meters, even while seated, he remains a colossal presence. The calamities stand before Kaido as mere younger siblings. Brat, I must see you. His domineering voice reverberated through every corner of the vast cavern, reaching the outside as well. Kaido, you madman, laughed Korizumi Orochi as he approached the cave. This is the Moby Dick of Whitebeard, and today it is in a frenzy once again due to Shinduo. Gurara, I never anticipated this little brat has grown to such an extent. Indeed, he has reached such a remarkable level. Historically, he is the only one to have done so. Does this mean he is as formidable as Old Man? Impossible. Old Man is invincible. This is what Fire Fist Ace asserted. Truly, it is the era of youth. Whitebeard mused. The scene shifted back to the Red Force, where astonishment was equally palpable. Hey, Shanks. He has already reached the pinnacle of this world at the age of 15. You, on the other hand, only reached this level in your 40s. So, do you see clearly? Is the next challenger Shanks? Why? Have you not noticed that among all the emperors, Shanks appears to be the least amiable? Upon hearing this, the crowd realized that Red is indeed the most benign-looking among the four emperors, while the other three seem increasingly intimidating. The easiest to bully, perhaps? Red chuckled. I am even a bit fearful. Look at this newspaper. What has happened to Cake Island? The traces of battle are terrifying. In the sky, do you think this is something a human can achieve? He spoke with a smile, despite the frightening implications of his words, revealing no trace of fear himself. The reality is indeed terrifying. It is beyond what a mere human can achieve. Although we are all aware of Big Mom's terror, it is evident that Shinduo is equally formidable. The world remains unaware of how it will unfold. This upheaval has swept across the globe. Shinduo's bounty has been raised to an astounding 2 billion berries, a remarkably high amount, as the bounties of the four emperors are all in the tens of billions. Given their long-standing notoriety and numerous deeds, coupled with their immense power. In contrast, Shinduo's forces consist of merely 2 women. On the day of the 10th month of the 20th year of the Sea Circle calendar, Shinduo is henceforth acknowledged as the 5th pirate emperor, possessing the power to oppose the emperor pirate crews single-handedly, wielding unparalleled strength to instigate a monumental upheaval in the entire pirate era. Chapter. I find it curious. It seems my body has undergone some changes, though I am unsure what they are. While assisting Khalifa in chopping vegetables, Isteth suddenly paused her actions. What do you wish to say? Khalifa inquired with curiosity. Isteth gazed at her left hand and spoke. It appears I might be able to achieve that elemental transformation of yours. Just moments prior, while cutting vegetables, Isteth accidentally sliced her hand, but rather than feeling pain, her fingers reflexively transformed into ice. Indeed, it was a condition triggered by reflex, an occurrence she had never experienced before. Elemental transformation? Are you certain? You are not a devil fruit user. Khalifa was aware that Isteth hailed from another world, possessing the ability to freely manipulate and create ice, akin to the powers of the High no Mi, yet she was not a devil fruit user. Therefore, when Isteth claimed she could perform elemental transformation, it was unsurprising that Khalifa found it curious. I am certain. Just look. Isteth, without blinking, drew a kitchen knife across the back of her left hand, and it transformed into ice. However, as the knife withdrew, her hand returned to its original state, unblemished and pale, with no trace of injury. My Ice Emperor's equipment cannot achieve such a transformation. I am well aware of that. So, you possess elemental transformation? It seems so, Isteth replied. Khalifa suggested. Perhaps it is because you have been in this world for so long that you have automatically acquired elemental transformation. Upon uttering this reasoning, Khalifa herself found it hard to believe, yet it seemed to lack a better explanation. That does seem plausible. Surprisingly, Isteth accepted this notion, realizing that once Shinduo becomes aware, she would not need to concoct reasons to explain her transformation. Being in the pirate world has granted me elemental transformation, she concluded. Khalifa remarked, isn't this splendid? With elemental transformation, ordinary people will struggle to harm you. Elemental transformation is the highest form of defense, and with your formidable strength, it can only benefit you. Wait, with elemental transformation, does that not mean I would be susceptible to sea prism stones and hockey in this world? I do not wish for that. That does seem to be the case. At this moment, Khalifa clenched her right fist, enveloped in hockey. Let me test it and see if hockey has any effect on you. Very well. Khalifa directed a punch at Isteth's left waist, though the force was minimal. Then, something peculiar occurred. Her hockey-imbued fist passed through Isteth's body, and her waist transformed into a frozen state. Khalifa was astonished. It appeared that not only had Isteth acquired elemental transformation, but she was also immune to hockey. Congratulations, outsider, Khalifa exclaimed with a laugh. It seems even hockey cannot hinder you. Let's try another punch, but this time with a bit more force. Isteth urged, even encouraging Khalifa to strike her abdomen. Do not blame me if something goes awry. Khalifa gazed at her, noting that Isteth was surprisingly tough on herself. No more dilly-dallying. We still have dinner to prepare? Isteth insisted. Khalifa refrained from further delay and delivered a powerful punch, one that could easily take down an ordinary sea king. Yet, Her fist passed directly through Isteth's body, emerging from her waist, which reflexively transformed into ice. Khalifa was taken aback and quickly retracted her hand. It seems your elemental transformation is quite formidable. Perhaps it is not elemental transformation, but rather an upgrade of your abilities. Khalifa deduced that Isteth's Ice Emperor equipment had indeed upgraded, hence acquiring a transformation akin to elemental transformation. This was undeniably advantageous. Haki could not touch her, and one could surmise that sea prism stones would also be ineffective against Isteth. In truth, they were unaware that the deity had bestowed upon Isides the elemental transformation akin to the powers of a natural-type devil fruit. It was similar, yet did not convert the Ice Emperor's abilities into the powers of the frozen fruit. Rather, it merely added a new skill variation. Undoubtedly, this was advantageous. Now, Isides possessed an additional formidable, even terrifying defensive technique, even for someone of her caliber. They remained oblivious to the fact that it was the deity's doing. Advancement of abilities? Perhaps. Isides halted Khalifa's words, contemplating that it indeed made sense. And besides, was it not splendid? She recognized her physique was, in the grand scheme of this world, rather unimpressive. Witnessing Big Mom's prowess revealed to her the terrifying extent to which one's physicality could reach. What appeared to be ordinary skin was, in fact, akin to an impenetrable fortress. Isides questioned her own physique, which certainly did not measure up to such fearsome standards. In this world, her body felt just like that of an ordinary human. Although her strength was formidable, in terms of physicality, she felt disadvantaged. Now, with this peculiar transformation, let's call it elementalization, was it not wonderful? Certainly, it was an indirect enhancement of her power. At this moment, Khalifa spoke up, remarking that this transformation reminded her that she too seemed to have experienced some changes. What? Isides inquired. Khalifa pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems that my strength has markedly increased. Is that significant? Becoming stronger is quite normal, is it not? Indeed, but I feel as though I have grown immensely stronger. I believe I could easily dispatch you with a single bolt of lightning." Isides chuckled. "You may attempt that. I was merely jesting, yet I genuinely feel much more powerful. I assure you." The deity had augmented her lightning prowess to an impressive 200 million volts, surpassing even the capabilities of Enel, the former wielder of the Rumble fruit. Khalifa had only just begun to sense this change. Initially, she had dismissed it, but now, with Iside's abilities evolving, she too became curious about her own transformation. Presently, she could distinctly feel her Rumble fruit powers had indeed strengthened significantly, though the exact magnitude remained uncertain. Isides teased, "Isn't it splendid to have become so much stronger? This way, you won't have to appear as inept as you did a few days ago, incapable of even withstanding a conqueror's haki. You are the inept one, not I." Khalifa retorted, clearly incensed. "Isides, your master awaits dinner. So do you wish to continue this frivolity?" At this, Isides struck at her opponent's vulnerability. "I will clarify this later. I am not inept." With that, Khalifa turned to the cutting board, busily preparing the meal. It was yet another ordinary day, and both were oblivious to the true nature of their burgeoning abilities. Only the deity was aware, though he had no intention of revealing it to them. In the ensuing chapter, Stussy faced a grim fate as Isides unceremoniously cast her into the sea. At the moment of impact, a splash of crimson mingled with the water, attracting the lurking sea kings, who swiftly consumed Stussy's lifeless form. To them, her size was inconsequential. She was undoubtedly a delicacy, considering that the sea kings typically feasted on far less desirable fare. Khalifa shivered at the sight, gaining a deeper understanding of Isides. This Isides was remarkably ruthless and cold-hearted towards her enemies, yet gentle with her own. All done. Isides clapped her hands, having grown desensitized to such deeds, akin to dispatching a mere rat, who would pity its demise. The deity, reflecting on Stussy's background, recognized her ties to the world government and her status as a queen of the underworld in the New World. The underworld, a realm of darkness, governed various nefarious dealings. Pirates brazenly committed crimes, while those of the underworld operated under the cover of night. However, when it comes to defining crime in this world, the lines are exceedingly blurred. In a realm of pirates, the notions of crime are nebulous. But why dwell on it? In this world, the strong reign supreme. The one with the mightiest fist dictates the rules. The underworld could hardly be deemed a formidable force. Thus, the deity concluded that the realm of darkness was rather ordinary. He was indifferent to it, and if the opportunity arose, he might even eradicate the entire underworld in one fell swoop. The entity most closely linked to both this world and the underworld was Don Quixote da Flamingo, whose business ventures were deeply intertwined with the dark dealings of the underworld. Days passed, and the deity devoted this time to exploring methods to rapidly enhance his physique. Relying solely on traditional training was time-consuming, and he wished to avoid attaining a physique akin to that of Carp or Sengoku, whose upper and lower bodies were severely uncoordinated, exemplifying the typical overemphasis on upper body training. While both were undeniably powerful, the deity would not contest that. He simply desired to evade an excessively muscular appearance. Boring and unattractive, he glanced at his reflection. He was quite confident in his appearance. Chiseled features, fair skin, and an aura of masculinity. A touch of muscle sufficed. He had no desire to become a bodybuilder. A robust physique was essential, indeed. Thus, the deity inadvertently discovered a method to bolster his body using the powers of the quake fruit, applying its energy to enhance his muscles through subtle vibrations. This technique appeared to be quite effective. Over time, it could augment the resilience and strength of his muscles. The stronger the physique, the better. A man's body must be formidable. Thus, the quake fruit was once again put to use. As time flowed, the deity set his sights on his next destination, the golden city of Tesoro, the entertainment capital of the world, unparalleled in opulence, rivaled only by Sabaody archipelago. Like Sabaody, the Golden City was a favored locale of the celestial dragons. It was a realm of excess. The Golden Emperor, Tesoro, wielder of the gold fruit, possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate and generate gold, a unique power akin to that of a natural-type fruit, capable of fluidity and elementalization. Truly, an extraordinary ability, especially since Tesoro had awakened his fruit. Yet, the deity found himself perplexed. How would he reach the Golden City? The Tesoro was a colossal ship, measuring 10 kilometers in length, pulled by 2 enormous sea turtles, capable of traversing any location in a new world. The Tesoro was mobile. How could he board the Tesoro? The deity was at a loss, utterly unaware of the ship's whereabouts. The new world was vast, and even a 10-kilometer-long behemoth was but a drop in the ocean, insignificant in the grand scheme. Thus, the sovereign set sail, departing the Big Mom's sea territory, and proceeded aimlessly in a chosen direction. After this day, for more days passed, and Shun Luo and his companions encountered 3 unknown pirate crews, all of whom sought to plunder Shun Luo's ship. In the world of pirates, dominated by their kind, survival is a mere illusion. After looting, the inevitable follow-up is murder to silence witnesses, a cruel and merciless slaughter. Female captives face even graver fates. The true nature of the pirate world is not an adventurous quest for treasure, but a genuinely bloody odyssey, where one is either a killer or a victim. Shun Luo sent them to their demise, exhibiting a ruthlessness that was unparalleled. He held them underwater until they drowned. This was a rather pleasurable process for him. Moreover, as they faced their end, Shun Luo inquired how they had located the theCelestial. Surprisingly, none had the answer, except for one pirate who pointed in a general direction, claiming the theCelestial lay that way. Once he finished speaking, Shun Luo swiftly dealt with him. With the direction now known, the king slightly adjusted their course and continued onward. Ultimately, fortune smiled upon them as they encountered a celestial dragon, aboard a luxurious warship that had entered the new world from the peak of the Red Soil continent, likely on a leisure trip to the theCelestial. The Golden Emperor occasionally contributed a portion of their wealth, sufficient for the celestial dragons to revel in the opulence of the Golden City. This warship carried only one celestial dragon, alongside 4 members of the CP organization and a Mary Geo's celestial dragon escort. Shun Luo then proceeded to eliminate them all. Neither the celestial dragon nor the CP members were spared. At this juncture, Shen Luo felt unencumbered by any moral qualms, especially when confronting celestial dragons. Even after taking their lives, he bore no psychological burden, believing this act to be a service to the world. While pirates are indeed a significant menace, the greater threat lies with the celestial dragons. The astronomical sums they extort annually leave countless families devastated and directly contribute to the rise of innumerable pirates. Furthermore, the most detestable aspect of the celestial dragons is their system of slavery. Thus, dealing with the celestial dragons was a necessity, and no one would lament their fate. In the end, Shen Luo also retrieved a splendidly adorned transponder snail from the celestial dragon's pocket, specifically designed for contacting Tai's Luo. Hence, they now had a means to inquire about the route to the Golden City. The sun shone brightly, and the skies were clear. It was yet another beautiful day. Several days had elapsed, and they had now entered August. Although Shen Luo was uncertain of the exact date, he presumed it was not yet the 5th. This journey was primarily to the Golden City, akin to a vacation. In contrast to the boundless expanse of the ocean, where days could pass without sighting an island or another ship, the tranquil waters often impart a sense of stagnation. The sea frequently appeared calm, with gentle winds prevailing. Except for the doldrums, most waters were suitable for sailing. However, encountering a storm at sea could be terrifying, while storms on land might not pose great threats. Those at sea were formidable, akin to the cataclysmic upheaval of the Jinjin fruit. Shen Luo had narrowly avoided capsizing just days prior, thanks to his ability to freeze the ocean. He instructed eyesides to rapidly encase a vast area in ice, preventing the storm from wreaking further havoc. Khalifa stood at the bow of the ship when a colossal sea king appeared, threatening to engulf them. This enormous creature was immense, dwarfing their vessel, which measured over 60 meters in length and 20 meters in width. In comparison, their ship seemed minuscule, akin to a tooth beside the beast. Khalifa took action, summoning a bolt of lightning that descended from the heavens, piercing the creature's head and causing it to die instantaneously. The 100 million volts of electricity obliterated the Sea King, which had not brushed its teeth in decades, emanating a foul stench. Eyesides covered her nose, nearly retching from the horrid smell that wafted from the Sea King's gaping maw, reminiscent of a meal she had just enjoyed. Khalifa, shaking her hand crackling with electricity, grinned and asserted that her power had grown stronger, effortlessly dispatching a terrifying Sea King. Is it truly formidable? Eyesides replied nonchalantly, engaging in their customary banter, devoid of any real conflict. Khalifa shot her a playful glance and declared that her 200 million volts could reduce Eyesides to ashes. Ashes? I am frightened. Do you know what my most powerful technique is? Eyesides teased. What is it? Khalifa inquired, intrigued. Freezing time and space. Eyesides replied. Freezing time and space? How does one achieve that? Khalifa asked, skeptical. By halting both time and space. If I were to use such a technique, no matter how powerful you are, you would be at my mercy, Eyesides proclaimed, her pride evident as she realized her ability to freeze time was becoming increasingly potent, perhaps usable multiple times a day now. Unlike before, when it could only be employed once. Khalifa remained unconvinced. Is such strength truly possible? Freezing capabilities can only affect matter, and time and space are not material entities, she argued. Eyesides insisted on her ability to freeze time, but Khalifa thought she was jesting. This is my power, distinct from that of Kizu's Pika Pika no Mi. Furthermore, I can summon vast blizzards. Their friendly rivalry continued, each refusing to concede to the other. Shen Luo reclined on the deck, gazing at the sky, which was not blinding since he was not directly facing the sun, and being no ordinary individual. He enjoyed listening to their playful exchanges. The sky was a magnificent blue, unmarred by industrial pollution, a rarity in the pirate world, save for the land of Wano. The cloudless expanse was interrupted by several dark shapes. No, not just a few, but dozens arranged in a circular formation, with the largest at the center. What could it be? Shen Luo stood up from the deck, peering upward. As the dark shapes grew larger, he realized that those dozens of spots were islands, floating islands suspended in the sky. Khalifa followed Shen Luo's gaze, and looked up at the sky. Instantly, she was struck with awe. Dozens of islands floated in the air, which was astonishing. Unlike the Kondak that relied on clouds, these islands were entirely suspended and even moved, approaching their ship. Islands descending from the sky? Isides was puzzled. She wasn't particularly shocked, merely a bit surprised. The abilities of an Iludra allowed these islands to levitate, Shinluo remarked. The abilities of an Iludra? Isides and Khalifa exchanged looks of confusion. The power to make islands float. Khalifa was once again taken aback, gazing at the massive islands in the sky. The visual impact was overwhelmingly intense, sending shivers down her spine. What kind of ability is this? Isides inquired with curiosity. It should be the Jin Shitsi. In this world, he is the only one capable of levitating islands. Shinluo frowned slightly, realizing that encountering Jin Shitsi here was significant, especially since the floating islands were clearly drawing closer to his ship. Jin Shitsi is looking for me, Khalifa exclaimed, which left Isides perplexed. Who is Jin Shitsi? She asked, her eyes wide. Khalifa replied solemnly, the great pirate Jin Shitsi, one of the strongest men of the old era, once single-handedly challenged the naval headquarters. Of course, he was suppressed by the two strongest admirals, and shortly after being imprisoned and impelled down, he escaped and vanished for 20 years. The pirates of the old era were terrifying, to say the least. Even among the current 4 emperors, aside from Hong, the other 3 emerged from that bygone age, with Whitebeard being a living legend of piracy. Just how strong was one of the strongest men of the old era? Isides pressed on. Khalifa pointed to the floating islands above and said, look, how strong must someone be to levitate so many islands? For Jin Shitsi, this might be child's play. Isides remained silent, gazing at the suspended islands, which were indeed quite remarkable. Jin Shitsi is coming to find me? Shinluo mused. It has been 20 years since Jin Shitsi left impelled down, and he even sought out Whitebeard, reportedly expressing a desire to retire, as they were old comrades. After that, he disappeared, but Shinluo knew one thing. He sought vengeance against the East Sea, as Roger's execution in Lowtown was the greatest humiliation to him during Roger's lifetime. Hence, he planned to unleash chaos in the East Sea, creating a multitude of rampaging beasts to demonstrate his power of revenge to the world government. He didn't hide in the East Sea, but came to the New World? Or was it a deliberate visit? With the ability of the Fua no Mi, Jin Shitsi could truly reach any place. He could suspend dozens of islands thousands of meters above ground. Who could find him? The naval headquarters had searched for him for how long? Yet if this old man wanted to hide, who could locate him? The floating islands hovered only about 100 meters above Shinluo and the others, a notably low height. At that moment, on the foremost island, at its edge, Jin Shitsi stood with his arms crossed, adorned in a golden robe, with golden hair cascading like a waterfall. This old man, over 70 years of age, still exuded vitality as he looked down at Shinluo from above. The great pirate Jin Shitsi, one of the most legendary figures of the old era. When it comes to his abilities, he may even rank at the pinnacle of the 3 legendary pirates. Suspended in the sky, he could attack others with ease, while they may never reach him. With the power of the Fua no Mi, he could manipulate earth, sea, and any material, causing them to float. Besides his devil fruit ability, Jin Shitsi's swordsmanship was also formidable. 20 years have passed. He might not have been a great swordsman before, but now he certainly is. However, despite his might, there is no doubt that Jin Shitsi is also one of the most pitifully defeated. Roger became the Pirate King, and Whitebeard continued to reign in the New World, living as a legend, while he, Jin Shitsi, is gradually being forgotten. After 20 years of silence, how many still remember him? He was defeated, succumbing to the dignity of the strong. Jin Shitsi looked down at Shinluo, shouting from the heights, "Kid, become my right arm. Dominate this world." His voice reverberated through the void, filled with power and commanding presence, a true aura of kingship. The floating islands came to a halt, suspended in the air. Jin Shitsi was extending an invitation to Shinluo. He roared across the seas, aspiring to conquer the world. His ambition was immense, not merely to become the Pirate King, but to overthrow the world government. What does this old man intend? Isides asked. He is inviting you to be his right arm? His subordinate? How audacious! Iside scoffed. At that moment, Shenluo's body began to levitate. This was not by his own volition, but due to Jin Shizi's power, which could make all objects float as if gravity ceased to exist. The paramecia type, Fua no Mi, is not inherently a powerful devil fruit. If used by an ordinary person, it would not unleash Jin Shizi's tremendous might. However, in the hands of Jin Shizi, it became a monstrous ability. Devil fruits are influenced by their wielders. Many have gained renown not because of the fruit itself, but due to the abilities of its user. The Gura no Mi, the Fua no Mi, the Soru no Mi, countless examples exist. Master Shenluo, do you wish to ascend? The two women queried in confusion. No, this is his ability. You two stay here and wait for me. His ability? What does he intend? Isides frowned, her concern evident, yet she had unwavering faith in Shenluo's strength. I don't know. I'll go see for myself. Shenluo looked up at Jin Shizi, who was smiling. This old man's face was lined with wrinkles, yet he still appeared vigorous. Shenluo had now ascended. The Fua no Mi, this ability, I must admit, I wish to possess as well. The dozens of islands suspended in the air were visually stunning. However, this was merely a simple application of the Fua no Mi by Jin Shizi. The Flying Sky Pirates, the only pirate crew capable of traversing the skies, owe their existence to Jin Shizi's might. Yet, apart from Jin Shizi, the others in his crew are as insignificant as mere chickens and dogs, hardly worth mentioning. The Flying Sky Pirates are entirely propped up by Jin Shizi alone. Jin Shizi, you should hasten to your grave. Why are you still lingering? Shenluo floated before him, observing Jin Shizi's legs, which were akin to two famed swords. Long ago, during his time in Impel Down, he had severed his own legs. Shenluo remarked, your audacity is commendable to sever your own legs. No wonder you have become a legendary pirate. To escape from Impel Down, he had cut off his legs, shackled by sea stone, and then used the Fua no Mi to flee. Yet, only he could accomplish such a feat. Others, even if they lost their legs, would never escape from Impel Down. However, the audacity of Jin Shizi is evident. No man who ascends to the pinnacle of the world could ever be deemed a coward. Chapter: Little Ghost, become my right hand and left hand companion. Assist me in dominating this world. What say you? Jin Shizi once again extended an invitation to Shenluo, yet the term little ghost irked Shenluo. Regardless of their age difference, anyone of equal or even superior strength should not refer to Shenluo in such a manner. Your words have displeased me greatly. Shenluo extended his right hand to the side, clenching it into a fist. An luminous barrier emanating from the powers of the white fruit enveloped his hand. Jin Shizi's pupils constricted. Indeed, he was all too familiar with such a transparent shield. I have heard you possess a power akin to that of Whitebeard's white fruit? Jin Shizi queried, puzzled. However, at that moment, Shenluo charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. How rude. Little ghost. One should show boundless respect to the elders of this era. Jin Shizi laughed heartily. As Shenluo approached, a massive rock behind Jin Shizi hurtled towards him, controlled by the powers of the float fruit. Any object Jin Shizi touches can levitate, transforming them into weapons of attack. The enormous rock propelled towards Shenluo like a cannonball, while Jin Shizi retreated, and Shenluo's fist struck the rock directly. Do you think such a stone could deflect my attack? Shenluo laughed, the air cracking as the rock halted mid-flight. With the emergence of fissures in the atmosphere, an empty shockwave caused Jin Shizi's expression to change. The white fruit. Jin Shizi, having been a long-time adversary of Whitebeard, was undoubtedly one of the few who understood Whitebeard's capabilities better than anyone else. The empty shockwave. The powers of the white fruit. To Jin Shizi's astonishment, the floating island beneath Shenluo's feet was shattered in an instant, with tremendous cracks spreading throughout the island's interior and a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The rock that Jin Shizi had previously launched was also not spared, as myriad fissures formed around Shenluo's fist like a spider's web. A familiar power. The white fruit. Having battled Whitebeard countless times, Jin Shizi could not have forgotten this tremendous force, regardless of the decades that had passed since their last confrontation. Little ghost, what power are you wielding? Jin Shitsi floated, his mind swirling with endless questions and a desire to uncover the answer. However, Shenluo was not inclined to share. Golden-haired chicken, Jin Shitsi, you must defeat me before I will reveal anything to you. Shenluo charged forward once more. Despite the ground beneath him crumbling, Jin Shitsi's ability ensured that they remained suspended, and indeed, the island was vast, with only a small portion damaged. Defeating you? Little ghost, do not be so arrogant. Jin Shitsi's irritation was palpable, for Shenluo's words were undeniably dismissive of him. After 20 years without a fight, can you truly maintain your peak strength? Great pirate Jin Shitsi, you ought to retire somewhere in the Four Seas, especially the East Sea, the perfect haven for the elderly. Perhaps you might even encounter carp there. Shenluo mocked him, delivering another punch, empowered by the white fruit, creating an empty shockwave. While Jin Shitsi employed the abilities of the float fruit to instantaneously raise the ground, forming a colossal lioness head that barreled towards Shenluo. Lion's Might, a gigantic lion, entirely composed of earth, manifested due to Jin Shitsi's powers, but the limitations of the floating island prevented him from unleashing its full potential. On solid ground, such power would be truly terrifying. The immense lion's head was larger than Shenluo's vessel, and it roared with a sound that shook the heavens, charging towards Shenluo with astounding ferocity. Yet, Shenluo unleashed an empty shockwave. The power of the white fruit was not to be trifled with. Even a lion was forced to halt its advance under the might of Shenluo's punch, which left countless fissures in its wake, shattering Lion's Might. Without pause, Shenluo executed a sweeping kick, also imbued with the power of the white fruit. The once mighty lion, already riddled with cracks from Shenluo's punch, now succumbed to an even more terrifying force, collapsing like a house crumbling to the ground. Little ghost, your strength has astonished me, Jin Shitsi remarked, genuinely surprised. However, I am no ordinary pirate. Jin Shitsi suddenly swung his right leg, wielding his signature blade against Shenluo, unleashing a white slash that sliced through the air, an attack comparable to that of Big Mom, capable of cleaving the sea itself. For one of Jin Shitsi's caliber, possessing formidable swordsmanship is only natural. The massive blade of energy surged towards Shenluo with lightning speed, and as he evaded, the slash cleaved the island itself in two. In that fleeting moment, the sharpness of the attack was unimaginable. I am no ordinary person. You, old man, have no place in this era. After dodging Jin Shitsi's attack, Shenluo transformed into a mere shadow, reappearing before Jin Shitsi, his fist prepared for another blow. Yet another punch. Old man, do not revel in your triumph. Shenluo scoffed. Jin Shitsi's powers were indeed impressive, capable of levitating numerous islands. After witnessing Jin Shitsi's floating island, Shenluo was inspired to establish a floating city or perhaps even an aerial empire of his own. The abilities of the float fruit are remarkably practical. Even if not utilized as a weapon, they serve excellently as support. A punch landed squarely on Jin Shitsi's chest, the force of the white fruit enhancing the impact. The sound of shattering bones echoed. As a veteran pirate of the old era, Jin Shitsi's physical prowess was commendable, yet he was still an aging man. Although much of Shenluo's punch was absorbed by his formidable physique, some of the shockwave's force penetrated through. Bones could not escape unscathed. Chapter: The battle commences. Khalifa observed the scene above, where a portion of the island had been cleaved in two, debris scattered, yet everything remained suspended in the air. As long as Jin Shitsi was not defeated, no object on the floating island would plummet. Could there be any repercussions? Khalifa inquired of Esther's beside her. Do you wish for Shenluo to face misfortune? Not at all. The battle atop the floating island raged on fiercely. The golden lion, struck by the punch from Shenluo, felt some of his ribs fracture. However, for this battle-hardened warrior, such injuries were trivial. He could endure the pain of a severed leg, let alone a mere blow to his chest. His body's remarkable healing abilities would enable him to recover within a few days. Little brat, your punches pack quite a punch. The golden lion gritted his teeth, suppressing the fleeting pain that surged through his chest. He swiftly retreated, utilizing the power of the piao fruit to soar freely through the air, where he exhibited unparalleled agility. Nonetheless, Shenluo could also fly. Lion's thousand cuts, the golden lion declared, executing a flurry of movements with his legs, unleashing a cascade of golden sword energy that sliced through the air toward Shenluo. These strikes were even more formidable than his previous slashes, the golden waves of energy wreaking havoc in their path. The golden lion, a master swordsman, was not to be trifled with. Shenluo, employing his formidable Kinbunchika haki, was able to sense the trajectory of the lion's swift strikes, allowing him to evade with greater precision. However, Shenluo could not help but marvel at the ferocity of the golden lion's attacks. Even after being dodged, the strikes shattered the island behind Shenluo and continued into the sea, creating deep gashes in the water. Shenluo merely glanced at the ocean, observing the profound ravines left in their wake, with the sword energy entwined above, preventing the sea from surging in. The most extensive of these gashes could easily measure several hundred meters. The lion's thousand cuts could indeed cleave through the ocean. Shenluo did not underestimate his opponent, recognizing him as a swordsman. Before losing his legs, the golden lion had wielded dual swords, but now his blades had become his legs, rendering him unable to unleash the full extent of his swordsmanship. Dodged, have you? The golden lion chuckled, unfazed. Countless broken stones, manipulated by his intangible power, hurtled toward Shenluo from both sides, while the golden lion continued to strike with his legs, launching golden attacks to encircle his opponent. Little brat, submit to me. The golden lion shiki, and I may spare you. He taunted. How many times can you evade? In truth, the golden lion sought to recruit Shenluo, as news of Shenluo's defeat of the Marine Admiral had piqued his interest. It was during that encounter with the Kainu that the golden lion had caught wind of Shenluo's prowess. As for Big Mom, the golden lion remained unaware. His floating island resided perpetually high in the sky, so high that even seagulls delivering news could not reach it, and he had no knowledge of Shenluo's strength, which had far surpassed his expectations. The incident with the Kainu had occurred just as he descended from the skies and heard the news. The golden lion also possessed immense confidence in his own abilities. He had once single-handedly challenged the entire Marine headquarters. Had it not been for the combined efforts of Garp and Sengoku, he would never have been captured and imprisoned. He remained formidable. Even after many years of inactivity and the gradual decline of his strength with age, the golden lion did not perceive himself as weak. He was still the golden lion. His legend endured. Do you think I won't retaliate? Your era has long passed. Shenluo scoffed as the stones and golden slashes converged upon him. He soared into the air, where the massive stones collided, creating an impact that could crush a person into a pulp. At that moment, behind Shenluo, an array of golden magic circles emerged like waves of energy. One after another, these resplendent golden, circular formations, adorned with opulence, manifested. Treasures of the king, connected to the golden city, unleash a myriad of powerful weapons, firing forth like bullets. What kind of ability was this? The sky was filled with golden light, as over 100 golden magic circles hovered behind Shenluo, casting the heavens in a golden hue. The golden lion was momentarily taken aback. What kind of power was this? In that instant, each magic circle released an array of weapons, all aimed at the golden lion. They erupted from the formations, moving with the speed of bullets, but with far greater destructive potential, and the stream of weapons seemed endless. What was this ability of Shenluo? Even Esther's was awestruck by the visual spectacle of the king's treasure manifesting. I don't know. Perhaps it is a hidden ability of the master. I cannot fathom how many abilities he possesses. Above, Shenluo hovered slightly higher than the golden lion, gazing down upon him. Old man, let us see how you withstand my trial. Shenluo laughed heartily as over 100 different ancient weapons simultaneously soared forth, shimmering with icy golden light. Each ancient weapon was swiftly replaced by another, creating an unending barrage akin to a machine gun firing infinite bullets. This application of the king's treasure consumed no energy. Thus, Shenluo could release as many weapons as he desired, which would eventually vanish back to the Golden City, as they were merely manifestations of treasures. This ability, the Golden Lion's expression shifted as he beheld the deluge of weapons approaching like a storm, relentless and tracking him. Lion's might. The Golden Lion summoned an even larger lion's head from the ground to shield himself, the roaring visage charging toward the barrage of incoming weapons to confront them. The power of the weapons unleashed from the king's treasure was terrifying, and the lion's head was shattered upon impact. One weapon could create fissures in the lion's head, and 100 or 1,000 could obliterate it. I underestimated this little brat. The Golden Lion's demeanor grew serious as he conjured 2 more lions' heads for defense. Yet his floating island was now in ruins. If this continued, it would be lost, and his subordinates had retreated to another island. When gods battle, mortals suffer. Golden Lion, will you only hide, crouching behind your lion's head? Is this all you can do? Or have you become a sickly lion after hiding away for so long? Shenluo mocked him loudly. As a proud individual, the Golden Lion could not withstand such provocations. Stung by Shenluo's words, the Golden Lion, a once mighty figure who had stood atop the world, could not tolerate the insult from a younger generation. Enraged, he bellowed, "Little brat, do not be so arrogant." With a flourish, he summoned yet another lion's head, this time even larger, charging toward Shenluo, while he ascended to a higher position. Below, his renowned blade unleashed a flurry of golden slashes, as if cleaving through the very fabric of the void. Shenluo's 10 golden magic circles shifted, instantly firing weapons that shattered the Golden Lion's strikes, and then turned their aim upon him, unleashing an onslaught of new weapons. Additionally, the newly conjured lion's head was annihilated by the countless weapons released from over 100 golden magic circles. The true horror of the king's treasure lay in its ability to fire weapons infinitely, and this was merely a simple application of its power. What exactly is this ability? It is truly perplexing. The incessant barrage of weaponry leaves the Golden Lion in a state of agitation. He attempts to wield massive stones for defense and employs 2 blades to counteract the assault, yet the relentless onslaught from Shenluo seems ceaseless, as if it shall never cease. Is this a superhuman ability? Just how much power does this little brat possess? The Golden Lion is engulfed in confusion, evading the projectiles while soaring at high speed, closing in on Shenluo. At this moment, with my absence diverting the lion's attention, all the golden arrays converge upon him. Like missiles, they align with the direction of the Golden Lion, relentlessly pursuing him. Is the legendary pirate merely capable of evasion? Shenluo laughs heartily, mockingly deriding the Golden Lion. Indeed, should the Golden Lion take this seriously, he would be defeated. Yet, he does take it seriously, for the dignity of a strong man cannot abide insult. The floating island shatters, and the once opulent structures of the Golden Lion crumble. The heart of the island is obliterated, yet due to the Golden Lion's abilities, not a speck of dust escapes this realm. All remain suspended in the air, refusing to disperse. Confronting Shenluo, the Golden Lion's feet move at high velocity, continually cleaving through countless weapons while simultaneously manipulating floating stones to hurl towards Shenluo. However, it proves futile. Shenluo finally makes a move, stepping forward, his golden arrays following suit. At that moment, a surge of seawater rises rapidly from the ocean surface, roughly the size of Shenluo's regal form. The Golden Lion can control the sea, albeit not on a grand scale like the Zhun Fruit's ability to conjure tsunamis, or the Soul Fruit's Big Mom, who can imbue an entire sea with souls. The Golden Lion does not possess such grotesque powers. This surge of seawater ascends from behind Shenluo, swiftly advancing towards him. Do you think to use the sea against me? Shenluo reaches the Golden Lion's front. Strictly speaking, he is not even a true ability user. Even with the Zhun Fruit, he has eradicated all side effects, and with the Life Fruit, he has evolved beyond the realm of devil fruits. Thus, the sea holds no sway over Shenluo. The Golden Lion merely seeks to ensnare him with the ocean. For those with abilities, the sea is an agonizing substance. Indeed, little brat, ability users are subdued by the sea. Even if you wield the powers of 2 devil fruits, you cannot escape its grasp. As the sea envelopes Shen Luo, its volume matches that of his royal stature. Yet, Shen Luo casually extends his right hand, and as the tidal wave approaches, he instantaneously activates his freezing ability, solidifying the mass of seawater in midair. The sea is frozen, transformed into a colossal ice block, and Shen Luo's fist, imbued with the Zhenzhen fruit's power, strikes, shattering the immense ice due to its inability to withstand such force. Shen Luo is unperturbed by the sea, but should it come into contact with him, would he not have to change his attire? Shen Luo will not allow the Golden Lion to succeed. The latter intends to exploit the sea to impair Shen Luo, believing him to be an ability user, and that the ocean is his nemesis. Yet this is precisely how it is. However, Shen Luo genuinely fears not the sea. The complexity of this little brat's abilities astounds the Golden Lion, whose countenance grows grave as he must continually fend off the barrage of weaponry unleashed by Shen Luo. The sheer volume of projectiles is staggering, relentless, and their speed and power are formidable enough to make it difficult for the Golden Lion to approach Shen Luo. It is Shen Luo who is actively attacking him. In that moment of overwhelming projectiles, before the Golden Lion can fully comprehend, Shen Luo halts the assault and, in an instant, appears before the Golden Lion like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch. This strike does not utilize the Zhenzhen fruit's powers, but rather the sheer force of his physique, landing squarely upon the Golden Lion's face, causing it to cave in. The Golden Lion's body, under the impact of this blow, tumbles uncontrollably like a kite severed from its string, plummeting towards the ocean's surface. Shen Luo continues the pursuit, and, just as the Golden Lion attempts to regain control, another kick lands heavily upon his abdomen. This kick bears tremendous weight. Though you are an elder, I harbor no respect for age. Shen Luo gazes down at the now pale face of his opponent, who is ultimately consumed by the ocean's depths due to the force of Shen Luo's kick. Freezing. Shen Luo stands upon the ocean's surface, employing the power of the Ice Emperor's tools to freeze a vast expanse of ocean, creating a circular area with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The Golden Lion shall continue to struggle. Shen Luo will not extend sympathy towards him. Long ago, the Golden Lion was destined to be a failure. Shen Luo, while not seeking to deceive, harbors a desire to obtain the Golden Lion's Piao Piao fruit. However, the current circumstances do not allow for such plundering. There are no fruits aboard his ship, and acquiring the fruit requires a considerable quantity that can contain the powers of a devil fruit. Shen Luo remains uncertain, having only experimented once. A touch of regret lingers. He truly wishes to seize the Piao Piao fruit from this elder, but the era has long since passed for him. Shen Luo stands upon the ice, awaiting the Golden Lion, uncertain if he can rise. The floating islands above still hover, indicating that the Golden Lion is unharmed. Yet, he has undoubtedly been affected by the sea. Shen Luo contemplates how to deal with the Golden Lion. Killing him would be troublesome, yet it is within Shen Luo's capabilities. However, to simply kill him seems a waste. As he ponders, his gaze falls upon Ice Sides and the others, and an idea forms. Currently, there are only 2 people aboard his ship, rendering their power nearly non-existent. As a man who walks the path of dominance, it is challenging to proceed without formidable and terrifying strength. Subduing the Golden Lion, this is Shen Luo's intention, not to keep him aboard his ship, but to bring the Golden Lion into his sphere of influence. In other words, to make the Golden Lion his subordinate. The sea has frozen, and the Golden Lion now finds himself submerged within it. For one of his age, despite his considerable strength, the sea remains a counter to his devil fruit abilities, gradually sapping his vigor. Though he may not succumb immediately, prolonged exposure will surely lead to his downfall. Furthermore, Shen Luo has frozen the ocean, creating an ice layer whose thickness the Golden Lion cannot fathom. In truth, it is 6 meters thick. Shen Luo is aware that he can cut through the ice. Thus, the ice beneath him is not only far more resilient than ordinary ice, but also significantly thicker. The ice layer is akin to that of a 2-story building, and the Golden Lion, trapped beneath the sea, finds his powers diminished, rendering him unable to exert his full strength. This sensation intensifies over time, and as the minutes pass, his body will gradually weaken. You little brat. The golden lion, filled with helplessness and rage, realizes that within the sea, he cannot utilize the powers of his piao fruit. Thus, he can only resort to his swordsmanship. Yet, his strength wanes to the extent that his swordsmanship lacks its usual force. When his slash strikes the ice layer, it may create a significant gash, but the ice heals instantaneously. The deity imparted the chilling power from above. How infuriating! The golden lion had never felt so constrained. He chose to swim towards the periphery of the ice layer. However, he found himself at the very heart beneath it. To escape the 1,000-meter diameter of ice, he would need to swim 500 meters, a feat beyond his current capabilities as a powerful being, forsaken by the sea. Gradually, the golden lion's body weakened. As time passed, he became increasingly feeble. After 2 decades of idleness, this sedentary lifestyle had eroded his strength. Unlike Whitebeard, who had actively engaged during the Great Pirate Era, the golden lion had lived in seclusion for 20 years, enjoying an early retirement. While it is said that a lean camel is larger than a horse, this adage does not hold true when compared to a deity. The current golden lion's abilities had diminished. He was no longer the caliber of Whitebeard and his peers. For Shinduo, who had defeated Big Mom, vanquishing the golden lion would be a trivial task. The golden lion was on the brink of asphyxiation. 15 minutes had passed, which felt like an eternity to someone of his age. Moreover, the floating island above began to tremble, hinting an impending collapse. His subordinates were in shock. They understood that when the island fell, it signified the defeat of their legendary captain, the golden lion. Thus, the golden lion was indeed vanquished, and his subordinates were thrown into a state of panic. This was unknown to Shinduo, who paid little mind to it. To him, it was merely the golden lion that mattered. The countless subordinates he had were of no value compared to one golden lion. The remnants of the old era, the notorious pirate, the golden lion. Within the ocean, the golden lion's eyes gradually turned white. Moments ago, he had relentlessly attempted to cleave the ice surface with slashes, yet to no avail. His powers were significantly diminished in the water. After all, he had not merely been submerged for a minute or two, but for tens of minutes. The golden lion was finished. His remaining consciousness informed him that he had been betrayed, that he had been defeated. His body grew weaker. As a powerful being, he was destined to be distanced from the ocean, which was their curse, an inescapable fate for all. However, Khalifa was an exception. Shinduo, though considered a powerful being, had no fear of the sea. As the golden lion sank, the ice layer shattered, revealing 4 golden chains that emerged from the surface, binding his limbs. The chains of heaven. The chains of heaven belonged to the god of locks. The greater the divinity of the bound, the more terrifying the force it could unleash. Though the golden lion was not a deity and possessed no divine essence, in truth, this world knew not of such beings. Yet the chains of heaven still held value as a binding force. At the very least, they could confine the golden lion, and the material of the chains was anything but ordinary. With his limbs bound, he was drawn from the sea, and above him, for golden sigils hovered in the air. As the golden lion was pulled up, the sigils shifted, positioning him in a large formation. Regardless, he had been thoroughly restrained. Having departed the ocean, the golden lion's consciousness slowly returned. Upon realizing that Shinduo stood not far before him, he instinctively wished to strike, yet his limbs were shackled, ensnared by the radiant golden chains. Even his struggles proved futile, given that his legs were blades, the chains affixed to his thighs, while the chains of heaven encircled his waist, rendering him incapable of escape. Shinduo had planned meticulously. This old man was quite cunning. One could not afford to be careless. Kid, what do you intend to do? Kill me? If your aim is to slay the golden lion, feel free. As a legendary pirate of the bygone era, the golden lion still possessed a fierce spirit. No, I will not kill you. Not kill me? What do you intend? The golden lion acknowledged his defeat, albeit reluctantly, stating that the methods employed were not ones that would earn his full respect. Shinduo replied, Pirates need not concern themselves with the nobility or depravity of their methods. I am no hero nor noble pirate, he added with a smirk. Indeed, the Golden Lion chuckled, tinged with self-mockery. Shiki, how about becoming my subordinate? Or perhaps a partner in cooperation? Assist me for 3 years in this world, and after that, you may do as you please, even find a grave to bury yourself. And I will not intervene. Subordinate? Assist? 3 years? How amusing. Just a moment ago, I was the one to extend an invitation, and now you are inviting me? Indeed, considering you have already been defeated by me, should you wish to fight again, I would not mind crippling you. To become your subordinate? You wish to be the Pirate King? If that is your sole ambition, then I, Shiki, hold no interest. What is the significance of being the Pirate King? In the end, Roger, who became the Pirate King, was executed. Later, the Golden Lion learned that Roger's ultimate goal in initiating the Great Pirate Era seemed to be a challenge to the world's order, the world government. Those who secretly control the world, or perhaps just a bunch of rubbish. The Golden Lion realized that the title of Pirate King was merely that, nothing more. The Pirate King? Such a trivial pursuit. I aspire to be the ruler of this world, Shinduo declared earnestly. The ruler of the world? The Golden Lion suddenly recalled this term. Long ago, aboard the Rocks pirate's ship, a man had sought to become the ruler of the world, yet he was ultimately annihilated by Roger and Garp, 2 individuals. While many formidable beings had yet to reveal themselves, Rocks, a legend of that era, was not particularly remarkable in the face of it. Indeed, the ruler of the world. The term is fitting. At this moment, Shinduo loosened the chains of heaven, granting the Golden Lion the freedom to move. The Golden Lion refrained from attacking. Kid, you are audacious. However, do you understand what it means to be the ruler of the world? What does it signify? Shinduo's lips curled into a playful smile. The Golden Lion chuckled cruelly. It means you will be diced by a monster. So, do you wish to engage in a grand battle before you meet your demise? This remark from the Golden Lion signified his consent. An hour later, Shinduo bid farewell to the Golden Lion. Before parting, they exchanged contact information via Dendenmushi. Presently, Shinduo had forged a cooperative relationship with the Golden Lion. The basis for this alliance lay in Shinduo's strength and potential, as well as their shared objectives. The Golden Lion sought to overthrow the world government, and so did Shinduo, but Shinduo also aimed to eradicate the celestial dragons of Mariehua. The Golden Lion harbored no doubts about Shinduo's resolve, knowing that he had already claimed the lives of 3 celestial dragons. Thus, their partnership was established, with Shinduo, in a sense, overseeing the old man. Old man, since you are destined to meet your end, perhaps a grand battle with me will satisfy you and allow you to live several more decades. Live several more decades? The Golden Lion did not comprehend Shinduo's words. You will understand in due course. Life fruit, a gift of longevity. Naturally, the Golden Lion must satisfy Shun Luo, or else why would Shun Luo grant the Golden Lion a few extra decades of life? Longevity is the most coveted desire of those aging individuals. They possess power, status, and everything else, yet all of it continues to accumulate while their lifespans dwindle. Sooner or later, they will be consigned to the earth. Hence, the exorbitant price of $5 billion for the surgical fruit. A single surgical fruit is as valuable as the head of Whitebeard. The surgical fruit, the elixir of eternal life, is said to grant immortality, presumably awakened by the fruit itself. However, Shun Luo's ability, the life fruit, is the true essence of immortality. Perhaps it can no longer be termed a life fruit, but rather the power of life domain. Has he yielded to you then? Isides inquired curiously of Shun Luo, her gaze directed toward the floating island where the Golden Lion had departed. More or less, it is a relationship of cooperation now. To truly make him submit is not so simple, Shun Luo chuckled. Califa reminded, that old man is one of the strongest pirates of the old era. Single-handedly storming the Navy headquarters, it was only with the combined might of Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp that he was subdued. At that time, the Navy headquarters had the 2 mightiest men. Now they're the top 5 powers within the Navy. Isides remarked, so that golden-haired old man is among the most formidable individuals in this world? Indeed, Califa responded. Congratulations, Shun Luo, you have added another brick to your power. Caliphate retorted. It is not merely a brick, but a pillar, a powerful old man. You are really opposing me again, glasses girl? You are the glasses girl. I no longer wear glasses. I will never forget your foolish appearance while wearing glasses. Rest assured, I will always call you glasses girl. You. 3 days have passed. Here on the floating island, the golden lion sat upon a sand chair reading a newspaper. I never expected my information to be so limited. Being up in the sky all day, I am unaware of what has transpired in this world. I never anticipated that the boy would be this fierce. The golden lion referred to Shun Luo, who had merely passed a small island today and picked up a newspaper, the contents of which were several days old, detailing the battle between Shun Luo and Big Mom, where Big Mom was defeated and has lost her sanity. Furthermore, Shun Luo's bounty has risen to 20 billion. A bounty of 20 billion is the true mark of a great pirate. Newgate's bounty was 50 billion, right? Perhaps a bit more. Additionally, Roger's bounty was 55 billion, though I cannot recall the exact figures. Nevertheless, this young fellow is indeed formidable. Should I then set this world ablaze? At that moment, the golden lion laughed heartily. Sengoku, Carp, and the world government, let me witness your reactions. Ha! The laughter of a king from the old era resonated across the floating island, causing his subordinates to tremble. The golden lion had no intention of retreating into obscurity. 2 days later, the world was once again shaken, this time with news regarding Shun Luo, causing an uproar. Shun Luo and the golden lion have forged an alliance. However, this was not announced by Shun Luo personally, but rather declared by the golden lion. In this world, though Shun Luo is powerful and his recent achievements are quite terrifying, his influence still does not compare to that of the golden lion. As one of the 3 legendary pirates of the old era, the golden lion once stood alongside Whitebeard and Roger. Now, he and Whitebeard are the living legends of the bygone age. Having vanished for 20 years, the name of the golden lion once again reverberated throughout the world. The golden lion proclaimed that he has allied with Shun Luo and is engaged in some terrifying plan. Such words are few, yet the implications are vast. The alliance of these two evokes tremors, one being a rising pirate of the new era and the other a legend of the old. Both possess unparalleled strength, and the threat they pose together is indeed formidable. Damn it, Shiki, we have already allowed you to return to retirement. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku erupted, his body trembling slightly, while Carp's expression was grim. Both had participated in that battle years ago, having destroyed half of Marineford to suppress the Golden Lion, and the 3 had fought for an extended period. They understood the terror of the Golden Lion better than anyone. The mere fact of their alliance is more alarming than Shun Luo defeating Big Mom and becoming the 5th pirate emperor. If the previous pirate emperors were merely opinions of some, then uniting with that scoundrel Shiki will turn all old rules into reality. Crane shook her head and sighed. The situation has escalated further, yet they find themselves powerless. Regrettably, they still do not know where Shun Luo is or in which part of the New World he resides. Even if the Navy were to venture into the New World, it would not be so simple. On the other hand, as a moderate within the Navy, Sengoku is not as radical as Akainu. Had Akainu led the Navy, they would have likely already entered the New World, regardless of the cost. The key being to eradicate evil. This is troublesome. We cannot remain passive. Even if Shiki's strength may wane, he remains a monster. Previously, someone captured a photo of his floating island. If he can levitate such an island, it would not be a problem to raise Marineford as well. If he becomes restless, the consequences could be dire. Sengoku furrowed his brow tightly, his words leaving the assembly in silence. The Golden Lion Shiki, this great pirate, has returned. In the New World, the news of the Golden Lion's resurgence astonished many, including Whitebeard. Years ago, after escaping from prison, the Golden Lion had visited Moby Dick and informed Whitebeard of his intention to retreat for a time. The image of the Golden Lion, with his leg severed, remains vivid in Whitebeard's memory. I never imagined, Shiki. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Old man, to what extent can Shun Luo truly be formidable to forge an alliance with the Golden Lion? I do not know, Gura. I feel we will soon meet Shiki, and then we can inquire directly. The world is profoundly shaken by the alliance between the Golden Lion and Shun Luo, regardless of who it is, whether the four emperors, the Navy headquarters, the world government, or the Revolutionary Army, all are left astonished. Consequently, the tides of the world have become even more turbulent. The chapter concludes with the world once again stirred by Shun Luo, now intertwined with the great pirate, the Golden Lion, one of the three legends of the old era. It was once said that had luck not betrayed the Golden Lion during the Battle of Marineford, Roger and his crew might have been defeated much earlier. Yet, luck turned against the Golden Lion, who faced near annihilation while Roger's crew managed to reverse their fortunes. Fate is capricious, yet regardless, the Golden Lion remains a legendary pirate. Even after 20 years of silence, his reappearance will inevitably resound across the seas. With the Golden Lion's formidable support, Shun Luo has officially been recognized as the fifth pirate emperor of the Great Pirate Era, a true pirate emperor indeed. The 15-year-old pirate emperor evokes a sense of awe, and he now finds himself in the new world, where his era has just begun. Perhaps he could ascend to become the legendary Pirate King. However, Shun Luo has no interest in the Pirate King. At present, Shun Luo is oblivious to everything. The vast ocean stretches before him, and no seagulls have passed by his ship to deliver news. He has yet to receive the newspaper regarding the Big Mom incident, and he remains unaware of the increased bounty on his head. 2 days have passed, and now, under the cover of night, Shun Luo stands at the bow of his ship. Gazing ahead, a large vessel, illuminated in the darkness with a unique golden hue, lies about a kilometer away. This is the Grande Desseau, the largest entertainment city in the world, a floating metropolis measuring 10 kilometers in length. It is, in essence, a mobile city upon the sea. At the bow, 2 colossal sea turtles are pulling the Grande Desseau forward. Is that the Golden City? Estes inquires, standing beside Shun Luo, as they observe the massive ship blocking their path, spanning 10 kilometers and seemingly connecting the horizon from left to right. Indeed, Califa replies. Shun Luo remains silent. The vast wealth of the world can be said to be concentrated in the Golden City. The formidable theCelestial, who wields the power to manipulate gold, effectively controls the economic lifeblood of this world, as gold is a hard currency. Even the world government dares not challenge theCelestial. Furthermore, theCelestial has earned the favor of the celestial dragons, as he frequently pays them protection fees. The Golden City thrives on the recognition of the celestial dragons, allowing it to navigate the world unchallenged. Outside the territories of the four emperors, no one dares to provoke theCelestial. Soon, Shun Luo and his companions enter the harbor of Grande Desseau, where a multitude of vessels lay anchored, pirate ships, naval ships, as well as those belonging to nobles and merchants. The entertainment city offers every conceivable form of amusement, including the more disreputable industries. This 10-kilometer-long ship serves as a super city upon the sea, encompassing all facets of entertainment, akin to an upgraded version of Sabaody archipelago. Upon entering the port, a dazzling array of colored lights greets them, accompanied by a gentle shower of gold dust, creating a truly enchanting scene. This gold dust is magnificent, Califa exclaims, reaching out to catch some, but Shun Luo swiftly grasps her hand. Do not touch the gold dust, Shun Luo cautions, while a thin layer of ice manifests above the trio, shielding them like an umbrella from the descending gold dust. Why? Both Califa and Estes are puzzled, uncertain of Shun Luo's intentions. On this ship, theCelestial is akin to a deity. You see, the gold dust is his means of control. Once someone is coated in it, theCelestial can transform them into gold. Is that his ability? The Goro know me? Yes, just follow my lead. Consider it a leisurely excursion. Shun Luo is unperturbed by the gold dust, which holds no significance for him. Moreover, he surmises that theCelestial would not dare to act against him. Although theCelestial is incredibly powerful and regarded as a monster, in the eyes of true monsters, he is merely a younger sibling. Hey, is that the great pirate Shun Luo? The fire sword Shun Luo? Indeed, it is he. How enviable. He even brings along 2 beautiful women. The pirates stationed at the harbor, upon spotting Shun Luo, erupt in raucous cheers. Do they fear Shun Luo? His youth does not instill much fear in those seasoned pirates, and with hundreds of them present, their courage only amplifies. They cheer wildly. especially upon seeing Estes and her companions. Let us take action. Surely Tezelot 1T intervene. Are we not rivals to the Pirate Emperor? Hey, Pirate Emperor? I'm still the Pirate King. Kill. The pirates, lost in their bravado, are not entirely unreasonable. Whitebeard often faced challenges from those who were obliviously ignorant of their limitations. Lord Tezelot, will you take action? A woman with crimson waves approaches Tezelot from behind the stage at the harbor. Do we need to intervene with these pirates? There's no need, Tezelot responds, clad in a white suit and wearing a top hat, a smile gracing his lips as he adjusts his sunglasses, which glint with brilliance. He then ascends the staircase, his golden shoes echoing rhythmically with each step. He is about to take the stage to sing. Tezelot is not only a dancer, but also a singer. Upon learning of Shenluo's arrival at the Golden City, his initial reluctance to perform has transformed into enthusiasm. Let us witness the grandeur of the youngest pirate emperor. Before Shenluo can make a move, Estes unleashes numerous ice projectiles towards their foes, not uttering a word as she sends forth her barrage. The ensuing screams leave no one unscathed. Men are all so lacking in taste. They are utterly revolting, truly disgusting. Estes coldly remarks, "Indeed, Khalifa concurs." Except for you, little man. Estes glances at Shenluo, whose expression remains tranquil. "Indeed, my master is the finest man in the world. Glasses girl, step aside. Let us go." Shenluo finally speaks, for Estes and the others are always filled with so much chatter. Chapter. Who would have thought he would arrive here? Tezelot watches Shenluo and his companions as they enter the ordinary section of the Golden City, a smile breaking across his face. As Tezelot steps onto the stage, the crowd erupts in fervor. All lights converge upon him as he holds a golden microphone. As he grips the microphone, its base extends, transforming the golden rod into a length exceeding 1 meter. Tezelot! Tezelot! The Golden Emperor! The crowd chants his name, pouring their enthusiasm into adoration for the Golden Emperor. As the heart of the Golden City, he is regarded as the one true deity. No matter how many years pass, he will never tire of this life, nor the reverent voices that resonate with admiration, regardless of how often he hears them. He is Tezelot, the Golden Emperor, the deity who commands everything within this Golden City. Tezelot raises the long golden microphone high, pausing momentarily as his hands hover in the air. Then, before the gaze of countless onlookers, he forcefully plants the golden microphone into a designated slot on the ground, meant specifically for microphones. "Showtime!" Tezelot exclaims. At that moment, a cascade of golden liquid pours down from behind him on stage, producing a thunderous sound akin to an explosion. However, what truly astounds is the realization that it is genuine gold, an infinite wealth. With the powers of the Goro no Mi, Tezelot can transform gold into an impenetrable barrier or into a flowing liquid. Gold signifies wealth, and atop the Golden City lies boundless riches. He, the Golden Emperor Tezelot, is the man who wields dominion over this fortune. The atmosphere intensified as the Golden Emperor ignited the entire venue. Surrounded by dancers, Tezelot danced and sang with abandon. He is both a singer and a dancer, reveling in this world, savoring a life embraced by all. This is but a mere interlude. Shenluo and his companions paid no heed to the Golden Emperor's performance, deeming it unremarkable. They had already ventured into the common district of the Golden City. The city is divided into ordinary and high-end areas, akin to the distinction between impoverished and affluent neighborhoods. In such a vast metropolis, vice is inevitable. Tezelot's tumultuous past has warped his humanity, leading him to believe that possessing wealth grants him control over everything. In the Golden City, this notion holds true. Those who lose their money become his slaves, forever bound to a life of servitude. Tezelot has indeed mastered everything, at least in this city, for otherwise he would not be revered as the Golden Emperor. A monstrous man, he instills fear in the world government, especially as he commands vast wealth and has the celestial dragons as his backing. This grants him an unwavering confidence. What a splendid place this is! Isdeth mused, gazing at the surrounding architecture that radiated dazzling brilliance, marveling at various structures she had never encountered before. The streets were filled with peculiar vehicles, unlike those drawn by horses and oxen in her previous world. The realm of Zhan Chiding was indeed dull, while the pirate world appeared remarkably modern, an entirely new sight for her. Having recently arrived in the pirate world, Isteth spent most of her time atop the throne. During her time in Dressrosa, she found the architectural style somewhat reminiscent of her own world, offering little novelty. However, upon reaching Cake Island, the myriad candy houses struck her as bizarre and overly colorful, leaving her unimpressed. Cake Island was not appealing at all. Yet, the Golden City was her first encounter with the splendor of urban life in this world. Its vast streets were adorned with countless twinkling lights, which appeared even more beautiful under the night sky. Observing Isteth's expression, Caliph teased, "Haven't you seen the world, Ice Woman? World? I've seen more than you. Glasses girl. Can you even see without your glasses?" "I can see. Even your pores are visible." Impressive. The two often exchanged playful banter, yet their relationship was strong, and the evening unfolded harmoniously. We shall linger in the Golden City for a few more days. After all, as a super city stretching 10 kilometers, it boasts numerous entertaining attractions. Shen Luo remarked with a smile. Indeed, we shall heed the elder's words. First, let's find a place to stay. Perhaps we should explore the high-end district. And we must eat too. The naval officer led the two women along the bustling streets, passing by numerous shops. The Golden City is arguably the most modern city in the pirate world. At that moment, approximately 100 meters ahead, a woman with long red waves appeared. Baccarat, a subordinate of Tai Zolo and a user of the Luck fruit, possesses the ability to manipulate a certain degree of fortune. Admittedly, the Luck fruit is quite remarkable, yet whether its potential is squandered on Baccarat is uncertain. However, compared to the formidable gold fruit, it is far less powerful. The superhuman gold fruit, with its unique abilities resembling those of the Logia type, allows for fluidity and elemental transformation. Indeed, an extraordinary power. Tai Zolo himself is a terrifying individual, having awakened the potential of the gold fruit, a feat nearly unattainable. Baccarat awaited Shen Luo and his companions, tasked with welcoming them by the Golden Emperor Tai Zolo. Acknowledging the youth of this pirate emperor, Tai Zolo remained cautious. Despite his own strength, he understood well that he could not contend with the other pirate emperors, who could easily annihilate him in an instant. Esteemed Lord Shen Luo, Lord Tai Zolo has commanded me to guide you through the Golden City, Baccarat said, bowing respectfully. Though her heart raced with trepidation, partly due to the pressure of facing a pirate emperor and partly from the thrill of seeing Shen Luo for the first time. He is astonishingly handsome, youthful yet virile, a boy capable of captivating any woman's heart, or so Baccarat believed. However, as a pirate emperor, she dared not overstep. Look at that woman. She gives off a vibe of working in a special profession, Caliph whispered mischievously to Isteth. She seems ordinary. Her skin is rather dark. I sense it too. She has that socialite air about her. I could easily zap her. I can turn her into ice shards. The two women conversed quietly, though their words reached Baccarat, who felt a surge of pressure. Ladies, please, let us board the vehicle. Lord Tai Zolo has ordered me to take you on an excursion around the Golden City. Baccarat guided them to a small car powered by a muscular tortoise, which was an impressive creature of tremendous strength. As Shen Luo and his companions settled into the vehicle, a surge of electricity coursed through the muscular tortoise, stimulating it to move vigorously. I shall take you to the high-end district, Baccarat declared, her eyes perpetually narrowed in a smile. Trained by the Golden Emperor Tai Zolo, she adeptly navigated various social situations, having previously lured renowned pirates and wealthy elites into her web, leaving them destitute and in debt to Tai Zolo, thereby rendering them his slaves. However, this time, they dared not employ such tactics. Imagine if Whitebeard visited the Golden City. Tai Zolo would not have the audacity to confront him. Thus, Shen Luo and his companions are esteemed guests in the Golden City, enjoying complimentary expenses during their stay. As the wealthiest man in the world, Tai Zolo's riches surpass even those of the celestial dragons. Thus, he is unconcerned with monetary matters. Shen Luo's happiness is paramount. It is the opportune moment for forging alliances, Compared to the long-established other four pirate emperors, Shenluo holds the most potential, and cultivating a favorable relationship with him presents no drawbacks. "Where would you like to go, Lord Shenluo?" Bakara inquired, eager to please, as it was also Tai Zolo's command to fulfill any request Shenluo might have. She felt no reluctance in catering to Shenluo's desires. "I wish to find a place to stay. We shall reside here, in the most prestigious hotel." As Shenluo finished speaking, Khalifa chimed in. "No problem." Bakara chuckled, her muscular tortoise moving swiftly, and the car sped along like a bolt of lightning. In this world, only Jinhuangqing boasts such vehicles. No other nation possesses streets as luxurious as those of Jinhuangqing. The finest hotel in Jinhuangqing is the Huangjin Wang Hotel, known as the residence of the Huangjin Di, the epitome of opulence in this golden city. "Does the hotel serve meals, or is it solely for drinking?" asked Asta, hailing from another realm. As this was her first encounter with the term hotel, Khalifa responded with a cold laugh. "Indeed, you are quite the country bumpkin. How unfortunate that you are unfamiliar with hotels." "You are the bumpkin. I am a woman," Khalifa retorted, ceasing her laughter and explaining a hotel is a place for lodging, and it can also serve meals. It's as simple as that. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. "You are truly adorable," Bakara interjected, amused by their exchange. "Let us wander about first. There is no need to rush to the hotel," Shenluo remarked, gazing at the vibrant nightscape. "Very well, esteemed Shenluo," Bakara replied with a smile. This was the upscale district, filled with extravagance and scenes of merriment. In truth, many here are enslaved, manipulated by Tai Zolo, burdened with insurmountable debts due to various circumstances. Debts they could never repay through a lifetime of labor. When individuals succumb to desire, their plight becomes less pitiable. Although some children are innocent, they must repay the debts incurred by their parents. This is the lamentable reality of a world governed by wealth. In the upscale district at the Huangjin Wang Hotel, Tai Zolo had returned. Rather than engaging in the mundane activities of singing and dancing, he occasionally felt inspired. However, upon learning of the arrival of the pirate emperor in the New World, his interest peaked. Unexpectedly, after the arrival of the infamous Red, another ruler had emerged in the New World. It was alarming that a man in his 40s had become the pirate emperor, and the world trembled at the mere mention of Shenluo, who was a mere 16. Would the landscape of the New World be reshuffled? After all, he was only 16. Tai Zolo strode towards his hotel residence, his left hand tucked into his pocket, and his right holding a goblet of golden wine, filled with exquisite New World red wine. Adorned with large red glasses and a white high hat, he walked with a swagger that had become habitual. "Sir, he is not yet 16, reminded his subordinate, Mr. Datu. 15? Not much of difference. I sense that the New World will undergo a shuffle." Shuffle refers to the dismantling of the existing order, he mused. "Will he become the Pirate King?" Mr. Datu inquired. "Pirate King? Do you think the treasures of Raftel are abundant?" "I do not know. I, Tai Zolo, am a true master of all wealth." He boomed with a laugh. "However, even the Pirate King cannot escape the gallows, so what of Roger? Where do you think the fire sword Shenluo will end up?" Tai Zolo asked with audacity, downing the red wine in his goblet and tossing it to the ground, where it transformed into liquid gold, merging with the earth. "I wonder how the esteemed Golden Emperor views this. As the rulers of the old era fall, new dominators will rise. Could Shenluo be that man?" Tai Zolo reclined on a luxurious sofa, gazing up at the ceiling with a look of rapture. "I, the Golden Emperor, the sovereign of this city. Indeed, esteemed Golden Emperor, the world of wealth is ruled by money, a principle Tai Zolo adhered to throughout his life. As night deepened, the darkness enveloped the sky like ink, the air turning chilly. It was already past 10 o'clock. Here, at the Huangjin Wang Hotel, the most lavish establishment in the city, Shenluo and his companions had settled into a luxurious presidential suite where they would reside for some time. Approaching 11, Shenluo exited the suite. "Where is he going?" Asta, freshly emerged from her bath, learned of Shenluo's departure from Khalifa and felt a pang of disappointment. Where could he be going? She fretted, stamping her foot. He will return shortly. On the top floor of the Huangjin Wang Hotel, Tai Zolo was present, holding a goblet of red wine, staring at the ceiling, reclining against the sofa. Just then, a delicate din-din mushy on the table rang. A call? Taizolo sat up. This particular din-din mushy typically signified an important call, perhaps from Mary Geos. He despised the celestial dragons, yet the safety of the theCelestial depended on their backing. It was unavoidable, requiring periodic payments to the celestial dragons. Did he lack money? Certainly not. It was akin to giving a pig some money. After all, the celestial dragons bore a resemblance to pigs, donning masks as if they were kept in pens. Taizolo often reflected on his youth, enduring inhumane treatment. His first love, Saidila, had fallen into slavery at the hands of the celestial dragons, and his inability to amass enough wealth to redeem her led him to believe that only money could grant him everything. In truth, much of what he possessed now was tied to his wealth. He aspired to collect all the gold in the world and gather it in Jinhuangqing. Additionally, his monstrous strength and the powers of the devil fruit had reached a coveted awakened state sought by many. He was a genius, a monster. Lord Taizolo, the din-din mushy has been ringing for nearly a minute. It could be an important call, Bakara remarked. Very well, Taizolo replied, feeling it might be Mary Geo's calling. Instinctively, he loathed calls from that place. When the celestial dragons visited the theCelestial, he had to personally greet them and fulfill their demands, such as providing them with vast sums of money and high-quality slaves. How tiresome, he thought. Upon answering the call, Taizolo recognized the voice on the other end as that of a celestial dragon. Hello, Taizolo. Has my son arrived at the theCelestial? Why has there been no news after so many days? You must find out. If anything has happened to my son, it is not a burden you can bear. The commanding tone of the male, celestial dragon irked Taizolo, who viewed himself as the deity of Jinhuangqing. What does your son's fate matter to me? However, some matters had to be addressed. If the celestial dragon claimed something had happened to his son, it was beyond Taizolo's capacity to endure. He chuckled inwardly. Your son may simply not have arrived yet. Regardless, my son must be safe. The celestial dragon bellowed. He has been gone from Mary Geos for nearly half a month. At that moment, when Taizhuo was about to speak, the door of the suite was pushed open. It was Shun Luo who entered. Upon seeing Shun Luo, Taizhuo fell silent. Why do you not speak, Taizhuo? The phone worm roared once more. Indeed, Taizhuo. Why do you not respond to the esteemed celestial dragon's words? This voice belonged to a female celestial dragon. The celestial dragons are of such noble birth, Taizhuo. You must ensure my son's safety. Moreover, my son intends to acquire 100 slaves and 10 billion berries. They must be prepared. The slaves must be high-quality female slaves. It was rather vexing. If one is concerned that a pig might cause trouble, why release a pig at all? Shun Luo sat comfortably before Taizhuo and chuckled lightly, directing this remark at the celestial dragon. To liken the celestial dragons to pigs seemed not entirely erroneous. If one fears a pig might cause chaos, then why not keep it confined? What a fitting metaphor this is. Both Taizhuo and Bakala could not help but chuckle softly, their laughter subdued so as not to be heard by the celestial dragon, especially Bakala, who was struggling to suppress her amusement. A pig? Who dares to describe a celestial dragon as a pig? Taizhuo, who is it? Taizhuo gazed at Shun Luo, fully aware that Shun Luo was renowned throughout the world for his fearlessness towards the celestial dragons, having taken the lives of 3 of them himself. Taizhuo remained silent. At this moment, Shun Luo had already picked up the phone worm. Is your son the one who emerged with CP? Speaking of the celestial dragons reminded Shun Luo of an encounter he had with one just a few days prior, aboard a ship accompanied by CP. He had subsequently slain them all, and it was as simple as that. Who dares to show such disrespect towards the noble celestial dragons? The female celestial dragon bellowed, her voice akin to that of shrew. However, Shun Luo interrupted her. A few days ago, I killed a celestial dragon. I wonder if it was your son. If so, my apologies, but I could not refrain from slaying him, for his appearance was far too poor sign. You killed a celestial dragon a few days ago? Baka La covered her mouth, her face awash with shock and disbelief. Yet, deep down she could not dismiss it, for had she not known Shun Luo had slain 3 celestial dragons, she would not have believed it. Taizhuo's expression was one of madness. You! How dare you? Taizhuo, who is he? Where's my son? Shenluo replied, I already told you. Check the new world. He might be inside some sea creature's belly, or perhaps already digested. You. Ah, Taizhua, you scoundrel, where are you? The celestial dragon howled in fury. Yet Taizhua remained silent. Shenluo remarked nonchalantly, I am Shenluo. You ought to know me. After all, I have slain several of your kin. Lastly, I must remind you to enjoy the days ahead, for it may soon be your turn. Shenluo's words were casual, yet they unmistakably declared war against the celestial dragons. The voice of the celestial dragon trembled at the mention of Shenluo's name, which exploded in their minds. They are celestial dragons, deities of this world, and their ancestors are the creators of all things within it. With their noble lineage, they have never deigned to regard those whom they see as mere ants, much less remember any individual. However, there exists one person who has indelibly etched himself into their memories. That person is Shenluo. He has killed 3 celestial dragons and yet remains at large. Recently, the 5 elders had warned all celestial dragons to refrain from wandering aimlessly, lest they encounter Shenluo outside, for they would not be held responsible. The celestial dragons genuinely fear Shenluo, for he shows no regard for their status as celestial dragons. You kill my son? The voice of the celestial dragon quivered with trepidation. However, Shenluo had already hung up the phone worm. Speaking to a celestial dragon was a rather undignified act, much like how deities regard mortals and humans regard ants. The deities referred to here are true deities, far removed from the celestial dragons, who are merely pigs confined within Mariehua. Shenluo will inevitably flatten Mariehua and exterminate all its celestial dragons. While it is said that some celestial dragons may possess kindness, no celestial dragon is innocent, burdened as they are by such lineage. This is fate. Did you truly kill that celestial dragon? Taizhua inquired, curiosity overcoming him. For the first time in the presence of Shenluo, he lacked his usual air of superiority, now facing Shenluo with an equal stance. However, as the Emperor of Pirates, Shenluo naturally commanded respect. A few days ago, I killed one who was bound for Golden City. It must have been him. Shenluo set down the phone worm, and before him, a swirling mass of golden liquid coalesced into a golden goblet. In every corner of Golden City, Taizhua could conjure gold, and everything within Golden City lay within his control. When the golden goblet materialized, Bacala instinctively poured a glass of red wine for Shenluo. Taizhua remarked, Do savor the most renowned red wine of the New World. Shenluo raised the goblet, the crimson and transparent liquid emanating a unique fragrance, perhaps to be appreciated only by connoisseurs. To him, it was merely an ordinary beverage, which he consumed in one gulp, though he found the taste quite agreeable. To be the 5th Emperor of Pirates reigning over the New World is certainly astonishing. Shenluo said nothing. He had only just learned that the Golden Lion had provided him with a significant boost, propelling him into notoriety alongside the recent incident with Big Mom, which had directly led to his recognition as the 5th Emperor of Pirates. This was, in fact, a fortuitous turn of events for Shenluo. At this moment, Bacala attempted to refill Shenluo's wine, but he declined. You must loathe the celestial dragons, do you not, Golden Emperor Taizhua? Indeed, Taizhua admitted, for he harbored a profound enmity towards the celestial dragons. It would be strange not to detest them. Nevertheless, as the ruler of Golden City, he had to rely on the celestial dragons. Otherwise, he would have long been devoured. Although he was regarded as a monstrous figure in the New World, he was merely an ordinary man in the eyes of true monsters who would not regard him. Furthermore, the world government had long sought to act against him, but his wealth and the backing of the celestial dragons had prevented them from doing so. Taizhua had become a thorn in the side of many, and his awakened devil fruit ability, which allowed him to transform all the gold of Golden City for his own use, rendered him even more formidable. Therefore, join my ranks, and you shall no longer need to depend on the celestial dragons. This is the very purpose for which Shenluo seeks Taizhua, to incorporate him into his sphere of influence. The terror of a pirate emperor does not solely lie in their individual combat prowess, but also in the formidable power they wield. A pirate crew led by a pirate emperor can wage war against the entire navy system. And if all pirate emperors were to join forces, they could obliterate the world. However, such an alliance is unlikely. Once united, no one would be able to remain unshaken. To become part of your faction, Taizuo gazed at Shenluo, who was merely a youth, while Taizuo was nearing 40. Yet, in this world where strength reigns supreme, age is not a measure of power. Regardless, this youth, as the pirate emperor Shenluo, commanded a certain reverence. Indeed, to become my force. Standing beside them, Bakera trembled slightly. She was a subordinate of Taizuo and well aware of his cruelty and terror. Shenluo's desire to make Taizuo his subordinate implied a demand for submission, a notion that was almost unfathomable. Taizuo was a man of fierce independence. Your tone is quite audacious. Taizuo laughed. Life is, after all, a gamble. One must choose their allies wisely. Shenluo chuckled as well. Allies? Taizuo pondered the term. Allies implied that he should not align himself with the Tenryubito, nor entangle himself with them. Shenluo's statement carried an undertone of threat. Taizuo quickly grasped this. By the way, how did you manage to bring the Golden Lion to heel? Oh, I should say to ally with him. He is a man who would never yield. Being a legendary pirate from the bygone era of the great age of pirates, my own strength is formidable. So, you defeated the Golden Lion? Is there a problem with that? None at all. If you can best Big Mom, defeating the Golden Lion is scarcely surprising. What are your thoughts, Taizuo? I can join you and become part of your faction. However, may I inquire about one matter? What question do you wish to pose? How do you intend to deal with the Tenryubito? Taizuo regarded Shenluo with solemnity, eagerly awaiting his response. What do you think, then? Shenluo's smile was laden with significance, and Taizuo understood its implications. Chapter P.S. Write some daily life. It was nearly midnight when Shenluo finally returned to his suite. The presidential suite of the Golden King Hotel resembled a spacious residence, akin to those from Shenluo's past life, albeit far more opulent. To what extent was it luxurious? The floors and walls were nearly all crafted from gold, adorned with precious decorations, and the furniture was made from materials of considerable value in the New World. After all, it was called the Golden King, the world's sole 8-star hotel. You're back so late. The food has gone cold. Isdeth knelt at the low table, while Khalifa sat opposite her. 3 bowls of rice and 4 dishes of vegetables lay on the table. They must have been waiting for over an hour. Shenluo took his seat, with the 2 women positioned on either side. It's not completely cold yet, Khalifa remarked. It's still somewhat warm. The meal had been ordered and delivered nearly an hour ago. Isdeth and the others had expected Shenluo to return shortly, yet he had taken much longer. Shenluo did not reveal where he had been, nor did he provide any explanation. Shenluo, you smell a bit of alcohol, Isdeth commented in a flat tone, seemingly offering a reminder. It does seem that way. Khalifa leaned in, and indeed, she detected the faint scent of wine on Shenluo, having only consumed 2 glasses of red wine earlier. Glasses, girl, do you know what other sin is missing? Isdeth's tone bore a hint of mischief. What? Khalifa, curious, did not oppose Isdeth's nickname for her this time and was intrigued by the inquiry. The scent of a woman. A woman? Khalifa understood. Isdeth was suspecting that Shenluo had been out on a romantic escapade. I just want to see Taizuo, Shenluo replied while eating. These 2 women were proving to be somewhat troublesome, especially with Isdeth's suspicions. Why did you go to see him? Isdeth questioned. It seems there is a woman by his side, one that is quite appealing to men. Isdeth was referring to Bakera. However, Shenluo had not even glanced at her, as he was solely accompanied by Isdeth and Khalifa. Taizuo is a valuable asset. Wouldn't it be beneficial to have him as a subordinate? Indeed, my lord should gather more subordinates. Isdeth raised an eyebrow at Khalifa's remark, seemingly finding it quite reasonable. So you conversed with him? Yes. Was it successful? It was. Well done, Shenluo. Khalifa reminded him. My lord is already of the caliber of a pirate emperor, and naturally, a powerful faction is essential. The terror of a pirate emperor lies in their vast influence. It is difficult to become one without a strong backing. Indeed, Shenluo concurred. Isdeth, very well. The great pirate emperor should eat well tonight. The night was just beginning, with rain pattering against the banana trees and wind and rain swirling. The next day, Shenluo arose quite late, around 10 o'clock. Today marked their official first day in Golden City, and Shenluo took his death and the others on a leisurely stroll through the streets. Initially, Bakara had volunteered to guide them around, acting as a tour guide, as she was quite familiar with Golden City, perhaps even more so than Taizuo himself. However, Shenluo declined, and Isdeth and Khalifa were not keen on Bakara either. There was an unsettling aura about her, with her squinting eyes and forced smile, clearly feigned. Thus, Shenluo commenced their first day of exploration in Golden City with Isdeth and the others. As women, their enthusiasm for shopping was quite palpable, especially Khalifa, while mature and alluring, occasionally displayed youthful exuberance. Isdeth, however, was different. She was not particularly interested in shopping. Her true passion lay in combat, as she was a battle fanatic. Recently, she had not engaged in any serious fights for quite some time, only having the occasional spar with Khalifa during their voyages, where she would freeze a portion of the sea for a friendly duel. Yet, as sisters, they could not go all out, rendering their bouts merely playful, devoid of any real significance. Thus, Isdeth seemed to yearn for a genuine battle. How boring, Isdeth remarked as she observed Khalifa selecting clothes, her annoyance evident. Unlike Khalifa, who possessed a plethora of outfits, Isdeth's wardrobe was rather monotonous, consisting of merely a few sets, a black suit, a white suit, some casual wear, and 2 sets of pajamas. Her clothing was starkly limited compared to Khalifa's extensive collection. Glasses girl, spending so much on clothes is a waste of money. Frivolous women don't know how to save for their men. Isdeth scoffed, her displeasure evident towards Khalifa's current behavior. In the future, please refrain from wearing my clothes. If you don't buy your own, you might come to borrow mine again. Khalifa shot a fierce glare at her. She and Istisu shared similar physiques, almost identical, in fact. At the beginning, Istisu often wore Khalifa's clothes. I would never wear such strange attire. Glasses girl, do not be so smug. Khalifa ignored her, stating that she still had to choose outfits for the master, so she should entertain herself. I will choose as well. Mentioning Shenluo, Istisu could no longer yield to Khalifa. Subsequently, the two vied to select clothes for Shenluo, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Women should remain as they are, harmonious and joyful. This is quite delightful. Shenluo observed them and smiled. It was the first day in Huangjin City, a rather mundane day filled with delectable food, numerous purchases, and leisurely strolls through several streets. And then, the day passed just like that. Nothing particularly remarkable occurred. Huangjin City was not the treacherous seas of the New World, and Taizolo, as the ruler here, ensured that other pirates dared not stir up trouble. However, in reality, many pirates had become slaves to Taizolo, or rather, slaves to wealth. Shenluo felt there was nothing to pity in this world of the survival of the fittest. Most who arrived at the Dessoir were pirates, willingly squandering their fortunes. Becoming a slave was perhaps their rightful fate. On the 5th day of Shenluo's arrival at the Dessoir, he found himself on the golf course. Golf, a pastime of the aristocracy, was a novel experience for Shenluo, truly embodying the life of nobility, a lifestyle few would indulge in. Today, he played golf here. The golf course in Huangjin City was not accessible to just anyone. Those who entered were indeed regarded as VIPs. Khalifa and her companion observed from distance. This lifestyle was rather ordinary. In a few days, they would depart. Unlike Khalifa, who yearned for a simple and tranquil life, Istisu aspired to assist Shenluo in ascending to the pinnacle of this world. As a woman, she wished for her partner to achieve great feats. Her ambitions stood in stark contrast to Khalifa's desire for a modest existence. Istisu dreamed of seeing Shenluo reign supreme. However, she felt there remained a vast distance to cover before everyone would prostrate themselves before Shenluo. I shall aid her in reaching the zenith of this world. Ista gazed at the young man, swinging the golf club. He was quite handsome, sometimes appearing somewhat foolish in her eyes, yet more often exuding maturity and composure. This lifestyle was rather pleasant. Amidst the chaos, one could hardly articulate their sentiments. Khalifa mused, has cooking too much led to such a decline? Glasses girl, weren't you once a spy for the world government? Wasn't it all about battles and conflicts? Now you wish to retreat from the fray? Ice-Disu scoffed, dismissing Calipha's thoughts. You, forget it. I shan't engage you. Whatever the master wishes to do, I, Calipha, shall certainly support. As for you, the woman who relishes inflicting torture upon others. The two women sat on a chair, a single-meter-long seat. Calipha, go ahead. Do you wish to take action? Not at all. We mustn't provoke the master. Then, they fell silent again. Who is he? Suddenly, at that moment, a third woman joined the two on the chair. A mature and stunning female Marine. Marine Headquarters, Captain Juan. Captain Dai, in Tao 2. A formidable female swordsman, perhaps even a grand swordswoman. Who are you referring to? Ice-Disu inquired. Sensing the strength of this female Marine, but feeling no fear whatsoever. Yes, who do you wish to inquire about? Calipha asked her as well. She did not recognize this female Marine and was unperturbed. If this Marine intended to do something to Shen Luo, they would teach her a lesson. The boy, the one holding the golf club. Tao Tu pointed at Shen Luo and smiled. My companion, what do you wish to know? Ice-Disu chuckled, adjusting her military cap. As Tao Tu gazed at her, noting her remarkable beauty and formidable presence. Isn't he a pirate? Tao Tu laughed. Indeed. What do they call him in this world? The Pirate Emperor. Think for yourself. Ice-Disu, do you wish for me to teach you a lesson? Teach me a lesson? Tao Tu was taken aback, realizing Ice-Disu threatened her. Yet she felt no fear. In truth, Tao Tu sensed that Ice-Disu and Calipha were not her adversaries. The disparity was vast. Initially, the information provided by Marine Headquarters indicated that Calipha was merely a former agent trained by the world government, her combat power barely reaching 700. Far below Marine Headquarters standards. As for Ice-Disu, although the data was incomplete, Tao Tu felt that this woman would not be her match. However, unbeknownst to her, Ice-Disu's strength could easily overwhelm her, and Calipha's power wielding 200 million volts of lightning. Who could withstand that? Tao Tu had underestimated them, believing these two women were merely ordinary. Among Shen Luo's crew, he alone possessed extraordinary strength, while the remaining two women seemed less impressive. To be honest, I would also like to teach you a lesson. Tell me, Marine, have you ever been a captive? Ice-Disu asked her. A captive? Tao Tu wanted to laugh. Ice-Disu wished to capture her. Glasses girl, don't we need someone on our ship to sweep and clean the toilets? Ice-Disu inquired of Calipha. It seems so, after all. Cooking and cleaning is quite laborious for me, so why not capture a female Marine to do the chores? Faced with this Marine, their opinions were in perfect agreement. Ice-Disu looked at Tao Tu. What is your rank? What position do you hold in the Navy? Captain, for many years now. How old are you? Otherwise, I fear you might overexert yourself on our ship. After all, our vessel is quite large, and the work can be troublesome. In your 30s, nearing 40, how about that? I still have some strength. Sweeping the floor isn't a problem. The two women had already begun their verbal sparring, while Calipha had intended to speak. But Ice-Disu gestured for her to remain silent. Nearly 40? An old woman. It seems you are still unmarried. How pitiful it is to reach this age without finding a good husband. You'll have to settle for a leftover. Ice-Disu mocked, prompting laughter from Calipha, who found Ice-Disu's jest amusing. Tao Tu was indeed unmarried. That's none of your concern. What about you? Tao Tu felt a twinge of anger, yet she restrained herself. As a member of the Navy, it was beneath her to be incensed by a pair of female pirates. Her objective was to capture these two women and use them to coerce Shen Luo. On Shen Luo's side, Titun had already taken his position, despite his lecherous demeanor. This seasoned general possessed strength that surpassed even elite generals, ensuring his place in the next admiral selection. Tao Tu was equally formidable. Titun engaged in a round of golf with Shen Luo, one of his favorite pastimes. This time, he and Tao Tu were operating together in the New World. Additionally, the Navy had established surveillance in the city of Golden. Thus, Tao Tu and Titun were the first to mobilize. Moreover, the naval headquarters had launched their offensive 4 days prior. With the passage of time, they were swiftly approaching the grand city of Suoluo, poised to capture Shen Luo and his crew. What nonsense about the 5th Pirate Emperor. Let them languish in Impel Down's 6th level. How about you? The pirate with the blue hair? Tao Tu inquired with a smile. Me? Eyesides pointed to Shen Luo in the distance. That boy over there is my husband. Impressive. Is this what they call an old cow munching on tender grass? Tao Tu chuckled heartily. Is it? Eyesides shrugged off her laughter. You'll regret this later. By the way, what is your name? Female Navy. Vice Admiral Tao Tu. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Eyesides replied, I wonder what will happen when you step aboard my ship. Not an invitation, but rather an arrest. Eyesides candidly stated her intent, which was indeed to capture her, followed by a thorough beating. Arrest me? You certainly have the audacity. Are you my adversary? Tao Tu found this amusing. She considered herself overwhelmingly powerful, firmly believing that Eyesides and her companion could not possibly threaten her. We shall see, Eyesides said, placing her hand on Tao Tu's right shoulder, while Khalifa, with remarkable synchrony, moved to sit on Tao Tu's left, effectively sandwiching her. The confrontation was imminent. Yet, Tao Tu remained unperturbed. She felt no fear. What was there to fear? Merely two female pirates. Tao Tu believed that few women in this world could rival her. Likely countable on one hand. Indeed, she was exceptionally strong, which bolstered her confidence. Meanwhile, Shen Luo observed their movements from a distance. He recognized Tao Tu's formidable strength, but had greater faith in Eyesides and Khalifa's capabilities. Just Tao Tu, he mused while continuing his golf game. Now about 100 meters away from Eyesides and her companion, Tun, a powerful general, was nearby, admiring Shen Luo's golf skills as he successfully sunk another shot into the hole. While he had a mission to keep Shen Luo occupied until reinforcements arrived, he maintained a casual demeanor, presenting himself as a friend rather than a foe, despite the Navy's justice cloak he wore. You have quite the skill, Shen Luo remarked nonchalantly. With two formidable Navy generals approaching, he anticipated nothing good would come of it. I've played golf for many years, yet I cannot match your talent. Is that so? Their conversation continued with Tun posing questions, while Shen Luo occasionally chose silence. The old man was somewhat bothersome. On the other side, Eyesides and Khalifa sat flanking Tao Tuesday. Their intention was clear, to capture her. Unlike their usual disdain for other women, they were unified in their purpose to seize Tao Tuesday. What happens if we capture her? Khalifa wondered. You two wish to take me prisoner? Tao Tu shook her head, suppressing a laugh. What a pair of women who seem unaware of their own insignificance. Why would you choose the path of piracy? Eyesides made her move. The frosty energy emanated from her hand, resting on Tao Tu's shoulder, swiftly encasing her body in ice, sparing only her head. Tao Tu's expression shifted dramatically. Her body was immobilized, the icy chill penetrating deep within her. Cannot move? Eyesides taunted with a smirk. Meanwhile, Khalifa produced a towel, freshly purchased that morning, originally intended to wipe Shen Luo's sweat. It found a new purpose as she forcefully gagged Tao Tu with it, stifling her voice. This scene did not escape the notice of those nearby, yet no one spoke up or even looked twice. The two women, along with the young man playing golf, were esteemed guests of Taizolo, and even if a Navy officer was being captured, no one dared intervene. After all, this was the domain of the Golden Emperor Taizolo, where he could act without consequence. Did you really think we couldn't capture you, female Navy officer? Utter rubbish. You truly overestimate your worth. Eyesides sneered, her laughter tinged with derision. Indeed, an aging woman nearing 40. Khalifa added, yes, an unmarried old woman. Eyesides remarked, finally, someone take over your chores. Let her sweep the floors and clean the toilets. Let us secure her first. Without your icy prison, we might face difficulties, Khalifa suggested. Yes, let's take her back first. They agreed. Meanwhile, Tao Tu's eyes widened in disbelief as she shook her head violently, unable to fathom how she could have been captured so easily. How could it be? The crux of the matter was that she was utterly powerless against this ice. In reality, Eyeside's strength far surpassed her own, rendering her unable to resist. Tao Tu had gravely underestimated the prowess of Eyesides and Khalifa. Her earlier dismissive attitude towards them, based solely on scant information provided by the Navy, was a monumental error. Their strength was entirely beyond her imagination. What do you think, Tao Tu? Eyesides inquired, caressing her cheek before delivering a forceful slap. Eyesides never showed mercy to her adversaries. Regardless of their gender, she was a true sadist, relishing in the torment of her foes. Tao Tu's eyes welled with tears from Eyeside's strike, and this display only brought further delight to Eyesides. The eccentric Eyesides, Khalifa scoffs. At her age, can she truly shed tears? Is she not a Marine admiral? Eyesides mocks her once more. At this moment, she lifts Tao Tu and departs from the golf course, taking a ride in the muscular turtle vehicle, intent on returning to the king. There, the sea stone shackles await. First, she must secure this woman. Khalifa remains at the golf course, waiting for Xinluo. Just moments ago, the scene unfolded without my presence, yet those nearby witnessed it. However, they feigned ignorance, much like if they had seen Taizolo commit murder. Will they dare accuse him? Absolutely not. Thus, Tao Tu was taken away, and Cha Tuan remains oblivious to the fact that his beloved dream has been abducted. When he turns to look, Tao Tu has vanished, and he naively wonders where she could have gone, never once considering the possibility of misfortune befalling her. The chapter unfolds in the evening, at the port of Dade Sualoa, within the confines of the king. Eyesides is present, as is Tao Tu's day. What are your intentions? Tao Tu, filled with rage, cannot fathom the depths of depravity a female pirate could descend to in abducting a Marine admiral. As previously stated, you are to join our crew as a shipwright, and there is no room for refusal. Eyesides adjusts her hat, which had been askew due to Tao Tu's earlier actions. An admiral in the Marine headquarters holds considerable rank. What might transpire should we capture you? I am quite curious to witness the expressions of your comrades. Eyesides chuckles. What do you intend to do? Tao Tu feels a twinge of trepidation. Submit to me, or rather, submit to my captain, Xinluo. Impossible. Tao Tu vehemently rejects the notion. Eyesides gazes at her intently. How about a duel? If you lose, I shall set you free. A duel? And if you lose? Why is that not mentioned? Tao Tu, confident in her abilities, believes she will undoubtedly triumph. I cannot lose, therefore, there are no conditions. Eyesides equally brims with confidence. Having never faced defeat, without conditions, I shall not participate in the duel. Such an arrangement is inherently unfair. If she wins, Eyesides would let her go, yet Eyesides would remain unscathed? Tao Tu cannot abide such an inequitable contest. Eyesides retorts, do not forget, you are merely a captive at present. Moreover, you are well aware that had we not seized you first, you would have sought to apprehend us, correct? Your intentions were never noble from the outset. Tao Tu finds herself at a loss for words. It is indeed true. Her mission alongside Cha Tuan was to first stabilize Xinluo and await reinforcements from the Marine headquarters to strike together. Therefore, what qualifications do you possess to negotiate terms with me? Not exploiting you is a privilege, old woman. Recognize your current status as a mere captive. What grounds do you have to act so arrogantly before me? Eyesides crouches before Tao Tu, smiling, before delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen, causing her face to pale instantly. The blow was immensely forceful. Do you wish to duel? Eyesides inquires once more. A duel? Tao Tu grits her teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. She longs to slay Eyesides, to see her suffer 1,000 deaths. Yet Eyesides merely laughs derisively, for when the duel commences, she will teach Tao Tu the meaning of overwhelming power and despair. Xinluo has imbued Eyesides with elemental powers, rendering even Haki ineffective against her. Thus, she stands invincible. Only Xinluo possesses the means to inflict harm upon Eyesides, for her elemental form is insurmountable in this realm. Tao Tu naively believes she can best Eyesides. In reality, such a notion is utterly impossible. Half an hour later, outside Dade Suo, a segment of the sea is encased in ice. Eyeside's freezing ability astounds Tao Tu. She has only witnessed Kazan employ such powers, and it is rumored that Xinluo can wield this ability as well. Given that Dade Suo is in constant motion, Eyesides must resolve matters swiftly. Although the ship's speed may not be rapid, haste is essential. Tao Tu wields the famed sword Jinbi Luo, a formidable female swordswoman. With a single stroke, she can cleave the ocean, creating a chasm stretching thousands of meters. Thus, This battle is poised to be fearsome, as two extraordinarily powerful women engage in combat. When it comes to female confrontations, they can sometimes be even fiercer than their male counterparts, particularly with Tao 2 harboring deep-seated hatred for Eyesides, and Eyesides embodying a sadistic battle fanatic. It is no surprise that their clash is bound to be brutal. The icy surface erupts with explosions, the sea cleaved several times. How is this possible? I clearly struck you. What is your elemental transformation? Haki is ineffective as well. Tao 2's expression shifts dramatically, unable to comprehend Eyeside's unbeatable elemental form. Though even Eyesides herself is unaware of how she acquired this ability, it's simply manifested inexplicably. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous. Ultimately, Tao 2 faces a devastating defeat. Moreover, she was never Eyeside's equal. A swordswoman against an overwhelmingly powerful elemental user is a formidable mismatch. Eyesides sends her flying over 100 meters with a single kick, the sheer strength of her physical prowess causing Tao 2 immense pain. Now, how do you comprehend? You are no match for me. Therefore, submit to me. Eyesides looks down upon Tao 2, perched high above, while Tao 2 collapses upon the icy surface, numb to the biting cold. Having never tasted defeat, she has inexplicably fallen. You old woman. To her surprise, Tao 2 begins to weep. She cries from the anguish of defeat. How pathetic, to weep upon being vanquished. I have never encountered such a wretched individual. Eyesides regards her with disdain. Upon hearing Eyeside's words, Tao 2, perhaps spurred by the insult, ceases her tears. This battle is unjust. Tao 2 wishes to refute, yet as the duel commenced, she gradually grasped the disparity in their strengths. The gap may not be vast, but Eyesides is undeniably formidable. Do you wish to duel again? Eyesides queries. However, should you lose this time, I shall sever your head and toss it into the Marine headquarters at my convenience. Eyesides speaks sincerely. Tao 2's current status is merely that of an adversary. There is no room for mercy when dealing with an enemy. Tao 2 finally falls silent. I will endure. I am a Marine. This is but a temporary submission. Faced with Eyeside's overwhelming power, Tao 2 can only comfort herself thus. The Marines uphold justice throughout their lives. It is inconceivable that one could so easily submit to a pirate or ever truly yield. Of course, Tao 2's thoughts are but wishful thinking. She believes that reinforcements from the Marine headquarters will arrive soon, and they will together eliminate a pirate crew. The operation includes the 5 highest combat powers of the Marine headquarters, the 3 admirals, Carp, and Sengoku, as well as several vice admirals as a precautionary measure. In any case, with such a formidable lineup, they could annihilate even a pirate emperor. In the bustling city of Dade Suo, within a hotel room, Chahu Zhuang awaited developments. Jiaji, what is the situation? He inquired. Jiaji, the name of Chahu Zhuang's companion, was currently engaged in a conversation through a communication device with a certain Admiral Sengoku. There's been no significant progress. He seems wary of me, likely because I am in naval attire, Chahu Zhuang lamented, recalling the navy cloak draped over his shoulders. He realized this was a grave error on his part, especially since Tao was also wearing the same cloak, making their affiliation with the navy obvious to anyone. Jiaji, how could you be so careless? Sengoku exclaimed, clearly exasperated. With that cloak, who wouldn't know they are from the navy? He continued, do you know any plans to leave Dade, Suoluo? We still have a day's journey to reach Huangjin City, so you must keep them under control. Chahu Zhuang squinted, reassured, do not worry, brother Sengoku. I believe he is quite agreeable. After all, he is just a child. A child? Jiaji interjected, do not underestimate him. The voice came not from Sengoku, but from Crane. Indeed, can a child become the pirate emperor? Sengoku concurred. I understand, Chahu Zhuang admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Jiaji, do you know when they will depart? Xinyue mentioned it would be a few more days, but he was uncertain, considering they seemed to be on vacation. This was information Chahu Zhuang had gleaned from Xinyue earlier that afternoon. A vacation? That simplifies matters. Sengoku chuckled, as if he had already devised a plan. They can reach Huangjin City by tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. At that point, we can capture Xinyue and his crew all at once. They have practically emptied their nest, Some naval officers have expressed concerns about suppressing a pirate emperor, especially since Shan Yue is not among the original four emperors, lacking their formidable influence. Who does he have on his side? A traitor to the world government, Khalifa, whose power is less than 1,000. Or that woman with blue hair. Neither seems particularly strong. Moreover, the Golden Lion, who is allied with Shan Yue, is surely absent. Thus, he is merely Shan Yue. And this massive naval mobilization is overly extravagant. Jiaji, what about Shi Zhuan? Crane inquired, her concern evident as Taodu was her sister, albeit not by blood. Shi Zhuan? Oh, she left in the afternoon, and I have no idea where she went. I have yet to see her, Chahu Zhuang replied, perplexed by Taodu's sudden disappearance. Did she face any danger? He believed she would not encounter any threats, fully aware of her strength. Who could surpass Taodu in this world? Perhaps Crane, though he pondered whether her abilities had diminished with age, as she had not been actively participating in naval affairs lately and was effectively in retirement. As for the other formidable woman, it could only be Big Mom. Thus, Chahu Zhuang did not dwell on negative possibilities. Could Taodu really be in peril? No, that seemed implausible. Yet, he remained in the dark about her current whereabouts. Chahu Zhuang found it baffling. She had been present just hours earlier, only to vanish mysteriously. Unbeknownst to him, Taodu had already been abducted and was now held captive by Estes, effectively under Shan Yue's control. Shi Zhuan is missing? Crane expressed her surprise, tinged with unease. Jiaji, what has transpired? Could Shi Zhuan have been captured? Her worry grew. It cannot be, Chahu Zhuang reassured her. You know Shi Zhuan's abilities. How could anything happen to her? It's impossible for her to be captured. Hearing you say that makes me anxious, he added. Little Crane, there is no need to fret about Shi Zhuan. This sentiment was echoed by Karp, with Sengoku affirming, indeed, Shi Zhuan's strength is considerable. I always have a bad premonition, Crane lamented, unable to dismiss her concerns. Especially since she knew Taodu's fiery temperament. She was a volatile presence within the Navy. What if she were to clash with Shan Yue and find herself in trouble? As fate would have it, Taodu had indeed been captured, and her destiny remained uncertain. Meanwhile, in a distant sea of the New World, 3 warships sailed forth. The naval headquarters had deployed a formidable force, comprising 5 of their strongest members, along with Karp and 6 other admirals. Such an illustrious assembly was unfathomably terrifying. Even the 4 emperors would tremble before them, all to apprehend Shan Yue. The naval headquarters could no longer tolerate Shan Yue's continued rise, for the consequences of inaction were unimaginable. Shan Yue had amassed strength comparable to that of a pirate emperor, yet he lacked the terrifying influence and territories that came with such a title. If left unchecked, who could foresee the outcome? The age of piracy was already chaotic enough, and now another pirate emperor was on the horizon, though separated by the red line. The naval headquarters could not help but feel a sense of unrest. After all, Shan Yue's growth had been alarmingly swift. It had been merely 3 months since his emergence into the world of piracy. What could be achieved in 3 months? From a small-time pirate to a figure capable of shaking the world. Imagine what another 3 months might yield. Thus, upon learning of Shan Yue's whereabouts, the naval headquarters acted decisively, with a singular objective, to suppress Shan Yue. Is the Navy coming? All of their top forces mobilized? Shan Yue was taken aback, unable to fathom the significance placed upon him by the naval headquarters, who had brought forth their strongest contingent. Such a lineup was unimaginable. If figures like Kizaru and Akiji were truly determined, they could easily annihilate any of the 4 emperors' crews. Why did the world government tolerate the existence of the 4 emperors in the New World, striving for a balance of power? Did they not possess the capability to eliminate them in one fell swoop? Yet, some matters were deeply unsettling. As Shan Yue reflected on the words from his previous life, he understood that the art of kingship lay in balance, utilizing equilibrium to maximize benefits. The tyranny of the celestial dragons had endured for 8 centuries. Had no one risen to oppose it? Surely, there were forces akin to the Revolutionary Army. Thus, Shan Yue sometimes perceived the Revolutionary Army, led by Dragon, as mere trivialities. In truth, aside from Dragon himself, there was no formidable figure within their ranks. Even Sabo was merely a brash youth, akin to the future supernovas like Kid. Hence, It was clear how weak the revolutionary army truly was. Balance was crucial, and Xinyue's emergence had begun to disrupt that balance. The scales of the ocean would tip, and equilibrium would vanish. Therefore, Xinyue must be eliminated. Gazing at Taodu, shackled by Hailu stone, he could not help but chuckle. Taodu had inadvertently revealed that the naval headquarters had been mobilized for 4 days, and he estimated that Sengoku and his crew would arrive in Huangjin City within the next 2 days. My lord, shall we engage them in battle? Khalifar felt a sense of trepidation. In moments like these, with her fervent spirit, was particularly zealous. This battle fanatic, driven by her desire to engage in life-and-death struggles, was emboldened further by her possession of elemental powers akin to those of nature. It is time to wage war. I shall lead Senluo to the pinnacle of the world, Isudusu declared. You misheard. The Marine headquarters has not mobilized, Taotu feigned calmness, having inadvertently revealed this information during her encounter with Senluo. How careless of her! Now that they were aware of the terrifying forces at play within the Marine headquarters, would they not vacate Huangjinsheng? A prudent individual would surely depart. We must avoid confrontation for now. There are too many of them, and we are too few. Moreover, we cannot underestimate Senluo reasoned, opting for a more rational approach. Are we to leave this place? He inquired. You all go ahead. I will have a word with them. Senluo had already formulated his plan. What do you intend to do? Isudusu asked, puzzled. I shall overturn their ship, sinking it. I can manage 2 of them, but too many would be beyond my capability. In this scenario, Khalifa could not be utilized as a high-end combatant, leaving only himself and Su capable of confronting the likes of Zhangguo. It was not that Khalifa was ineffective. Rather, Senluo believed that while she could handle typical Marine generals or elite commanders, the strongest among them were simply too formidable. Their strength was overwhelming. Senluo's forces needed to continue their growth. It would be ideal to have Aso Kadoa under his command, though that seemed unlikely. Senluo envisioned establishing a vast island or city as his future domain, from which to expand his influence, much like Qin Shiju with his flying island. However, such aspirations were fraught with difficulty. It is settled then. You shall depart in the morning, and I will find you, he resolved, undeterred as potential objections. If he could not even keep Asuduasu in check, could he truly call himself a man? He must assert his dominance over her. The following day, Senluo watched as they departed Daduasolo. As long as they followed a single path, locating them would pose little challenge. Among those boarding the ship was Kodo, who had been forcibly taken aboard by Fu. As a significant figure within the Marine headquarters, Taotu also served as leverage in Senluo's dealings with them. She was a potential candidate for a future admiral, possessing strength comparable to that of Qingzhi, if not equal. However, the selection of admirals was not solely based on power, but also on reputation and achievements. The subsequent promotions of Hung Yishak and Rungvu were exceptional cases. Anchelor could only surmise that their abilities were indeed monstrous, particularly Shao, who wielded the gravity fruit, a force that could potentially make him the most formidable admiral. This realization led Senluo to ponder the existence of many capable individuals in the public sphere, albeit lacking fame. If only he could sway Taotu to his side. Finding individuals of such strength was a rare occurrence. Standing upon the edge of Jinsheng, he observed the departure of his companions, Wu and Khalifa waved goodbye. Taotu, with her head downcast, appeared disheartened. At that moment, a stream of golden liquid surged from the building beside Senluo, quickly taking form. "Tai Jaloa," he acknowledged. "Do you require my assistance?" This seems rather reckless, though grinned with an air of audacity. To confront the monstrous forces of the Marine headquarters head-on seemed to him both reckless and exhilarating. "No need, lest we ruin this beautiful city. Your strength will be even greater here in Dado, will it not? Indeed, I can transform this city into a sea of gold. My powers have awakened," Toloa replied, beaming. "But is not your weakness the sea? When your golden city comes into contact with water, it will falter like clay." "How do you know this?" Taizuo was taken aback. This was indeed his vulnerability. The city was not to be sullied by the presence of the sea, save for a reservoir containing it. "We are not enemies, Taizuo, right? I almost forgot. Let's first sink their ships. As he gazed out at the distant ocean, hundreds of golden magic circles emerged behind him, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant golden radiance. At this twilight moment, the golden light appeared exceptionally beautiful. What a dazzling display! Such power! Toho was entranced by the magnificent golden formations, a sight that even a master of gold manipulation like him found mesmerizing. What is this ability? The golden city, the wealth of the king. Within each magic circle, a weapon materialized. Indeed, the man who claimed the title of Pirate Emperor was anything but simple. Kaijaloa was awestruck. Later that afternoon, perched atop a structure in Wangjinsheng, Sunlo finally discerned 3 dark shapes on the horizon. The Marines had arrived. 3 warships. Yet, regardless of the number of ships, the outcome remained unchanged. Aside from the most formidable of their ranks, the rest were inconsequential in the eyes of Sunlo. At that moment, he spotted Chen, nonchalantly chewing on a toothpick, emerging onto the street. It seemed he was aware of the Marines' impending arrival and had come to greet them, intent on suppressing Sunlo within Wangjinsheng. As for the fate of the city, with Sunlo at the helm, no significant upheaval would ensue. Compared to the Golden Emperor, the Marines were the true monsters. That fellow, he's up there? The chance glance upwards revealed Sunlo to Ken, and his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that Sunlo was indeed observing him. Moreover, Sunlo even waved a gesture of farewell. Did he know? Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was bound to Wangjinsheng, unable to escape. Chaten reassured himself. Yet at that moment, he saw Sunlo brandishing a justice cloak, the very kind worn by the Marines. Sunlo waved the justice cloak at him. For the Riyan, Chaten could think of nothing else, knowing that such cloaks were not granted without merit. They were reserved for admirals. Aside from himself and Tata, who else in Wangjinsheng could possess such a cloak? No one. This implied that Zhan was in his grasp. The color drained from Kan's face. Sunlo smiled at him, a smile laden with meaning, as if he were a man who understood the weight of such expressions. Tao Tu is the most beautiful woman in the Marine headquarters. Could it be that Tao Tu was in his possession? At that moment, Sunlo ascended into the sky, leaving Chen to simmer with suppressed fury. He would not concern himself with his feelings. The divine being, Shun Luo, ascended into the heavens, releasing the Vimana from the treasures of the king, a golden steed reminiscent of an aircraft. Upon this Vimana rested the throne of Shun Luo. As he settled upon it, he gazed down upon the golden city, observing the throngs of people bustling about like ants, an overwhelming sense of sovereign power enveloping him. Yet, seated upon the throne, Shun Luo felt an inexplicable void. After pondering, a sudden epiphany struck him. He was missing a golden armor. The man who possessed the king's treasures, the illustrious hero Gilgamesh, had donned a luxurious golden armor while seated upon the Vimana. Indeed, it was the golden armor. An intangible aura began to swirl, golden wisps enveloping Shun Luo's form, subsequently manifesting into a splendid golden armor that fit him perfectly. The treasures of the king adapted to their possessor, interpreting the world's rules to create a new garment of gold. The noble aura of kingship radiated from Shun Luo, an imperceptible imperial presence wafting around him, instilling a sense of submission in those who beheld him. The Vimana soared through the void, akin to an aircraft, its trajectory directed towards the warships of the Marines. At that moment, Shun Luo also observed Titun utilizing moonwalk to keep pace, a form of flying. Was he not afraid of plunging into the sea? Shun Luo pondered the nature of this old man's abilities. Was it martial arts? He doubted it. Those who practiced such skills typically required physiques akin to Zifa or Carp, making it improbable for him to be a martial artist. He was likely a power user. Titun, apparently concerned for Tao Tu, had pursued him. Shun Luo merely cast a glance at Titun, and with a snap of his fingers, a massive ice sphere materialized above him, crashing down with tremendous force before Titun could react. He found himself ensnared beneath the weight of the ice sphere. What manner of power was this? Titun's countenance shifted dramatically as the ice sphere bore down upon him, forcing him towards the ocean's depths. Enjoy a taste of the sea. Shun Luo disregarded him and continued his flight towards the warships. Something's amiss. Kaji has been submerged beneath a colossal ice sphere. Suru exclaimed, peering through her telescope. Kaji is in peril. He cannot come into contact with the sea. What? Sengoku and the others were astonished, quickly retrieving their telescopes. That brat has arrived. Seated atop that peculiar contraption, seemingly an aircraft. Has he detected our presence? Carp mused. Sengoku lowered his telescope. It seems so. Kaji and the others likely revealed the purpose of this operation, and Shinluo has noticed us as well, but he is alone. Let's not forget, he can summon tsunamis, and being at sea grants him a significant advantage. Indeed, Carp and Kizuru had personally witnessed Shinluo's unparalleled capabilities. Commanding a tsunami and subsequently wielding the power of ice was nothing short of monstrous. Only Whitebeard and Shinluo could manifest such formidable oceanic control. This world is predominantly an oceanic realm, vastly more expansive than any landmass. Just imagine the terror of a being capable of manipulating the sea. Here comes the tsunami. Sengoku's expression grew grave. He had faced Whitebeard countless times and understood the terrifying strength he possessed. He approaches. Akainu's expression soured. He had suffered a significant defeat at Shinluo's hands last time, and now the entire world mocked him, especially the pirates. As a marine admiral, Akainu had captured countless pirates, yet he was the one they despised most. Now, facing defeat, one could only imagine the derision he would endure. This time, I shall make him regret being born. Akainu resolved, envisioning Shinluo kneeling before him in supplication. However, this would remain a mere fantasy, for Shinluo displayed no intent to engage in battle. At that moment, Shinluo finally hovered above them. The Justice Cloak descended. The Justice Cloak of Tao Tuesday. Shinluo sought to convey that Tao Tu was in his possession. What does this mean? The onlookers were bewildered. A navy cloak left Sengoku and the others momentarily perplexed regarding Shinluo's true intentions. Kizaru had already prepared to strike. At this juncture, Shinluo was approximately 50 meters away, and only Kizaru possessed the capability for instantaneous assault. Whose cloak is this? Suru, catching the cloak, was met with a faint yet distinct fragrance, the scent of a woman. Is this from Jiyuan? Suru's expression shifted. This cloak belonged to an admiral, and the feminine fragrance, coupled with the prior conversation with T-Tun about Tao Tu's whereabouts, raised alarming implications. Is it Tao Tu? Suru's anxiety mounted. Tao Tu was her sworn sister, regarded as a beloved sibling. Little Suru, what has transpired? Sengoku noticed Suru's suddenly pale demeanor. Is this cloak from Jiyuan? Suru inquired, the implications of Shinluo's possession becoming increasingly evident. From Jiyuan? The crowd's expressions shifted upon hearing Suru's words. So, Jiyuan is in his grasp? Carp's brow furrowed, his fists tightening in readiness for action. This could become troublesome. Kizaru had just lifted his right leg, his shins aglow with a dazzling light, poised to unleash a powerful attack. Yet he found himself hesitating. Uncertain, I must inquire. Suru's gaze turned icy. Shinluo, whose cloak is this? Suru called out, her voice echoing in the now hushed air, while Shinluo stood before them, the Vimana hovering over the sea, his arms crossed, facing Sengoku and the others, a distance of roughly 30 meters separating them. Did you not deduce it? Tao Tu is in my possession. Shinluo replied with a smile, his voice not loud, yet audible to the Navy. What have you done to her? Suru's fury ignited, her sister's safety at stake, leaving no room for composure. Nothing as of yet, but the future remains uncertain. Shinluo responded with a hint of resignation. Sengoku's voice boomed. What are your intentions? Do you intend to use Tao Tu to threaten the Navy? Suru's words incited the ire of the naval forces, unable to tolerate any threat to their integrity, especially from pirates as they stood for justice. It appears I must take action today. Akainu's tone turned frigid, his molten lava fist primed for battle. Threats are one thing, but I intend to claim Tao Tu. Shinluo laughed. I am merely here to inform you that Tao Tu is now mine. Impossible. Suru bellowed, pirate. What are you scheming? Capturing a naval officer is a grave offense. I will not let you escape unscathed. With matters escalating, the elderly figure resolved to act first. Huang Yuan stood beside he, raising his luminous leg and sending a flash forward, aimed directly at Shen Luo. In an instant, the flash reached Shen Luo's proximity. However, Shen Luo, being immensely powerful, effortlessly evaded such a swift projectile, unless Huang Yuan could catch him off guard, or if Shen Luo remained stationary, or if Huang Yuan engaged him in close combat. The old man knew that he could not land a hit on him. Huang Yuan felt helpless. What was he standing upon? Qingji pondered. This was not the moment for such inquiries. Akainu's gaze was cold and fierce, memories flooding back. Hatred had accumulated over time, and he despised any semblance of evil. Today, he was determined to eliminate Shen Luo. He could not allow things to progress any further. "Let me handle this," Akainu declared. He approached the bow of the ship, raising both hands forward. Was he about to unleash a powerful attack? Shen Luo was surprised. He had not anticipated Akainu preparing to unleash his ultimate move right away. That gesture signified his intention to utilize the meteor volcano. Indeed, at that moment, Akainu's fists transformed into colossal magma fists, red lava swirling continuously. The molten rock dripped onto the sea, causing parts of the ocean to boil furiously. A clear testament to the extreme temperature of the lava. Meteor volcano. Akainu bellowed, a roar that released his pent-up fury. Everyone present was acutely aware of the enmity between Akainu and Shen Luo. Akainu, driven by a relentless pursuit of absolute justice, aimed to eradicate all pirates, embodying a ruthless and iron-fisted approach as a hawkish admiral. As Akainu unleashed the meteor volcano, his fists shot forth one enormous magma fist after another, rising into the sky and piercing the clouds, which turned crimson in that very instant. Subsequently, a barrage of lava fists descended like meteorites, overwhelming many of the Navy personnel present with dread. Akainu, the admiral, was indeed regarded as a monstrous figure within the Navy. Too slow. Such techniques may suffice against mere minions, but do you really think they will work against someone of my caliber? Shen Luo remarked, observing the descending magma fists. To evade them so easily would be to underestimate Akainu's wrath. King's Treasure, activate. A total of 300 golden magic circles appeared, all targeting the magma fists unleashed by Akainu. Countless weapons shot forth like bullets, all aimed at the red molten fists. What is this ability? Many were astonished by Shen Luo's activation of the King's Treasure. The dazzling brilliance was so intense that they struggled to keep their eyes open. Was this a new ability? How many powers did he possess? Sengoku and others wore grave expressions, witnessing Shen Luo's weapons completely obliterating the falling magma fists, while streams of lava approached them ominously. Where did this monster acquire such powers? How many devil fruits could his body possibly accommodate? Everyone was filled with confusion and awe. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Akainu's mood darkened upon seeing his ultimate attack thwarted. The last time Shen Luo had used an ability, it had been ice, a result of that explosive fruit. Now what was this? Akainu was increasingly displeased. Surprised? Shen Luo chuckled. The weapons emanating from the golden magic circles were plentiful, and he feared not the onslaught of magma fists. Furthermore, his hands remained empty, as controlling the King's Treasure required only his will. He could activate it solely through thought, without lifting a finger. At that moment, Shen Luo clenched his fists. Twin fists, both enveloped in the power of the Dunjun fruit. Watch out for his power, Akainu warned loudly. Recognizing Shen Luo's intent to wield a force akin to the Dunjun fruit, the chapter unfolded as Shen Luo's fists brimming with Dundong power prepared to strike. I won't allow him to unleash such power. Carp cast off his cape, leaping from the warship. His mastery of the 6 styles allowed him to reach Shen Luo's side in mere seconds. Carp could utilize the moonwalk to maneuver in the air, and having just employed the shave as a martial arts master, his prowess had reached terrifying heights. The strongest man of the Navy headquarters. Don't get cocky, kid. This time I finally caught up to you. Carp roared, unleashing a punch that had undoubtedly decimated countless pirates. Many of those pirates were remnants of the old era, and he was Iron Fist Carp, perhaps the most formidable entity within the Navy headquarters. This punch held unfathomable power, Karp was undoubtedly among the strongest men in the world, a fearsome Navy figure emerging from the bygone era. The punch was incoming. "Karp, teach me a lesson?" Shen Luo remained calm and composed, his Jinjun fruit-powered fist retaliating fiercely, causing the atmosphere to shatter, and the sea began to convulse. Boom! At that instant, Karp's fist struck Shen Luo. Had Shen Luo not dodged, it would have landed squarely on his head, creating a dull thud against the golden armor. The terrifying impact caused the Vimana to sink by a meter. Yet Shen Luo emerged unscathed, the throne behind him providing some protection. He only staggered slightly, though the force penetrated his armor, sending tremors through his chest. Admittedly, it was rather uncomfortable, but Shen Luo's physique was formidable. Is he unharmed? Karp felt a twinge of annoyance. He recognized Shen Luo's strength. Yet this level of physical resilience was unexpected. Was it due to the armor's protection? Karp intended to unleash another punch, but at that moment, Shen Luo had already retreated. The sea was now shaking violently, and Shen Luo maneuvered the Vimana backward, distancing himself from Karp by 20 meters while ascending into the air, surveying everything below. This kid intends to escape? Karp wanted to pursue, but the situation on the Navy's side was dire. Karp, utilizing the moonwalk, hovered nearly 5 meters above the tumultuous sea, which was convulsing wildly, reminiscent of a stormy ocean's fury. Moreover, the intensity of the upheaval was steadily increasing, causing the 3 Navy ships to sway violently. A marine earthquake was imminent. Sengoku's expression grew grave. As time passed, it was no longer mere turbulence. If the earlier ocean was akin to a dish being shaken, now it resembled a terrifying earthquake, as if the very sea itself were quaking. And all of this transpired in less than a minute. This was Whitebeard's ability. Sengoku was all too familiar with such power. His anxiety heightened. Karp and Roger were arch-rivals, and he and Whitebeard shared a similar fate. Even after decades without facing Whitebeard, the sheer terror of his power remained vivid in Sengoku's memory. Was this the might of Shen Luo? He, like a hawk, looked down upon them from above. She could clearly see the smile adorning his face. He clenched the edges of her cloak, momentarily feeling utterly powerless. Tao found herself ensnared by such a monstrous entity. The warship trembled violently, leaving the naval officers struggling to maintain their footing, relying on the railings or other objects for support. The sheer power of this being had already begun to shake their morale. Such strength. Are these truly our adversaries? The fearsome might of the pirate emperor has caused many ordinary sailors to waver, their sense of justice compromised by this overwhelming force. Aren't you going to make your move? Kazan? Akainu remarked, casting a glance at the figure of Aokiji behind him. In times like this, Aokiji was their sole option. It is not yet the right moment. The area is too vast. We must wait until the tsunami approaches to unleash a decisive freeze. Aokiji spoke with unvarnished candor, having perceived the tsunami advancing from all directions. The entire sea was vibrating, akin to an earthquake, and now, scarcely a handful of individuals could stand unaided on the warship. Aokiji's freezing ability could not encompass such a vast area, for his powers were limited. The colossal waves of the impending tsunami formed a massive and ever-constricting circle around the warship, which lay at the very heart of it. Aokiji intended to act only when the waves drew near. The might of the monster. This was the unanimous assessment of the Navy regarding Shen Luo. He was destined to become the next Whitebeard. Kazuru was left in awe. Who could have anticipated that within 3 months, Shen Luo, who would soon receive the assistance of the Dark King Rayleigh, had evolved to such a formidable level? Indeed, the tsunami has arrived. Aokiji was about to spring into action to freeze the impending onslaught when Shen Luo made his move. The towering wall of terrifying waves descended upon the warships, casting a shadow that darkened the already dim sky. What was happening? It was then that they noticed plummeting from the heavens a gigantic ice sphere, measuring 30 meters in diameter. This is bad. All naval personnel, abandon ship. Those who can use Jeppo, leave immediately, and assist those who cannot. Sengoku's expression transformed in alarm. Aokiji momentarily forgot to freeze the sea. The terror was overwhelming. The sudden appearance of such an ice sphere was horrifying. All Navy personnel moved quickly. Sengoku bellowed, but the ice sphere was already perilously close. Boom! Before all personnel could evacuate, some, paralyzed by fear, were unable to move. As the ice sphere descended, 3 warships collided, with Sengoku's vessel among them. The other 2 ships were also caught in the chaos, capsizing, their fate sealed as they sank into the depths. Damn it! Sengoku and the others used Jeppo to hover in the air, yet the monstrous waves surged towards them with immense force. Their high-ranking officers, save for Carp, possessed devil fruit powers, while the others did not. In that moment, everyone was swept away by the tsunami's waves. The outcome remained uncertain. This is dire. Aokiji landed on the surface of the ocean and swiftly activated his freezing ability. Ice Age. The chilling power radiated rapidly. Shenluo, aboard the Vimana, gazed down from the sky, observing that no one remained visible below. Only the trembling sea was apparent. They had been engulfed, and Aokiji's freezing power was not instantaneous. Shenluo's heart remained unperturbed. As one's strength grows ever more formidable, the human aspect may fade, leaving one indifferent to the plight of the weak, whom one could liken to ants, just as humans seldom regard the lives of ants. Shenluo departed, knowing that these individuals were of no concern. However, a sip of seawater was still necessary. This world was not like his previous one, and the sea would not drown the Navy. In this realm, a naval officer needed a combat power rating of 10 or above to serve. Even the ordinary sailors were akin to elite warriors from Shenluo's former life. It was that simple. Riding in the Vimana, Shenluo departed in the direction of the king. On board, another individual had joined them. Tao-Tu would not be returned by Shenluo. Currently, the situation for the Navy was utterly dire. They faced total annihilation. Waves towering 50 meters high surged from all directions. How many could withstand such a terrifying force? For those with devil fruit abilities, the sea was a natural nemesis, rendering the Navy's plight readily apparent. Total destruction awaited them, and Shenluo remained oblivious to the fate of the Navy. Surely, with the strongest remaining, how could calamity befall them? After more than 3 hours aboard the Vimana, without his golden armor, Shenluo finally returned to the king. I thought you were in trouble. Isdeath embraced Shenluo, having been concerned since their separation in the morning, and now it was already afternoon, with nightfall imminent. After several minutes, Isdeath finally released him. I'm fine. What has become of the Navy? Did you see them? I sent them all into the sea. Sent them into the sea? What did you do? The urgency in her voice was palpable, especially from Tao-Tu, who, at this point, was unshackled by sea stone cuffs. Given the circumstances, there was no need for restraint. Escape was futile. Where could she flee to? Swim to the New World's naval base? Impossible. Grabbing Shenluo's attire, her expression was fraught with concern. You threw the Navy into the sea? How is that possible? While they were thrown into the sea, what of it? Shenluo replied nonchalantly. What happened to them? As a naval officer, she could not help but worry about her comrades. They were swallowed by the tsunami. How should I know? Shenluo chuckled. What exactly did you do, you rascal? Tao-Tu shouted, her composure slipping for the rarest of occasions. Do you not understand yet? Shenluo countered, unfazed by her outburst. If anything, he found it amusing. Tell me. Tao-Tu was frantic and furious. Not likely. The ordinary Navy may not survive, but how could the strong ones perish? So, what do you wish to know? They are the Navy, guardians of justice and order in this world. You scoundrel, it will be better for you to perish. Guardians of justice and order? Why not confront the 4 emperors? Why use me to enforce your justice? Why not hold the celestial dragons accountable? You. Tao-Tu was momentarily left speechless. Shenluo's words, especially the latter half, struck her as deeply frustrating. When the celestial dragons were attacked, the admirals acted. Yet when the common folks suffered under their oppression, the Navy remained absent. The Navy was not as noble as she believed. Was it? Tao-Tu fell silent, rendered speechless by Shenluo's assertions, realizing their truth. So, by what right do you seek to apprehend me? I killed 3 celestial dragons. In essence, I am the one embodying justice, am I not? Oh, by the way, I have slain 4 Tenryubito, not 3. I nearly made an error. What you are currently doing is instigating turmoil in this world, which will inevitably entangle countless innocents. Are you aware of your actions? Shenluo. It was at this moment that Tao Tu spoke, and Shenluo asserted that he was the embodiment of justice. Tao Tu could no longer contain herself, declaring that justice is not something pirates can possess. I am dismantling the existing order of this world. The tides of change demand sacrifices, do they not? Is it not justifiable to exchange fleeting sacrifices for lasting, even eternal peace and tranquility? You only perceive the transient evils that arise, yet fail to recognize the enduring benefits concealed within the veil of malevolence. Tao Tu, can you truly see this world? There exists no everlasting justice or evil. Light and darkness do not necessarily diverge. Does the Navy unequivocally represent light and justice, while pirates embody darkness and evil? Are you then concealing your transgressions? Tao Tu glared at him. Shenluo chuckled. What are you laughing at? I am amused by your lack of comprehension regarding your current predicament. My current predicament? Tao Tu suddenly realized, momentarily forgetting that she had become his captive. A prisoner indeed. Henceforth, you shall align with us. You are no longer part of the Navy. No longer part of the Navy? Tao Tu's expression shifted in disbelief. It was inconceivable. She vehemently rejected Shenluo's statement. She was a member of a Navy dedicated to justice and order throughout her life. Yet Shenluo claimed she was no longer part of it. Such a notion was utterly impossible. Where's my cloak? Where have you taken my cloak? It was only then that Tao Tu remembered her cloak was missing, having been taken by Shenluo earlier that morning. An old woman, who seems to be named He, took it, did she not? You gave it to her? He is her sister, not by blood, but closer than kin. I return it to her, notifying her that you have been taken by me. She even mentioned that I should take good care of you, allowing you to acclimate to life here. Shenluo remarked, yet he never uttered such words. It was inconceivable. On the contrary, he had harbored intentions of eliminating Shenluo. How could she possibly say such a thing? Shenluo was jesting. You are shameless. She could never have said that. How could Tao Tu trust Shenluo's words? Her sister would never allow a pirate to care for her. It was preposterous. Even children have learned to deceive, have they not? How old are you this year? Tao Tu glared at the youth before her, who had yet to reach the age of 16. Who would dare believe that at such a tender age, someone could ascend to the new world and become the 5th pirate emperor after red-haired? Who could fathom such a reality? He was merely a child. Tao Tu was nearing 40. In truth, a Navy general typically began their ascent at the age of 35. She was the mightiest female Navy officer, possessing the highest swordsmanship. Her mature allure setting her apart, her gaze imbued with a unique clarity. Do you wish to regard me as a child? At that moment, Tao Tu found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she could no longer consider him a mere child. In reality, countless pirates are born of circumstance. Children who have been forced into piracy for various reasons. Boys and girls alike, many of whom are under 10 years old, enter a life of piracy before their pure hearts have succumbed to corruption. Yet as time passes, their humanity begins to decay, darkening their souls. Tao Tu had witnessed this all too often. This world embodies a vicious cycle. For instance, the Tenryubito's greed has led to the ruin of countless families, and those who survive are compelled to become pirates to continue living. Subsequently, as pirates, they perpetrate violence and plunder, forcing the survivors of their cruelty into the same fate. This cycle is unending, and it would be erroneous to attribute the blame solely to the Tenryubito. There are myriad reasons. This world is inherently dark. To regard pirates as adventurers is undoubtedly a grave misjudgment. Do not treat me as a child, lest you discover the consequences. Shenluo paid no further heed to Tao Tu. He was off to have his meal. Here, it is advisable for you to behave, or you'll find out. Estes whispered into Tao Tu's ear, her words light yet laden with threat. I rather favor Tao Tu. Do not mention her age. In truth, I have a penchant for such matters. I previously read works by you, who often features female leads aged 35 and above, yet below 50. Tao Tu's height is rather alluring. Let's consider her average height for the sake of narrative flow. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. During this interval, aside from encountering 6 pirate crews, little of note had occurred. The New World is vast and perilous, with pirates far more formidable than those of the Grand Line. And even the Sea Kings here surpass those in the Four Seas and the initial segments of the Grand Line. How wondrous it would be to have a sky island, akin to the Golden Lion's domain, or to possess the ability to levitate an island myself. It would indeed be far more exhilarating than sailing through these waters. Shenluo sat upon the deck, gazing through the gaps in the ship's railing at the tranquil sea before him, a sight devoid of fascination. As he beheld this same scenery daily, he had encountered 6 pirate crews, all of whom had met their demise at his hands. In contrast to Shenluo's monotony, Tao found herself increasingly bored and helpless. As a prisoner, she now served aboard Shenluo's vessel. Yet how could a dignified Navy officer become a member of a pirate crew? Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Navy's reputation. Tao understood Shenluo's perception of her. He recognized her formidable strength. She was indeed powerful. Yet her defeat at the hands of Estes was solely due to the latter's inexplicable elemental transformation, rendering even hockey ineffective. Such a power was unfathomable. Tao had struck Estes 3 times, yet the latter's elemental transformation left her powerless. Furthermore, Tao had discovered another truth. Shenluo's 2 female crew members had long been underestimated. Estes needed no introduction, but the new crew member, Catastrophe, was different. She had previously been an operative of the world government, her combat prowess not exceeding 700. She was not a devil fruit user, yet now, her strength had multiplied exponentially. What does it mean to wield 200 million volts of lightning? Tao mused that such a level of lightning could obliterate her. The thunder fruit user, Catastrophe, with Shenluo's assistance, she had attained such terrifying power in a mere 3 months. Simultaneously, Tao began to comprehend why Shenluo's growth was so astonishing. If his crew members were this formidable, how could he not be? It is simply inconceivable. Do not underestimate Estes and Catastrophe, for they are 3 women of substance, whose strength far surpasses that of countless others. If I were to confront the Navy, I would undoubtedly falter. I must find an opportunity to return. I cannot allow him to have control over me, nor could I ever collaborate with a Navy officer. Any Navy officer, for that matter. Tao gazed at Shenluo, lost in contemplation. Although the words Shenluo had spoken to her about the Navy had some merit, the reality of this world was unchanged over the decades and centuries. It was inherently predictable. The common folk required the Navy, even if it bore traces of decay. Yet, what would happen if the Navy ceased to exist? All semblance of order would collapse, and the future of the world would become unimaginable. One undeniable truth remained. The majority of the populace, an overwhelming majority, supported the Navy, for without it, their very lives might be at stake. Such is the nature of this world. Pirates are unforgivable. After years of serving as a naval officer, Tao had witnessed countless atrocities, the crimes of pirates numbering far beyond any countable measure. That child, Tao looked at Shenluo, hesitating to speak. Over the past half-month, she had come to understand the terrifying capabilities he possessed, abilities that seemed to belong solely to Whitebeard. With a single punch, he could unleash a cataclysmic tsunami, burying countless pirates beneath the waves. Or he could freeze the ocean itself. When the tsunami surged, the icy waves would rise like a towering wall, a frigid blast of air assaulting her senses, as cold as the depths of winter. Furthermore, Shenluo wielded that golden weapon, with hundreds of magical formations, a display of opulence that left Tao utterly astonished. How many abilities did he truly possess? A mere child, Tao relinquished any thought of resistance. She was no match for him. This youth's strength surpassed the limits of imagination within this world. Tao felt utterly powerless. Alas! With a long sigh, she lamented her misfortune. What did she do? Fleeing was impossible. They were completely unguarded against her, showing no concern that she might escape. Gun, come here and play cards, Carlifa called out, having grown familiar enough to address her by name. Over there, beneath the sunshade, a small table awaited. with this death and Carlifa already in attendance. What do you wish to do? Play cards? Do ditsu? Yes, indeed, Carlifa replied with a smile. Not interested. Tao Tu had never cared for such pastimes, but at that moment, Isteth interjected, Old woman, afraid to compete with me? What did you say? Upon hearing herself referred to as old woman, Tao Tu bristled. At just over 30, she was hardly old, barring unforeseen circumstances. She could easily live another 50 or 60 years. She had not yet traversed half of life's journey. She was no ordinary person. Thus, upon hearing Isteth's words, Tao Tu ap go jek. It's just Odiju. Don't think I'm afraid of you, Ice Woman. She took a seat. You'll get used to it. That's just how she is. Carlifa reminded her. Isteth added, Moreover, you should abandon any thoughts of escape. Otherwise, I will kill you. After all, you're not my adversary. Even without elemental transformation, you cannot contend with me. Isteth brandished an ice dagger in her left hand, waving it before Tao Tu, the threat unmistakable. She was fiercely protective of Shenluo. If she discovered that Tao Tu had done something to displease him, she would not hesitate to eliminate her. Tao Tu truly wished to avoid conversing with this woman, who was all too eager to resort to violence. Moreover, Isteth was not merely a talker. She was capable of following through on her threats. During this time, Tao Tu had experienced Isteth's ruthlessness firsthand. She was genuinely terrifying to her foes. Carlifa chuckled. Jiwen, you'll get used to it. I was also quite uncomfortable at first, but now I've adapted. Get used to it? I find that difficult to accept, Tao Tu admitted candidly. Isteth warned. Just make sure you don't fall in love with that child over there. I'll want to let him out. Fall in love with him? Tao Tu lauget? Your words are quite amusing. I am 20 years his senior. How shameless. Eyeglasses girl, take note. This is what she said. I heard. They began playing cards. A simple game of do di ju, perfectly suited for 3 players, a casual activity that could easily fill an afternoon with conversation among women. The ship, the Junwang, sailed across the vast ocean. Where to head next? Shenluo had not yet decided, but he once harbored the ambition to challenge the world's strongest man. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. On board were 3 women, sufficient for his needs. He had initially considered adding Legio, but ultimately opted for Tao Tu instead. Now, with 3 female crew members, each possessing considerable strength, the dynamics were promising. As for how Tao Tu would ultimately submit to the protagonist, that remained to be seen. One could not simply expect immediate allegiance. People have principles they must uphold. In my personal view, the Navy is indispensable in the world of pirates. One cannot dismiss the Navy's existence simply because of its imperfections. This chapter unfolds at night. The weather over the ocean is notoriously capricious. The day had been sunny until the afternoon, only for darkness to descend as evening approached. This was not the gradual onset of night, but rather a shroud of thick clouds, accompanied by thunder and flashes of lightning. Rain was imminent, a storm. Storms at sea are often more terrifying than those on land. Numerous vessels have met their demise beneath tempestuous skies. What a peculiar weather pattern. Tao Tu felt exasperated. She had been engrossed in do di ju with his death and the others when the rain began to pour, extinguishing her enthusiasm. It was utterly dreary. Meanwhile, Carlifa was preparing dinner. The timing was unfortunate, as the rain had begun in earnest, and now they faced this predicament. The rain poured heavily, with thunder and lightning manifesting in the clouds, and the wind picked up, causing the sails of Junwang to flap violently. Soon, the sea would begin to heave beneath the storm's wrath. As Shenluo surveyed the horizon, a massive pirate ship emerged. The ship's bow resembled the elongated tusks of an elephant, and its pirate flag bore a skull with tusks. It was the drought disaster Jack. Tao Tu, who was holding an umbrella for Shenluo, also spotted the ship, roughly 100 meters away. Indeed, it was Drought Jack, one of the 3 calamities under Kaido of the beasts. He was an ancient Zoan-type user with the form of a mammoth, one of the prominent figures of the beast pirates. The Navy was well aware of his notorious reputation. He was the scum of scum, capable of razing cities and obliterating islands for the sake of something he desired. The members of the beast pirates were all cut from the same cloth, with their primal, savage instincts amplified as Zoan-type users. Do you intend to eliminate them? Drought Jack is no benevolent soul. Encountering him would surely lead to conflict. Even if you do not engage them, they will surely provoke you. The Navy often finds themselves at odds with them. Any encounter is bound to bring trouble. Tout 2 spoke the truth. Both Handseye Jack and the Three Disasters, along with the Beast Kaido, share a common trait. None of them harbor any fear. These four individuals are notorious for their terrifying physiques. The Beast Kaido, for instance, has sustained only a single injury, inflicted by Kazuki Oden's powerful attack. The other three disasters are all exceptionally rare Zoan-type ancient lineage users, whose physical prowess is formidable and whose strength is equally daunting. Additionally, the members of the Beast Pirates exhibit a brazen demeanor, as they are not easily intimidated, fear few adversaries, and thus remain unafraid of anything. Handseye Jack is poised to strike first, waiting for the opportune moment to act as they draw nearer. Presently, Handseye Jack and his crew are advancing toward Shenluo, clearly intent on launching an assault. Not only do they dare to approach Shenluo, but they would also not hesitate to confront the Whitebeard pirates. I must clarify my stance. Should they be pirates, I shall engage. If they are navy, I will refrain from action. Tao Tu remarked in proximity to Shenluo. The navy does not provoke me, and I do not initiate hostilities. You must understand that it is always the navy that threatens me, not the other way around. Shenluo's words left Tao Tu momentarily speechless. You would be better off not being a pirate, Shenluo. I see you're not a villain. However, the moment I killed the celestial dragon, I can no longer align myself with the navy. In truth, I harbor a deep disdain for the celestial dragons. Yet even within the navy, there are just causes. Do not paint the navy with a broad brush. Its virtues far outweigh its vices, much like how there are good individuals among pirates and bad among the navy. Please refrain from inundating me with such futile discourse, Shenluo replied. Tao Tu found herself at a loss for words. It was challenging for her to perceive this boy as a pirate. Nevertheless, the reality was that Shenluo was not someone she could easily influence. He turned his gaze toward the ship across from him, where Handseye Jack stood, donned in an iron mask, flanked by long, white tusks. His massive form and bulging muscles exuding a fierce countenance. The Beast Kaido and his calamities shared this fearsome appearance. Handseye Jack met Shenluo's gaze. What shall we do, Captain? The opponent is the fifth Emperor of the Sea, the Fire Sword Shenluo. One of Handseye Jack's underlings, clutching a telescope, stammered, his body trembling with a primal fear of the strong. The others echoed similar sentiments, though some were eager to vanquish Shenluo, their faces betraying a bloodthirsty desire. Annihilating pirate crews was a commonplace endeavor for them, and they had lost count of how many they had obliterated. However, loyalty to Captain Jack ensured their sustenance. Attack! Handseye Jack commanded decisively. If he allowed fear of the pirate emperor to deter him, he would cease to be Handseye Jack, one of the most esteemed subordinates of the Beast Kaido. Furthermore, Shenluo was not like the other pirate emperors. His fame stemmed merely from defeating Navy admirals and Big Mom, who was notorious for her madness. Presently, Big Mom's insanity was merely habitual behavior. In time, Charlotte Linlin would revert to being the pirate emperor Big Mom. Moreover, Shenluo appeared exceedingly youthful. Handseye Jack scrutinized Shenluo's physique, which bore no resemblance to that of formidable pirate emperors, thus rendering his battle prowess questionable. Yet Handseye Jack had never known fear. The only figures he feared were Beast Kaido, Plague Queen, and Flame Calamity. As for Shenluo, he would strike first. Attack! Handseye Jack bellowed, commanding the ship's cannons to turn toward Shenluo. The sound of cannon fire erupted, accompanied by the roaring winds and the thunderous clash of the skies. Shenluo leapt onto the ship's railing before soaring into the air. With a single punch, the power of the Jinjin fruit surged forth, fracturing the atmosphere and freezing the incoming cannonballs mid-flight. The ocean's surface was upheaved as colossal waves formed beneath him, resembling a giant hand that crashed toward Handseye Jack, sweeping the cannonballs into the sea. I shall send you into the depths of the ocean. Let us see if you dare to invade me, Shenluo declared, his irritation with Handseye Jack palpable. He ought to know who he was facing. Utilizing the shockwave from his punch, He propelled the massive waves forward, creating an impenetrable wall. Though he could not see Hands-Eye Jack's expression, he surmised it was anything but favorable. "Shall we intervene?" Tao Tu inquired of Asta. As long as they were not attacking the Navy, she felt free to act, especially against a notorious pirate like Hands-Eye Jack. "No need. Shen Luo will manage," Asta replied. However, defeating Hands-Eye Jack would inevitably provoke Beast Kaido, igniting a war with the Beast Pirates. Tao Tu pondered this and lightly tapped her forehead. Hands-Eye Jack was formidable, but when compared to the other three members of the Beast Pirates, he was not overly intimidating. Plague Queen, Flame Calamity, and the Beast Kaido himself, particularly the latter, had eluded capture by the Navy multiple times. This monster could not be contained by the sea or sea prism stones. All attempts to subdue him had failed. The strongest creature across land, sea, and sky, Beast Kaido, va? Quite splendid, Asta exclaimed with delight, her joy palpable as she seemed to yearn for the chaos. "Are you truly so pleased?" Tao Tu questioned, perplexed. "Why not? Shouldn't a wife unconditionally support her husband as he ascends to the pinnacle of the world?" Asta retorted, leaving Tao Tu momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Hands-Eye Jack's subordinates were in utter disarray. The ominous clouds had already dimmed the daylight, and as the waves conjured by Shen Luo approached, the darkness deepened. The monstrous waves instilled a sense of dread among many of the underlings, causing some to tremble in place. "Captain Jack, the waves are coming. How terrifying!" One underling gasped. "To think he can manipulate the sea. This is beyond frightening." Panic had already gripped the lower ranks, some quaking in fear while others were no better off. While they excelled at plundering and pillaging, they lacked the courage to face elite combatants. Hands-Eye Jack's pupils contracted in shock as he beheld the towering wave, its height at least 30 meters, forming in a mere 20 seconds. The tilt of the sea had forced his ship back by about 20 meters, and it continued to rock violently. In the face of such a tumultuous sea, Hands-Eye Jack felt utterly powerless. "What shall I do?" he mused, a sensation akin to striking an iron plate coursing through him. Just then, the monstrous wave crashed down, its overwhelming force capable of upending everything in its path. Hands-Eye Jack's ship was struck, though it did not capsize. In truth, Shen Luo had no desire for it to be overturned. However, many of the underlings, unable to secure themselves to anything, were swept into the sea, their cries for help drowned out by the tumultuous waters, as no one cared for their plight. Drought Jack, indifferent to their plight, displayed his formidable strength as he transformed into a colossal mammoth when the waves crashed down. With 4 sturdy legs, he stood resilient against the ocean's onslaught. However, even as the waves receded, the tumultuous winds and rain continued to agitate the sea. The deck of Drought Jack's ship was inundated, but it was no ordinary vessel. Even in the face of tsunami, its destruction would not come easily. Yet the mast, which bore the sails, had been severed, impeding their voyage. A moment of trepidation crept into Drought Jack's mind, but it was merely fleeting. As a subordinate of Kaido, he recognized that his standing paled in comparison to that of Plague Queen and others who garnered Kaido's favor. If he could deliver a significant blow to Godfall, surely Kaido would regard him with greater esteem. Drought Jack was resolute in his desire to achieve glory. "Do you seek to attack me?" Godfall descended from above, casting his gaze upon Drought Jack. As Drought Jack instinctively looked up upon hearing the voice, Godfall unleashed a magnificent strike aimed at his mammoth head. Such a massive physique, in my view, rendered him more susceptible to my assault, especially upon the sea, where he held no advantage. A dull thud accompanied a thunderous crash. The former was the sound of Godfall's fist colliding with Drought Jack's head, while the latter was the result of the immense pressure causing the deck to collapse, creating a pit with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters. Drought Jack's limbs sank into the wreckage, stunned by the sheer force of what seemed an ordinary punch. The enormity of Godfall's might sent shivers down Drought Jack's spine, as he could scarcely fathom its terrifying nature. This was merely a commonplace strike, relying solely on physical strength. Godfall had honed his body using the powers of the Jinjin fruit, resulting in significant enhancement. Drought Jack was undoubtedly the first to experience such power. Moreover, Godfall deemed Drought Jack unworthy of a true confrontation. He could defeat him in an instant and had little desire to squander time. With rain pouring down, Godfall was eager to return and cleanse himself. Yet he despised the sensation of being drenched. Once more, Godfall struck, just as Drought Jack swung his elongated snout. But he was swiftly repelled by Godfall's kick. Godfall's fist descended with a resounding crash, striking Drought Jack's head with the force of a mountain, causing his skull to cave in, leaving him on the verge of concussive disorientation as his body swayed. "Should you survive this encounter, maintain your distance from me," Godfall declared. Observing Drought Jack's eyes begin to glaze over. He then ascended onto the back of the mammoth, delivering another devastating blow. This strike, aimed at the mammoth's back, carried the power to obliterate several buildings, sending Drought Jack and his ship plummeting into the depths of the sea. In a mere 10 seconds, the sound of the impact resembled countless bombs detonating simultaneously, a testament to the divine might behind Godfall's punch. His strength was palpable, evoking a sense of dread. The ocean was left with a colossal crater, which took over 20 seconds to be concealed by the waves. Drought Jack could only speculate on his fate. He would surely lose a layer of flesh rather than merely skin. The physical resilience of ancient beings was formidable, far surpassing that of mere humans. Monster! Tao felt a tremor of fear as he watched the king, whose punch had sent the opposing ship into the abyss. Regardless of the vessel's weight, the buoyancy of the sea combined with its resistance was truly daunting. "You will gradually acclimate," Isteth remarked with a smile. What manner of creature must the Navy confront? Isteth suddenly found herself irritated by Tao-2's frequent references to Godfall as a monster, a term that left her displeased. "Why you persist in calling him a monster?" Tao-2 was momentarily at a loss for words. Isteth, without further comment, retreated into the ship, preparing for dinner. Godfall returned, drenched from the rain. "You must wash up. Otherwise, you may catch a cold," Tao-2 said, offering shelter with an umbrella. Yet, as the words left his lips, he regretted his concern for Godfall, perhaps seeing him as a child in need of protection. It was a natural maternal instinct. A cold is out of the question. The sun shone brightly, with nary a cloud in the sky. This was the Marine headquarters, where the grand building emblazoned with the words Marine Headquarters stood. Outside the marshal's office, the corridor faced the circular harbor of Marineford, the very bay that would soon welcome the White-Beard pirates. Crane stood in the corridor, gazing out at the tranquil sea, though turmoil brewed within her heart. Since Tao-2's abduction, her peace had been shattered. It was the 16th day since the incident, and 15 days had passed without a word, leaving Crane in a state of unrest, unable to even eat. What has become of Tao-2? What will happen to her? Crane's mind twisted with the darkest of thoughts regarding Godfall, imagining the worst. She sighed deeply, having served as a Marine her entire life. She was well aware of the nature of pirates. This world, while beautiful, was far from the fairy tale that children imagined. It was a brutal adult reality where strength reigned supreme and fists spoke louder than words. Pirates set sail for what? Wealth, fame, status, and the allure of beauty, especially the latter. If Godfall were to remain passive in this scenario, Crane would not hesitate to strike him down. Her sister had been captured by him, a stunning beauty. Crane could hardly believe Godfall would refrain from taking action. She harbored the most sinister suspicions about Godfall, though she wished to dismiss such thoughts. Perhaps everything would turn out fine. Standing beside Crane, Garp crossed his arms over his chest, his cape billowing in the wind. Who can say? Crane, reluctant to dwell on such matters, found it impossible to halt her thoughts. His power is terrifying. Soon, he may become beyond our ability to withstand. Crane recalled their recent escape near the Golden City, where they had narrowly avoided disaster, if not for the swimming Marines. Some of their more capable members would have faced dire consequences. In summary, during that occasion, their naval headquarters suffered a disastrous defeat, though it was not publicly disclosed. Furthermore, Shenluo's initiative to approach them did not stem from a desire for confrontation. It appeared to be just that. This led he to later feel that Shenluo was akin to an individual who had captured a peach rabbit and was curious about the Navy's reaction, his amusement growing as their frustration escalated. Indeed, that was the case. However, no amount of anger would prove effective, for Shenluo had become unstoppable, possessing immense power, perhaps even invincible strength, and was currently amassing influence. The accumulation of power was the most formidable aspect. The pirate emperors rose to prominence due to their formidable forces. Any crew of the four emperors could match the Navy's headquarters in strength. Numerous individuals of comparable might to Kaido of the 100 Beasts existed in this world, with several imprisoned and impelled down. Moreover, if the Golden Lion desired, he could also reign over the New World. Alas, it seemed the Navy headquarters could not hinder his ascent, much like they could not deter the Red One. Shenluo, where would he venture next? Perhaps feeling stifled aboard the ship, Taotu inquired about Shenluo's forthcoming destination. In the boundless ocean, even a vessel as lengthy as the Dazuoso, spanning 10 kilometers, felt insignificant, let alone smaller ships, which were akin to mere specks of dust. Encountering other vessels at sea relied heavily on chance. However, most ships in the New World were pirate vessels. Upon encountering a pirate ship, there was no need for contemplation. One simply opened fire. The audacity of pirates was evident. During the World Conference, fleets from various nations required the Navy's protection to reach the Holy Land of Mariehua. Without such protection, they would meet their demise upon encountering pirates. Furthermore, the escorting Navy could not be ordinary. It needed to possess considerable combat strength. Pirates operated this way. Without plundering and pillaging, how could they generate income? This was aside from the four emperors, who extracted protection fees from their territories. Let's go to Wano. Shenluo mused that Wano seemed like a viable option. Wano. Taotu's expression changed. What manner of place was Wano? It was the very stronghold of the 100 Beast pirate crew. It would be strange not to engage in conflict there. Taotu, your complexion appears unwell. Isides, beside her, was puzzled, unable to fathom why Taotu turned pale at the mention of Wano. Indeed, her complexion had soured. Taotu frowned, stating, Wano is the base of the pirate Emperor Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Just consider it. The pirate crew is based in Wano, which is akin to Cake Island in its significance. Besides, you only vanquished the drought calamity, Jack, yesterday. If Kaido discovers this, one can easily imagine the consequences. Shenluo dismissed her concerns. Who hasn't challenged Kaido aside from Big Mom? I will soon be among them. I am merely shortening the timeline. Big Mom seems to be the one Kaido wishes to avoid. Who knows what entanglements they had in the past? Both are towering figures. Big Mom stands at 9 meters, while Kaido exceeds 10 meters, a classic case of a couple with a significant height difference. You must be mad. The remaining few are truly terrifying. Compared to them, Drought Calamity Jack is merely a younger sibling. Taotu sighed. She had spent most of her time working in the New World and was well acquainted with many matters there. However, the situation of the 100 Beast pirate crew was no secret among the top-tier powers. Of course, their artificial Devil Fruit project, which aimed to create a true army of Zoan-type users, remained confidential. Moreover, Wano was in a state of isolation, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. The Navy had not infiltrated Wano. They were unaware of the activities of the 100 Beast pirate crew within its borders. Nevertheless, regarding their pirate crew, aside from the 3 disasters in Kaido, the rest were of little concern, so there was no need for alarm. Are you so confident? Taotu expressed her growing exasperation. Yes, a man must be confident. This is what Isides stated. I feel you have led him astray. Isides. Taotu shot a glare at Isides, who harbored grand ambitions to assist Shenluo in ascending to the pinnacle of the world, becoming the sole sovereign. Essentially, the ruler of the world, intent on toppling the celestial dragon's dominion. It was a thought too audacious to fathom. Isides had a penchant for violence. She exhibited a disturbingly twisted nature, reveling in the torment of her enemies, shattering their physical form before dismantling their mental state and skillfully employing various forms of horrific torture. Not working at Impel Down is truly a waste. Taotu's assessment of Isides. Isides retorted with a cold smile. So, what do you believe Shenluo should do? In truth, it would be best not to become a pirate. But there is no turning back now. Turning back? Shenluo shook his head, positing that if the Revolutionary Army were to overthrow the world government, they would become the new rulers, and no one would deem them illegitimate. The populace only cares about results, not the process. I fear you will eventually encounter trouble. Tautu was at a loss for words. Shenluo was not a ruthless pirate, at least not at this moment. To Tautu, he seemed like a mere child. However, human hearts can decay and deteriorate, especially once one becomes a pirate. Pirates are unbound, free to indulge their desires, and any semblance of desire will expand infinitely. Even those who are coerced into piracy may become irredeemably wicked over time. The human heart can rot and fall, and the beautiful aspects of human nature will fade away. This is the nature of piracy, for human desires can never be satiated. The next destination is Wano. The island where Wano is located resembles a round cake with a bite taken out, and the direction of the bite aligns with the location of Onigashima. The two islands not far apart. The sea surrounding Wano is elevated, requiring passage through hundreds of meters high cliffs and waterfalls to access it. After Kaido of the 100 Beasts allied with Orochi to betray Kazuki Oden, the 100 Beast pirate crew seized control of Wano, with Kaido himself becoming its true ruler. Onigashima was once Kaido's territory, and the waters around it were his dominion. 5 days later, the king arrived at the shores near Wano, aided by a permanent log pose and Tautu's recollections of Wano's location. Naturally, Tautu, who had worked in the New World for years, was familiar with key locations, and Wano was undoubtedly one of them. Wano is a superpower in the New World, even more formidable than Dressrosa, due to its terrifying martial prowess. Being a nation of samurai. However, Wano is not a member of the world government. Although the world government and the Navy regard it with importance, Wano exists in a state of isolation. To maintain their rule, the residents of Wano, as a samurai nation, are prohibited from possessing swords. Wano is a unique region with no coastal access to the outer sea, surrounded solely by cliffs and waterfalls. Beyond them lies the inner sea, which contains both the main island of Wano and Onigashima. This poses quite a challenge. Shenluo gazed at the towering waterfall ahead, hundreds of meters high. Indeed, it was perilous, making it nearly impossible for vessels to ascend. Such is the case. Otherwise, why would Wano maintain its isolation? Is it possible for an ordinary person to ascend such a cliff waterfall? Tautu reminded everyone that as a formidable nation situated in the New World, Wano Kuni is a secluded land that never welcomes outsiders, abstains from joining the world government, and does not allow naval vessels to enter its waters. Thus, other pirates have no hope of breaching its borders. This cliff waterfall indeed serves a significant purpose. What shall we do to ascend? Khalifa gazed ahead at the towering waterfall, feeling somewhat bewildered. The sound of water cascading from above was thunderous, resonating even 200 meters away from the waterfall, deafening those nearby, including the ship, the Junwang. Unlike the Sky Islands, there are no rising currents here. The impact from above could be extraordinarily terrifying, capable of shattering any vessel. Even the 60-meter-long Junwang appeared diminutive before such a waterfall. Let the Sea Kings pull us, or perhaps the fish will suffice, Shenluo suggested. In reality, he was unaware of the method to reach Wano Kuni. It involved using giant koi to tow ships. These koi possess the ability to ascend hundreds of meters of cliff waterfalls, and using them to pull the ship into Wano Kuni's inland sea is a closely guarded secret. Without the koi, one would have to rely on flying abilities to ascend, and possessing the Fua Nomi would be optimal. Do we have ropes? Tautu inquit gudio sili. Yes, we bought a large bundle of ropes in Dressrosa, originally intended for anchoring, Khalifa replied. I'll dive into the sea. You all wait for me here, the Junwang declared, remaining atop the water surface while Shenluo exchanged greetings with them before plunging into the depths. This task had always been his responsibility, as he was the backbone of the ship. Isn't he a devil fruit user? How can he touch the sea? Tautu question. Puzzled. The master is not a user. Khalifa replied with a mysterious smile. Not a user? Then what is his ability? Tautu's curiosity deepened, eager for an answer. But Khalifa chose not to respond further. Having reached the water, Shenluo indeed encountered numerous giant koi residing in this area. He had fortuitously thought of using fish to tow the ship, although he did not realize this was the method of ascent. Creatures in this world are vast, and fish are no exception, A giant koi is akin to a small boat, illustrating their immense size. Capturing such fish is straightforward. A display of conqueror's haki would suffice to intimidate them. If Shirahoshi were present, it would be even better, as she can communicate with marine creatures and even manipulate fish. Soon, Shunluo managed to frighten 4 koi into approaching, their eyes wide with fear as they awaited at the bow of the Junwang. Perhaps accustomed to being used for towing, they understood their current purpose. All right, Shunluo resurfaced, instructing Khalifa to tie one end of the rope to the bow and throw it down. Unbeknownst to them, their every action had already been captured by the surveillance of the Beast Pirates headquarters. Before a massive screen, many subordinates of the Beast Pirates were either trembling or sweating profusely, while the plague-ridden queen sat in a chair, puffing on a cigar. Behind him, the flame disaster, Jean, stood with his arms crossed, frowning as he observed the screen displaying the Junwang. To think it is that boy. Lord Kaido has taken quite an interest in him lately, Plague Queen remarked gravely, astonished by Shun Luo's arrival. He was aware of the method to ascend to Wano Kuni. This was a secret to the outside world. Should we stop him, Lord Kaido? Jean inquired, looking toward the figure of Kaido, who was seated in the distance, sipping his drink. Having been informed of Shun Luo's arrival, Kaido's attention has been piqued, especially since Shun Luo had defeated Big Mom. Observing the dilapidated state of Cake Island, one could only imagine the horror of the battle that transpired. Following the alliance with the Golden Lion, Kaido's interest has escalated to unprecedented heights. Jean, go stop him. Let me see his capabilities, Kaido commanded, crushing the wine bottle in his hand. His domineering voice sent shivers through everyone present, even causing Plague Queen and Flame Jean to change color, for the fearsome Kaido instilled dread and awe. Prevent Shin Luo from ascending. Let Lord Kaido witness his true strength. This is a test from the seasoned pirate emperor to the emerging pirate emperor. Without a doubt, Shin Luo had entered Kaido's field of vision, a fact he was yet unaware of. 10 minutes later, 4 koi towed the Junwang towards the cliff waterfall, charging up the vertical precipice with remarkable strength. Impressive. I never thought fish could be used to tow a ship. Khalifa and the others marveled, the sheer verticality of the waterfall appearing daunting, let alone attempting to scale it. At that moment, just as the Junwang was about to ascend the cliff waterfall, all nearby cannons turned toward it. In the monitoring room of Wano Kuni, Plague Queen commanded his subordinates to activate the cannon batteries near the waterfall, ordering them to fire upon Shin Luo and his crew. This was a trial. Naturally, Kaido wished them to fire. If Shin Luo could not overcome this minor test, then what right did he have to stand shoulder to shoulder with a man like Kaido? Kid, let me see your tactics. Of course, a powerful pirate crew cannot be upheld by one alone. What your crew's strength? Plague Queen, now nearly spherical in shape, puffed on his cigar, reclining with interest before the screen. Flame Jean cast a glance before stepping out. Are you planning to intervene, Jean? Plague Queen asked, somewhat surprised. This is Lord Kaido's command, Jean replied coldly. Kaido, still drinking, sat far off with several bottles of liquor surrounding him. Let me see how powerful you truly are. The one who defeated that old hag, Kaido declared, crushing another wine bottle, his actions causing his subordinates to nearly lose control of their bladders. Associating with Kaido was no simple feat meanwhile. Shin Luo and his group noticed the cannons aimed at them, dozens of them positioned high above, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire, the sounds of explosions echoing relentlessly. Had they been discovered? Tao Tu's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly unsheathed her renowned blade. Jean Pai Luo. In such moments, hesitation was unwarranted. She launched herself into action. With a decisive strike, she cleaved through a projectile midair, severing it in two before it erupted in a violent explosion. Yet her onslaught did not cease there. Another strike was directed at the cannon's muzzle, rendering the artillery utterly ineffective as she effortlessly bisected it, leading to yet another detonation. Others joined the fray. Asta and Khalifa took their respective stances. Asta unleashed a barrage of ice projectiles, sweeping away the incoming shells with ease, preventing them from advancing even a fraction closer. Khalifa, adopting a more straightforward approach, summoned columns of lightning that obliterated the cannon into smithereens. Such munitions might pose a threat to an ordinary individual, but against Asta and her companions, they were of little consequence. Nearly 20 cannons were swiftly dismantled. As for Shen Luo, he refrained from engaging. He awaited the arrival of others. For if they had been detected, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. It indicated the presence of formidable adversaries. Should these foes be of the caliber of Shen Luo, then it was likely that the likes of Izai Kuei-in and Yin Zai-jin were among them. Or perhaps even the formidable Kaido himself might appear. Shen Luo felt a tinge of anticipation, pondering if they had realized his presence. Meanwhile, Yin Zai-jin emerged from the monitoring room, stepping into the realm where the cliff met the waterfall. Jin, Yisai Kuyin remarqued, observing the grand display on the screen as Yin Zai-jin leaped from the precipice, his black wings unfurling like those of a bird. Yin Zai-jin, the most formidable warrior under Kaido, possessed the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, allowing him to transform into a flying dinosaur. Similarly, Izai Kuei-in also shared this dinosaur lineage, albeit distinct from Kaido's. As Yin Zai-jin plummeted, his eyes unwavering, he transformed into a black-winged dragon at a height of 50 meters, enveloped in blazing flames. It appeared that he wielded the power of fire manipulation. He descended toward the monarch, catching sight of Shen Luo, observing him with an air of calm and composure. So young, Yin Zai-jin marveled, struck by the juxtaposition of youth and strength that rivaled even Kaido. He dove toward the monarch, his claw poised to strike. This is Yin Zai-jin, the strongest subordinate of Kaido, far surpassing the likes of Hanzai, Jieku. Tao Tu remarked beside Shen Luo. I am aware. Shen Luo replied with a smile. What an eyesore. Asta commented, to which Khalifa concurred. Indeed, Yin Zai-jin's current form, as a black winged dragon, was rather unappealing. Shen Luo ascended into the air, charging toward Yin Zai-jin. As he closed the distance, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the descending claw of his opponent. The collision of fist and claw produced a tremendous shockwave, forcing Yin Zai-jin's claw to recoil from Shen Luo's blow. Shen Luo pressed forward, delivering another fierce punch. You can fly? Yin Zai-jin questioned, instinctively raising his fists in defense. The two fists collided, sending forth another shockwave that ruffled Shen Luo's garments and hair. If you can soar, why can't I? Shen Luo chuckled. At that moment, a radiant golden magic circle materialized to his side, its dazzling brilliance startling Yin Zai-jin, who had been caught unawares. In that instant, a weapon was launched toward his head. What a close call. The projectile was released just as Yin Zai-jin opened his eyes, but his seasoned instincts allowed him to evade, the sharp spear grazing past his right ear. What is this ability? Not only was Yin Zai-jin astonished, but Izai Kuei-in, observing from the large screen, was equally perplexed. As Shen Luo stood behind a resplendent golden glow, Yin Zai-jin was taken aback, nearly unable to keep his eyes open. He retreated several meters, finding himself at the precipice of the waterfall. Filled with astonishment, he beheld 200 golden beams of light behind Shen Luo, each emanating from a magic circle, with every weapon aimed directly at him. Such an extraordinary ability. How many powers does he possess? Yin Zai-jin could only express his thoughts through sheer amazement. Shall I present you with a challenge? Shen Luo inquired with a smile, as all the weapons aligned themselves toward Yin Zai-jin. Such a challenge. Yin Zai-jin felt an overwhelming pressure. His opponent was no ordinary pirate, but a man who stood shoulder to shoulder with Kaido. What is this ability? What powers does he wield? In the distance, Kaido inquired, seemingly inebriated. Quinn, how is the situation? He has unleashed a power that we have no intelligence on, Quinn responded. What ability? Kaido lifted his head, appearing intrigued. I cannot describe it. I am at a loss for words. At that moment, Kaido smashed his wine jug and approached, his towering form resembling a monstrous entity, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. Kaido, this is that ability. Quinn gestured toward the screen, awash in golden hues. As Shen Luo's weapons commenced their assault on Yin Zai-jin, the barrage was relentless, more densely packed than during a torrential downpour. The sheer velocity of these weapons conveyed their catastrophic potential, and indeed, As Yin Jin evaded the onslaught, the projectile struck the waterfall behind him, revealing signs of damage, while countless stones were shattered and plummeted. This was a sight unseen from the monitoring room. Damn it, what is this ability? Does he not expend resources? Yin Jin frantically dodged the oncoming barrage. Despite his confidence in his physical prowess, the sheer number of weapons left him feeling uncertain, forcing him to evade while searching for a chance to counterattack. Throughout all this, Shen Luo remained suspended in the air, simply summoning a multitude of weapons while refraining from direct confrontation. This is quite bothersome. Let me test my strength. Yin Jin bellowed, unleashing torrents of searing flames from his mouth, his body likewise enveloped in fire. The flames surged toward Shen Luo. Do you aspire to be a fire dragon? Yin Jin? Judging by your name, it seems fitting, Shen Luo responded with a chuckle, as the flames approached resembling a fiery pillar. Dragons breathing fire was not an unusual phenomenon, and Yin Jin indeed bore the flames. However, Shen Luo remained unfazed. Such flames were hardly a concern. He directed his palm toward the incoming fire column, releasing an icy spire that pressed down upon it. What? Yin Jin's expression shifted dramatically as he found himself at a disadvantage, having been swept by the opponent's weapon. In his attempts to evade, he was further hindered by the sudden appearance of an ice pillar, which swiftly enveloped his fiery form. The inevitable outcome was clear. While he sought to avoid the terrifying weapon, he became increasingly constrained, ultimately being struck by the ice pillar that propelled him into the depths of the waterfall. The tremendous force generated by the impact shattered the surrounding cliff stones, resulting in a thunderous roar. As for Yin Jin, he was undeniably crushed. Shen Luo retracted the Wangzhu Caibao and, with the keen perception granted by his Jianwen Sura Bachi, discerned that Yin Jin had been pushed deep within the cliff. He had no intention of pursuing him, having just emerged from the sea and changed into a fresh set of attire. Shen Luo would not leap into the waterfall to continue battling Yin Jin unless the latter resurfaced. Glancing upward, he noted that the Jinwang had ascended, coincidentally observing several koi fish descending, the very ones he had captured earlier. I must ascend as well. Indeed, mere moments later, Yin Jin burst forth, drenched and charging at Shen Luo. The intense heat radiating from him evaporated the water, clinging to his form within seconds, a testament to the scorching temperature of his flames. With a resounding clash, Shen's fist collided with Jin's, generating a maelstrom of wind. You truly do not look appealing when transformed into a wyvern, Shen Luo remarked, eyeing Yin Jin as considerable bulk. Appearance is of little consequence. It is strength that matters. Yin Jin retorted coldly, wary of underestimating his opponent. After all, Shen Luo was not of the same caliber as himself. Yin Jin regarded him with the same caution he would afford to Gedoa. Despite his own power, he knew he could not rival the Doa. Unlike the reckless Jia, he understood the gravity of the situation. However, Gedoa merely sought to hinder Shen Luo's ascent, not to incite an all-out confrontation. Your abilities must have awakened by now, haven't they? Shen Luo inquired curiously, launching a kick that was met by Yin Jin's claw. Indeed, they have awakened, though I seldom employ them unless faced with dire necessity. So, this is not a moment of desperation for you? Precisely. I sense no malice in your intent, hence it is not a time for desperation, Yin Jin replied matter-of-factly. Allow me to demonstrate this technique, Shen Luo said with a smile, tightening his left fist. Equal. With that, he struck towards Yin Jin's chest. Even before contact, Yin Jin's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming power behind the blow. Instinctively, he raised his hand to defend himself, but, boom! The punch landed squarely against Yin Jin's palm, which could not withstand the force. The impact resonated throughout the area, sending shockwaves that pierced through Yin Jin's body and severed the waterfall behind him. His chest caved inward as a look of sheer terror crossed his face. And just as he was about to spew blood, he was thrust back into the depths of the waterfall amidst a series of explosive sounds, large boulders cascading down as he was engulfed in the rocky abyss. All done. Yin Jin has been defeated. With that, Shen Luo soared upwards, needing to return to the ship. Given that his actions have been monitored, He was uncertain whether Kadoa and his crew would soon arrive, which would likely lead to yet another fierce battle. A sense of fatigue washed over him. Upon returning to the Zhuang, tranquility enveloped him as he entered the waters surrounding Kadoa. "Did you defeat him?" Tao Tu inquired, fully aware that Anjai Jing was no ordinary adversary, being the foremost subordinate of Kadoa. Capturing him would require the intervention of a naval admiral. Not quite. It was not so simple to vanquish him, Shuo replied, believing that Anjai Jing had not fought at full capacity. He had merely suppressed his opponent. Thus it could not truly be deemed a victory. It was more of a suppression. That seems accurate. He is indeed a formidable creature. You have my respect, Shuo. Tao Tu expressed with genuine admiration. Suddenly, Shuo looked up, noticing the emergence of a colossal blue dragon in the sky. An awe-inspiring sight that was not of the dinosaur variety, but rather a creature of true Eastern myth. Its imposing form, stretching hundreds of meters, commanded fear and respect, illuminating the previously darkened sky with flashes of lightning. It was Baiso Kaido, a dragon? Asadu gasped, astonished that such a being truly existed. This dragon, indeed, was a legendary creature, revered as a deity. Do we know if Kadoa is an ability user, or is he inherently this creature? Khalifa pondered aloud. Tao Tu's expression turned grave. It is unclear, however. His reputation as the most powerful creature across land, sea, and air is indisputable. Even in the depths of the ocean, he remains unharmed. It is possible he is not an ability user at all, but a dragon in its purest form. Alternatively, he may possess abilities that grant him immunity to the sea. The naval headquarters was well aware of the tales surrounding Bishug Kadoa, having been provoked by him numerous times. Yet, even when captured, the Navy found themselves powerless against him. Did the dragon consume the Rundru to gain human form, or was it the other way around? The enigma of Kadoa as the strongest creature remains unsolved. He is watching us. Specifically, he gazes at you, Shenluo. Shenluo met Kaidoa's gaze, unwavering. You are Shenluo, the one who defeated that old hag? Kadoa's voice resonated with power, his massive form looming in the sky, instilling fear in countless subordinates below. At that moment, the residents of Fudrugo, witnessing the colossal figure, were filled with trepidation. As Kadoa transformed into a dragon, the skies erupted with thunder and lightning, heralding his presence like a deity descending upon them. What is Kadoa up to? The reveling Kinkaso was startled, peering at the massive silhouette of Kadoa, feeling a sense of dread despite the distance. Could it be that an extraordinary figure has arrived? He wondered, aware that he was an ally of Bishug Kadoa, while he himself was the overt ruler of Kadoa, with Kadoa pulling the strings behind the scenes. In response to Kadoa's inquiry, Shenluo remained silent. Set sail. Do not concern yourself with him. He is merely here to intimidate. Shenluo chuckled lightly. Tao Tu was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that the most composed individuals present in Shenluo, showing no signs of panic. Are you not afraid? Kaidoa is a madman, even more so than Dama. Not in the slightest, Shenluo replied, shaking his head. Will you eliminate them this time? I know you are powerful, and if you can vanquish them along with the other pirate emperors, I might consider following you indefinitely. Tao Tu whispered softly in Shenluo's ear, ensuring that even his death and the others could not hear. So you are still standing with the Navy? Indeed, I stand with the Navy, Shenluo replied, unafraid to express. I joined the Navy at a young age, and it is my mission to uphold the justice of this world. If you were to fall into the depths of depravity and become a pirate of villainous deeds, I would not follow you. Tao Tu walked away, oblivious to the slight flush on her cheeks. Shenluo glanced at her, recognizing her naivete. On the side of Onigashima, the plague Quinn observed Shenluo through a telescope. So young, that scum Jin did not obstruct him. Quinn marveled. But what is Kaido doing? Is he planning to intervene? He looked up at the sky where Kaido's colossal and domineering figure instilled a sense of dread. Even a mere glance could evoke submission. The beast Kaido made no move, nor did he harbor such intentions. He merely gazed down at Shenluo from above. Shenluo remained calm, showing no fear of him. Now, this piqued my interest. As Shenluo and his companions gradually approached the coast of Wano, They were about to enter its borders. However, penetrating the isolationist nation of Wano was no simple feat. Quinn. Kaido's voice boomed down at the play. Quinn. Here, Kaido-sama, Quinn replied, suddenly feeling the weight of pressure. And Jin? Has he fainted? I don't know, Kaido-sama. I will go find him. What about Jack? That scoundrel has gone missing for days. Speaking of the drought Jack, he had been gone for quite some time. Quinn asked, Kaido-sama, should he not take action against them? Wait a little longer. With that, Kaido surged into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Although Wano was in a closed state, entering its territory was relatively easy. It was impossible for the entire island to be under constant guard. Thus, Shenluo and his companions disembarked on one of Wano's shores. To blend in, they had to don a local attire. Otherwise, they would be perceived as outsiders, attracting the pursuit of Wano's soldiers, which would be quite troublesome. Moreover, the traditional garments of Wano were indeed unappealing, and both men's and women's styles were equally unattractive. However, Shenluo and his companions merely wore the local clothing temporarily. They had no intention of adopting Wano's distinct style. As night fell in Wano's flower capital, the heart of the nation where the wealthy and noble resided, it stood as the most opulent area, contrasting sharply with the impoverished and backward conditions of other regions in Wano. It could be said that the nation was in a state of decay. Despite being labeled a stronghold of the New World, it merely possessed high military might. After all, it was a country of samurai, yet its economy and quality of life were far inferior to that of Dressrosa, a nation with outdated ideologies. Shenluo and his companions found a place to stay in the flower capital, and then Shenluo ventured out alone. The night scenery was quite beautiful, adorned with lanterns and bustling with activity. The world of Wano's elite in the flower capital was extravagantly lavish, filled with various entertainment venues. The lives of the privileged were indeed splendid, yet such places felt stiflingly backward. As Shenluo strolled through the streets, he observed the architecture lining both sides. The isolationist state, combined with Wano's regressive mindset, rendered the nation significantly lagging. However, on the flip side, Wano was one of the few countries untouched by the celestial dragons. Shenluo's purpose for coming here was solely to challenge the beast Kaido, and he even entertained the notion of establishing a relationship akin to that he had with the Golden Lion. Nevertheless, that seemed improbable. Defeating Kaido was one thing. Kaido's lifetime record of battles was extensive, and it was uncertain how many times he had been vanquished. Shenluo's desire to venture to Wano sparked only after encountering the Drought Jack, as it served as their stronghold. Wait for me. Suddenly, a soft call came from behind. The voice belonging to Tao Tuesday, clad in a kimono. She exuded a unique, mature beauty, a stark contrast to the native women of Wano who often adorned themselves in garish makeup. What brings you here? Shenluo inquired, curious. I was worried about you. I feared you might wander into inappropriate places. I'm not a child. Indeed, the flower capital was notorious for such establishments. There's a legend about the most beautiful woman here. What's her name again? I forgot. Something like Xiao Zi, who is also in that line of work. A courtesan. Yes, the courtesan. A stunning woman, rivaling the beauty of Boa Hancock. Tao Tu inquired, have you met Boa Hancock? The warlord, known as the Pirate Empress? I have. What was your impression? She's all right, somewhat infatuated. Infatuated? Don't be ridiculous. The whole world knows how much she despises men. There are many things you do not know. The Pirate Empress harbors numerous secrets. Share one with me. Shenluo merely smiled mysteriously, saying nothing further. Even children understand the art of deception. Tao Tu regarded Shenluo with a nurturing concern. Setting aside his identity as a pirate, he genuinely evoked a desire for care, especially from women. Tao Tu felt an instinctual need to look after him. Shenluo, honestly, how many people have you killed? I don't know. I have killed 4 celestial dragons and destroyed over a dozen pirate crews, but the exact count eludes me. Shenluo thought to himself that at least he had never engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians, a distinction that set him apart from many pirates. I fear you may face execution someday. During that time, the bounty on your head was for capture alive to be delivered to Mariehua, rather than to impel down. Can you imagine what that entails? You would have to confront the celestial dragons directly. Your fate would be all but sealed. Tao Tu pulled Shinluo into a bustling ramen shop, seating themselves at a corner table. Let's have a bowl of ramen first. One advantage of Wayno's closed state is that no one recognizes us here, and news of us won't reach this place. Execution? That won't happen. If you were captured, that would be your fate. Worse than Rogers. Do you believe it? I will not be caught. They cannot kill me. Tao Tu looked earnestly at Shinluo, always seizing opportunities to impart wisdom. Your current actions have already offended those you should not have. In some respects, your existence is more troublesome for the world government and the celestial dragons than even Dracul Myhawk. You must know of him, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, who has overthrown numerous nations, attempting to undermine the rule of the celestial dragons. They will not succeed. Shinluo sipped his tea, responding with a calm demeanor. Then, Shinluo spoke again, declaring that the Revolutionary Army's meager strength was inconsequential. Aside from a few individuals, the entire Revolutionary Army lacked capable fighters. A handful of us could easily overpower them. The world government's profound foundation is formidable, having maintained its tyrannical rule for 8 centuries while employing cruel methods. They even utilized the devil fruits for the amusement of the celestial dragons by feeding them to slaves. Such an entrenched power indicates their complexity. Even the current dynamics of the New World seem to be orchestrated by them, as they pursue their greatest interests while maintaining the world's balance. The art of imperial governance lies in balance. I hold little hope for the Revolutionary Army. Despite their noble intentions, their success seems nearly impossible. History has shown similar factions opposing the celestial dragons, all of which met with failure. The celestial dragons still possess ancient weapons. Shinluo shared much, leaving Tao Tu in a state of shock. You certainly know a lot, Tao Tu exclaimed. At that moment, 2 bowls of ramen were served. However, after listening to Shinluo's words, Tao Tu furrowed her brow, worried that he might get captured, which would lead to a dire fate. She was at a loss for words, feeling a special affection towards Shinluo that made her want to protect and guide him. Just a few of you? You intend to oppose the entire world? To become the king of the world? Why not aspire to be the pirate king instead? Tao Tu quietly questioned him. The title of pirate king is a relic of others, ultimately leading to execution. Though it was self-proclaimed for a certain purpose, it ignited the great pirate era, which is not exactly a commendable feat, as the cost of this era was borne by countless civilians. It was merely a bowl of ramen, yet their conversation stretched over an hour. By nightfall, nearly 10 o'clock, the moonlight was exquisite, and the streets of the flower capital buzzed with liveliness. Shinluo and Tao Tu had just exited the ramen shop. What a vibrant atmosphere, Tao Tu remarked, noting that aside from the fashion, it bore some resemblance to Sabaody Island. Not bad, Shinluo replied nonchalantly. Tao Tu stayed close to him. Do you wish to buy something to eat? She inquired, noticing an abundance of delectable treats nearby. I'm already full, Shinluo replied. Just one bowl has filled you? I don't believe it. Tao Tu chuckled. They paused at a bun shop where she purchased a steamer full of meat buns for Shinluo. Here for you. Tao Tu offered a bun to his lips. You're still growing. You must eat more. These meat buns will surely make you plump. Tao Tu's laughter was enchanting, and her mature beauty possessed a unique allure. Shinluo, unable to refuse, ended up consuming all 5 buns. Now, that is more like it. Look how thin you are. Tao Tu exclaimed, perceiving Shinluo as akin to her child. It seemed she had entirely forgotten that she had been compelled to stay with him, and, at times, she also overlooked her identity as a Marine admiral. Shinluo consistently addressed her as Ji Yuan, which brought her joy, distinct from how others referred to her. Ji Yuan, let us check over there. Shinluo pointed to a bustling area to the left. What do you want to do? Tao Tu frowned, knowing that area was meant for men. It was merely a place for indulgence. This nation exemplified a patriarchal society where men enjoyed privileges, and the flower capital was a locale for the affluent, with women often relegated to subservience. I want to go. Let us head back. Tao Tu insisted angrily, truly believing Shinluo was akin to her child and could not be allowed near such places. In fact, the lively area was where beautiful courtesans paraded, akin to the renowned Kamurasaki of Wayno, offering men a glimpse of her breathtaking beauty. After all, she was the daughter of Kazuki Oden. one of the world's three great beauties, alongside Boa Hancock and Shirahoshi. Nevertheless, Shunluo was uninterested. Beauty, when said plainly, was not remarkable. Even the most striking women could be obscured by makeup. It was a matter of aesthetics, and Shunluo simply did not appreciate the makeup of Wano women. Men, too, insisted on adopting peculiar styles. What do you want to do, Shunluo? Taodu tugged at him, genuinely wanting to pull him away, yet he was unyielding. What a ridiculous notion. There are already several stunning women aboard the ship, and you wish to gaze upon these superficial beauties? I cannot fathom your intentions, Taodu lamented. It's just the courtesan of Wano coming out. It wouldn't hurt to take a look since we have nothing else to do. The courtesan? Yes. As Shunluo led Taodu along the street, a cacophony erupted as a tall woman emerged at the center, surrounded by numerous attendants. She was exceptionally tall, thanks to her high-heeled shoes, enabling her to look down upon most, while allowing the majority to behold her so-called stunning beauty. Adorned with heavy makeup and a traditional Wano hairstyle resembling a bun, she carried an aura of irresistible allure. Kazuki Hayori surveyed the surrounding men, most of whom were indeed male. For what interest would a woman have in other women? The men were ecstatic, cheering her name, that of Kamurasaki. They remained oblivious to the fact that this courtesan, whom they desired, was merely a cunning woman adept at manipulation, capable of playing them like pawns, leaving them utterly devastated. The more beautiful the woman, the more skilled she was in deceit. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Boa Hancock, who was somewhat simple-minded, and Shirahoshi, who was as innocent as a blank slate. Kazuki Hayori exemplified the quintessential Machiavellian woman. Shunluo felt no stirring of emotion. He was aware that even Boa Hancock remained unmoved, making it even more improbable for him to be affected by Kazuki Hayori. She doesn't seem like a good person, Taodu asserted bluntly, relying solely on her intuition as a woman. Indeed, she was not virtuous. However, this was of little consequence. Such women were perilous. One could discern their true nature simply by gazing into their eyes. Taodu outright rejected Kazuki Hayori. Certainly, curiosity lingered within Shunluo regarding the beauty that could rival Boa Hancock. It was merely that. Shunluo, it's past 10, we should return home. Let us go. A mere glance sufficed, and with that, Shunluo departed alongside Taodu. That boy is quite handsome, Kazuki Hayori remarked, having caught a glimpse of Shunluo, his profile striking, leaving her breathless, though she was uncertain how he appeared frontally. Chapter: The Fall of the Deity. Have you noticed? It seems as though someone is following us. On their way back, Taodu suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing the presence of an unseen follower. This was the keen intuition of a powerful being. Taodu could feel an ominous aura trailing them for several hundred meters, and the sensation of being pursued grew increasingly intense. Am I being overly suspicious? Taodu pondered with uncertainty. Indeed, there was someone following them. Shunluo also sensed it. It was a ninja from Wano Kuni, specifically a subordinate of Kaido the Beast. Ninjas excel in concealment, adept at masking their presence. And even the Kinbunchiko Haki might not detect their existence. Ninjas constitute a clandestine faction. Is it true that someone is tailing us? Shunluo's strength surpassed hers, a fact Taodu acknowledged. Thus, she chose to believe Shunluo's words. It must be a ninja from Wano Kuni, likely an underling of Kaido the Beast. A ninja? Kaido the Beast? The ostensible ruler of Wano Kuni, Kaido the Beast, ascended to power by usurping Kazuki Oden's position. So, we are being stalked by his subordinates? Yes. What shall we do? Taodu gazed at Shunluo. The solution is simple. Eliminate them. Eliminate them? Why do you always resort to murder? Taodu felt a twinge of anger. Otherwise, while you sleep, they might be lurking, don't you think? At Shunluo's words, Taodu involuntarily shivered. It was indeed unsettling. Ninjas are inherently stealthy. At times, they may be perched on rooftops or employ unique techniques to render themselves invisible. So, Ji-Yuan, what do you think? Taodu fell silent, tacitly agreeing. However, even if she dissuaded Shunluo from taking a life, he would not heed her. It was she who ought to follow his lead. At that moment, Shunluo vanished from sight, fully aware of the ninja's location. There was only one, and his strength posed no challenge to Shun Luo. Ninjas are masters of concealment, capable of altering their appearance through various ninjutsu, modifying everything from attire to facial features and even body shape. Thus, they excel at hiding, rendering themselves nearly undetectable. Yet, how could such a mere ninja deceive Shun Luo? He blended in with the crowd, indistinguishable from an ordinary man, his appearance entirely unremarkable. Dressed in attire far removed from the opulence of nobility, merely an average individual. He periodically glanced at Shun Luo and his companion, having been dispatched by Kaido the Beast to surveil them, serving as a form of reconnaissance to ascertain their intentions in Wano Kuni. As the leader of Wano Kuni, Kaido was well informed about significant global events, unlike the average Wano citizen, who lived in a state of ignorance akin to domesticated livestock. As Wano is a closed-off nation where even seagulls delivering news cannot enter, the populace had little interest in the outside world, particularly the residents of Flower Capital, who pursued a life of luxury, indifferent to the state of the world beyond their borders. In contrast, the regions outside Flower Capital languished in poverty, with starvation and toil rendering the inhabitants disinterested in external affairs. Kaido was aware of Shun Luo's identity, recognizing him as the youngest emperor of the sea. However, he underestimated his opponent. Kaido was reckless, believing this land to be his domain. Uncertain of Shun Luo's true motives for infiltrating Wano, Kaido feared he might thwart his plans, thus dispatching a follower to monitor him. If necessary, he would eliminate Shun Luo. He had unwavering confidence in his ninja subordinates. Constantly surveilling them was the command given to him by Kaido. The ninja tracking Shun Luo contemplated to avoid detection. He did not fixate on Shun Luo, but rather stole glances intermittently. In the bustling streets, he disguised himself as a commoner, but when leaving the crowded area, he would revert to his ninja form, traversing the shadows atop rooftops and alleyways. Ultimately, his task was to monitor them and discern their purpose in Wano Kuni. At that moment, he realized Shun Luo had vanished. He had merely turned his head for an instant, and now only the woman remained. Shun Luo had disappeared. What transpired? Where did he go? He did not immediately jump to the worst conclusion, believing he had concealed himself adequately. He had successfully hidden before without failing. I'm right here. At that moment, a hand rested on his right shoulder. He was about to express his anger when he recognized the person. It was Shun Luo. His expression shifted instantaneously. A wave of panic surged within him. Discovered. Brother, do we know each other? He feigned calmness, though his heart trembled, and he could feel beads of sweat forming on his brow. No, we do not. I wish to speak with you. Shun Luo did not wait for him to respond, firmly guiding him into a secluded alleyway, away from prying eyes. What do you intend to do? The ninja's heart raced with anxiety, gripped by a foreboding premonition. This seemingly harmless youth was unpredictable. I'm here to send you to meet your ancestors. Shun Luo wasted no words. This place was under the watch of Kaido, a man who would not stoop to such deceptions. If he were displeased, he would confront you directly. Kaido was the true schemer. Upon finishing his statement, Shun Luo conjured an ice blade and swiftly pierced the ninja's heart, before the crimson liquid could cascade forth. He withdrew the ice blade and thrust it in once more. The ninja stood aghast, unable to comprehend the reality of his situation. Yet he could feel the life ebbing away from him. It was an excruciating sensation. 2 minutes later, Shun Luo exited the alleyway, the corpse consumed by the flames of the Ryujin Jaka, unnoticed by passersby. Chapter: Did he really kill? Tao Tu observed Shun Luo approaching and inquired curiously, Did you truly kill him? I incinerated him. Reduced to ashes, there is nothing more to say. The flames of the Ryujin Jaka are not ordinary. While typical fire takes considerable time to reduce a body to ash, the flames of Ryujin Jaka accomplish this in mere seconds, given their unparalleled temperature. Shun Luo regarded Tao Tu. Do not perceive me as a child. When it comes to taking a life, I do not flinch, nor do I bear any burden in my heart. Indeed, Shun Luo felt himself growing increasingly cold-blooded. Understood, I shall not regard you as a child. Tao Tu found herself at a loss for words. During these recent days, She had been attempting to impart some form of wisdom to Shenluo. However, Shenluo was utterly impervious to her teachings, often becoming quite irritable. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them finally returned to their dwelling. "Were you followed?" Asta inquired curiously. "What did you discover?" Tao Tu, intrigued, realized that it was not solely her and Shenluo who had been under surveillance. Asta and her companions had also been monitored. Califa scoffed. "There was a female ninja hiding on our rooftop, thinking we couldn't see her." Shenluo asked, "And what happened next?" Califa gestured towards Asta. "You should ask her." Asta pointed towards the bathroom. "I drowned her. The body is over there." Shenluo approached and indeed found the lifeless form of the female ninja, her eyes wide open in death. He quickly deduced how she had met her end. Asta had taken her life by drowning. Shenluo chuckled. Asta had not disappointed him. Anyone who dared to surveil them would meet a gruesome fate. He would eliminate them without hesitation. He would not shy away from being ruthless. Haida Daisuke, a Zoan-type mythical beast user of the Hibi no Mi, possesses the ability to transform into the 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi. As an ally of Kaido, his power was formidable, yet not overwhelmingly so. The clock had already struck 10 in the evening when the group chatted for another half hour before retiring for the night. Simultaneously, in a distant, luxurious, and towering edifice, the ruler of Wano, Haida Daisuke, reveled in indulgence amidst song and dance. He adhered to the policies of isolation, exhibiting a cruel and cold-hearted demeanor, characterized by arrogance and debauchery. As Kaido's ally, his supremacy in Wano was unquestionable. No one dared to oppose his rule. Moreover, in this samurai nation, the people were forbidden from wielding swords, leaving only Haida Daisuke's subordinates with that privilege. The residents of Wano, unarmed, stood no chance against his tyranny, and all martial arts academies were comprehensively banned. Surrounding Haida Daisuke were 4 women desperately trying to curry his favor. Despite his grotesque appearance, they were willing to overlook it for the sake of worldly pleasures. Though they were indeed beautiful, Haida Daisuke's attention was entirely fixated on a woman before him, whom he perceived to be extraordinarily enchanting. This woman, Kazuki Hayori, was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the country, and Haida Daisuke, driven by lust, longed to possess her. Yet he had never found the opportunity until now, as Kazuki Hayori sat nearly 2 meters away, flanked by 4 of her guards. Their gathering was merely to share drinks, albeit slightly disappointing. Nonetheless, Haida Daisuke found himself pleased. He had not anticipated that the woman he once disregarded had blossomed into such exquisite beauty, which only intensified his desire to claim her. In this land, who besides him had the right to possess Kazuki Hayori? No one. The presence of such a transcendent beauty transformed even the most mundane wine into a divine nectar. Haida Daisuke reveled in the exquisite taste, determined to win her heart slowly. Kazuki Hayori, adept in cunning, skillfully played with his affections, leaving him both tormented and reluctant to part with her. She maintained an appearance of delicate vulnerability, which provided Haida Daisuke with an indescribable pleasure. In his eyes, she was already his. 10 minutes later, while Haida Daisuke was thoroughly engrossed in his revelry, a ninja approached, hesitating to report upon witnessing the state of the great Serpent Lord. He had lost contact with the 2 ninjas he had dispatched. They were likely dead, and their demise could not be overlooked. It warranted a report to Kaido. After another half hour, the festivities between Haida Daisuke and Kazuki Hayori came to a close, as Hayori needed to retire for the night, and Haida Daisuke was quite willing to listen to her words. Once Kazuki Hayori departed, the ninja cautiously entered. What? They may have been discovered and then captured? Haida Daisuke frowned, contemplating the possibility of their deaths. Lord Daisuke, should we be concerned about being discovered? A guard inquired cautiously. Rest assured, we will not be found out. We shall proceed with our next plan, Haida Daisuke replied confidently, though he was oblivious to the peril that loomed ahead. This was the day after the 2 ninjas had vanished. Since their absence had lingered, even Haida Daisuke had come to accept the likelihood of their demise. It mattered little. Ninjas could always be trained anew. Haida Daisuke, a cold-hearted ruler, had little regard for the lives of his subordinates. It seemed they were indeed gone. But the boy would never suspect him. How could he? Unless they exposed him, which was highly improbable. A ninja's lips were sealed. Haida Daisuke had sent them to investigate Shun Luo's purpose in Wano, driven by his brutal and lustful nature. He feared losing everything, especially as he grew older. Thus, upon learning of Shun Luo's arrival in Wano, Haida Daisuke became restless. He was uncertain of Kaido's stance and would not disclose his surveillance of Shun Luo for his allies. They only convened in the face of significant interests. Otherwise, they operated independently. That day, Haida Daisuke continued to indulge in his hedonistic lifestyle, an intoxicating pleasure that most men found irresistible. Later that evening, in a drunken stupor, Haida Daisuke encountered a slender youth. "Who are you?" he slurred, struggling to discern the figure before him. He felt a vague familiarity, but could not place it. Who could it be? It was Shun Luo, of course. Haida Daisuke did not recognize him. His massive, unsightly form loomed like a grotesque apparition. Shun Luo's icy gaze settled upon him as he forcefully planted his foot upon Haida Daisuke's face, delivering a crushing blow. The impact caused Haida Daisuke's visage to cave in, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. Haida Daisuke let out a cry, having not endured pain for an extended period, not even a hint of it. At this moment, the pain was truly excruciating. Several women accompanying the heightened dace, trembling with fear, huddled together in dismay. "If you do not wish to remain, then leave," Shun Luo coldly commanded. The women immediately scrambled towards the door in a frenzied escape from the room. The idea of the heightened dace being struck was something they could scarcely fathom. He had always been the sovereign of this nation. Any hint of disrespect, no matter how minor, was utterly intolerable. He, the heightened dace, was supreme. Thus, they were overwhelmed with terror, fearing his wrath, which could lead to indiscriminate violence. "Who are you?" The heightened dace had already let out several agonized cries, yet Shun Luo continued to trample upon his enormous round face. It was at this moment that the heightened dace regained his composure and finally recognized the person who was stepping upon him. "Shun Luo, it is you." The heightened dace attempted to resist, but Shun Luo's foot landed once more upon his face, eliciting another scream of agony. The pain was unbearable. Bones felt as if they might shatter. Teeth were crumbling. Such suffering for one who had always lived in luxury was unimaginable. It was then that Shun Luo shackled him with high stone cuffs. The heightened dace, a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit user capable of transforming into the Yamata no Orochi, was presumed to possess formidable strength. However, Shun Luo had no intention of engaging in combat. It was nighttime, and once he dealt with the heightened dace, he could return to dinner and rest. The heightened dace was to be dealt with that very night. The Hailu stone cuffs were affixed to his hands, leaving the heightened dace momentarily bewildered, unable to utilize his devil fruit powers. "This is Hailu stone. Release me. If you have the courage, let us duel fairly. I am a heightened dace." Before he could finish his plea, Shun Luo delivered a kick that sent him crashing through a wooden wall, which was merely constructed of wood and paper, causing little resistance. Shun Luo exerted hardly any effort. The heightened dace attempted to speak again, but Shun Luo swiftly appeared at his side, delivering a kick to his abdomen, nearly causing the alcohol he had consumed to surge back up. "What do you intend to do? We have no grievances." The heightened dace, fearful for his life, began to plead for mercy. Yet Shun Luo was well aware that such a coward would only show false respect. Mercy was out of the question once Shun Luo departed. The heightened dace would undoubtedly strike again. "You sent someone to monitor us. I will not let you escape unscathed." Upon finishing his statement, Shun Luo seized a fruit knife from the table behind him. The heightened dace was now in a panic, fearing that Shun Luo intended to use the knife against him. "You cannot kill me. You must not. If I perish, this nation will encounter calamity. I am its ruler." The heightened dace feigned desperation, attempting to placate Shun Luo, believing that there might be a slim chance of survival. However, Shun Luo was impervious to such tricks. Grasping the fruit knife, he thrust it forcefully into the heightened dace's heart. Thud! The heightened dace was stunned, the agony radiating from his heart, igniting his most sensitive nerves, rendering him desperate to escape this body. The The heightened Dace struggled to articulate his disbelief. How could this happen? This is unacceptable. Wano Kuni cannot exist without me. The heightened Dace. Rest assured, Wano Kuni shall soon become my domain. Shun Luo declared before slicing through the heightened Dace's throat, sending him to the afterlife. Chapter. The flesh is quite resilient. One must commend the heightened Dace's physical fortitude. Even as Shun Luo severed his throat, considerable effort was required. The heightened Dace gazed blankly at Shun Luo, unable to articulate anything further as crimson liquid flowed from his mouth, struggling to form inaudible words. In this manner, his head tilted and he breathed his last. The heightened Dace was no loss to Shun Luo, had he not dispatched individuals to surveil Shun Luo. Shun Luo would have had no reason to engage him. Now, failing to eliminate him would only lead to further complications, akin to a persistent fly. Half an hour later, Shun Luo returned to his lodgings, a rather luxurious and where transactions could not be made with berries. Fortunately, Shun Luo was not in want of gold, for gold is universally recognized as a hard currency. It was rumored that there existed a pure gold capable of extending one's lifespan, a truly remarkable treasure far superior to ordinary gold. Shun Luo chose not to dispose of the heightened Dace's corpse, allowing it to remain as a testament to his actions. As the ruler of Wano Kuni, it was prudent for others to be aware of his deeds, thus eliminating the need for a cover-up. Moreover, Shun Luo intended to take control of Wano Kuni, establishing it as part of his territory. The geography of Wano Kuni was advantageous. A veritable stronghold of an island, difficult to attack. The methods to ascend Wano Kuni were limited, aside from flying, which few could accomplish. One could only scale the cliffs and waterfalls using koi to pull boats upwards. This secret was likely unknown even to Big Mom, who possessed the best intelligence network in the industry. Taking control of Wano Kuni, or rather ruling over it, was a notion that had only recently occurred to Shun Luo. As the pirate emperor, possessing vast territory and dominion over a section of the seas was essential. However, this would inevitably lead to conflict with the beast pirates. Shun Luo understood that even without Wano Kuni, he would still clash with Kaido and his crew. Victory was the only option, and ideally, he would recruit Kaido as well. Shun Luo's gaze sharpened, a notion forming in his mind to recruit Kaido as a subordinate. Defeating him alone might not suffice, considering he had been bested more than once. Shun Luo recognized the need to contemplate a strategy for dealing with Kaido. Upon returning in the evening, it was already mealtime. Prior to his departure, Shun Luo had instructed his death not to wait for his return. Now it was past 11, nearing midnight. To his surprise, Momonosuke was still waiting for him. "Dinner is ready, Shun Luo," Momonosuke announced, having prepared a warm meal in his room, displaying his thoughtful nature. A devoted and caring figure, Momonosuke was contrasted by his death's colder demeanor. Though she treated Shun Luo well, she lacked the attentiveness displayed by Momonosuke. "Very well," Shun Luo replied, taking a seat across from Momonosuke. "Have you finished your tasks?" Momonosuke inquired during dinner. "I have concluded my business." "And how did you deal with the heightened Dace?" Momonosuke asked, having only recently learned of the heightened Dace's surveillance from Shun Luo. Initially, he had been astonished that the ruler of Wano Kuni would monitor Shun Luo, especially since Shun Luo had just arrived and held no previous animosity towards him. However, upon reflection, it became clear that Shun Luo's prominence in this world could potentially encroach upon the heightened Dace's interests in Wano Kuni. "I killed him. Killed him," Momonosuke gasped, astonished by Shun Luo's decisiveness. "Does this not mean chaos will ensue in Wano Kuni? The death of a ruler is a grave matter." Sun Luo gazed at Tao Tu and inquired, "Ji Yuan, what do you think of the location of Heji country?" "Remarkable. It is indeed a place that few can access." Tao Tu pondered before responding. "I feel that there are not many places in the world with such an advantageous position as Heji country. However, I am not particularly fond of its cultural customs. If it were a beautiful island like Xiangwudi Island, it would be different. Moreover, the aristocratic system here is quite repugnant. Outside the flower capital lies an unimaginable realm of poverty and backwardness. This country is truly grotesque." The flower capital is inhabited either by nobles or the wealthy, where the lives of the aristocrats and rich are filled with decadence and indulgence. To men, it might seem like paradise, but to me, as a woman, the flower capital appears as a filthy and depraved world. The surrounding areas of Haji country are plagued by various forms of poverty and disaster, as if the majority of Haji country's resources are devoted solely to sustaining the flower capital. It is no wonder that the development of this nation is abnormal. Tao Tu frowned, realizing that Shen Luo was missing the point. She had asked him what would happen regarding the ruler of Haji country, wondering if chaos would ensue. Yet Shen Luo responded by discussing the country's location. Why speak of other places? Shen Luo declared, I intend to rule this country. What? Rule Haji country? Tao Tu et Galim. Incredulous at Shen Luo's audacious notion. I do not yet possess a territory, but this new world is perfectly suited for me as a domain. You are insane. You have no understanding of what Haji country represents. Do you truly believe it is feasible for an outsider to govern here? Tao Tu recognized the stakes involved. The prospect of an outsider ruling this nation seemed nearly impossible. It was unlikely that anyone would genuinely submit to the rule of a foreigner. Shen Luo, what are you thinking? You are far too young. Tao Tu Jai Sopti. Those who refuse to obey will be eliminated. I believe many are already discontented with the nobles of the flower capital. Shen Luo's gaze turned cold, instilling an inexplicable fear in Tao Tuesday ultimately. She refrained from further comment, merely letting out a resigned sigh. When pirates first set sail, they might have begun as good individuals, yet over time, their desires would inevitably swell, leading to their gradual decline. The next day, chaos erupted in Haji country, or more accurately, among certain factions, namely the prominent families within Haji country. The Haitan family and the Shuangyue family were in disarray. Who could have anticipated that a peaceful day would turn into such a horrific event? The cause lay with the ruler of Haji country, Haitan the Serpent. His very head had been severed and was found floating in a cup of wine, an utterly shocking sight. It was a maidservant of Haitan the Serpent who first discovered the gruesome scene, her scream echoing before she fainted, overwhelmed by the horror that was beyond the capacity of an ordinary woman to bear. In any case, the flower capital of Haji country was in turmoil. Of course, many were exhilarated by the demise of Haitan the Serpent, as there had long been discontent towards him. Guangyue Rai was particularly startled. She had received an invitation from Haitan the Serpent to visit his residence that evening. Although it was termed an invitation, it was essentially a command from the ruler of Haji country, making it impossible for her to decline. Typically, Haitan the Serpent had treated her with great respect. Who would have thought he would meet such an end? It was a pity she could not avenge her father personally, while feeling a mix of joy and helplessness. Guangyue Rai was reminded of the past, when Haitan the Serpent had conspired with Kaido of the 100 Beasts to harm Guangyue Odin, subjecting him to the horrific boiling punishment, cooking a person alive. Such cruelty was unimaginable, and even after many years, Guangyue Rai could not come to terms with it. Who could it be? Guangyue Rai wondered. Meanwhile, at the same moment, news of Haitan the Serpent's demise rapidly reached Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Who did this? Kaido bellowed, his rage palpable as he crushed the wine jug in his hand, nearly terrifying the messenger who bore the news. Who killed that bastard Haitan the Serpent? Kaido's fury stemmed from the fact that Haitan the Serpent was his ally, a critical component of his control over Haji country. To learn that the man he had shared drinks with just 3 days prior had met such a fate, his head severed and floating in wine, was beyond infuriating. Find out who killed that bastard. Kaido roared again, smashing his fist into a row of wine barrels, causing them to shatter. Could it be Shen Luo? He has been in the flower capital recently, said a voice, that of the plague, disaster queen, whose speculation proved accurate, as it was indeed the truth. Shen Luo? Yes. He has been in Haji country. It must be him who killed Haitan the Serpent. Shen Luo, how dare you ruin my plans? Kaido's fist clenched, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously as he emanated a terrifying aura. In this country, no one dares to kill the serpent, except for me. It must be that little brat Shen Luo. He has sinister intentions for coming to Haji country. Kaido rose, his anger palpable. Kaido-sama, Shall we move to eliminate him? Asked Insho. Eliminate him? Just because he managed to defeat that useless old hag, Lin Lin, does not mean he could defeat me. Kaido swung his massive kanabo, radiating an aura so fearsome that even his subordinates, including Insho and the Plague Disaster Queen, felt a tinge of fear. Where's Jack? Where has that fool run off to? I've not seen him for nearly half a month. Kaido suddenly recalled that Drought Disaster Jack would have to participate in the battle against Shenluo as one of his strongest subordinates. Jack, however, had gone missing. The Plague Disaster Queen expressed her dissatisfaction with Drought Disaster Jack, for despite several attempts to contact him via the snail phone, she had received no response. Could something have happened? Insho speculated. Perhaps. Call him again. Tell him to return immediately. Kaido struck the ground with his kanabo, causing the earth to crack. Understood, Kaido-sama. The Plague Disaster Queen wasted no time in retrieving the phone. At that very moment, on a deserted island, Drought Disaster Jack and a few of his subordinates found themselves stranded, having been cast ashore by the waves. Shenluo had shattered their ship, and the entire crew had sunk days prior. They had only just washed up on this island 4 days ago. Jack had intended to contact Insho for rescue, but being on a deserted island, he was unaware of his location and had no means to escape. When he attempted to reach out to Insho, he discovered that his snail phone had been lost. Miraculously, today, the phone had washed ashore after being submerged for so long. Just then, the snail phone rang. Bela Bela. The calamity known as Jack did not hesitate to answer the call. This phone was exclusively for communication from the Beast Pirates led by Kaido. The ringing of the phone indicated that they were reaching out to him. Without a moment's thought, he answered the call. Jack, you scoundrel, where on earth are you? The voice of Queen erupted with fury as he picked up the phone. I'm on a deserted island, Jack began, but was interrupted by Queen's irate retort. Do not speak of deserted islands to me. Our Beast Pirates are on the brink of war with the Godfall Pirates, right here in Wano. You better get your ass back here. Lord Kaido is furious. Va? Godfall? The Calamity Jack was momentarily taken aback. Enough with the nonsense. You'd better return quickly, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Queen concluded before abruptly hanging up, showing no interest in Jack's response. Dumbfounded, Calamity Jack pondered his predicament. I'm on a deserted island, without a ship. How can I return? He exchanged glances with a subordinate, both at a loss for what to do. The war has begun. I must return at once. Jack was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If he failed to arrive in time, Lord Kaido would undoubtedly be enraged. This was a moment when Kaido needed him most, and he could not afford to be absent. Yet, what was he to do? There was no ship. He had no choice but to muster his courage and make another call. On that day, a ship from the Beast Pirates departed from the seas of Wano on a quest to locate Calamity Jack. There was no other option. Calamity Jack had been stranded on some small island, and the search would have to rely on a general idea of the maritime area. Unexpectedly, that scoundrel Jack had encountered Godfall days prior, and both he and his ship had been sent plummeting into the sea by a single blow from them. Queen found himself looking down on Jack. He never imagined that one of the most formidable subordinates of the great Kaido would be ensnared by a mere deserted island. If the other pirate crews of the New World were to learn of this, even the most ordinary of pirates would find it laughable. How utterly humiliating. As the war approached, it seemed that Godfall was making further moves. The calamity, known as Jin, observed the drunken Kaido, a state that had become all too familiar. Was the objective of Godfall in slaying Kurizumi Orochi? Queen pondered aloud. I have no idea, Jin replied. Surely, he did not come to Wano merely for leisure. Wano is the domain of the Beast Pirates. Could it be that he seeks to seize control of Wano? A somewhat insane thought crossed Queen's mind. Scum Jin, you have become quite astute. But is that truly the case? The news of Kurizumi Orochi's demise was already common knowledge, yet no one knew who was responsible. However, that night, Orochi's woman had witnessed Godfall, who had planted a foot on Orochi's face, confirming that the outsider had indeed killed him. It was merely a matter of time before the truth would emerge. Eventually, it would be known, but for Godfall, it mattered not. He intended to conquer Wano. This land would become his territory. Henceforth, his influence would flourish here. That afternoon, Tanjiro watched as Godfall departed, ultimately exhaling a sigh. This young man was steadily progressing toward his own era of dominance. Tanjiro had been by his side for some time, yet she struggled to comprehend it fully. Moreover, she had discovered a significant issue. His death was not from this world, but rather from another realm. This revelation was alarming. Tanjiro was curious, and she finally understood why his death possessed the power of ice. She was not merely a power user, but wielded an ability known as the Ice Emperor's artifact. On that day, Godfall left Tanjiro and her companions, venturing out alone. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber within the Flower Capital, a group of powerful individuals gathered around a grand table, deliberating on how to address the matter of Kurizumi Orochi. Their initial focus was on identifying the assassin of Orochi, but that was not their primary concern. To them, it was essential to mourn Orochi's passing, to maintain appearances. Their greater interest lay in who would inherit the supreme throne of Wano. That was of utmost importance. In a nation governed by monarchical tyranny, the throne represented everything. No one could resist the allure of such supreme power. Who would claim this throne? Each individual harbored their own ambitions, scheming in secret. We must discuss the succession of Lord Orochi's position. His last wishes should not be disregarded. I desire a ruler as exceptional as Lord Orochi, an elder nobleman declared, though even he did not believe his own words. It was merely a facade. With Orochi gone, he was undoubtedly one of the happiest individuals, eager to claim a slice of the cake left behind. Indeed, Wano cannot be without a ruler for a single day. That ruler should be chosen among us. What do you think of me? I believe I should be the one. Orochi had already tacitly endorsed my position. You? I was closest to Orochi. Soon, the room erupted into a cacophony of voices, a necessary prelude to their power struggle, with plans to eliminate any rivals under the cover of night. Such was the normal course of action. As for Kurizumi Orochi, who was he? Now that he was gone, they considered themselves fortunate to provide him a proper burial. During his life, he had offended them all. His greed, arrogance, and tyranny had been irksome, yet out of fear of his formidable abilities, they had been powerless to voice their grievances. Now that Orochi was finally gone, could they not rejoice? They might even express gratitude to the one who had dealt with him. Without that individual, how could they seize the opportunity to vie for the position of Wano's new ruler? Godfall the hero. At that moment, as they bickered, Godfall entered the room. Who are you? This is a meeting of the esteemed lords. A guard interjected, blocking Godfall's path. Godfall swiftly incapacitated him with a strike, causing the guard to collapse unconscious. Finally, Godfall stepped into the heated chamber, where the nobles were nearly at each other's throats. You need not argue. The throne of Wano rightfully belongs to me. Godfall stated plainly, offering no pleasantries. The nobles stared at him in silence, some initially astonished, then amused, their expressions shifting dramatically. Before any could respond, 3 golden magic circles appeared behind Godfall, unleashing a torrent of weaponry. The result was swift and brutal. All who opposed him met their demise, their heads exploding before they could utter a word. Scum! This nation is no different in your hands than it was in Orochi's. Why not entrust it to me? Godfall chuckled before departing the opulent chamber. He had other matters to attend to, namely, to declare that this nation belonged to him. At this moment, within the power hub of Heziguo, in a luxurious edifice that housed the throne of the nation, Shenluo stepped inside, compelling the officials of Heziguo to announce the ownership of the country. He, Shenluo, intended to rule this land. In an instant, the entirety of Heziguo trembled. As various factions surged forth, the news was indeed profoundly shocking. No one in Heziguo could have anticipated that an outsider would dare to invade their territory. They were already suffering under the reign of Kaido, the beast, and now they were to endure yet another tyrant? Thus, voices of rebellion erupted everywhere, with resistance forces emerging one after another. Yet their efforts were in vain. Shenluo took action, ruthlessly suppressing these factions through sheer violence. Those who defied him were met with death, leaving no room for negotiation, while those who complied could continue to revel in their riches and honors. This nation was already rife with decay and depravity, and Shenluo believed he was here to liberate it. Heziguo, as a vassal state, held no future. Many within its borders yearned for independence, and Shenluo merely aligned himself with their desires. There was not a single error in this. Shenluo, alongside Isaidisu, commenced a vigorous purge of the various resistant factions within Heziguo. They were mere insignificant entities, and no one could withstand the overwhelming might of the conqueror's haki. A day later, the sounds of rebellion had vanished. In truth, there were not many who dared to resist. Those who did so were merely fearful of Shenluo encroaching upon their interests. This world fundamentally revolves around the pursuit of benefits. Those who offer greater rewards will attract allegiance. Nevertheless, the forces of resistance in Heziguo were thoroughly suppressed, due to the isolation of the nation. The lower classes remained unaware that Shenluo was the fifth emperor of the sea, yet the higher echelons were informed. No matter how insular the nation was, they possessed the right to comprehend the world, and they feared Shenluo just as they feared Kaido. However, despite Shenluo's formidable strength, some in Heziguo were aware that the previous ruler was another pirate emperor, Kaido, and that Kurizumi Orochi was merely his puppet, aiding Kaido in his dominion over the country, which Kaido exploited to expand his influence. Now, without a doubt, Shenluo had come into direct confrontation with Kaido. We have undoubtedly offended Kaido now. Shenluo, what shall we do? Tao-Tu gazed at the boy, uncertain of what to say. She felt that their arrival in Heziguo had been a grave mistake. After Shenluo had defeated Big Mom, he was now set to battle Kaido. Furthermore, the Beast Pirates had yet to take any action regarding the events in Heziguo, leaving Tao-Tu perplexed about their intentions, though she was certain they were preparing for something ominous. Heziguo, not too large yet not too small, was now home to two pirate emperors. The thought alone was daunting. "Are you afraid?" asked Isaidisu. "I have never known fear," Tao-Tu retorted angrily, recalling how Isaidisu had captured her aboard the ship and the torment she had endured at her hands, a memory she could never forget. "If you're not afraid, then why ask what Shenluo will do? Are you not worried?" Isaidisu scoffed, exuding a menacing aura, revealing that she had not engaged in combat for quite some time. A trial for one with her bloodlust. "Forget about the Beast Pirates. Let us crush them." Shenluo observed the three formidable women before him. Undeniably, they were powerful. Califa wielded the terrifying power of 200 million volts with ease, and Isaidisu's prowess needed no elaboration. With her elemental powers, only Shenluo could pose a threat to her. Tao-Tu, a master swordswoman, though not quite at the level of Mihawk, was undeniably among the strongest women in the world specializing in swordsmanship. Thus, the four of them had no need to fear the might of Kaido, for against four would suffice. However, on the opposing side, while Drought Jack had suffered some setbacks, Plague Quinn and Inferno Yamato were undeniably formidable. In truth, Shenluo was reluctant to have them engage. Tao-Tu was fine, but Isaidisu and Califa were eager to prove themselves for Shenluo. As a man, he should protect them. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, the three disasters convened as Drought Jack returned, somewhat disheveled. "Jack, you return now, and it infuriates me." Kaido glared at Drought Jack, consumed by rage, especially since Shenluo had already seized control of most of Heziguo over the past few days, and the remaining portion was only intact due to the presence of the Beast Pirates. "I apologize, Kaido-sama," Drought Jack stammered, looking apprehensively at Kaido. Though he didn't tremble like a lowly minion before him, an unsettling cold sweat dripped from his brow. Kaido's anger was terrifying. Quinn and Yamato also felt uneasy due to Kaido's fury. Among the four emperors, only the red-haired and white-beard crews were harmonious. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates were not, and as subordinates, they feared their superiors. "Jack," Quinn shot him a fierce glare before resuming his cigar, while Yamato observed coldly. "Tonight, we shall wage war. I will level Flower City," Kaido proclaimed, seizing his kanabo, the night enveloping them. He acted impulsively, heedless of the consequences or whom he might offend, as he had never feared retribution. Countless suicide attempts had failed. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Kaido's body. He was about to transform. He would become the Blue Dragon, the most powerful creature of land, sea, and sky. The shock rippled through Drought Jack and the others as they hastily retreated, And at that moment, ominous thunder rumbled in the sky, heralding Kaido's transformation. How terrifying! Kaido-sama is about to strike again. They gasped. Even as Kaido's subordinates had seldom witnessed him unleash his might, for he was unpredictable, often disappearing without a trace. Kaido-sama is about to act. We must prepare. Just a few of us will suffice, as their side is also limited in number. Though they are women, we must not underestimate them. One of them is said to be a powerful female general from a navy. Her strength is formidable. Yamato warned as he stepped out of the Beast Pirates' headquarters, followed closely by the rotund Quinn and the anxious Jack. This night, Kaido was finally ready to unleash his fury. Thus, the two pirate emperors are poised for battle. On this night, beneath the skies of Iziguo, thunder and lightning erupted unexpectedly. The previously starry sky, nearly full of moonlight, cast a mesmerizing ambience that enchanted many. Especially after the rise of heightened Dashin, countless individuals celebrated, and the streets became bustling with revelers. It was said that Iziguo was on the verge of opening its borders, with a new ruler ready to dismantle the prolonged seclusion of the nation. The citizens of Iziguo would finally be able to venture into the outside world, discovering what lay beyond, while outsiders could enter as well. Iziguo had been closed off for many years, and the desire for its opening had long been cherished by many. At this moment, the new ruler, a boy named Shinluo, brought forth a beacon of hope. How could they not feel elated? Tonight was the perfect occasion to admire the breathtaking night view of Biju. Yet at that very moment, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky, accompanied by the terrifying spectacle of thunder and lightning. Kaido of the Beasts was arriving. Alarm spread among the crowd. When Kaido transformed into a dragon, even daylight would succumb to darkness. This was the grand entrance of the most formidable pirate emperor in the world. The strongest creature of land, sea, and air, Kaido of the Beasts. The people of Huaji City were struck with fear and panic. Amidst the dark clouds, a serpentine figure emerged. No, it was a dragon. It was Kaido of the Beasts. Shinluo, where are you? I'm furious. Iziguo belongs to me, Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido loomed above, surveying the masses below with disdain, viewing the people of Huaji and Iziguo as mere ants. His massive form radiated an aura of terror, his visage fierce and menacing. A dragon, a legendary creature, enshrouded in reverence. The followers of the Flame Calamity admired Kaido, their formidable leader, the most terrifying creature in the world. Even the mightiest sea kings trembled before him. However, for many in Iziguo, dragons were scorned creatures. All evil stemmed from Kaido of the Beasts. He was deemed the embodiment of the nation's corruption, being the superior of heightened Dashin, whose alliances were merely superficial. Shinluo, where are you? I will raise Huaji City, and countless will suffer the consequences of your actions. Kaido bellowed, emanating a fearsome presence that stirred the dense black clouds, with lightning crackling around him. Yet he remained unfazed. Panic ensued among the people of Huaji City. They fled in terror. No one was spared from the instinct to escape. If Kaido proclaimed he would destroy Huaji City, then it was certain to be obliterated. Lord Kaido must have been intoxicated. He is unstable in this state, Queen remarked. Lord Kaido is a notorious drunkard, drinking daily and remaining inebriated. In this condition, his destructiveness escalates. I do have an affection for Huaji City yet. Jean sighed, recognizing that only the three of them constituted the disaster trio, while the remaining forces of the Beast Pirates were also present, though their effectiveness was uncertain. The three women accompanying Shinluo exuded an aura of formidable strength, particularly the mysterious woman with long, ice-blue hair. Shinluo, Kaido roared again, opening his massive dragon jaws as fiery breath coalesced within, akin to molten lava. Such heat could easily obliterate a mountain. Its power was truly terrifying. Kaido, indeed, was preparing to strike. He had no regard for Huaji City. It was his territory. If this land were to be destroyed, it could be rebuilt, but he would never willingly relinquish it, for he was Kaido of the Beasts. He claimed others' territories. How could he allow anyone to seize his? I am here, Kaido of the Beasts, Shinluo announced, appearing atop Kaido's head, which was large enough to accommodate several individuals. Thus, standing there posed no issue. However, Shenluo stood upon his head. The disaster trio was taken aback, and at that moment, they witnessed Shenluo deliver a powerful punch downwards, aimed directly at Kaido's head. A single blow. To confront the world's strongest physical defenses, ordinary fists would not suffice. Even Whitebeard could not contend with him, and a mere punch was inadequate. Cap would also struggle. Shenluo doubted that the frequently intoxicated Kaido had ever been struck by Cap. The force of that punch descended upon Kaido's head, seemingly striking his forehead, forcing the fiery breath he was about to unleash to be stifled. The sound of this impact eclipsed even the thunder, and Kaido's eyes widened in shock as his head and body were driven downwards by 10 meters. His skin is remarkably tough, Shenluo marveled, having genuinely felt the terror of Kaido's physical defenses. No wonder he had been so resilient. Shenluo pressed on, charging once more at Kaido's dragon head, delivering another powerful punch that forced him back, followed by a relentless series of strikes. This was Huaji City, a beautiful place that could not be allowed to be destroyed. You should be in your quarry. Shenluo continued to pummel Kaido, who was left dazed. He was still intoxicated, and it seemed he would need time to sober up. When Kaido regained his senses, the true battle would commence. Is Lord Kaido being suppressed? The members of the Beast Pirates were bewildered, witnessing Kaido being struck repeatedly by Shenluo without retaliating. What on earth was happening? Kaido, from now on, Hiziguo shall be my dominion. You should return to your Onigashima, Shenluo declared, launching another punch. At this point, Kaido and Shenluo had already departed the airspace of Huaji City and were now above the quarry, where Kaido was forging a multitude of weapons to equip his beast army. Have you sobered up yet, Kaido? Shenluo inquired, recognizing the drunken state of Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, who was indeed difficult to injure. Kazuki Oden was likely a great swordsman. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to shake his physical defenses. However, that was over 20 years ago. Kaido's defenses were likely not as formidable then, and his strength had undoubtedly grown immensely since. I am awake, Kaido roared. It hurts. A surge of overwhelming Conqueror's haki erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave that swept across the sky, causing the clouds to churn and thunder to roar. This Conqueror's haki lasted less than 20 seconds, yet the clash between pirate emperors was truly a battle of fists, not merely a contest of haki. Conqueror's haki was akin to Kaido's furious roar. After being struck by so many punches, it was only natural for him to be enraged. Pain? Your skin is exceedingly thick, and my fists are not without their own discomfort. Shenluo charged forward once more. Though his punch had landed on Kaido, the latter's skin was impervious, clad in dragon scales that rendered his physique far more resilient than in human form. In Shenluo's understanding, dragons were undeniably the most formidable beings in terms of defense. What manner of creature are you? Are you human or dragon? Have you transformed from dragon to human, or from human to dragon? Is there a divine dragon fruit that has transformed a mere individual into a dragon? A mythical beast or an ancient species? I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. The 100 Beasts charged forward with tremendous force, colliding with Shenluo like an unstoppable mountain, sending him careening backward for 30 meters before he regained his composure. Remarkable strength, indeed, befitting Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Shenluo felt a slight tremor in his body, yet it was of little consequence as he surged forward again, unleashing a punch imbued with the powers of the Junjun Goshri. At that moment, Kaido's dragon head also lunged forward, his gaze icy and fearless, undeterred by the treacherous path ahead. Kaido, let us see how you fare against this punch. Boom! Shenluo's fist struck just above Kaido's nose, splitting the air, yet Kaido's head remained unscathed, merely vibrating forcefully and generating a powerful shockwave that rippled through the surroundings, leaving no further alterations in its wake. Kaido did not even blink. Truly formidable. No wonder you have the audacity to act so brazenly. Shenluo retreated. Let us descend to battle, the 100 Beasts declared. With that, he reverted to his human form and plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Though at such heights, he felt no fear. Even a fall from 10,000 meters would pose no threat, for he is the strongest being in land, sea, and air. There was a thunderous crash that shattered the quarry below Kaido's own territory. Fearing the repercussions of Kaido's confrontation, the quarry had been deserted. Now, the very ground was obliterated by Kaido's descent, creating a massive crater engulfed in dust and debris. Shun Luo also descended, hovering 8 meters above the ground. Soon followed by Kaido, who emerged from the deep pit wielding a black kanabo, resembling an ancient demon. Kaido's appearance was indeed that of a monstrous fiend. With his dark skin and bulging muscles, towering over Shun Luo at over 10 meters, he rendered Shun Luo diminutive in comparison. Without uttering a single word, Kaido locked onto Shun Luo's position and hurled the kanabo at him. Shun Luo retaliated with a punch, channeling the dungeon Goshu's power alongside his arm haki, amplifying his strength while providing defense. A resounding crash ensued as Kaido's kanabo collided with Shun Luo's fist, fracturing the air where they met, unleashing a colossal wave of force that swept in all directions, dispersing the dust that lingered. The ground beneath Shun Luo shattered under the Junjun Goshu's power, causing Kaido to momentarily lose his footing, yet he swiftly regained his balance with a powerful stomp. Quite impressive, but do you believe you can slay me? Kaido's voice boomed with authority. What do you think? Shun Luo retorted, launching himself forward and delivering a powerful punch to Kaido's chest, sending him staggering back 3 meters. Again, that's done a bit. Kaido bellowed, surprisingly reveling in the sensation. Perhaps you're a masochist, Kaido. As you wish. Shun Luo responded without hesitation, clenching his fists together. One raised and the other lowered. 2 bones. Both fists struck Kaido's chest, causing a terrifying indentation as Kaido's body bent under the impact, before he was propelled backward with tremendous force. The might of the 2 bones was unparalleled, sending Kaido's massive form flying like a rocket, directly toward Quinn and the others. Kaito-sama. The Calamities exclaimed in terror as they arrived just in time to witness Kaido being launched away. Instinctively, they attempted to catch him, yet the sheer force was overwhelming, and Quinn too was thrown aside. Kaido-sama, Jack shouted, but this could not halt Kaido's momentum, and Quinn found himself crushed beneath Kaido's bulk, both crashing into the quarry, shattering part of the mountainside. Chapter: Such power. Kaido, having been thrust into the mountainside, erupted from it, with Quinn crushed beneath him, serving as a cushion against some of the impact, though such harm was negligible to Kaido. Unperturbed by Quinn's plight, Kaido stomped down with terrifying force, causing the ground to explode beneath him, propelling him towards Shun Luo, wielding his kanabo to strike down upon him. Flowing blade, fire. With a resounding clash, Shun Luo raised flowing blade, fire to block Kaido's kanabo, the immense shockwave dispersing the surrounding dust instantly, while Shun Luo remained unharmed. The ground beneath him caved in under the sheer weight of Kaido's might, descending from above with terrifying pressure. Are you not worried this blade might break? Kaido remarked, glancing dismissively at flowing blade, fire, clearly unimpressed by its seemingly ordinary appearance. Of course, this was merely the unawakened form of flowing blade, fire. Is that so? Shun Luo chuckled, unfazed by Kaido's words. You dare encroach upon my territory, you young brat. Even if you are dubbed the Pirate Emperor, do not disregard the rules of the New World. The rules dictate that the interests of the Pirate Emperors must not be infringed upon by one another. Kaido swung his kanabo down again, shattering the ground once more, this time striking directly at the earth, while Shun Luo deftly evaded. At this moment, Kaido's kanabo became enveloped in dark purple energy, crackling with lightning, and more ominously, the heavens themselves seemed to respond as Kaido raised his weapon. Are you about to unleash a grand technique? Shun Luo anticipated Kaido's impending move, recognizing it as the thunderous 8 trigrams, a truly formidable attack. The ability of a pirate emperor to summon lightning is indeed terrifying. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido charged once more, his kanabo swathed in dark purple energy, launching a devastating strike that reverberated through the air with thunderous roars. Breaking path, 96, fire funeral. Confronting Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams, Shun Luo would not remain passive. He swung his blade, summoning a colossal flame in the shape of a blade, a terrifying inferno that blotted out the sky. The Calamities and other members of the 100 Beast pirate crew, watching from a distance, were awestruck by the sight of this fiery blade, as Kaido's towering form appeared diminutive against the backdrop of the blazing inferno, which illuminated the night sky, unleashing waves of oppressive heat that were utterly fearsome. Is this the reason Shenluo is known as the Fire Sword Shenluo? This flame is truly terrifying. Will Kaido be in danger? In the midst of unleashing the mighty Thunder Bagua, the formidable Beast Kaido was taken aback. Such flames could only be comprehended through personal experience, revealing their terrifying nature. The searing heat made Kaido feel as if he were on the verge of being incinerated. Unlike the previous encounter with Big Mom, who had evaded the flames, Kaido charged directly into them. If he were to show fear, he would cease to be the Beast Kaido. Thunder Bagua against the Blade of Cremation. Shenluo, if you can defeat me, I shall bestow upon you the title of Pirate Emperor. Kaido bellowed, his voice reverberating through the heavens. The blade-like flames surged forth, obliterating the ground and scorching the earth, reducing the fabric of his attire to ash. I'm a Beast Kaido, he roared again, as the Thunder Bagua's spiked club cleaved through the flames, propelling Kaido into the inferno. Had he never encountered fire before? He had immersed himself in lava. Even Akainu could not contend with him. He was indeed the Beast Kaido. However, he underestimated the flames. Another wave of fiery power struck him, sending Kaido hurtling through the air like a shooting star. Shenluo traversed the sea of flames, which had carved a chasm into the ground, presently visible only amidst the inferno. Swift as lightning, Shenluo ascended above Kaido, who had yet to descend back to the earth. A golden magic circle materialized, and Shenluo withdrew a long spear, a crimson lance imbued with formidable might. Release. Piercing thorn spear. Given that the king's treasure encompassed all prototypes of the world's artifacts, this spear was naturally included. Upon uttering those words, the ostensibly ordinary spear erupted with overwhelming power, a torrent of crimson energy spiraling wildly. Shenluo, gripping the spear in his right hand, loomed over Kaido. Kaido, I shall be the second to inflict injury upon you, Shenluo declared coldly, as the spear, brimming with terrifying power, plunged mercilessly into Kaido's abdomen. Futile. I have not sustained an injury in ages, Kaido retorted, not even attempting to defend himself. Despite the spear's fearsome appearance, he remained unafraid. If he were fearful, he would no longer be the Beast Kaido. Is that so? The spear descended, akin to a bolt of thunder from the heavens. A dull thud resonated as it lingered upon Kaido's belly for approximately 30 seconds, before commencing its dreadful penetration. How can this be? Kaido roared, astonished that his abdomen had indeed been breached. Shenluo's spear, wielded with might, pierced through Kaido's resilient skin, defying the world's premier defense. Yet, Shenluo remained undeterred. The reason Kaido's defenses remained unbroken stemmed from his own strength, combined with the fact that others lacked the power to penetrate his defenses. Special forces or unique methods were requisite, as evidenced when Kaido was previously cleaved open by Kazuki Oden. The piercing thorn spear was no ordinary weapon. When its true power was unleashed, the resulting force was indeed formidable. Shenluo sought to test its limits, and to his astonishment, the spear's unleashed power exceeded his expectations. A tremendous force cascaded downwards, resembling a conical shape, radiating a blood-red wave. This force pierced through Kaido's abdomen and delved even deeper into his being. Kaido cried out, as Shenluo, with a sudden exertion, thrust him downwards, causing the ground to erupt violently. The area within a radius of 200 to 300 meters collapsed instantaneously, enveloped in a tumult of dust and debris, akin to a scene wrought by thousands of detonations. Lord Kaido, the subordinates gasped, having witnessed Shenluo's weapon piercing through Kaido's body through their telescopes. This was the second time in many years of following Kaido that they had witnessed such an unbelievable event. How could this be? Lord Kaido's defenses. They struggled to comprehend the impossibility of Kaido's body being breached. The Marine headquarters could not contend with him, nor could Whitebeard or red-haired Shanks. Kaido was indeed a terrifying existence, Yet they had just witnessed an event they could scarcely believe. Was it a ruse? The ever-composed Jean could no longer maintain his calm, while Quinn's cigar fell to the ground without him noticing. Is this truly Lord Kaido? How could anyone breach his defenses? They had seen the unimaginable. They understood that Kaido could be defeated, yet they believed no one could harm him. In this world, no weapon or ability, nor any individual, could shatter the premier defense of the mightiest creature across land, sea, and air. Meanwhile, at a distance, Peach Rabbit and her companions observed Shenluo through their telescopes, incredulous at the sight. I cannot believe it, Peach Rabbit murmured. Kaido had previously been captured by the Marine headquarters, yet they could do nothing to him. Shenluo actually pierced through Kaido's abdomen. Unbelievable. He is still just a child. Peach Rabbit was a loss for words, overwhelmed by astonishment. There is no need for intervention. The members of the Beast Pirates have not sought us out, Califa remarked. Dare they approach? We shall obliterate them. Esther sneered. You only know how to fight and kill, Esters. Can't you provide Shenluo with a proper moral compass? Peach Rabbit retorted, having integrated with Esters and Califa due to their shared femininity. Old woman, remember this. Esters leaned closer. Remember what? And stop calling me old woman. I am merely mature. In your 30s, can you truly be called old? That is merely maturity, Esters countered. Forget your marine identity. Do not always define yourself by it. I shall not argue with you. Peach Rabbit resumed her observations through the telescope. Meanwhile, as the dust settled, it was Shenluo who cleared it away with his advanced conqueror S Haki, possessing the ability to inflict tangible harm upon matter. Dispersing the dust was a trivial task. At this moment, Kaido lay embedded in a massive crater, blood oozing from his wound, a gaping hole that was rather gruesome. Shenluo descended beside Kaido. You are formidable, Kaido mused, appearing dazed, with no intention of retaliating. It seems we have yet to determine a victor, Shenluo stated. What weapon did you employ earlier? That spear possessed a ferocious power, capable of piercing my abdomen. In the past, only Kazuki Odin managed to breach my defenses, and back then, they were not as robust as they are now. Kaido inquired with curiosity. It is merely a spear. You would not comprehend its power. It is a force and weapon unique to me. Do you wish to continue fighting, Kaido? Shenluo asked. Kaido sat up, rubbing his abdomen, where the horrific wound had begun to clot. In due time, possibly by tonight, his wound would heal, showcasing his astonishing regenerative capabilities as the world's best. Fight? Naturally. We must, Kaido declared, once more wielding his spike club, ready to strike at Shenluo. A terrifying force descended, only to be intercepted by Shenluo, who was forced back by more than a meter, though he remained unharmed. It was evident that you would not relent, Kaido. It seems I must thoroughly incapacitate you. Shenluo tightened his grip on his spear, preparing to unleash the most formidable power until Kaido was subdued. At that moment, Kaido rose to his feet, a gaping wound in his abdomen, which, for him, was of little consequence. Shenluo propelled himself forward, charging directly at Kaido. He wielded his spear like a club, striking down with immense force. The sky crackled with thunder, and a phantom white dragon soared through the air as colossal purple lightning descended. Thunderous Bagua. Kaido retaliated with his formidable power, hurling his kanabo once more. The clash of the kanabo and the spear produced a force akin to a mountain, shattering the ground and sending clouds of dust swirling. Shenluo felt his hands go numb, and Kaido felt the same. Shenluo, you think you can kill me? I've tried in my own life countless times without success. Kaido bellowed, the thunderous Bagua proving ineffective as he gripped his kanabo tightly and struck once again. Shenluo responded, swinging his spear with equal ferocity. A deafening explosion erupted as they resumed their fierce battle, which had only paused momentarily, catching Jin and the others off guard. Kill you? That would be too merciful. Shenluo swung his spear once more, channeling the power of the Gura no Mi. Just as Whitebeard could infuse his formidable powers into his blade, Kaido defended with his kanabo, the air splitting apart and the ground beneath him crumbling. Shenluo, Kaido roared, unleashing a domineering haki that shattered the surrounding debris and sent dust swirling into the air. How about you submit to me? Shenluo countered with his own burst of haki, resulting in a clash of equally potent wills. Ever since Shenluo had grown stronger, his haki had also intensified, for haki is merely the embodiment of one's spirit. It was terrifying. The clash of haki between Lord Kaido and Shenluo was so overwhelming that Jin dared not approach. Just then, Queen arrived, having served as Kaido's cushion and being flattened into the mine, spewing out much of his afternoon meal. The agony he endured was palpable, especially with a lingering foul taste in his throat. Queen, how long is this going to last? Jin wondered, pondering the difficulty of rapidly defeating a top-tier warrior without overwhelming strength. He could hardly comprehend such terror that could pierce Kaido's belly. They had followed Kaido for many years, having only witnessed such power once before during the invasion of Wano, when Kazuki Oden had made a stand. Their gaze remained fixed ahead, where Kaido and Shenluo continued their fierce duel. This confrontation persisted for over an hour, leaving the original mining area in ruins. The battlefield lay in shambles as Shenluo swung his spear, while Kaido countered with his massive kanabo, which dwarfed Shenluo's frame. Each collision of their weapons shattered the ground, the sheer force of their clash generating devastating shockwaves. "You little brat, Wano is mine. You dare tread on my territory?" Kaido declared, having forged his weapons with the resources of Wano, a land known for its unparalleled craftsmen. The very sea stone that proliferated across the world was their creation, and they could even fashion it into nails. Hence, Kaido's interest in Wano was not merely for its resources, but for its significance to him. "Kaido, return to your Onigashima. From this day forth, the islands of Wano belong to me, Shenluo," he roared as countless golden glyphs manifested behind him, their radiant light blinding Kaido. Seizing the moment, Shenluo leaped into the air and brought his spear crashing down upon Kaido's head. The impact forced Kaido to his knees, revealing the terrifying strength Shenluo wielded. The ground quaked under the immense force, as if the entire island of Wano trembled. "Lord Kaido!" Jin and the others gasped, rushing to assist. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, "Are you going to help?" It was Esther's, who arrived with a towering ice pillar erupting from the ground. The sharp ice spikes narrowly missed Jin, who deftly evaded them. "Ice powers?" Jin marveled. Esther's remained silent, striking the ground with her palm, summoning countless ice spikes that surged toward the beast pirates, overwhelming all but the strongest members of the crew, while the rest were crushed under the icy onslaught. "Damn, don't underestimate her," Jin thought, realizing Esther's was extraordinarily powerful. "Can a woman truly possess such monstrous strength?" Queen noted, his cigarette falling from his grasp as they hastily retreated from the incoming ice. "I'll handle this," Queen shouted, launching a punch at the towering ice before him, causing a significant portion to explode. It was merely ordinary ice, he confirmed. He cleared another section when, unexpectedly, a colossal ice pillar barreled toward him. As Queen shattered the last barrier of ice, he was caught off guard and collided with the icy structure, sent flying. "Queen!" Jin shouted in alarm. At that moment, a massive ice sphere, 20 meters in diameter, descended from the sky, crashing down upon the beast pirates and burying them beneath its weight. "How dull," Esther's remarked. Yet, in this world, even the strongest beings were as resilient as cockroaches. As predicted, the ice sphere stirred. It was Jin, prying it open. "Get out," he urged, seeing some of his subordinates trapped beneath its mass. Jin was furious, but before he could act, a deluge of lightning descended. The terrifying storm unleashed a torrent of bolts, and while one might have missed them, a multitude would surely strike true. The first to be hit was the drought-affected Jack. He roared, the lightning's force proving painful even to his robust defenses. "Damn, is this one his members? Could it be the powers of the Rumble fruit?" Jin's expression shifted dramatically. "Such lightning, even this ice ball cannot withstand it." Indeed, the ice ball cracked, and then, under the further assault of the lightning, it exploded on the spot, leaving Jun and the others completely exposed to the tempest. On Kaido's side, they had no time to pay attention. Embraced the baptism of lightning. In the distance, Caliphate shouted, her beauty captivating. Who would have imagined she possessed the terrifying ability to manipulate 200 million volts of electricity? I thought you wouldn't dare to come, Glasses Girl. You're the one who wears glasses. Peach Rabbit also arrived, gazing at the astonishing sea of lightning in the distance, feeling a tingling sensation on her scalp. The woman cooking on that ship used such powers. The Raime fruit was granted to Califa by Shenluo, as she was originally not a user of abilities. Such power ought to be retained for oneself. Shenluo is truly generous towards his own people. Peach Rabbit chuckled. Chapter Kaido. As Kaido was smashed to the ground, Shenluo delivered another punch to his head, shattering the ground beneath them. This blow sent Kaido sprawling on the ground. Kaido felt dizzy, of course. His head throbbed with pain, akin to the agony of jumping from a height of 10,000 meters. Quite painful indeed. Shenluo shook his head, bones cracking. He had also been struck by Kaido's fist, thus it was not solely him suppressing Kaido. Shenluo's shirt was torn, and he casually ripped it off. His skin was pale, his muscles perfect, yet not overly massive. Shenluo. Kaido staggered to his feet, swaying like a drunken man, and after battling for an hour, the wound on his abdomen began to bleed anew. Shenluo charged once more, delivering a bone-crushing fist to his belly, penetrating deeply, the sensation sticky and nauseating. Yiguga Bazen. Boom! Kaido was blasted away once again. Ouch! Kaido roared, as Shenluo's fist had penetrated his abdomen. It was no surprise, the area must be a wreck. Truly disgusting. Shenluo somewhat regretted the force he had used. He struck the ground with his fist, coating his sticky right hand in dirt, akin to washing his hands. Then, he kicked off the ground, propelling himself forward, shattering the earth once more. At that moment, before Kaido even descended, Shenluo darted to his side, delivering another punch. This blow landed squarely on Kaido's chin. Kaido, go drink the sea, Shenluo bellowed, his power requiring such vocal force. Kaido furrowed his brow. Shenluo's punch nearly shattered his teeth, and as he attempted to speak, he was silenced. Kaido was propelled toward the coastline with even greater speed. The mining area is situated close to the sea in Wano. Kaido still clutched his kanabo. Shenluo approached once more. Another punch, and finally, Kaido swung the kanabo around. The massive fist of Yiguga landed directly on the kanabo, causing it to vibrate violently, nearly slipping from Kaido's grip. Quite troublesome, Kaido. It is not that he cannot be defeated, but rather that Kaido is simply too resilient. Shenluo felt his fists were growing weary. With utmost force, Shenluo violently shook Kaido's kanabo aside. Then, he struck Kaido in the face. Not utilizing Yigugu, this power inherently requires great expenditure. Shenluo's stamina, after all, is not infinite. Nevertheless, Kaido must be thoroughly beaten. This punch struck Kaido's face, causing it to cave in, yet Shenluo did not hear the sound of bones breaking, indicating just how formidable Kaido's body truly is. He relies on his unparalleled defense and recovery. Thus, he has never feared injury. For even if he fell from 10,000 meters, he would remain unscathed. Kaido, have you consumed 2 devil fruits? As Shenluo hurled them away, he inquired of Kaido, though he believed Kaido must have indeed tried every conceivable means of self-destruction. Dragons are powerful beings. Claims of being the king of beasts or the king of all beasts pale in comparison. Approaching the shoreline, Kaido finally executed an emergency brake in midair, his body suddenly tensing, leveraging his immense strength to halt his descent, then landing with a fierce stomp, shattering the ground beneath him. His power is inherently terrifying, and his body weight is undoubtedly measured in tons. Kaido's demeanor suggested a lack of concern. His defensive and regenerative capabilities are peak, without equal. Shenluo felt a tinge of envy toward such physique. In comparison to Kaido, Shenluo's form is that of a mere mortal, while Kaido could be described as divine. Shenluo, you are indeed formidable. You possess the potential to become the pirate emperor. Kaido caressed his abdomen, lightly touching the wound, feeling the pain, and noting that this injury had not yet healed after 20 seconds. The last time was against Kazuki Oden. Shenluo's hand manifested the piercing thorn of thorns once more. It was truly impossible to contend with Kaido without utilizing a significant technique. Shenluo believed Kaido could not endure for much longer. Although he appeared to be in peak condition, that was merely a facade. People are inherently concerned with appearances, and for a veteran pirate emperor to lose to a new one would be a source of disgrace. Shen Luo charged forth once again. Kaido! Shen Luo roared. You little brat. This is the territory of Kaido, the beast. Get out. Kaido bellowed back. He swung his kanabo, and the sky erupted into a terrifying vortex, where countless purple lightning bolts danced, and at the vortex's center was a white lightning dragon, resembling Kaido's dragon form. Maximum thunder, 8 trigrams. Kaido's kanabo was enveloped in purple lightning, with terrifying gases swirling around it. I'm not that old hag. Kaido the beast roared, swinging the kanabo toward the charging Shen Luo. You do not mean to tell me you once had feelings for Charlotte Linlin back on the rock ship, do you? After all, back then, Charlotte Linlin was quite the beauty. You two would have made quite the pair, Shen Luo remarked, as the piercing thorn of thorns erupted with a blood-red aura, launching an assault on Kaido. Boom! The two forces, no longer simply describable as terrifying and fearsome, collided, shattering the ground within a 30-meter radius, and both individuals sank into the depths. Shen Luo's spear pierced into Kaido's kanabo, seemingly an even match in strength. Yet cracks began to form in Kaido's weapon. Kaido, it appears you need to change your weapon, Shen Luo shouted, pressing down forcefully with both hands on the spear. What? Old man's. With a unique sound, Kaido's kanabo shattered. Black fragments fell to the ground, leaving Kaido momentarily stunned. This kanabo had been with him for most of his life. However, the spear did not relent, instead plunging forward with a furious force, stabbing into Kaido's abdomen with precision and ferocity. Your belly is remarkably tough, Shen Luo exclaimed, using all his strength to stab through. Kaido let out a mighty roar. At that moment, as the spear of Shen Luo pierced more than a meter deep, he released his grip, knowing the spear would return on its own, alleviating any concern. Shen Luo disregarded the weapon and soared into the sky. With both fists clenched, he charged towards Kaido, delivering a devastating blow to his chest. The force of this strike caused Kaido's chest to cave in, and unlike the previous encounter, this time he bore a wound on his abdomen, leading to a flow of blood as the upper body was compressed. Disgusting. Shen Luo could hardly bear to watch. With a tremendous crash, Kaido was propelled like a rocket, landing over 100 meters away, directly into the shallow sea. What a nuisance. Shen Luo felt a tinge of helplessness as he flew over. A man as robust as Kaido was not to be underestimated. He needed to learn a lesson. Chapter. They should be fine. Shen Luo glanced at the commotion several hundred meters away. Ice, lightning, and slashes were the result of Iside's and her companion's efforts. He felt reassured by their strength, though he considered Califa to be the weakest among them. Thus, he flew towards the shallow waters where Kaido lay, still sprawled out, with part of his body exposed while his head was submerged. Would he be able to rise again? Shen Luo hovered above the water, gazing down at Kaido, whose abdomen was still oozing blood, mingling with the sea. Kaido's consciousness seemed to be fading, prompting Shen Luo to deliver another punch to his head. Unperturbed by the possibility of harm, as the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky, Kaido should not fear the ocean. If he were a devil fruit user, he would undoubtedly be a unique entity. Shen Luo's punch rendered the sea murky, swirling with yellow silt, as countless particles of sand invaded Kaido's respiratory passages. Kaido, are you immobile? Shen Luo inquired. At that moment, Kaido's hand twitched, and he suddenly sprang up. Shen Luo quickly retreated 3 meters, not out of fear, but to avoid the tidal wave caused by Kaido's explosive rise, given his towering height. Shen Luo, Kaido bellowed, his voice reverberating, as he glared at Shen Luo and expelled a mixture of seawater and sand. His body began to transform and swell rapidly. Dragon, do not presume that I am merely of this caliber. I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Transformed into a dragon, Kaido's immense form loomed over Shen Luo, who appeared minuscule in comparison. His abdomen bore gaping wounds, yet they seemed to have little effect on him. It was evident that things were not as simple as they appeared. Compared to Big Mom, Kaido was the true troublemaker. Shen Luo's expression grew serious. I shall employ my swordsmanship now, although it is not something I often utilize. He cast a glance at the airborne Kaido and retreated 30 to 40 meters. Flowing blade, fire. However, it was without its initial release. In swordsmanship, all one requires is a blade. Once again, that peculiar sword. Upon witnessing Shun Luo's flowing blade, fire, Kaido recalled the terrifying strike of cremation from earlier. Kaido opened his mouth and expelled 3 massive magma balls. Without the delay typically associated with his heat breath, the enormous fireballs plummeted from the sky like meteors, engulfed in raging flames. This time, I will eliminate you. Dragon Slash. Splendid. Shun Luo responded with a smile as he soared upwards to meet the 3 fireballs. He swung his sword against the searing heat. Wave Slash. One colossal fireball was cleaved in 2 by the white wave of energy. Shun Luo ascended. It was said that in the land of Wano, someone had once slain a dragon. Surely, no one would dare use the famed sword, Akatsuki, against your ancestors, right? Hence, you dominate Wano. Seeking vengeance against Wano, Shun Luo delivered a strike, channeling all his might into what appeared to be an unremarkable blow, yet it was profoundly terrifying. Swordsmanship, 2 cuts. Kaido, how about you submit to me? Shun Luo's blade was aimed directly at Kaido's throat, slicing downward, resulting in an immediate spray of blood. How is this possible? Kaido exclaimed, astonished and fearful, experiencing a long-lost terror. His dragon-scale body, more formidable than his human form, had been breached once again by Shun Luo. Impossible, Kaido roared, amidst the explosive sounds of the previous fireballs in the sea. There is nothing impossible, Kaido. You are destined to be my inferior, just as you are no match for Whitebeard or Garp. The mingling of white sword light and crimson blood illuminated the scene as Kaido's blood splattered, some landing on Shun Luo. The incision from Shun Luo's blade extended a staggering 30 meters along Kaido's abdomen. Kaido writhed violently, ascending higher into the void. But Shun Luo would not let him escape. Kaido, sometimes you must learn through harsh lessons. Shun Luo slashed downward once more. Destruction of the path. 96. Blade cremation. A terrifying flame shaped like a blade descended from the heavens, higher than Kaido himself. It was heavenly fire. This spectacle was witnessed by many in Wano. Thunderclouds roiled in the sky, dark purple lightning flickered, and beneath the tumultuous clouds stood a figure, gazing down upon the massive blue dragon. Dragon Slayer. Is that the Dragon Slayer warrior? Does he wield the national treasure, the famed sword Akatsuki? He seems to be the boy intent on liberating Wano. Then, amid their astonished gazes, the blue dragon was engulfed by the blade-like flames. As unending fire consumed its form, the dragon roared and bellowed. Kaido howled as he plummeted from the sky. I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. As he fell, he struggled against his descent. Shun Luo, with a swift motion of his right hand, unleashed a massive white slash from above, descending upon Kaido once more. You have been defeated. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, you must accept it. Shun Luo commanded, looking down at the uncontrollable Kaido as he fell. This time, part of the slash struck his back, yet it did not inflict significant harm. The majority of the deadly wave cleaved through the sea below, creating a terrifying chasm over 1,000 meters long, a gaping scar across the ocean. As Kaido plunged into this abyss, the sea quickly enveloped him, obscuring him from view. While it would not strip him of all flesh, it would certainly cause him to shed some skin. Observing the silent surface of the sea, Shun Luo departed, for there were other matters demanding his attention. Was that dragon truly Kaido of the 100 Beasts? Indeed, it was Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Had the Dragon Slayer warrior truly slain Kaido? Countless witnesses to the recent events were left in profound shock. However, the individual they spoke of was no mere dragon-slaying warrior, nor did he wield a famed blade from Wano. He was the 5th Emperor of the Seas, the legendary figure known as Shun Luo. Shun Luo, an emperor of pirates? A being as transcendent as Kaido. Indeed, he was Shun Luo, the pirate emperor, the boy destined to liberate Wano. The person in question was none other than Oiran Kogetsu Hiyori, who, despite the information blockade that had previously shrouded Wano, had heard tales of Shun Luo as a member of the elite society. Recently, it was Shenluo who was set to take command of Wano, thus she had been following his developments closely. Kaido has been defeated, Kogetsu Hiyori murmured, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. In the past, Kogetsu Yasui had fallen victim to Kaido, and thus, Kaido was her enemy. Could Kaido truly have been vanquished? If Shenluo were present, he might tell her that Kaido had indeed met his match. How could Kaido possibly withstand such a fate? Meanwhile, Shenluo descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful punch. It was Queen, who had transformed into a colossal Brachiosaurus, towering over Momonosuke and preparing to charge at him. How infuriating! This woman, a naval officer, had allied herself with pirates. Queen was both perplexed and enraged, recognizing this naval officer was no ordinary captain, akin to the formidable Garp. Queen, known as the Plague, possessed the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, and his powers were undeniably fearsome. He was infamous for his penchant for concocting various chemical weapons, earning him the moniker of Plague. What has happened to Kaido? Queen wondered. Kaido? Perhaps he was buried beneath the sea. Upon hearing Shenluo's voice, Queen instinctively looked up, only to find himself face to face with Shenluo's fist. Boom! Queen was sent crashing to the ground, the earth shattering beneath him, creating a massive crater over 20 meters wide. Shenluo. Upon realizing it was Shenluo, Momonosuke joyfully exclaimed, having previously feared for his safety. Kaido, has he been defeated? I am unsure. He may well be buried. Shenluo flew to Momonosuke's side. Buried? How could that be? If he could be, he would no longer be Kaido the Beast. You startle me. Where are your clothes? They were torn to shreds. Shenluo did not engage further with Momonosuke, instead approaching Queen. Lord Kaido has been defeated? Queen was astounded, recalling the conversation he had overheard earlier. Had Kaido not been defeated before? Indeed, he had faced defeat on numerous occasions. Will you surrender, Queen? Otherwise, I fear I may have to strike you down. Kaido may be resting at the bottom of the sea. I wonder if he can swim? Shenluo chuckled. At that moment, Jin was hurled towards them, rolling for several meters before coming to a stop, now in his pteranodon form. Esther had arrived and stood beside Momonosuke. Queen was taken aback, turning to see Jin, the scoundrel who had always opposed him. Was that woman truly so fearsome? Jin's strength surpassed his own. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Jack was also thrown in, his body enveloped in dark smoke, as though scorched by fire, but in reality, he had been struck by numerous bolts of lightning. Jack! Queen shouted. Jack! I can't withstand this any longer. That woman's lightning is terrifyingly powerful. Just as Jack finished speaking, he noticed Shenluo. Shenluo, has Lord Kaido been defeated? Jack was astonished. Shenluo's presence here could only signify Kaido's downfall. Shenluo addressed the calamities. If you wish to continue fighting, then come with me. Each word resonated, compelling Queen and the others to retreat. The number of times Kaido had been defeated was beyond comprehension, yet the thought of being defeated by Shenluo was simply unfathomable. The trio exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards Jin. Jin looked at Shenluo, resigned. We concede. Jin, racked with pain, had just endured a barrage of ice attacks. Even the strongest body could not withstand such punishment. Lord Kaido has been defeated. I witnessed Shenluo strike him down, and thereafter, he fell silent. Kaido lies at the seabed. I wonder if he can swim? Shenluo uttered a final remark before departing with Momonosuke and the others. You should wear a coat. What if you catch a cold? Momonosuke said, draping his outer garment over Shenluo. I shall not fall ill. Disease is eradicated. Shenluo would never succumb to illness. The news of the conflict between Shenluo and Kaido spread rapidly throughout Wano. However, due to the nation's previous isolation, it had yet to reach beyond its shores and was merely a topic of fervent discussion within Wano. Kaido, that fearsome creature, that blue dragon, had long loomed like a demon in the hearts of many Wano citizens, causing countless sleepless nights. Now, with Kaido's defeat, the entire Beast Pirates had been vanquished, and Wano's mines had been nearly destroyed. This brought immense relief to the populace. In an instant, Shenluo had become a heroic figure in Wano. However, Shenluo had little interest in such accolades. Dragons, like Kaido, had never enjoyed a favorable reputation in Wano. The legends surrounding dragons were often described as evil and filthy creatures. Historically, Wano had seen dragon-slaying warriors, armed with the famed blade Akatsuki, vanquish dragons like Kaido, rather than the dinosaur-like creatures of lore. The events surrounding Kaido only served to intensify the hatred many in Wano felt towards dragons. Thus, Kaido's defeat was met with widespread joy. To despise dragons is truly tedious. Why harbor such disdain for these creatures? Shenluo would welcome dozens of them without complaint. Kaido's imposing presence was indeed awe-inspiring, rendering mere sea kings insignificant. Foolish citizens of Wano. This nation's culture requires transformation. It needs a new world reminiscent of Sabaody Island or the City of Seven, or even a Golden City. Wano is undeniably backward, and its development is grotesquely stunted. While the flower capital is resplendent and beautiful, this splendor is sustained by the collective resources and efforts of the entire populace. Such a development model is destined for chaos. When people go hungry, they are driven to desperate actions. If not for the terrifying oppression of Orochi, which enforced stringent management measures down to the minutest details, combined with the prohibition of weaponry in martial arts schools, the potential for unrest would have been rampant. Thus, this model of development must be revised. All dissenters must be eradicated or exiled. Those who oppose are merely the nobility and the wealthy, a minuscule fraction of the population. Hardly worth concern. They should be disposed of. Such individuals bear little difference from the celestial dragons. Today, Kogetsu Hiyori visited, having requested an audience. Shenluo had relocated to a quieter abode, exuding an atmosphere of scholarly elegance, situated in a fragrant natural setting just north of the flower capital. In stark contrast to the previous noisy tavern, Shenluo and his companions had changed back into their own attire, for the clothing of Wano offered him no comfort. Furthermore, it is essential to implement such attire in Hino Kuni, as transforming a locale as culture must commence with its fashion. This subtle yet pervasive influence is quite potent. Kogetsu Hiyori has arrived, her verdant hair elegantly styled into a large bun, complemented by an overly dramatic makeup that, while she's indeed beautiful, somewhat detracts from her allure. She greets Kamuro with a grand bow, her voice imbued with a certain coyness that betrays her years as a courtesan, a skill she wields with remarkable finesse to charm men. It is fortunate for Kogetsu Yuta to have a lovely daughter, thanks to Lady Toki. Kogetsu Hiyori has inherited her mother's beauty, while Kogetsu Momonosuke seems to have taken after Kogetsu Yuta's lecherous tendencies. Such a loathsome creature must be dealt with. Please, take a seat. What was your name again? It seems to be Koyuzuki, is that right? Kamuro inquires, feigning ignorance, thereby implying he has never paid her any heed. Hiyori's tone, overly sweet, slightly irks Kamuro. She gracefully sits down before him, her movements slow and dignified, leaving no room for criticism. At this moment, Karifa serves tea, one cup meticulously brewed for Kamuro, while Hiyori's is rather haphazardly prepared. Hiyori gazes at Kamuro, her voice dripping with seduction. Kamuro Dano. I am known by the alias Koyuzuki, but my true name is Kogetsu Hiyori. You may refer to me as Hiyori. The courtesan departs, stifling a laugh at her audacity to tempt him. I believe I have heard the name Kogetsu before. What relation do you have to Kogetsu Yuta? Kamuro inquires nonchalantly, though he is well aware of her background. Kogetsu Yuta is my father, who was tragically slain by nefarious individuals 2 decades ago. Oh, by whom? It was none other than Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Kurizumi Orochi, who conspired against my father. At this, Hiyori's voice catches slightly. Whether from genuine emotion or pretense is unclear. She is an adept actress, skillfully manipulating men to her advantage, and has ensnared many noblemen in her web. Kamuro remains silent, refraining from uttering hollow sentiments of sympathy, for only a fool would express such platitudes. This woman, despite her beauty rivaling that of Hancock, pales in comparison when stripped of her abilities. Kogetsu Yuta was a legendary figure, reputed to be a crew member of the Pirate King's ship. Yes, aboard Roger's vessel. There were at least 6 possessors of the Conqueror's Haki: Roger, Rayleigh, Kogetsu Yuta, Jabba, Barrett, and later the Pirate Emperor red-haired shanks. Such a formidable lineup could have altered the fate of the seas. Had they remained, the four emperors might never have risen. No crew among the four emperors can boast such prowess, as each wielder of Conqueror's haki is far from ordinary. Komuro regarded her. What brings you to me? Thank you, my lord, for vanquishing Kurizumi Orochi and defeating Kaido, thus repelling the beast pirates. I am eternally grateful. Haiwa's eyes shimmer with tears, exuding a pitiful charm that could soften the heart of even the most hardened man. However, Komuro is not an ordinary man. His heart remains unyielding, for he already has his own companions, and he feels no inclination towards Kogetsu Haiwa. Haiwa observes this boy before her, whose youth belies his wisdom. She finds him intriguing. I am not interested in your games. Are you accustomed to seducing men? Do you think I am like other men? Haiwa is momentarily taken aback. In another room, Momotaro widens her eyes in surprise, then chuckles softly. This child is truly adorable. To her, Komuro seems no different from a child. Next time you meet me, dress appropriately. Have you seen the world newspapers? Observe how women in the outside world present themselves. Also, speak normally. That coy tone is quite vexing. I am not one of the men you typically toy with, understand this. And do not feign sorrow in my presence. Understood. Haiwa, startled by Komuro's demeanor, straightens her posture and speaks without the previous affectation. Much improved. Remember this demeanor. Yes, my lord. Haiwa will remember. Only then does Komuro take a sip of tea, contemplating. He requires a loyal individual to govern Hino Kuni, someone familiar with its intricacies and capable of commanding respect. Kogetsu Haiwa seems to fit this bill. Though her capability to manage a nation remains to be seen, governance is far more complex than mere culinary skills, and competence is paramount. Even if Hino Kuni is not vast, Komuro cannot adopt the role of a ruler in the traditional sense, as Kaido did not. Instead, he supported Kurizumi Orochi from the shadows. I entrust the governance of this nation to you. What do you think? Komuro suddenly states. Pardon? My lord, what did you say? Haiwa is momentarily bewildered, fearing she misheard. I am asking you to assist me in governing this nation. Me? Is that permissible? Enough with the pleasantries. Simply state whether it is possible. Yes. Haiwa sits up straighter, her gaze resolute. Are you adept at charming men? I am, my lord, but do not misunderstand. I have no relations with those men. Governance is akin to charming men. It is about ensuring the nation is obedient and compliant. Do you understand? Your methods should enable those worthless men to fawn over you like dogs, correct? Haiwa finds herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat speechless, fearing Komuro may misconstrue her intentions. Meanwhile, Momotaro, sewing garments for Komuro, nearly bursts into laughter at his vivid analogy. Governing Hino Kuni entails establishing order, ensuring that all can live peacefully, leading to a prosperous and harmonious nation. I believe I can manage that. From now on, you need not act as a courtesan. That frivolous lifestyle is to be abolished. Indeed, Haiwa readily agrees, without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, Komuro elaborates on various matters, such as the economic disparities between the flower capital and other regions, cultural reforms, and more. Having lived 2 lives, Komuro possesses considerable insight, leaving Haiwa in awe and even captivating Momotaro. After an afternoon of discourse, Haiwa finally takes her leave. Komuro feels he has conveyed all necessary information, eager for some respite. It is the first time he has engaged in such extensive conversation with a stranger. Kogetsu Haiwa's role is to serve as a puppet for Komuro to manipulate the nation. What she can accomplish remains to be seen. Moreover, those oblivious nobles who dare to emerge will find themselves swiftly dealt with. Violence may be unavoidable, as eloquence alone is ineffectual, if words sufficed. There would be no need for fists. In the evening, after Shinluo had his fill, he made his way to Tao Tu's room. He gently knocked on the door. Ji Yuan, may I come in? Tao Tu initially intended to refuse, but in a moment of contradiction, she found herself unable to do so, and ultimately acquiesced with a simple With a sudden gasp, Tao Tu bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. Don't let us death and the others find out, okay? She gazed at the charming boy before her, uncertain of what to say. The boy would grow up, become a man, a formidable figure in the world. Can we chat for a bit? Why did you hand over Wayno to that woman? Couldn't you manage it yourself? Shenluo replied, she is merely a puppet, a tool. Wayno still belongs to me. I have no intention of getting entangled in troublesome matters. I'm just using her for now. In Wayno, no one is more popular than she is, especially being part of the Kazuki clan, which guarantees her support. And Kaido? What about him? They're still at Onigashima, and it's not far from Wayno. I'm not worried. If Kaido dares to come again, I'll have his horns for soup. Taoru chuckled. Shenluo had a way of making her laugh, not because his words were ridiculous, but because they were genuinely amusing. I wonder how dragon horn soup tastes. It should be better than regular soup, right? But Kaido's bulk is truly troublesome. His defenses are formidable. Taoru laughed. What did you expect? That's why he is called the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Taoru clenched her teeth to suppress any further sounds, fearing that his death and the others might hear her, and it would disturb their peace. This was a tranquil area, where the sounds of insects dominated the night. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. It was a full moon, the silvery light enchanting, with stars twinkling in the sky, creating a mesmerizing night. Many people were out on the streets, celebrating the defeat of Kaido, and some fallen nobility had been dealt with. In short, Wayno seemed to be heading in a positive direction. As August arrived, today was a Monday. Shenluo felt the urge to acquire new abilities. After all, having multiple skills could never be a burden. He wanted more formidable and fearsome powers. Currently, he had 4 devil fruits remaining, sufficient to summon highly valuable characters, provided they met his criteria. Ideally, he sought individuals with immense strength, striking charisma, and lethal capabilities. Mornings always greeted Shenluo with vigor, even after a sleepless night. Taoru, who had also stayed awake, observed him with a smile of happiness gracing her lips. Breakfast is ready, came Karifa's voice from outside, causing Taoru to panic momentarily, while Shenluo remained unfazed. During breakfast, Isteth regarded Taoru with an unusual gaze, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. Ji Yuan, you seem more beautiful today. Am I mistaken? Isteth remarked. Taoru retorted, is that so? I've always been the most beautiful at the Navy headquarters. She held a firm confidence in her beauty. Well, for someone so shameless, your looks are passable, Isteth replied. You don't seem so bad yourself, Taoru countered, refusing to back down against the teasing. I might be a notch above you. The banter continued, with Shenluo remaining silent. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detecting character from the Naruto world during the 4th Great Ninja War. 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade and Uchiha Madara. Please confirm the summon. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tsunade? It was a no-brainer. It had to be Uchiha Madara. Few could rival his power in the Naruto universe. Would release Rinnegan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Madara possessed 3 states: Edo Tensei, Resurrection Phase, and 6 Paths Phase, making him a godlike existence. Summon Uchiha Madara. There was no need for contemplation. Madara was the obvious choice. However, the initial offering was 5 devil fruits. 5? I only have 4, Shenluo mused. He hadn't anticipated that Uchiha Madara from this era would require 5 devil fruits as a price. It made sense, considering his overwhelming strength. His capabilities could be likened to a deity, even in the pirate world. This posed a dilemma. Where could he possibly find another devil fruit? After a few moments of contemplation, he recalled Kaido. The beast pirates were just next door. It would be absurd if they didn't possess any devil fruits. Given their nature, they likely hoarded Zoan-type devil fruits, while they would probably discard Logia and Paramecia types as useless. Although Logia fruits were rare, the beast pirates were primarily comprised of Zoan users, and anyone who had been with them for a while would certainly not be a Logia or Paramecia user. The beast pirates, with their entirely Zoan lineup, might even resort to artificial devil fruits if they lacked sufficient natural ones. Kaido was truly a simpleton. Shenluo couldn't help but be speechless. He continued his meal, sitting beside Taoru, who, while conversing with his death, made sure to serve him food, unintentionally piling his plate higher with dishes than rice. The beautiful and mature Taoru took meticulous care of Shenluo's daily needs. She had fully integrated into this small family. And although remnants of thoughts about the Navy lingered in her mind, they had faded significantly, especially after last night, when her concerns for Shenluo deepened. With newfound bonds in her life, she found it hard to cling to notions of justice. Justice could not be wholly represented by the Navy, nor could piracy be entirely condemned, as the world lacked absolutes. Undeniably, the evils of piracy were significant, with Roger viewed as a legendary hero and idol among pirates. Yet to the majority of common people, he was merely a demon who ushered in the era of piracy, inciting countless to take to the seas. If one were to consider what the common folk truly feared, it was the celestial dragons and pirates alike. Their fear of pirates far surpasses that of the Tenryubito, for the latter may never cross their paths in a lifetime, and the oppressive weight of the celestial beings may not directly affect them. Pirates, however, are a daily threat. Perhaps even while they slumber, a massacre could unfold at their doorstep. The majority of the Navy still upholds justice. What if the Navy ceased to exist? Those willing to protect the common folk are naturally the Navy. It begs the question, if pirates do not engage in production, from whence do they derive their extravagant indulgences? The reality of the pirate world is drenched in blood. Shenluo, however, stands as an exception. With merely a handful of individuals, their capacity for excess is limited, and Shenluo has never contemplated inflicting harm upon civilians. As a former commoner, Shenluo finds such macabre actions utterly unconscionable. He envisions transforming Wano Kuni into a prosperous region, aligning it with the world, instituting a fair taxation system to foster national development. Nevertheless, the grotesque societal structure of Wano Kuni presents a formidable challenge for reform. In due time, Shenluo aspires to elevate this nation to a collective reminiscent of renowned cities like Chambord, Gold City, and the Seven Capitals. Naturally, the malevolence associated with Chambord must be eradicated, and any who dare perpetuate such evils shall face dire consequences. First, let us connect Wano Kuni with the world. Eat more. Shenluo, you look so thin. Don't be picky, reminded Mama Tatsu. Why are you suddenly so nice to Shenluo? Asked Jiyuan, sensing something peculiar about Mama Tatsu today. Esther's sarcasm was palpable. Mama Tatsu is acting strangely today, but Esther couldn't quite place it. Has it always been this way? Just yesterday afternoon, I was mending clothes for Shenluo. Can you do such work? Aside from fighting, what else can you do? You incessantly instill in Shenluo those notions of world domination. Enough. Don't corrupt the youth. In that moment, Esther found herself at a loss for words. Time to eat. If this continues, a quarrel may erupt. And the consequences could be severe, Shenluo admonished, prompting Mama Tatsu and Esther to hold their tongues. Harmony was restored. After the meal, Shenluo prepared a journey to Onigashima. It was essential to acquire 1 or 2 devil fruits. He could not believe that the beast pirates lacked such treasures. Shenluo, where are you going? Mama Tatsu, who was hanging sheets outside, noticed Shenluo's departure from the residence. Going to play? To Onigashima for a visit. Onigashima? Are you looking for Kaido? Yes. Don't provoke them. They wouldn't dare. Thus, Shenluo departed the residence, heading towards Onigashima, located directly south of Wano Kuni and south of the flower capital. Previously, Shenluo had believed Kaido's headquarters to be in Wano Kuni, but during his recent stay, he discovered that the headquarters of the Beast Pirates is situated within the territorial waters of Wano Kuni, with Onigashima nestled in its inland sea. The island itself bears a resemblance to a skull, exuding a rather ominous aura. After traversing from the flower capital to the southern coast and flying for some time, Shenluo finally set foot in Wano Kuni. For the past few days, Onigashima has been under strict lockdown, fearing Shenluo's arrival. Just last night, they had to retrieve Kaido from the sea. Most members of the Beast Pirates are devil fruit users, and many are unable to enter the water. Kaido was merely unconscious, as the sea had no adverse effects on him. Otherwise, he could not be dubbed the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. What terrified the Beast Pirates was the shocking sight of 2 gaping wounds on Kaido's abdomen and a deep gash running from his right shoulder to his left waist. It appeared as though he'd been nearly sliced in 2. While the Calamities were aware of Kaido's injuries, they had not anticipated such horror. Moreover, due to the sea, A significant amount of mud and sand had infiltrated Kaido's body. Terrifying that youth possesses such formidable abilities. Kaido's reputation for resilience is known worldwide. Even when attacked by the strongest man, Whitebeard, he remains unscathed. Yet, Shinua directly inflicted 3 gruesome wounds upon Kaido's body, who could remain unfazed. If the world were to learn of this, it would surely cause an uproar. In that moment, the Calamities regarded Shinua as a being they could never dare to confront. Hence, they enforced a lockdown, fearing Shinua's approach to Onigashima, knowing full well that he had emerged from their previous encounter unscathed. In truth, Shinua had sustained injuries, but his ability for rapid regeneration, a passive skill of the life domain, far surpasses Kaido's recovery capabilities. For example, had the injuries Kaido suffered been inflicted upon Shinua, he would have healed within half an hour, whereas Kaido might require 2 to 3 days. Kaido was not dead. He had merely lost consciousness, or rather, fallen asleep. The Calamities were unaware that today, Shinua would indeed arrive, setting foot on Onigashima. A junior guarding the coast nearly trembled in fright, undeniably. Shinua had become their greatest source of terror. Their leader, Kaido, had been defeated. Who would not fear Shinua? Even the Calamities were apprehensive, let alone the others. A junior hurried to deliver the news. Upon hearing it, the Calamities' expressions turned pale with fear. He has come. What does he seek at Onigashima? Could he be intent on annihilation? I will do anything to protect Kaido-sama. So will I. To protect Kaido-sama. Flames ignited within the heart of Enzai, with the others following closely behind, a formidable entourage at their back. As long as he intends to make a move, we shall repel this deranged individual. Onigashima is ours. We will yield not an inch. They emerged, only to confront Shinua. Oh, such a grand display. Shinua observed Enzai and the others, behind whom lay a multitude of unconscious beast pirates, having succumbed to Shinua's use of Conqueror's Haki for a mere 5 seconds. Enzai challenged, "Are you looking to fight?" Flames engulfed him, radiating a formidable presence. Quinn extinguished his cigar, declaring, "We do not fear confrontation." "I come today without malice," Shinua replied. "Without malice? What are those lying behind you?" Enzai pointed at the unconscious junior behind Shinua. If Shinua bore no ill intent, why would they be sprawled on the ground? Enzai and the others were skeptical. "No, it's merely that they were a bit bothersome. If you were in my position, wouldn't you find it irritating?" Shinua chuckled. "Indeed, it is quite bothersome. What is your purpose at Onigashima? We have already withdrawn from Wano Kuni. You cannot possibly wish to eradicate the beast pirates from these waters entirely?" Enzai interrogated Shinua, for Onigashima was their stronghold. "I seek to inquire whether you possess any devil fruits." "Devil fruits?" The Calamities were puzzled. Shinua's arrival was for devil fruits? "Yes, I desire 1 or 2 devil fruits. Naturally, if you have any surplus, I would gladly accept them, regardless of type." Enzai glanced back at Quinn and the others, exchanging glances before whispering to convey information that Shinua failed to comprehend, though he held no interest in their discourse. The 3 Calamities were merely discussing how to provide the devil fruit to Shinluo, facilitating his departure from this place. At present, Kaido remained in slumber, and the 100 beast pirates undeniably found themselves in a disadvantaged position against Shinluo. The pressing matter was not the devil fruit itself, but rather how to send Shinluo away. Soon, Jean and his companions concluded their discourse. The drought calamity, Jack, took his leave. "We possess only 2 devil fruits, albeit they are merely useless paramecia-type fruits. We have nothing better," Jean stated coldly. "That suffices." Shinluo cared not for the type of devil fruit. Any devil fruit would do. Shortly thereafter, Jack emerged, cradling a small wooden box, which, for his massive physique, was indeed small. He opened the box, saying, "Please allow me to present to you these 2 devil fruits." His demeanor remained respectful and courteous. "Are these artificial devil fruits?" Shinluo inquired, and the mere mention of artificial devil fruits caused the expression of the 3 Calamities to shift dramatically. "This is a secret. How could he possibly know?" The 100 beast pirates were planning to create a beast legion, but currently, it remained confidential. How could Shinluo be privy to such secrets? The 2 devil fruits presented by Jack were indeed natural, not artificial. Jin's gaze sharpened, and he replied earnestly, "These are genuine devil fruits. I have never heard of artificial ones. Then I shall accept them." Shenluo took the box, his right hand grazing the surfaces of the two devil fruits, after which they vanished. Jack looked on, utterly bewildered. "I no longer require the box. The devil fruits have been accepted. By the way, please extend my regards to Kaido. When he recovers, I shall pay him another visit," Shenluo remarked with a smile. Preparing to leave, Jin frowned. "Why does your excellency wish to see Lord Kaido again soon?" "To visit Mariewa," Shenluo responded nonchalantly. "To Mariewa?" The weight of those words was immense, yet Shenluo seemed unfazed. Two pirate emperors heading to Mariewa. Was this a prelude to a confrontation with the world government? Terrifying. The three calamities began to sweat profusely, let alone their subordinates behind them. "Make sure to inform Kaido. He isn't." Shenluo chuckled. "Lord Kaido is merely resting," Quinn interjected, omitting the crucial detail that Kaido was gravely injured and unconscious. The implications of this information were significant. If they had revealed that Kaido was incapacitated, Shenluo might have recklessly declared war. Although this was merely Quinn's conjecture, it was vital to exercise caution in speech. "Hang in there. Kaido will pull through." With an encouraging remark, Shenluo took his leave, soaring into the skies. "Kaido will persevere." Jin and the others seethed with indignation and helplessness. How infuriating! How could he bully us so? Indeed, how could he be so powerful? He is barely 16, with a bounty still reflecting 15. The chatter among them grew, for they had always been the ones to act arrogantly and brazenly, never fearing even the Marines in the New World. Yet now, they found themselves oppressed by Shenluo. The devil fruits were a lifeline. It was likely that had they not provided Shenluo with the devil fruits, he might have declared war. No, one should approach the islands of Wano for the time being, Jin commanded. Meanwhile, Shenluo returned to the flower capital, feeling rather fatigued, and decided to take a stroll. As a man, he held little interest in shopping. However, acquiring gifts for Tao Tu and the others was still a pleasant endeavor. The flower capital retained its previous appearance, as new policies had yet to be implemented. Shenluo's first step in transforming Wano was to alter the fashion here, not through coercion, but via promotion. For instance, the women of this land traditionally wore garments with a square bag on their backs. Shenluo had urged Kazuki Hiyori to advocate for the adoption of qipao and skirts, while also suggesting that makeup need not be as heavy as it typically was. Women, in their pursuit of beauty, would undoubtedly spark a trend through this initiative, subtly influencing society. Nonetheless, the New World clothing had yet to arrive. As for Shenluo's endeavor to change the traditions here, this was his territory, and it could not remain in a state that lagged decades, or even centuries behind the world. Clinging to tradition would only lead to stagnation. First, let us procure some items. We could have the 100 Beast Pirates transport goods or connect with Don Quixote da Flamingo. I aspire to transform Wano into the most beautiful and prosperous metropolis in the world. That shall be the plan. Later that afternoon, Shenluo returned to his residence, where Tao Tu and her companions were engaged in a game of do di ju, a trivial entertainment for moments of boredom. The courtyard was adorned with a vibrant garden, quite lovely indeed, and they sat upon the grass. Positioned opposite the entrance, Tao Tu was the first to spot Shenluo. "Are you hungry, my lord?" Califa inquired. "Not at all," Shenluo replied with a smile as he settled beside Tao Tuesday. "Shenluo, where did you go after having breakfast this morning?" Isdeth asked. "I was out for a bit," Shenluo said, placing several boxes among them. "These are from the flower capital. I hope you like them." They contained accessories and cosmetics, which seemed to delight women, though Shenluo himself was not particularly knowledgeable about such items. Pointing to the boxes, he remarked, "This one is for Guillaume, this one is for Califa, and this one is for Isdeth. I like them. I thought you knew nothing about such things." Tao Tu exclaimed joyfully. "Anything you buy is to my liking," Califa accepted eagerly. Isdeth remained silent, yet her smile was quite charming. "Thank you, Shenluo," Tao Tu exclaimed. As the afternoon swiftly passed, evening arrived, and after they had finished their meal, Shenluo expressed his anticipation for the forthcoming summoning. This time, the subject of the summoning was Uchiha Madara. A formidable figure from another realm, possessing an array of terrifying abilities capable of upending the world single-handedly. A meteor of unimaginable size descended from the heavens. Such a feat could scarcely be described as human, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a deity. Shall we summon Uchiha Madara to the fourth great ninja war? The summoning requires 5 devil fruits. Please confirm. Confirm. The summoning commenced. With the template set to Edo Tensei, Uchiha Madara, Edo Tensei, with infinite chakra, theoretically, he can unleash unlimited attacks. Though not the sage of 6 paths. Shinluo was not particularly fond of this state. Edo Tensei was already quite perfect. How long for acceleration? 50 years. Commence accélération. Acceleration successful. The summoning of Uchiha Madara was complete, and the assessment of the summoning rewards began. Rewards obtained. All ninjutsu of Edo Tensei, Uchiha Madara. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Rinnegan. Outer Path, Gedomazo Kyubi. Bloodline Limit. Would release. Infinite Chakra. A series of notifications rang out, and Shinluo felt the power within his body grow even more formidable. With numerous new abilities at his disposal. A new realm of power. A complete system of strength. Even at that time, Captain Yamamoto did not possess a complete divine power system, while here, with Uchiha Madara, it was an entirely intact system of strength. Powerful. Invincible. Shinluo approached the mirror, gazing into his own eyes, which remained unchanged. However, when he silently recited Rinnegan or Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they would manifest. Not bad, albeit somewhat unappealing. Once he reverted to his original eyes, he observed them again, finding them far more aesthetically pleasing. The Rinnegan is fearsome. With its myriad terrifying abilities, such as Tengai Shinsei and Daikoten, Shinluo felt he could easily dominate the world of pirates. This was a flawless investment. He could finally enjoy a restful sleep. It would be better to seek out Gion. With this thought, Shinluo departed from his room. 6 days passed thereafter. During this time, Wano country had commenced its reforms, with Kazuki Oden taking charge. Oden had visited Shinluo several times to inquire about specific matters, seeking guidance on how to govern the nation. However, how could Shinluo possibly know? Such matters are a profound discipline. He had a particular aversion to those daimyos or nobles, as there were always a few who would meddle excessively, and Shinluo dealt with them decisively. Many regions in Wano were exceedingly impoverished. Aside from the flower capital, nearly all were in dire straits. Addressing the populace's needs was indeed a formidable challenge. No wonder Kaido supported Kaido as the puppet master. He merely needed to reap benefits from Wano, while others were inconsequential. He had exerted his influence over every aspect of the citizens' lives, meticulously controlling even the smallest details, all to achieve absolute dominion over the country. Brutal and bloody methods are invariably the swiftest and most effective. Kazuki Oden, you must cultivate your thoughts on how to govern Wano effectively, ensuring all citizens rally behind you. Have you heard of the Empress Boa Hancock from Amazon Lily? Shinluo sat at one side of the table, observing Kazuki Oden, whose attire aligned reasonably with Shinluo's aesthetic. Oden enjoyed immense popularity in Wano, surpassing that of the nobles. Her beauty was indeed captivating, akin to that of the Snake Princess, who was so stunning that even women found it hard to resist her allure. It was said that the Pirate Empress was regarded as the most beautiful woman in the world. Kazuki Oden fluttered her eyelashes, her voice laced with a soft allure. My lord, how do I compare to that Pirate Empress in beauty? The Snake Princess is more beautiful. Shinluo's reply was a splash of cold water. Answering that she was more beautiful or equally beautiful would lead her to mistakenly believe Shinluo harbored feelings for her. However, Shinluo was no ordinary man. Is that so? Oden felt a pang of disappointment, searching Shinluo's face for any hint of deception, but found none. So adorable, Shinluo. In another room, Peach Rabbit and her companions were present. A game of Go lay on a low table, featuring a match between Peach Rabbit and Isteth. Shinluo employed a special ninjutsu, allowing his voice to be heard clearly on the other side of the wooden wall, while Peach Rabbit and her companions could not hear anything from his side, regardless of how loudly they spoke. Did you think he was the type to fancy every woman he encountered? Gion, Isdeth shot a fierce glare at Peach Rabbit, then placed a white stone. Khalifa observed the two women with a hint of exasperation. Peach Rabbit dropped a black stone. Of course, I don't think that. So, what'd you do last night, Guillaume? Isdeth had finally uncovered Shenluo and Peach Rabbit's secret. And what of it? Peach Rabbit remained unfazed. Shameless old woman. I will defeat you today. Isdeth had already lost 19 games of Go, starting from breakfast until now, having not won a single match. She regretted bringing Peach Rabbit aboard, akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. You're merely envious of me, aren't you? Peach Rabbit teased. Isdeth frowned. I truly wish to eliminate that green-haired woman. It was bothersome. These past few days, she had been persistently seeking Shenluo, and did Isdeth not know her motivations? Peach Rabbit reminded her. Shenluo is merely using her. Khalifa chimed in. I encountered the Snake Princess once. She slapped me, and my lord promptly kicked her away, regardless of her beauty. Did that really happen? Peach Rabbit inquired, intrigued. Indeed, a couple of months ago. Isdeth asked, do you have a photo of that woman? I want to see what this so-called beauty of the world looks like. Peach Rabbit replied, do not be jealous. The Snake Princess is indeed stunning. The most beautiful I've ever seen, and her powers are formidable. Her devil fruit abilities and martial prowess, along with her 3 types of haki, are exceptionally strong. To subdue her, one would need to deploy an admiral, and even then, 1 or 2 generals wouldn't suffice to capture her. Now I'm curious, Isdeth chuckled, casting a glare at her opponent. Meanwhile, Shenluo mused. The Snake Princess, ruler of Amazon Lily, indeed possesses notable qualities. You will not falter in comparison, will you? After all, you are both women, and it's merely a country. Though it may be in shambles, I believe you are capable of fulfilling this role. You wouldn't want to bring shame upon your father, Kazuki Odin, would you? Shenluo's words carried an encouraging tone, yet he was essentially using Kazuki Odin as a pawn. I can do it. Upon hearing Shenluo's words, Kazuki Odin felt invigorated. Shenluo continued, the first step is to provide benefits to those outside the flower capital. Many people out there are likely starving. If you can ensure they have rice to eat, you will become their savior, and they will revere you like a deity. Do you believe it? Subsequently, you can also directly utilize them, and they will serve your interests. Yes, Kazuki Odin wholeheartedly agreed with Shenluo's insights, feeling that his reasoning was indeed profound. So, take your time. You can do it. Shenluo continued to encourage her. Kazuki Odin straightened her posture and resolutely declared, I will not disappoint my lord's expectations. You can do it. Afterward, Shenluo saw Kazuki Odin off once more. This woman presents a bit of challenge. Thankfully, I am not the direct ruler of this nation, or would be quite troublesome. On another front, Peach Rabbit won another round of Go. You lost. For the 20th time, Peach Rabbit applauded herself. Khalifa, applaud. Khalifa clapped her hands. You all are quite dull. Aren't we all family? Khalifa remarked, exasperated by the competition. Isdeth retorted, I fear he will bring another woman to the throne. Khalifa replied, aside from you and me, who else has he brought to the throne? Guillaume is one you captured. You. Isdeth found herself momentarily speechless. Glasses girl, always opposing me. How many times must I say it? I no longer wear glasses. At that moment, Shenluo entered the room. Peach Rabbit inquired, did that Kazuki Odin leave? She has departed. Isdeth sneered, Shenluo, did you not notice? She has feelings for you. I have no such feelings for her. Isdeth pointed at Peach Rabbit. What about this old woman? A family is different. How can Guan Yue and an outsider be compared to Tao Tu? Moreover, do not refer to the woman from Guillaume as an old hag. Never mind. Isides glanced at Tao Tu and Guillaume, suggesting another round. At that moment, Shenluo spoke up, stating that he would not be dining tonight and might return tomorrow, as he needed to step out. Where to? Tao Tu and the others asked in unison. To Mariehua, Shenluo replied. Mariehua? What do you intend to do there? Tao Tu et Galim. That place is filled with formidable opponents, and any disturbance will quickly attract the Navy from the Red Earth continent, likely arriving within half an hour. I will go with Kaido. Kaido, what have you done? Aren't you enemies? Isides and the others were puzzled. Shenluo chuckled. I frightened Kaido. He will heed my words. Regardless, Shenluo was determined to visit Mariehua. Without administering a lesson, the Gorosei would not fear him. Chapter: Lord Kaido. Shun Luo has arrived. On Onigashima, in Kaido's usual position, he reclined in his chair. He had awakened 4 days ago and removed the bandages yesterday. Although only a few days had passed, the wounds inflicted during his battle with Shun Luo had healed significantly, with the scars remaining but no other issues. He possessed the world's greatest healing ability aside from Shun Luo. Such injuries could be mended in a remarkably short time. Now he sat upon a massive chair, akin to his throne. It was then that Jack the Drought entered and informed Kaido of Shun Luo's arrival. "That bastard," Kaido growled, causing fear to ripple through his subordinates. Yet he made no move. 2 days prior, Shun Luo had visited and notified Kaido of his intention to head to Mariehua. As Kaido gazed at the entrance, Shun Luo stepped in, that young man who surpassed the world's imagination with unparalleled and terrifying combat prowess. Having just departed from his residence after bidding farewell to Tao Tu and the others, Shun Luo arrived at Kaido's side. "Kaido, we agreed 2 days ago," Shun Luo stated without further ado. At that moment, Kaido rose from his seat and reached for his kanabo, only to remember that Shun Luo had shattered it, rendering it non-existent. "Forget about Mariehua. I can fly away," Kaido declared, leaving the skull cave alongside Shun Luo. The 3 disasters followed behind, but they were merely there to witness Kaido and Shun Luo's departure, not heading to Mariehua themselves. Kaido's body tensed and then relaxed, undergoing a dramatic transformation as streaks of lightning appeared in the night sky, accompanied by thunderous roars. Soon, he transformed into a blue dragon, coiling in the air and gazing down at Shun Luo. Shun Luo ascended as well, but he positioned himself atop Kaido's head, settling down steadily. "You dare sit on me, Shun Luo?" Kaido bellowed. The inhabitants of Onigashima, including the 3 disasters, were astonished. It was the first time anyone had the audacity to sit atop Kaido. "You'll get used to it, Kaido. I'm quite furious," Kaido roared. "Come fort, beast Kaido." Shun Luo shouted defiantly, disregarding Kaido's anger. Kaido surged into the clouds, facing the onslaught of thunder and lightning. "Kaido, do you think lightning can strike me?" Shun Luo ignored the bolts that rained down upon him, as Kaido's fury manifested in this manner. Nevertheless, his anger could only reach this point. Shun Luo indeed overshadowed him. A dragon can soar through the clouds and perhaps summon the winds and rain. Kaido glided high above, his destination set for Mariehua. "Kaido, with such a great distance, why don't we have a chat?" Kaido remained silent. However, Shun Luo continued. "Kaido, I heard that you were an intern in the Rocks Pirates back in the day." "Indeed," Kaido finally responded. "Were you introduced by Charlotte Linlin?" "No, it was Rocks who took notice of me. I was no ordinary fellow back then, though my strength was not particularly remarkable on that ship." "So what did you owe Big Mom? Debt? How do you know?" Kaido inquired, perplexed. Could it be that Shun Luo referred to the debt in Big Mom's words? It seemed that few knew of this matter. "According to Big Mom, you owe her a lifetime of gratitude. What is it? I'm quite curious." Kaido remained silent for several seconds before responding. "Back in the day, I came to Wano to kill Guan Yue Yutian. My plan was exposed, and the Whitebeard pirates aimed to invade Wano to rescue Guan Yue Yutian. It was that old hag who assisted me by intercepting Whitebeard in a certain sea area, allowing my plan to proceed smoothly. Guan Yue Yutian was once a crew member of Whitebeard, considered a brother by him. Given Whitebeard's protective nature, whether out of concern for his crew or his brother, he would undoubtedly rush to aid Guan Yue Yutian. Upon reflection, Shun Luo seemed to grasp the nuances, though there surely lay a more convoluted tale behind it. Otherwise, Big Mom would not have spoken of a lifetime of debt. Had Whitebeard and the others successfully reached Wano back then, Kaido would have undoubtedly faced greater difficulties. Even 20 years ago, Whitebeard, though not at his peak, would have been perilously close to it, truly formidable. As for the other, Guan Yue Yutian possessed strength nearly equal to Whitebeard's, without a doubt beyond Kaido's capacity to withstand. Hence, Big Mom assisted him. It was likely that Big Mom had aided him on multiple occasions. Perhaps there existed an indescribable bond between them. Shun Luo smirked wickedly, but as he continued to inquire, Kaido fell silent. When it came to personal matters, even Kaido, with his tough exterior, would not divulge. Thus began their flight, traversing the vast sky. From above, even islands appeared as mere specks, some so tiny they were reduced to mere dots. After 5 hours, Shenluo and the others beheld the red Earth continent. "We're almost there," Kaido remarked. Looking at the red Earth continent, he declared, "I have yet to try standing atop the peak of the red Earth continent." The pinnacle of the red Earth continent, home to the celestial dragons, is the epicenter of this world and the zenith of power. Falling would be painful, Shenluo warned. "I want to give it a try." Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shenluo chuckled. Tonight, 2 madmen were set to invade the peak of the red Earth continent. Hua. Chapter. It was around 3 in the morning. In truth, the journey from Wano to the sea near the peak of the red Earth continent would require several days under normal sailing conditions. However, Kaido, as a dragon, flew directly, and for one capable of soaring through the clouds, it took merely 7 or 8 hours in a straight line. The peak of the red Earth continent loomed high, with Hua resting atop a shroud of white mist. A paradise? One might say so, yet it housed only the dregs of this world. In the tranquil hours of early morning in Maligieo, a place where pigs are raised in captivity by 19 families for 800 years, the atmosphere is serene. The only guardians outside the architecture of Panga City are the Tenryubito. However, not all Tenryubito are asleep, as their lives are filled with varied entertainments, often involving the torment of their slaves. At this moment, high above the red soil continent, 2 formidable figures, Shenluo and Baisho Kaidwa, hover in the sky. From their vantage point, Panga City appears diminutive, enveloped in mist, situated over 3,000 meters above the ground. The dragon-formed Kaidwa looms in the sky, with Shenluo perched atop his head, exhilarated by the thrill of their presence. "I feel invigorated. It's my first time here, and I've long found them displeasing," Kaidwa remarks, casting a glance at Shenluo. "I'm about to leap down. Make sure you don't fall," Shenluo assures him, ascending away from Kaidwa's head. "If they deploy their ultimate weapon, we shall retreat," Shenluo cautions. Kaidwa replies, "The Tenryubito possess the king of ancient weapons, though its nature remains a mystery. Besides that, there are other formidable armaments we must be wary of. The king of ancient weapons has been under the Tenryubito's control since 800 years ago, a closely guarded secret." Shenluo grins cruelly. They will remember this night for eternity. With that, Kaidwa transforms back into his human form and plunges downwards like a fearsome meteor from the heavens, his weight accelerating his descent until he disappears from sight. "I am Baisho Kaidwa," he bellows, his voice resonating through the air. Unfazed by the fall, he embraces the thrill. Having done this before, "Madman," Shenluo chuckles, diving after him like a rocket, swiftly catching up as the winds howl around them. "Kaidwa, we're nearing our destination," Shenluo announces, pointing towards the increasingly large Panga City below, their trajectory aimed at an open arena akin to a coliseum. At that moment, 5 Tenryubito are witnessing a duel among slaves within the arena. Originally 10 slaves, only 2 remain, bloodied and on the brink of collapse. As slaves of the Tenryubito, their fates are grim, leaving no path of retreat. "Kill him! Kill him!" shouts a corpulent Tenryubito, furious, as one of the remaining slaves is his own. Should his slave emerge victorious, he stands to claim the entirety of the 20 billion berry stakes. This victory is assured, boasts another Tenryubito, slightly more attractive than the first, as the others lament the failings of their own slaves, who have already perished in battle. How can the Tenryubito still find time for such amusements at this hour? Shenluo sneers, now only 100 meters from the arena, a mere heartbeat for objects in free fall. In the arena, one slave thrusts a weapon into another, drenched in blood, emerging as the victor, whose Tenryubito is, of course, the portly one. He cackles triumphantly. "Ha! Your slaves are the true failures. I have won." Yet the victorious slave's expression is devoid of emotion, his gaze cold and bloodthirsty, for the one he just killed was his own brother. As a slave to the Tenryubito, such is his tragic fate, worse than that of a mere dog. Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, Kaidwa crashes into the duel arena, obliterating it entirely. The shockwave sends the 5 Tenryubito tumbling, debris raining down upon them, sealing their grim fate as they scream in horror, their lower halves crushed beyond recognition. Kaidwa rises from the massive crater, leaping forth with the grace of a demigod. The surviving slave is left in shock, having narrowly escaped the devastation due to his resilience. Kaidwa stands like a demon, exclaiming, "It hurts. Shinlua, where are you? Did you make it?" Pain, to Kaidwa, is merely a minor annoyance. "I'm right here," Shinlua replies, floating in the air as he unleashes a wave of Conqueror-S hockey that disperses the dust. "Let us commence. This night, we shall turn Maligieo upside down." Kaidwa's voice reverberates, instilling fear in nearby guards who are still reeling from the previous explosion. Shinlua notices the slave. "Do you wish to escape Maligieo?" he inquires. "Yes." The slave answers after a brief pause, intimidated by Shinlua's presence. "If you desire freedom, go release all the slaves. You can find the keys, right? Remove the collars around your necks and leave this place. The escape of the slaves will incite chaos." Shinlua, resplendent in his golden armor, exudes a divine aura. "Are you a deity?" the slave asks, astonished. Kaidwa looks down at him. "Do you wish to talk?" "Enough with the nonsense." Shinlua commands, "Release all slaves. Whether you can escape is up to your own abilities. You have no more than 2 hours." The slave profusely thanks Shinlua before darting off to liberate his fellow captives. "I truly wish to smash him." Kaidwa scoffs, indifferent to the lives of others. "This will only make things more entertaining," Shinlua chuckles. The time for action has arrived. Chapter: To think they would name it Panga City. These scoundrels are unworthy of such a title. The abode of the Tenryubito, Maligieo, is Panga City. As Shinlua and Kaidwa emerge from the shattered arena, the guards of Maligieo are left bewildered. 2 pirates, one a beast and the other a legendary figure. Baisho Kaidwa and Shinlua. Fear grips them, and they tremble. Shinlua strikes with a punch, the tremor fruit activating, obliterating the ground before him. Guards positioned over 10 meters away are sent flying. Witnessing this power, Kaidwa is astonished yet again, memories of Whitebeard flooding back from the era of rocks to the present. "Kaido, it is time for us to take action." At this moment, they find themselves on the grand avenue of Mary Geos. The profound noise from Kaido's recent descent has startled many. However, upon realizing that it is Kaido and Shinluo, not a single soul remains unshaken. The individuals currently present are merely ordinary guards of Mary Geos. After all, they are not permitted to sleep carelessly, especially at night when vigilance is paramount. Years ago, when Fisher Tiger ascended to the peak of the Red Soil continent and ignited a slave rebellion, Mary Geos has remained on high alert ever since. They tremble as they gaze upon Shinluo, whose name resonates loudly among them, infamous for slaughtering 4 celestial dragons and undertaking actions no one else dared to attempt. Is he not Shinluo, the one who dared to slay the esteemed celestial dragons? No guard dares to advance, even with weapons in hand. They are paralyzed by fear as the colossal Kaido looms before them like a demonic deity. "Kaido, have you ever experienced a different kind of power?" Shinluo inquires, observing the guards who stand more than 30 meters away, too terrified to take even a step closer, retreating instead. The presence of Shinluo and Kaido is beyond their comprehension. "What kind of power?" Kaido muses, perplexed by Shinluo's mention of another form of strength. "Another power system." At that moment, Shinluo gazes ahead, slightly spreading his feet, lowering his waist and bringing his palms together. Fire release, great fire destruction. A torrent of flames as vast as the ocean erupts from Shinluo's mouth, engulfing the guards before them. The sound of the inferno blends with the anguished screams of the guards, and even Kaido could distinctly feel the terrifying heat wave. Without barriers, how could one withstand such flames? Within mere seconds, all the guards are reduced to ashes, the once white ground now cloaked in darkness and swirling with thick black smoke. "Your abilities are quite peculiar. What kind of power user are you?" Kaido exclaims in astonishment, having encountered several of Shinluo's powers during their skirmishes. Kaido is now further amazed as Shinluo showcases his fire abilities. Although Shinluo previously utilized the Blade of Flame that seemed exclusive to that weapon, while now he breathes fire directly. Although Kaido can also breathe fire, it is only when he assumes his dragon form. The battle has begun, First, we shall shatter the Void Throne. Shenluo's gaze turns icy as he disregards Kaido's inquiry. At that moment, Kaido watches as Shenluo strikes the ground with a resounding clap, causing a strange formation to materialize, emanating a crimson glow. Another new ability? Kaido observes Shenluo, now even more astonished as he senses a surge of violent power emerging ahead. What is this? The spirit beast Kyubi no Kitsune. Shenluo whispers, summoning the nine-tailed fox, the most formidable among the nine-tailed beasts, known for its terrifying strength. As Shenluo summons it, the colossal orange-red fox rises from the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. It releases a thunderous roar, its form rivaling that of a giant sea creature, yet its capabilities far surpass them. What manner of monster is this? Shenluo, what is this? Kaido is taken aback. The arrival of the Kyubi is entirely beyond his expectations. How did it come forth? Did it lie hidden beneath the earth all along? Merely a pet, used to divert attention. Shenluo chuckles. Let us proceed to the palace where the Void Throne resides. Kaido gazes at the Kyubi in astonishment, feeling the immense destructive power and malevolent aura it possesses, a wild and rampant force that instills trepidation within him. Shenluo spit. Kyubi, do you understand what to do? Shenluo commands the Kyubi. I shall perform my duty well. The Kyubi responds with an air of authority. A Zoan-type power user? Kaido wonders, astonished that it can speak. As the Kyubi rushes into the buildings, it wreaks havoc like a frenzied beast, demolishing lavish structures and trampling countless guards who attempt to intervene. Towering edifices collapse, burying even the celestial dragons still in slumber. To the Kyubi, none of that matters. It seeks only to destroy. This is the exhilaration of being unleashed. The Kyubi is relentless, and the guards are no match for it. Not even the elite CP agents stand chance. Its sole purpose is chaos. Simultaneously, the slaves of the celestial dragons rise in revolt. They have been liberated. Shenluo and Kaido make their way to the palace housing the Void Throne, using the Kyubi and the slaves as distractions. The chapter unfolds with the destruction of Mary Geos architecture, revealing a titanic nine-tailed beast wreaking havoc among the ruins. The ancient structures, having withstood the test of time for 8 centuries, crumble like fragile paper before it. The celestial dragons? They are all but rendered incapacitated. Flee at once. Where has this monster emerged from? The celestial dragons and many guards are engulfed in panic. The presence of the Kyubi commands all attention, leaving many unaware that Kaido and Shenluo are present. The headquarters of the world government lies in Mary Geos, and as the supreme commander, Steelbone Kong is abruptly awoken by the chaos outside. Confused, he hears the explosions and the wails of terror. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Steelbone Kong's expression shifts dramatically. A monster has appeared? What is happening? A slave rebellion? Not only is the beast causing destruction, but at this moment, the slaves of Mary Geos, numbering nearly 10,000, are also escaping. Are they taking advantage of the chaos caused by the monster to flee? A slave revolt is truly terrifying. However, as Steelbone Kong considers the chaos wrought by the Kyubi and the slave uprising, a panicked marine bursts in. Admiral Kong, we are monitoring the situation. We have detected Fire Sword Shenluo and the Beast Kaido. Both pirate emperors are here. What? Shenluo and Kaido? How could this be? Initially troubled, Steelbone Kong's countenance darkens further at the names of Shenluo and Kaido, and an unprecedented sense of fear grips him. Indeed, it is fear, a sense of crisis, akin to an ordinary person facing the apocalypse. We're Kaido and Shenluo. They are pirate emperors, and now they are together? What could this signify? Pirate emperors do not frequently meet, yet now, 2 of them are invading Mary Geos simultaneously? This is utterly unimaginable. They have united. The only thought that crosses Steelbone Kong's mind is this. Shenluo has become the pirate he has focused on most recently, without exception. Shenluo's rise has been astonishing and terrifying. In just 3 months, he has evolved to an unfathomable level, a reality that no one would believe if spoken aloud. It is indeed true. This is a terrifying crisis. Gongu Kong could scarcely fathom the calamity that was about to unfold. He swiftly retrieved his Den Den Mushi to notify the naval headquarters. Hello, this is the Naval Headquarters. In the office of the Admiral at the Naval Headquarters. Due to an overwhelming amount of paperwork the previous day, Sengoku had not yet succumbed to slumber. Only he and Tsuru remained awake, the latter suffering from insomnia lately, as news of Momonosuke had yet to reach them. The Navy dispatched by Tsuru had also failed to locate Shinkai. And what about Gion? Sengoku, this is Gangu Kong. I demand the entire Navy to mobilize. The chaos in Mariehua, Shinkai, and Kaido of the Beast are creating turmoil in Mariehua. All naval forces must respond. Gangu Kong's voice boomed, resonating with vigor despite his nearing century of life. What? I understand. Sengoku's expression darkened instantaneously, devoid of any further inquiry. In that moment, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Tsuru abruptly lifted her head. The mere mention of Shinkai invigorated her. Little Tsuru, this matter is exceedingly grave. Once the call ended, Sengoku's countenance bore a weighty concern. The last time Shinkai allied with the Golden Lion, Sengoku was filled with apprehension, fearing Shinkai's growing influence. Recently, it had come to light that the Golden Emperor had openly defied the world government, and prior to that, Shinkai had visited Gold City. Now, with Shinkai collaborating with a monstrous Kaido, their relationship had undoubtedly escalated to an alarming level. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku activated the alarm at the Naval Headquarters, signaling the most severe alert since the Golden Lion's incursion. 3 minutes later, the Navy launched into action, targeting the peak of the Red Line at Mariehua, truly unleashing their full might. At Mariehua, 2 pirate emperors were wreaking havoc. One was Kaido of the Beasts, frequently captured by the Navy, yet always escaping. The mightiest creature across land, sea, and air. The other was Shinkai, who persistently provoked the Navy and the world government while remaining elusive. This crisis was indeed terrifying. At this moment, chaos reigned in Mariehua, as thousands of slaves surged forth. Even the military forces there were insufficient to quell the frenzy of these liberated slaves. It is crucial to note that among these slaves were giants, fishmen, and not merely ordinary folk. Many possessed considerable strength, with numerous having pirate backgrounds. Their inherent ferocity erupted upon liberation, and their neck bombs had been deactivated. Who could restrain them? They revolted, driven by years of abuse and fear, upon being freed. Many became even more brutal. The elite forces of Mariehua could not withstand their onslaught. After concluding the call with Sengoku, Gangu Kong cast aside his cloak, revealing a muscular vest that exuded an aura of formidable power. A master of martial arts, he could rival Carp. Gangu Kong beheld the monstrous Kyubi, its overwhelming strength deepening his gravity of concern. Before confronting Shinkai and Kaido, he needed to subdue this creature. How did this monster arrive at Mariehua? Gangu Kong ponde. Yet he knew he must swiftly eliminate it before pursuing Shinkai and the others. According to surveillance footage, Shinkai and Kaido had entered the palace that symbolized the pinnacle of world power. Gangu Kong was uncertain of their intentions, but he believed the Gorosei would obstruct their path. Observing the devastation wrought by Kyubi from a distance, he clenched his fists, his muscles surging with intensity. Gangu Kong sprang into action as a towering slave lunged at him with a punch. The slave, upon seeing him, was instinctively gripped by fear. In Mariehua, few slaves could fail to recognize the formidable commander Gangu Kong. In an instant, he retaliated, delivering a punch that sent the hapless slave flying over 20 meters, crashing into the ruins of a structure. The entire exchange transpired in under 2 seconds, illustrating the ferocity of Gangu Kong's strike. He paid no heed to the rioting slaves. The creature was of greater significance, and Shinkai and Kaido were paramount. Cease your rampage, monster! Gangu Kong leaped into the air, clenching his colossal right fist, aiming for Kyubi's forehead. With a thunderous impact, Kyubi staggered back 3 steps, though that was all it did. Human, Kyubi spoke, its voice resonating with authority. A power user? Gangu Kong instinctively pondered upon hearing Kyubi's words. I'm the strongest tailed beast. Kyubi roared, its tail whipping toward Gangu Kong with blinding speed. Gangu Kong barely managed to defend himself, yet the tail's force sent him hurtling into a building like a rocket. This human is strong, But that is all. QB dismissed him. At that moment, it opened its gaping maw, gathering a crimson sphere of energy that swelled ominously. A tailed beast bomb. What is that? Gangu Kong, emerging from the rubble, beheld the menacing sphere forming in QB's mouth. He could only surmise that QB was preparing to unleash a devastating attack. As the tailed beast bomb targeted him, Gangu Kong sensed an imminent, lethal force approaching. He swiftly vacated the area, realizing that as the bomb reached its destination, it would result in an explosion of catastrophic proportions, reducing anything within its vicinity, celestial dragons, Mariehua guards, and slaves alike, to ash. This was merely an ordinary tailed beast bomb, not even its most potent form. What manner of power is this? A Zoan-type ability user? Gangu Kong was blasted 50 meters away by the sheer force, the residual waves exuding unbearable heat. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he propelled himself toward QB with utmost urgency. There was no room for relaxation. Go! Gangu Kong unleashed a terrifying punch, landing once more on QB's head, the impact sending the beast rolling several times across the ground. Human, that punch was commendable, QB admitted, feeling a twinge of pain in its head. You have come to Mariehua. Do not expect to leave. Gangu Kong seethed with fury, for QB had already inflicted significant casualties, and he would not allow it to continue its rampage. He had not fought in a long while. Mei Sengoku and the others arrived swiftly. I can hold off this creature, but I cannot withstand the combined forces of Kaido and Shinkai. Gangu Kong charged at QB once more, the ground beneath him collapsing under the might of his powerful strides. The battle was reignited. On the other side, Shun Luo and Kaido have now entered the palace where the Void Throne resides. This palace is vast yet desolate, inhabited only by a few armored guards. However, this poses little threat, as even these guards will be terrified at the sight of Shun Luo and Kaido, let alone attempt to resist them. Shortly, they arrive beneath the Void Throne, which looms high above them. The Void Throne, also known as the Vacant Throne, symbolizes equality and democracy. Yet, with the passage of time, human hearts inevitably decay, and the desire to dominate the world corrupts them, lured by the temptations of power. Perhaps from the very beginning, they never regarded the vacant throne with any seriousness. They merely aspired to rule this world. Under the Void Throne, only Shun Luo and Kaido stand present, with even the guards on the stairs absent. Only when him is present do people gather here. Shun Luo and Kaido quickly ascended, and in less than a minute, they stood before the Void Throne. The throne itself appeared unremarkable, merely an ordinary seat, yet it represents the highest authority in this world. Kaido gazed at the throne before him. Let me take a seat, he chuckled. Shun Luo replied, Are you certain your stature can accommodate it? The throne, designed for an average human frame, is evidently unsuitable for Kaido's colossal physique. What a pathetic chair. I disdain it. Kaido scoffed. Shun Luo remained silent and directly took a seat. It felt somewhat cold, yet it is, after all, a throne crafted from gold. Perhaps it is pure gold, Kaido speculated. Pure gold? Shun Luo questioned, astonished. Such a substance is indeed extraordinary in this world, rumored to extend one's lifespan. Has I perhaps used pure gold to prolong his life without the surgery fruit? However, pure gold is exceedingly rare. It would be unreasonable to use it for a throne. Shun Luo shook his head. Even the Golden Emperor, who has tirelessly amassed gold, has failed to procure pure gold. Yet, could the 800 years of the World Government's foundation include pure gold? It is quite possible. Kaido, someone approaches. At that moment, Shun Luo sensed 5 formidable auras entering the palace. Boldly, vacate that most exalted seat. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed from below, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Shun Luo tilted his body to the right, resting his right hand against his cheek, curiously watching the newcomers with a smirk. It is a pleasure to see you all, he remarked, his voice soft yet resonating throughout the palace, laced with provocation and disdain. The 5 elders had arrived, the 5 elderly figures, the sword elder, the long elder, the short elder, the staff elder, and the mustached elder. Shun Luo and Kaido stood high at the Void Throne, looking down upon the 5 elders. Shun Luo, The Sword Elder attempted to draw his sword, the Shodai Kitetsu, but ultimately refrained, aware that this is one of the most prestigious locations in Mariehua, where no mistakes can be afforded. Most importantly, Lord M is currently asleep. We cannot disturb her. Cursed be the circumstance. We cannot act here. The Sword Elder muttered, audible to the others. Do not act hastily, at least not here. The Staff Elder cautioned, a reminder understood by the others. They dared not engage here. However, Shen Luo discerned the Sword Elder's earlier gesture and stood up, looking down at the 5 elders. This is their territory, yet Shen Luo exhibited no fear. You dare not act? He taunted, his voice echoing even to the 5 elders, who were several meters below. I advise you not to be arrogant. Neither you nor Kaido will leave here today. The Sword Elder fumed, itching to charge forth, but doing so would inevitably lead to conflict with Shen Luo, risking damage to this sacred space. It was a frustrating predicament, devoid of alternatives. Little brat, do not think we cannot suppress you. The Sword Elder was on the verge of exploding with rage. How do you intend to suppress me? Shen Luo questioned, puzzled. Kaido, do you know? How will they suppress me? Shen Luo inquired of Kaido. Kaido replied, what a bunch of useless fools, all talk and no action. I am utterly displeased. He stomped down, shattering the floor tiles beneath him. Kaido, do not offend this sacred realm. The Long Elder shouted in anger, nearly charging forward, but was restrained by the mustached elder. Do not act impulsively. I fear they may retaliate. At that moment, Shen Luo unleashed a punch towards the rear, causing the air to shatter and the walls to tremble. Dust pouring forth from the cracks. You, cease your actions. Shen Luo, this is a sacred domain. Do not defile the slumbering deity, for you cannot bear the consequences of angering the divine. The elders roared, teetering on the brink of losing their composure. What a ruin! If it were me, I would have already acted. Kaido derided the 5 elders. Go ahead, Kaido, Shen Luo urged, as Kaido leapt forward, plummeting towards the 5 elders. Take that. I am thoroughly annoyed by you world government scum. He bellowed, raising his fist to strike before even landing. Damn it, Kaido! The Sword Elder shouted in fury, unable to contain himself, and drew the Shodai Kitetsu. Kaido's fist collided with the sharp blade, his hand being several times larger than the Sword Elder's head. The immense force behind Kaido's punch forced the Sword Elder back 7 staggering steps before he managed to halt. Following Shen Luo's earlier incident, Kaido no longer held back his strikes, and the 5 elders, who had deployed numerous spies to monitor him, incensed Kaido further. All of you 5 elders will fall. Too formidable. The Sword Elder marveled, equally helpless. In this place, I dare not unleash my full potential. Kaido, do not be reckless. The Sword Elder leapt up, his bones cracking. I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Kaido kicked out, his massive form moving with lightning speed, striking first against the Sword Elder's fist before unleashing a terrifying force directly at his face. I am thoroughly displeased with you old fools. Kaido roared, bringing his right foot down upon the Sword Elder's face, sending him flying towards the entrance. Kaido, the Staff Elder rushed forward with his palm facing Kaido. An immense and intangible force erupted, striking Kaido and causing his abdomen to cave in, forcing him to stagger back 5 steps. What manner of power is this? Shen Luo observed the cane-wielding elder unleash his attack. His palm did not even make contact with Kaido's body. Yet Kaido was clearly struck by an invisible assault. The Gorosei are no ordinary adversaries. However, Shen Luo could only deduce that the sword-wielding elder must be a swordsman, given that he wields one of the legendary supreme blades, the original Onato. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. What are the others? They cannot merely be old men manipulating power. They must possess significant might as well, perhaps masters of martial arts or users of extraordinary abilities. Regardless, the 5 of them undoubtedly wield impressive strength, potentially rivaling that of an admiral, or perhaps only slightly less. Why do they not simply venture into the New World to eliminate the 4 emperors? Those who play with power are often the most fearful. What the Gorosei seek is profit, a perpetual hold on authority. To venture into the New World would be to gamble their lives against the pirate emperors. The older one becomes, the more one fears loss. This is a truth for most, especially after having acquired everything. The Gorosei are indeed formidable. Old men, are you unaware that I am still here? Shenluo exclaimed suddenly. He planted his right foot upon the void throne, causing the Gorosei to pale in disbelief. Shenluo was desecrating the exalted void throne. Shenluo, your foot. Impudent. Remove your foot at once. I will not allow you to defile that throne. The Gorosei erupted in fury, all of them leaping into the air. Just a moon step. Shenluo scoffed, turning his back to them as numerous golden magical arrays floated behind him, with all weapons aimed at the Gorosei. You cannot stop me. Upon uttering these words, countless weapons were unleashed, shooting forth with the velocity of terrifying lightning. The barrage forced the Gorosei to retreat, with the sword elder in his rage, sustaining a wound on his right leg from one of the weapons. Shenluo's right foot, planted on the void throne, was enveloped in the most violent power of the Jinjin fruit. This was his most forceful strike yet, and while the void throne was undoubtedly crafted from extraordinary materials, it had now yielded under the sheer ferocity of his strength. Boom! The height at which the void throne rested collapsed, shaking the entire palace and causing the walls to crack, fissures spreading rapidly and obliterating all in their path. As for the void throne, it was indeed hard. Yet the section where Shenluo's foot had pressed down was visibly indented, while the surrounding area had been utterly shattered. Shenluo found himself suspended, with his footing now non-existent. No! The Gorosei shouted in disbelief, desperate to intervene. At that moment, Kaido arrived, unnoticed by the Sword Elder, delivering a powerful punch to his bald head. You worthless Gorosei! Kaido sneered. The Sword Elder was sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater, lying there as if unconscious or dazed. This material is impressive, Shenluo remarked, having unleashed the full might of his Jinjin fruit with that kick, compressing its power to deliver a horrifying impact upon the void throne. However, the throne had only partially indented and had not been wholly destroyed. Nevertheless, it was rendered practically useless. Its 8 centuries of glory were annihilated by Shenluo's single kick. The palace, affected by the shockwave, appeared on the verge of collapse, with cracks spreading across the walls, seemingly unable to withstand another assault. As Shenluo descended, retracting the golden magical arrays, the enraged Sword Elder appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Although his fist was not large, Shenluo could sense the immense strength behind it. The Gorosei are not to be underestimated. Are you a practitioner of martial arts? Shenluo inquired, as he too unleashed a punch, their fists colliding and releasing a fierce shockwave that caused their clothing and hair to vibrate violently, sending dust swirling around them. A commendable punch, yet your strength seems lacking. Old man, your punch is no better. You little wretch, today you shall not escape, regardless of your title as Pirate Emperor, the elder retorted. Just as he finished speaking, Shenluo exerted force, sending the elder reeling backward, and seizing the moment, he struck again with a powerful punch to the elder's face. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Shenluo's blow shattered the elder's facial bones, collapsing his protruding nasal structure. You shall relish the terror of my rise, Gorosei. I have all the time in the world to play with you, Shenluo declared with disdain, sending the elder hurtling away with a single, unparalleled strike, smashing through the door and into the ground below. 3 elders remained. This troublesome brat. The remaining 3 elders regarded Shenluo with trepidation, standing together as he landed beside Kaido. Tonight, Mary Geos shall be turned upside down, Shenluo proclaimed, grinning at the 3 elders. A large pit separated them, with the Sword Elder down by Kaido, lying incapacitated from the forceful blow to his head. Kaido was no merciful individual. His punch had been delivered with significant force, and it was fortunate that the elder's head had not been completely shattered, although he now felt dazed and disoriented, suffering from severe concussion. The Gorosei had lived too long without facing the brutality of combat, having long since relegated such violence to others while they reaped enormous benefits. Today, they were forced to fight, a reality they had nearly forgotten. As one of the highest authorities, They had grown accustomed to a life of luxury, above the common populace, manipulating the world to their advantage. Daybreak approaches. Kaido reminded them, as it was now 4 in the morning and dawn was imminent, heralding the time when darkness would be dispelled. You two have committed an unforgivable offense today. The short elder spat angrily, extending his right palm towards Shenluo, releasing an invisible shockwave. Shenluo, highly attuned to such power, countered with a punch, sending the force exploding to their right and creating a circular hole in the wall with a diameter of 1 meter. An inexplicable fruit ability seemingly related to impact. It felt as though he had been struck by an invisible, powerful fist. No worries, my strength is not to be trifled with, Shenluo replied, widening his stance and slightly crouching. Is he about to unleash that flame again? Breathing fire? Kaido wondered, intrigued. He's ready to strike. The mustached elder warned. I'm aware. Do not underestimate him. The elders readied themselves with utmost vigilance. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Huodun. Hao Huomiesher is an even more formidable technique than Huodun. Hao Huomie Quebec. Under the watchful gaze of all, a fireball, akin to a meteorite, erupted from Shenluo's mouth and descended upon the elderly man. The impact was tremendous. The old man's palm faced the fireball, but as it descended, the flames rapidly spread, transforming into a sea of fire in an instant. What? Retreat. The flames are too intense. We cannot withstand this. The old men continually withdrew, yet they found themselves with no place to escape. Moreover, due to the excessively high temperature, even the sword-wielding elder, who was not fully conscious, sprang into action. You! How dare you allow the filthy flames to burn the sacred abode of the deities? The sword elder shouted in anger. You are quite bothersome, Kaido bellowed, his thunderous voice seemingly causing the flames to writhe even more violently. Kaido struck again, aiming a punch at the sword elder. A mere fist cannot harm me. The sword elder replied confidently, using the first generation of Guei Che to block Kaido's blow. However, just as the sword elder began to feel smug, Shenluo appeared, delivering a punch directly to the sword elder's face. Do not think too highly of yourself. Shenluo held the sword elder in even lower regard than Kaido did the 5 elders, and his fist connected with the sword elder's visage. The elder's glasses shattered without a doubt, and he was propelled through the sea of fire by the immense force, crashing into a few other elders, causing them to stagger back from the shockwave. The sword elder's face was crushed. Darn it, it's been a long time since I felt such pain. The sea of fire stood between them, a scorching inferno that only allowed the 5 elders to catch glimpses of Shenluo and his companions. They could not advance. The sea of flames was too ferocious. Thick smoke filled the palace, making it difficult for the elders to keep their eyes open. This is outrageous. What power is this? The elders felt a heavy weight in their hearts, their expressions grave and seething with rage. This is the power of the divine. Shenluo chuckled. At this moment, he raised his right hand and unleashed another punch, embodying the might of the Jinjin fruit. Kaido, we can make our exit, Shenluo reminded Kaido. And then his fist struck the ground, resulting in a violent tremor. Not only did the ground shatter, but the already cracked structure of the palace began to collapse rapidly. Shenluo leaped into the air, escaping through the massive hole that had formed in the palace, and Kaido followed suit, his formidable leap propelling him out of the structure. As he exited the palace, Kaido transformed into a dragon hovering in the sky. Shenluo naturally landed atop his head. Darn it, do not leave. The 5 elders seethed with rage, yet they could do nothing but watch as Shenluo departed. Muduin, Shu Jiejianglin. From the sky, Shenluo surveyed everything below, his Rinnegan activated, hands forming seals, preparing for a grand technique. Chapter Muduin, Shu Jiejianglin. In the air, Shenluo formed seals with both hands, and suddenly, beneath Kaido, several enormous trees erupted from the ground as if uprooted, instantaneously creating a vast forest. The 5 elders found themselves trapped within. What is this ability? Kaido watched in astonishment as the enormous roots emerged below. Even he, having witnessed countless grand spectacles in his life, was taken aback by Shen Luo's manifestation of the tree domain. How many abilities do you possess? Abilities? I have countless. You should get used to regarding me as the deity of this world. Shen Luo smiled. He gazed upon Mary Geos, now marred by large swathes of ruin. Thus, this devastation was still relatively minor, perhaps not even 20% of the area. Nevertheless, it was an unimaginable sight for the world. Mary Geos, perched atop the red soil continent, was considered the pinnacle of the world, where the celestial dragons resided like deities, overseeing all. Yet now, vast regions lay in ruins, with even more awaiting destruction. QB is impressive. He observed QB and Steelbone Kong battling several hundred meters away. At this moment, QB had not fully unleashed its power. Shen Luo had not allowed it to do so. Currently, it resembled a monstrous creature. The devastation wrought upon Mary Geos was largely attributed to QB. That creature is called QB, a zone-type user? Kaido inquired of Shen Luo, who held a particular interest in zone-type users. His pirate crew would prioritize zone-type members over others. Kaido, being a powerful pirate emperor commanding a formidable zone army, would never submit to Shen Luo, even if he were to defeat him. Of course, this is merely hypothetical. Shen Luo would never be defeated. Not a user, merely a beast from ancient times. A beast from ancient times? Can it speak? Kaido, become my subordinate, and I will reveal everything to you. I have no interest. Kaido immediately rejected Shen Luo's proposition without a second thought. As one of the apex figures of this world, how could Kaido, the leader of a mighty Zoan pirate crew, bow to Shen Luo? Has he emerged? Did the five elders not stop him? In the distance, Steelbone Kong also caught sight of Shen Luo and Kaido. Typically, such a distance would make it hard to see Shen Luo, but Kaido's imposing figure made it impossible to overlook. Humans, do not let your guard down. QB warned Steelbone Kong, and before he could regain his composure, QB unleashed a tailed beast bomb. The explosive force akin to a nuclear blast was terrifying, sending Steelbone Kong flying. What technique is this? Can it produce that red spherical explosive? Fireball? Kaido was equally astonished at QB's use of the tailed beast bomb. Shen Luo remarked, "Do you not also breathe fire?" "Mine is special." Kaido was at a loss for words. What chaos in Mary Geos. At this moment, the streets of Mary Geos were filled with panicked people, the majority being slaves, alongside many anxious celestial dragons. The navy and guards continued to rush to the scene. Mary Geos was aflame, the crimson fire lighting up the sky. At such a time, only flames could embellish the spectacle. Having raised too many slaves, almost none could escape Mary Geos. The rotting power comes at the cost of annihilation. Shen Luo gazed towards the city gate of Pangu City, where slaves were attempting to flee. However, this was the pinnacle of the red soil continent, and to be honest, ordinary individuals might not be able to escape. The navy has arrived. I see that old man Garp. At this moment, Kaido spotted Garp and his companions. Truth be told, Kaido had been on the receiving end of Garp's blows many times. From the days of his internship, when Garp first struck him, to his rise during the era of great pirates, Garp had already been a legendary marine long before, with a fearsome reputation and strength that had pursued and defeated countless notorious pirates. Kaido, Shen Luo, the Zhongguo finally ascended, and, at a glance, one could see Kaido looming in the sky, along with Shen Luo perched atop him. To their surprise, Shen Luo was equally observing them. The atmosphere in Mariehua was ablaze, filled with a cacophony of anxious voices reminiscent of Fisher Tiger's liberation of Mariehua years ago. However, this time was palpably different, for two emperors of the sea had arrived. Such audacity! Regardless of their identities as pirate emperors, they must be vanquished. Akainu seethed with rage, his eyes intolerant of evil. Yet one must possess the capability to act. The slaves had fled. Kapu observed the frenzied escape of the slaves, their faces displaying a myriad of emotions: excitement, joy, madness, and hope. I shall solely focus on defeating Shen Luo and the others. I am not responsible for anything beyond that. Kapu declared his stance. He had never wished to come to Mariehua, having visited only a handful of times in his life. If not for Shen Luo's invasion, he might not have bothered at all. Matters concerning the celestial dragons were of no concern to him. In fact, he would rejoice if they were to become extinct. The higher-ups of the Navy were well aware of Kapu's blatant disdain for the celestial dragons, as he harbored numerous grievances against the world government. Kazan adjusted the black eye patch on his forehead, having regarded Kapu as his idol since joining the Navy. Let's first subdue them, Akainu retorted angrily, also harboring dissatisfaction with some of Kapu's actions. Upon sighting Shinluo, Tsuru felt a surge of fury. She needed to confront him about the whereabouts of Peach Rabbit. Additionally, a monstrous entity loomed nearby. At that moment, Kizaru caught sight of Kyubi, his wrinkled face reflecting astonishment. Kyubi's form was colossal, larger than most structures in Mariewa. This chapter of Mariewa is indeed harrowing, surpassing the terrifying crises of yore. How many years has it been since Fisher Tiger? Kazan was taken aback. The Mariewa he beheld, though not in its entirety, was riddled with devastation. Fisher Tiger? He was far from it. Akainu snorted derisively, his fists transforming into molten lava, ready to strike at any moment. Fisher Tiger was indeed insignificant. He sought to rescue his fishman brethren, harboring no desire to save humans, as the celestial dragons were humans. And thus he loathed all of humanity. Furthermore, Tiger dared not harm any celestial dragons. Despite his hatred for them, he was equally terrified of their power, which rendered his incursion into Mariewa ineffectual against them. This time, however, Shinluo's invasion of Mariewa had undoubtedly resulted in the demise of countless celestial dragons. As he feared not their wrath, any celestial dragon who crossed his path would meet a swift end. They seem agitated, Kaido remarked. Agitated? Is that not to be expected? Shinluo replied with a smile. Those old fools likely have yet to regain their senses. Shinluo departed from Kaido's head, soaring towards Kapu and the others. My forces are still insufficient. It is merely myself, Kaido, and Kyubi, while the Navy boasts numerous formidable combatants. The sight is terrifying. Countless Navy personnel gaze upon Shinluo with fear and astonishment, having never encountered such a scene of dread in their lifetimes. Is it the legendary dragon form of Kaido? Many in the Navy quivered at the sight of the ruins of Mariewa and the dragon form of Kaido, forgetting their original intent to prevent the slaves' escape. They trembled in fear. Meanwhile, the skies above crackled with thunder. Typically at this hour, dawn would be breaking, yet now it was not. Kaido approached, descending from the sky. They were converging. Kapu and the others remained vigilant, and for convenience, Kapu had removed his cloak. This must be protection for the celestial dragons. I hope it does not happen again, he murmured. Tsuru interjected. If we do not subdue him, he will eventually become the greatest scourge of this world. Even if he appears benevolent at sea, he is no longer that person. He can't be more than 16, Kazan remarked. Zhangguo shouted to the Navy behind him. Stop this chaos. Recapture all the slaves. Zhangguo hesitated to utter those words, yet he felt compelled to assert his position, even if it contradicted his true feelings. His proclamation was as ludicrous as Kapu's intent to protect the celestial dragons. Some statements must simply be made. Kapu, I am heading to assist Admiral Kong. It seems he is in dire straits. Zhangguo glanced at Kapu, noting that Steelbone Kong appeared to be overwhelmed. With that, Zhangguo vanished, utilizing the 6 forms to swiftly arrive at Kong's location. What kind of monstrous trouble have we invoked? Up close, Kyubi was even more shocking, and it was at this moment that Steelbone Kong was struck. Blood trickled from the corner of Kong's mouth, his vest in tatters, revealing his well-defined muscles and scars from countless battles. Admiral Kong, I have arrived. Zhangguo cast aside his cloak, his body radiating golden light as he rapidly transformed. The great Buddha form of the Hito no Mi, the Buddha of Zhangguo. Steelbone Kong wiped the blood from his mouth and warned loudly, Zhangguo, do not underestimate this beast. He is a Zoan-type user capable of unleashing powerful explosions. Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant. It has been 2 decades since I last fought. Since the Golden Lion, Zhangguo focused his palm towards Kyubi. Another formidable human has arrived? How interesting, Kyubi mused. You can speak? Zhangguo was taken aback. Oh, I forgot. You are a Zoan-type user. Since you have come with Shinluo, then you shall remain here today. Zhangguo's expression grew serious. A shockwave erupted. A golden shockwave surged from Zhangguo's palm, sweeping across the ground before striking Qiubi, sending the beast flying 30 to 40 meters, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Zhangguo, let's join forces to subdue him. Gongyuji. Indeed, Zhangguo, we shall each strike from a different direction to distract his attention. Zhangguo nodded in agreement, and they quickly vanished from their positions. Meanwhile, Shen Luo hovered 8 meters above the ground, casting a watchful eye over Kapu and the others, with Kaido reverting to human form beside him. They faced each other, as countless slaves seized the opportunity to escape due to Shen Luo's presence. Shen Luo, what has become of Jiyuan, the female Navy officer you captured? Suru inquired anxiously and with ire. Jiyuan? Shen Luo replied with a mysterious smile. She has become my woman, and for this lifetime, she shall remain by my side. Hei clenched her fists in a fit of rage, unable to fathom the plight of Tong Tu, toyed with by a pirate. She dared not imagine it. Having devoted her life to the Navy, she had witnessed too much darkness. Little did she know of the lavish life Tong Tu currently enjoyed. Hey, spare us the idle chatter. There is no need for words with such scum. Akainu moved, and with a swift clench of my fist, I vanished from my position. Kizaru also took action, his right foot gleaming as he launched a flash kick toward Shenhua. Akainu advanced, and Kizaru engaged. Kaido, with his brutish simplicity, swung his fist, while Akainu rushed forward. Leaping into the air, his expression frigid and furious. Mingo! Akainu bellowed. I'm still here. Kaido retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Akainu's massive magma fist, showing no mercy and exhibiting remarkable agility. Kaido's punch was far from ordinary. Akainu had intended to strike Shenhua, but Kaido's attack intercepted him. Kaido! Akainu seethed, instinctively raising his fist to defend against the searing magma blow. However, such a strike would have little effect on Kaido. When their fists collided, Akainu's hand was forcefully pushed back, and he was sent flying like a rocket, crashing into the city gate. The sturdy gate could not withstand the terror unleashed by Kaido's fist, shattering Akainu's body. Yet, as a Logia user, he could elementalize, allowing him to endure the immense impact. Damn it, Akainu grunted, his molten form coalescing back into his human shape, feeling the pain. It was not that Kaido had not employed Haki. His sheer level of power could directly incapacitate Akainu. Of course, Akainu fought back with a strength comparable to Kaido's. As the disparity in their powers was not vast, at most, the pirate emperors exceeded the admirals by a slight margin. Kaido's physique was immensely robust, and though Akainu had fought him before, Kaido's defensive capabilities were simply terrifying. Even Akainu's magma proved ineffective against Kaido's formidable defenses as the strongest beings across land, sea, and they were not mere boasts. Furthermore, in his dragon form, Kaido's defenses would be even more formidable. Shenhua received the flashbang shot by Kizaru and, after exchanging words with Kaido, vanished from sight. Kizaru, long time no see, Shenhua. Kizaru greeted him with a sweeping kick, a dazzling leg. It's only been 3 months. Have you missed me that much, Mr. Polysolino? Shenhua returned the gesture, their legs colliding with equal force, creating a whirlwind of energy. Your strength has grown immensely. Indeed. However, your timing is unfortunate. Even if I wish to spare you, you may not escape today. Kizaru reflected, pointing at Shenhua, unleashing a blinding yellow laser that traveled faster than the eye could perceive. Yet Shenhua sensed it instinctively and dodged, simultaneously hearing hurried footsteps amidst the chaos of shouts and combat. Kapu! Shenhua tightened his right fist and propelled it forward. The old man had arrived. Despite his age of over 70, his strength remained undiminished, with few in the world able to match the might of his fists. Although I did not wish to come to Maligieo, since it is you, I have decided to show up. As Kapu gazed at Shenhua, their fists collided, unleashing a torrent of power that shattered the ground beneath them. Both were forced back 3 steps, yet neither would relent, charging forward once more, fists striking again, causing the earth to fracture. This time they stood their ground. Punch after punch, relentless, Kapu was astounded, despite knowing Shenhua's formidable prowess, which could rival that of Whitebeard and others. the shock was unavoidable. Shenluo was so young, even younger than his own grandson by mere months. You truly astonish me. I have fought my whole life without encountering a monster like you. Not only was Shenluo's strength remarkable, but it was also astonishing that he had achieved such formidable power in just over 3 months since setting sail. Kapu had never witnessed anything like it, not even in history. Thank you for the compliment, old man. Shenluo unleashed a powerful punch, channeling the force of shock waves to slightly deflect Kapu's fist. However, Kapu's fist remained unaffected, naturally enveloped in haki, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary fist. Kapu roared, extending his right fist to its maximum reach before launching another strike at Shenluo. Few could withstand the force behind Kapu's blow. Kizaru observed the clash between Kapu and Shenluo, while he also watched. Kizaru chose not to intervene, respecting Kapu's battle. Although intervening might make defeating Shenluo easier, he preferred to gauge the situation, remaining ready to act at any moment. As Kapu and Shenluo fought, the ground shattered beneath them, but with Maligieo already in ruins, a little more destruction mattered little. Akiji had joined other Navy members in subduing slaves. Some of these slaves were formidable, once powerful pirates before becoming the captives of the Celestial Dragons. Now, free from their chains and hardened by countless brutalities, they had become even more bloodthirsty and ruthless. Meanwhile, Akainu was engaged in combat with Kaido. I hope to subdue this monster. Let him reside and impel down for eternity. Hate glared at Shenluo, her fury palpable, for Tongtu was now in his hands. You may not escape, Shenluo. The 6th level of Impel Down is filled with dangers, and I have sent more than a handful of men in there. Kapu struck again, his punch powerful enough that, upon missing, it shattered the ground, creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter. One could only imagine the sheer force behind Kapu's blows. Few could reach his level of mastery in martial arts. He was undoubtedly among the top 3. Rest assured, I shall emerge unscathed. You have captured Kaido multiple times, yet you have never imprisoned him in Impel Down. If Kaido were to be captured, he would likely become the 2nd escapee in history. Hai Lo Shu cannot restrain Kaido, and Shinzua has yet to inquire whether Kaido is indeed a devil fruit user. Historical records of Wano speak of a dragon-slaying warrior armed with the renowned sword Shio, which has become a national treasure. This suggests that beings like Kaido, resembling dragons, are not merely users of powers, but exist as such creatures. Among the strongest beings across land, sea, and sky, even the Sea Kings pale in comparison, with Kaido being a notable exception. Kaido's fist once again surged forth, colliding with Shinzua's in a display of mutual respect. Shinzua refrained from utilizing many of his other abilities, opting instead to rely solely on the raw power of his fists. The terrifying ferocity of Iron Fist Carp's blows commands unparalleled intimidation in this world. The impact of their fists shattered vast expanses of ground. Carp felt a numbing sensation in his hand. Such battles are rare, and he had not fought with such intensity since the Golden Lion. Shinzua is a monster, having acquired such formidable power at a young age. Carp, have you been harboring resentment towards the Celestial Dragons? My visit to Mary Geos today has undoubtedly brought about the demise of many Celestial Dragons. What are your thoughts? Shinzua remarked, his demeanor unfazed by their clash. Particularly after having absorbed the abilities of Uchiha Madara, he has grown even more powerful. While Carp sensed his own hand throbbing, Shinzua remained unaffected, not yet exerting his full strength, much like a fighter in a game whose rage meter is not yet full. Inevitably, Carp would unleash his fury. His strength and stamina would allow him to contend with Shinzua for days on end, though Shinzua had no intention of prolonging the battle. As for the Celestial Dragons, I shall refrain from judgment, especially concerning scum like you. I wish to know what you did to that female Navy officer. Carp's gaze was icy, firmly aligned with the Navy. In a fit of rage, he struck with a powerful punch, sending Shinzua staggering back 10 meters before he regained his footing. Shinzua charged once more, his feet barely grazing the ground, illustrating his incredible speed. Jiwen is now my woman, influenced by me, and she will stand by my side henceforth. Before his feet touched the ground, Shinzua clenched his fists, unleashing a tremendous force aimed directly at Carp's jaw. This punch caused Carp's expression to shift. He recognized its exceptional potency. With his haki hardened, Carp fortified himself against the blow, yet Shinzua's fist connected with astonishing force. The impact propelled Carp like a cannonball, landing over 50 meters away. The yellow monkey, witnessing the dire situation, rushed to intercept Carp's fall, only to be sent flying as well. Such fearsome power. I cannot withstand it. The yellow monkey was hurled 10 meters before managing to stabilize Carp. This punch was overwhelmingly fierce. Carp's complexion turned pale, his jaw aching. Though this pain was trivial compared to the catastrophic force he would have endured without his defenses. Ultimately, Carp's physique, being merely human, paled in comparison to the extraordinary bodies of beings like Kaido and Big Mom, who transcend the limits of humanity with their unparalleled strength. Being knocked back 60 to 70 meters left Carp in shock, mirrored by the yellow monkey's astonishment. "Carp, are you all right?" The yellow monkey inquired. "I am unharmed, but his punching power is terrifying, and he has yet to employ any other abilities. Not only does he possess formidable devil fruit powers, but his physical prowess is equally staggering. This monster must not be allowed to return to the New World." Carp's expression grew grave as Tsuru arrived. "We must collaborate to subdue him. We cannot allow him to continue growing stronger, or the Navy will be lost." Thus, the three reached a consensus to jointly suppress Shinzua. His rapid ascent in strength left them trembling with fear, a reality they could scarcely fathom. Meanwhile, Kaido and Akainu were entrenched in their own battle. Confronted by Kaido's monstrous physique, Akainu found himself at a disadvantage. His magma attacks were nearly ineffective against Kaido, who could exhale molten lava even in his dragon form. "Kaido, your arrogance knows no bounds," Akainu retorted, dwarfed by Kaido's towering stature. "I am unaccustomed to fighting without weapons," Kaido declared, his hands empty. Indeed, when wielding his kanabo, he could unleash techniques like Thunder Bagua or others even more potent. However, at present, he could only rely on his fists. "Kaido, your weapon." Suddenly, Shinzua's voice rang out as a massive kanabo, reminiscent of the one Kaido had once wielded, appeared. Crafted from gold, unlike Kaido's black one, this weapon was forged from the treasures of the Golden City. Boom! As Kaido grasped the kanabo, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. "Behold my strength, Akainu. Witness the might I possess." Being older than Akainu, Kaido represented the pinnacle of combat prowess, where age sometimes correlated with strength. Shinzua observed the swiftly approaching Carp. "The yellow monkey and Tsuru, are we joining forces? However, I cannot engage with you now. It appears Imu has arrived." He sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from Mary Geos, likely the presence of Imu, summoning the outer path Getomazo. Shinzua slammed his palm upon the ground, invoking the Getomazo. This creature surpassed even the nine-tailed beast in strength. What manner of monstrosity is this? The Getomazo, breaking through the earth, elicited shock from Carp and the others. It resembled a demon clawing its way from hell. Shinzua vanished from sight, having come to Mary Geos to uncover the true nature and abilities of Imu, who, without a doubt, is the ultimate antagonist in this world. Chapter: Summoning the Outer Path Getomazo. Shinzua summoned another monstrous being, the Getomazo, a terrifying entity that could only be called forth through the Rinnegan, embodying a ruthless killing machine. As Shinzua slammed his palm onto the ground, the earth before him shattered, revealing a colossal wooden hand emerging from the soil, soon followed by another. What is happening? Is this the ability of that little monster? How many powers does he possess? Carp and the others were left in stunned silence as Shinzua revealed yet another formidable strength. A thunderous roar erupted as the head of a dreadfully terrifying creature emerged from the ground, causing further destruction. It was the Outer Path Getomazo, a colossal monster, towering an impressive height of 40 to 50 meters, resembled a giant crafted entirely from wood. It unleashed a roar that sent shivers down the spines of countless souls, causing the Navy, who sought to capture fleeing slaves, to halt in terror. To them, such a creature was utterly terrifying. The divine power it exuded made their scalps prickle. In the midst of a celestial battle, They, mere foot soldiers, could only stand aside. Another beast? How many more terrifying abilities does it possess? Sengoku and Steelbone Kong, engaged in combat with the Nine Tails, paused momentarily, as did Kaido, Akainu, and Aokiji. This was troublesome. It appeared as formidable as the several-tailed fox over there. Carp and the others wore grave expressions. Sengoku and Steelbone Kong, both among the fiercest warriors in existence, were struggling against the Nine Tails, which still remained active. Especially concerning was the spherical cannonball the Nine Tails had just expelled, instilling a deep sense of dread in them. Now, the emergence of the Outer Path Golem undoubtedly added significant pressure. The Outer Path Golem, devoid of eyes, was a massive creature that roared as if it had lost all reason, akin to a frenzied beast. "I shall not engage with you any longer," proclaimed Shenluo, standing atop the golem's head, gazing down at Carp and his companions, witnessing their expressions of grave concern and shock. "Feel the power of a deity," Shenluo bellowed. "Shenluo, do not be so arrogant. You, a wretch, will inevitably follow in the footsteps of rocks." He, with an expression of fury and helplessness, caused Shenluo to suppress a laugh. "Rocks?" Shenluo scoffed at the name, retorting dismissively, "He was merely a failure. I shall become the ruler of this world." With arms outstretched, he declared his momentous oath to the cosmos. He was destined to reign over this mortal realm. From his lofty vantage point, he beheld the cries for help from the celestial dragons, the frenzied flight of slaves, the navy capturing them, and the fierce battle between Steelbone Kong and Sengoku against the Nine Tails, alongside Akainu being subdued by Kaido. In that moment, Shenluo felt as though he possessed the entirety of the world. Everything was under his dominion. "Soon, this world shall be mine," Shenluo murmured, as a radiant white slash appeared at the site of the tree realm's descent, cleaving through the massive roots. Subsequently, an elderly man with a bald head emerged, followed by several other old men, the Five Elders. "The master here must also be awake now. The master here is him. With such a commotion in Mariewa, if this continues, the entire Mariewa will be destroyed. Im cannot remain hidden. The world government's 8th century foundation surely harbors formidable weapons and power. The celestial dragons cannot all be useless." Just as Don Quixote da Flamingo awakened his conqueror's haki, it proves that among the celestial dragons, there are other kings. Marioish is vast. Even the areas now ravaged are but a fraction of its entirety. It resides in the deepest part of Panga City. Shenluo glanced at the Five Elders, then soared toward them. "Outer Path Golem, act." Upon his command, the golem moved, controlled through the power of the Outer Path, freeing Shenluo from the need to manage its every action. It sufficed to let the golem operate autonomously. "Do not retreat," Saru shouted, though Shenluo remained oblivious to her clenched teeth of frustration. "It seems we cannot easily reach that brat Shenluo," Carp remarked, tightening his fists. With a powerful push from his legs, he shattered the ground beneath him and leaped into the air, arcing toward the Outer Path Golem. "Iron Fist," Carp bellowed, as the muscles in his right arm bulged with immense power, visible even through the confines of his sleeves. The sheer force was staggering. The golem roared, its enormous hand swiping down, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. The collision between Carp's fist and the golem's colossal palm sent shockwaves through the air. Although Carp's fist appeared diminutive in comparison to the golem's hand, his strength was nothing to scoff at. A single punch could shatter a small island. Thus, Carp's blow was equally formidable. The golem's palm was forced back, its center caving inward. "Borisolino, we cannot merely stand by." At that moment, the voice of Aokiji reached Kizaru's ears. After Aokiji spoke, he vanished in an instant, reappearing at the foot of the Outer Path Golem a second later. "Freezing moment," Aokiji exclaimed, placing both hands upon the ground. A tremendous freezing power surged forth, swiftly enveloping the terrain in ice, which spread toward the golem's legs and soon reached its knees, seemingly its limit. Meanwhile, prompted by Aokiji's call, Kizaru sprang into action, transforming into a being of light and appearing before the golem. Data no Kagami. A multitude of luminous orbs floated behind Kizaru, And as he uttered the words, Yada no Kagami, over 100 light projectiles shot toward the golem's head. Concurrently, Karp utilized Moonwalk to close in on the golem's jaw, delivering a punch capable of obliterating a small island. However, this strike did not cause the golem's jaw to cave in. Such formidable hardness. Karp was taken aback, feeling a tingling sensation in his fist. The defense was simply overwhelming. Similarly, Kizaru, who had unleashed his light projectiles upon the golem, was astonished. Although the orbs exploded upon impact with the golem's face, once the smoke cleared, Kizaru realized the golem's visage remained largely unscathed. This is problematic. I feel utterly helpless. Kizaru was stunned. If a mere monster was this terrifying, then just how formidable was its master, Shenluo? At that moment, the outer path golem let out a thunderous roar, exhaling a gust akin to a tempest, forcing Kizaru to stagger back 2 meters, narrowly avoiding a fall thanks to his moonwalk. The golem then lifted its right leg, shattering the massive ice encasing it, followed by the left. How can it be unaffected by freezing? Akiji gasped in shock. The golem's foot descended, crushing Akiji beneath it, who was caught off guard by the sheer force. Kapu shouted loudly, reminding Huang Yuan that this formidable creature was about to unleash a powerful attack. Before Huang Yuan could evade, the outer path demon statue unleashed an enormous beam of light. The colossal pillar of light struck Huang Yuan, making him appear insignificant in comparison. Polysolino, Kapu, and he cried in unison, but it was too late. Huang Yuan was engulfed by the beam. The pillar descended upon him, and together with Huang Yuan, it obliterated a luxurious building over 200 meters away, shattering not only the structure, but also affecting the surrounding edifices, leaving a scene of devastation. The blinding white light and the explosive sounds incited the wrath of the Gorosei. The Gorosei had emerged from the vast tree roots of the original Void Throne, only to find their sanctum buried alongside the edifice. Shenluo, you have committed an unforgivable sin. All deities shall not forgive you. An elder bellowed at the descending Shenluo. Deities? Are you referring to that swine who wears a hood every day? Shenluo retorted mockingly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips upon hearing the Gorosei's words. Bloodied and wielding the first generation of the blade, the elder prepared himself. Tonight, or rather, at this moment, dawn was approaching, yet there were no signs of it. For the sky was roiling with thunderclouds, crackling with lightning. Especially with Kaido utilizing the Thunderbagua, the clouds formed a gigantic, terrifying vortex that was quite intimidating. The battle between Kaido and Akainu had reached a fever pitch, with both combatants fighting fiercely. One was a madman of the Navy headquarters' utmost strength, while the other was a pirate emperor. A clash of 2 lunatics was inevitable. The elder, gripping the first generation of the blade, unleashed a formidable strike towards the heavens, sending forth a radiant white slash that illuminated the void. This strike was monumental, and Shenluo perceived its power to be even more formidable than that of Peach Rabbit. However, considering that he was one of the rulers of the world government wielding the first generation of the blade, his swordsmanship was undoubtedly exceptional. The void rippled as the slash seemed to cleave through reality itself. In response, Shenluo drew his blade, flowing with the essence of fire. He could fly, not through the moonwalk, but through his innate ability, granting him a significant advantage. The elder lamented his own limitations. Shenluo, airborne, adeptly evaded the elder's cutting wave due to his superior mobility and remarkable speed. However, Shenluo had no intention of dodging the elder's attack. If the elder was a great swordsman, then so was he. The flowing blade of fire had yet to reveal its true form, but for someone of Shenluo's swordsmanship, possessing a blade was sufficient. As the white slash approached, Shenluo met it head-on with a decisive strike, cleaving the elder's attack cleanly in 2. What? The elder was taken aback, confident in his own strike, only to find it effortlessly bisected by Shenluo. Following this, Shenluo dove from the air, intent on eliminating a Gorosei, sacrificing an elder to the heavens to curb their arrogance. Yet, he realized that their numbers were insufficient. It was merely he and Kaido against a multitude of formidable foes from the Navy and the world government. Prolonged combat would undoubtedly disadvantage them. Despite Kaido's formidable resilience, he had been defeated several times by the Navy. Had it not been for his extraordinary defense, he would have met his end long ago. As Shunluo descended, the Gorosei prepared themselves. All things shall turn to ashes, flowing blade of fire. Shunluo murmured the incantation, and the seemingly ordinary blade ignited in a conflagration. A blade that can ignite? One elder frowned in disbelief. This is the origin of the fire sword he claims to wield, the elder reminded, recalling Stussie's report about the burning blade that nearly incinerated Cake Island. Regrettably, Stussie was no longer with them. Their most capable intelligence officer and a pivotal figure in the underworld of the New World. Shunluo, diving down, unleashed torrents of flames from the flowing blade of fire, cascading like a sea of fire. As the flames descended upon the roots, they enveloped the Gorosei, forming a wall of flames that towered around them, leaving only a gap above, reminiscent of a well. However, the height of the inferno was daunting. What kind of flame is this? It's unbearably hot. The Gorosei's expressions changed drastically as they felt the searing heat, akin to being immersed in boiling water. The elder, short, acted swiftly, directing his palms against the flaming wall. Impact, he shouted, creating a massive breach in the inferno. You think mere flames can trap us? How naive. Just as Short began to feel triumphant, the gap healed almost instantaneously, and waves of flames surged toward him as if they possessed a will of their own. This fire seems to pursue its targets. Good luck. Shunluo taunted from outside, his tone laced with amusement. The flames not only boasted terrifying heat, but also hunted those who attacked them, capable of scorching the Gorosei, if not reducing them to mere skin. The sea of fire surged toward Short, overwhelming him with its terrifying heat. Despite his efforts to dispel the flames, they continued to advance from all directions. What is happening? The elders were astonished, completely unprepared for flames that not only burned with excessive heat, but also pursued like a predator. The relentless torrent of fire engulfed them, and the more they resisted, the fiercer the flames became. This is no ordinary fire. Shunluo. Beneath the darkened sky, the towering flames appeared menacing. The Gorosei found themselves on the brink of incineration. At that moment, Shunluo thrust the flowing blade of fire into the ground, causing the wall of flames to vanish instantly. The Gorosei emerged from the chaos, looking disheveled, their garments tattered and their hair singed. With the barrier of flames lifted, Shunluo had indeed made it inconvenient for himself. He was not immune to the fire, but he had certainly left the Gorosei singed and battered. Shunluo retracted the Lurenhua, admitting that it was not always effective. With the powers of Uchiha Madara at his disposal, he preferred to employ ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the five elders found themselves in a dire predicament, having scattered across an area of over 500 square meters. Each of them was struggling, for the flames had inflicted considerable discomfort. After all, they were akin to the temperature of the sun's surface. Stepping forward, Shunluo entered the original circle of flames, where the ground had been scorched into a circular ring of approximately 5 meters wide, surrounded by charred earth. The once mighty tree roots had been completely incinerated, leaving only the dense black smoke and a considerable heat. Shunluo hovered above the ground. Otherwise, he would not wish to endure such sweltering temperatures. In an instant, Shunluo appeared before the old swordsman, who, upon seeing him, tightened his grip on the first-generation Guiche, declaring, Gue Zhan. The old swordsman, injured by the earlier flames, executed his movements slowly. This, fortuitously, provided Shunluo with an advantage. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Shunluo unleashed a torrent of formidable flames that surged toward the old swordsman. The slash he attempted was immediately engulfed by Shunluo's fire, which subsequently crushed it. What flames are these? The old swordsman gasped in astonishment as he quickly retreated, recognizing the overwhelming ferocity of the inferno, which, while not comparable to the prior fiery wall, was nonetheless terrifying. The other elders were equally shaken. Shunluo's abilities seemed boundless. Even after a lifetime of experience, they had never encountered such a monstrous human being. What manner of creature is Shunluo? As the elders were stunned, They contemplated assisting. Would release. Tree world descends. At that moment, massive tree roots erupted from the ground, resembling those from the palace of the Void Throne, equally enormous and blocking their path as if a colossal edifice loomed before them. Once again obstructed, the elders fumed. We must unite to escape. We cannot allow him to continue unchecked. If this persists, we will lose all dignity. In truth, they had long since lost it. Meanwhile, Shen Luo charged at the old swordsman. Given the latter's age, Shen Luo's speed far surpassed his own. Before the old swordsman could execute another slash, Shen Luo had already reached him. He delivered a powerful punch to the old swordsman's midsection, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, his already pale face growing even more haggard. The old swordsman was frail, having not fought in ages due to his advanced years. Thus, Shen Luo found it exceedingly easy to suppress him. "Old man, today I shall send you to hell," Shen Luo proclaimed with a grin. "Never. Do not underestimate me," the old swordsman retorted, angered by Shen Luo's dismissal of his prowess, for he was a seasoned warrior and could not abide being belittled by a younger generation. "Underestimate? Very well. I shall ensure you realize it is you who underestimated me." Shen Luo's speed was remarkable. He soared through the air, making his movements swift and effortless, unlike the old swordsman, who struggled under the weight of his frail body. Boom! Shen Luo struck the old swordsman once more, the ferocity of his blow propelling the latter into a massive pillar of a building, embedding him within it. Shen Luo approached, offering no respite. "I shall claim your first-generation Guha." The old swordsman, unable to maintain his grip, watched helplessly as his treasured blade fell to the ground. A fine sword, one of the 12 great blades. What fate awaits it? Perhaps it is better suited for Tao Tu or his death. After all, she had wielded her weapon for so many years. As Shen Luo glanced at the old swordsman, who struggled to extricate himself from the pillar, he recognized him as his target. Clenching his fists, Shen Luo hovered before the old swordsman. "Without your sword, your power diminishes significantly, does it not?" Without waiting for a retort, Shen Luo unleashed a barrage of punches. The force behind these blows was beyond mere description, and the old swordsman's physical prowess was no match for Shen Luo's might. If Kaido is a monster, then the old swordsman was merely immortal. Consequently, the pillar shattered under the impact, sending the old swordsman flying, his anguished cries echoing as he rocketed away, moving faster than the eye could follow. At that moment, a figure emerged, a woman, the Celestial Dragon King, and behind her were 6 guards, whose strength was evidently formidable. The old swordsman was hurtling toward them, finally revealed. "Are you?" Shen Luo observed the approaching figures, recognizing him, a striking woman with an air of disdain and superiority in her peculiar attire. As the old swordsman was propelled toward her, he spewed several mouthfuls of crimson blood, his abdomen and chest now marred by a gruesome wound. It was evident he would not survive, merely possessing an ordinary physique. He was only slightly stronger than an average person. How could he withstand the force of Shen Luo's assault? He was not Kaido. Thus, he would be the first of the 5 elders to fall, and the remaining 4 would henceforth be known as the 4 elders. At this moment, Shen Luo retrieved the first-generation Guha. The feel of the renowned blade was incomparable. Shen Luo mused, intending to bring it back for either his death or Tao Tu, as he had no use for it himself. Moreover, the first-generation Guha was universally acknowledged as one of the 12 most famous treasure blades, an opportunity not to be missed. Meanwhile, one of Im's guards rushed forward, prepared to catch the old swordsman as he was sent flying. However, Im remained unfazed, and her guard managed to intercept the old swordsman, though the residual force from Shen Luo's blow sent him staggering back 5 meters before he could regain his footing. Such incredible power is terrifying. The guard was astonished. "Lady Im, he is beyond saving," he lamented, eyeing the gaping wound in the old swordsman's abdomen. There was no way he could survive. Remained silent, though her brow furrowed slightly, clearly indicating her displeasure. The air was filled with the sounds of combat and explosions, alongside the cries of fleeing slaves. Flames reached for the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Although dawn was approaching, Mariehua remained shrouded in darkness. I did not expect you to be a woman. Shenluo arrived, standing merely 10 meters before Imu. This proximity allowed Shenluo to discern Imu's features clearly. Her figure was obscured by a flowing robe, and atop her head rested a crown reminiscent of imperial regalia. Her eyes resembled those of an eagle, or perhaps the enchanting Danfeng eyes, yet they bore an icy demeanor. Shenluo was taken aback to discover that the ruler of the world, the Tenryubito, was a woman. He had previously envisioned Imu as an elderly man. However, upon reflection, it was indeed plausible. Not every Tenryubito was a grotesque, rotund figure engaged in the acquisition of slaves. Those repugnant and corpulent Tenryubito were truly nauseating. Moreover, many of them would never set foot outside Mariehua, for in their eyes, the air beyond was tainted, and those who dwelled outside were deemed despicable. As descendants of divine creators, how could they possibly abandon their sacred abode? The area where Shenluo stood remained untouched by the ravages of battle, pristine and unblemished, nestled among the flowers of the Pangu city in the depths of Mariehua. This was indeed Imu's residence. Imu regarded Shenluo with a frigid gaze, her expression inscrutable. Perhaps she was incensed as her attendants glared at Shenluo with palpable fury. Not only was she a woman, but a strikingly beautiful one, stirring an unexpected tumult within him. Shenluo chuckled, though in truth, any emotional stirrings were unlikely. He held no genuine interest in this woman. In response to Shenluo's verbal provocation, Imu's guards were poised to act, unable to tolerate any affront to their esteemed mistress. Their ire simmered dangerously close to the surface, yet Imu raised her right hand, signaling them to remain still and silent. At that moment, Imu finally spoke, her voice melodious yet cold, laced with an air of authority and condescension. How about becoming my slave? I can overlook today's events. Shenluo was unfazed by the proposition, even finding it amusing. What if you were to become my slave instead? I could disregard your earlier remarks, he countered, mirroring her words. The guards erupted with indignation. How could this ungrateful mortal dare to suggest that the exalted Imu become his subordinate? However, as their tempers flared, Imu merely gestured dismissively behind her, as if opening an unseen portal, and her guards were thrust over 100 meters away in mere seconds. What power is this? Shenluo mused, curiosity piqued. He suspected that Imu might be the embodiment of the ancient weapon known as the Tenryu, which could manifest in forms beyond mere battleships, perhaps akin to the living entity of the Sea King, Hoshi. 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King, the Underworld King, and the Celestial King. Shenluo sensed that Imu might be a figure from 8 centuries past. In this world, there exist 2 means to extend one's lifespan, one through the use of pure gold, and the other through the immortality surgery of the Op Nomi. The world government's bounty on this devil fruit stands at 50 billion berries, indicating their desperate desire to acquire it. For the current rulers of the world government, longevity is the cornerstone of their unending dominion. They possess everything, yet time remains beyond their grasp. Silence. I am incensed that you have trespassed upon an unforgivable taboo today. Imu's gaze fell upon the distant palace that had once housed the Void Throne, now utterly non-existent, signifying that the Void Throne had met a similar fate. That place was a symbol of her power, a throne that had stood for 800 years. At this juncture, Imu's right hand moved again, the palm facing Shenluo. What ability could this be? Shenluo pondered, aware that Imu was about to unleash her power. If she were indeed the embodiment of the Celestial King, he had to exercise utmost caution. Imu's gloved hand appeared unremarkable, yet a tremendous force surged forth, striking Shenluo and propelling him backward. The might of this force caused a shift in Shenluo's expression. Though formidable, he managed to halt his retreat after being propelled 10 meters, now hovering 20 centimeters above the ground. The force? No, it was not an impact. It was a repulsive force. Shenluo began to comprehend the nature of Imu's power. It seemed to be a force of repulsion, though he remained uncertain. At that moment, Imu's hand balled into a fist. It was not clenched tightly. Shenluo felt an irresistible pulling force binding him, as if he were ensnared by ropes, yanked into the air. only to be flung downward with the intent of crashing him to the ground. Intriguing. Shenluo's demeanor turned serious. He would not allow Imu to prevail. Her ability appeared to manipulate forces surrounding him. Gravity? Attraction? Control? It seemed to be an unknown power linked to force. Yet, how dare she attempt to control him? Shenluo formed hand seals, an infinite chakra surging within him. Great fire annihilation. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Shenluo's mouth, forming a blazing inferno that surged toward Imu. Oomph! Imu scoffed, and Shenluo felt the restraints loosen. Although separated by a sea of flames, he glimpsed Imu's movements. She casually flicked her right hand to the side, redirecting the encroaching inferno toward a nearby structure, much like a deluge being diverted by a dam. What a powerful ability! Shenluo marveled. The Great Fire Annihilation was formidable, especially in its Uchiha Madara variant, capable of obliterating vast expanses of forest. Yet Imu merely waved her hand, extinguishing the flames with apparent effort. The once serene area ignited into chaos as the fierce flames consumed the structure to Imu's right. One extraordinarily powerful woman. Submit to me as a slave, little boy. Imu's tone was domineering, embodying the attitude of a master over her subjects, akin to a deity addressing mortals. Shenluo stepped forward, his movement a blur. With a single punch, he propelled himself toward Imu, unleashing a fierce gale with his fist aimed directly at her face. No matter how beautiful she was, he would not hold back. With a resounding thud, Shenluo's fist met an unexpected resistance. Imu swiftly blocked his strike. Nevertheless, she staggered back 5 paces. Boom! Shenluo surged forward once more. In the face of such an opponent, there was no reason for idle conversation. Kongjun, the power of the Junjun Guoshu surged through Shenluo's fist, and this time, he aimed directly at Imu's abdomen, pressing his fist firmly against her. Upon impact, Imu furrowed her brows, feeling the tremors reverberate through her. Shenluo felt as though he were striking Kaido himself. Indeed, you have lived far too long. Your flesh has thickened considerably, akin to that of Big Mom Kaido. You are unmarried, I presume? With skin like yours, it seems improbable for a woman to find a suitor. Shenluo's tone dripped with derision. This is merely a temporary defense. My skin is not inherently that thick, you brat. Go! Imu's anger flared. As a woman, she could not tolerate such an insult about her skin, especially when compared to the likes of Big Mom. Go! Become my slave. Once I conquer the world, I shall cast you down from your pedestal and annihilate your entire kin. Shenluo's voice turned frigid as he propelled his fist forward, sending Imu hurtling backward. The force of the Denjin Gushur catapulting her into a nearby structure, while the ground beneath them was obliterated by the sheer power. Amidst the ruins that Imu had created, her crown fell, and with a furious expression, she rose from the debris, her long red hair cascading messily down to her waist, dust covering her attire. However, an unseen force enveloped her, instantly dissipating the dust and transforming her disheveled locks into a pristine appearance, radiating a soft glow. How infuriating! I must make this brat suffer and turn her into my pet. Her hands, clad in black gloves, were now revealed as she cast aside her gloves, exposing her fair hands. Before the gloves even hit the ground, Imu vanished from sight, a mere wisp of dust stirred by her lightning speed. As she emerged, the space around her turned a deep crimson, an overwhelming pressure of power manifesting, accompanied by crimson lightning that tore through the air like fissures in reality. This was the essence of Imu's power. What does it mean to reach the pinnacle of Ba Dao Sura, Ba Qi? It is the realm of dominance, an entire domain ruled by the will of Ba Dao Sura, Ba Qi. Unbeknownst to Shenluo, the ability Imu had just wielded was precisely this. Within her domain, she could command all things, utilizing repulsion, attraction, and gravitational forces with ease. This was merely the manifestation of her Ba Jura. The possessor of Ba Dao Sura, Ba Qi generates a 3-dimensional domain of power, and when this domain reaches its peak, it becomes the Ba Jura. Imu, without a doubt, is the most formidable wielder of this power. Perhaps Roger possessed a similar realm, yet he could not match Imu's might. for she could utilize the force of her domain even without it. Ruler's command and control. Not every celestial dragon is a fool. Even Doflamingo wields Badauser Bachit, indicating that some among the celestial dragons are of noble lineage, not mere brutes who exploit slaves. A nation that withstands for 8 centuries must have capable rulers, and an empire that dominates the world cannot exist without a formidable emperor. The world government's ability to endure for 8 centuries amidst brutality speaks volumes of its terrifying strength. As Imu stepped forward, the air crackled with a fierce wind, and the space transformed into a vivid blood red. The strength of her domain was discerned by its hue. The deeper the red, the more fearsome the power. Dark crimson lightning ravaged the atmosphere, as if countless rifts had opened in reality. Is this the Ba Daoser Bachit? Shen Luo recognized this force, yet even his own Ba Daoser Bachit paled in comparison. He gazed skyward, witnessing the clouds shift from black to a haunting red. This must be the most potent Ba Daoser Bachit in existence. Shen Luo was utterly awestruck, and he was not alone. Everyone present felt the same. This was the true power of a deity. Steelbone Kong murmured to himself, aware that this power belonged to Imu, the ancient female celestial dragon who had long remained secluded from the world. When she sought to extinguish a flame, she would subtly instruct the Gorosei to snuff it out. Although she had not intervened in ages, Steelbone Kong had heard whispers of her legend from the Gorosei, who trembled at the mere mention of her name. Despite their own strength, she has made her move. Steelbone Kong was taken aback, almost forgetting about the 9 tails. I hope she can deal with that monster, Sengoku exclaimed. Having unleashed the tail beast ball, Steelbone Kong reminded him that the 9 tails previously referred to the Crimson Energy Sphere as the tail beast ball, and that it had not yet unleashed its full power. In an instant, Imu materialized before Shen Luo, employing a burst of repulsive force for her rapid movement. Akin to lightning itself, within her domain, gravity intensified, and the ground threatened to shatter. At that moment, Imu pressed her fair right hand against Shen Luo's left shoulder and exerted a tremendous force, causing the ground to crumble and a 20-meter-wide pit to form. With Shen Luo at its center, what terrifying strength! Shen Luo marveled, forcing himself to rise from the ground. As he resisted, their opposing forces caused Imu's hand to quiver. Do you think I am weak? Shen Luo chuckled. I never thought you weak. You are quite suitable to be my pet. In my long, tedious existence, it is time to find a companion, and you fit the bill perfectly. Become my pet, and I shall grant you a new world. A new world for me? You underestimate them, do you not? Or perhaps you have been sheltered in Mary Geos for too long, oblivious to the fact that the new world is not merely about Whitebeard and his ilk. Shen Luo scoffed. Humph. Imu scoffed dismissively. With a swift motion, Imu unleashed a colossal repulsive force directed at Shen Luo, propelling him once more, shattering the ground in his wake. Indeed, the mastermind behind the world government is no simple foe. Shen Luo struck the ground, forcing himself to halt, then charged forward once more, stopping 50 meters before Imu. He formed hand seals, his eyes transforming into the perpetual kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Complete Susanoo. Shen Luo's ocular power surged to its zenith, an endless torrent of blue chakra erupting from his being as a colossal blue warrior emerged, towering like a mountain, casting an imposing shadow over Mary Geos, dwarfing Imu, rendering her insignificant. What manner of monster is this? Imu's expression changed dramatically, as Shen Luo resided within the fully realized Susanoo. This complete Susanoo was a tangible entity, clad in armor, resembling a divine warrior, yet possessing a fearsome visage. With its 2 colossal blue swords, it gazed down upon Imu, who appeared as insignificant as an insect. The emergence of such a monstrous figure shocked not only Imu, but all who beheld it. The remaining 4 elders of the 5 elder stars crawled out from their hiding place among the roots of a tree, witnessing Shen Luo unleash yet another blue monstrosity. How many of these terrifying creatures could he possibly summon? The QB, the Edo demon, and now this giant resembling a divine warrior. The short elder furrowed his brow. The tall elder remarked, "Do you truly believe that Imu, the embodiment of the heavenly king, would fear him?" Ultimately, He is merely a slightly more formidable monster. The pirate emperors of the New World exist solely to maintain balance. Should Aimu wish to take action, he could easily replace the pirate emperor, merely an old sovereign, with a new one rising in their stead. Aimu directed both hands towards Shinlo's complete Susanoo, unleashing a fierce wave of force. A brilliant white beam erupted, transforming the crimson space into a radiant spectacle. Meanwhile, Shinlo wielded the Susanoo to cleave downward with a long sword, summoning a tempest that ravaged all in its path. The incoming light beam was effortlessly severed by the might of the fully realized Susanoo. Damn it! You shall experience a power that will make you tremble. Aimu ascended into the heavens, and as she approached, the clouds began to churn violently, rapidly forming a blood-red vortex. Lord Aimu is about to wield the power of the Heavenly King. The power of the Heavenly King. It had been ages since Lord Aimu had invoked such strength. The Heavenly King's power can manipulate the weather, cause earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions, an annihilating force unmatched even by the Sea King. Lord Aimu is the true deity. However, she has refrained from action. Otherwise, the newcomers would not dare to act so arrogantly. The four elders gazed in awe at Aimu, who loomed over the vortex. The woman truly regarded as a divine being, commanding the might of the heavens, capable of controlling the forces of nature. Aimu surveyed all from above, declaring, no matter what, this world and everything within it belong to me. The Heavenly King is the mightiest of ancient weapons, the true wielder of death and destruction, the most powerful ancient weapon, the Heavenly King Uranus. Thus, it was decreed that no matter how formidable this creature, it could never surpass Lord Aimu, although she had not acted in many years. Her abilities and strength were beyond doubt. The four elders stared unblinkingly at the sky, where massive red clouds swirled into a vortex, growing ever larger. Within the vortex lay a dark, unfathomable abyss, illuminated by countless purple lightning strikes. The Heavenly King Uranus is the most powerful ancient weapon, while the Pluton is merely a warship, arguably the weakest of the ancient weapons, crafted by ancient artisans. In fact, should the world government wish to construct a super warship, they might succeed, given their possession of scientists like Vegapunk, who are centuries ahead of this world, along with unmatched wealth. However, those who have witnessed the Pluton in battle would attest to its terrifying presence. It was indeed a creation beyond its time. Still, the Pluton could not compete with the Sea King or the Heavenly King. Unlike the forces created by humanity, the Sea King and the Heavenly King are not human constructs. Akin to how the devil fruits are not of human origin, they are the manifestation of the world's intrinsic laws. And both the Sea King and the Heavenly King are products of this evolutionary power. The heavens surpass the seas, and the Heavenly King reigns supreme over the Sea King. The Heavenly King is the true master of death and destruction, while the Sea King, Kai-Shin, is nothing more than an easily deceived blank slate. The possessor of the Heavenly King, Aimu, stands exalted, as this world is her private domain. Terrifying indeed was that woman. Previously, tales of her were akin to mythical stories. Who would believe them? Yet, at this moment, Tsuru, filled with dread, acknowledged the terror of Shinla, but the realization of Aimu's existence turned that fear into true anxiety. The legends claim that Aimu could manipulate the very changes of nature. She could effortlessly control the seasons of a place, transitioning the North Sea from the sweltering heat of summer to the icy grip of winter in an instant. She could summon natural disasters, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, blizzards, thunderstorms, and droughts. Now, the vortex in the sky had grown larger than the entirety of Mariewa, a chilling black hole filled with purple lightning. Few could gaze upon the sky without feeling terror. Even seasoned warriors like Sengoku trembled, while even Garp struggled to maintain his composure, momentarily forgetting their dark adversary. Aimu, a figure known to few in the world, was only acknowledged by a select few titans. Once, she was merely a legend, a far-fetched tale. Who would believe such exaggerated stories? The accounts of her powers transcended the world's framework of strength. While Whitebeard possessed the might to devastate the world, it was merely through the manipulation of tsunamis. Yet for Aimu, Controlling tsunamis was merely one aspect of her capabilities. At this moment, when the sky had transformed into a swirling black hole, Sengoku and his companions were compelled to reconsider the legends surrounding Aimu. The celestial dragons ruled the world through brutal dominion, maintaining their reign for 8 centuries without faltering. There had been those like Rox, who harbored ambitions of world domination, and those like Dracul Mihawk, who sought to overthrow the celestial dragons. However, when history requires cleansing, Aimu dispatches the extinguishers to snuff out the flames of rebellion, sometimes even taking matters into her own hands. The legends surrounding Aimu were born from one historical purge after another. Aimu is about to take action. The legends are becoming reality. The ancient weapon, the Heavenly King, has remained shrouded in mystery, even more so than the Sea King. Who would have known that Aimu was the ancient weapon? Uranus? My suspicions are undoubtedly correct. She is the embodiment of the Heavenly King. If this power is not that of the Heavenly King, could it be the power of the devil fruits? Shinluo does not believe such strength can stem from the devil fruits. Within the fully realized Susanoo, Shinluo gazed up at the swirling black hole above. At that instant, massive wings of blue armor sprouted from the back of the fully realized Susanoo, and Shinluo commanded it to leap into the void, utilizing its grand wings to soar into the skies. He ascended higher and higher, the fully realized Susanoo wielding 2 colossal blue swords. Shinluo could also command the Susanoo to employ its adept ninjutsu. The long sword of the fully realized Susanoo could effortlessly cleave mountains and meteors, possessing truly terrifying power. Shinluo aimed to split the heavens. Ignorant child, feel the power of the only being deserving of the title of deity in this world. Imu let out a cold laugh, gazing down from the heights at the fully manifested Susanoo surging upward. With her right hand raised high, she made a commanding gesture. The swirling black hole trembled, and a more terrifying thunder seemed ready to shatter the heavens. In that instant, amidst the infinite darkness, a pair of domineering blood-red eyes suddenly opened. Those were Imu's eyes, materializing in the firmament. Simultaneously, a gigantic hand, formed from purple lightning, emerged from the dark vortex, and 3 more colossal red hands coalesced from the clouds. For hands, even viewed from the ground, were profoundly awe-inspiring and extraordinary. The divine being, Shinluo, furrowed his brow beneath the sky. Is this the power of a king? Shinluo was astonished. If nothing unexpected occurred, Imu was indeed the pinnacle of power in this world. I am the true deity, and you, merely an ant subjugated by divine rule. Imu pointed her fair right index finger at Shinluo. Although the fully manifested Susanoo was opaque, she knew precisely where Shinluo was. Beneath the firmament, the 4 gigantic hands, one composed of purple lightning and the others formed from red clouds, stretched down from the heavens, instilling terror. Now allow me to witness the so-called power of the divine. Shinluo commanded the fully manifested Susanoo, wielding a massive sword in each hand, and simultaneously prepared to strike downwards. The 4 massive hands dwarfed the fully manifested Susanoo significantly. They descended from the sky, accompanied by an endless torrent of thunder. Little demon, this is the power of the divine. I can manipulate the natural disasters, while you are merely an ant that should flatter the divine. Ants should obey the deities. Imu regarded the fully manifested Susanoo with disdain. She acknowledged Shinluo's strength, but she was even more formidable. Do you truly believe you are a deity? Shinluo, equally dismissive, wielded the Susanoo and struck directly at the descending colossal hands with both swords. Blue slashes erupted, precisely cleaving the 4 enormous hands in half, and the strikes continued upward, swiftly entering the vortex's core, where silence ensued. Those eyes remained, gazing down upon him. He was unexpectedly consumed. Evidently, the slashes were not long enough. Shinluo realized that his previous attacks had not penetrated the vortex's diameter sufficiently, being swallowed whole. He looked at Imu and swung a sword at her. Just as a terrifying pillar of lightning descended from the vortex's heart, acting as a shield for Imu, it repelled Shinluo's massive sword, and Imu did not flinch. She remained composed and unafraid. After countless historical purges, extinguishing the flames she wished not to see, Imu was resolute in her heart, for though she seldom intervened, she was invincible. Fire release, dragon flame, song, technique. The fully manifested Susanoo could utilize ninjutsu, naturally employing the fire release. And it was far more terrifying than when Shinluo used it normally, as he possessed an infinite amount of chakra and feared not its depletion. As Shinluo uttered those words, for colossal fire dragons emerged from the mouth of the fully manifested Susanoo. These dragons were larger than Kaido's dragon form and surged with fierce flames, charging toward Imu from all four directions. The might of the fire release. Dragon flame song technique lay not merely in its fearsome flames, but in the fire dragon's ability to track their targets like missiles, guaranteeing a 100% hit rate. In other words, with such certainty, there was no method to evade except to withstand the onslaught. Both were monsters. Observing the scene above, even the elite forces of the Navy were shaken. Those enormous eyes, overlooking all, resembled the gaze of a lurking demon from the abyss. The transformed blue giant, Shinluo, unleashed 4 fire dragons, leaving the Navy perplexed about the true nature of his abilities. Imu's expression remained unchanged. She extended her right hand, palm, facing Shinluo, centered upon her. The space instantaneously turned red, within a small radius of her dominion, where she could amplify her control. Within her realm, she commanded her territory. The 4 fire dragons rushed toward Imu from all directions. In her domain, Imu forcefully swept her hands to the right. And although the force of the fire dragons was immense, she had to exert herself slightly. With this motion, the fire dragons were deflected to the right, and then, from the sky, another gigantic hand formed from red clouds reappeared, shattering the fire dragons released by Shinluo. Thunder roared, shaking the heavens, creating a sensation as if the sky were about to collapse. Imu's right hand rose slowly and gracefully, and at that moment, the thunder grew louder. Let us test the divine's punishment of myriad thunders. Thunderstorm. At this moment, billions of purple lightning bolts descended instantaneously. They had long been coalescing in the vortex, awaiting Imu's command. An endless torrent of lightning, like a torrential downpour, cascaded down in dense droplets. Yet these bolts were larger than barrels. However, they did not strike the ground, halting mid-air. Still, this was terrifying. Below lay Imu's domain, and she certainly would not allow Mariewa to be bathed in thunder. The countless terrifying bolts of lightning struck the fully manifested Susanoo, yet did not yield to the destruction Imu anticipated. Why hasn't it been shattered? Imu furrowed her brow. Surrounded by her small dominion, the repulsive force within redirected all the lightning's trajectories. Thus the thunderstorm did not affect Imu. How resilient is his armor? Shinluo could not hear. The armor of the fully manifested Susanoo was not particularly hard. But let us not forget that the Susanoo was sustained by immense chakra power. As long as chakra was continuously supplied, the Susanoo would not be obliterated and could only grow stronger. Imu's expression shifted. In that moment, under Imu's gaze, the Susanoo suddenly surged with mysterious power. Tiane Zengxing. Within the Susanoo, Shinluo formed hand seals, and chakra surged wildly, infusing the Susanoo, while his eyes transformed into those of the Rinnegan. At that moment, above the clouds, unseen by all, a colossal meteorite appeared from thin air. The sunlight shone brightly above the clouds, yet when the meteorite manifested, darkness enveloped the sky, unbeknownst to those beneath the red clouds. The meteorite descended. Tianai Jinxing was indeed the meteorite. Originally, the meteor summoned by Tianai Jinxing would not have been so terrifying, but if someone were to witness the meteor above the clouds, they would discover its terrifying diameter of 5 kilometers. With infinite chakra and the Susanoo's movement, the meteorite became even more fearsome. As it fell, it held the potential to obliterate all of Mariewa. The Tianai Jinxing truly descended, and it was too heavy for any object to withstand. A colossal meteorite, potent enough to obliterate the entirety of the Hongtu Dalu, has breached the thick cloud cover. Despite the cloud's density, They're easily penetrable. Imu gazed at the clouds, observing the vortexes being constricted, the entire whirlpool contorting, and the once mighty thunder bending. Something is descending? Imu had to shut her eyes against the spectacle above. An immense weight pressed down upon the clouds, causing them to bulge, and the vortex vanished swiftly. A meteorite? Imu's expression shifted dramatically. This celestial body revealed only the faintest glimpse of its vastness, yet its scale was truly terrifying. At that moment, Shen Luo released his Susanoo, floating before Imu, separated by a transparent barrier of dominion. Enjoy yourself slowly. I wonder if such a meteorite could assist you in redecorating Marie Joya? Shen Luo's tone dripped with mockery, laced with feigned curiosity. Imu was rendered speechless by indignation. Do not presume that being a deity grants you immunity, even if you were a celestial sovereign. What of it? One meteorite is insufficient to inspire awe. Let's bring forth two. He possessed boundless chakra. Shen Luo glanced at Kaido on the ground, currently engaged in a struggle against Akainu. Yet, Kaido seemed unfazed. His defense was unparalleled, rivaling even Imu's formidable barriers. However, Kaido was not one that Akainu could harm, at least not in the immediate term, and only if Kaido remained unresisting. Of course, Akainu was also faring poorly, bloodied and battered after enduring 2 strikes from Kaido's Thunderbagua. Kaido was a madman, unafraid of death, seemingly invincible. Shen Luo was the second to inflict harm upon him. Akainu, despite his strength, would not be the third. It is fortunate to meet you today, Imu. I did not expect you to still be a stunning beauty. How about becoming my slave? Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Shen Luo chuckled. In the sky, the terrifyingly immense meteorite had entirely breached the clouds, the previously dark whirlpool dissipating entirely, while countless bolts of lightning were compelled to straighten. Half of the meteorite now loomed ominously in the heavens, visible to all. This cannot be. How can one combat such power? Many Navy personnel collapsed helplessly to the ground, overwhelmed by the dread that Shen Luo's celestial display evoked. Whether directed at Imu or Shen Luo mattered little. It was merely suffocating terror. Imu remained silent, coldly observing Shen Luo. The meteorite hovering above her was evidently something she could only attempt to thwart. Otherwise, Marie Joya would be erased from existence. With immense repulsion, Imu sought to cast Shen Luo away completely, not wishing to behold his presence, her visage frozen in an icy demeanor. The force of repulsion surged forward, but was effortlessly deflected by Shen Luo's fist. He had anticipated this. With the Uchiha's rebound, it became convenient, but he lacked that ability. Swiftly, Shen Luo drew a long spear, entwined with a blood-red aura from the Golden City, spinning it once in his hand before thrusting it fiercely towards Imu. The penetrating thorn spear, after the liberation of the truth, undoubtedly boasted unrivaled piercing power, having already pierced Kaido's abdomen twice. Shen Luo sought to test Imu's corporeal defenses. This woman's resilience should be formidable. Imu, with her fists clenched in the sky, seemingly failed to notice Shen Luo's assault initially, or perhaps she feigned ignorance. The spear imbued with destructive power easily pierced her abdomen, traversing through. The barrier of dominion collapsed. Yet, Imu merely furrowed her brow slightly. Invine. I am a deity. Imu cast a glance at Shen Luo before retreating, disregarding the spear of devastation that had penetrated her, her expression remaining unfazed. The spear emerged from her abdomen, and Imu chose to ignore it entirely. Shen Luo observed the blood dripping from the penetrated thorn spear, each drop crystalline and translucent. Unlike the murky blood of others, he noticed the gaping wound on Imu's abdomen, peering through it to the other side. How peculiar. Shen Luo regarded Imu, noting her pallor, not indicative of pain, devoid of any signs of suffering. This physique is truly bizarre. Shen Luo sheathed the long spear, then relaxed his body, allowing himself to plummet into the void, leaving a mess for Imu to contend with. He remained perplexed. At that moment, Imu raised her hands, palms facing the enormous meteorite above, paying no heed to the wound in her abdomen. In truth, The injury was already healing, flesh rapidly mending, leaving only her clothing tattered. Such regenerative prowess undoubtedly surpassed Kaido's. The awakening of the surgery fruit has been said to possess the capability of eternal life. In truth, it encompasses not only the ability to achieve immortality, but also a form of resurrection. The former pertains to the realm of lifespan, while the latter pertains to the corporeal domain. However, the success of these surgeries is not assured for every individual. The probabilities are minuscule and the risks immense. Moreover, the user of the surgery fruit faces dire consequences upon utilizing such powers. Imu had undergone the eternal life surgery twice to attain longevity and had experienced the resurrection surgery 4 times to achieve an undying form. This elucidates her desire for the surgery fruit. If she could secure it and have an individual of exceptional quality consume it, subsequently imprisoning them like livestock, compelling them to perpetually perform surgeries until the fruit awakens, only then allowing them to enact the eternal life or resurrection surgery, recovering the fruit thereafter. This cycle is undeniably cruel. Thus, Imu possesses both the extraordinary abilities of longevity and resurrection. This is why she has lived for over 8 centuries, and why Shenluo's earlier piercing did not lead to her demise. Chapter: The Monster. Karp was astounded, gazing at the sky where the fearsome meteorite descended. From the ground, it appeared overwhelmingly massive. Just how large was this meteorite? He felt an unsettling dread. Could this colossal force truly be attributed to Shenluo? What unfathomable terror lurked within him? The crane felt utterly powerless. Even now, they struggled to subdue the outer path demon statue, yet could not annihilate it. Witnessing such a meteorite, even the most composed individuals found it impossible to maintain tranquility. The remaining members of the 5 elders, Imu's attendants, Sengoku, and Steelbone Kong were all equally shaken. Meanwhile, in the sky, Imu directed her hands towards the descending meteorite, which now appeared to ignite. White gas swirling beneath it. The crimson clouds enveloping the meteorite surged wildly, extending 10 colossal hands to catch it. This was Imu's ability. Should she fail to seize the meteorite, Marie Joya would be lost, along with her cherished flowers. Kaido, we must depart. Shenluo alighted behind Kaido, who was currently on one knee, having sustained a blow to the head from Akainu, blood trickling from his forehead. His condition was far from optimal. Akainu was struggling. Kaido was incredibly resilient, able to hold his own, but not to subdue. Kaido appeared unscathed. "You bastard, Shenluo!" Akainu exclaimed upon seeing Shenluo, rising abruptly and cursing as he charged forward. "I have yet to savor this." Kaido shouted, "The meteorite above will provide you with ample excitement." Shenluo charged toward Akainu. Defeated opponents merely, Mr. Sakasuki, barking like a mad dog is not commendable. Shenluo instantaneously appeared before Akainu, a mere 30 centimeters separating them. Upon finishing his statement, without waiting for Akainu to make the first move, he unleashed a powerful punch directly aimed at Akainu's abdomen. Shenluo's strike, bolstered by the armament haki, relied solely on his raw physical strength. Akainu, having recently engaged in battle with Kaido, was in a less than optimal state. Thus, he was unceremoniously sent flying by Shenluo's punch, crashing into the gates of Mariehua, which shattered upon impact. He subsequently fell to the ground, a massive pillar collapsing onto him. "Kaido, should you return next time, that woman is rather formidable." In the sky, Im had already intervened, temporarily holding the large meteorite aloft. However, Shenluo understood the difficulty of moving such a colossal mass. Shattering it would be simpler, yet how could one obliterate a sphere with a 5-kilometer diameter? Im, being an ancient weapon of unparalleled power, seemed to possess capabilities that were merely the tip of the iceberg. At that moment, Kaido had transformed into his dragon form, and Shenluo leapt onto Kaido's dragon head. "We have taken down one of the Gorosei, leaving 4 remaining, each comparable in strength to an admiral. There are also Im's guards, possibly additional mysterious powers, and, alongside them, the naval headquarters, making their numbers overwhelming. This time, we are but 2. Next time, we must bring more allies." Lacking sufficient power, We cannot eradicate them entirely. Kaido soared to a height exceeding 500 meters, and as Shenluo gazed down upon Mariewa, he beheld a vast expanse of devastation, particularly where the QB had unleashed its destructive power, alongside the even more terrifying Utamoki-ai, a force that required the cooperation of Sengoku and others to confront. Tianhuo Liuxing, Akainu, having just extricated himself, was flushed with anger. He raised both fists, molten lava swirling around them, emanating an intense heat as colossal lava fists erupted towards Shenluo and Kaido, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion. Meanwhile, Kaido opened his dragon maw and unleashed 4 massive lava spheres aimed directly at Akainu, significantly larger than Akainu's lava fists, overwhelming them with force and ultimately crashing down upon Akainu. Little brat. In Kaido's eyes, Akainu was merely a child. With a mighty quake, Kaido ascended to even greater heights. Shenluo surveyed Mariewa, nearly half of which lay in ruins. The number of people was uncertain, but he noticed that the corpses he could see were predominantly those of slaves, along with some celestial dragons. To attempt escape without casualties was impossible. Not all could flee unscathed. Kaido, fly over there. Shenluo pointed towards a direction where he observed a large group of slaves being apprehended by the Navy. You wish to rescue those slaves? Kaido scoffed, finding no value in them. Indeed, Shenluo replied with a calm demeanor. Having once lived among the downtrodden, he naturally felt a degree of sympathy for those at the bottom of society. Since we have come to liberate the slaves, I shall allow all who can survive to flee. Sometimes, it is commendable to perform a good deed, though he was not inherently virtuous. Those he freed were not necessarily wicked either. After all, the enslaved included children and common folk, while pirates were scarce, as most captives ended up imprisoned and impelled down. In this world, human traffickers have existed throughout history, driven by the immense profits that such exploitation yields, leading many to forsake their conscience in pursuit of wealth. Conscience, when weighed against money, holds little significance for many. In a world where human life is as disposable as grass, it bears even less value. Kaido soared towards the indicated direction. The Navy, upon sighting the dragon-formed Kaido and Shenluo, trembled in fear. 2 pirate emperors, the most terrifying madmen. Tino was present, along with several others. Over 1,000 slaves were captured here, continuously being brought in, all ordinary individuals lacking strength, while those with the ability had managed to escape, as the Navy headquarters had deployed its full force, and even the average Navy soldiers were quite formidable. Many in the Navy quaked in terror at the arrival of Shenluo and Kaido. How could they not be afraid? The most capable soldiers were absent. Shenluo gazed down upon them. Do you wish? He asked coolly, revealing no shift in his emotions. Do not be too overbearing. The justice of a navy does not permit your encroachment. One of the officers shouted, though he was also visibly anxious before Shenluo. Shenluo's tone was icy and authoritative, akin to thunder. Today, I shall allow them to leave, and they shall indeed depart. The ordinary Navy soldiers were on the verge of collapse. Shenluo's words were terrifying. Justice? Is capturing slaves for the celestial dragons considered justice? Do not insult justice. Shenluo shouted, noticing a group of protected celestial dragons behind the Navy. They are the world's elite, enjoying supreme privileges, capable of judging the lives of all and sacrificing countless souls for their own preservation. If pirates are deemed heinous, then the celestial dragons are not much better. Their sins are both numerous and profound. Shenluo leapt down from Kaido's head, stepping forward toward the Navy, sending them into greater dread. Even the officers appeared grave. Yet, who dared to act? None would make a move. Tina, I am greatly disappointed in you. Justice does not entail protecting the celestial dragons and capturing slaves. Shenluo glanced at Tina, shaking his head. Tina trembled. The last time she had seen Shenluo, he was still a novice, yet now he stood as a pirate emperor. Shenluo walked past her, moving through the Navy, unopposed. No one dared to breathe. With some soldiers paralyzed by fear, he then approached the refuge of the celestial dragons. The number of celestial dragons was uncertain, yet that held little importance. All of them were engulfed in terror. King's treasure activate. 200 rounds of golden magic circles. Weapons entwined in golden light rained down like machine gun fire. And Shenluo did not even blink. Countless screams and the sounds of flesh being torn asunder echoed, instilling terror in the Navy while igniting the fervor of the slaves. Silence. After 30 seconds, Shenluo smiled. He turned to the Navy, most of whom were now paralyzed in fear, sitting on the ground, their faces etched with horror. This world is indeed steeped in sin. Some should not exist at all. Celestial dragons, you all deserve punishment. Shenluo shouted to the imprisoned slaves. You are free. Upon hearing Shenluo's words, the youth clad in golden armor appeared as their true deity. They erupted in ecstatic cheers. Let us depart from the Red Earth continent. You shall be free. The slaves comprised individuals from various races and age groups. This world is shrouded in darkness. Even if they were to leave this place, perhaps the world would still not accept them, for they are the slaves of the celestial dragons. Society gazes upon the slaves of the celestial dragons through tinted lenses. They either conceal themselves deeply or tread the path of pirates. This world cannot accommodate them. At least, many find themselves without a way forward. The Revolutionary Army can embrace you. Shenluo leaps once more onto Kaido's head, while Kaido looms above, merely 20 meters from the ground. At this moment, the slaves begin to flee in a frenzy once again, yet none dare to impede their escape. For Shenluo and Kaido hover above the Marines. Shouldn't the Marines uphold the so-called justice? Shenluo chuckles at the Marines. The concept of justice in this world is utterly laughable. Whether good or evil, both the Marines and the pirates partake in its essence. How infuriating! The mole clenches the knife in his hand, though it remains sheathed. What difference would it make if it were drawn? Kaido, ascend a little higher. That mad dog Akainu is coming again. Why not deal directly with Kaido? I've always found him displeasing. Kaido speaks, soaring up to 300 meters in the sky. Deal directly? No rush. In less than half a year, a monumental war will unfold. Let him continue to frolic. Otherwise, it would be less entertaining. What Shenluo refers to is the War of the Best. This is the conflict that will sweep across the world. However, recently, Shenluo has orchestrated many significant events, likely diminishing the impact of the War of the Best. As a fifth emperor has emerged in the New World, the balance of power in the world is shifting. At this moment, Akainu finally rushes towards the mole and his companions. You worthless fools! You let this batch of slaves escape? You have brought disgrace upon us all. Bring them all back. And the celestial dragons, too. Akainu roars at the Marines, his fury palpable. If anger could shorten one's lifespan, Akainu would surely meet an early demise. Admiral Akainu. Before Ghost Spider could explain, a golden weapon, a sword, plummets from the sky, piercing through Akainu's head with great force. Ghost Spider and the others are struck with terror, and soon, countless weapons rain down, reducing Akainu to a puddle of molten rock in mere seconds. When Akainu manages to reform his head, another weapon descends, shattering it once more. The Marines stand in stunned silence, gazing upwards at the two pirate emperors who look down upon the masses. Both are madmen. Kaido, let us depart. Shenluo bellowed, casting his gaze towards I'm in the sky. At that moment, her head trembles, her garments fluttering, while 10 massive hands cradle a colossal meteor. As it falls, the very peak of the red line will be obliterated. Im struggles to maintain her hold, but it is uncertain how long she can endure. Shenluo smirks, tempted to deliver another heavenly disruption. Kaido observes him. What of that woman? The embodiment of the heavenly king. She claims to manipulate natural disasters. I sense that among the 3 ancient weapons, the heavenly king is the most formidable. The heavenly king? Indeed, if she were to lose her sanity, we could find ourselves at a disadvantage. Should she relinquish Mariehua, our endeavors would not proceed so smoothly. Shenluo, we must leave. This incident is beyond the world's capacity to digest. I am eager to witness the world's reaction. It will spread tomorrow, igniting a worldwide uproar that cannot be concealed. Kaido's body trembles. Then he soars a kilometer into the air, swiftly distancing himself from Mariehua. Simultaneously, the Outer Path demon and the Nine Tails mysteriously vanish, leaving the Marines in a state of confusion, anger, and helplessness. Naturally, they have many matters to attend to, such as the terrifying meteor above. Who knows if Mariewa will be destroyed, and only Im possesses the ability to soar. I will slay that little brat. Im roars from the heavens. The clouds shift and coalesce, and then, out of sight, two colossal figures formed of crimson clouds emerge. Beneath the clouds, 10 massive hands support the meteor, while the two red cloud giants laboriously maneuver it away from Mariewa to dispose of it. They are under Im's control, and she intends to hurl the meteor into the new world, regardless of the consequences. It must accompany it. Otherwise, she cannot command the giants. The strain is immense. She is barely holding on. 10 minutes later, in the waters near the New World, just outside Fishman Island, 2 sea kings, each over 5,000 meters in length, patrol the depths, occasionally glancing towards Neptune. They sense that Neptune will awaken soon. Something is descending. One sea king remarks, "I feel it too." The mightiest sea kings possess a profound sensitivity to nature. Having lived for over a millennium, they have existed since the previous generation of Poseidon. Following the last Fishman princess, they have lingered in the shadows of the deep sea. In the sky, the meteor brought forth by the heavenly disruption begins its descent, flames igniting in its wake. 30 seconds later, one sea king leaps from the ocean surface. It boasts fists the size of islands. Ascending nearly 2,000 meters into the air, it confronts the 5-kilometer-wide meteor. With both fists raised, it strikes upward, cushioning the impact of the falling meteor, causing it to crack. The Sea King seizes the opportunity to unleash a barrage of blows upon the meteor before it reaches the surface, causing the fissures to multiply. In less than 20 seconds, the colossal meteor is obliterated, and the Sea King gracefully returns to the depths. This Sea King possesses the strength to sink a large island with a single tail strike. They are the most powerful of their kind, akin to the generals of the Sea Kings. Im furrows her brow, wary of Fishman Island. She is the heavenly king. And long ago, she encountered the Sea Kings who once ruled the oceans. Has the Sea King awakened? Im gazes at the vast sea for an extended period, departing only after half an hour, her head spinning, utterly exhausted from the tremendous strain. Chapter: Shun Luo departed from Mariewa at dawn, and upon returning to Wano, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Kaido, capable of soaring through the clouds, exhibited remarkable speed. "You're back? We thought you wouldn't return. That something might have happened. How was it? What transpired in Mariewa?" Tontada and the others embraced Shinluo for an extended period, their concerns palpable. For he had ventured in the most perilous realm in the world. They all worried for him, as he is dear to their hearts. Faced with a barrage of questions, Shinluo had little to say, seemingly devoid of anything noteworthy to share. The purpose was to assess the situation in Maligieo. For instance, he possessed some insights regarding Kiamu. Previously, Shinluo had always believed that Dama was the mightiest woman in the world, but now, this perception must inevitably include Yim. Nevertheless, Dama is certainly not the strongest woman in existence. In the realm of dominance, without a doubt, only Yim holds such power. The strength of the Celestial King is indeed formidable, yet it has merely revealed a glimpse of its potential. Where she had relinquished Maligieo back then, Shinluo pondered. Had that been the case, Yim would undoubtedly have unleashed her full might. However, this remains merely a hypothetical scenario. Furthermore, many celestial dragons had perished, while the slaves had likely escaped. It is worth noting that Maligieo was in a state of disarray, and the elder sword master of the Wuluoxing had been dealt with by Shinluo, thus they could no longer be referred to as Wuluoxing, but rather as Siluoxing. This was a commendable feat. Additionally, Shinluo had returned with the original Geash, having repeatedly scorched it with flames during his journey back. This blade, held by an old man for countless years, had been rejuvenated by Shinluo, yet it remained a remarkable weapon, being one of the 12 most renowned supreme blades of this world. Is this the supreme blade? Shinluo presented the original Geash to Isatisi and Taudu. "The supreme blade?" exclaimed Taudu, while Isatisi, unfamiliar with the world, did not comprehend its significance. Looking at Shinluo with a puzzled expression, Taudu inquired if it was the one from Maligieo. "Yes." "Did you slay that old man?" was Tautu's immediate thought. To procure a supreme blade from someone, The only plausible method would be through their demise, particularly since Shenluo had ventured to Malijiao without disclosing his exact actions, akin to taking the Black Blade from Mingyan, where defeating the opponent was the bare minimum required to claim such a weapon. Each powerful swordsman regards their blade as a vital extension of their being, often more precious than life itself. You killed him. Taodu regarded Shenluo with a gaze of incredulity, unsure of what to say. His journey to Malijiao spanned just a day from his departure last night to his return this evening, leaving her to speculate how long he had truly spent there. It was apparent that Shenluo had stirred great chaos within the Holy Land, especially since he had gone alongside the beast Kaido. With these two together, how could they possibly remain subdued? Yet, this youth had become the most significant person in her life. What else could Taodu say? I have acquired a blade. I shall give it to Isatisi. She felt it far superior to her previous weapon. Isatisi accepted the original Gish, noting that her former blade was merely an ordinary sword, indistinguishable from the scrap metal found throughout this world. Furthermore, Isatisi was not a swordsman per se. She wielded a sword solely to facilitate her manipulation of the powers of the Ice Emperor's equipment. Taodu retorted, "This is a supreme blade. Do you think it is just an ordinary item from your world?" Isatisi mused, recalling that in her original world, there existed an imperial tool known as Yaodao Suinyu. Yet the wielder of that blade had not impressed her much. Upon arriving in this world, especially witnessing Taodu cleave the sea to create a trench at least several hundred meters long, she became increasingly curious about the swordsmanship of this realm. Having never heard of anyone wielding a sword with such ferocity before. Shenluo, what did you do in Malijiao? During dinner, Taodu could no longer contain her curiosity. They had finished their meal 2 hours prior and were now watching him eat. I liberated the celestial dragon slaves and dealt with many celestial dragons. I also dispatched one of the Wuloxing using the original Gish. I recognized that old man's voice from our previous communications. He was the most vociferous among them. While eating, Shenluo spoke with a somewhat muffled tone, his demeanor flat, as if he deemed his prior actions in Malijiao unremarkable, save for mentioning him. Upon hearing Shenluo's revelations of liberating slaves and slaying the Wuloxing, along with the substantial number of celestial dragons he had eliminated, both Taodu and Khalifa were left in shock, struggling to believe such feats. Isatisi gazed at Shenluo with wide eyes, blinking rapidly. She lacked the understanding of this world that Taodu and others possessed, akin to an outsider unfamiliar with local customs and cultures. Thus, she could not comprehend the significance of liberating slaves or slaying celestial dragons. Nor did she grasp the nature of the Wuloxing, yet it was evident that Shenluo had accomplished something remarkable. In contrast, Taodu and Khalifa understood the weight of Shenluo's brief statements, as they contained immense implications. The flames engulfing Malijiao represented a force to be reckoned with, and Shenluo's survival in returning was a testament to his fortitude. Has the Navy arrived? They have all come. Are the Wuloxing powerful? Very powerful, yet to me, they are merely average. Only the celestial dragon King Yim possesses true strength, along with her few formidable guards. Yim, Taodu, and Khalifa exclaimed in unison, recognizing that enigmatic name, having heard it only once or twice before, yet they were keenly aware of its importance. So shrouded in mystery. As Shenluo swallowed a mouthful of food and sipped warm water, he observed the eager expressions of Taodu and the others before continuing. Yim is a woman. I had previously assumed she was a man, perhaps an old man, yet I did not anticipate that she would be a stunning beauty, exuding a mature aura. A woman? A great beauty? Taodu and the others were perplexed. Furrowing her brow, Taodu asked, "What are your intentions? Do you plan to target her?" "I intend nothing. She wishes for me to join her, and in return, I will teach her how to be a person. She will likely never forget me throughout her life." Khalifa inquired, "Is she powerful?" "She should be, but if she is merely a woman, perhaps not excessively so, as she does not possess the same kind of abnormal strength as Dama." "Not quite, Chiyuan, you are mistaken." "Why?" Taodu questioned, puzzled. Shenluo asserted, "This woman may very well be the strongest existence in this world." Subsequently, Shenluo elaborated on Yim's use of Conqueror's Haki, describing the realm he had experienced, essentially articulating it with precision. Could it be the realm of dominance? Taodu suddenly mentioned a term. What is the realm of dominance? This was the first time Xinluo had encountered such terminology, and it was also new to Khalifa and the others. After a brief pause, Taodu explained, Conqueror's Haki. For instance, when Xinluo releases his Conqueror's Haki, does it not create a three-dimensional domain? Within this domain, do numerous objects not face destruction and are propelled away? Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was the case. I had previously heard my sister Hei speak of it. The realm of dominance is the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. Historically, only two individuals have achieved this state, one being the pirate king Roger, and the other, the legendary sea king from before Roger's era, Loxd Jaibike. While many possess Conqueror's Haki in the New World, only Roger and Lox have reached the ultimate realm of dominance, which manifests a terrifying domain under the user's control. Xinluo's mention of Yim and her realm of dominance appears exceedingly formidable. Chu Shanhua, is it possible that Imu can wield forces such as repulsion, attraction, and gravity? Moreover, can she do so even without releasing the Dominator's domain? Xinluo is also uncertain about the abilities Imu employed while the Dominator's domain was active, but the aspect of repulsion is indeed established. Initially, Peach Rabbit found this somewhat far-fetched. She had heard it from Crane long ago and was unsure of its authenticity. However, with Xinluo's mention, it led Peach Rabbit to contemplate that Imu's capabilities might indeed be tied to the Dominator's domain, albeit a terrifying version of it. As for Roger and Rox, Roger is self-explanatory. Xinluo did not feel much about him. However, with Rox, Xinluo grew curious, particularly about his encounter with Carp and Roger on God's Island. Sengoku remarked that Rox might have been Roger's first and perhaps strongest adversary. Though Carp fought Roger for a lifetime, it cannot be said that Carp suppressed Roger. Rox, an ambitious figure aiming to become the king of the world, raises questions about his true nature. Perhaps it is something to inquire of Kaido, who was once an intern aboard Rock's ship. In this world, the two most renowned pirate interns, Red and Kaido, have both ascended to the status of Emperor of Pirates. Xinluo harbors doubts about whether Rox was the previous holder of the Dark Fruit. Moreover, Imu is still the king of ancient weapons. At this moment, Xinluo abruptly mentioned this fact, leaving Peach Rabbit and Khalifa in shock. The king? Ancient weapons possess the power to annihilate the world, and Imu embodies this power? Imu can manipulate natural forces and calamities, showcasing an alarming strength. Xinluo even stated that Imu held aloft a colossal meteorite with a diameter of 5 kilometers in the sky, which terrified Peach Rabbit and the others. However, it was more so due to Xinluo's overwhelming power, as that meteorite was unleashed by Xinluo. That evening, Xinluo elucidated the matters concerning Mary Geos, providing them with a clearer understanding of both Mary Geos and Imu. In summary, the celestial dragons have dominated this world for 800 years, with depths that remain unfathomable. Imu's power has merely revealed a tip of the iceberg. Peach Rabbit remarked, I've heard that there is another national treasure atop Mary Geos, not the king, but is said to exist. Who knows if it is true? Alas, I don't know how to say this, Xinluo. They would love nothing more than to slice you into pieces. Is it all right for you to stay here for an extended period? Another night arrived, marking Peach Rabbit and her companion's first collaboration. It felt somewhat awkward, yet it was an inevitable confrontation. They reluctantly treated it as a game of dodiju. Time swiftly passed, and ordinary days returned, with Kuzuki Hiyori consistently visiting Xinluo. This woman had been fixated on Xinluo, especially after receiving recent news. As a shrewd woman, seeking a man worthy of lifelong commitment naturally hinges on the man's value. A woman's life is a sort of investment. If one invests wisely, she secures happiness. But if not, it is merely an experience. Many women in Wano cannot make choices regarding their marriages, as their status has long been considerably low. For instance, the men of the flower capital indulge in romantic escapades, while their wives are expected to support them. Peach Rabbit and her companions were aware of Kuzuki Hiyori's calculations. Were it not for Xinluo's management of Wano, Kuzuki Hiyori would have been expelled long ago. In the following days, in stark contrast to the warmth at Xinluo's place, The world was set ablaze by the incident involving Shenluo and Kaido at the Holy Land of Mary Geos. Chapter: The world is tumultuous. It is a time of great upheaval. The reason for this is the invasion of Mary Geos by Shenluo and Kaido. Even though the world government has made attempts to conceal certain matters, a plethora of truths have surfaced, following the escape of slaves from Mary Geos. Besides the fishmen returning to Fishman Island, they also assisted other slaves in fleeing. In no time, a multitude of sea kings lay in wait at the peak of the Red Line, poised to enter the New World. With the Marine headquarters on one side and the New World Marine G Division, the future headquarters, on the other. However, when the Sea Kings occupied this maritime territory, no navy dared to take action. In the subsequent days, a significant number of celestial dragons were accepted by the Revolutionary Army, which constantly seeks to overthrow the celestial dragon's intolerable rule. The Revolutionary Army remains vigilant regarding the movements of the world government, having infiltrated both the Marine headquarters and Mary Geos with spies or moles. A terrifying day indeed, but it is only terrifying for the celestial dragons and the Five Elders. It is utterly insane. Shenluo has even allied with the beast Kaido. On the first half of the Grand Line, on White Soil Island, under the pitch-black night sky, Monkey D. Dragon stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing out at the distant sea. That woman has emerged. Dragon referred to Imu. How terrifying. If it were solely the Revolutionary Army, it would be impossible to defeat her without Shenluo's assistance. Otherwise, there is almost no hope. With the intelligence gathered from their spies, Dragon comprehended just how fearsome the woman wielding the world's scepter truly is. She likely surpasses all others in this world. Dragon is also aware that the woman is the embodiment of the king, existing in this world long before, born during the Void Century, having conducted numerous purges throughout history, possessing unparalleled, terrifying power. In Dragon's knowledge, there have been past attempts to establish a force akin to the Revolutionary Army, aspiring to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule to create a truly beautiful world. Yet all were extinguished by Imu. The last individual who sought to overthrow Imu's reign and become the king of the world was the former pirate overlord, Rox, who met his end on God's Island. Although he aimed to dominate the world, it was not in pursuit of a better world. Dragon, how powerful is that woman? A Revolutionary Army officer inquired. This world is not as simple as it appears. One must not be careless. Dragon sighed, turning his gaze towards Sabo. Sabo, have the freed celestial dragon slaves been reassured? All is well. Sabo snapped his fingers. Let them not feel like outsiders. Even though they were once slaves to the celestial dragons, they are now free individuals, dignified beings. The perspective shifts to other powers or individuals. Mihawk set down the newspaper. The terrifying youth, or rather, the pirate emperor. What manner of person are you? Mihawk eagerly anticipates meeting this individual. His curiosity about Shenluo piqued. In the Calm Belt, on Amazon Lily, Hancock wept tears of joy upon reading the latest news. Shenluo had turned Mary Geos upside down, liberating all slaves and causing immeasurable chaos for the celestial dragons. In light of such shocking events, is there anyone in the world who remains unmoved? I long to meet that esteemed person, Hancock exclaimed, her excitement overwhelming her desire to rush off to find Shenluo, though she was unaware of Shenluo's whereabouts. That woman, it is madness. Granny Nyan found herself at a loss for words. At the Marine headquarters, it appears no one can stand against him any longer. This monster is undoubtedly the most deranged pirate in the world. He has allied with Kaido. Sengoku smashed his fist against his office wall. The current situation is exceedingly severe. In recent months, Shenluo has been wreaking havoc across the world. He and Gongu Kong joined forces, yet they could merely inflict a superficial wound on the QB. That QB fox possesses strength akin to that of the pirate emperor. The wooden monstrosity does as well. Are they all subordinates of Shenluo? Are they capable users? Furthermore, with the addition of Jin Shitsi and Kaido of the 100 Beasts, how terrifying is Shenluo's influence? He, with a sigh, remarked that he even envisioned the rise of the Rox pirates. Carp cautioned that the crew of Rox is hardly a formidable force. Another sigh escaped him, accompanied by anger. The situation was grim for the Navy headquarters. Shenluo brazenly shot down a celestial dragon while the Navy stood by. It was a disgrace to the Navy. Kizaru remarked that the meteors he summoned are terrifying. He could hardly be considered human. Such rapid growth is beyond what any human could achieve. Akiji expressed his belief that he is not human. No human could possess such an array of abilities, which seem entirely unrelated, as if he had consumed numerous devil fruits. Big Mom can manipulate meteorological phenomena, flames, lightning, and the sea, yet these are powers derived from her soul fruit. However, Shenluo is different. In the New World, the realm of the strong, many powerful pirates dominate their territories, with the pirate emperors being the most formidable. Captain Shanks received word that Shenluo is currently in Wano, within a cave. They were barbecuing when a subordinate with red hair entered to report. Wano, isn't that Kaido's territory? Beckman questioned. The tone of the red-haired captain grew serious. They must have formed an alliance. Indeed, it seems they have united. But why? Beckman contemplated that perhaps they joined forces after being defeated. Big Mom might have also been vanquished, and Kaido has faced defeat numerous times. However, if Kaido were to be defeated by Shenluo, it would undoubtedly not be a simple defeat. For instance, did he manage to injure Kaido? Injury? Such a notion seems almost unfathomable for the world's strongest man, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Yet, it is not entirely impossible. The world's situation is becoming increasingly unpredictable. The red-haired captain gazed at the sky outside the cave. This era may very well belong to Shenluo. Some occurrences are now inevitable. I believe I should pay a visit to Mary Geos. Shanks, your perspective is now directed towards Whole Cake Island. Big Mom remains incapacitated, still recovering from her previous defeat. Who is this person? Why does Lin feel a sense of familiarity? Sitting on the ground, Big Mom drooled, while Smoothie sat beside her reading a newspaper. Mother, do you remember him? Smoothie inquired, alarmed that Big Mom had yet to regain her senses, leaving them to find ways to restore her. Lin cannot recall. Are you truly my children? She questioned, drooling as she craved dessert. Whitebeard, aboard the Moby Dick, laughed heartily. I never expected such terrifying events to unfold at Mary Geos. The surrounding seas trembled, as did the Moby Dick itself, due to the tremor caused by Whitebeard's laughter. His tremor fruit had awakened. Blackbeard felt the tremors, filled with boundless desire for the tremor fruit, a power he had long sought. Whitebeard reflected on his accomplishments. What a fearsome little brat. I truly wish to meet him. Marco exclaimed, indeed, it is quite frightening. My beloved sons, who do you think is stronger, father or him? Of course, it's father. His health has been improving lately, seemingly returning to his prime. Firefist Ace shouted. I'm getting old, Whitebeard chuckled. In comparison to enjoying family life. What does the title of the world's strongest man even mean? This news swiftly swept across the globe, reaching every corner, as long as there were people. They became aware of the youngest pirate emperor, who was strikingly handsome and rode upon a colossal blue dragon, descending like a deity. He liberated countless slaves and slew many of the world's aristocrats who had oppressed this world for 800 years. However, there remain concealed matters, such as the 5 elders of the world government and the enigmatic figure known as M. These buried secrets are known only to the Revolutionary Army, which has accepted a multitude of slaves and has infiltrators in Mary Geos, with only Doflamingo being privy to this knowledge. How terrifying is Shenluo? Even Kaido is involved. Echoed Doflamingo's eerie laughter from the palace of Dressrosa. One day, you will be pulled down from your pedestal. Can the world's scepter remain in your grasp? On the day of a new bounty's announcement, the pirate emperor Shenluo received a staggering bounty of 6,900,000,000 berries, surpassing even the legendary Whitebeard. Many speculate from this bounty that Shenluo is the world's most formidable pirate emperor. This bounty was issued by him. Additionally, among the populace, Shenluo is referred to as the Dawn Emperor, a title that continues to spread due to his slaying of celestial dragons and liberation of slaves. Among all the pirate emperors, Shenluo's reputation is unparalleled. When Peach Rabbit saw Shenluo's new bounty, she nearly suffered a heart attack. A bounty of 6 billion berries is utterly terrifying. Recently, The seagulls delivering newspapers reach the waters of Wano, allowing its inhabitants to learn about the outside world. This marks the third day since Shenluo returned from Merigios, the world's highest bounty. Observing Shenluo still lying on the grass, Peach Rabbit wondered how he could remain so calm. "Look at your bounty. It's 6 billion? Not too shabby." Shenluo glanced at it, dismissing it. Such bounties are merely numbers. The world government's bounties hold little significance for someone of Shenluo's caliber. It is merely a number. Previously, the highest bounty was Roger S. at over 55 billion, but now Shenluo holds the highest. If one were to assign a bounty to Roger, a conservative estimate would place it at 100 billion berries. Before the onset of the Great Pirate Era, Roger was considered a commendable pirate, yet after its commencement, he became a criminal. The Great Pirate Era has brought untold suffering to countless lives, a stain that cannot be erased. However, Shenluo likely hopes that more people will learn of the secrets of Raftel, the truth of this world, and perhaps the mysteries surrounding the blank century. Roger, who once visited Fishman Island, understood that he was not the savior he believed himself to be. At that time, Poseidon had yet to be born, and the world's strongest man was beyond his ability to confront. Upon the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, he perhaps overestimated human nature. It was destined that few pirates would possess noble hearts. Shenluo is the youngest emperor of the pirates, boasting a bounty of 6 billion. His crimes against the celestial dragons seem to have been downplayed. Previously, it was Red who held the title of the youngest, and even now, he is yet to reach 40. Under normal circumstances, achieving such a level of power at this age is nothing short of astonishing. Red, who is not a devil fruit user, possesses formidable strength as a master swordsman. In the original Roger Pirate crew, there were no devil fruit users. The crew relied on swords and fists, mastering either swordsmanship or martial arts, along with various hockey users. Similarly, Red's crew lacks any ability users. Shenluo is almost 16, just over 5 months away, which is truly remarkable for a mere boy, the youngest pirate emperor. Recently, he has been resting, as there is little for him to do. As long as he refrains from causing trouble, no one dares to interfere with him. The atmosphere has been quite tranquil, especially considering that in the New World, the land of Wano resembles a paradise, elevated high above sea level. To enter its inland sea, one must scale hundreds of meters of steep cliffs and waterfalls, making it nearly impossible for pirates to ascend. Should any pirates dare to venture forth, Shenluo would not hesitate to send them back to feed the fish. The land of Wano is undergoing a transformation. Although it is a powerful nation, its strength stems solely from its identity as a land of warriors, lacking the economic prowess of a wealthy nation like Dressrosa. Outside the flower capital, many go hungry. The cultural customs here must also be reformed. Shenluo intends to govern this nation, gradually infiltrating its society. If anyone resists, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, although those opposed are primarily nobles whose interests have been threatened. Under the reign of Kaido, they only needed to appease him to secure their benefits. However, Shenluo does not abide by such terms. He dismisses their gifts of gold, silver, and beautiful women, even those who are exceptionally pure and virtuous. Instead, he has executed 5 prominent nobles, redistributing their entire wealth to the impoverished, gaining their support in the process. Nonetheless, he is not overly generous. He believes in providing immediate aid rather than addressing long-term poverty, as human nature often leads to greed. A gift of 100 may earn gratitude, but a gift of 1,000 can turn a benefactor into a foe. Today is another sunny day, with the sun having just risen. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly descended. Enormous islands hovered steadily above the land of Wano, with the largest among them being a floating island. It is the infamous pirate Gold Lion. "Youngster, impressive. Why did you not summon me?" Gold Lion's voice echoed from above as he descended, landing with 2 swords as his legs. The sound of metal striking the ground unique. Gold Lion. Tantata's expression changed dramatically as she instinctively positioned herself to protect Shenluo. "Oh no, I forgot to bring my sword." Yet, she overlooked the fact that Shenluo and Gold Lion are not enemies. "Little girl, I recognize you. You are the sister of that woman, Tsuru." He laughed heartily, reminiscing about Tsuru, once renowned as one of the most famous women in the world, powerful and beautiful, although now aged. Shenluo, he is not an enemy. Shenluo interjected as he rose from the ground and pulled Tontada close. Gold Lion, sit. He gestured toward the grassy area, and Gold Lion settled down cross-legged. At that moment, two large bowls descended from the sky, intended for drinking wine. Real men drink from bowls, not cups, and true men drink directly from a barrel. Along with the bowls came a barrel of wine. There were only two bowls, one for Shenluo and one for Gold Lion, while Tontada stood aside. This is a man's world. Women must stay out of the way. A large bowl floated before Shenluo, and the barrel opened automatically, pouring wine for both Gold Lion and Shenluo. Gold Lion, my Shenluo does not drink. Tontada protested, deeply disliking the old man. Gold Lion laughed heartily. If a man does not drink, can he still be considered a man? Only those who drink are worthy of greatness. Roger, Whitebeard, and that brat Red, as well as Kaido, who among them does not drink. The strongest men must drink. Those who abstain are unworthy of the title. In Gold Lion's eyes, Red and Kaido are mere children. Your misguided words, Gold Lion. Tontada seethed, wishing to kick the old man out of her sight. Ha! Gold Lion continued to laugh, entirely disregarding Tontada. To him, women are merely obstacles on a man's path to greatness. He views Roger as his most significant figure. Otherwise, he would not have stormed the Navy headquarters in fury. After Roger's execution, Gold Lion felt profound sorrow while imprisoned and impelled down, and upon his escape, he dedicated himself to seeking revenge for Roger. Roger became his lifelong obsession, something he could never let go. At this point, Shenluo had already finished his bowl of wine, one of the most famous wines in the New World. How does it taste? Gold Lion inquired with a grin. Mediocre at best, Shenluo replied nonchalantly, as he is not a wine enthusiast. What brings you to me? Shenluo scrutinized Gold Lion, suspecting the old man of harboring ulterior motives. Old man is astonished. You truly went to marry Ahua, and with Kaido no less. Have you allied with Kaido? Gold Lion's tone conveyed incredulity. Shenluo had accomplished what Gold Lion had long desired but was unable to. Gold Lion knew that anyone who dared to approach Mary Ahua would risk their life. He recalled his own tumultuous encounter at Navy headquarters, where he was suppressed by Sengoku and Garp, ultimately imprisoned and impelled down, a humiliating experience. Despite being powerful, Gold Lion recognized that many others were his equals. Moreover, he had not fought in nearly 20 years since his release, and his strength had inevitably waned. Additionally, his reliance on his swords as legs had further diminished his prowess. Is there an issue? Shenluo asked. I managed to destroy a portion of Mary Ahua, he stated matter-of-factly. You should have brought me along. Gold Lion replied, curiosity piqued. The newspapers must have omitted some details, as I know the world government's nature. It cannot be that simple. I have not read the papers, Shenluo admitted. Tontada, the newspapers? Shenluo turned to Tontada, who then spoke up. They did not mention the death of one of the Gorosei, or the hidden puppeteer of the world government. One of the Gorosei? Gold Lion exclaimed, astonished. When I first set sail, those Gorosei were already in power, having lived for who knows how long. One of them was slain? By whom? The old man, with the original Yoru, Shenluo revealed. Impressive young man. Gold Lion chuckled, his tone now filled with surprise. After a brief moment, his expression turned serious once more. And what about Imu? Shenluo remarked. A formidable woman, seemingly youthful, yet likely of advanced age. Possesses the supreme conqueror's haki and embodies the essence of the heavenly King Uranus. Her might is unparalleled. However, without witnessing it firsthand, one cannot fathom such power. Conqueror's domain? The essence of a heavenly king? The Golden Lion was taken aback, astonished by the revelation that it possessed such a formidable power, indeed the essence of a heavenly king. Shenluo inquired of the Golden Lion, Are you familiar with the Conqueror's domain? It is said that rocks also wielded such power. Taking a sip of his drink, the Golden Lion solemnly replied, The Conqueror's domain, the pinnacle of Conqueror's haki. Indeed, rocks possessed such strength. Furthermore, he possessed another ability. What ability? The most sinister power of a paramecia-type devil fruit, the truly demonic dark fruit. The Golden Lion disclosed an important piece of information. The dark fruit? Tao tu ga pet? And Shenluo expressed his surprise, realizing his previous speculation had been correct. The Golden Lion reminisced. The dark fruit is deemed the most malevolent of all paramecia devil fruits because of rocks. You are aware of the tremor fruit, right? It was that scoundrel Whitebeard who transformed it into the most formidable paramecia, gaining great renown. Indeed, that is true. However, your sudden mention of the dark fruit, how does it relate to the Conqueror's domain? Rocks combine the Conqueror's domain with the dark fruit, an incredibly fearsome combination. Moreover, he had awakened the dark fruit to its full potential. Originally, the dark fruit lacked elemental properties and inflicted double the pain upon its user. Yet, upon awakening, it could manifest elemental attributes, and the dual suffering would vanish, allowing the user to inflict double the agony upon others. The ability of the dark fruit is fundamentally one of devouring and plundering. However, I cannot ascertain the extent of Rock's power with the dark fruit. I recall that, in his prime, Rox could effortlessly consume an island with his dark mists. When the island was released, it was utterly obliterated. The Golden Lion added, he was the strongest adversary Roger ever faced, though he was ultimately defeated only when he and that scoundrel Garp joined forces. It seems Rox is indeed more formidable than I previously perceived, Shenluo mused. The Golden Lion questioned, does the Celestial Dragon King, also possess the Conqueror's domain? Wait, is I'm female? It is likely she possesses the Conqueror's domain. Describing such power is challenging, but she is undoubtedly the strongest woman in the world. Unbelievable. This is the first time I've heard of such a peculiar occurrence. It is also the essence of a heavenly king? Old man, as I previously stated, you understand how fearsome a heavenly king can be. The Golden Lion's expression grew grave. I know a bit, but only from ancient legends. The heavenly king is said to wield the power to manipulate natural forces. As for the extent of this power, I cannot say. Have you fought her? She is incredibly powerful. I wonder if I would be her match in a life-or-death struggle. Given this, the possession of an independent power system like the Conqueror's domain, paired with the strength of a heavenly king, is indeed terrifying. Next time you engage, remember to summon me. I can uproot the entire Mariehua with my float fruit. My power is unmatched. I won't be heading to Mariehua anytime soon, perhaps in a year or so. Furthermore, you should be cautious. Kaido is nearby, and you might not be able to take him on, especially since you have considerably weakened. Kaido? Huh. Back when I was part of the Rocks Pirates, he was merely an intern. When I became a great pirate, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard while Kaido was still playing in the mud. The Golden Lion's tone was laced with disdain, yet he acknowledged that Kaido's strength was indeed formidable. He certainly knows you are here. Tao tu in tazet. The Golden Lion disregarded her comment and chuckled. Shenluo, women will become obstacles in your journey to becoming the strongest. You, Golden Lion, have never desired a woman, so you envy my Shenluo, don't you? Tao tu vito con li. Shenluo laughed. Pay no mind to him. The Golden Lion only has eyes for Roger. Indeed, this old man has never been normal, Tao Tu giggled, while the Golden Lion was left speechless by their banter. Nonetheless, the Golden Lion never held grudges against women. He and Shenluo continued their discourse, reminiscing about the past and the bygone era, as those from the old times held the clearest understanding of it. Meanwhile, the floating islands, so prominently visible, hovered above the flower capital. Kaido could not possibly remain oblivious to their presence. That old man Shiki? Kaido crushed yet another barrel of alcohol. Chapter: The Great Pirate Golden Lion Shiki? The Calamity, and Zai, and others were astounded, disbelief etched across their faces. Encountering such a great pirate typically meant conflict was inevitable. War would ensue. Moreover, Kaido, the beast, harbored a grudge against the Golden Lion from years past. He must be seeking Shenluo now. The relationship between the Golden Lion and Shenluo is quite amicable, as Queen interjected. Jack, puzzled, asked what could his purpose be here. Who knows? As for Kaido, he had already emerged from his headquarters, transforming into a massive blue dragon, soaring towards the mountains north of the flower capital, where Shenluo and the Golden Lion awaited. As Kaido reappeared above the flower capital, the residents, already unsettled by the presence of the floating islands above, now found themselves gripped by fear. The enigmatic ruler of Wano seemed to be forging a bond with Kaido. Kaido's arrival meant that the flower capital now hosted 3 pirate emperors: Kaido of the Beasts, the true master of Wano, Shenluo, and the great pirate, the Golden Lion. Each of these men stood as paragons of strength in this world. Of course, for the information-starved populace of Wano, the existence of the Golden Lion remained a mystery. Kaido is here, Shenluo warned, as a blue dragon materialized in the sky. The Golden Lion remained silent, merely smiling. Then, the ground trembled as Kaido landed 10 meters behind the Golden Lion, crushing a portion of the earth beneath him. "Shiki, it has been a long time." Kaido's voice was intimidating, low, and tinged with drunkenness, exuding a domineering presence. Shenluo gestured towards an open area, prompting Kaido to frown before sitting down in that space. To the left of the Golden Lion and to the right of Shenluo, even seated, the towering Kaido stood at 5 or 6 meters in height, while the Golden Lion and Shenluo appeared as mere mortals in comparison. At this moment, Tao Tu moved closer to Shenluo, seeking solace in his presence amidst the imposing figures of the Golden Lion and Kaido. Anyone would be moved by their intimidating presence. Indeed, Kaido of the Beasts was a fearsome sight. He had always clashed with the Golden Lion, as every great pirate had conflicts with Kaido in the past. On the original Rock's ship, aside from Big Mom, who had a debt of gratitude to him, every other member had faced conflict with Kaido. However, with Shenluo's presence, a grand battle was unlikely. Sometimes a smile can mend old grievances. At that moment, a barrel of alcohol descended from the heavens, perfectly landing before Kaido, an embodiment of the Golden Lion's powers. "Kaido, I am not afraid of you, even if your appearance is more terrifying than before." The Golden Lion chuckled. Yet he did not raise his gaze to Kaido, for he held no interest in him. He offered Kaido a cask of wine solely to pay respect to Shenluo. Were it not for Shenluo's presence, a confrontation between him and Kaido would have been highly probable. As for the outcome of such a clash, they would have dealt with it if it arose. "Shiki, I still remember the day you ambushed me aboard the ship," Kaido remarked, recalling an incident from their days with the Rocks Pirates, where Golden Lion had once struck him. Within the crew of the Rocks Pirates, fierce battles often erupted, serving as a brutal means to sift out the truly formidable members. Kaido, without a doubt, proved to be exceptional. Having joined the Rocks Pirates under Big Mom's auspices and subsequently carving a path through adversaries as the strongest in turn, being the last of his kind in that crew. Shortly thereafter, the incident at God Island transpired. The animosities among the crew members of the Rocks Pirates rendered them incapable of forming a truly formidable and united pirate crew, one capable of challenging the world government. The most formidable pirate crew of the era, the Rocks Pirates, produced 2 legendary pirates, the emperors of the Old World, alongside 3 emperors from the New Pirate Age, with Whitebeard renowned across both epochs. Following closely in strength was the Roger Pirates, boasting 6 possessors of Conqueror's Haki. What a fearsome crew indeed, Shenluo lamented, expressing that in truth, the great pirate era lacked the grandeur of the bygone age. The emerging worst generation merely resembled children playing in the mud. Furthermore, Luffy's path could not mirror that of the original narrative, for both CP and Ino were no longer in play. Should Shenluo eliminate Old Sand, it remained uncertain whether Luffy would ascend to the status of a supernova. Thus, what truly transpired during the God Island incident? Shenluo spoke, and the Golden Lion shook his head. Kaido, upon hearing Shenluo's words, was taken aback, taking a hefty swig of wine before responding. God Island is the site where the celestial dragons pay homage, referring to themselves as deities. Does not God Island imply the island of gods? Rocks once proclaimed that long ago, before the celestial dragons claimed divinity and before they were even known as celestial dragons, a small nation under the rule of the D-Clan utilized that very island as a base to wage war against the D-Clan. After vanquishing the D-Clan, they established Mariewa at the pinnacle of the Red Line, subsequently designating that island as God Island, which they deemed the birthplace of their world. At this juncture, the Golden Lion scoffed. Who knows the truth of what Rox proclaimed? Neither Newgate nor I supported his confrontational stance against the world government. His ambitions far exceeded his capability. He sought to use us as pawns to achieve his goal of world domination. Yet what was his fate? He was ultimately defeated. As for his claims regarding the D-Clan, who can ascertain their veracity? Even I can spin tales. Shiki, do you wish to wage war against me? Kaido fumed, pausing briefly before adding, Rox held me in high regard. He was the one I admire most. Yet in the end he fell. At that time, many celestial dragons were present for the homage on God Island. We took all the celestial dragons and their slaves hostage, and naturally, that led to war with the world government. I cannot fathom why that fool Roger intervened, even going so far as to protect the celestial dragons. The thought alone amuses me. The Golden Lion interjected, You do not understand, Roger. How deeply did the Golden Lion care for Roger? He consistently defended him. You also failed to grasp Rox. Kaido's anger flared, nearly escalating to violence. Enough, Shenluo bellowed, silencing the Golden Lion and his cohorts. Toji nearly raised a thumb in appreciation for Shenluo. Despite the Golden Lion's formidable presence, he offered deference to Shenluo. Roger and Rox were both mere mortals. History has proven that both were destined for short lives. In the afternoon, Guan Yue Rai visited once more, as if it had become her habit to seek out Shenluo daily or every other day. Today, she beheld the dozens of floating islands in the sky and observed 100 Beast Kaido soaring towards Flower Capital. Recently, even the seagulls delivering news had begun to ascend. As the ostensible ruler of Wano country, the true authority lay with Shenluo. The current governance of Wano mirrored that of the era under Kurizumi Orochi. Kurizumi Orochi was the public ruler, while 100 Beast Kaido operated behind the scenes, a fact known to all. However, compared to the period of Kurizumi Orochi, Wano had undoubtedly improved significantly. Wano had begun to open its borders, dismantling years of isolation and starting to integrate into the world. Guan Yue Rai was somewhat akin to a puppet of Shenluo, controlled by him. Did she mind? As a tool of Shenluo's dominion over Wano, Guan Yue Rai was not foolish. On the contrary, she was quite astute. She understood that Shenluo might merely be exploiting her, yet she reveled in it. For a woman who had become infatuated, she cared little for how the man she adored utilized her. Indeed, Guan Yue Rai held Shenluo in high regard. She contemplated how a man like him would surely attract numerous admirers. As she gradually learned more about the world beyond Wano, she realized the extent of Shenluo's renown. Compared to his reputation in Wano, where he was merely known for defeating 100 Beast Kaido, in the outside world, he was celebrated for slaying celestial dragons, liberating slaves, and overpowering the world, hailed as the strongest entity and the youngest of the Sea Emperors. Guan Yue Rai simply followed her heart, enamored with that boy. Thus, she often sought various excuses to visit Shenluo, sitting before him, gazing upon his striking visage, listening to his voice, which was tinged with a magnetic quality, yet retained a hint of youthful immaturity, along with his aura. Today, Guan Yue Rai arrived at Shenluo's abode, where she encountered his death leaning against the door, who was also observing her. This woman, Shenluo's partner, appeared cold and domineering, unlike the more amiable Gion. Where's Lord Shenluo? When Guan Yue Rai inquired earlier, Isteth had remained silent. I do not know, Isteth finally replied, although she was aware of Shenluo's whereabouts. However, why should she divulge such information? This woman was clearly scheming. Did she not realize this? Were it not for her importance to Shenluo, Isteth would have undoubtedly ensured her demise. Regardless of gender or age, Isteth spared no one who stood as her adversary. Shenluo is beneath the peak north of Flower Capital, accompanied by the Golden Lion and 100 Beast Kaido. May I enter to wait for my lord? Guan Yue Rai inquired with a smile. No, they are currently tidying up inside, Isteth replied. Then I shall wait outside. Guan Yue Rai decided. Isteth smiled and suddenly asked, Have you been telling the people of this country that you are Shenluo's woman? Have I? Guan Yue Rai chuckled. Indeed. She had intentionally spread the word that she was Shenluo's woman, allowing it to circulate. Having lived for over 20 years, she possessed a degree of cunning. Otherwise, she could not have thrived in Wano so effortlessly. Everyone tacitly acknowledged her status as Shinluo's woman. Thus, who in Wano dared to disrespect her? Who would dare oppose her? Who would dare to entangle with her? She stood one person beneath the heavens, above 10,000 others. It was a feeling of being immensely favored, as if the entire world belonged to her. Shinluo also appeared to hold her in high regard. Shinluo needed her. Was there an issue? None at all. Azifu cruelly laughed as a sharp ice blade grazed past Guanyu Rihua's right ear, severing a small tuft of her azure hair that fell on her shoulder. The ice blade moved with such swiftness that Guanyu Rihua could distinctly hear the sound of the wind it generated. Be more careful in the future, otherwise, when your head rolls off, there will be no opportunity for regret, Visu remarked. Do you think the gods will despise me for killing you? Guanyu Rihua, you cannot be that foolish. A shiver ran down Guanyu Rihua's spine as she truly sensed the aura of death just moments ago. She believed that if Isu was indeed capable of such an act, if Isu grew impatient, Guanyu Rihua would certainly face dire consequences. Reluctantly, she departed, her heart brimming with anger. However, there was all she could do. Regardless of the circumstances, her status could never compare to that of Isu in the eyes of the gods, who had always remained impervious to her pleas. As time quickly passed, during the night, the Golden Lion departed from Wano country, rumored to be on his way to visit his old friend, Whitebeard. The Golden Lion and Whitebeard had been long-standing rivals, clashing countless times in the bygone era. Yet, their bond was equally profound, forged through numerous battles. Upon escaping from Impel Down, the Golden Lion first arrived at the execution square in Lowtown, where he beheld the nearly rusted scaffold and wept bitterly. Roger, his most significant friend, had met his end in that insignificant place. This was the world government's final insult to Roger. Following that, the Golden Lion ventured into the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, and reunited with Whitebeard, informing him of his intention to live in seclusion. And so, 20 years swiftly elapsed. The once vigorous Golden Lion and Whitebeard now inevitably approached the twilight of their lives. Captain Kaido, shall we ambush the Golden Lion on the way? Quinn inquired, gazing at the distant floating islands that gradually faded from view. Shut up. I want to sleep, Kaido grumbled, having just returned from the night, reeking of alcohol and barely able to walk steadily. Thus, Kaido's desire for slumber indicated that the Golden Lion was free to roam. The three calamities exchanged glances, initially expecting a fierce battle, only to find it dissipate without resolution. Had that youth already managed to sway both Kaido and the Golden Lion? Enmity flickered in the air as Yinzai Jin pondered. Perhaps. Quinn mused before retreating to his chemistry lab. Known as the Plague Quinn for his penchant for concocting various chemical creations, he resolved to continue his research. In a certain maritime expanse of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, another night unfolded. The vessel was abuzz with activity, surrounded by ships brimming with thousands of pirates. The Whitebeard pirates, renowned throughout the world under their captain's name, were often hailed as the mightiest pirate crew. Their influence was vast, commanding nearly 50 subordinate crews with the strength to contend with the Navy. However, aside from Whitebeard's overwhelming prowess, the captains of the crew did not particularly stand out when compared to other pirate emperors. The red-haired pirates, though comprised of only a few members, boasted formidable strength. Earning the title of the Iron Wall Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates wielded tremendous power thanks to the Sweet Commanders, while the Beast Pirates had the Calamities as ancient beings. In comparison, the Whitebeard Pirates appeared somewhat lacking in combat prowess among the pirate factions. Should Whitebeard ever fall, the remnants of his crew would be insufficient. Tonight, the Whitebeard Pirates held yet another feast. Like the red-haired pirates, hosting banquets had always been a hallmark of the Whitebeard crew. Remarkably, Whitebeard's health had inexplicably improved. In the past, he had suffered greatly from the wounds of battles and the backlash of the Gura no Mi, often reliant on intravenous drips. The crew had doctors and nurses at the ready. Now, however, with his recovery, Whitebeard had sent the medical staff back to where they were needed. Heulala! Whitebeard laughed heartily from his usual seat. My beloved sons, indulge yourselves at the feast. Old man, you just recovered. You shouldn't drink too much. Marco advised. Hey ulala. It's fine, I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard exuded a powerful aura, not of conqueror's hockey, but a mere presence of strength that was nonetheless intimidating. As the king of the seas, he had risen to prominence during the Rocks era, thrived in the Roger era, and continued his legendary saga into the Great Pirate era. Garb deemed Whitebeard a living legend. The giant of a man was indeed fearsome. Many in this world were mere offspring of ordinary humans, yet had undergone mutations. For instance, Whitebeard stood over 6 meters tall, while Big Mama's parents were also ordinary humans, but she turned out to be a monstrosity. Perhaps this world contained some substance that triggered such mutations. Old man, do take care. You shouldn't drink too much. Bista, the flower sword, also cautioned. A man who doesn't drink is no true man. Whitebeard laughed once more, raising a large bowl of liquor to his lips. Like the golden lion, he believed a man's identity hinged on his ability to drink. Ah, old man, the captains lamented, unable to sway him. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the revelry aboard the ship, Blackbeard stood at the bow of the Moby Dick. At this moment, he could not yet be referred to as Blackbeard. He was known as Teach, an ambitious figure lurking within Whitebeard's crew, a powerful individual, yet underestimated. In his youth, he had left scars on the red-haired captain. Teach was undeniably formidable, possessing both physical strength and powerful martial arts skills. The Yami Yami no Mi, Teach murmured, gazing out at the distant sea. He had remained in hiding for decades, patiently waiting for the dark fruit and that elusive dream, even a seemingly impossible ambition. However, he had no choice. A hero must endure to achieve greatness. Without a doubt, being aboard Whitebeard's ship placed him closest to the Yami Yami no Mi Teach had once encountered rocks long ago, and he could never forget the terrifying power of the Yami Yami no Mi. It was the most suitable fruit for him, as his physique was peculiar. Simply put, he was a freak. The Yami Yami no Mi, dubbed the world's most wicked Logia-type devil fruit due to its dark and malevolent abilities, left a lasting impression on Teach, who had studied the devil fruit encyclopedia aboard Whitebeard's ship, recalling every intricate detail of the Yami Yami no Mi. So dull, Teach lamented, feeling out of place amidst the jubilant atmosphere aboard the ship, filled with bright lights and raucous cheers. Teach, what are you doing? Fire Fist Ace approached, casually placing his hand on Teach's shoulder. The Whitebeard Pirates, a tale of fatherly and brotherly bonds, unfolds with the interactions between Fire Fist Ace and Teach. It's nothing. Ace, Teach replied casually. Let's have a drink. Fire Fist Ace chuckled. All right. Ace, Teach laughed in return, reflecting on how, had he not discovered the Yami Yami no Mi, he would have led a tranquil life within the Whitebeard Pirates. What is that? At this moment, Fire Fist Ace seemingly caught sight of something. He rubbed his eyes and gazed ahead into the night sky, where clusters of dark dots suddenly appeared. Am I seeing things? Teach, what do you see over there? Fire Fist Ace pointed toward the distant shadows. Is that an island? He wondered aloud. An island? Let me take a closer look. Ace continued, squinting. No way. It really does look like an island, he exclaimed in astonishment. Teach's expression shifted dramatically as he grabbed a telescope to scrutinize the dark dots. Islands? It's the Golden Lion, Teach shouted, his voice echoing across the Moby Dick, silencing the previously lively ship. Golden Lion? It was Whitebeard who first broke the silence. Rising to his feet, he focused on the direction Teach pointed, and the dark dots transformed into dozens of floating islands. Shiki. Whitebeard recognized the imposing figure of the Golden Lion, who stood arrogantly on the foremost island, embracing the moonlight. As the distance closed, the Whitebeard Pirates finally discerned the multitude of airborne islands. The flying pirate crew, the only man in the world capable of suspending islands in the air. Golden Lion, he declared. The Golden Lion towered above, surveying everyone, while the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, aside from Whitebeard, exhibited varying degrees of shock and fear. Admiral of the Skies, the great pirate Shiki, a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with our father, Whitebeard. The Golden Lion's voice boomed as he laughed heartily. Newgate, I didn't expect to see you still around. With a commanding presence, he reveled in the night wind, showcasing the grandeur of a great pirate. Shiki, you bastard! You haven't changed at all. According to the original course of the world, the two may have crossed paths in the same year. After being defeated by the original protagonist, the Golden Lion was captured by the Marines. Meanwhile, the Marineford War saw Whitebeard fighting, and the era of great pirates commenced with the exit of the old pirate remnants. Is that so? The Golden Lion paused his laughter, an overwhelming aura erupting from his being. The Conqueror's Haki is a greeting, he proclaimed. You bastard, Shiki, how interesting. Whitebeard retorted, unleashing an equally potent Conqueror's Haki. The collision of their formidable powers tore through the fabric of space, dark clouds roiling ominously as a massive rift split the sky, accompanied by raging red lightning. The tremendous force sent shockwaves through the ocean, causing numerous pirate ships to sway violently, and many pirates succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, collapsing aboard their vessels. Only captains and some elite pirates could withstand the Conqueror's Haki of these two legendary pirates, and even they struggled to maintain their composure. The mightiest Conqueror's Haki in the world. Who could endure it? Teach was astounded, feeling an intense desire for power surge within him, igniting his bloodlust. The Conqueror's Haki of his father and Shiki was terrifying. Shiki, noticing that many were unable to bear the strain, Whitebeard finally relented. As he ceased his Conqueror's Haki, so too did the Golden Lion. 2 minutes later, Whitebeard resumed his usual position while the Golden Lion perched on the railing of the Moby Dick. A mere 3 meters from Whitebeard, Marco and the others leaned against the railing, and the atmosphere aboard the ship grew subdued. The excitement that once filled the air dissipated in the presence of the Golden Lion. 20 years prior, the Golden Lion had occupied this very spot, with Whitebeard seated in his current position, and Marco and the others were part of that same cohort, aside from Fire Fist Ace and a few newcomers. Breaking the silence, Whitebeard addressed Shiki. It has indeed been a long time. I recall you mentioning you would go into seclusion. So, you disappeared for 20 years? Pretty much, Shiki replied. I've been enjoying retirement on the floating islands. I brought a barrel of fine wine from the New World, along with 2 cups. You might not have tried it before. He added, pouring for both Whitebeard and himself using the powers of the Fua. Nomi Whitebeard accepted the drink without hesitation. Their friendship was far stronger than their rivalry, forged through battles that deepened their bond. I heard you've been seeking vengeance in the East Blue. Aren't you afraid of that bastard Garp? Garp? Shiki shook his head, irritation flashing across his face. If it had been one-on-one back then, he could never have defeated me. His confidence stemmed from the fact that it took both Sengoku and Garp to bring him down. To be honest, I'm not even interested in avenging myself in the East Blue anymore. My focus is solely on revenge against the world government. Influenced by that kid named Godfall? Whitebeard inquired, surprised. Pretty much. That kid is incredibly arrogant. He believes he has tamed Kaido. Shiki sighed. Tamed Kaido? Whitebeard was further astonished. The only one who had managed to do so in the past was Rox, and back then, Kaido was merely a reckless youth, lacking the formidable strength he possessed now. How could Kaido, having become a top-tier powerhouse, be tamed? Kaido bore several remarkable wounds, inflicted by Godfall. You know about Wano, right? Wano. Whitebeard was aware, as it was the homeland of his old friend Kazuki Odin. After being borrowed by Roger for a year, Odin had not returned to Whitebeard's ship due to the turmoil in Wano, and when he learned of Odin's danger, specifically Kaido's intentions to target him, the Whitebeard pirates set sail. However, they were ultimately thwarted by the Big Mom pirates. The aftermath of Roger's departure and Odin's subsequent fate had dealt a significant blow to Whitebeard. What transpired in Wano? Whitebeard inquired curiously. After Odin's passing, Wano fell under Kaido's control, Shiki revealed. Whitebeard shook his head. Not anymore. Wano now belongs to Godfall, and Kaido was forced to relinquish Wano. He is currently situated on Onigashima, opposite Wano. The information from Wano has not reached the outside world, so it is understandable that you are unaware of the recent events. Kaido was defeated by Godfall not long ago, around 2 weeks back, and he sustained severe injuries. It seems Kaido has begun to show signs of yielding to Godfall. You heard about the ruckus they caused in Mariehua a few days ago, right? I have. Bahuzer remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Jean Shitsi, eager to hear more. The others aboard the Moby Dick felt their breaths quicken and their hearts race. None dared to interrupt. The discussion between Baiju Laoi and Jin Shitsi was of no ordinary matter. It pertained to individuals of their own stature. Jin Shitsi continued, revealing that the content in the newspapers concealed much. While the papers reported only 10 celestial dragons, the reality was that there were over 100, most of whom had perished at the hands of the divine. More significantly, Jin Shitsi sought to pique Baiju's curiosity further. The others, upon hearing Jin Shitsi's words, felt as though they were suffocating. Over 100 celestial dragons? What could be more crucial? Baiju's curiosity deepened. Jin Shitsi revealed that one of the 5 elders, the ruling figures, had been slain by the divine. One slain? Baiju was astounded. This was indeed shocking. The elders had always been formidable, and the fact that one had fallen to the divine was staggering. Jin Shitsi added, there is something even more terrifying. The mastermind behind it all has emerged. The legendary king of the celestial dragons is, in fact, a woman. A woman? Is she powerful? Baiju pondered. His encounters with formidable women included the likes of Big Mom and the Marine Fleet Admiral. This woman possessed the territory of a conqueror and was the embodiment of the ancient weapon, the king of heavenly arms. Jin Shitsi's revelation was chilling. What? Baiju could no longer maintain his composure. Even after weathering countless storms, he found himself shaken. The territory of a conqueror, the embodiment of the king. Such power was beyond imagination. Baiju furrowed his brow. Only Rox and Roger possessed the territory of conqueror. Jin Shitsi concluded thus. It appears she is the most powerful woman. The dominion of the celestial dragons has endured for so long for a reason. The subsequent conversation between Jin Shitsi and Baiju left the others bewildered, despite their lack of understanding regarding terms like Rox and the territorial dominion or the historical purges. Undoubtedly, it was astounding, surpassing their experiences of a lifetime. The era they spoke of was more tumultuous and terrifying than the Great Pirate Era, a legacy extending from the Rox era to the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, filled with countless horrifying events. Jin Shitsi and Baiju were witnesses to this age. Compared to the pirates of the old era, the current pirates were merely children playing in the mud. As time passed, a month slipped by, ushering in September. This period was relatively tranquil, devoid of significant events, and the Wano country remained undisturbed. The divine had little to occupy himself with, and found himself growing somewhat bored, residing in the gentle embrace of Tao Tu and her companions. Notably, during this time, the divine studied the special armed color hockey of Wano, referred to as Luing. In his understanding, this was an external manifestation of armed color hockey. Not only had the divine mastered it, but Tao Tu had as well, and surprisingly, Guang Yue and Zhu also learned it. Today, the divine set out alone from Wano. He planned to be away for a few days. In a certain sea area of the New World, a colossal sea king emerged, its head breaking the surface as it swiftly traversed the waters, with the divine perched atop. The sea king, momentarily intimidated by the divine, served as his means of transportation. Where should he go? The divine pondered. A visit to Dressrosa was in order. He recalled the need to introduce some goods to Wano, such as clothing and cosmetics for women, aiming to transform the nation. This endeavor had initially commenced with cultural infiltration under the guise of subtle influence or transformation, although it could also be viewed as a form of infiltration. There was no significant issue. The divine did not seek their demise, nor did he interfere with their interests. On the contrary, it posed no harm. A day later, the divine arrived at Dressrosa. Although the Sea King's speed was swift, it paled in comparison to Kaido's, and the divine had not urged the Sea King to its utmost velocity. Shortly thereafter, he set foot on the shores of Dressrosa. However, as he did, he was unaware that a blind man, just disembarking from a merchant ship at a distance, seemed to sense his presence. This man donned clothing reminiscent of Wano, wore wooden sandals, and leaned on a cane, standing approximately 3 meters tall with a sturdy build, his face marked by scars, exuding a kind demeanor. Yet he was blind. Who is that? I sense a powerful aura. The man, with a steady gait, approached the divine, his movements deliberate as he relied on his cane for navigation. The divine, inadvertently, caught sight of the approaching figure. Fujitora? The divine was taken aback. The man approaching him was none other than one of the future admirals of the Navy. At present, however, he was merely a monster of the common folk, Fujitora. Yet, he was not yet known as Fujitora. That would be his title as a Navy admiral. His prowess was remarkable, possessing formidable swordsmanship and the powers of the gravity devil fruit. His abilities enabled him to increase and decrease gravity, akin to the divine's own techniques. Tianai Zhen Xing and Dibao Tian Xing. He was deemed a monster, yet remained undiscovered among the populace. A monster of the common folk. He sought to join the Navy for the sake of justice. The divine mused that he might be the true embodiment of just governance, unlike Sengoku, who bore many stains upon his character. Sengoku had only seen the light of true justice after the world government concealed the escape of prisoners from impelled down. In contrast, Fujitora's sense of justice was the purest, rooted in the perspective of the common people, standing apart from other high-ranking Navy officials who prioritized the interests of the Navy or world government. His strength was formidable, but even though he had yet to become an admiral, the divine knew he could not recruit him, for their positions were inherently at odds. Just as Zifa's defection from the Navy precluded the divine from enlisting him, their paths diverged. Their ambitions were misaligned. The divine harbored grand ambitions, intending to dominate the world rather than pursue justice, which destined him to part ways with certain individuals. It was impossible to alter their principles with mere words. Only Tao Tu was easily swayed. Her mind was wholly occupied with the divine's ideals. He was not a deity, nor did he possess the virtue of great benevolence. Indeed, deities do not intervene in the affairs of mortals. Fujitora, hearing the divine address him in such a manner, left Fujitora momentarily perplexed. "I'm called Ishao. Fujitora is not my name." Ishao was puzzled, uncertain why the divine referred to him as such or how he knew his name. "Rest assured, you shall come to accept this title in due time." "Title?" The divine smiled mysteriously. "I can see you may one day become an admiral of the Navy." "An admiral?" Ishao was even more perplexed. Although he had long harbored aspirations of joining the Navy, opportunities had always eluded him. In the eyes of Ishao, the world is rife with malevolence, whether it be pirates or other nefarious characters. The only distinction lies in the magnitude of their wickedness and whether anyone has been aware of their misdeeds. Thus, Ishao blinded himself, allowing him to escape the sight of the filth and depravity he wished to avoid. His Kenbunchika haki is remarkably potent, as is his Busashoko haki. Shinluo remarked, "I can foresee the future. Just now, I witnessed you becoming the Marine Admiral Zayadajiang." He continued, "If you were to ascend to the rank of Admiral, would you not be able to uphold justice?" Ishao could hardly believe it. He was not even a member of the Marines at present, though he harbored the desire to join, as it would enable him to enforce justice. Ishao responded, "Yet you, old man, I sense that you are quite extraordinary." Shinluo smiled. "You will come to know me in due time." With that, he did not elaborate further and made his way towards Dressrosa. Ishao felt an inexplicable certainty that he would encounter Shinluo again. Looking skyward, though blind to the vast expanse above, Ishao mused that should he become a Marine Admiral, he could contribute even a modicum of aid to this sorrowful world. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in Dressrosa, Shinluo encountered the future Fujitora, Ishao, a twist that took him by surprise. Ishao has formidable abilities might indeed rival those of the strongest Marine admirals. Not all admirals possess equal strength. For instance, a Kainu's combat prowess surpasses that of Akiji. With the power of the gravity fruit, Ishao can lighten an island, allowing it to float or increase its gravity to render it perilous when it descends, a truly monstrous capability. However, it was merely a fleeting encounter, and Shinluo paid it little mind. 20 minutes later, he arrived in the bustling town of Dressrosa. After a meal, he proceeded to the palace of Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was evidently present. Doflamingo was taken aback by Shinluo's arrival. "Haha, I did not expect you to come. I apologize for not greeting you properly." Doflamingo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shinluo now held significant weight in his estimation. Doflamingo was astute. Otherwise, he would not have become a figure who straddles the worlds of both light and shadow. Setting aside the pirate emperor, Doflamingo's status was one of formidable power. Even within the New World, where aside from the pirate emperors, there exists a complete underworld, of which Doflamingo is a vital ally. Shenluo, alongside Kaido, ventured to the Holy Land Mariehua, leaving Doflamingo in a state of shock. The man he feared most was Kaido, and the thought that Kaido was collaborating with Shenluo was alarming. The implications of this alliance were indeed terrifying. It would not only send Doflamingo trembling, but also instill fear in the Marine headquarters. As a former Celestial Dragon, Doflamingo was acutely aware of the events that transpired in Mariehua, knowledge far surpassing that of others. For instance, his ultimate undercover agent, Virgo, was a rear admiral in the Marine headquarters and was due for promotion soon. Only a select few, including Doflamingo, were privy to Virgo's true identity, and he had participated in quelling the unrest in Mariehua. "I have a favor to ask of you," Shenluo stated without further ado. "Favor? You are far too polite. I will be delighted to lend my assistance to someone of your stature." Doflamingo gestured toward an opulent chair, inviting Shenluo to sit. Shenluo accepted without hesitation, and only after he was seated did Doflamingo take his place opposite him. With a snap of his fingers, Violet, who had been waiting outside, understood her cue and promptly brought forth drinks and delicacies. "I am unsure of what you require of me," Doflamingo mused, curiosity glimmering in his eyes, as he anticipated that Shenluo's request was of significant magnitude, perhaps a matter befitting the pirate emperor. Shenluo began, "I need you to transport a shipment of clothing, Dressrosa as attire, for both men and women of all ages. Ideally, it should resemble the style of Sabaody archipelago, and I want as much as you can muster. Additionally, procure a vessel filled with cosmetics." "Is that all, Shenluo?" Doflamingo was taken aback, finding the request somewhat absurd. As a purveyor of various illicit trades, he would find it entirely normal if Shenluo sought hundreds of artificial devil fruits. However, to ask for garments and cosmetics was unexpected. "Is that truly all?" Doflamingo queried, incredulous. "You heard correctly," Shenluo affirmed. "This is unusual. You are the illustrious pirate emperor, and I believe you are the most formidable among them. Are you truly pursuing legitimate business?" Doflamingo found the notion rather ludicrous. Shenluo explained, "I have recently taken control of Wano and am beginning to transform it." "Wait, you seized Wano from Kaido?" Doflamingo was stunned. He understood that Kaido had ruled Wano for 2 decades. The thought that Shenluo had usurped it was staggering. "Wano is now mine. This nation was in shambles, and I have taken on the responsibility of putting things right." Doflamingo processed the information. "So, you merely require me to supply a shipment of clothing, cosmetics, and accessories for Wano?" Shenluo contemplated briefly. "For now, that is all. I will inform you should I think of anything else." Doflamingo scrutinized Shenluo, recognizing that his control over Wano spoke volumes. He had bested Kaido, compelling him to yield. It was common knowledge that Kaido had nearly sacrificed his life to claim Wano. The fact that he relinquished it indicated that Shenluo had brought Kaido and his entire crew to heel, a terrifying notion. It was no wonder that during the chaos in Mariehua, Kaido had accompanied Shenluo. Having navigated the New World for many years, Doflamingo understood that this world was no simple matter. He was not among those naive newcomers who believed they could simply defeat the 4 emperors and ascend as the Pirate King. If it were that easy, the Marines would have long since dismantled the power of the 4 emperors. To view the power struggles in the New World as mere child's play was a gross underestimation. Only the fortunate could survive in this perilous domain. In the early days of the Great Pirate Era, countless pirates vied for supremacy, resulting in the emergence of figures like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, while the rest either perished or faded into obscurity. "Your strength is truly astounding." He gazed at Shenluo and remarked that he was fortunate Shenluo was relatively easy to converse with. In Shenluo's presence, Don Quixote Doflamingo could smile, a stark contrast to his demeanor around Kaido, where he had never smiled. The beast Kaido was terrifying, and Doflamingo firmly believed that Kaido possessed the power to severely injure him with just 1 or 2 strikes. Yet now, Shenluo had managed to make Kaido yield. This possibility loomed large, though it could also be merely a cooperative relationship between the two. Doflamingo did not inquire further. Such questions seemed unbefitting for someone of his stature. Before long, Violet arrived, accompanied by two women bearing fruits, desserts, and fine wines, which they placed upon the table between Shenluo and Doflamingo. Upon finally seeing Shenluo, Violet had not initially known the identity of the person seeking Doflamingo, only to discover that it was the youngest and most powerful pirate emperor in the world. Many regarded him as the strongest in the world, although a greater number still believed that the title belonged to Whitebeard. His position in the hearts of many could not be replaced. For the majority of pirates, defeating Whitebeard was tantamount to becoming Pirate King, and without doubt, Whitebeard was the man closest to that throne. Did Doflamingo seem fearful of him? The current Dressrosa lay utterly beneath Doflamingo's dark rule. Its prosperity and peace built upon an endless abyss of darkness, a mere facade. Doflamingo's dominion over Dressrosa was indeed shrouded in darkness. Once the offerings were laid down, Violet and the others departed from the hall, leaving a serene silence in their wake. Shenluo suddenly inquired, "What lies beneath the surface of a world government? As a celestial dragon, you should possess some knowledge." Celestial dragon? Doflamingo's expression shifted. He was one, yet few were aware of this fact. How did Shenluo know? Although Doflamingo had renounced his status as a celestial dragon, the Gorosei still maintained his privileges, and Doflamingo had always believed his lineage to be of unparalleled nobility. His rule over Dressrosa was merely a mortal's obedience to divine will. The fact that Shenluo knew of his celestial dragon identity was alarming. The world was aware that Shenluo did not regard celestial dragons with any respect, openly killing several when encountered. Most alarming was that not long ago, Shenluo had wreaked havoc in Mariewa, resulting in the deaths of numerous celestial dragons, many of whom he had personally slain. It was evident that he would not hold the celestial dragons in high regard. Shenluo stated, "I hold no malice towards you for the time being. There will be many opportunities for collaboration." His words implied a partnership rather than mere utility, and Doflamingo discerned this nuance. Recognizing that Shenluo was placing him on a relatively equal footing, demonstrating respect, in contrast to Kaido, who demanded and exploited him. The celestial dragons possessed considerable depth. "You encountered that woman in Mariewa, did you not?" "Emu." "I did," Doflamingo responded, his expression taking on a more serious tone. "That woman is said to be incredibly powerful. However, the extent of her might remains unclear to me. It is said she has existed since the establishment of Mariewa." Shenluo interjected, "So, she must be at least 800 years old? That seems likely." The celestial dragons refer to her as Lady Emu. Very few are aware of her existence. She wields the power of the ancient weapon, the king, though I am not privy to the specifics of that power. You have fought her, so you would know better than I. My knowledge is merely hearsay. Additionally, it is rumored that deep within Mariewa lies a concealed, formidable weapon, regarded as a national treasure of the celestial dragons, though its nature remains unknown. Doflamingo continued, "While the world government is indeed powerful, I would assert that in the new world, only Emu stands as a true threat. The Gorosei likely do not match the strength of the pirate emperors. They are merely fearful old men who have seldom ventured beyond Mariewa. Even if Emu were to venture into the new world to slay the pirate emperors, she would not be able to maintain control over that vast sea. As old powers fall, new ones rise. The new world is expansive, larger than the four seas, a realm beyond their grasp. Thus, the world government can only strive for balance. Furthermore, to curb the influence of the four emperors, the Gorosei devised the warlord system, which is evidently a mere deception for the world. How can the warlords restrain the four emperors?" Doflamingo chuckled, as his status as a warlord had instead become his shield, allowing him to operate as a legitimate pirate while ruling over and enslaving this nation. Continuing, Doflamingo stated, "Originally, the world maintained a delicate balance, yet since your emergence, this equilibrium has been destined to shatter, steering the world towards a realm beyond the world government's control. It is said that Emu does not wish to enter the new world. Legend has it that during the century of disappearance, the king and the sea kings coexisted in the same era, capable of rendering all sea kings subservient to their dominion over the New World. Ima, too, hesitated to enter the New World, which explains why the world government allowed the old rulers to fall and the new ones to rise. They lacked the strength to firmly grasp the New World. However, it is true that the world government possesses many formidable individuals. My understanding is limited. Moreover, should Emu desire to enter the New World, she would undoubtedly come seeking you for trouble. In truth, when Emu witnessed that Sea King leaping from the ocean to thwart a meteor, she sensed the revival of the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings could sense the kings, and vice versa. The New World was vast. Its deepest waters extended beyond 15,000 meters, within which lay countless terrifying Sea Kings lying in wait. Should the Sea Kings rise, they could sweep across the world. If they were to surface, they could easily reach the clouds with a mere outstretched hand. That woman is a relic from 800 years ago. Shenluo, have you heard of the Op Nomi? Doflamingo chuckled, viewing Shenluo as the strongest pirate emperor. Crucially, he lacked arrogance, allowing Doflamingo to speak freely. Shenluo replied, I am aware. It is said to enable a surgery for eternal life. At this, Doflamingo continued, the value of the Op Nomi is equivalent to the head of Whitebeard, 50 billion berries. The world government has sought every means to acquire the Op Nomi. However, it is now in the possession of one of my subordinates. As for the eternal life surgery, the world holds significant skepticism regarding whether the Op Nomi can truly grant eternal life. Eternal life surgery? Doflamingo shook his head. Eternal life likely does not exist. Extending one's lifespan is feasible. If a single surgery could achieve eternal life, the world government would not continuously pursue the Op Nomi. As far as I know, they have sought the eternal life surgery no fewer than 20 times throughout history. Doflamingo's intelligence capabilities are considered to rank third in the world, with the first being the Big Mom pirates, followed by the world government and the Marines. Moreover, as a celestial dragon, Doflamingo is undoubtedly well-informed. More than 20 times? Shenluo was taken aback. But upon hearing this, if Doflamingo spoke the truth, it seemed to suggest that the immortality surgery could not achieve true eternal life. It might merely extend one's lifespan temporarily, and regarding how long it could prolong life, it remained uncertain. To continue living, one would need to undergo the immortality surgery repeatedly. Doflamingo continued, stating that, according to his information, immortality surgery was not the sole means of extending life. Other devil fruit abilities could provide similar effects. Beyond devil fruits, there existed a particularly rare substance that could also prolong life. Is it pure gold? Shenluo inquired, showing little interest in lifespan extension, as he possessed abilities within the realm of life himself. Indeed, it is pure gold, Doflamingo affirmed, noting its rarity, even more so than that of devil fruits, and expressing uncertainty about its origins. Doflamingo was surprised that Shenluo was aware of pure gold. I have heard of pure gold. Is it used to brew soup for longevity? Shenluo questioned, seemingly unimpressed. Doflamingo was at a loss for words, sensing that Shenluo was not particularly intrigued by the notion of pure gold. He decided to intensify the discussion. Have you heard of Raftel? I have. The final island. It is said that reaching this island allows one to become the Pirate King? Precisely. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, all pirates have claimed this. Raftel symbolizes the throne of the sea. However, to reach this island, one must possess 4 pieces of the poneglyphs. Big Mom and Kaido each hold 1 piece, but where are the other 2? Who knows? Furthermore, even if one has all 4 poneglyphs, who can decipher such ancient text? Only by interpreting the poneglyphs can one discover the coordinates of the island. Yet it is said that Raftel has numerous coordinates scattered across a vast sea at the end of the Grand Line. Shenluo pondered aloud. So, Raftel is a moving island? Doflamingo replied, It is said to be so. It possesses many coordinates, making it difficult to locate. Thus, finding someone capable of deciphering the poneglyphs is crucial. The poneglyphs should not pose much of an issue for you, considering that Kaido and Big Mom might not mind relinquishing their poneglyphs to you. Doflamingo insinuated that Kaido and Big Mom would likely yield the poneglyphs if pressed. Shenluo was aware of the locations of all the poneglyphs and knew who could interpret them. Doflamingo chuckled. However, I presume you're not particularly interested in becoming the Pirate King? He regarded Shenluo, the Pirate Emperor. Sensing that Shenluo had no desire to pursue such a title, but rather aimed to dominate this world. Shenluo did not respond to Doflamingo's inquiry, but instead asked, "You transitioned from discussing pure gold to Raftel. Does Raftel indeed contain pure gold?" "Absolutely," Doflamingo speculated. "Not only is there pure gold, but it is likely that the leaves of the devil fruit tree are found at Raftel, along with the truths of this world." Doflamingo observed Shenluo's expression, but Shenluo did not reveal the astonishment Doflamingo had anticipated. After a moment of silence, Shenluo finally spoke. "Roger had only one ship. If you claim he amassed mountains of gold and treasures at Raftel, I find that hard to believe. They only visited Raftel once." Doflamingo remarked thus, "The wise do not assume Roger left a vast fortune at Raftel. The key lies in the secrets that Raftel conceals. It is said that everything was stored there, but Roger was merely deceiving ordinary pirates. What matters is the truth of the world. This encompasses the century of disappearance that the world government has sought to erase, or perhaps other monumental secrets. Of course, much of this was speculation. Shenluo was indeed intrigued by the devil fruit tree, though it might merely exist in the realm of conjecture. It was possible that the devil fruits appeared directly in the world rather than returning to the tree, leading one to wonder if the tree ever existed at all. "If this tree were to exist, I would be quite interested," Shenluo stated. "So, according to you, Raftel may harbor pure gold, the world's truths, and the devil fruit tree? Additionally, there may be unknown devil fruits not recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia," Doflamingo reminded, suggesting that the encyclopedia's records were likely incomplete. At that moment, Doflamingo paused, reflecting before continuing. "Are you a multi-fruit user?" "A multi-fruit user? That's absurd." This notion was indeed audacious, yet Shenluo's displayed abilities compelled even Doflamingo, a man of madness, to entertain such thoughts. Shenluo remained silent. "Hey, that is a wild idea. Yet you are the true monster here. If you ever journey to Raftel, could you take me along? I genuinely wish to see such a place." On that day, according to the undercover agent Virgo, Shenluo had summoned a colossal meteorite, several kilometers in size. The world government desperately sought to obliterate and conceal the location, seemingly tied to the survival of the celestial dragons. "Are you sure you wish to go?" "I would not refuse." Doflamingo laughed, unconcerned about the celestial dragons. On the contrary, he wished to see them toppled from their pedestal. Shenluo remarked, "In the future, I will need you to help transport some cargo to Wano. The method of entering Wano involves using the koi fish beneath the waterfall as a guide. To be honest, this was not something a pirate emperor would typically engage in." 6 hours later, Shenluo departed from the Dressrosa Palace. Despite Doflamingo's attempts to retain him, even suggesting the company of beautiful women to please Shenluo, he found little interest in such offers, as he already had Tato and others at home. Moreover, with the convenience of Kazuki Odin's timely arrivals, Shenluo had no desire for the women Doflamingo proffered. Pirates seek only fame, status, power, wealth, and beauty. What Shenluo desired was to rule over this world. After leaving the palace, feeling a bit hungry, Shenluo entered a restaurant for a meal, marking his third visit to this establishment. However, upon entering, the once vibrant eatery fell into a sudden silence, with hundreds of patrons rendered mute. It was him, in a corner, a man known as Yishao sensed Shenluo's presence the moment he entered. Yishao, who had blinded himself, was particularly attuned to the auras of others. His observation haki was astonishing. Yet, Yishao also noticed the immediate stillness that enveloped the room as Shenluo arrived. He could feel the fear radiating from the surrounding customers, who wished to flee but found themselves paralyzed by terror. Why? Was that youth truly a dangerous individual? Yishao could not perceive Shenluo as a threat or a villain. If he was not malevolent, why did others fear him? A single smile can reveal the nature of a person. For instance, the man sitting beside me. A burly figure whose grin emanates a faint, sanguinary scent, reminiscent of recent violence. A murderer, indeed, and likely not just one. He is a villain, probably a pirate. In any case, he is certainly no good. "Boss, I would like this dish and also this one and that." In the quiet restaurant, Shun Luo's voice, though soft, was audible to all present. His tone was unremarkable, akin to that of the other patrons, yet the atmosphere was suffused with fear, felt by all except for the boss and myself. This marks Shun Luo's third visit here, and the proprietor remembers him, maintaining a facade of calm, albeit slightly more so than the others. The pirate emperor, who reigns over the latter half of the Grand Line, is known among the populace as the Dawn King. Regardless of the circumstances, the presence of a pirate emperor inevitably incites panic. After placing his order, Shun Luo settled into a corner, indifferent to the reactions of the restaurant's patrons. Once he finished his meal, he would depart from Dressrosa. Who is he? Curiosity swelled within me. As I sensed the dread enveloping the room, bodies trembled, and I could hear the labored swallowing of fear. For instance, the pirate beside me was visibly shaking, clearly gripped by terror. "Do you know who just walked in?" I could not help but inquire of the pirate beside me, wondering why someone devoid of malice could incite such fear among the diners. However, I could distinctly feel that Shun Luo was a formidable and enigmatic individual. Who exactly is he? He is the fifth pirate emperor reigning in the New World. Shun Luo, a being whose power surpasses that of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. The pirate emperor, the monstrous youth dubbed the king. Even the celestial dragons would be but a mere blade's length away from him. I never expected him to arrive in Dressrosa. He had been absent for a month, and some even speculated that he had been captured. Unlike the terrified pirate who spoke hesitantly, the customer sitting beside me dared to speak, albeit quietly, fearing that Shun Luo might overhear. Shun Luo? That pirate emperor. Even I, typically unflappable, was taken aback. I had not anticipated encountering Shun Luo on my first visit to Dressrosa. The pirate emperor, Shun Luo. It is no wonder that so many are engulfed in fear. For ordinary folks, the mere proximity of a pirate emperor is enough to instill dread. Yet, it is perplexing. Why do I not sense any malice emanating from him? This thought troubled me. The recent actions of Shun Luo have been nothing short of astonishing. I have heard discussions about him nearly every day. Over the past 4 months since embarking on my journey, tales of his exploits have turned into legend, and it is impossible for me not to be aware of him. In fact, I have begun to deliberately pay attention to Shun Luo. Is he truly the strongest pirate emperor? Is he a hero or a villain? How should I discern his sense of justice? I found myself lost in contemplation. The fifth pirate emperor is a mere boy, not yet 16, whose strength is said to be unrivaled, with only Whitebeard or the mysterious Red as potential rivals. Moreover, Big Mom has reportedly been defeated by Shun Luo and is said to have lost her sanity. There are also rumors about Shun Luo's appearance being the most striking in the world. It is said that he maintains a good rapport with the likes of the Golden Lion and Kaido, suggesting they may form a formidable alliance, a coalition of unparalleled strength. Reports indicate that Shun Luo is capable of standing atop Kaido's head, implying that Kaido has submitted to him. Such a notion is terrifying. In the realm of justice, I shall embody the most principled ideals. If one were to compare me to Sengoku, it is unequivocal that I surpass him. I stand firmly on the side of the oppressed, the governed, and even if it means resisting the Navy and the world government, I will act according to my beliefs. Indeed, what I deem right is inherently so, despite conflicting with the interests of those in power. Sengoku's sense of justice lacks the purity I possess. Yet as the fleet admiral of the Navy, he undoubtedly faces significant constraints. After all, he cannot act unilaterally, but must heed the directives of his superiors. The justice represented by both myself and Sengoku embodies the majority of the Navy's ethos. Of course, at present, I am not yet part of the Navy, but soon a global conscription will be instituted due to the upheaval instigated by Shun Luo. The delicate balance of our world has been irrevocably shattered by him, especially following his tumultuous incursion into Mariehua alongside Kaido, leading the world government and the Navy to suspect a coalition between them. Therefore, to curb the turmoil of the great pirate era, a worldwide conscription may be hastened, driven by the emergence of Shun Luo as the era spirals into chaos. As a champion of justice among the populace, endowed with the strength of a monster, I am destined to ascend to the upper echelons of the Navy. Justice is not something that an ordinary sailor can uphold. Only those with a true commitment to righteousness can enact it. However, this is a matter for another time. Currently, I am focused on Shan Luo, positioned approximately 15 meters away. Given the crowded restaurant and my own lack of eyesight, self-inflicted to shield myself from the world's corruption, I rely on my senses, my ears, and my kinbunchika haki to perceive the world around me. As I observe others, I do so through intuition and haki. I have long been disillusioned with this world. From ancient times, evil has flourished, leading to the present, where the world is riddled with afflictions, so many things that Shin Luo would prefer to neither see nor know. I am dining slowly in a restaurant bustling with over 100 patrons, where I do not stand out, nor am I the only one present. The fear among the diners persists, yet as Shin Luo remains still, some gradually feel at ease. They await his departure before daring to leave. I remain focused on Shin Luo, who remains oblivious to my attention. What kind of person is he? I ponder, as there can scarcely be a soul in this world who is not acutely aware of him. I have been following Shin Luo closely, nearly since the moment he first killed the celestial dragon. Indeed, I had never heard of anyone slaying a celestial dragon before, only tales of abductions, which are relics of a bygone era. Yet Shin Luo has slain celestial dragons. This revelation is profoundly shocking to me, and he is no mere one or two. He has acted multiple times, having recently executed another batch of celestial dragons. Most importantly, he has liberated all celestial dragon slaves, and it is said that during that period, the Revolutionary Army welcomed nearly 8,000 freed slaves. One can only imagine the number of former slaves that now reside here. In this matter, we refer to the deity as a hero, and Yishao acknowledges him with a smile. For a pirate emperor, he has no need to concern himself with the lives of the celestial dragon slaves. However, rumors suggest that after the Navy captures slaves, the deity compels their release. Yishao does not define a person's morality through their identity. Pirates are adventurers passionate about freedom and dreams, devoid of malevolent blood. Conversely, the Navy is rife with corruption and moral decay, flattering the celestial dragons while oppressing the common folk, their hands stained with the blood of others. The old man finds himself in a quandary. Yishao remains conflicted, contemplating whether the deity embodies justice or malevolence. He dislikes categorizing individuals' morality based solely on their identities. For instance, while pirates and the Navy are oppositional, the Navy does not unequivocally represent justice and goodness, nor are all pirates inherently evil. Throughout his life, Yishao has encountered wicked members of the Navy and kind-hearted pirates alike. Thus, he refrains from determining the deity's nature based solely on his pirate identity. Is the deity truly of that ilk? Yishao does not believe all pirates are evil. How does the world government define pirates? Simply as those who oppose them, resisting their rule. As long as one is neither Navy nor Revolutionary Army, they are deemed a pirate. Justice? Evil? In this world, absolute justice does not exist, nor does absolute evil. Is good greater than evil, or vice versa? Or perhaps, is there a delicate equilibrium where good and evil coexist? Yishao sits deep in thought, pondering the nature of justice and wickedness, a question of great significance to him, though it may hold little meaning for others. Unexpectedly, Fujitora Yishao is also present. The deity glances around, noting that most are focused on him, while Fujitora Yishao seems to direct his attention in the deity's direction, albeit less overtly due to his blindness. The deity is aware that Yishao is also observing him. Intriguing. The deity pays no mind, and as time passes, the initially tense individuals begin to relax. Half an hour later, having satisfied his appetite, the deity settles his bill and departs the restaurant, with Yishao, who has been attentively watching, naturally following suit. Yishao, why do you follow me? After 10 minutes in a corner of the street, the deity halts and curiously inquires of Yishao. Discovered, have I? I no longer hide. The revelation was anticipated, and Yishao indeed wishes to converse. Are you truly that pirate emperor? Yishao stands before the deity, aware that he is approximately 5 meters away, yet unaware of the deity's appearance. You are not Navy, You do not intend to corner me into drawing the Navy's attention, do you? Yi Xiao replies, no, I believe you're not a villain. Yet I have many questions. Before Yi Xiao can finish, the deity interrupts. What significance lies in telling a pirate that I am not a villain? The deity chuckles. He is certainly not a good person, yet at times he contemplates whether he is indeed a villain or moving towards that path. Is being a good person of any consequence? Especially for a pirate, where the notions of good and evil inherently lack significance. I wish to understand your perspective on the celestial dragon's rule. I have no opinion. My view is simple. I will overthrow them and annihilate their kind. There is nothing more to say. The deity inquires, and your perspective? Yi Xiao asserts, I believe they are filled with malevolence. What if you become Navy, and they discover your views? Yi Xiao responds, even before them, I would dare to voice such thoughts. His tone is resolute. The deity smiles. Then I wish you well in becoming an admiral of the Navy. Ultimately, those who change the world are the powerful. At that moment, the deity forms hand signs, his chakra surging wildly, and his eyes transform into the Rinnegan. Yi Xiao senses the terrifying power erupting from the deity. Is he about to act? This is a densely populated town. Yet, Yi Xiao senses no malice from him. I wish to test you. Otherwise, in the future, as we stand on opposing sides, you must first experience my strength. The deity's gaze sharpens. Tenrai Zenshin. As soon as the deity utters these words, the sky above Dressrosa darkens. A meteorite with a diameter of 2,000 meters. 2 kilometers. What a spectacle. This is the bustling town of Dressrosa, filled with people, and when the meteorite appears, the sky turns black. The town descends into chaos. Such a colossal meteorite hovers above Dressrosa, descending ominously. Were it to strike the town, Dressrosa would undoubtedly be obliterated, and the town would vanish. This is the deity's power. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, gazes from the palace window at the terrifying meteorite suspended in the sky, feeling his body tremble. Just as Virgo had said, the deity had unleashed such a fearsome meteorite from the heights of Mariehua. Young master, what do we do? A trembling, snot-nosed hunchback queries Doflamingo anxiously. Such a meteorite warrants no calmness. It is immense, as if the sky is collapsing. Could Doflamingo, using his birdcage, protect Dressrosa from this suspended meteorite? Do not worry. He will not harm Dressrosa. I do not know what he is doing. Doflamingo reassures himself, believing the deity would not strike Dressrosa, for their relationship remains amicable, and their prior conversation was pleasant. Thus, once he calms down, his mind clears. His abilities should be sufficient to counter this. Doflamingo's string fruit powers have awakened. He has the capability to slice through all of Dressrosa. Therefore, Doflamingo is confident in his abilities and chooses to trust the deity. Surely, he would not assault Dressrosa. The entirety of Dressrosa is thrown into disarray. Such a gigantic meteorite hovers above the town, suspended at a height of 400 to 500 meters, uncertain of when it might fall. Meanwhile, on that street, the deity smiles at Yi Xiao, who is awestruck by the massive meteorite in the sky. Yi Xiao cannot see the meteorite, but he senses its presence. The meteorite is colossal, suspended in the sky, held aloft by some force. But should it fall, Dressrosa would be utterly destroyed. What kind of ability is this? Yi Xiao is filled with astonishment. This power, a direct meteorite, bears a striking resemblance to his own abilities. It is not the power of the gravity fruit. The meteorite used by the deity originates from the heavens, even appearing out of thin air. While Yi Xiao typically employs the gravity fruit in conjunction with his swordsmanship to carve a meteorite from the earth, manipulating gravity to suspend it. The meteorite wielded by the deity is extraordinarily massive. Yi Xiao has never attempted to manipulate one of such magnitude. A monster. Yi Xiao cannot help but be awestruck. Yi Xiao, this is a gift for you, a token of our meeting. To safeguard justice, you will intercept this meteorite, will you not? The deity remarks with a smile. Upon concluding his words, he leaped backward into the void, and a magnificent golden magic circle materialized, heralding the emergence of the king's throne, the Vimana. As he settled upon the throne, resplendent golden armor enveloped him automatically. He crossed his legs and, with a smile, declared, I wish you a promotion to Admiral of the Navy. I've already thought of a name for you. Tung Hu. With that, the king's throne activated, soaring into the heavens, while he simultaneously released the restraints on the Tian AI Jinxing. The colossal meteorite plummeted from the sky. At that moment, Yixiao also stirred, sensing the meteorite as the power of his gravity fruit surged forth. Such a meteorite, I can withstand it. Just as the meteorite was about to crash into the peaks of Dressrosa, bringing despair to the countless residents, it suddenly halted, stopped mid-air. Yixiao rejoiced and seized his cane, drawing forth his sword. As a master of swordsmanship who could manipulate gravity, he was formidable. With a single stroke, followed by 3 more, he unleashed 4 slashes upon the meteorite, cleaving it into 4 equal pieces. Yet, he did not cease, continuing his assault within 2 minutes. The meteorite was reduced to mere rubble. In the sky, a multitude of fragments lingered, suspended and refusing to fall, a transformation that had occurred in just over 2 minutes. The people merely witnessed torrents of violet light emanating from a singular point, and then the meteorite was shattered into pieces. The sight of the floating rubble left many, including Doflamingo, in bewilderment. Unable to contain his curiosity, Doflamingo approached the source of the violet slashes. Meanwhile, the fragments of the meteorite began to drift, heading towards the seas beyond Dressrosa. Possessing monstrous strength, Yixiao transported the massive debris. Thousands of tons? Tens of thousands? Regardless, its actual weight was immense. However, for one who could manipulate gravity, he could negate a portion of its weight, allowing the fragments to hover. Ultimately, all the rubble was cast into the sea, raining down like a shower. How did I summon that meteorite? Yixiao pondered, having effortlessly passed Shenluo's test, now questioning Shenluo's abilities. The world was aware of Shenluo's diverse powers. Even now, some believe that one could consume more than 2 devil fruits, arguing that those who abstain are merely timid. Shenluo was a testament to that possibility. Yet, those who dared to attempt such feats had long since perished, and not many devil fruits were available for experimentation. Chapter, it's him. Doflamingo, upon arriving, finally spotted Yixiao as a figure who traversed both the underworld and the world of justice. His intelligence-gathering capabilities were considered the 3rd best in the world. Thus, he was well acquainted with the formidable beings in this realm. Yixiao, a monster of the common folk, a paragon of justice, wielded monstrous strength, more than capable of contending with admirals of the Navy. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, and his superhuman gravity fruit bestowed upon him godlike power. Doflamingo quickly comprehended that Shenluo had encountered Yixiao, seemingly leading to a conflict. However, Shenluo had since vanished. At this moment, Yixiao also recognized Doflamingo. Nevertheless, the blind Yixiao did not identify him, at least not at present, and Doflamingo had no desire to engage. Time passed, and 2 days elapsed. 2 days prior, Shenluo had departed from Dressrosa, leaving the New World. Indeed, he had exited the New World. This morning, he had also visited Fishman Island to inspect a piece of the historical text located there. To reach the historical text of Raftel, 4 pieces were required, and one resided in Fishman Island. Upon learning of Shenluo's arrival, Neptune was overjoyed and immediately sought to host a grand feast in his honor. For Shenluo had become a significant benefactor and the most esteemed human among the inhabitants of Fishman Island. This was due to Shenluo's actions over a month prior when he liberated a multitude of celestial dragon slaves, many of whom were fishmen. Approximately 1,000 fishmen were able to return home, reuniting countless families. No need, I shall depart shortly. Shenluo politely declined Neptune's invitation, not intending to linger on Fishman Island. He actually wished to visit 9 Snake Island and also sought to bring Old Sand and Nico Robin from Alabasta. My lord Shenluo, are you in such a hurry? We owe you our gratitude. Had it not been for you, the fishmen taken to Mary Geos would have endured untold suffering. Neptune expressed deep respect for Shenluo, despite being several decades his senior. Behind Neptune stood a multitude of fishmen and merfolk. The news of Shenluo's presence had spread rapidly across Fishman Island, drawing countless residents to pay their respects. Shirahoshi gazed at Shunluo with a forlorn expression, wishing for him to stay. However, Shunluo had no intention of remaining long. He had merely come to view the historical text. Neptune, I have something important to discuss with you. Shunluo informed Neptune, who sensed the gravity of the situation and followed him to a secluded area where they were alone. My lord Shunluo, what urgent matter do you wish to convey? Shunluo began. The power of Poseidon is awakening. You are aware of this, correct? Neptune nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shirahoshi's powers have been resurfacing, and the colossal sea kings from the deeper oceans frequently appear around Fishman Island. Have you heard of the ancient weapon Uranus? Uranus? At the mention of Uranus, Neptune's heart raced. He knew of it as an ancient weapon akin to Poseidon, possessing the potential to obliterate the world. A sense of unease washed over him. Is Uranus present in this era? It has always existed in this world. You simply were unaware. Always existed? Neptune was struck with trepidation and astonishment. Shunluo continued. The last time I was in Mary Geos, Uranus emerged, much like Shirahoshi. Its physical form is that of a celestial dragon, and she is female. You encountered her? Neptune was astounded. Mary Geos, where the celestial dragons resided, lay atop the red line, while Fishman Island rested directly beneath it at the ocean's depths of 10,000 meters. Meaning Fishman Island and Mary Geos formed a vertical line through the depths of the sea. The notion that the ancient weapon Uranus resided in Mary Geos was staggering. One above, one below. I didn't gauge. The power is beyond your comprehension. You are familiar with Poseidon's strength, yes? The formidable sea king, towering at 5,000 meters in height or length, could wreak havoc upon this world if Shirahoshi were to harness such power. Equally formidable is Emu, the celestial dragon, whose strength is unparalleled. The mere mention of Emu's name caused Neptune's eyes to widen. Indeed, Emu is a name that resonates through the annals of history, a woman enshrined in legend from centuries past. As the ruler of Fishman Island, Neptune is acutely aware of her existence. It is said that the historical texts document her deeds. Without question, she represents a threat to Fishman Island. If she becomes aware of the resurrection of Poseidon, she may take action against Fishman Island, perhaps even seeking to eliminate Shirahoshi. Neptune concurs with this assessment. The power of ancient weapons is unmatched, and human strength pales in comparison. Lord Shunluo, Neptune inquired, was she a worthy opponent when you faced her? I cannot ascertain the extent of her power yet. Should Fishman Island encounter calamity, contact me via the snail. I am currently in Wano. Very well, Lord Shunluo. Will you not stay for the banquet? We at Fishman Island are truly grateful for your assistance. Regrettably, I have other matters to attend to, Shunluo replied, preparing to depart. Suddenly, he recalled something important. Neptune, there are often pirates arriving here. Spread the word that this place is under my protection. Will this not conflict with Whitebeard's protection? If you guard this place as well, might it not incite a clash between you and Whitebeard, two emperors of the sea? There will be no conflict. I shall speak with Whitebeard about it. Neptune, I shall return when the opportunity arises. With that, Shunluo bid farewell to Neptune and departed Fishman Island, setting his course for the first half of the Grand Line. A day later, it was daylight in the calm belt of the Grand Line. Shunluo appeared in this windless expanse, seated upon the throne of kings, gazing ahead towards Amazon Lily. At last, he had arrived. As he maneuvered the throne of kings towards the island, it coincided with the most significant moment of the day, the time for the Snake Princess's bath. To conceal the mark of the celestial dragon upon her back, the Snake Princess would declare a lockdown, claiming that her back bore a demonic curse that must not be seen. At that moment, the Snake Princess sat, her hair damp and cascading like a lotus, universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the world. She stood in a realm of beauty comparable only to Shirahoshi and Kazuki Hayori, yet their renown paled in comparison to that of the Snake Princess. White steam enveloped her bathing area, creating a misty ambience, while the Snake Princess remained hidden within. Unlike her demeanor before the world, where she exuded an air of superiority and disdain, she now appeared merely as a vulnerable woman, curled up and lost in thoughts of her past. Suddenly, she recalled Shunluo, the one who had caused an uproar in Mariehua, over a month prior. In that hellish realm, many slaves languished in dark dungeons, living in constant fear. Shenluo, following in the footsteps of Fisher Tiger, emerged as a liberator of the enslaved, his impact far surpassing that of Fisher Tiger. The two emperors of the sea had invaded Mariehua, leaving devastation in their wake. Kaido seemed to have a unique relationship with Shenluo, almost as if he were under Shenluo's command. The Snake Princess often fantasized about Shenluo's gallant figure, envisioning a future where they were wed. What manner of man is he? Is there anything in this world that could instill fear within him? Perhaps not. In her eyes, Shenluo is the embodiment of divinity. At that instant, Shenluo arrived, unnoticed by her. The Snake Princess leaned against the edge of the bath, blissfully unaware of his presence. The island's female warriors stood guard outside, but she had deceived them, claiming that if the mark on her back was seen, it would petrify those who gazed upon it, an insidious curse. Hancock, Shenluo spoke. Crouching behind her, he inhaled the delightful fragrance that filled the air. The world's most beautiful woman, unlike the cunning Kazuki Hiyori, had a straightforward mind. While her intelligence may be simple, her strength is undeniable. To suppress her, the Navy would require more than just a vice admiral. In this world, only 3 women possess Conqueror's Haki: Hancock, Big Mom, and the most powerful Emu. Who? Hancock exclaimed in alarm, her heart racing at the unexpected voice. One that was not her sister's, but rather a sound that could evoke dread. She leapt from the bath, water splashing around her. As she turned to confront the source of the voice, she was met with Shenluo's gesture urging her to remain silent. It would not be wise for a man to be discovered on Amazon Lily, lest you wish to face the consequences, he whispered, aware that her sisters were stationed outside. Lord Shenluo. Hancock could scarcely believe her eyes. The one she had longed for had come to her. Am I dreaming? She pondered, pinching herself to confirm her reality. And the pain assured her that this was no mere dream. Lord Shenluo, what do you wish of me? She asked, her heart racing with excitement. The fact that he sought her out proved that he had not forgotten her. As Shenluo gazed at her, Hancock noticed he did not regard her with the same repulsion that other men did. Indeed, Shenluo was unlike any other man. Come here, face away from me. I shall remove the mark of the celestial dragon from your back. Upon hearing the term celestial dragon, Hancock's expression shifted dramatically, her body trembling not from recollection, but from the fear that Shenluo knew her past as a celestial dragon slave. What would he think of her now? Do you wish to remove this mark? I am aware of your history. If you do not wish to proceed, I shall take my leave. Clenching her fists, Hancock felt a surge of anxiety. Lord Shenluo. Please. Shenluo's voice rose in intensity, his anger palpable towards the woman before him. She, the Snake Princess, trembled, ultimately turning away in anxiety. As she did so, she parted her long hair, revealing the fiery dragon hoof mark on her back, a haunting emblem that had long been her nightmare. The Sun Pirates, led by the Merman Tiger, had branded a new mark, the Sun Emblem, over the original fiery dragon hoof, a branding that was a remnant of their past as slaves to the celestial dragons. The Snake Princess and her companions could never replicate such an act. The size of that mark was daunting, seared into her flesh by a red-hot iron, leaving behind a patch of coarse skin where the flesh had likely been charred beyond recognition, a scar that could never be excised, only concealed a perpetual source of torment. Shenluo, possessing the ability of life domain, could effortlessly erase such a branding with his rapid regeneration. By merely allowing the affected flesh to regenerate, the task seemed deceptively simple. As his hand covered the fiery dragon hoof mark, an invisible life force emanated from his palm, enveloping the branding on the Snake Princess's back. She felt a wave of warmth wash over the area, and unbeknownst to her, the mark began to vanish at a visible pace, replaced by flawless skin that blended seamlessly with the surrounding flesh. This remarkable ability was indeed invaluable, with the power to revive all living things. Shenluo could restore even those who had suffered grievous burns, as long as they remain alive. The chapter revealed that the fiery dragon hoof mark on the Snake Princess's back had entirely disappeared, replaced by new skin that showed no trace of the former branding. Facing a large mirror, she turned her head, gazing in disbelief for an extended moment. It had truly vanished. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down her cheeks as she could hardly believe that the mark on her back had finally disappeared. "Lord Shenluo, I am eternally grateful," she exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in tears of joy. Her sisters, equally astounded, struggled to comprehend the reality of the nightmarish mark's disappearance. It was evening on Nine Snake Island, still aglow with lights, and within the Snake Princess's chamber resided Shenluo, the three sisters, and the ancient former empress, Granny Nyo, totaling 5 individuals present. The inhabitants of Nine Snake Island remained oblivious to the presence of a man among them that day, a young man, recognized as the strongest pirate emperor, Shenluo. Having arrived from the skies, his entrance went unnoticed, avoiding any commotion similar to his previous visit to Fishman Island, where his presence had drawn throngs of fishmen. On Nine Snake Island, an intruder would undoubtedly provoke conflict. After alleviating the burden of the branding from the Snake Princess, her sisters and Granny Nyo were left in astonishment. In a matter of mere minutes, Shenluo extended his regenerative prowess to the marks on her sisters' backs, allowing them to be free from the torment of their past. The miraculous nature of his ability left them in awe, no longer needing to conceal themselves during bathing or live in constant fear. "How extraordinary!" they exclaimed, filled with gratitude towards Shenluo, nearly bowing in reverence. Granny Nyo, however, remained silent. Observing Shenluo, the boy acknowledged as the world's mightiest pirate emperor. With a staggering bounty of 60 billion berries, an unprecedented figure in history, surpassing even the pirate King Roger. Shenluo's feats were beyond anything Roger had accomplished. Having recently invaded Mariawa alongside the beast pirate Kaido, liberating all slaves and slaughtering a number of celestial dragons. While the merman tiger had fought for the liberation of his kin, he had never dared to confront the celestial dragons, whose very existence commanded fear and reverence worldwide. Shenluo, however, exhibited no fear towards the celestial dragons. Rather, it was they who should fear him. Granny Nyo was unaware that Shenluo had already claimed the lives of over 100 celestial dragons. His previous invasion of Mariawa had resulted in a death toll concealed from the public, with official reports stating fewer than 20 had perished. A blatant cover-up of the true extent of his actions. The Snake Princess had previously expressed how much Shenluo valued her, a statement that now appeared to hold true. Sitting on a stool, Granny Nyo's gaze never strayed from Shenluo, who sat at a low table adorned with an array of exquisite dishes prepared by the palace chefs at the Snake Princess's behest. The chefs had been bewildered by the sheer quantity of food requested, as if the Snake Princess herself intended to cook. Unbeknownst to the palace chefs, the renowned pirate emperor was present within the Snake Princess's chamber. The Snake Princess had once confided in Granny Nyo that she felt significant to Shenluo, a sentiment expressed before he was acknowledged as the 5th pirate emperor of the world. 5 months had passed since then, and Shenluo had grown beyond anyone's imagination. Granny Nyo had initially doubted the Snake Princess's claims, thinking that a pirate emperor would hardly concern himself with a warlord of the sea. Now, it appeared that Shenluo indeed held the Snake Princess in high regard. Furthermore, Granny Nyo noticed that Shenluo bore no air of arrogance. He lacked the intimidating aura that surrounded many of his contemporaries. Among the 4 emperors, Big Mom and Kaido were undeniably fearsome, instilling dread in all who stood before them, not merely due to their power and status, but because of the overwhelming presence they exuded. Whitebeard, a living legend from the old era to the age of pirates, was even more terrifying. A mere glance could extinguish any hope of survival. Red-haired Shanks was somewhat less imposing, as Granny Nyo understood him to be the most easygoing among the 4 emperors. As for Shenluo, Granny Nyo found it hard to believe that he was merely a boy, engaging in light-hearted banter with the Snake Princess and her sisters, contrasting sharply with her initial perception of him as a fearsome pirate. The Snake Princess, after a certain point in the past, had become infatuated, her thoughts consumed not by the future of Nine Snake Island, but by her future with Shenluo. "Lord Shenluo, I wish to ask you for something of great importance." Granny Nyo finally spoke, having contemplated the interests of Nine Snake Island for a considerable time. "What is it?" Shenluo inquired, sipping from his drink. Neopopo, although I realize that asking for your assistance as a stranger is quite impolite, I must do so. What is it that you wish to convey, Neopopo? The snake princess felt a surge of irritation as she furrowed her brow, presenting a displeased demeanor. She had been engaged in a conversation with Shen Luo, only to have this elderly woman interrupt her. How could she not be upset? The matter at hand was significant. Shen Luo's attention had been diverted. Neopopo raised her voice slightly, stating, "Snake Princess, this is of utmost importance." Shen Luo responded, "Please proceed." Cleared her throat. Neopopo continued, "This request may seem discourteous, but we find ourselves with no other options. It pertains to the future of Jiushi Island." "What is it?" Neopopo's expression grew more solemn as she began. "Currently, Jiushi Island relies on the Snake Princess's identity as one of the Shichibukai for protection. However, I fear that the Shichibukai system cannot endure indefinitely. And furthermore, the Snake Princess has been quite reckless. I am concerned that she may be stripped of her Shichibukai status at any moment." "Old woman, you say I am reckless? That is impossible," the Snake Princess retorted angrily, but then softened her tone, addressing Shen Luo in a more conciliatory manner. "Lord Shen Luo, do not heed this old hag's words." Yet, a gesture from Shen Luo silenced her. "Neopopo, please continue." Seeing Shen Luo intervene, Neopopo felt a surge of gratitude. Having once been the ruler of Jiushi Island, she was perpetually concerned for its welfare. Neopopo pressed on. "While the Snake Princess possesses formidable strength, I do not believe she can contend with the world. As time progresses, shipbuilding technology has advanced significantly. In the past, we survived due to the calm belt, but now, it can no longer shield Jiushi Island. Vessels constructed with new technology can effortlessly navigate the calm belt. If the Snake Princess were to lose her status as a Shichibukai, then Jiushi Island would descend into chaos." At her final words, her body trembled slightly. "Impossible. Even without the protection of the Shichibukai system, I can safeguard Jiushi Island. Furthermore, Jiushi Island does not require the patronage of the world government. The world government supports the tyrannical celestial dragons. Why should Jiushi Island seek their protection? Old woman, were it not for your plea for me to join the Shichibukai, I would never have done so," the Snake Princess exclaimed angrily, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the world government, which was synonymous with the celestial dragons. "Neopopo, how do you not comprehend? Can you truly oppose the entire world?" Neopopo felt a pang of sorrow. The inhabitants of Jiushi Island are all women. And no matter the circumstances, women are generally weaker than men in this ruthless world. How can we resist the world? How many individuals have their sights set on Jiushi Island? Snake Princess, consider this. Is the Navy benevolent to us? Are pirates kind to us? If the Shichibukai status were to vanish, what would become of Jiushi Island? I can guarantee that it would undoubtedly become a living hell. Just as the Snake Princess was about to speak, she was interrupted by Shen Luo. The Shichibukai system will likely be abolished within a span of 2 to 3 years. Perhaps even sooner. The words from Shen Luo left Neopopo and others in shock. Would the Shichibukai system truly be abolished? The Snake Princess and the others found it hard to believe. Yet, deep down, they subconsciously accepted the truth of Shen Luo's statement. The Shichibukai system had long been tainted with corruption, and once this corruption was exposed, the member nations of the world government would surely oppose it. In truth, the current Shichibukai were already a source of dissatisfaction, with Doflamingo enslaving Dressrosa and Crocodile conspiring with ancient weaponry. The Shichibukai system granted 7 pirates the legal right to plunder. Provided their actions were not excessively egregious, the world government and the Navy would turn a blind eye. Additionally, Blackbeard had exploited the Shichibukai system to infiltrate Impel Down, liberating the most dangerous criminals, while the corruption of the world government led to the inclusion of Weevil in the ranks of the Shichibukai, allowing a notorious traitor to escape from the Navy. Although the course of history was gradually shifting due to Shen Luo's interference, certain truths remained immutable, and he had no intention of altering them, for he was no hero. What? Doflamingo and Crocodile? Neopopo and the others were even more astonished. Even the simple-minded Snake Princess grasped the gravity of the situation. The abolishment of a system was already significant, but the actions of Doflamingo and Crocodile alone were enough to underscore its severity. After the Shichibukai system's abolition, Joshi Island would undoubtedly face dire consequences, as it was a pirate nation and would be the first to fall under the Navy's blade. In the original narrative, the moment the Shichibukai system was abolished, Joshi Island found itself surrounded by the Navy, a nation comprised entirely of women, unable to withstand the allure of such temptation. Whether from the so-called righteous Navy or the merciless pirates, the only distinction lay in whose blade was more pronounced or ruthless. In this world, there has never been a savior. Without the protection of the Shichibukai system, Joshi Island would become a lamb for the slaughter. In the past, Joshi Island survived under the shelter of the calm belt, and their vessels, aided by sea kings, could venture forth to form the Joshi pirate crew. Joshi Island was fundamentally a pirate nation, yet to exist in this world, if its inhabitants did not take up piracy, it seemed they could not survive. As a nation comprised solely of women and being pirates, it would be alarmingly easy for the Navy to strike against them, with ample justification. In the original text, the Navy mobilized promptly following the abolition of the Shichibukai system, largely due to the then-Admiral Akainu, who upheld an unwavering sense of absolute justice, viewing any pirate as an enemy to be eradicated. His mission was to eliminate anyone bearing the name of pirate or at the very least imprison them and impel down. Neo-Popo, having reigned as the monarch of Joshi Island generations ago, possessed considerable foresight. She harbored concerns regarding the potential abolition of the Shichibukai system, which, although merely a speculation, seemed inevitable. After all, the Shichibukai were pirates, and such an identity could never be esteemed in the eyes of the world government and the Navy. Ultimately, the Shichibukai were merely tools permitted to exist for the sake of governance. Moreover, a critical point remained. The Snake Princess was far too headstrong. Neo-Popo understood the reasons for the Snake Princess's obstinacy. Her inner fragility stemmed from traumatic past experiences, leading her to don a facade. However, this woman had gradually cultivated an insufferable character, believing that the world would forgive her every transgression. One of the obligations of the Shichibukai was to heed the orders of the world government during pivotal moments, and the message was clear. Privileges came with responsibilities. Would the Snake Princess fulfill such obligations? Clearly not. She had plundered Navy vessels on more than one occasion. Should the Snake Princess be stripped of her Shichibukai status, Joshi Island would inevitably find itself on the chopping block. Countless eyes were set upon Joshi Island, regardless of whether they belonged to the Navy, pirates, or human traffickers. Every type of individual lurked nearby. Where in the world is the greatest concentration of beauty? Without a shadow of a doubt, it is indeed Joshi Island, and it is solely inhabited by women, having given birth to the stunningly beautiful Snake Princess. Therefore, the situation of Joshi Island is rather precarious. Shinluo gazed at old Granny Nyo and spoke slowly. I comprehend your point. As long as I inform the Navy that Joshi Island is under my dominion, that shall suffice. It is worth noting that Shinluo does not possess any pirate flag, nor has he even contemplated a name for his pirate crew. Currently, his crew consists solely of 3 women, including Tao Tu, and he intends to recruit Doflamingo and the Golden Emperor as subordinates, with Crocodile also on his agenda. Shinluo plans to transform Wano country into the nation he envisions, focusing on its development, while the matter of sailing the seas can be addressed at a later time. The pirate flag serves a significant purpose, particularly for a pirate emperor. For instance, when Whitebeard planted the Whitebeard pirate flag on Fishman Island, the audacious pirates and human traffickers ceased their brazen acts, as they were wary of capturing fishmen or mermaids there. Whitebeard is not someone one can easily offend. He is notoriously protective of his own. My lord Shinluo, do you truly promise to protect Joshi Island? Old Granny Nyo exclaimed with delight, leaping from her chair in excitement. The Snake Princess and the others widened their eyes, their joy evident. No problem, Shinluo replied. Currently, the world government dares not make a move against me. They do not even venture into the New World. The world government has recently suffered significant setbacks and is reportedly still engaged in reconstruction efforts. The devastation wrought by Shenluo and his allies was too severe, and the dragon people's lavish funeral further drained their resources, leaving them unable to fund the reconstruction of Mariehua. There are too many dragon people, over 100, and the expenses for the funeral were astronomical. Do not be misled by the notion that the dragon people are wealthy. If they were truly affluent, they would not need to extort gold from the heavens. Undoubtedly, the wealthiest individual in the world is the Golden Emperor, who even receives protection fees from the dragon people. However, recently, the dragon people have begun to panic as the Golden Emperor has ceased to pay his protection fees. Moreover, they have attempted to contact him multiple times via Din Din Mushi, but he has not responded. This means that the dragon people are running out of funds. The recent collection of heavenly gold has been prematurely acquired. At this moment, while Shenluo remains on Jioshan Island, Mariehua, perched atop the red line, remains brightly lit. The 5 elders, or rather, the 4 elders, are once again conspiring. The topic of discussion revolves around Garp, who recently nearly took action against the dragon people during their grand funeral. And today he has returned to the East Blue. I truly wish for him to retire. Yet he still holds value, and his reputation cannot be overlooked within the entire system and the world. We cannot simply allow him to retire without consequence. Doing so would tarnish the world government's image. The elder fumed. Recently, at the ostentatious funeral of the dragon people, Garp nearly confronted them. Without slaves, the dragon people find no joy in life. They solely rely on the torment of their slaves for survival, a tradition passed down from their ancestors. However, now that they lack slaves, many dragon people are contemplating capturing a few Navy personnel, fabricating charges against them to restore their supply of slaves. Yet, as soon as this demand was made, Garp was enraged. At the dragon people's funeral, he nearly resorted to violence, and had it not been for the timely intervention of Sengoku and others, he would have been forced into a glorious retirement. It is well known that the strongest in the Navy headquarters is the oldest. Garp is the oldest, with Sengoku being a year or 2 younger. Unbeknownst to them, a rift has begun to form between the Navy headquarters and the world government. While Sengoku and his colleagues may not openly express it, many sentiments are suppressed, and both sides are aware of this tension. Even Akainu is furious, as those old men have allowed the dragon people to ride roughshod over them, sacrificing the interests of the Navy. This rift is slowly deepening. Perhaps one day, the Navy will sever ties with the world government. 3 days swiftly passed, and during this time, Shenluo remained in the palace of Jioshan Island. Gradually, the entire Jioshan Island became aware of his presence, as he was the only man to ever set foot on Jioshan Island throughout history, sparking immense curiosity among the women. In truth, aside from the small number of women who accompany the Jioshan pirates, the vast majority of women on Jioshan Island have never seen a man. Shenluo is revered as a treasure here. No one harbors resentment towards him, especially since he is favored by their Hancock. Their admiration, however, is not merely romantic. It resembles the appreciation one has for the beauty of a landscape. This morning, Shenluo departed Jioshan Island. Although Snake Princess wished to accompany him, Shenluo ultimately declined her offer, as he had numerous matters to attend to, and the Snake Princess had become infatuated. Nevertheless, this was in line with her character. It cannot be denied that regardless of her demeanor, her strength places her among the top 5 female warriors in this world, possessing formidable Haushika haki and an extraordinary devil fruit ability. In this world, only Big Mom stands as her equal. After leaving Jioshan Island in the morning, Shenluo set his course towards the Navy headquarters. His next destination is indeed the Navy headquarters. Is he planning to invade? One could argue that. But Shenluo does not intend to cause a ruckus at the Navy headquarters. He merely needs to retrieve an item from Tao Tu, who mentioned it was a box, but did not specify its contents. Shenluo aimed to collect it. The town of Marineford, located behind the Navy headquarters, serves as the residence for Navy personnel and their families. Tao Tu has an apartment there. He decided to employ a Sea King as his mode of transport. Although he possesses the throne of kings, utilizing a colossal Sea King as a vessel is far more practical. One of the effects of Haushika haki is its ability to intimidate Sea Kings, compelling even the fiercest to bow before Shenluo. By the second night, Shenluo arrived at the Navy headquarters. He approached from the right side of Marineford, directly entering the town rather than boarding the Navy headquarters from Marineford Bay. Today, the Navy headquarters was as usual, with few patrolling officers, for not everyone dares to invade the Navy headquarters. Those who do are not foes they can withstand. Infamous figures like the notorious pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo and Kaido have attempted incursions in the past. Yet, they could not have anticipated that today marked Shenluo's invasion of the Navy. Not long ago, the Navy headquarters had undergone a period of heightened alert due to Shenluo's incursion into Mariehua. The Navy could not foresee whether Shenluo would target them next, hence the precaution. However, following his invasion of Mariehua, Shenluo had seemingly vanished, remaining hidden in Wano country without departing. Now, the entire world is aware that Shenluo resides in Wano, a territory that was once under the dominion of Kaido. What is the situation now? The world speculates that Kaido may have submitted to Shenluo, or, at the very least, they might have formed some kind of alliance. Regardless, Wano now hosts two pirate emperors, instantly transforming it into the most terrifying region in the world, home to the two most notorious pirate emperors. Chushanhua today, Shenluo arrived. It was already the dusk of night when Shenluo entered the town of Ma Lin Fan Duo. The town was vast, with residences densely packed, and he had no idea where Tao Tu's apartment was located. He could only ask someone for directions. 10 minutes later, Shenluo encountered a female Navy officer, seemingly one of He Zhang's subordinates. Female Navy officers were few in number. Shenluo's sudden appearance startled her. The whole world knew what he looked like, and his visage was remarkably unforgettable. He was strikingly handsome, to the point where many found it difficult to associate him with piracy. However, the series of figures beneath his bounty poster could instill fright in anyone. 60 billion berries, the highest bounty in the world. "Miss, where's Tao Tu's apartment?" Shenluo inquired, observing the female Navy officer who had retreated to the innermost part of the alley. She hesitantly pointed in a direction, stammering with fear. Having been cornered into such a dark place, the beautiful female Navy officer was genuinely frightened of what Shenluo might do to her. Tao Tu had already been captured by him, and her current circumstances were unimaginable. "Thank you," Shenluo smiled, urging her to look into his eyes. The female Navy officer could only gaze into his gem-like eyes, and then she fainted. The application of Haoshiku Haki allowed him to incapacitate her with just a glance. Soon, Shenluo found Tao Tu's apartment. In the Marine headquarters, in the marshal's office, only Sengoku and He Zhang remained. The office was quiet. Typically, one could hear Carp's boisterous munching on senbei, but that was absent now, as Carp had returned to the East Blue for a vacation, having been quite upset. The entire Marine headquarters was aware of Carp's open disdain for the Celestial Dragons. The last time he was compelled to attend one of their so-called divine funerals. He had no desire to go, but felt obligated at the repeated behest of Steelbone Kong, who acted in Carp's best interest. After all, disliking the Celestial Dragons was one thing, but attending their funeral was a necessity. Steelbone Kong had once been Carp's superior and earned his respect during his tenure as admiral. Thus, Carp attended the funeral at Mariehua, where a Celestial Dragon demanded some Navy officers as slaves. At that time, there was a beautiful female Navy officer present. Carp was about to unleash his fist upon the Celestial Dragon's head when Sengoku and the others intervened, preventing a potentially fatal incident. Notable was the fact that the Celestial Dragon nearly lost control of his bladder in fear, a sight that many Navy officers found amusing yet dared not laugh at. Compared to Carp's fist, the Celestial Dragon's head was no different from a watermelon. Carp was furious, and the Navy was equally incensed. As the Marine heroes, they were committed to protecting the interests of the Navy, and Carp, the Iron Fist, had long been a figure of admiration among the ranks. Even the admirals did not hold a higher place in the hearts of the Navy than Carp did. Furthermore, no rational individual harbored affection for the Celestial Dragons. They merely lacked the courage to voice their disdain. Of course, some aspired to be lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons, believing there was no greater honor than to earn their favor. Subsequently, Carp departed. The Celestial Dragons were enraged, yet simultaneously frightened. Carp's actions had intimidated them. Without their slaves, they felt as if they had lost their limbs and were too terrified to leave Mariewa. Following Shun Luo's massacre of numerous celestial dragons, fear consumed nearly all of them. They dreaded encountering Shun Luo, and even Mariewa was no longer sanctuary. Shun Luo was known to eliminate any celestial dragon he encountered. With the sole exception of Don Quixote da Flamingo, he displayed no regard for their status, claiming that to him, celestial dragons were no different from swine. In fact, since Shun Luo set sail, the number of deceased celestial dragons had reached a staggering total of 143. A rift had formed between the Navy and the world government. "I'm not accustomed to Carp being absent," Sengoku lamented, uncertain of when Carp would return. He had set aside 10 packs of Sunbei for Carp to pilfer. Having fought side by side since their early days in the Navy, the depth of their friendship was beyond verbal description. It might be a month or two before he comes back. He intends to teach his grandson, Hejiang reminded him. Sengoku sighed. Now he has offended the celestial dragons again. I cannot foresee what troubles this will bring. He wants to face repercussions from above. His contributions are too significant for the world government to retaliate against him. They value their face above all else, Hejiang replied. Sengoku expressed concern. I worry he might end up like Zephyr. Zephyr has grown disillusioned with the world government and has not returned to the Marine headquarters in a long while. I fear he may defect. In the past, Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and Hejiang had been contemporaries in the Navy, and they were the four most distinguished individuals. I'm uncertain, Hejiang said, feeling helpless. The celestial dragons have seized a significant portion of the Navy's funding. What audacity! Sengoku exclaimed. The expenses for the funeral were exorbitant, and due to the destruction caused by Shun Luo's invasion of Mariewa, the celestial dragons' finances were devastated, leaving only gold and jewels, while their berries had vanished. Consequently, they resorted to the Navy's budget. It is essential to understand how much it costs to maintain the entire marine system, from the headquarters to various naval branches around the world. The daily expenses are astronomical. The Navy's funds come from taxes levied by the world government on nations, which are then allocated to the Navy. Yet, the celestial dragons directly cut the budget for their so-called funeral. Sengoku mused that they ought to set fire to the pile of celestial dragon corpses and scatter the ashes, for burying them might contaminate the soil. Moreover, the celestial dragons required funds for the reconstruction of Mariewa, as their residences must be the epitome of luxury, reflecting their divine and noble status. Nothing less than the finest materials crafted by the best artisans and architects would suffice. The expenses for rebuilding Mariewa had reached a level that defied quantification. In the eyes of many Navy personnel, the celestial dragons were worthless and repugnant. Yet as subordinates of the world government, they often found themselves powerless, as the celestial dragons were their masters. Often, Navy admirals were disparaged as mere dogs of the celestial dragons. In recent times, Zhangguo has been plagued by troubling thoughts. At times, he even wonders why, when the deity descended upon Marihoa, it did not simply eradicate the Tenryubito, thus bringing matters to a swift conclusion. Had he known, he would have chosen to allow the Kyubi to continue its unrestrained destruction. Such thoughts, however, are utterly mad, and Zhangguo quickly dismisses them, for they do not align with his principles as a naval officer. He cannot help but ponder what that monstrous deity is scheming now. Currently, the deity and Kaido of the Beasts are both in Wano, a land that now hosts 2 pirate emperors. The unspoken rule among the emperors of a new world is that they do not cross paths, yet these 2 behemoths find themselves in the same location, stirring unease throughout the world. Meanwhile, Zhangguo could never have anticipated that, at this very moment, the deity was present in Marineford, in the town of Marineford, within the apartment of Peach Rabbit. Despite the long absence of its occupants, over 2 months since Peach Rabbit was abducted, the apartment remained remarkably pristine, evidently well-maintained, devoid of any dust. A delicate fragrance permeated the air, unmistakably that of Peach Rabbit. After some searching, the deity finally located the box that Peach Rabbit had mentioned, a pink box. After securing it, he departed the apartment without lingering. As he closed the door and extinguished the lights, the serenity of Marineford's night enveloped him. Given Marineford's status as a military stronghold, It lacked any commercial activities. It served merely as a residence for naval personnel and their families. During the Battle of Marineford, the Navy had evacuated all families to the neighboring Sabaody archipelago for safety. In the wake of the Golden Lion's invasion, half of Marineford was left in ruins during the war. Even now, it was not entirely safe. There was, however, another matter to address. The deity had intended to leave swiftly with the acquired item, but realized he needed to inform Zhangguo that Fishman Island would also fall under his influence. It was essential to communicate this. Would there be any conflict? As he approached the Navy headquarters, he contemplated this possibility. Nonetheless, he surmised that Zhangguo and his subordinates would not dare to act against him. After all, this was Marineford. If they wished to suppress the deity, they would need to consider the sacrifices required, and whether they could even succeed in such an endeavor remained uncertain. Throughout his journey, no naval officers encountered the deity, as he had chosen to ascend into the air, aware of the location of the commander's office within the headquarters. At that moment, Zhangguo was engrossed in reviewing documents. As the fleet admiral, he had numerous concerns weighing on him. Beyond the recent troubles with the Tenryubito, he was particularly apprehensive about the pirate emperors of the New World, especially whether the deity might be planning something significant. Speculation suggested an alliance between the deity and Kaido, a terrifying prospect for the Navy, which feared the repercussions of their combined might. Although more than a month had passed without any news, caution was paramount. Additionally, Zhangguo was troubled by the emergence of several formidable pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kidd. Both newcomers had set sail not long ago. The former, known as Surgeon of Death, possessed the highly coveted Ope no Mi ability, while the latter was known for his ruthless nature and formidable strength. Presently, they were the most formidable newcomers, and should they continue to grow, they could become a significant threat. Another notorious figure, Edward Weevil, was not a newcomer but a fearsome pirate. Despite his simplistic demeanor, he possessed monstrous strength comparable to that of a young Whitebeard, and he was a sworn enemy of Zifa, who had recently begun to show signs of darkness influenced by Weevil. It was undeniable that Weevil was a powerful and cruel adversary, known for his repeated massacres of naval forces, thus remaining a considerable headache for the Navy headquarters. Yet, he had been elusive, making his whereabouts a mystery. Zhangguo's current focus rested on Law, Kidd, and Weevil, though both Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kidd were older than the deity. One could only marvel at the extraordinary extent of the deity's growth in such a brief span of time. It had been merely over 3 months, and now, for months later, one could only wonder how much further he had advanced. Zhangguo felt increasingly anxious. The deity's rapid development was beyond comprehension, instilling fear across the globe. He was an anomaly, incomparable to others. Crane, remind me, Zhangguo said indeed. At that moment, a relaxed and confident voice emanated from outside the door, one that Zhangguo recognized all too well. He abruptly raised his head, his expression shifting dramatically, mirrored by Crane's astonishment. That voice, the deity, how could this be? Zhangguo and Crane initially thought they had misheard, yet the youth who stepped through the door left no room for doubt. Deity? Zhangguo exclaimed, springing up and inadvertently snapping his pen in his grip. Crane, equally stunned, could hardly believe the deity had appeared at the Navy headquarters. Impudent! How dare you! Zhangguo was poised to act, as was Crane. However, the deity raised a hand in a gesture of cessation. Do you wish to destroy this place? You are well aware of my power, are you not? The deity approached Zhangguo's desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down with an air of nonchalance. You should understand, I'm slightly stronger than the Golden Lion. If you attempt to suppress me, you must be prepared to sacrifice all of Marineford as the price. With a grin, the deity seemed unfazed by Zhangguo's anger, leisurely pouring himself a cup of hot tea. This tea is delightful, Zhangguo. Shall we sit down and exchange a few words? The deity suggested with a smile, taking a sip of tea. His right hand rested on Zhangguo's desk, surrounded by a white light shield. His meaning was unmistakable. Zhangguo was the most astute man at the Navy headquarters, while Crane was its most intelligent woman. The implication of the deity's actions was clear. He was threatening them. With the 3 admirals absent and Carp also away, had they been present, they could have formed a perimeter, potentially suppressing the deity. though that remained a hypothetical scenario. Zhang and Crane reluctantly settled down. Zhang glared at the deity, noting for the first time how close they were, barely a meter apart. The deity appeared excessively youthful, yet possessed overwhelming strength. His capabilities were incongruous with his age. More alarmingly, the deity's astonishing abilities had revealed themselves. Initially, they believed he possessed merely 2 devil fruit powers, only to discover he had several. His existence transcended the realm of explanation, making him truly a monster without equal in this world. Zhang's voice was frosty. "What brings you here? Did you not cause enough chaos in Marihoa? Do you seek to stir trouble at the Navy headquarters once more? Am I not performing a good deed?" The deity replied, "A place like Marihoa is a disgrace to justice, is it not? In the realm of the warring states, one might ponder if the celestial dragons were to vanish. Would it not be a boon for your navy? Or, perchance, if the 5 elders were to meet their demise, would the navy's notion of justice not flourish unimpeded?" Zhang remained silent, for the words of Shen Luo resonated with undeniable truth. Were Carp present, he might well have applauded, although he shared Shen Luo's sentiments. He could neither overtly endorse nor openly oppose them. The essence of Shen Luo's argument was irrefutable, regardless of the Navy's fervent proclamations of justice. The celestial dragons remained an insurmountable obstacle. "How many celestial dragons have I slain?" Shen Luo inquired. "Over 140, replied Crane, her tone colder than Zhang's. For Shen Luo had abducted Tao Tuesday unbeknownst to her. Even if she sought to reclaim Tao Tu now, it would be futile. Tao Tu had found a refuge and resolved to care for Shen Luo. Was life in the Navy truly as idyllic as cohabiting with Shen Luo? Tao Tu, Unwi Ding, had succumbed to this allure. 140? Upon hearing this figure, Zhang and the others assumed Shen Luo was taken aback. Yet he merely mused on the insignificance of the tally. For someone like Shen Luo, who dispatched pirate vessels with unyielding resolve, the actual count of pirates he had eliminated was obscured, with only the drought-stricken Jack's crew barely surviving. All others had perished. The celestial dragons were of no consequence to Shen Luo. He regarded their demise as trivial as slaughtering livestock. To this day, his heart had grown increasingly callous. "Do you wish to exterminate them all?" Zhang queried. Shen Luo, with a playful smile, retorted, "Do you not desire the same? I recently overheard some Navy personnel discussing how Carp nearly struck a celestial dragon." Shen Luo was genuinely surprised by this revelation. While he was aware of Carp's disdain for the celestial dragons, he had not anticipated that Carp would almost resort to violence against them. Carp's monumental achievements and unparalleled reputation in the world afforded him a level of respect that made even the mere expression of contempt towards the celestial dragons a grave offense, especially considering his son, Dragon, led the Revolutionary Army. The exchange between Shen Luo and Zhang was akin to a clandestine dialogue, with neither party willing to speak further. Shen Luo found the silence tedious. "Very well. If you choose not to speak, I shall take your silence as acquiescence," he remarked nonchalantly. Crane, agitated, demanded, "What is your purpose here?" "To procure something for Ji Yuan," Shen Luo replied. "Ji Yuan? What have you done to her?" The mention of Ji Yuan struck a nerve with Crane. "She is doing well," Shen Luo stated. "When will you return her?" Crane stood abruptly, anger coursing through her veins. She might even strike Shen Luo, though whether she could succeed was another matter. "Shall he?" Zhang bellowed, compelling Crane to regain her composure. "Women, in pursuit of happiness, are not in the wrong. Are they, Miss He? Have you not yet married?" Shen Luo's gaze lingered on Crane, a smile gracing his lips. Crane bristled at his insinuation, implying that Ji Yuan sought her own happiness, unlike her, who had dedicated her life to the Navy. Unbeknownst to her, Crane was now in her 70s, a solitary elder, perhaps destined to meet her end without companionship. "Yuan merely sought happiness. Is Ji Yuan truly willing?" Crane was incredulous. "Upon my return, I shall have her contact the Navy headquarters. You can inquire directly." "You?" Crane was at her wit's end. Shen Luo turned to Zhang stating, "I have more pressing matters to discuss with the Navy headquarters. Speak swiftly or else." Zhang interjected, wary of Shen Luo's unpredictable nature. fearing he might unleash chaos upon the Navy headquarters, endangering countless lives. Jiushi Island is my territory, and I have taken a liking to Boa Hancock, Shenluo declared. Jiushi Island? What are your intentions? Zhangguo furrowed his brow. Hancock, a warlord, was a pirate bestowed with privilege by the world government, and any association with Shenluo would not bode well for the Navy. Are you testing the limits of the Navy's patience? Zhangguo demanded. Your limits? You would do well to consider my own, Zhangguo. I declare Jiushi Island as mine, and it shall remain so. The tension between them was palpable. Shenluo's assertion implied that the Navy would be barred from that maritime domain, granting the Snake Princess autonomy from the world government summons. Indeed, the entity most dreaded by the world government was none other than Shenluo. Whether a Yonko or a revolutionary, the world government had grown accustomed to their dynamic. Aside from the Revolutionary Army, the Yonko and the world government had maintained a precarious equilibrium. That night, Shenluo boldly departed the Navy headquarters, leaving an indelible mark on its corridors. While only a select few in the upper echelons understood his motives, the majority remained in ignorance. As Zhangguo gazed at the cup of steaming tea on the table, a mix of frustration and anger welled within him. Shenluo had positioned himself above them, yet they remained powerless to act. Before his departure, Shenluo had promised not to take action against the Navy. Yet Zhangguo held little faith in the sincerity of such a verbal commitment. The Navy headquarters found itself in a precarious position, especially with Tao Tu still in Shenluo's grasp. Zhangguo perceived this as Shenluo's leverage over the Navy, but in truth, Tao Tu was willingly by his side. Even if Shenluo desired her departure, she would not leave him. Tao Tu had become irrevocably attached to Shenluo. After Shenluo's exit, Akainu seethed with anger, blaming Zhangguo for allowing Shenluo to escape without informing the others of his presence at the Navy headquarters. Akainu believed they held the advantage, given that Shenluo was alone and within their territory, yet he was disregarding the potential consequences of such a confrontation. Shenluo had departed the Navy headquarters late that night, and the following day dawned bright and warm, even as September approached October. Shenluo intended to journey to Alabasta, where Crocodile surely awaited. The sand crocodile, a relic of bygone eras, was in his 40s, having crossed paths with Whitebeard in the past. His powers, derived from the sand fruit, were formidable, and in the original narrative, he had been defeated through extraordinary means. Crocodile, alongside Nico Robin, presented valuable assets. The former could serve as a formidable ally, while the latter could assist in the study of historical texts. It is said that one must gather 4 pieces of historical text to uncover the principles behind Lafa Dulu. Furthermore, does not the permanent pointer leading to Lafa Dulu imply that it is a fixed coordinate? Yet, the interpretation of the historical text coordinates remains a mystery. However, let's first capture Nico Robin. Together with Crocodile, we shall bring both of them to Wano. As for Crocodile's other subordinates, they may be disbanded. The organization of Shenduo does not require numerous minions. It is the pursuit of excellence that matters. Among the 4 emperors, aside from the few formidable crew members of Red-Haired Shanks, many of Whitebeard's crew are but mere fodder. Although they possess significant power, Shenduo has no need for such a conglomeration of weaklings. They are unaware that their inferior subordinates, emboldened by the name of the Pirate Emperor, wreak havoc, thus tarnishing Shenduo's reputation. Whitebeard may be deemed a towering hero, yet part of the reason the common folk fear him is due to the plundering of his lower-ranking crew members. There is no need for a multitude of subordinates, particularly not for the inept. Shenduo is resolute in this belief. He must first retrieve Crocodile and Nico Robin from Alabasta. However, Crocodile, a man of pride, would not easily submit even a Whitebeard. Therefore, he must be subdued first. Shenduo is confident that there is no issue in this world that cannot be resolved with strength. The sea is calm, and Shenduo relies on sea kings for transportation, which is quite convenient, though lacking in sleeping quarters. Nonetheless, they are swift, and importantly, the Sea Kings are well acquainted with the Grand Line. Shenduo instructs the Sea King beneath him to navigate to Alabasta, as it knows the location well. There is no creature more familiar with the sea than a Sea King. Meanwhile, To the right of Xindua's advancing direction, a naval ship is anchored. Blood and severed limbs are strewn across the deck, revealing the corpses of numerous Navy personnel, perhaps over 100, met with a gruesome fate. The scene is rather sickening, as some bodies are cleaved into several pieces. On board the warship, a grotesquely deformed man wields a bloodied, long-handled sword, akin to Whitebeard's infamous blade, and bears a crescent-shaped white beard. His upper body is round like a ball, while his lower limbs resemble those of a pole. In short, he is exceedingly unattractive. Mother, have I killed so many Navy men again? Will my bounty rise once more? The man speaks in a childish voice, albeit unpleasant and rather foolish. My Weibel has performed admirably. The Navy cannot contend with us. In the future, Weibel will surpass all the pirate emperors. Beside Weibel stands an elderly, diminutive, and exceedingly unattractive woman. They are none other than the notoriously ruthless Edward Weibel and Miss Bakken. Few pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are as bloodthirsty and powerful as they. The Navy has ordered to capture them and execute them on sight, bypassing the need for imprisonment and impelled down. Their subordinates are drenched in the blood of the Navy. Chapter: Mother, am I the son of Whitebeard? Weibel scratches his head like a fool. Miss Bakken has told him that he is Whitebeard's only bloodline in this world, his true-born son. Of course, such a simpleton as Weibel is oblivious to the fact that Miss Bakken is merely deceiving him. Indeed, my Weibel is the only bloodline of Whitebeard in this world. Miss Bakken, wearing sunglasses that complement her wrinkled visage, is utterly repugnant. The short and extremely unattractive woman claims to be Whitebeard's lover, yet with Whitebeard still alive. She does not dare to boast too openly. She merely tells Weibel that she is Whitebeard's lover, and that Weibel is the fruit of their love. Only a fool like Weibel could be duped by her, and she did not anticipate how easily he would fall for her ruse. It is indeed foolish. But Weibel is remarkably powerful, and Miss Bakken seems to see the semblance of a young Whitebeard in him, possessing the power of the Gura no Mi. Whitebeard's might is unimaginable without relying on the fruit's abilities. It is purely the strength of his physique. Weibel embodies the essence of a young Whitebeard. He is extraordinarily powerful, a true monster. He possesses strength beyond ordinary comprehension, and being a fool only enhances his potential. For these past few years, Miss Bakken has deliberately crafted Weibel's image as Whitebeard's son. Although it is ludicrous, Weibel has come to believe it. However, due to Whitebeard's continued existence, Miss Bakken does not dare to publicly declare that Weibel is Whitebeard's biological son. In truth, he is not. Years ago, Miss Bakken and Whitebeard shared a ship for a time, before Whitebeard joined the Rocks Pirates. Naturally, she did not converse much with Whitebeard, who was the most powerful individual aboard, earning countless accolades and treasures without taking any for himself. Subsequently, Whitebeard received an invitation from the notorious sea overlord, Rocks, to join the Rocks Pirates, forming a fearsome organization that instilled terror across the world alongside the already renowned Shiki and Big Mom. Whitebeard, disinterested in women, not due to preference, but because such a towering figure would never be bound by them. Miss Bakken harbored a premonition that Whitebeard's days were numbered. In recent years, his health has declined significantly, prompting her to entertain devious thoughts. She believed that with a controllable fool like Weibel as her weapon, she could seize all that Whitebeard possessed. Of course, such plans were idealistic, provided they did not encounter Shinduo. The warship beneath them happened to be their encounter. For notorious fugitives like them, the Navy would naturally intervene. However, even if the Navy did not act, Weibel and his crew would. Miss Bakken seemed to orchestrate everything, and Weibel proved effective, slaughtering all over 100 Navy personnel on the ship, including a naval rear admiral and 2 captains. Weibel's strength has never been fully unleashed. When he encountered Zephyr, he severed one of Zephyr's hands. It is important to note that Zephyr was a former admiral of the Navy. Despite his age, his prowess remained formidable. To suppress Weibel, one would need several admirals or dispatch a naval admiral. Otherwise, he would prove an insurmountable challenge. In the first half of the Grand Line, few pirates surpass Weibel in strength. The ship is permeated with a thick stench of blood, and the faces of the fallen Navy are filled with fear and resentment. Not a single one closed their eyes in death. In this world, the risks of being a naval officer are considerable. After all, compared to pirates, the Navy embodies a modicum of benevolence. They undertake the mantle of imparting justice, yet the number of pirates vastly outstrips that of the Navy. The sheer magnitude of pirates implies a plethora of formidable adversaries. Encounters with them result in numerous casualties annually. Miss Bazin, with a broad smile and a toothpick clutched in her mouth, displayed no concern for her surroundings. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, human life holds little value. Having lived a lifetime as a pirate, one would be remiss to possess a conscience. This naval vessel is commendable. I shall claim it. Miss Bazin spat the toothpick into the sea. Is that a person? Miss Bazin suddenly noticed a figure atop the head of a sea king in the distance. Someone is using a sea king as a vessel? Such an occurrence is indeed extraordinary. He is approaching? Miss Bazin observed as the figure drew near. The entity, known as Shun Luo, had also taken notice of them. While he did not perceive the diminutive Miss Bazin, he did see the towering Wyber. Wyber, a man with a spherical upper body and spindly legs, bore a crescent-shaped mustache. The son of Whitebeard, Edward Wyber? Nonsense. Shun Luo certainly could not accept that as truth. He commanded the Sea King to swim closer. Recently, Sengoku seemed particularly interested in this fool. During his time in the Admiral's office, Shun Luo noted a plethora of documents concerning Wyber on Sengoku's desk. Best to eliminate him first. A favor for Sengoku, indeed. Chapter 5. That is the fifth pirate emperor. Shun Luo. As Shun Luo approached, Miss Bazin finally discerned the identity of the figure atop the Sea King. Shun Luo. It is the most formidable pirate emperor. How is this possible? Miss Bazin was utterly stunned. For years, she and Wyber had lingered in the first half of the Grand Line, hesitating to enter the New World out of fear of encountering other monstrosities, particularly those associated with Whitebeard. She dreaded the thought of being discovered by those with ill intentions who might inform Whitebeard of her whereabouts. Though Whitebeard might not pursue her, the mere association with his name could invoke his wrath. Moreover, the New World is not solely Whitebeard's domain. Other pirate emperors and formidable creatures inhabit it as well. She intended to allow Wyber to hone his skills before venturing into the New World. How could a pirate emperor appear in the first half of the Grand Line? It is inconceivable, and yet Shun Luo is advancing towards them. It is well known that pirate emperors typically do not traverse the first half of the Grand Line, as they reside in the New World. Yet here stands Shun Luo in the first half of the Grand Line, near the starting point. Miss Bazin was struck by fear, her heart racing. Her complexion, already unappealing, betrayed no sign of her terror. Wyber is formidable. Miss Bazin was acutely aware of this. Furthermore, Wyber possesses a rather terrifying physique. Even if his abdomen were sliced open, such an injury would heal swiftly. This resilience is something even Whitebeard lacks, akin to that of Kaido. However, Wyber could not possibly contend with a pirate emperor. Miss Bazin knew this well. At least, Wyber was not yet ready, and Shun Luo may very well be the most powerful pirate emperor. Given Whitebeard's declining health, his strength must have waned, thus making Shun Luo a plausible candidate for the strongest. Yet she remained oblivious to Whitebeard's recovery. Mother, who is that person? Wyber inquired, wielding a bloodied long sword. His eyes fixed on Miss Bazin, who trembled visibly. We are faced with a formidable foe, Wyber. Prepare for battle. If he intends to confront us, strike with utmost ferocity, without a moment's hesitation. Miss Bazin's expression grew grave, her tone serious. At that moment, Shun Luo leapt from the back of the Sea King and effortlessly landed upon the naval vessel. Miss Bazin recoiled, and naturally, Wyber followed suit. Shun Luo now stood approximately 15 meters away from them. The naval ship was substantial, yet was littered with corpses and blood. An ascent of iron hung heavily in the air, resistant to the sea breeze. Shun Luo found it necessary to hover in midair, about half a meter above the ship's deck. It appeared that the recent battle had been fierce. He observed the Navy officers. None had closed their eyes. This world is unforgiving, and one vital lesson for the Navy is to remain unafraid. Very well, I shall dispose of these two. Shun Luo directed his gaze towards Miss Bazin, who cowered behind Weiber. As a woman who regarded Weiber as a prized possession, Miss Bajin was both cunning and ruthlessly determined. Strength, while somewhat present, was hardly sufficient to survive in this world. Intellect was paramount. At that moment, Shun Luo clenched his right fist, and Miss Bajin instinctively recognized his intent. "My lord, I am the beloved of Whitebeard, and this man beside me is the fruit of our union. Should Whitebeard learn of your intentions towards us, you may find yourself in dire straits." Miss Bajin's tone brimmed with menace. Although she felt anxiety and fear facing Shun Luo, she strove to maintain her bravado. Regardless, the name of Whitebeard still carried considerable weight, commanding respect even among other pirate emperors. Blood relations are not akin to those of his subordinates. Furthermore, Whitebeard is notoriously protective of his own. However, Miss Bajin was mistaken. Shun Luo remained indifferent to their connection with Whitebeard. In an instant, Shun Luo vanished from sight. His speed remarkable, the air swirling in his wake. "Weiber, this man is extraordinarily powerful. We must not underestimate him," Miss Bajin cautioned loudly. As Shun Luo reappeared, his fist was already aimed at Weiber. "Do not underestimate me," Weiber uttered, his voice low and almost foolish. He swiftly swung his long sword towards Shun Luo. Though Shun Luo was remarkably quick, Weiber managed to track his movement. While undoubtedly a fool, he was also an innate combatant. A resounding clash erupted as Shun Luo's hockey-imbued fist met Weiber's sword, unleashing a tempest that sent Miss Bajin, whose stature was hardly larger than an ostrich egg, crashing against the wooden wall of the naval ship, embedding her within it. Weiber was also thrust back 3 paces. Shun Luo had struck with considerable force. Chapter 6. Mother. His strength is immense, Weiber shouted, staggered 3 steps back by the force of Shun Luo's punch, his long sword vibrating violently. Similar to the long knife wielded by the Whitebeard. However, Weiber's blade is not the supreme weapon known as Zhongyan Xie, but merely a slightly superior version of an ordinary blade. "Weiber, be cautious. You must confront this individual with the utmost ferocity," Miss Bajin shouted from the wooden wall, her tone laced with panic and dread. After all, the adversary she faced was one of the most formidable beings in existence. It was apparent that Shun Luo was not only prepared to engage them, but was intent on doing so. Thus, Miss Bajin was gripped by fear, not of the foolish Weiber, whom she did not regard as her son, but merely a tool for her greed, but rather for herself. If anything were to happen to Weiber, she knew she would not emerge unscathed. "Mother, I shall slay him with great vengeance," Weiber responded to Miss Bajin. Although his intellect was notably lacking, his combat prowess was terrifying. Weiber possessed an exceptionally powerful physique and an innate talent for battle, rendering him a master of physical techniques. He swung his knife towards Shun Luo with a speed akin to lightning. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, his strike felt as if it descended from the heavens, the blade emanating white waves of energy. Suspended 20 centimeters above the ground, Shun Luo met Weiber's attack with a single punch, enveloped in the furious power of the Jinjin fruit. "That is the power of the Jinjin fruit," Miss Bajin exclaimed, recalling her time aboard the same ship as Whitebeard, the monstrous strength of whom remained etched in her memory. "Go forth, little brat." Weiber was oblivious to the title of Pirate Emperor. In his world, there were only enemies. His mother, Miss Bajin, and his father, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. In other words, regardless of the circumstances, Shun Luo was his enemy, and his principle was to eliminate foes without leaving survivors. With a resounding crash, the 2 formidable forces collided, creating a spherical shockwave that reverberated outward. The vessel beneath Weiber and Shun Luo collapsed, forming a large semicircular crater, with Weiber's bamboo-like legs inevitably sinking into it, while Shun Luo remained unaffected in his floating position. The warship trembled violently under the strain. Even its sturdy structure could not withstand such force, and cracks began to form, causing the sea to ripple in response. On the other hand, the mighty power of the Jinjin fruit had evolved with Shun Luo's growth. The strength he now wielded was a level beyond its initial awakening, only slightly inferior to that of Whitebeard himself. Thus, When this force bore down upon Weibel's long knife, the blade could not endure, fissures spreading across it at a visible rate. How can my knife be? Weibel noticed the cracks appearing on the blade that had accompanied him through countless battles. Moreover, the violent energy from Shen Luo's Jinjin fruit caused the knife's handle to vibrate, trembling in Weibel's grip. Do you think your knife is Zhongyan Xie? Do you truly believe you are Whitebeard's son? Shen Luo sneered, and with that, he pressed down with his fist, forcing Weibel's long knife beyond its limits. With a thunderous explosion, the blade shattered like glass, shards scattering across the deck of the warship. My knife. Weibel was on the verge of madness. It was unfathomable that a single punch could obliterate his weapon. Miss Bajin could hardly believe it. How could Weibel's knife be destroyed so effortlessly? This was her first time witnessing Weibel in a battle, and he was clearly at a disadvantage. In a fit of rage, Weibel leaped into the air, the warship trembling violently beneath his immense strength, creating waves in the nearby waters. In midair, Weibel wielded the remnants of his long knife like a club, swinging it down with an unfathomable force, the sound echoing for miles. This time, I shall shatter the handle as well. Shen Luo countered with another punch, his fist enveloped in formidable haki and infused with the Jinjin fruit's power. Since the opponent claimed to be the son of Whitebeard, and the old woman identified herself as Whitebeard's lover, Shen Luo was more than willing to showcase the power of the Jinjin fruit, a force that had made Whitebeard renowned. With another earth-shattering crash, Weibel's knife handle met Shen Luo's fist, the white energy of a Jinjin fruit causing the handle to vibrate at a nearly incomprehensible speed. Cracks forming once more. What terrifying strength! Mother, he is immensely powerful. Weibel shouted, suspended in midair as he clutched the handle, his arms trembling from the overwhelming force of Shen Luo. He gripped the handle with all his might, fearing he could not hold on if he did not exert his full strength. With a sharp crack, the knife handle could no longer withstand the immense power exerted by Shen Luo, and under Weibel's pressure, it snapped cleanly in two. My weapon. Weibel could hardly believe the fate that had befallen his armament, and at that moment, he became careless. Shen Luo soared before him, observing his foolish appearance, and without hesitation, he struck at Weibel's face. Once more, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, followed by Weibel's childlike cries. Shen Luo's punch sent Weibel hurtling through the air like a cannonball, colliding directly with Miss Bajin, whose expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly maneuvered to evade him. Do not be deceived by her age. Her agility was extraordinary. The impact of Weibel's body crashing into the warship's interior caused a portion of the already massive vessel to explode, sending waves of spray into the air. The ship was left with a gaping hole, and Weibel found himself shouting, having just received a blow that had crushed his face inward, shattering bones in the process. It was a miracle he felt no pain. However, Shen Luo knew that soon this fool would recover. Weibel possessed an extraordinary physique and an almost superhuman regenerative ability. Weibel. Miss Bajin gasped, aghast at the sight of Weibel being incapacitated, while Shen Luo turned his gaze toward her. Do not approach. I am the beloved of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Miss Bajin shouted in a panic, believing that this declaration might afford her some protection. After all, no one would dare provoke the wrath of Whitebeard. Shen Luo advanced. Before confronting Weibel, he intended to deal with this bothersome old woman. It was evident that Weibel's penchant for violence was inseparably linked to her. A man like Whitebeard would never express affection for someone so diminutive. This woman was merely a schemer. It was absurd to think Whitebeard could harbor any fondness for her. You are truly repulsive. Shen Luo gazed down upon Miss Bajin, perceiving no semblance of strength in her. At best, she barely possessed a modicum of power, which was rendered utterly inconsequential in the face of his might. I am the beloved of Whitebeard. You scoundrel! Miss Bajin bellowed once more, retreating relentlessly until she found herself against the wooden wall behind her. Such words might deceive a fool like you. Shen Luo, weary of her incessant speech, unleashed his king's treasure. A barrage of weaponry erupted, rendering Miss Bajin's agility moot. Could she evade it? Impossible, unless she were extraordinarily powerful, capable of withstanding his onslaught. or perhaps a user of natural abilities with elemental transformation. However, she was neither. Thus, under the relentless assault of the king's treasure, Miss Bajin met her fate with a scream of terror. Yet to ensure the approaching navy did not recognize her, Shen Luo spared her head. Though diminutive in size, it sufficed. Miss Bajin was left with only her severed head, facing Shen Luo, her sunglasses gone, her hair disheveled, and her visage a canvas of tumultuous emotions: fear, resentment, regret, and helplessness. Alas, she too succumbed like the navy they had previously slain, her eyes forever closed. "Mom, it hurts so much, my nose is gone." 30 seconds later, Weibel's voice echoed as a massive form emerged from the gaping hole created moments earlier. It was Weibel, his physique reminiscent of Plague Queen, with a spherical upper body and spindly legs. "Where's my mother?" Weibel, with a simpleton's expression, searched for Miss Bajin, and at that moment, Shen Luo raised his right foot and kicked Miss Bajin's head like a soccer ball, sending it soaring towards Weibel, who instinctively caught it. "How is this possible?" "Mom, Mom," Weibel cried to the heavens, his voice filled with excruciating sorrow. The heart-wrenching sound, paired with his unique tone, echoed like a ghostly wail. It was time to deal with this simpleton. Shen Luo moved swiftly, considering that Weibel's potential madness would be troublesome to contend with. Engaging with a fool was unwise. Shen Luo dashed before Weibel and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, utilizing the powers of the Dunjun Goshri. As the air shattered, Weibel's fleshly belly caved in, revealing its remarkable elasticity. A few more punches would suffice. The battleship trembled violently under the onslaught of the Dunjun Goshri's power. Countless wooden planks exploded, and a multitude of navy corpses were swept away. Weibel, overwhelmed by this force, could only retreat, furious yet weaponless. Without his sword, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Frustrated, he resorted to using his fists, but even they could not match Shen Luo's speed. Once again, Shen Luo's fist collided with Weibel's belly, subjecting him to unimaginable pain, as if his very bile would burst forth. "I will kill you," Weibel roared, yet it was merely the impotent fury of a man unarmed, akin to a cannon without ammunition. Just as Shen Luo pummeled Weibel, another large warship appeared approximately 500 meters to the north, where Weibel had retreated. Finally found it. At the forefront of this warship stood a robust elder with purple hair, gazing through a telescope at Shen Luo's vessel. "Are they in battle? Please, let there be no casualties," murmured former Admiral Zifa, flanked by his students. Not long ago, they had received orders from the naval headquarters regarding Weibel's latest assault on their ship. Zifa, being the nearest, was compelled to intervene. Weibel was a personal adversary of Zifa. Years prior, Weibel had slaughtered nearly all his students, leaving only the two most exceptional, Ein and Binz, alive, while Zifa himself had lost a hand to Weibel. The once relatively intact warship quaked violently, splintering wood flying in every direction amidst the cacophony of battle. Weibel was thoroughly subdued, bloodied and scarred, especially across his abdomen. He had never endured such a fierce beating. Though his body remained upright, his consciousness began to fade, consumed by a singular thought: to kill Shen Luo. Yet, vengeance was beyond his reach, and even in his prime, unscathed and lucid, he would have been incapable of retribution. Shen Luo descended from the sky, unleashing a terrifying punch that conjured a tempestuous wind, his fist crashing down upon Weibel's head. With a thunderous boom, Weibel's skull erupted. Simultaneously, his lower body sank into the ship. His head was not that of Kaido, after all. Weibel. He had no time to scream. 3 seconds later, he lay lifeless on the ground. His head vanished, only a torrent of blood gushing forth. Shen Luo hovered in the air, having dispatched 2 foes, his demeanor unfazed. Having taken many lives, he felt little, and as one of the world's apex beings, his perspective on life had dulled considerably. At that moment, he spotted another warship, merely 50 or 60 meters from the current vessel. Admiral Zifa. Shen Luo's gaze fell upon Zifa at the forefront of the ship. This man, a formidable navy with powerful haki, was contemporaneous with Carp. It was him, Did he harbor a deep grudge against Weibel? Subsequently, Weibel had ascended to the position of warlord, while Zifa, disillusioned with the world government, ultimately defected from the Navy to establish a new Marine faction. However, his fate was tragic, having been slain by his most cherished disciple, the first-generation Admiral Kizaru. Zifa's demise was indeed sorrowful. Having dedicated his life to the Navy, he met a lamentable end, a stark reflection of the darkness within the world government. Nevertheless, with Weibel's demise, many events would cease to unfold. It was him, the recently risen pirate emperor. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Zifa's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing Shen Luo, never expecting to find him aboard the distressed vessel. Shen Luo was a pirate Zifa had closely monitored for quite some time. Astonishingly, within mere months of setting sail, he had evolved into an unfathomably formidable adversary. This pirate could not be allowed to grow any further. Yet, was it not Weibel attacking the ship? Why was Shen Luo present? Was there a flaw in the intelligence? Zifa-sensei, what should we do? The opponent is the pirate emperor. The azure waves danced as AI and felt a surge of anxiety. For the figure before her was none other than the infamous pirate emperor, Shen Luo, a young man who held no reverence for even the celestial dragons. The sight of him was indeed shocking. Shen Luo's actions had been nothing short of astonishing, leaving a profound impact on those who heard of him. The preparations for battle were underway. It appeared that the intelligence had been erroneous. Not Weibu Air attacking the warship, but Shen Luo himself. Zfa clenched his fist, harboring a deep-seated hatred for pirates. Though he had once refrained from killing them, earning the title of the non-killing admiral, his past leniency had cost him dearly. By sparing Weibu Air, he had inadvertently allowed the monster to strike again, resulting in the loss of his right hand and the life of his treasured student. This tragedy had irrevocably altered Zfa's philosophy. He now believed that all pirates were wicked. The dark influence of Weibu Air had transformed him. Now, facing Shen Luo, he realized the gravity of the situation. This pirate emperor must be eliminated. There was ample room in Impel Down, and Shen Luo had dared to attack a warship. This was a pirate emperor who had even assaulted Mariehua and slaughtered numerous celestial dragons. Zfa had no doubt about Shen Luo's intentions. While he approved of Shen Luo's assault on Mariehua, his current allegiance lay with the Navy, and all pirates deserved to perish. A world devoid of pirates would be a far more peaceful place. Thus, Zfa commanded AI and the others to prepare for battle, ensuring the safety of his students. He could not afford to be careless again. For Shen Luo was indeed a formidable opponent. Do you wish to fight? Shen Luo remarked with a playful smile. Perceiving the distance of merely a few dozen meters between them, he could clearly see Zfa and his men, who were already poised for combat. Zfa, despite his age, stood tall at 3 meters, his physique still robust, brimming with latent strength. A former admiral of the Navy, he was a man who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Karp during the Warring States period. Even if his prowess had waned, he remained a force to be reckoned with. Wearing dark sunglasses, Zfa's expression was unreadable, though it likely bore an air of ferocity. His life's mission was to cultivate talent within the Navy and combat the scourge of piracy, a pursuit that had become the centerpiece of his existence. Positioned at the forefront of the warship, the distance between him and Shen Luo was now about 40 to 50 meters. Shen Luo extended his right hand towards the corpse of Weibu Air, an invisible force emanating from him. Under this influence, Weibu Air's lifeless body began to levitate, rising higher until it was visible to Zfa and his crew, with Shen Luo ensuring that the decapitated head faced them. That is Edward Weibu Air, Ilgasped, recognizing the monstrous figure despite its headless state. He was slain by that pirate emperor, Wasn't Tihi Binsi Pondut, unable to mask his astonishment as it registered on his face. It must be so. Zfa's demeanor grew grave. He understood Shen Luo's message. He had eliminated Weibu Air, and the Navy ought to express gratitude. Therefore, they should not act against Shen Luo. As Shen Luo ceased the manipulation of Weibu Air's corpse, it plummeted to the deck with a resounding thud, causing the warship to shudder. The vessel was already in a state of disrepair. Shen Luo turned his gaze elsewhere, spotting a Sea King still lingering nearby, likely too intimidated to flee. He swiftly soared onto the creature's back. "Let us proceed to Alabasta," he commanded. The Sea King, understanding Shen Luo's intent, trembled and with a powerful whip of its tail, propelled itself forward, covering several hundred meters in mere seconds. Shen Luo glanced back at Zhe Fa and his crew, leaving behind a gift for them on the warship. Logically, Zhe Fa and the Navy should be grateful for his actions in eliminating Weibo Air and the old hag. Together, they were notorious criminals, even in the New World, let alone in the first half of the Grand Line. "They are gone," Ils exclaimed. "Do not pursue. We cannot catch the Sea King," Zhe Fa sighed. The creature's speed was astounding, having vanished from sight almost instantly, making it impossible to chase after Shen Luo. That brat, utilizing a Sea King as a mode of maritime travel. Zhe Fa muttered in disbelief, his voice low enough for only Ai N and Ben Z to hear. "Steer the ship closer. We need to attend to the situation aboard that warship," Zhe Fa shouted, directing his men. The Navy swiftly maneuvered their vessel alongside the other warship. Upon nearing, they were confronted with a grim reality. In addition to the unmistakable massive corpse of Weibo Air, the shattered deck was smeared with blood, and countless Navy bodies lay strewn about, very few remaining intact. "Weibo Air," Zhe Fa roared, his fury palpable. The only individual capable of inflicting such devastation upon the Navy was none other than Weibo Air himself. With his formidable strength, he had rendered the average Navy soldier as helpless as tofu. His own students had faced similar fates in the past. Zhe Fa was the first to board the warship. An hour later, they had collected all the Navy corpses, 155 in total, each a valiant sacrifice. Zhe Fa's heart ached, shared by his fellow officers, their faces clouded with sorrow, some with tears welling in their eyes, unable to close the eyes of the fallen. With a fierce kick, Zhe Fa struck Weibo Air's remains, his rage driving him to wish for the ability to desecrate the body. Alongside Weibo Air, the notorious Miss Bajin had also perished, leaving a mother and son in a grotesque state, one headless, the other merely a head. "I regret not being able to deliver justice to Weibo Air and Miss Bajin personally," Zhe Fa lamented. However, their demise was ultimately a boon for the Navy and the world at large. "Shen Luo," Zhe Fa furrowed his brow, astonished that it was Shen Luo who had aided them. Weibo Air, a creature of monstrous strength, had been vanquished by Shen Luo, making it clear that dealing with Weibo Air would have been no simple task. In the New World, Weibo Air was akin to a sub-emperor, a truly monstrous individual. After half an hour, Zhe Fa and his crew transferred all the corpses from the other warship onto their own, including those of Weibo Air and his mother. Zhe Fa was headed back to Navy headquarters. Before departing, Zhe Fa sank the dilapidated warship into the sea. If such a naval vessel remained afloat, it could fall into the hands of passing pirates. After all, the shipbuilding technology of the Navy is quite remarkable. Moreover, no historical wreck should ever be allowed to fall into the hands of pirates. The next day, Shen Luo arrived at the shores of Alabasta Kingdom, a land characterized by vast expanses of desert, hence often referred to as the Desert Kingdom. However, do not be deceived by its arid reputation. Alabasta is indeed a significant power in the first half of the Grand Line, comparable to Dressrosa in the New World. At this juncture, Alabasta was primarily under the control of Crocodile, who was scheming to obtain the ancient weapon Pluton. Crocodile's methods, however, were not particularly sophisticated. As a pirate, he sought to masquerade as the hero of this nation by instigating chaos and then intervening to restore order, thereby positioning himself as a hero of Alabasta and ultimately seeking to rule it. It would have been more straightforward for Doflamingo to simply seize control. Yet, perhaps due to the proximity of the Marine headquarters in the first half of the Grand Line, Crocodile could not act too brazenly, as even a veil of modesty must be maintained. On this day, Shen Luo entered the royal city of Alabasta, seated upon the royal throne, Vimana, and he did not need to touch the ground, for outside the royal city lay nothing but sand, a sight as rare as encountering a devil fruit. Within the royal city, nearly everyone was adorned in the unique attire of the desert, wrapped tightly to shield themselves from the scorching sun. Shenluo first partook in a meal before attempting to locate the Baroque Works, Crocodile's current organization. What piqued Shenluo's interest in this organization were Crocodile himself and Nico Robin, one a formidable fighter, the other a significant historical figure. Their potential as subordinates was quite valuable to him. Shenluo resolved to bring them to Wano country. 2 minutes later, he spotted a girl with blue hair, and his eyes brightened, not due to her beauty, but because this girl was none other than Princess Vivi of Alabasta. However, at present, she was an undercover operative beside Crocodile, attempting to expose his crimes, and she was aware that Crocodile intended to seize control of the kingdom. "Where's Crocodile?" Shenluo inquired as he approached, and lightly tapped Vivi on the shoulder in greeting. Vivi, noticing Shenluo, felt a rush of embarrassment. He appeared to be around her age and was exceptionally handsome. In her flustered state, she momentarily forgot his question. "Did you seek me?" she asked, appearing somewhat bashful. "Indeed," Shenluo replied nonchalantly. "Where's Crocodile?" Upon hearing his name, Vivi's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Shenluo was searching for Crocodile. "What do you want with him?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "Crocodile is a monster." She spoke this last part in a hushed tone, wary of being overheard in the bustling crowd. "Do you wish to save your kingdom, Princess Vivi?" Princess Vivi? Her countenance changed again. She was currently undercover. And how could this stranger possibly know her true identity? "If you wish to rescue your country, take me to Crocodile," Shenluo asserted, cutting through her hesitation. Vivi, captivated by Shenluo's gaze, felt a sudden jolt of recognition, as if she had seen him before, though she could not recall where. Without further ado, she led Shenluo to Baroque Works. To her, Crocodile was a true demon, wielding unimaginable power, capable of manipulating the desert itself. Indeed, he could control the very sands. Even Crocodile's subordinates were formidable. Even the weakest among them were beyond Vivi's capabilities to contend with. Such was the depth of her despair when facing Crocodile and his crew. She felt utterly powerless. Soon, Vivi guided Shenluo to the Baroque Works headquarters, a uniquely styled luxurious building in Alabasta. At that moment, Nico Robin was exiting the door, and as she saw Vivi, she greeted her with a smile. However, as Vivi prepared to return the greeting, she noticed Robin's expression shift to one of shock and fear. "Robin?" Vivi queried, perplexed, only to see Robin's gaze fixated behind her. Behind Vivi stood Shenluo. Why? Yet, at this juncture, Shenluo disregarded them, circumventing both Vivi and Robin as he entered the building. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from within. It was on the second floor. Crocodile awaited him. "Where did you encounter him?" Robin questioned, her shock still palpable as she watched Shenluo vanish. "Do you know him?" Vivi inquired, bewildered by Robin's reaction to the boy, who was one of the most feared of the pirate emperors ruling the treacherous seas, infinitely more powerful than Crocodile. "Indeed, he is a pirate emperor," Robin replied, her voice filled with astonishment, a stark contrast to her usual composure, which Vivi had never witnessed before. "What? A pirate emperor?" Vivi exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. Upon hearing the term, she finally understood the source of her earlier sense of familiarity. This was the very boy she had seen on the front page of the newspaper recently, the one with a bounty of 60 billion berries, the sovereign of the sea. Crocodile, meanwhile, was seated on his throne, a cigar between his lips, perusing the latest newspapers filled with mundane news about new pirates appearing on the seas. One was named Law, another kid. How tedious! Suddenly, an overwhelming aura enveloped the hall. It was Haki, the Conqueror's Haki. Crocodile was taken aback, his cigar falling to the ground as he noted that several of his subordinates had collapsed. "Who are you?" Crocodile exclaimed, raising his gaze to see Shenluo before him. Shenluo was the individual he had been monitoring, and now he stood in his presence. Crocodile immediately entered a state of combat readiness. "I harbor no ill intentions towards you, Crocodile," Shenluo declared as he settled into the seat opposite him. Keluo Kedir confirmed the absence of malice in his opponent before he felt ready, Yet tranquility was a distant notion for him. At least for now, he could not afford it. He observed Shinluo's face adorned with a smile, appearing seemingly harmless, but Keluokidere could sense the immense power radiating from him, bearing down like an unstoppable force. Such formidable strength. Keluokidere felt a tremor in his heart. Was it possible that Shinluo's power surpassed even that of Whitebeard? How could that be? Shinluo, just how powerful is he? It was terrifying. Keluokidere attempted to steady himself and spoke slowly. May I inquire about your purpose for being here? Would you consider becoming my subordinate? To which he received a shake of the head. Seek another, for I will not serve. The notion of being another's subordinate was utterly unacceptable to Keluokidere. He was a man of pride, unyielding even before Whitebeard himself. Thus, there was no way Keluokidere would ever submit to another. I see you, Keluokidere, Shinluo chuckled. At that moment, Keluokidere raised his right hand, palm facing upwards, and a small whirlwind of sand began to swirl. His intent was clear. Did he wish to provoke conflict? He, the Sand King, feared nothing. This was his territory, the Desert Kingdom. Outside, Robin and Vivi were still reeling from the shock of the Pirate Emperor's appearance, when suddenly the entire building shook, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. A figure was kicked out through the window, crashing violently against a nearby structure. That distinctive sweater, the color of which could only belong to Keluokidere. Robin and the others were stunned once more. Had the Pirate Emperor truly turned his aggression towards Keluokidere? Vivi recalled Shinluo's earlier words, asking if she wished to save this place. Could it be true? Was he genuinely intent on vanquishing the demon Keluokidere? For a moment, Vivi could hardly believe it. She felt a glimmer of hope for her nation. Meanwhile, Shinluo had kicked through the window, deeming it far too small for his grand exit. He intended to shatter the wall instead. Such an entrance would be far more impressive. Robin and the others were once again met with a terrifying explosion, followed by Shinluo landing firmly on the ground. Just as Keluokidere managed to rise from the ground, still covered in dust, he thought, how infuriating. Is war the only recourse? Keluokidere had yet to regain his footing when Shinluo's foot came crashing down. The hockey of armament enveloped Shinluo, rendering Keluokidere's natural abilities ineffective. The kick struck Keluokidere squarely in the face, twisting his body as the overwhelming power rendered him defenseless. He was propelled backward, colliding violently with a column of the building, which could not withstand the force of his impact and shattered. Keluokidere rolled several times on the ground before he managed to come to a halt. Corrosive reincarnation. Keluokidere had barely regained his footing when he slammed his palm against the ground, unleashing an overwhelming surge of desert erosion power. The once arid ground erupted, fissures rapidly spreading, buildings collapsing, and clouds of sand swirling into the air. How dare you think that being the Pirate Emperor grants you the freedom to act as you please? Shinluo, I am Keluokidere, he roared, now in a rather disheveled state, feeling a warm trickle on his left forehead. Not sweat, but blood. Shinluo's earlier strike had drawn blood. That kick had been immensely powerful. Keluokidere's expression darkened. He was facing the recently ascendant Pirate Emperor, a sovereign of the New World's vast seas. The truly alarming aspect was his utter ignorance of Shinluo's capabilities, which had remained shrouded in the realm of legends. Is that so, Keluokidere? I shall do as I please. Shinluo laughed, descending from above, delivering another swift kick aimed directly at Keluokidere's head. Keluokidere was unaware of Shinluo's ability to fly. Upon sensing Shinluo descending, Keluokidere's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade. However, the speed of Shinluo's kick was far too rapid. He was struck just as he attempted to dodge, the force landing upon his shoulder. Overwhelmed by the colossal pressure, Keluokidere felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, hearing the sound of his bones cracking. He could hardly move, and Shinluo's foot swept horizontally, sending Keluokidere flying once more, crashing into a building that could not withstand the impact and was obliterated. Keluokidere spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling considerably. Shinluo's assault was undeniably severe. Keluokidere's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of a marine admiral. However, Shinluo's power was formidable, yet he had no intention of killing Keluokidere. The Sansan fruit was too powerful to be wasted on such an act. Shenluo merely sought his submission. Yet Keluokedir would not be so easily swayed by mere words. Thus, Shenluo anticipated the need to engage Keluokedir in battle. He would not relent. He intended to teach Keluokedir a lesson. Keluokedir knelt on one knee, blood staining the corner of his mouth, the metallic taste lingering. He was in a precarious state, facing a formidable opponent of the same caliber as Whitebeard. Shenluo charged once more, a lightning-fast kick directed at Keluokedir, who was caught off guard and sent flying again. Before Keluokedir could regain his balance, Shenluo descended once more, delivering another kick just before Keluokedir could touch the ground. Boom! The ground erupted once more, and Keluokedir coughed up more blood. Shenluo's blows were exceedingly heavy. Elementalization was rendered futile against the hockey of armament. No form of transformation could stand against such overwhelming power, especially from someone as potent as Shenluo. Keluokedir was incapable of discerning whether Shenluo even utilized hockey, yet the excruciating pain of each blow made him question his very existence. Shenluo seemed to predict Keluokedir's every move, striking just as Keluokedir attempted to utilize his San fruit abilities, with Keluokedir being relentlessly battered by a boy 30 years his junior. He found himself overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of Shenluo's strength. Keluokedir knew full well that Shenluo was not exerting his full power, merely toying with him. Boom! Keluokedir crashed into a massive boulder, reducing it to rubble. At this point, Keluokedir was kneeling on both knees, his once proud cloak torn away, rendered utterly defenseless against Shenluo's assault. He was in a wretched state, even losing 2 teeth in the fray, his pallor drained and haggard, his wounds still bleeding. It is evident what his dire situation is. I surrender. Just as Shenluo was about to strike him once more, Keluokedir sat on the ground, expressing his unwillingness to continue the fight. Surrender? His tightly clenched fists relaxed. He had assumed that, given Keluokedir's temperament, he would continue the battle for another 10 or 8 hours. But he did not expect him to yield so easily. Nevertheless, this spared Shenluo some effort, as continuing the fight might have left Keluokedir with psychological scars. Unbeknownst to Shenluo, Keluokedir was already grappling with substantial psychological trauma. Being bested so thoroughly by a youth significantly younger than himself would naturally leave Keluokedir with some emotional repercussions. Yes, I surrender, Keluokedir stated, feeling quite helpless. At that moment, Shenluo unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki, a wave of energy emanating from him that swept through the vicinity, dispersing the swirling dust in mere 5 seconds. The air around them, while still not pristine due to the desert environment, became significantly clearer. This formidable conqueror's haki rivaled that of Whitebeard. Keluokedir thought to himself, as Whitebeard had always been his adversary, yet Whitebeard had never regarded him as an equal. After all these years, Keluokedir's strength was merely average, neither particularly remarkable nor entirely lacking. He understood well that the intensity of Conqueror's haki was directly proportional to one's strength. Indeed, the pirate emperors were unparalleled. Keluokedir felt a sense of resignation. Surrendering meant submitting to Shenluo, becoming his subordinate. It was a bitter pill to swallow. However, he reasoned that if he did not comply, he might be beaten further. Surviving was preferable, as being beaten was truly humiliating, especially considering how he had been utterly powerless against Shenluo's relentless assault. Each time he attempted to retaliate, Shenluo was always a step ahead. He was overwhelmingly powerful, at least from Keluokedir's perspective. Chapter: Keluokedir has returned, accompanied by Shenluo. In stark contrast to Shenluo, who bore not a speck of dust. It was clear that Keluokedir had been defeated. The revelation shocked Vivi and Robin alike, though Robin quickly regained her composure. After all, it was not surprising for a pirate emperor to defeat a Shichibukai. This was a commonplace occurrence. The pirate emperors represented the most formidable faction among pirates. It was said that those 5 great pirates divided the vast new world, reigning like emperors over the latter half of the Grand Line. "Nico, Robin, come with us," Keluokedir said, his expression grim and his tone lacking its usual vigor. Vivi, not being summoned, naturally stepped aside, while Robin, quick-witted as she was, immediately grasped that Kurokadur was effectively relaying Shun Luo's request. As she watched the remarkably handsome youth pass by, even just his profile was breathtaking, Vivi naturally gazed at Shun Luo, who possessed a captivating allure for a girl her age. However, Shun Luo seemed not to spare her a glance. Vivi felt a tinge of disappointment. With Kurokadur defeated, what did Shun Luo seek from him? Previously, Shun Luo had asked if she wished to save her country. So he was indeed here to rescue her nation. But it was a mystery to Vivi. Upstairs, they were not in the same hall as before, where several of Kurokudur's subordinates had been knocked unconscious and the windows shattered by Shun Luo's force. They were now in Kurokudur's office. Present were Kurokadur, Shun Luo, and Nico Robin. Shun Luo sat comfortably on the tiger-skin sofa opposite Kurokudur's desk, while Robin, perceptive as ever, poured him a cup of tea and remained standing beside him. With Kurokadur defeated, Robin believed that Shun Luo could easily vanquish her with a mere finger. It sounded exaggerated, but it was the truth. I may become your subordinate, but I hope to retain my freedom, Kurokadur said, taking a sip and then spitting it out, the metallic taste of blood uncomfortable on his palate. He had lost 2 teeth, thankfully not his front ones, or he would have been in quite a predicament. The notion of becoming his subordinate? Hearing Kurokudur's words, Robin could not hide her astonishment. Shun Luo intended to make the proud Kurokadur his subordinate, and from Kurokudur's tone, it seemed he had acquiesced, though surely not of his own volition. Robin surmised that Shun Luo had compelled Kurokadur to submit. Moreover, Robin pondered her role in all of this. Was Kurokadur merely summoning her to serve tea to Shun Luo? Surely not. Robin recognized her own worth. She was beautiful. Yet she did not believe that Shun Luo would be interested in her, and Kurokadur was certainly not. He had no interest in women whatsoever. Shun Luo looked at Kurokadur and asked, "Do you believe you have a choice?" However, freedom was indeed a possibility. Kurokadur furovitis bro. Do I need to accompany you to Wano? I have matters to attend to here. Are you referring to the ancient weapon, Pluton? Do you think possessing it will grant you dominion over the world? Merely relying on a decrepit ship? Shun Luo chuckled, his words leaving both Kurokadur and Robin astounded. Their purpose in Alabasta was indeed to seek the ancient weapon, Pluton, rumored to hold secrets and perhaps even its very form. The royal family of Alabasta was one of the 20 kings from ages past, those who did not relocate to Mariewa. Fundamentally, the current ruling family of Alabasta was also celestial dragons. Robin collaborated with Kurokadur, driven by her passion for archaeology and an interest in ancient scripts and legends, while Kurokadur sought the ancient weapon. The critical point was that only Nico Robin seemed to comprehend that particular script. Thus, the two of them were in perfect accord. Both Kurokadur and Robin were bewildered, even slightly anxious. How did Shun Luo know their objective was the ancient weapon, Pluton? Do not worry, Shun Luo reassured them. I have no interest in Pluton. It is merely an external force. If it does not stem from one's intrinsic strength, Kurokadur, do you believe that even if you obtained it, you could control Pluton? Control Pluton? Shun Luo did not believe someone of Kurokadur's caliber could master such a weapon. He was merely a pirate, with strength that was limited, and, compared to the New World, Kurokadur was certainly not among the top-tier fighters. Therefore, Pluton was not a weapon for him to wield. Pluton was not on par with the Sea Kings or the Celestial Kings. The latter two were the main attractions. Beyond anyone's reach, while Pluton, as a battleship, could only be claimed by those with sufficient strength. Kurokadu's strength was evidently inadequate. So, are you suggesting that I should not pursue Pluton? Kurokadur asked, clearly displeased. Shun Luo, regardless, I have no interest in this matter. Your strength, even with the power of the Underworld King, is insufficient to control him. Ultimately, you are far too weak. Unless you possess the pinnacle of combat prowess in this era, your efforts are futile. Even if you were to acquire the Underworld King, the world government would swiftly seize it from you. Do you truly believe you can withstand the might of the Marine headquarters and the world government? As a pirate, Crocodile boasts remarkable prowess, bolstered by his devil fruit ability. The Sansan fruit. His potential is indeed substantial. However, Shenluo suspects that he has been engaged in this line of work for many years without significant progress. At over 40 years of age, his strength pales in comparison to the foremost warriors of the world, leading one to question whether it is due to a lack of quality or insufficient training. Chapter: Crocodile, you have not traversed the New World, have you? Shenluo inquired with a smile. Crocodile understood Shenluo's implication. If he had ventured into the New World, he would comprehend that it is teeming with powerful beings, including the pirate emperors reigning at the pinnacle of the world, and even more formidable monsters like Whitebeard, whom Crocodile has failed to defeat on multiple occasions. Despite the fact that Whitebeard did not fight earnestly, this constitutes a humiliation for Crocodile. Hence, he has not set foot in the New World for a considerable time, seemingly opting to linger in the first half of the Grand Line since becoming a warlord of the sea. He has been scheming to obtain the ancient weapon, the Underworld King, with the ambition of conquering the world and asserting dominance. Shenluo, since you have visited the New World, you should be aware of the monsters there, be they the pirate emperors who have claimed their thrones or others possessing strength that rivals the world's apex. For instance, if I were to unleash my full power, you would undoubtedly fall without even the slightest chance of resistance. I understand your point. Crocodile recalled the brutal beating he had just endured, during which Shenluo had not even exerted his full strength. Crocodile was already incapable of retaliation, and Shenluo had yet to employ his rumored strange abilities, such as the ability to summon a cataclysmic inferno with a cursed blade, powers akin to the Tremor fruit, or the ability to manipulate monstrous forces and summon meteors. These capabilities remained untapped, relying solely on his fists or raw physical might. One can only imagine the extent of Shenluo's strength. Crocodile contemplated the consequences of opposing Shenluo. He would undoubtedly be vanquished. Shenluo, I require merely 3 years of your service, Crocodile. 3 years is hardly an excessive demand. Upon hearing that he only needed to work for 3 years, it did not seem particularly burdensome. In the grand scheme of his life, Crocodile knew 3 years would pass swiftly. Moreover, you will receive unforeseen rewards. Shenluo smiled, successfully piquing the curiosity of both Crocodile and Robin. What rewards? Unforeseen? This question was clearly one Crocodile should ask, and Robin was equally eager for an answer. Shenluo, for instance, a trip to Raftel. Raftel! Both Crocodile and Robin exclaimed in unison. What is Raftel? It is the ultimate island at the end of the Grand Line. It is said that Roger concealed everything there. In Crocodile's imagination, Raftel symbolizes the possession of all, while for Robin, that island harbors the secrets of this world. Therefore, neither Crocodile nor Robin could resist the temptation of journeying to Raftel. Crocodile fixed his gaze on Shenluo. To reach Raftel, one requires the 4 road poneglyphs. Can you procure them? For me, acquiring those poneglyphs is not a daunting task, Shenluo retorted, prompting Crocodile to reflect with a sense of relief. Indeed, it is quite manageable for you. The Big Mom and Kaido each possess one, and it seems Fishman Island has another. Or the last. However, Crocodile mused that for Shenluo, the poneglyphs might not pose much of a challenge. Shenluo, your subordinates can accompany Nico Robin. I require no one else. Of course, you may join as well. Regardless, you all must work for me. To Wano country? Yes. Nico Robin glanced at Shenluo, who in turn fixed his gaze upon her. Shenluo, I am aware that you can decipher the inscriptions on the poneglyphs, so your presence is essential. Moreover, under my protection, you need not fear the world government or the Marines. You can protect me? Certainly. Crocodile, Robin, do not doubt. He possesses the capability to safeguard you. Another day passed, and the Baroque works were set to depart Alabasta for Wano country the following day. Wano country is quite expansive, its land area significantly greater than that of Alabasta. And crucially, Wano is abundant in resources, far surpassing Alabasta in this regard, which is vital for all forms of life. The departure of Crocodile and his crew signifies the alleviation of Alabasta's crisis. Princess Vivi longed to express her gratitude to Shenluo in person, perhaps by treating him to a meal. However, she discovered that he had already departed. Princess Vivi felt a profound sense of loss, akin to having lost a treasured possession. Crocodile and his crew set sail independently, making their way to the New World and onward to Wano country. Shenluo did not accompany them, but instead returned to the New World. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Zephyr and his crew had returned, bearing the bodies of the fallen Marines. The atmosphere was somber, as they had lost yet another significant number of their ranks. When Marines confront pirates, the consequences are often dire, regardless. The Marine strength pales in comparison to that of the pirates. If the Marines possess an army of 200,000, the pirates can easily field 10 times that number or more. Did you truly slay that monster, Weevil, along with Miss Bakken? Zephyr? Sengoku gazed at Zephyr, realizing that Weevil was Zephyr's nemesis, implying that Zephyr had avenged himself. It was not I who killed him, Zephyr replied helplessly. Then who did? Who in the first half of the Grand Line could slay such a monster? Sengoku was perplexed. Zephyr's expression turned grave. It was Shenluo, the pirate emperor. What? Those present were astonished, unable to comprehend the revelation. Chapter 3 days later, in a certain sea area of the New World. The sun shone brightly as October approached, bringing with it a gradual coolness, making the sea surface less oppressive. The sea breeze was gentle, sufficient for sailing. At that moment, a moderately sized coffin ship was traversing the waters. Speaking of coffin ships, there is only one in the world, that of Dracul Mihawk. At this moment, Ingyin sat within his coffin ship, bearing the renowned Black Blade, Heidao Yi, one of the 12 Supreme Blades. Positioned comfortably with his leg crossed, he gazed forward with the keen eyes of an eagle, his piercing gaze fixed upon the sea, which remained relatively calm. Occasionally, sea creatures would emerge, attempting to engulf both him and his vessel. Yet upon meeting Ingyin's formidable stare, even these fearsome beings would tremble in fear. Presently, Ingyin sought to find Hong, his longtime friend and rival. Both had spent years honing their skills in swordsmanship, and while Hong's prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to Ingyin's reputation as the world's foremost swordsman. Ingyin's fame was rooted in his unparalleled mastery of the blade, which had become synonymous with his identity as a formidable warrior. He yearned for a bout with Hong, as it had become increasingly difficult for someone of his caliber to find worthy opponents. Despite frequent challenges from others, they were merely mediocre contenders, easily defeated by Ingyin with a simple dagger, without the need to draw Heidao Yi. Moreover, he seldom encountered individuals genuinely devoted to the art of swordsmanship. Those who fell to him often succumbed to despair rather than striving for greatness. In Ingyin's eyes, these individuals represented true weakness, destined to remain so indefinitely. In this world, few swordsmen earned Ingyin's respect. Strength alone was insufficient for recognition. He was en route to Hong's domain, having led a solitary life with few friends, perhaps only Hong being a true companion. Their bond was one of mutual admiration, despite Hong's often erratic behavior. In less than half a day, he would reach that sea where Shanks awaited. As Ingyin scanned his surroundings, he suddenly lifted his gaze and spotted a colossal golden figure soaring in the right foreground of his coffin ship. Initially mistaken for a bird, he quickly discerned that this was no living creature, but rather some form of mechanical contraption. To his astonishment, atop this device stood a figure, a youth indeed. It was Shenluo. Ingyin had seen numerous photographs of Shenluo, both frontal and profile views, and he recognized him without a doubt. Shenluo was returning to Wano Kuni, but before that, he intended to pay a visit to Whitebeard, a legendary figure he had long wished to meet. As Whitebeard was the first to recognize him, it seemed only fitting to seek him out, alongside Hong, as Whitebeard and Hong were relatively stable among the four emperors, unlike Big Mom and Kaido, who were more volatile. Additionally, Big Mom had been incapacitated and had yet to recover, while Kaido had been subdued. The recent turmoil in the New World was undeniably linked to Shenluo, though he bore no responsibility for it. At the moment Ingyin recognized Shenluo, the latter also became aware of Ingyin, and their gazes locked. Ingyin was eager to meet Shenluo, a young man who had ascended to the pinnacle of the world in a mere 3 to 4 months, leaving many, including Ingyin, in awe and perplexity. The world was curious about how Shen Luo had achieved such status in so short a time, even after his notorious disruption of Mariewa, which seemed to have caused him no repercussions. Kaido, another pirate emperor, appeared to have submitted to him. It was well known that Kaido was in Wano, just as Shen Luo was, and it was said that two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain unless one was male and the other female. Did Kaido have no objections to Shen Luo as presence in Wano? It seemed to indicate that Kaido had become a subordinate to Shen Luo, or, at the very least, was trending toward submission. Truly, he was remarkably young. Shanks had only become a pirate emperor 3 years prior at over 30. Yet Shen Luo was more than 20 years his junior. Shen Luo descended, manipulating his vehicle to hover just above the sea, less than 20 meters from Ingyan as coffin ship. The sheer youthfulness of Shen Luo astonished Ingyan, even though he had seen numerous images of him in the papers. The youthful pirate emperor possessed an extraordinary strength. As Shen Luo landed on the water's surface, the distance between them shrank to a mere 20 meters, allowing for clear visibility between them. Both remained silent, observing each other. Ingyan considered that among the Shichibukai, the strongest was likely Ingyan himself, followed by the tyrant Kuma, with Boa Hancock in third. Ingyan's strength had always been shrouded in mystery. As a man who frequently sparred with Hong, he knew Hong's prowess was formidable and that he was not merely a practitioner of physical combat. Sometimes, Ingyan wondered if Hong might be the great swordsman he was reputed to be. In the world, Ingyan's swordsmanship was universally acknowledged as the best. In turn, Ingyan regarded Shen Luo with a unique perspective, having heard that Shen Luo was also a great swordsman, albeit one whose abilities were overshadowed by his other skills. Since their paths had crossed, Ingyan decided to test the distance between them. Rising from his seat, he drew Hei Dao Yi, the distinct sound of the blade being unsheathed, emanating a chilling aura, unmistakably indicating that this was no ordinary sword. "Are you interested in testing your strength?" Shen Luo expressed curiosity, clearly understanding that Ingyan's actions beckoned him to engage, yet not in a life-or-death duel. There was no killing intent. It was merely a friendly spar. Even with Whitebeard present, Ingyan would draw his sword, as it was deeply ingrained in the world's consciousness that the strongest was indeed Whitebeard, a living legend who had transcended 2 eras of piracy. At that moment, Shen Luo gracefully leaped from his throne, and with his departure, the throne vanished into thin air. The flying machine disappeared. Ingyan pondered, and as he focused, he saw Shen Luo once again alight upon the sea, standing atop its surface. How could this be? Ingyan observed the ripples forming in the water beneath Shen Luo's feet, a result of his contact with the ocean, and he distinctly heard the sound of Shen Luo's feet meeting the water. The ability to stand upon the sea was something Ingyan had never encountered before. Was he not a devil fruit user? And even if he were not, could a person truly stand on the ocean surface? Ingyan, let us begin. Did you not wish to spar? Shen Luo finally broke the silence, his voice resonating through the surrounding waters, causing tremors even without the direct activation of the Dunjun Gushrius powers. Indeed, he was a formidable presence. Eagle Eye was taken aback. The sea trembled, evidently stirred by the arrival of Shen Luo. At this moment, Eagle Eye showed no hesitation, gripping the black blade, Yi with both hands. His gaze sharpened, transforming into something fearsome. It is said that merely meeting his eyes can instill profound terror in an ordinary person. The intent of his sword surged forth, chilling the very air around him, as a green aura enveloped the blade of Yi. Raising the black blade high, Eagle Eye brought it down with tremendous force towards Shen Luo, unleashing a colossal green slash from the blade. A blinding wave of green light erupted, dazzling to behold. This strike cleaved the ocean's surface, carving a path straight through the sea toward Shen Luo. In the blink of an eye, the 20-meter distance was traversed. For Shen Luo had long been prepared, wielding the legendary sword, Lu Renhua. He did not intend to evade Eagle Eye's assault. Rather, catching it head-on was the mark of a true warrior. Shen Luo made his move. Eagle Eye could not see Shen Luo's actions, but he had previously observed him grasping the sword renowned across the world as a demon blade. He was ready to engage. Was he truly a grand swordsman? Eagle Eye felt a flicker of anticipation. He yearned for Shen Luo to embody the legend, to be a master of the sword. The chant of the spell was unnecessary. Binding path, the 8th, void severance. With a similar green brilliance, Eagle Eye beheld a towering, transparent wall of green manifesting across the ocean, standing before Shen Luo. When Eagle Eye's strike collided with this wall, it produced a resonant sound, as if crashing against an impenetrable fortress, scattering his attack without leaving a mark upon the barrier. What? My strike? Eagle Eye was astonished, witnessing his attack dissipate before the imposing barrier that resembled a spatial boundary, rendering it utterly ineffective. What power was this? Was it the sword's doing? As the green light faded, the ocean was left with a gaping chasm, filled with the overwhelming intent of the sword. The waters unable to fill the void left behind. This was the result of Eagle Eye's strike. Meanwhile, Shen Luo's void severance barrier remained intact, unscathed by Eagle Eye's attack. Eagle Eye was shocked. Indeed, was this the might of the Pirate Emperor? Chapter: Shen Luo's void severance barrier effortlessly intercepted Eagle Eye's strike, but this was not particularly surprising. It was merely expected, and not even Eagle Eye's most formidable blow. At this juncture, Shen Luo slashed at the void severance barrier, and it vanished in an instant. He then struck the ocean's surface with his palm, unleashing an unfathomable power of frost. A white ice layer spread rapidly from Shen Luo, engulfing all directions. This was ice. In a heartbeat, the icy expanse reached Eagle Eye's coffin ship, the biting cold catching him off guard, momentarily uncomfortable in the previously warm air. Shen Luo aimed to freeze this sea to create a better foothold, facilitating the battle. This was not a duel to the death. He did not intend to kill Eagle Eye, and naturally, the coffin ship was also enveloped within Shen Luo's icy domain. Since Eagle Eye sought to test his strength, Shen Luo too wished to ascertain the caliber of the world's foremost swordsman. Eagle Eye was astonished. Confronting Shen Luo, wielding ice powers, felt akin to facing Aokiji. His expression turned grave and solemn, for he understood he was up against a recognized monster of this world, a wielder of multiple devil fruit powers. A veritable beast with numerous hidden abilities, who had ascended to the pinnacle of the world within mere months, daring to challenge the pirate emperors and the world government. Eagle Eye stepped forward. Shen Luo directed the blade in his hand towards him, prompting Eagle Eye to leap from his coffin ship. Due to Shen Luo's freezing, the 20-meter chasm previously cleaved by Eagle Eye remained conspicuously visible. Eagle Eye emerged from another direction, a distance of over 10 meters from his coffin ship, which he intended to preserve. From a bird's-eye view, one would see the sea, now encased in ice, forming a circular expanse with a diameter of approximately 500 meters. Eagle Eye swung his blade, unleashing another green slash aimed directly at Shen Luo, the radiant light soaring high. Shen Luo understood. He grasped his sword with both hands and charged toward Eagle Eye's strike. This time, he did not invoke the void severance barrier, but instead aimed to strike at the ice layer itself. Unfazed by his opponent's assault, Shen Luo advanced boldly, unyielding. Even though his physical defense was not as extraordinary as Kaido's, he surged toward the magnificent brilliance, Lu Renhua clashing against Eagle Eye's strike, producing a long, resonant sound akin to Eagle Eye's attack, struggling against the force. Shen Luo exerted significant effort, redirecting the strike upward toward the heavens. With a single step, he vanished from sight. Eagle Eye's gaze sharpened. The black blade, Yi, fell forward. A crisp sound followed, as Shen Luo's blade met Eagle Eye's. What manner of sword is this? I have perused the records of all renowned blades in history and have never encountered yours. I am most curious, Eagle Eye remarked, observing Shen Luo closely. He found Shen Luo's appearance captivating, yet deemed it inconsequential. He was not a woman, and his focus remained on the sword in Shen Luo's possession. Rumored to unleash torrents of flames and possess the terrifying might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, believed to be a blade touched by the devil. Lu Renhua, Shen Luo replied, striking once more, landing on Eagle Eye's black blade. The entire sword vibrated. Even Eagle Eye's grip faltered momentarily. One could easily surmise the immense strength Shen Luo had just exerted. Liu Renhu, Eagle Eye pondered, surprised to learn the true name of the sword, which the world referred to as a demon blade. Lu Renhua, a splendid name. Indeed, at that moment, both Shen Luo and Eagle Eye unleashed their blades simultaneously. A crisp sound resonated as their swords clashed, creating a whirlwind of energy that swept through the air, causing their garments to flutter. The force pressed down upon the ice, shattering a significant portion of it, sending shards cascading like raindrops. "I have heard you are a grand swordsman, Shen Luo?" Eagle Eye inquired, intrigued, knowing that a few exchanges would not suffice to gauge whether his opponent truly was a grand swordsman. A grand swordsman? What do you think? Shen Luo did not provide a direct answer, but indeed he was a grand swordsman. Yet he wondered how he compared to Eagle Eye, as he was not one who devoted himself to the sword. Eagle Eye, who rarely parted with his blade, seemed more fixated on the title of grand swordsman. "Then I shall have to test your mettle, for the world claims you may indeed be a grand swordsman. I am curious, for among those who grow at your astonishing pace, this world and history can find no second." Eagle Eye declared, tightening his grip on the black blade and swiftly drawing it back before striking again. In mere moments, the exchange unfolded. The air trembled with a thunderous roar, as vast expanses of ice were once again shattered. The overwhelming force of the impact sent the thick ice layers tumbling, with fragments soaring like a flurry of snowflakes. "I shall test your swordsmanship. I am genuinely curious as to how you have progressed so swiftly." The expression on Ingyan's face turned serious, as he rediscovered the sensation he had felt during his sparring sessions with Hong. Chapter: Severance. The ice shards, akin to snowflakes, danced in the air as Shen Luo concentrated his spiritual pressure at the edge of his blade, executing a vertical slash in an instant. The white wave of his strike crushed everything in its path. Such a formidable cut, imbued with an enigmatic power. Ingyan was astonished. He sensed a strange force, although he was unaware that this unfamiliar energy was spiritual pressure. Yet, this was of little consequence. The speed of the slash was blinding, its brilliance rendering it almost indistinguishable, and its velocity rivaled that of lightning. Ingyan, wielding his black blade braced himself for an unavoidable assault. For a grand swordsman, evasion was not an option. To flee was to embrace disgrace. The clash was astounding, as the ice shattered and shards flew. When Ingyan's black blade met Shen Luo's devastating wave, he managed to withstand the onslaught, but his hands trembled violently under the strain. The opposing force pressed down upon him, leaving him with the sensation of nearly losing control of his black blade. A powerful swordsman must possess a robust physique. Otherwise, how could one endure the force of swordsmanship? Much like the might of a devil fruit, the strength often correlates with the wielder's physical condition. Ingyan was forced back 3 or 4 steps before he redirected the wave, which, having lost its counter, surged forward, swiftly crossing the ice and traversing hundreds of meters of ocean. Moments later, he beheld a chasm several meters wide, its extent unknown but undeniably intimidating. Indeed, what could be deemed a grand swordsman if not this? Ingyan was astounded. A strike of such magnitude could only be delivered by a grand swordsman, and he suspected that this might have been but a commonplace attack from Shen Luo, one devoid of the essence of sword intent. A grand swordsman? If you deem it so, then so be it. I do not often wield a blade, nor is this sword intended for such use. In a flash, Shen Luo charged forward, bringing his blade down from the air, while Ingyan gripped his black blade in defense. Shen Luo's Luren was simultaneously unleashed another dark slash. The duality of their swordsmanship resonated. The celestial will of swordsmanship raged forth, bearing down upon Ingyan. Has the essence of swordsmanship finally been realized? Yet, how terrifying it is. Ingyan was once more struck by awe, and, to his astonishment, a flicker of fear gripped him. Yes, fear. He was indeed afraid. The onslaught of sword intent descended with ferocity, shattering the ice beneath Ingyan's feet. He suddenly found himself without support, and as Shen Luo's blade pressed down upon his black blade, he could not prevent his body from toppling backward. The severance of swordsmanship was a technique in which Shen Luo had amassed tremendous strength, far more violent than his previous strike. Ingyan could not withstand it. He was overwhelmed by the immense force, which sent him crashing down. The new slash impacted the ice, causing it to explode violently, and the sea surged forth in response. Shenluo's strike traversed the ocean's surface with the speed of a thunderbolt, vanishing in an instant. Once the strike dissipated, a colossal chasm appeared. Measuring 20 meters in width and nearly 30 meters deep, its length unfathomable. The violent sword intent emanating from the chasm's walls prevented the sea from rushing in. It appeared as though the ocean itself had been cleaved asunder, the vast chasm dividing the sea. Of course, such a terrifying spectacle remained unseen by others, as no one witnessed the duel between Shenluo and Ingyan. And now, where was Ingyan? The force of Shenluo's strike had shattered the ice, leaving him without footing, and he plunged into the sea. Though he could have swum back to the surface, Shenluo's strike pressed him further down into the depths. At this moment, Shenluo hovered above, gazing down at the ocean, contemplating Ingyan's fate. It was not until 20 seconds later that Ingyan resurfaced, gripping his black blade, Yi, with water streaming down his body. His hat askew. In that instance, Shenluo extended his palm towards the sea beside Ingyan, summoning a shard of ice that descended upon the water. Upon contact, the sea rapidly froze, forming a thick layer of ice with a diameter of 5 meters. Ingyan recognized Shenluo's intent to provide him with a place to stand, and he swiftly swam towards it. "Do you wish to continue sparring?" Shenluo inquired. "I am not your match. Your mastery of swordsmanship surpasses mine," Ingyan replied, genuinely astonished. Indeed, the recent onslaught of chaotic sword intent had instilled within him a profound sense of fear. He had never anticipated feeling such trepidation. Though he had not succumbed to defeat in strength, his spirit had faltered, which was far more daunting, particularly for Ingyan. Thus, he felt as though he had lost. Chapter: If we do not spar, I shall take my leave. Shenluo sensed there was little more to say. Encountering Ingyan had been a mere chance encounter, and their sparring was a spontaneous affair. Though their time together had been brief, Shenluo harbored no desire to prolong the engagement. He was not a battle fanatic like Kaido. If Kaido were present, he would fight for an eternity, but Shenluo was simply not of that ilk. Your coffin ship remains unharmed. It can be used for navigation, correct? Shenluo leaped onto the ice, glancing at Ingyan's coffin ship, which, having been previously encased in ice, was now free to sail due to the destruction of the ice layers. Fortunately, the coffin ship was small. Had it been a larger vessel, it would surely have been destroyed. At this moment, Ingyan had removed his outer clothing, his hat also taken off, as the sun's warmth began to accumulate over the sea, drying his garments swiftly. "Wait a moment, Lord Shenluo, could you demonstrate your Lurenhua?" As Shenluo prepared to depart, Ingyan suddenly stood, adopting a respectful and eager stance. He was genuinely curious about the legendary sword, Lurenhua, which had been said to have sealed Big Mom's Cake Island in columns of flames, a conflagration capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. Even mere rumors sent shivers down one's spine. Certainly, Shenluo contemplated briefly. It was of no great consequence. He then positioned Lurenhua horizontally before him, his gaze focused, emanating a powerful aura. "It is about to begin." Ingyan stepped back several paces, his eyes fixed intently on Shenluo, particularly on Lurenhua, not daring to blink. "All things in existence shall turn to ash. Lurenhua." At that moment, Ingyan heard Shenluo softly utter these words, etching them into his memory. "All things in existence shall turn to ash. Lurenhua." Ingyan pondered over this phrase. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the blade known as Lurenhua erupted in a violent explosion of flames, unleashing a tremendous wave of heat that surged towards Ingyan, radiating outward in all directions. The overwhelming pressure made Ingyan feel as if he had encountered the conqueror's haki of Chi Hong, a powerful presence he had experienced as a close friend of Chi Hong for many years. The flames of Lurenhua bore a striking resemblance to Chi Hong's formidable haki. Such an intense fire. Could it possibly be the result of a Logia-type devil fruit? Ingyan was taken aback as the flames engulfed the blade of Lurenhua, forming a massive inferno. Was this truly Lurenhua? This blade, Was it inherently a sword of flames capable of unleashing fire? Yin was not only astonished, but also filled with deep intrigue. This is a Zanpakuto. It forms a pact with my soul. Even if others wield this blade, it remains as ineffective as a worthless sword, unable to unleash its true power. Zanpakuto, a pact with the soul? This was a novel concept for Yin. If someone else were to wield Liu Renhua, would it truly be akin to handling a useless weapon? Such a notion was foreign to him. He pondered, for instance, if his black blade Yellowa fell into another's hands, it would still demonstrate its might. What then was the nature of this divine blade? Liu Renhua can be understood as a renowned blade from a higher dimensional world, lacking the concept of higher dimensions. Yin could not grasp the essence of this strongest fire-based Zanpakuto from the divine realm. A renowned blade from a higher dimensional world? Yin felt even more perplexed. At that moment, Shenluo turned his back to him. Was he about to strike? Yin observed intently as Shenluo grasped Liu Renhua with both hands and raised it high before plunging it fiercely into the icy surface. Yin was bewildered by the purpose of this action when suddenly he saw the sea several hundred meters away tremble violently, with massive bulges rising from the surface, as if something were about to burst forth from the ocean. Before Yin could utter a word, the sea ahead erupted violently, and dozens of colossal columns of fire shot upward, piercing the sky and instantly saturating the atmosphere with a fiery crimson hue. The sheer magnitude of those flames was akin to towering skyscrapers, reaching up to the heavens and breaking through the cloud cover. The ocean's surface boiled violently, and even from a distance, Yin could perceive the terrifying heat radiating towards him. Soon, the sea would be evaporated, and all life would be extinguished. Shenluo was acutely aware of the dreadfulness of Liu Renhua, and thus seldom employed it. At this moment, Shenluo withdrew Liu Renhua from the ice, and the immense columns of fire rapidly dissipated as if they had never existed, though the oppressive heat lingered, unlikely to fade anytime soon. Shenluo now wielded the flames of Liu Renhua with remarkable ease. Turning back, he found Yin, whose face was etched with astonishment. To see the usually composed man so visibly shaken was a rare sight indeed. "Is this the true power of your Liu Renhua?" Yin queried, speechless. "No," Shenluo replied in an unhurried tone, "it is indeed not. Not. Is there something even more terrifying?" Yin felt a surge of excitement. That previous display was already apocalyptic in nature. What you witnessed was the Shurkai of Liu Renhua. The temperature of its flames in Shurkai form is akin to that of the sun's surface. There exists an even more dreadful Bankai, which can unleash the temperature of the sun's core. The sun's surface? The sun's core? Yin was nearly rendered speechless. Shenluo offered an enticing invitation. "If you're interested, perhaps I could take you to the world of this blade in the future. It is a realm of true swordsmanship, filled with great swordsmen and those even more formidable than them." As the vast ocean stretched before him, Yin sailed on his coffin ship towards the location where Qi Hong and his crew resided. He had now entered the waters ruled by the pirate Emperor Qi Hong. Earlier that morning, he had parted ways with Shenluo, and the latter's words lingered in Yin's mind, perplexing him. "If you're interested, perhaps I could take you to the world of this blade in the future. It is a realm of true swordsmanship, filled with great swordsmen and those even more formidable than them." Was the world of Liu Renhua not this world but another, a realm beyond comprehension? Could there truly be another world? Additionally, Shenluo had mentioned that Liu Renhua was a renowned blade from a higher dimensional realm. What could this possibly mean? A world of true swordsmanship, teeming with exceptional swordsmen? How could such a reality exist? The few great swordsmen in this world were said to be abundant in another? For a fleeting moment, Yin considered the possibility that Shenluo was jesting, but then he reflected, how could a pirate emperor possibly deceive him? At the very least, Yin believed that Shenluo would not lie to him. Thus, for several hours, Yin pondered the implications of Shenluo's words. Though clarity eluded him, the more he contemplated, the more questions arose. Yet he did not cease his reflection. Unbeknownst to him, he had already entered the waters of Qi Hong. Time had flown by, and night was approaching. "Hey, my hawk." At that moment, an excited voice rang out, a rich, mature timbre unmistakably belonging to Chi Hong. Yin looked up and smiled knowingly. That voice could only belong to his best friend, his sole companion. Chi Hong, Shang Sha. Indeed, as Yin raised his gaze, he spotted the ship of the red-haired pirates, anchored near the shore of a nearby island. The vessel, known as Red Force, was one of the most renowned ships in the world, celebrated for its association with the pirate emperor Chi Hong. At that moment, the crew of the red-haired pirates stood upon the shore beside the Red Force, with Chi Hong at the forefront. "My hawk, it has been a while," Chi Hong jestingly chided as Yin stepped onto the beach, eliciting laughter from Beckman and the others behind him. "I'll explain everything later. I encountered some matters on the way that delayed me," Yin replied. "What happened? You faced some challenges on your journey? Surely, it cannot be trivial?" "What Eye of the Hawk has to say will undoubtedly be of great significance, and not merely a trivial matter." Not only did Hong display curiosity, but others were equally intrigued. They were eager to uncover the circumstances that Eye of the Hawk had encountered. "Let us find a place to sit down and discuss this in detail. I intend to stay with you for several days, Shanks. It has been a long time since we last engaged in a friendly spar," Eye of the Hawk remarked, gazing at Hong. "Spow." Hong chuckled heartily. "Indeed, my hawk, it has been quite some time since we last exchanged blows. I must say I miss those days." Following the loss of his hand, Eye of the Hawk had seldom engaged in sparring with him, despite Hong's persistent requests. Eye of the Hawk believed it would be unjust to spar with Hong, who had lost a hand. "Speaking of which, Shanks, it is a pity that you lost a hand in the East Sea," Eye of the Hawk lamented. "Isn't that a gamble I placed on the new era?" Hong replied with a smile. Before long, Eye of the Hawk and Hong's party arrived at a brightly lit cavern. For some time, Hong and his crew had been residing there. The Red Pirate crew was considered the most unreliable among the Yonko pirate crews, with Hong himself often being quite disorganized. The crew was either in the midst of a feast or on their way to one. With Eye of the Hawk's arrival, a celebration was certainly in order. As night fell, the moon and stars emerged in the sky. At that moment, Hong's hand flowed with a large piece of meat as he munched on it, speaking with a mouthful. "By the way, my hawk, what did you encounter today? If it weren't something significant, you would never bring it up," he remarked. Hong's crew wholeheartedly agreed, for they were quite familiar with Eye of the Hawk, who had led a solitary life, with the majority of his interactions being with them. "I encountered Shun Luo today." Eye of the Hawk's expression turned grave, finally revealing the events of the morning. Upon hearing his words, Hong and the others were astonished. Without a doubt, Shun Luo had been the most talked-about individual in recent months. Hong ceased his chewing, his demeanor now serious, a stark contrast to his usual lightheartedness. "My hawk, what transpired between you two?" The curiosity was palpable. Encountering Shun Luo must have led to some noteworthy event, especially since Eye of the Hawk had emphasized it. "I had a spar with him regarding the way of the sword." The mention of a sword duel piqued the interest of Hong, who had a penchant for blades, heightening his curiosity to its zenith. "The world speaks of him as a great swordsman. Is there any truth to this? After all, he already possesses formidable strength and multiple devil fruit abilities. Adding the prowess of a great swordsman would be truly terrifying." Beckman interjected. "Indeed, I too am curious. Is he truly a great swordsman?" "I seldom believe the rumors of the world, as they can be quite exaggerated," Hong replied. "If he is indeed a great swordsman, that would be alarming. It is known that while many strong individuals exist in this world, only a select few can be considered great swordsmen. Not everyone who wields a blade can attain such a level. Similarly, very few possess gun skills comparable to Beckman's." "You're all mistaken." Eye of the Hawk countered their skepticism directly. "Mistaken?" Hong and the others paused their doubts. Could it be that he truly was a great swordsman? "Indeed, he is truly a great swordsman," Eye of the Hawk affirmed. "How is that possible?" "It cannot be." The room was filled with astonishment. Even though they had witnessed countless storms in their lives, they could not help but be captivated by this revelation. Shun Luo possessed not only his terrifying and mysterious abilities, but also the title of a great swordsman. Would Eye of the Hawk deceive them? Clearly, he would not. He never joked. Thus, Eye of the Hawk's claims held truth. His spar with Shun Luo led him to this conclusion about Shun Luo's status as a great swordsman. Shun Luo, how could he achieve a level that others can only dream of throughout their lives? How old is he? Moreover, How many times has he even wielded a sword? While Hong and the others were still reeling from the news of Shen Luo's status, Eye of the Hawk's next words elevated their astonishment to another level. His mastery of the sword surpasses even mine, Eye of the Hawk declared. A level of swordsmanship greater than yours? The crowd erupted in disbelief. How could this be? He was already a great swordsman. Yet his swordsmanship surpassed that of Eye of the Hawk. It was known that Eye of the Hawk's swordsmanship was universally recognized as the best in the world. My Hawk, how can this be? His swordsmanship is greater than yours? Are you saying you were defeated? I mean, did he best you in swordsmanship? The others were eager for Eye of the Hawk's response. Indeed, I was defeated. At that moment, when I faced his strike imbued with the will of the sword, I felt fear. You must understand, if I experience fear within, it signifies my defeat. Eye of the Hawk spoke with lingering trepidation. You felt fear? The crowd was astounded. For Eye of the Hawk, experiencing fear was indeed extraordinary. Usually, it was others who feared him. Now he felt fear. Thus I was defeated. I realized he did not even use his full strength. I mean, his swordsmanship was not at its peak. His blade, the infamous sword spoken of in the world, was not even fully unleashed. If he were to release that sword, how terrifying would that be? Eye of the Hawk's impression of Lu Renhua was indelible. Shen Luo had mentioned that Lu Renhua had both a Shirkai and a Bankai, and if the Shirkai was already fearsome, what could the Bankai possibly entail? Eye of the Hawk found it hard to fathom. What of that infamous sword? The crowd inquired with curiosity. Eye of the Hawk explained. That sword is named Lu Renhua. According to Shen Luo, it is a Zanpakudo bound to his soul, and only he can wield it. Eye of the Hawk then elaborated on the scene from that day, emphasizing the terror he felt when Shen Luo unleashed his powerful move during the initiation of Shirkai. Eye of the Hawk was not mistaken. That must have been the same move Shen Luo had unleashed on Big Mom's Cake Island. The fear was palpable as Eye of the Hawk painted the scene in vivid detail, leaving Hong and his crew utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. After 10 minutes, Eye of the Hawk finally concluded his account. One must commend his eloquence, for despite his usual reticence, he spoke with remarkable clarity. Thus, the origins of Lu Renhua were revealed, and it appeared that his true strength had never been fully unleashed. Hong regained his composure. As the shock had rendered him numb, he turned to Beckman, requesting a cigar, which he lit over the fire, exhaling puffs of smoke. This was his first experience with a cigar. How terrifying! On marvelled. This night was indeed special for the Red Pirate crew. With Eye of the Hawk's revelations about Shen Luo, their curiosity about him had risen to unprecedented heights. Shen Luo, so enigmatic and daunting. No wonder he has utterly offended the world government, yet he continues to frolic about. It is no surprise that Kaido can coexist with him in Wano. Perhaps Kaido has become his subordinate, terrified by Shen Luo. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Hawkeye, Shen Luo directed his course towards the waters of Whitebeard. However, the vast expanse of sea made locating the Moby Dick quite a challenge. Shen Luo had to inquire with several pirate crews before he learned that those active in these waters were all affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates or had strong ties to them. In Whitebeard's territory, regardless of how audacious a pirate crew might be, they had to proceed with utmost caution. The dominion of Whitebeard is not a place where just anyone dares to stir up trouble. Aside from the Beast Kaido, it seems no one else in the world would dare to cause a ruckus in this domain. The name of Whitebeard instills fear across the globe. With a single command, he can summon tens of thousands of pirates to his side. Whitebeard is the sovereign of the New World, having stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and others long before Big Mom and Kaido ascended to power. He is a true monster, the man who has solidified the fame of the Gura no Mi, the mightiest Paramecia devil fruit. It is now evening aboard the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. The atmosphere remains jovial as Whitebeard, now in his 70s, enjoys the company of his sons. Throughout his life, Whitebeard has shown little interest in world domination. When Roger returned from Raftel, he intended to reveal its location to Whitebeard. While most pirates would have gone mad with excitement, Whitebeard declined the offer. Given his formidable abilities, reaching Raftel would not have posed much difficulty. It is universally acknowledged that arriving at Raftel makes one the pirate king. Yet Whitebeard harbors no interest in such titles. Nothing compares to living a simple life with family. At this moment, Whitebeard is seated in his customary large chair, surrounded by his sons Marco and Ace. Marco and Ace are engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, where the loser must drink from a bowl of sake. Indeed, a bowl. For true men do not drink from cups, which are deemed for women. The Whitebeard pirates are a band of true men, all of whom regard their father, Whitebeard, as their lifelong idol. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Although each day is much the same, he never tires of such bliss. Just as he was about to finish the sake in his bowl, his expression suddenly sharpened, and his brow furrowed. "Sons, someone is coming," he bellowed, silencing the cheers of Marco and the others. They looked at Whitebeard in confusion. Who is coming? A very powerful individual approaches. As a top-tier warrior, Whitebeard is highly attuned to the presence of strength. Although he has yet to see who it is, he can sense the direction from which the figure approaches. A formidable being indeed. Marco, perplexed, asked, "Dad, what is happening? Who is coming?" Ace chimed in, "Yeah. Who is this powerful individual?" The others were equally curious. How strong could this person be to command such recognition from their father? Whitebeard's expression grew grave. "It is someone whose power is not inferior to my own." "What? Someone of equal might to Dad?" "No way. Is it the Golden Lion? Or that madman Kaido? Is he looking to fight Dad again?" Kaido is no match for him. Everyone was taken aback. How many individuals in this world could rival Whitebeard's strength? The mere notion of someone comparable sent waves of tension through the crew. "They're here." Whitebeard gazed towards the sky, prompting everyone to follow his gaze. At that moment, the heavens erupted in a dazzling gold light, a colossal golden magic circle rippling like waves, accompanied by an ancient and resonant chime that echoed in the ears of all present. Surrounding this grand golden circle were dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller ones. The brilliance was blinding, rendering many unable to open their eyes in the night. What is happening? Has the person Dad mentioned arrived? Such a display could hardly belong to an ordinary individual. Whitebeard, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized the magical formation suspended in the sky. The individual was within the circle. Suddenly, a foot emerged, clad in armor that shimmered with golden light, magnificent beyond measure. They've arrived. That person, the golden radiance, was resplendent, overwhelming to the extent that many struggled to keep their eyes open. The spectacle was unmistakably that of an extraordinary being. Initially, some doubted whether this figure was indeed as powerful as rumored. Now, a figure clad in golden armor stepped forth from the innermost magic circle, the void beneath appearing to form an invisible ground for the foot to tread upon. As the golden figure fully emerged, the brilliance could either be attributed to the magic circle or the individual themselves. Regardless, the being exuded an aura akin to that of a deity. If gods exist in this world, then this person would undoubtedly be one of them. Many pondered in awe. Shenluo, Whitebeard set aside his large bowl, grasping the supreme blade, Zhong Yun Chia, which was embedded nearby. He rose from his seat, wielding the blade with a flourish emanating a powerful aura. "Guraralala!" Whitebeard shouted, and many members of the crew, still struggling to open their eyes, were unable to contain their astonishment upon hearing the name Shenluo. Shenluo. No wonder Dad said a formidable individual was coming. Their power rivals that of Whitebeard. So, it is Shenluo, the youngest of the pirate emperors, whose ascent has stirred the world in recent months, becoming the epicenter of this turmoil. As Shenluo emerged from the golden magic circle, he made a grand entrance, descending as if a divine being from the heavens. Even Whitebeard could not help but be awed by such a spectacular arrival. What a fearsome young man! Whitebeard chuckled, for in his eyes, even Kaido and red-haired Shanks are but children. As the golden light dissipated, Shenluo's form finally became fully visible to Whitebeard and his crew. Shenluo gazed ahead, observing the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Apart from Whitebeard himself, the expressions on the faces of the others were marked by varying degrees of astonishment. To them, Shenluo stood as an equal to their father, Whitebeard. Despite his youth, his extraordinary strength commanded respect. Whitebeard could refer to him as a little brat. Yet they could not. They were entirely different entities. The youngest member of the crew, Fire Fist Ace, was merely 19 years old, While Shenluo had not yet reached the age of 16, his power was overwhelming. The moment Shenluo made his entrance, it left them in shock. At that moment, the gazes of Whitebeard and Shenluo finally met. What a terrifying little brat. Whitebeard chuckled, and a tremendous force erupted from within him. An unparalleled aura sweeping across the vast sea. This was the Conqueror's Haki, one of the mightiest manifestations of this power in the world. As this Haki resonated, many members of the Whitebeard pirates collapsed almost instantly, with the most falling in rapid succession. It was a customary display of respect between men. Shenluo, undeterred, unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki. The two surging powers clashed, both manifestations of Haki on the same level, engulfing everything in their wake. The ships of the Whitebeard pirates trembled, and it felt as if the very sea was quaking, reminiscent of the terrifying might exhibited by Whitebeard when utilizing the Tremor fruit. Amongst the overwhelming waves of Haki, only the captains and exceptionally powerful members like Teach managed to retain their consciousness. It is known that while many possess Conqueror's Haki in the New World, few can attain the level of Whitebeard. Now, with two powers of equal caliber converging, who could withstand it? Many succumbed to unconsciousness, a truly fearsome spectacle. Marco and the others were astounded, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The entire fleet rocked upon the turbulent waters. Even standing was a challenge. Their gazes turned skyward, where dark clouds churned amidst the starry night, a vast, ominous rift appearing as if the heavens had split. It was as terrifying as their father's Conqueror's Haki. The faces of Bista and the others turned pale. Finally, after 30 seconds, both Haki manifestations ceased in a synchronized manner. What an astonishing little brat. Is his Conqueror's Haki truly this formidable? Whitebeard mused. At that moment, Shenluo made his way onto the Moby Dick. Whitebeard returned to his seat. Sensing no malice from Shenluo, earlier, he had feared that the newcomer might pose a threat to his family. However, it was now clear that was not the case. Those who had fainted would soon awaken. It was not a serious issue. If they could not endure the Conqueror's Haki, they would simply need to strive harder. Chapter: How powerful? Is this the aura of Shenluo? Even seated, I can feel the pressure emanating from him. Marco sat at the railing of the Moby Dick, alongside the other crew members. The force radiating from Shenluo was astounding, an intangible pressure that overwhelmed Marco and the others. It was unlike anything they had experienced. While they had grown accustomed to the pressure exerted by Whitebeard, Shenluo's aura rivaled that of their captain. Indeed, the Pirate Emperor was on a different level. No one was left unshaken. Questions swirled in their minds. How could someone of Shenluo's age possess strength comparable to Whitebeard? Red-haired Shanks was already astonishing, but now the emergence of Shenluo added another layer of surprise. At such a tender age, despite his remarkable maturity, he still bore the remnants of youth. How could he possess such terrifying power? Whitebeard spoke again, his gaze fixed on Shenluo, who sat before him with a large bowl of liquor. I'm quite curious. How is it that your strength has grown so rapidly? In all my years, I have never encountered someone like you. The monsters of the New World pale in comparison. You are the true monster. Who wouldn't he be curious? Shenluo had only been at sea for a few months, not even half a year. From the moment he first made headlines, Whitebeard recalled the news of Shenluo slaying a celestial dragon, which led to his bounty. Subsequently, he had defeated Big Mom. To this day, was reportedly still in a state of madness. Although she was known for her bouts of insanity, this episode had persisted longer than usual, even raising concerns about whether she would ever return to normalcy. Following that, Shenluo had invaded Mariehua, reportedly alongside Kaido, and destroyed half of the place, liberating all the slaves of the celestial dragons. Terrifying, truly insane. Even that madman Rox never did such a thing. Yet here was Shenluo, still alive and thriving, with a bounty of 60 billion berries, an amount that sent shivers down the spine of countless individuals. There are always exceptions to the rule. Isn't it normal for extraordinary individuals to appear from time to time? Shenluo smiled, now standing as an equal alongside Whitebeard. The old pirate appeared remarkably well, contradicting the tales of his declining health. Shenluo had heard that Whitebeard's condition had deteriorated, requiring him to rely on intravenous drips, yet now there was no drip in sight, nor any nurses aboard. Many had speculated that soon Whitebeard would meet his end. Tales of his illness were widespread, considering his numerous hidden injuries and advancing age. However, Shenluo sensed a robust vitality emanating from him, akin to that of Garp. Should a war erupt, the outcome could be uncertain. Whitebeard was immensely powerful. Even without the tremor fruit, his physique and strength could allow him to dominate the world. I had heard your health was failing, Shenluo remarked, still a bit puzzled. He was unaware that his own energy had inadvertently aided in Whitebeard's recovery. I'm not entirely sure. My health was indeed poor, but I have been steadily improving over the past few months. I even sent the doctors and nurses away. Yet, feeling healthy is undeniably pleasant. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating with the robust spirit of a pirate hero. Congratulations. Shenluo finished the drink in his bowl, at which point Fire Fist Ace approached to refill it. Shenluo cast a glance and finally spotted Hey Huzi, surprisingly seated next to Fire Fist Ace. This schemer is indeed a remarkable character, managing to bide his time within the Whitebeard pirates for so many years for the sake of an elusive dream. Such perseverance is truly formidable. An undercurrent of unrest is brewing within the Whitebeard pirates. However, Shenluo has no intention of exposing it. In fact, Whitebeard would never believe it. Whitebeard's greatest vulnerability lies in his son, in other words, his family. He despises traitors, yet places unwavering trust in his kin, fiercely protective of them. If Shenluo were to inform Whitebeard about Teach's actions, he would remain skeptical, and antagonizing Whitebeard would be inevitable. Some matters are best left to unfold naturally, especially considering the impending Marineford War. After spending 3 to 4 hours on Moby Dick, Shenluo departed in the evening. Initially, Whitebeard wished to spar with him, but Shenluo declined, finding no meaning in pointless fights. One interesting little fellow. Whitebeard chuckled before closing his eyes in his chair, resembling someone in peaceful slumber. Father, do you believe you're stronger, or is he? Fire Fist Ace inquired. Of course, Father is stronger, exclaimed one of the crew members. It is universally acknowledged that Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, a belief deeply held by the members of the Whitebeard pirates. I sense he possesses greater strength. Whitebeard mused. For a moment, everyone was left in disbelief, even Ace, who had just questioned Whitebeard. Whitebeard smiled and remarked, "This era is no longer mine, my beloved sons. I only wish for you to ascend to a higher stage." In the dead of night, Shenluo returned to his residence in the flower capital of Wano country. "You're back." In the darkness, although visibility was poor, Tao Tu sensed Shenluo's presence and was roused from her slumber. It had indeed been a while since Shenluo had departed. During his absence, Tao Tu and the others found themselves rather bored. Life had settled into a peaceful routine, with days passing monotonously, particularly with Kazuki Odin and that woman visiting every few days. Why was Lord Shenluo still absent? The next day arrived swiftly. Kazuki Odin indeed came again. Tao Tu and the others had grown accustomed to it. Who among them was unaware of Kazuki Odin's intentions? She was merely scheming to win over Shenluo. It seems that there are very few women in Wano who still harbor dislike for Shenluo. With the opening of Wano, an influx of information began to reach the land. Through Kazuki Odin's reforms, the original culture of Wano had begun to fade. The nation was gradually fulfilling the aspirations of her father, Kazuki Odin, as well as the desires of many of its people, striving for a new dawn that would open Wano to the outside world. Previously, Wano was isolated, with the only diplomatic engagement being with Zou Island. Now, it was moving toward openness. Shenluo paid little attention to this, as it was a task he had assigned to Kazuki Odin. This woman indeed possessed a certain capability, managing to captivate many within the nation. Although much of this was due to Shenluo's influence, she demonstrated a remarkable talent for wielding his intimidating presence. "My lord, what do you think?" Kazuki Odin inquired as she guided Shenluo through the flower capital, where numerous buildings were undergoing renovations and new constructions were emerging, reflecting the architectural styles of the outside world, contrasting with the ancient designs of the past. Shinluo noted how many people's attire was gradually aligning with the fashions of the outside world, with styles for both men and women evolving from what they once were. Kazuki Oden was dressed in a white suit jacket, a matching white skirt, and black stockings meticulously adorned. She exuded an enchanting charm, akin to a fairy. Especially captivating were her eyes, which held an alluring quality. This woman could easily draw the admiration of countless men. Unlike the more straightforward beauty of Snake Princess, she excelled in the art of manipulation. While her strength may be lacking, Kazuki Oden's cunning was undoubtedly exceptional. Quite impressive, Shinluo remarked in a neutral tone, pondering what this woman was truly scheming. Kazuki Oden continued, recently, a man named Don Quixote da Flamingo has arrived, claiming to be your business partner, bringing a substantial amount of goods. My lord, do you know him? A refreshing, natural fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating. Yet Shinluo remained composed, refusing to be swayed by temptation. Such a man would be irresistible to any woman. No wonder the woman named Gion has been wary of her. One can only imagine that even Kazuki Oden would feel the same. How could she allow such a seductive outsider to tempt her man? Kazuki Oden gazed intently at Shinluo, her eyes filled with affection, brimming with unspoken emotions. I know him. In the future, he can simply deliver goods here for free. Free? How generous! Kazuki Oden exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is free. He is a good man. Doflamingo had become a mere tool in Shinluo's hands. However, would Doflamingo truly concern himself with such trivial matters? His business encompassed both legal and illegal ventures, spanning the globe. Few could rival his wealth, with only the likes of the Golden Emperor potentially matching him in terms of individual financial power. Therefore, the items Doflamingo brought would not require payment. He would likely not accept it, nor would he dare. He has come here? Shinluo inquired. Yes, he expressed a desire to meet you, but you were not present. Oh, I did not expect Doflamingo to venture here. I assumed he would hesitate, considering the presence of Kaido and his crew on Onigashima. In truth, Doflamingo had deliberated for quite some time before making the journey. He still harbored a fear of Kaido. However, he rationalized that partnering with Shinluo to develop Wano, Shinluo's territory, was distinct from collaborating with Kaido on the production of artificial devil fruits. The two endeavors were not in conflict. Speaking of Doflamingo, it has been 3 to 4 days since his arrival. What of Lao Sha and the others? Shinluo had instructed Lao Sha to establish a foothold in Wano, which boasted a land area significantly larger than Alabasta. Alabasta's sandy terrain was more abundant than its arable land, making food a priority. Shinluo believed that Lao Sha's aspirations for the Pluton project in that region were beyond his capabilities. Lao Sha was likely to arrive in Wano soon. But what tasks should he assign them? On Onigashima, there exists a piece of historical text that Robin could study, as she alone among the living could decipher such writing. The Kazuki clan also possessed knowledge of that script, though they practiced a patriarchal tradition, passing it down only to males. The last male descendant capable of reading it was Kazuki Oden, and as for the inept Momonosuke, he certainly could not. Kogitsu Haiwa's elder brother, Momonosuke, was transported here by Lady Toki at an unknown time. When that moment arrives, Shinluo will swiftly deal with him, and naturally, Momonosuke must be eliminated as well. One of the retainers of the Kogitsu family harbors resentment towards Shinluo. He is exceptionally loyal. If they witness the current state of Wano, they would likely pose trouble for Shinluo. Thus, he must be eradicated. Similar to the nobles of the flower capital, who have dwindled from multitude to just a few due to their defiance against Shinluo. Those who sought to resist were promptly dealt with by Shinluo, stripped of their possessions and exiled without mercy. Shinluo repurposed the wealth amassed from these noble families for the development of Wano. His interest in money is rather minimal. It serves little purpose for him. Momonosuke must be eliminated, for he has truly become a source of disgust for Shinluo. As for Kogitsu Haiwa's perspective, it remains uncertain. Besides, does Shinluo even fear her? Even if Kogitsu Oden were alive to obstruct Shinluo, he would not hesitate to send him to the depths of hell, ensuring he never ascends to paradise. Recently, a group known as Baroque Works is set to arrive, led by none other than Crocodile. Shinluo remembered to mention this to Kogetsu Haiwa, although he had yet to determine what purpose Crocodile might serve. He is a formidable individual, possessing considerable strength in the New World. What should be done with him? It would be a waste to squander his talents. Very well, my lord. Kogetsu Haiwa relished the experience of walking alongside Shinluo, a first for her. Typically, she would visit Shinluo at his residence, occasionally finding him absent. How delightful this is! It is said that outside, Kogetsu Haiwa is regarded as a secretary, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that, possessing a beauty unparalleled in the world, strikingly extraordinary. Even the women of Gion pale in comparison, a fact that Kogetsu Haiwa takes pride in. However, Shinluo seems indifferent towards her. What a predicament! Furthermore, upon gaining insight into the outside world, Kogetsu Haiwa learned of a place in the Grand Line's calm belt known as Nine Snake Island, ruled by the Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, who possesses a beauty that could captivate all. For the first time, Kogetsu Haiwa felt a sense of insecurity regarding her own allure. Indeed, Hancock is stunningly beautiful and wields immense power, including the ability known as Conqueror's Haki. Strength is something Kogetsu Haiwa lacks yet yearns for. Otherwise, she feels uncertain about her position as Shinluo's woman. For a powerful man, women are never in short supply. A mere vase can be acquired in abundance. Kogetsu Haiwa perceives herself as such a vase, hence she is striving to excel. She must not fall short compared to other women. Moreover, it is rumored that Shinluo shares an extraordinary relationship with Hancock. What a troublesome thought. With this in mind, Kogetsu Haiwa suddenly had an idea. My lord, do you know the woman called Hancock? Indeed, Nine Snake Island is currently under my protection, and Hancock is its empress. Then, in your opinion, who is more beautiful, she or I? Upon hearing Kogetsu Haiwa's inquiry, Shinluo furrowed his brow. I cannot discern. However, your greatest distinction is that she is more naive, while you're adept at schemes. Naive while I am cunning. Kogetsu Haiwa found herself momentarily puzzled by Shinluo's words. Was he complimenting her or belittling her? Was he implying she should indulge less in manipulation and adopt Hancock's simplicity? It is said that men prefer less intelligent women over clever ones. Do the nobles of Wano share this sentiment? Does Lord Shinluo prefer such women? Kogetsu Haiwa felt a sense of bewilderment. Kogetsu Haiwa, I hope you're honest with me and refrain from employing tactics before me. With others, including Gion and the like, you may do as you please. I have placed you above all others. Do not disappoint me. Shinluo gazed at Kogetsu Haiwa and asked, Is that clear? Haiwa will not let your expectations down. My lord, how do you find my performance in my current role? Kogetsu Haiwa inquired again, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, revealing the beauty of autumn. She yearned to know Shinluo's response. Uncertain of her standing in Shinluo's heart, she gazed at the handsome young man before her, who was still several years her junior, yet remarkably mature and extraordinarily powerful. Having reached the pinnacle of this world at merely 16, standing shoulder to shoulder with a monster on Onigashima. Your work? Excellent. There is no one else like you in this country. Shinluo's response was indeed factual. Could one find another in this nation as capable as Kogetsu Haiwa? Naturally. She is easily manageable for Shinluo. Is that so? Kogetsu Haiwa was not entirely satisfied with his brief answer. Could Lord Shinluo not elaborate further? For instance, what aspects did she excel in? Where did she falter? And what should she continue to enhance or persevere in? In truth, Shinluo had not paid much attention. He had no interest in such matters. Primarily, he found Kogetsu Haiwa quite agreeable. She is easily controllable, and though she is cunning, her schemes ultimately serve Shinluo's interests, allowing him to trust her. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days had elapsed since Shinluo's return. On that fateful afternoon, Crocodile and his crew were scaling the cliff waterfall. Shinluo had already communicated with Queen and his cohorts. Thus the beast pirates did not hinder Crocodile's ascent. Queen and the others were bewildered by the significant shift in Kaido's attitude towards Shinluo. Why did Kaido now exhibit no objections to Shinluo's endeavors? They were, after all, a legendary pirate crew, and their pride had seemingly diminished. It is important to note that Shinluo was currently engaged in economic development in Wano, effectively shattering years of isolationism. How peculiar it is for a pirate emperor to engage in activities unbecoming of his title. Inferno Jin was equally perplexed. Shouldn't a pirate engage in fearsome deeds? For instance, their beast pirates were in the midst of creating a genuine animal-based army and conducting business with Don Quixote da Flamingo and artificial devil fruits. World domination? That seemed increasingly arduous with Shenluo in the way. What was Shenluo up to? Now, Crocodile, the Shichibukai, had arrived, accompanied by a few subordinates. How strange indeed. What did Shenluo intend to achieve? Recently, it seemed he was also recruiting. Jack expressed his confusion, as did the others. Nonetheless, Crocodile and his crew had successfully made their ascent. When the members of the Baroque works arrived in Heziguo, they were merely ordinary pirates. Upon learning that 2 pirate emperors resided here, several of them trembled in fear. How terrifying it was to know that 2 pirate emperors were present. The concept of a pirate emperor signifies the pinnacle of piracy in this world, with only 5 such figures existing in the New World. These formidable pirates possess the ability to shake the very foundations of the world with a mere stomp of their feet, with Shenluo being the most fearsome among them. Rumors suggested that the other pirate emperor, Big Mom Charlotte Lin, had been driven to madness, raising questions about her potential recovery. To the members of Baroque works, Shenluo represented the epitome of terror. Upon entering the flower capital, Crocodile and his companions were already well acquainted with the arrangements made by Shenluo for Kazuki Nika, who provided accommodations for Baroque works. The flower capital was vast, with numerous vacant houses, making it effortless to establish a new studio for Baroque works. That evening, Shenluo arrived. Seated opposite Crocodile, he engaged in conversation with Kazuki Nika, who held the dual role of the nation's administrator and Shenluo's secretary. Several members of Baroque works struggled to maintain their composure, as they found themselves in the presence of a being who had ascended to the world's apex in just 3 to 4 months. The invisible aura emanating from Shenluo instilled immense pressure upon them. Crocodile, I have arrived. What do you require of me? Shenluo inquired as Crocodile, newly arrived, felt somewhat disoriented without the ancient weapon Pluto in his plans. I need some time to think, he replied. Think. Crocodile felt a mix of frustration and anger. Yet he knew better than to express it, for Shenluo's strength far surpassed his own. Take a moment to rest, Crocodile. Is a life of bloodshed truly what you desire? Shenluo chuckled, as he had recently found himself with ample leisure time. He anticipated that his next engagement might not occur until the Marineford War. A month passed, and by November, the weather had turned cooler, a welcome reprieve from the heat. Shenluo reflected on how Baroque works had now spent a month in Heziguo. His arrangements positioned them as an intelligence and assassination organization, with members serving as assassins and informants. Regarding intelligence, Shenluo had been acquiring various devil fruits. If he came across one with considerable potential, he would reserve it for his subordinates, while those deemed less valuable would be disposed of as mere bait. Shenluo regarded Luffy's gum fruit as nothing more than a narrative device. Without the protagonist's aura, it was essentially useless. This was merely his perspective, as others still believed it to be Roger's devil fruit. However, Shenluo speculated that no one in Roger's crew had consumed a devil fruit. Aside from the rare cases of Buggy and Barrett, the latter having joined Roger's crew at a later time after consuming a devil fruit in his youth. Shenluo's true interest lay in discovering the animal-type bat devil fruit with its vampire form, the very fruit associated with the Red Count from the original narrative. The Red Count was a master of martial arts and had not consumed any devil fruit. He sought the fruit only after escaping impelled down, driven by a desire for vengeance and youth. Should Shenluo locate this devil fruit, it might entice the Red Count to join his ranks. The Red Count was known as a solitary and proud pirate, making recruitment a formidable challenge. Consequently, Shenluo tasked Baroque Works with the mission of locating this devil fruit within the New World. However, the specific location was left to their discretion. Crocodile's subordinates were formidable, emboldened by the presence of a terrifying ally like Shenluo, feeling confident enough to challenge the Whitebeard pirates. In the New World, Shenluo was a dominant force. Additionally, Baroque Works was also directed to function as an assassination organization. The New World housed an underground realm, commonly referred to as the Dark World, which Shenluo occasionally needed to cleanse. At times, individuals would attempt to infiltrate Heziguo, and on one such occasion, they were discovered by Kaido's faction. Although small, these nuisances were bothersome, and Shenluo resolved to eliminate them and seize their resources. Crocodile, this is the New World. It is evident that your crew lacks sufficient strength. Shenluo remarked candidly. In Alabasta, Baroque Works was akin to a deity, but in the New World, they were reduced to mere ants, a realm teeming with monsters. I am currently recruiting subordinates under your name. Is that acceptable? Crocodile inquired, puffing on a cigar. He felt a sense of newfound prominence, especially after receiving a call from Sengoku, who had learned of his allegiance to Shenluo. As a former warlord of the sea, Crocodile's defection was significant. Unlike the free-spirited Golden Emperor, Crocodile's status came with constraints. He had informed Sengoku of his resignation from the warlords, expressing disdain for being a pawn of the world government. Consequently, his bounty skyrocketed to 1,800,000,000 berries. Prior to becoming a warlord, his bounty had been 80 million berries, now increased by an astonishing 1 billion berries. This caused considerable alarm across the seas, and his bounty now bore the inscription of being a subordinate of Shenluo, elevating him to a cadre status. Although Shenluo had never explicitly stated it, the world perceived him as the first pirate to align with Shenluo. In a whirlwind of speculation, the world believed Shenluo was amassing a fleet akin to Whitebeard's divisions, Big Mom's sweet commanders, and Kaido's calamities. Unbeknownst to Shenluo, the recent addition of Nico Robin had sparked concern within the world government and marine headquarters. Nico Robin was the only individual capable of deciphering the terrifying secrets of the world, leading to her bounty soaring to 300 million berries. Others similarly saw their fortunes rise. Recruiting under my name poses no issue. However, Crocodile, those of poor character should be dismissed, particularly those who are lewd and vile, whose thoughts are corrupt and depraved. Let them be cast aside, or their remains fed to the fish, Shenluo remarked with a faint smile. Understood, Crocodile replied, having no qualms with this directive. He, too, harbored disdain for such individuals and ensured his crew lacked them. Seek out those with potential or inherent strength. We require more personnel, as our numbers have dwindled recently, Shenluo instructed. He and Crocodile now stood before a vast expanse, a barren mountain that Shenluo intended to level in order to establish a recreational venue, reminiscent of Golden City. Heziguo was substantial, yet the establishment of such an entertainment venue did not imply Shenluo endorsed debauchery. In Heziguo, such conduct was strictly prohibited. Let us commence, Crocodile, Shenluo called out, confronted by the towering, desolate mountain before him. Its vastness was truly overwhelming. Is this all right, Lao Sha? Shenluo inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. No problem. Just a trivial matter, Lao Sha replied, extinguishing his cigar. With a swift motion, he struck the ground with his right palm. Desert erosion cycle. An endless torrent of sandy power emanated from Lao Sha's hand, rapidly engulfing the mountain. With a thunderous boom, the mountain exploded, swiftly disintegrating into rubble. Once reduced to fragments, they could be repurposed for construction. Lao Sha's abilities proved remarkably practical, as the once mighty mountain vanished in an instant. Chapter: Has Big Mom lost her mind? Shenluo felt a measure of surprise. After all, it had been quite some time since his last visit to Cake Island. Rumor had it that Big Mom had yet to recover from her state. This posed a dilemma. If Big Mom was indeed incapacitated, Shenluo would be unable to exploit her for profit. The distance between Cake Island and Wano was not great, so after Lao Sha leveled the mountain, Shenluo arrived at Cake Island the very next day. Upon his return, he found that Cake Island had transformed once more. It was hard to believe that much of it had been devastated during his last visit. However, this time, it was even more enchanting than before. The rebuilt Cake Island had taken on a dreamlike quality, adorned with candy houses, a veritable castle of confection. As Shenluo ascended to the castle's uppermost level, The inhabitants were startled to realize that the pirate emperor had graced them with his presence. His sudden arrival sent the Charlotte family into a state of unease. They had already experienced Shun Luo's formidable power firsthand, and the news of his defeat of Kaido, the beast, had reached them, albeit through limited channels. Only the Big Mom pirates were privy to this information. Moreover, they were well aware of Shun Luo's notorious rampage at Mariewa, an event that had sent shockwaves throughout the world. Shun Luo had once again showcased a terrifying ability, summoning meteorites, a power that could obliterate Cake Island if unleashed. The Big Mom pirates, renowned for their unparalleled intelligence network, were acutely aware of many secrets hidden from the world. Yet, their knowledge only deepened their fear of Shun Luo. In short, Shun Luo was a figure they could not afford to provoke. With Big Mom still in her fragile state, it had been unprecedented for her to remain unhinged for such an extended period. Your Excellency Shun Luo, we of the Big Mom pirates bear you no ill will. We hope you will refrain from causing any further disturbances on Cake Island. Katakuri stepped forward, respectful and polite, as their faction found themselves at a distinct disadvantage without Big Mom's presence. I harbor no malicious intent during my visit to Cake Island, Shun Luo replied, somewhat bemused at the level of fear he had inspired. Yet, it seemed inevitable that the powerful would not meet without caution. The Charlotte family boasted over 80 children and a son-in-law, totaling more than 100 members, a truly astonishing lineage. Big Mom was known for her unwavering loyalty to her kin, those bound by blood. Is there truly no malice in your heart? With Katakuri flanked by Smoothie and Cracker, the imposing presence of over 100 individuals loomed behind them, a fearsome display from one of the strongest pirate crews in the New World. At that moment, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted behind Shun Luo, the dazzling radiance of the King's treasure as 500 golden sigils striking terror into the hearts of Katakuri and his crew. Was Shun Luo about to strike? If you do not step aside, do not blame me for my rudeness, Shun Luo stated coolly, causing Katakuri and his comrades to feel the weight of the moment. Just then a distinctive laughter echoed through the air. Big Mom's laughter. Mama! Katakuri and the others turned pale, astonished at her sudden appearance. Big Mom had indeed emerged, her enormous figure materializing behind them. Clad in a pink dress, she was an imposing presence, both formidable and grotesque. In Shun Luo's eyes, before encountering him, she had once been perceived as the strongest woman in the world. Shun Luo, you little brat, Big Mom bellowed as she leaped into the air, landing squarely between Shun Luo and Katakuri, shaking the ground beneath her feet. Mama, have you returned to your senses? Smoothie and the others were perplexed. Had she not been in a state of mental disarray? Oh, has she truly regained her faculties? Shun Luo, too, was taken aback. Chapter: Has Big Mom truly lost her mind? Questions abounded among the gathered crowd, though Shun Luo merely entertained a fleeting curiosity, suspecting that Big Mom might have been feigning her earlier state. It was evident that she was no longer in a dazed condition. Mama, you're back to normal? Smoothie and her companions were filled with confusion, having witnessed Big Mom's erratic behavior for nearly 2 to 3 months. It seemed implausible for a formidable pirate emperor to feign such a state. Mama, Katakuri called, as Big Mom stood defiantly in front of them. Everyone disperse. I am well now, she declared. Indeed, she had experienced a prolonged period of instability, but this was hardly unusual for her. Having lived for so long, she had endured mental lapses numerous times. Her immense strength and near impenetrable physical defenses rendered her impervious to any plots against her. Who would dare conspire against her? Although her recent bout of instability had lasted longer than usual, it was only upon Shun Luo's arrival that she realized how much longer she might have remained in that state. She had observed Shun Luo from a distance, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with him, which ultimately triggered her recovery. It was as simple as that. Yet the underlying question remained. What was Shun Luo doing back on Cake Island? In the New World, it was an unwritten rule among pirate emperors to avoid direct encounters, with the exception of madmen like Kaido, who dared to challenge figures like Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Yet, Kaido had never sought an audience with Big Mom in decades. They had never communicated. It was a matter of unspoken understanding among their ranks. Now that Shen Luo has arrived, it surely cannot bode well. You all step back. Mama commanded Katakuri and the others behind her. Standing behind her were more than 100 members of the Charlotte family. Mama. Smudgy attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Mama. Smudgy, are you a match for this person? Or can you withstand my attacks? Mama said in a deep voice. No, I cannot. Smudgy indeed was no match for Shenluo. The gap in strength was too vast. This boy, much younger than her, possessed power that far surpassed hers. Even her brother, Katakuri, was completely outclassed by the youth. Shenluo was simply too formidable. You all step back. Do not interfere with our conversation. Go about your business. Upon hearing Mama's words, Katakuri and the others had no choice but to withdraw. They were puzzled about what the youngest emperor of the sea intended to do on Cake Island, sharing a consensus that Shen Luo's presence was certainly not for any good purpose. Soon, the plaza was left with only Shen Luo and Mama, while Mama's children retreated to the outskirts, ready to act at a moment's notice should anything arise, even if they were outmatched. It did not imply they lacked the courage to fight. You can put away that inexplicable golden ability of yours, Shen Luo. Mama laughed, her smile menacing. Very well. At this moment, Shen Luo also retracted the array of the king's treasure. What is this ability of yours? The city of gold, the king's treasure? Mama inquired, her brow furrowing, having never heard such a name. However, recalling Shen Luo's myriad abilities, she suppressed her doubts. After several encounters, she sensed that Shen Luo's strength had seemingly grown significantly. The impression he left her last time did not compare to the current, overwhelming presence he exuded. It was not a deliberate display, but rather the natural aura of a strong individual, akin to how Whitebeard could instill fear merely by his presence. Shen Luo had indeed matured. What manner of monster is this? At that moment, Mama gestured to summon her son, Perispero, who approached with a hint of trepidation. Mama, I am here. Perispero's tone, demeanor, and attitude were all respectful. Prepare a banquet table for me. Yes, Mama, I will do it right away. Although he was somewhat puzzled about Mama's intentions, he quickly set to work. His devil fruit ability allowed him to conjure a fantastical banquet table, suitable for grand feasts, complete with enchanting chairs. It had to be meticulously crafted. After all, 2 emperors of the sea were present, and he dared not be negligent. Additionally, he instructed several of his siblings to prepare fruits and other items. What could Mama possibly be planning? 5 minutes later, Mama and Shen Luo faced each other across the table, and one could only wonder if these 2 emperors of the sea could engage in a civil discussion. What purpose did Shen Luo have in coming here? Surely, there was a motive behind his personal visit and not merely sending a subordinate. Shen Luo, speak. What brings you here? Mama broke the silence first, adorned in her Napoleon hat, with Zeus on her left shoulder and Prometheus on her right. My apologies for the recent delay in updates. I have launched a new book, and my thoughts are quite scattered. Shen Luo, what exactly do you seek here? Mama inquired again. Although she occasionally left Cake Island, she never sought out other emperors of the sea. For those of their caliber, while they stood on equal footing, there was no camaraderie akin to sharing drinks. I wish to borrow that piece of historical text. Ling Bai stated plainly, having initially thought Mama to be foolish before arriving at Cake Island. Had she been so, taking her piece of historical text would have been a simple matter, as he presumed no one here could stop him. However, he was surprised to find Mama not foolish at all, which complicated matters. He could not predict if conflict would arise, for historical texts were not mere stones found everywhere. Only a few existed in the world, recording the ultimate destination. Historical text? Mama's brow furrowed slightly, and the atmosphere fell silent once more. This time, the ambience turned somewhat ominous, as if an invisible storm were brewing. Even Smudgy and the others at a distance sensed that something was about to transpire, as the 2 remained silent. This was the truly frightening part. As expected, a terrifying aura erupted from Mama. The vast space transformed into a crimson hue, with countless red lightning flashes, akin to rifts in the fabric of space. Mama remained seated, unmoving, while Shen Luo also stayed still, with only Mama employing her conqueror's haki. The overwhelming intensity of her conqueror's haki was something the surroundings could barely endure. Had Shen Luo joined in with his own, the ground would have surely shattered. "Mama, are we about to fight that person again?" Mama's children were shaken and anxious, sensing that their mother seemed poised to clash with the young emperor of the sea, which was what truly unsettled them. Mama was most fearsome when enraged. What had been said to provoke her? Yet, Mama remained silent. Was she angry or not? On Shen Luo's side, facing the crushing force of Mama's conqueror's haki, he remained composed, leisurely eating grapes. "Mama, what are you doing? If you wish to fight, should you not simply use your fists?" Noticing Zeus and Prometheus eager for action, with Mama's hat also awakened, it was clear that should Mama decide to strike, they would respond in an instant, showcasing her three most powerful soul abilities. "Hey, Mama, are those your children? Some of them seem to be struggling." Shen Luo reminded her. After about 10 seconds of silence, Mama finally seized her conqueror's haki. "Shen Luo, do you wish to take my historical text?" The mention of historical text caught Katakuri and the others off guard. They had not anticipated that Shen Luo's purpose for coming here was for that very text. They indeed possessed one of the four most precious historical texts in the world, a possession granted only to them as one of the strongest pirate crews. Others would have long since met their demise for attempting to claim one. In a sense, the historical text was one of the lifelines of their crew. Mama harbored ambitions of reaching Raftel, widely known as the ultimate destination only visited by Roger and his crew. For Shen Luo to seek their historical text was tantamount to inviting conflict. "Can you kill me? Or are you my equal, Charlotte Linlin?" Shen Luo chuckled and remarked that only individuals of their current caliber could engage in face-to-face negotiations. Had Shen Luo been weaker than Dama, she would have long since taken action against him. This madwoman had countless lives on her hands. She relished extracting the souls or lifespans of others as sustenance for her own power. The fact that Dama refrained from attacking indicated her apprehension of Shen Luo's strength. After all, he had defeated her once, and that was a considerable time ago. Over 2 months had passed, and it was evident that Shen Luo's power had once again surged. Although Dama was puzzled as to why Shen Luo had grown stronger, she simultaneously felt an increasing wariness towards him. This young man had matured to an unimaginable extent. He was far too formidable. Should he overturn the table, it would be quite the predicament. "Are you my adversary?" Shen Luo inquired. Dama fell silent. Indeed, she was not his match. If she were to fight Shen Luo recklessly, would she stand a chance? After another moment of silence, her conqueror's haki ceased, and nearly a minute later, she broke the stillness. "What do you seek the historical text for? Are you interested in Laughter?" she questioned. Shen Luo replied, "Regardless, you possess no one capable of deciphering that script, and you only have one piece of the historical text. The other 3 pieces are absent from your collection. I, however, have the means to acquire the remaining 3. With only one piece, what utility does it serve you? Do you truly possess the other pieces of the historical text?" Dama was astonished. She only knew that Kaido had one, while the whereabouts of the other 2 remained a mystery. "That's a secret. Will you lend it to me?" She pressed. "What if I decline?" He countered. "Then it shall be a matter of whose fists are larger." "Do you think I fear you?" Dama laughed. "I do not fear you either, but I can instill fear in you." Shen Luo shrugged. "For how long will you require it?" She inquired. "Not exceeding a month." He responded. "It seems promising. I will lend it to you, but you must disclose its contents once you decipher them, lest I fear the relationship between us may deteriorate." Upon his return, Shen Luo surprisingly brought back a piece of the historical text, obtained from Cake Island. Even Kaido was taken aback. It had been a long time since he last encountered that old woman, Charlotte Linlin, whom he despised, despite her past kindness towards him. "I did not expect you to acquire the historical text from that old crone. I am genuinely surprised." Kaido no longer referred to himself in the grandiose manner of this lord when speaking to Shen Luo. Instead, he used I, a mark of respect towards him. However, he still referred to others as this lord. Regardless of whom he addressed, Kaido maintained that self-reference. "A month's borrowing will suffice. This stone is not particularly significant," he stated. Shen Luo was not overly concerned with the historical text itself. Rather, he was intrigued by the principle behind Laughter, which required 4 pieces of the historical text to locate its position. Can you interpret this script? Kaido inquired, curiosity piqued. I have a survivor from O'Hara. She can decipher such writing, Shinluo replied, referring to Nico Robin. O'Hara? I see. So, it is from that wretched place, Kaido remarked disdainfully. Of course, Shinluo did not take offense. O'Hara pursued historical inquiries that the world government deemed forbidden. Having dared to touch upon such matters, and even wished to make them public, how could they not be met with repercussions? Such is the fate of the weak. Those not of a certain caliber should refrain from meddling in matters beyond their reach. Shinluo retorted. Presently, his level of strength afforded him a degree of freedom in this world. The emperors of the sea dared to act in such a manner. But would others dare to do the same? Upon his return, Shinluo entrusted the historical text to Robin for her examination. Bizidis dama esipies. Kaido also had one, which he likewise handed to Shinluo, as he too intended to venture to Laughtrue in the future. When Robin beheld the historical text, she was astounded. She had not anticipated that Shinluo would procure such an artifact. What was the historical text? The stone slabs of the historical text were indestructible. Thus the world government could do nothing even if they contained taboo content. No attack could mar the historical text, not even in the slightest. The artisans who crafted the historical text were the most powerful of the ancient world, and the technique for inscribing the script had likely been lost to time. The historical text brought back by Shinluo was not simply coordinates pointing to Laughtrue. It certainly contained more enigmatic information. This ignited Robin's curiosity, given her ardor for archaeology. Thank you, my lord. I shall surely decipher the contents inscribed upon it. With Shinluo's protection, she no longer had to fear the world government, regardless of how forbidden her studies might be. I shall do my utmost. I wonder what secrets lie within. That script was beyond Shinluo's comprehension, though he had little interest in it. Kaido also possessed a piece of the historical text, which he examined alongside the others. The remaining two pieces would be discussed when Shinluo found the time. He was presently disinclined to roam about, as the new world was vast, and one journey could take an indeterminate amount of time. The construction of Wano country increasingly mirrored that of the cities of Shichibukai and Zou, which are the most aesthetically pleasing to Shinluo. Of course, Dressrosa was also quite commendable. Zou was the most beautiful, indeed the most exquisite island in the world, for it was home to the ancient treasure tree, uniquely endowed by nature. In comparison, Wano country lacked such advantages. Progress would be gradual. During Kaido's dominion over Wano, the populace, particularly those of the lower class, had never experienced a day of ease. Many struggled to find enough to eat. This dismal existence persisted for nearly 2 decades, a truly harrowing ordeal. Since Shinluo assumed control of Wano, everything began to change. Shinluo garnered nearly unanimous support from the people of Wano. The emperors of the sea provide protection to certain islands or nations in exchange for a form of tribute. For instance, Dama collected souls periodically. Only after harvesting souls could her followers receive her protection. This arrangement was not inherently flawed, as the Whitebeard pirates operated similarly, relying on voluntary tribute rather than plundering islands or nations. Given the numerous members of the Whitebeard pirates, survival necessitated the collection of a portion of protection fees, akin to the concept of heavenly tribute. Heavenly tribute was, in essence, a form of taxation, albeit a burdensome one that not every nation could endure. For example, Alabasta could be considered a great nation, yet its economy was rather modest, failing to resolve even basic issues. Shinluo, indeed, treated Wano exceptionally well. He believed that if he felt good, the people of this nation would thrive, no longer needing to fret over hunger or cold. Shinluo returned late at night, and heaven knows what he had been engaged in. Peach Rabbit and the others sniffed, noting that Shinluo bore no fragrant scent, particularly lacking the aroma of Kazuki Odin and that vixen. This was a relief. The woman known as Kazuki Odin was undoubtedly an entrancing figure, with every gesture possessing an allure that could captivate all. She was certainly no ordinary woman. The woman possesses remarkable cunning. Chapter: The Pinnacle of the Red Earth Continent. After 2 or 3 months, the city of Pangu in Mary Geos has been restored. This is attributed to the immense wealth and authority of the celestial dragons. However, the current Mary Geos is markedly different from its former self. The last time the deity descended upon Mary Geos, many celestial dragons were slain. Given their already limited numbers, they have dwindled further, and due to the intimidation of the deity, the celestial dragons no longer dare to leave Mary Geos. Thus, these days have passed quietly for 2 to 3 months. Today, the 5 elders, no, more accurately, the 4 elders, gather as one. The sword elder has been slain by the deity, and even one of the supreme weapons, the original Gui Che, has been taken by the deity. At this moment, the 4 elders sit in their new conference room, the previous one having been destroyed in the recent conflict. They await the arrival of an individual. Just then, the door swings open, revealing a figure clad in black robes. Should anyone else, particularly pirates or Navy personnel, witness this figure, they would surely be struck with fear. The figure is none other than Red. Upon removing the hood of his black robe, he takes a seat opposite the 4 elders. Shanks, no, I should address you as Red. You ought not to tread upon this sacred ground. We have taken time from our busy schedules to meet with you. The short elder expresses his displeasure. The long elder adds, Indeed, Red, you should not be here. The elders are somewhat displeased, yet they cannot refuse Red's request for an audience. The celestial dragons operate under a hierarchy, akin to a kingdom with nobility and royalty. The 5 elders are merely servants of the celestial dragons, subject to their commands. Red's true identity is that of a celestial dragon, but his lineage is exceptional, connected to the events of God Island, having been born shortly thereafter. Even though the celestial dragons have withdrawn from the holy land of Mary Geos, Red continues to enjoy the privileges of world nobility, much like Doflamingo. Though Red's circumstances are even more unique, having risen to become the pirate emperor. It is worth noting that during the God Island incident, Roger protected the celestial dragons, and Red was among them. It is precisely due to Red's original identity that the elders regard him with both caution and reverence. What do you think of the deity? Red inquires. He has been contemplating seeking out the deity, but it seems inappropriate to venture into Wano, especially with Kaido of the beasts present. The two appear to have formed a collaborative relationship. Undoubtedly, Kaido is a thorough reactionary, and the deity is not much different. The turmoil in the world has intensified due to the deity and Red, who initially wished to avoid the holy land of Mary Geos and remain uninvolved with the celestial dragons, finds himself in this predicament. His utmost respect lies with Roger. In truth, not all celestial dragons are malevolent, yet due to their numerous transgressions over the years, none can claim innocence. They must bear the consequences of their sins. The deity is perilous, and we are uncertain if the rule of the celestial dragons can persist without Lord Emu. The short elder retorts, As the pirate emperor of the New World, why do you concern yourself with such matters? The fate of the celestial dragons seems irrelevant to you. Indeed, it has become irrelevant to Red. He is primarily focused on the world's trajectory. Despite his status as a pirate emperor, he lacks the ability to alter the world's course, which is veering towards a terrifying future. Nonetheless, Red could never anticipate that an even more dreadful fate awaits. At this moment, the deity is merely enjoying dinner in Wano. How could he possibly know that Red is in Mary Geos, engaged in discussions with the 4 elders? Regardless, this has no bearing on the deity. Red is inclined to meddle in affairs. Why not simply adapt to the unfolding era? Of course, the deity has yet to encounter the true form of Red. The cuisine at Guion is quite exceptional, the deity remarks with a smile. Indeed, Guion responds proudly, casting a glance at Khalifa, contemplating whether the deity has grown weary of her cooking. Ah, men and their fickle affections, such as the norm, despite the deity still being a mere boy. By the way, several months have passed, and we have now entered the year of the sea circle. The deity has reached the age of 16. Oomph. My dishes are not to your liking? Khalifa's tone is filled with resentment. Mediocre. The cold Esther snorts. Once again, Khalifa is on the verge of clashing with Esther's, as the two have never seen eye to eye. Oh, is everyone dining? A cheerful voice interrupts. It is Kazuki Hayori. Today, she is exceptionally beautiful, her makeup perfectly applied. unmistakably the result of careful preparation. Have some night owls finally blossomed? Esther's comments with a smile that conceals a dagger. A flower from home cannot compare to the wild bloom, can it? Hiyori replies, gracefully taking a seat. Each time she sees the deity, she feels he is distinct from other men. Let us eat. The deity anticipates yet another round of verbal sparring among these individuals. Certainly, my lord, Hiyori responds. Where are the bowls and chopsticks? There's just enough for one more. Then, Khalifa and Esther's cast fierce glares at Momonosuk, who has unwittingly prepared an extra set of utensils, clearly reserving a spot for Hiyori. Momonosuk finds himself speechless at the awkwardness of the situation. Hiyori is unfazed, treating herself as one of the group. By the way, Ueno has had electricity connected for quite some time now. The building where the deity resides is leaning towards the direction of the island of Sabaody. Chapter: Following the incident involving the deity and the celestial dragons, Red meets with the 5 elders. At this moment, due to the deity's actions, the entire world is engulfed in significant turmoil. The world had not anticipated that the deity would dare to act on the celestial dragon's territory. Certainly, the celestial dragons are the most astonished of all. At this juncture, they would wish to see the deity torn to pieces. However, regardless of their hatred, what can they do? After all, the deity is simply too powerful. Moreover, he resides far away in a new world, in Ueno. Unlike the general animosity the celestial dragons harbor towards the deity, the 5 elders experience a mix of hatred and fear, compounded by unease, especially as they witness the deity's rapid rise to power within such a brief span. His strength is truly terrifying. Furthermore, he commands a formidable ally in Esther's. To add to their dismay, the once powerful naval officer, Momonosuk, has surprisingly pledged allegiance to the deity. Simultaneously, the deity is accompanied by a horrific monster. Not only is he formidable, but those who have sworn loyalty to him or stand by his side, such as the notorious pirates, are equally terrifying. The same holds true for the Navy headquarters. An atmosphere of unrest prevails. Fear, while the 5 elders and the Navy headquarters wallow in trepidation. A terrifying storm is about to descend. The deity is poised to obliterate the entirety of the celestial dragons. At that time, it will undoubtedly be a moment where even gods will fall before my might. Synopsis: the story begins with a desperate situation of being auctioned in Sabaody, activating the super-dimensional powerhouse investment system, allowing investment in formidable beings across myriad realms. Ding! Investment in the Whitebeard has been successful. Let us now assess the returns of this investment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the robust physique of a youthful Whitebeard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining advanced 3-color hockey.